200 years ago, the global nuclear war took a heavy toll on humanity, and the Earth was devastated. The population dropped from nearly 10 billion to 3 billion. Countries formed a peaceful federation, temporarily ending the Civil War. Nuclear war brought about technological breakthroughs, ushering humanity into the interstellar age. However, with the arrival of the interstellar age, a new battle for resources has begun. 10 years ago, the Federation was on the verge of collapse when the Arachnid insectoids appeared. Krendisu, the homeworld of the Zerg, has a diameter of over 130,000 kilometers. The powerful gravity attracts countless small celestial bodies, forming the asteroid belt. These celestial bodies are the insect meteors, capable of escaping gravity and hurtling towards Earth. Various countries sent fleets to investigate, but the fleets were lost forever after landing. The man sat in the classroom, feeling uneasy. 5 minutes earlier, he had suddenly realized he had traveled through time. Soon, he realized he had been transported to a science fiction world, Starship Troopers. Zhou Yuan knew that these fleets were left forever on the Zerg's planet, their wreckage forgotten by all. 5 minutes later, the bell rang, interrupting Zhou Yuan's thoughts. Graduates fill out their destination forms and hand them in to me this afternoon. The teacher announced the end of get out of class, and the classroom immediately became lively as students gathered in twos and threes to discuss. Zhou Yuan was about to leave when he turned around and saw Carl Jenkins standing behind him. Hey Zhou, your telepathy has improved again. Want to test it? Maybe next time. I need to go to the bathroom. Carl tilted his head slightly. You forgot. We can sense whether the other person is lying. Okay, I admit it. There is indeed a small problem, and I want to handle it myself first. Zhou Yuan has no intention of arguing with Carl. Go ahead, call me if you need anything. Carl smiled and turned to find Rico. Zhou Yuan carried his school bag into the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror, and smiled slightly. He is still himself, only the world has changed. It's as if he has been replaced by someone from another world, or perhaps he has awakened memories of a past life. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Host's mental state detected as stable. Soul exchange system loading. Soul system loading complete. Congratulations, host, successful binding. Congratulations, host, you have received a binding gift pack. Open it. Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement upon seeing the notification. Ding, opening the binding gift pack. Received 5 Tier 3 Soul gift boxes, 3 Tier 2 Soul gift boxes, 1 Tier 1 Soul gift box, and 1 variable string ring. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the prize the system had offered. Level 3 Soul gift box can contain a random level 3 item. Level 2 Soul gift box can contain 1 random level 2 item. Level 1 Soul gift box can contain 1 random level 1 item. Variable ring. Internally isolated into a high-dimensional space, it can store items. Not bad. Zhou Yuan smiled. The variable string ring is similar to a spatial ring, with a space of about 100 cubic meters. System activate all. He didn't hesitate. Open level 3 Soul gift box. Obtained rapid healing potion *1. Open the level 3 Soul gift box to obtain an M82S anti-material sniper rifle *1. Open the level 2 Soul gift box to obtain an S500 revolver with unlimited ammo *1. Open the level 1 Soul gift box and obtain super soldier serum *1. Zhou Yuan looked at the items in the gift box with satisfaction. These items are all very practical. The super soldier serum can enhance physical functions, allowing one to reach the pinnacle of human potential. He decided to try the serum tonight. If it worked, he'd immediately join the mobile force and farm soul points. Recruiting for the mobile force is simple. Anyone who has graduated from high school can join. The Starship Force and Strategic Force, on the other hand, have much higher requirements. Zhou Yuan ate something quick and then headed back to the teaching building. Today was the day the results of the senior year graduation exams would be released. Graduates will fill out an enlistment application form based on their grades and decide whether to join the military or find a job. Downstairs in the teaching building, it was bustling with activity as graduates gathered to check their grades. Rico, well done. Let's go to the Blue Devils for a tryout together. The mobile force is good too. Zhou Yuan saw the following message displayed on the public chat. Johnny Rico, average score 35 points. Recommendation 1. Join the mobile force. Recommendation 2. Become a rugby player. Hey, turn it off. Rico said, somewhat annoyed, and quickly turned off the Zoom function on the public chat. He came from a wealthy family, but he didn't like such an embarrassing situation, especially with his girlfriend Carmen watching. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and stood outside the crowd. Richard, you truly live up to your reputation. Johnny Rico, an extremely wealthy second-generation heir, is a future general in the Federal Mobile Forces. Carmen Ibanez is his current girlfriend and will become a fleet captain in the future. Because of Carl, Zhou Yuan got along well with them. Hey buddy, got your trouble sorted out? Zhou Yuan felt a tap on the shoulder, and a familiar voice rang out. Let me guess, is that General Carl Jenkinson, the future commander of the Federal Strategic Forces? Zhou Yuan smiled, closed his eyes, and stroked his chin. Yes. Carl raised an eyebrow. Zhou, your telepathy is getting stronger and stronger. You can even see the future. He put his arm around Zhou Yuan's neck from behind. Kid, I suggest you show me some respect. You are now the future head of the Federation, the ruler of the universe, and the nightmare of the Arachnid insectoids. Zhou Yuan smiled and pushed Carl away. He thought to himself, this guy is simply a prodigy. Carl possessed exceptional telepathic abilities. He was recruited by the Strategic Forces in his first year of high school and joined the force directly after graduation. In his middle age, Carl was able to communicate telepathically across stars, brainwash insects, manipulate objects in the void with his telekinesis, and attack insects' heads. Let's go, it's our turn. Carl pushed Zhou Yuan toward the public chat screen. There weren't many people around anymore, and the two quickly checked their scores. Zhou Yuan achieved excellent scores in all subjects, averaging 91 points. Carl achieved perfect scores in all subjects, averaging 103 points. Zhou, when are you planning to report to the Strategic Forces? We can go together, Carl asked as they walked, his eyes full of anticipation. The three branches of the Federation have different enlistment standards. Mobile Forces, Physically Healthy, Starship Forces, Physically Healthy, Starship Academy, Excellent Graduation Certificate. Strategic Forces, possessing telepathic abilities. Even those with poor grades can join the Strategic Forces, enjoying high status and good benefits. No, I'm going to join the mobile unit. Zhou Yuan patted Carl on the shoulder. Good luck, I look forward to the day we fight side by side. Carl was somewhat surprised. Mobile Forces? Are you serious? Zhou Yuan calmly replied. The Strategic Forces internship period is too long. I don't want to waste time. The Zerg meteors are frequent. War may break out soon. I want to join the Mobile Forces, see the real Zerg, and claim my own glory. Buddy, when we meet on the battlefield, remember to salute me. Zhou Yuan firmly extended his hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. At 3 p.m., Zhou Yuan's last class ended. After saying goodbye to Carl and Rico, he went home early. There was a rugby game in the afternoon, and Rico was the captain of one of the teams, but Zhou Yuan was in a hurry to go home to inject the super soldier serum, so he declined the invitation to watch the game. He ran for 20 minutes and returned home. Zhou Yuan's parents had died in a work accident long ago, leaving him to continue his studies in South America. Begin. Zhou Yuan closed the doors and windows and took out the super soldier serum from the variable ring. He took off his clothes and injected the serum into the back of his neck. This was followed by a wave of aches and pains throughout his body. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but groan, his body convulsing violently. The burning sensation of the heat made him lose consciousness completely. When Zhou Yuan woke up at noon the next day, 20 hours had passed. He felt relaxed and full of energy. The system panel shows that he has become an enhanced human, with his attributes greatly improved, especially his brain function, which has reached 5.5. Zhou Yuan knew that his body had undergone tremendous changes. He went to the living room and began testing his new abilities. I picked up a 50-kilogram dumbbell and lifted it easily, feeling like I could lift 1,000 kilograms. On the treadmill, he ran at a speed of 5.5 meters per second, with a maximum speed of around 25 meters per second. His jumping ability has also improved, allowing him to easily surpass world records. While agility, endurance, and defense are difficult to test directly, he is confident that he will excel on the battlefield. In terms of brain function, learning ability and memory are greatly improved, and telepathy also has great potential. The next day, Zhou Yuan bought a new suit and headed to the academy. Zhou here. Carl, Rico, Carmen, and Dizzy were already waiting there. Dizzy is a classmate who has a crush on Rico. Zhou Yuan and she are on good terms. You guys are up early. Zhou Yuan walked over and gave a two-finger salute. You're late. Carl rolled his eyes. The ball started at noon, and I reminded you 4 times, but you still missed lunch. Why did no one speak after the call connected? Only make humming sounds. Oh, maybe the phone is broken. Zhou Yuan feigned surprise and turned to look at Carmen and Dizzy. Ladies, you're getting more and more beautiful. Would I have the honor of inviting you to afternoon tea? My attendants Carl and Rico will arrange everything. Carmen and Dizzy smiled and reached out their hands, which Zhou Yuan greeted with a kiss. After a little playful banter, the five of them walked into the school together. The ball wasn't anything special to Zhou Yuan. He was just going to get his graduation certificate and maybe have a few drinks. After the dance began, the five separated. Carl went to dance. Johnny and Carmen went onto the dance floor, and Dees followed Johnny. Zhou Yuan went to the edge of the venue, drinking wine and eating pastries. I thought young people all liked dances. Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind me. Zhou Yuan turned around and saw Professor Zalek. "Hello, Professor Zalek," Zhou Yuan greeted him. Gene Zalek lost his left arm in the war and became a history tutor. He will be recalled to the mobile unit in the future and become a lieutenant. I saw your itinerary. Zalek sat down, expressionless. You have telepathic abilities. Why didn't you choose the strategic forces? Recently, the Zerg meteors have been attacking Earth more and more frequently, almost every day. I think war is very likely to be coming. Staying in the rear is not my goal. I just want to crush the bugs, or be torn apart by them, Zhou Yuan said calmly. Zerg meteors refer to asteroids. Giant plasma worms among the Zerg can fire plasma cannons to strike asteroids that could potentially collide with Earth. Zalek touched his mutilated left arm and said with a smile, "Smashing bugs is fine, but being torn apart by them is too painful." After he finished speaking, he downed his whiskey in one gulp, and as he turned to leave, he said, "Rookie, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Fight to survive with all your might, and then you just leave like this?" Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, but didn't take it seriously. Bang, bang. Zhou Yuan accurately hit the paper target 50 meters away in the head. "Kid, you're a genius." Shooting coach Morgan applauded in praise. In just 1 week, Zhou Yuan went from a novice to a crack shot. "I'm lucky to have met such an excellent coach," Zhou Yuan said with a smile, handing the pistol to Morgan. A week has passed since the graduation ball, and Zhou Yuan has been busy during this time, finding shooting and combat coaches to study with, making rapid progress. "This is your last lesson. It's hard to say how much I can teach you." Morgan sighed. "You're enlisting tomorrow, aren't you? You'll definitely become a squad leader." Hopefully. Zhou Yuan looked forward to his military career. His application form had been reviewed, and he received his acceptance letter from the mobile unit 3 days ago. But the official registration will have to be done tomorrow at the recruitment point in the city center, and Rico and Carmen will go together. Rico and Zhou Yuan signed up together, while Carmen accompanied them. She was also going to the Starship Academy. Carl had already been taken away by the strategic forces. After saying goodbye to Morgan, Zhou Yuan ran home. The next morning, Zhou Yuan, Rico, and Carmen met at the recruitment point. "I thought you'd be late," Rico said, giving Zhou Yuan a hug. Rico had no intention of joining the army, but after arguing with his parents, he became determined to enlist. "They're doing this for your own good," Zhou Yuan said, patting Rico on the shoulder. "I know," Rico sighed. "I just feel like I'm all grown up now. What do you think of my suggestion?" Zhou Yuan asked. Zhou Yuan knew that Rico's hometown was about to be hit by a Zerg meteor, and he made this suggestion to help Rico's parents. "I swear, you really deserve a beating." Rico laughed and cursed, but in his heart he began to acknowledge Zhou Yuan's wisdom. Since the discovery of the Arachnid insectoids by humans 10 years ago, despite the tense situation, no large-scale conflict has broken out between the two sides. When Zhou Yuan and his two companions arrived at the stamping station, it was already 9 o'clock. The veteran in front of the stage wore the rank of corporal on his shoulder, his face was covered with scars, and his right arm and legs had been replaced with mechanical prosthetics. "Do you really want to do this arduous work?" the veteran asked casually, implying that it wasn't too late to back out unless you had no other choice. "I came with them." Carmen stepped aside, making room for Rico. Zhou Yuan handed over the consent form, looked at the veteran's prosthetic limbs, and asked softly, "Where did you lose them?" The veteran paused for a moment, then touched the prosthetic arm of his right arm with his remaining left hand. "Uranus, the battle for Uranus 8 years ago. I traded it for the lives of 28 bedbugs." Zhou Yuan nodded. "I heard that even the rain there is liquid diamond." "Bullshit," the old soldier laughed and cursed. "There's only ice there. Those swindlers are just after money." After saying that, he handed the 2 stamped consent forms back to Zhou Yuan. "When I get there, I'll kill 28 bedbugs for you." Zhou Yuan took the letter of intent and extended his hand. The veteran put away his smile and shook Zhou Yuan's hand. "Kid, not bad at sniping." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. "The Zerg's strongest tactic is swarming Zerg, with machine gunners and riflemen having the lowest survival rates, while snipers are relatively safe. Report to the bus station within 24 hours. Your ID card is your ticket. Good luck, the veteran said, turning to let the next person pass. After registering, Zhou Yuan and his 2 companions strolled around the streets, had a meal, and then went home. Just minutes after arriving home, Zhou Yuan received a notification. Federal District of Milu, Virgo Academy, student Zhou Yuan. Congratulations on being accepted into Mars Base as a mobile infantryman. The mobile force will be the place where you realize your dreams and achieve legendary status. Please bring your ID card and report to the Lima bus station before 6 p.m. on July 10, 2020. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "It's like going to college. But Mars is not a good place. By the time Rico reaches middle age, Mars will have been taken over by insects. Although Mars will never be as magnificent as it is today, as humanity's first colony, it now has a population of nearly 1 billion. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was Rico calling. "Zhou, I'm going to Mars." "Where are you going?" Rico's excited voice came through the phone. "I'm going to Mars too," Zhou Yuan replied lazily, lying on the sofa. "Meet me at the bus station entrance at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." "You're going to Mars too?" Rico was so excited, he almost jumped up. "Yes." "Zhou, I bet our recruit life will be amazing," Rico exclaimed excitedly. "Serving with you will definitely be an unforgettable experience." "I think so too." Zhou Yuan curled his lip. Without his help, Rico's life as a recruit would probably still be wonderful. "Zhou, this is amazing. I can't wait. I'm going to pack my suitcase now. I'll pick you up tomorrow." Rico hung up the phone, and Zhou Yuan shook his head and smiled. What a simpleton. He put down his phone and began to look forward to tomorrow. The next day, Zhou Yuan got up early. Now, he only needs to sleep 2 or 3 hours a day and still has plenty of energy. After breakfast, Zhou Yuan packed his luggage and prepared to take care of things at home. He covered the house with a dust-proof film to ensure it wouldn't become a bug paradise when he left. He got up at 5 o'clock, but it wasn't until 7 o'clock that he was ready. By the time Rico arrived, he was already done. Why so early? Rico came in carrying his suitcase. "Zhou, we need to get there early." Rico exclaimed excitedly. "Basic training starts tomorrow. We can go early and take the opportunity to learn about the recruit camp and make some friends." The two left quickly, Rico carrying his suitcase, with Zhou Yuan following behind. "Why didn't Carmen come?" Zhou Yuan asked. "She went to St. Paul with her parents. Starship Academy is there, so we have to go there beforehand," Rico replied. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and Rue Ku arrived at the Lima bus station. Although it was only 7:30, the station was already packed with people. "Follow me." Rico easily cleared a path through the crowded throng, and Zhou Yuan followed with ease. They quickly completed their registration and prepared to board a transport plane to the Starship base, from where they would transfer to Mars. "Rico." Zhou Yuan. When Zhou Yuan was boarding the computer, he heard a familiar voice, turned around, and saw his classmate Alan. "Dude, I never expected to run into you here." Rico excitedly hugged Alan. The announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Rookies, prepare for takeoff. 2 minutes from now, be seated and fasten your seatbelts. Everyone, please remain seated. The transport plane is ready for takeoff." This was Zhou Yuan's first time riding in a transport plane. It looked simple on the outside, but it could escape Earth's gravity and moved at an astonishing speed. As the transport plane took off, Zhou Yuan felt a jolt, and a blue light flashed on the bulkhead before disappearing, and the cabin returned to calm. The window opened, revealing a space-age glass facade. Everyone looked out, a Starship base. The Nukes base is parked to the left of the transport plane. This massive Starship base is responsible for protecting Earth and eliminating external threats. "Zhou, I think," Rico looked outside, "I might be better suited to Starship Academy." "Based on your graduation exam score of 35? Zhou Yuan laughed. Rico exclaimed excitedly. "Look at that starship, it's breathtaking." Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head, understanding Rico's excitement. A man's romance, guns, mechs, warships, who isn't drawn to these things? The pilot was considerate of the new recruits, so he slowly circled a few times and waited for 2 or 3 minutes before flying into the base's receiving port. Click! With a soft sound, the base receiver closed, and the broadcast sounded again. "Newbies, pack your things and disembark." The new recruits got up one after another, took their luggage from the overhead containers, and disembarked in order. "New recruits, please proceed straight ahead. Take your ID card to the information center for verification, and board the next transport plane according to the verification result." After passing through 2 secure, sealed doors, everyone finally arrived at the arrival hall. Next came the inquiries, directions, boarding, and finally, a transport plane to the starship. After waiting for more than half an hour, everyone boarded the starship. Just as they were about to take a look around, the pilot stopped them, informing them that the starship would be setting sail soon. Shortly after, the pilot announced that the starship was about to set sail. Everyone took their seats, and the starship successfully detached from the Newt base and headed towards Mars. Inside the starship, everyone felt almost no vibration. Suddenly, the intercom came on, and the pilot announced that the starship had arrived on Mars. Faster than light speed. Zhou Yuan looked at the time displayed on the public screen. The distance between Earth and Mars was nearly 400 million kilometers, and the starship took less than 4 minutes. How boring, Zhou Yuan thought to himself. His first experience of interstellar travel had ended so abruptly. The Federation's antimatter force field generators are rarely installed on starships. It seems they are only found in the bridge area. Zhou, have we arrived? Rico looked bewildered, clearly still not quite recovered. Almost there, Zhou Yuan replied softly, as the transport plane began its rapid descent. A few minutes later, the transport plane finally landed. The pilot led the new recruits off the plane to a training ground. The training ground was surrounded by high walls, with large space capsules placed at the base of the walls. Rookies, quiet down. The pilot pointed south. The largest capsule is the work hall. Go in to get your recruit handbook and daily necessities, and find your dormitory. The instructors will arrive at the dormitory at 8 p.m. You are free to do whatever you want before then. Remember, your ID cards are your access cards. There are 10 recruit camps here. If you haven't been assigned here, find the guide. After the driver explained in detail, everyone began to walk towards the work hall. 10 minutes later, everyone left the work hall, and Rico's face darkened. I clearly didn't bring any contraband, but they all came away. He brought 2 large suitcases, but in the end, he was left with only 2 sets of underwear. Everything else was confiscated. Zhou Yuan gloated. Wisdom is humanity's most precious treasure. He patted his small suitcase. Why didn't Rico find out what he could bring? They were assigned to the 3rd squad of the 1st recruit camp. They just needed to find their dormitories. Zhou Yuan had already spotted them. The military barracks looked like a tunnel, with standard bunk beds, 16 on each side, and bedside tables next to each other. In the corner of the dormitory, there are recreational facilities such as pool tables and chess tables, which is common in the dormitories of mobile units. Zhou Yuan and his 2 companions arrived at the dormitory ahead of time. There were only 5 or 6 new recruits inside, none of whom they knew. Let's go, let's tidy up first. Zhou Yuan walked to the beds and chose a suitable bed according to the assigned number. Hey, Zhou, Alan, come over here. Rico called out as he made the bed. What's up? Zhou Yuan turned around and asked. Rico excitedly pointed to the nameplate on the bed. This nameplate is Paul Marshall. It might be the Paul we know. Zhou Yuan and Rue Ku were high school classmates, and everyone was excited to be able to spend their recruit training period with Paul. Really? Alan ran over excitedly. We'll find out soon enough, Zhou Yuan replied casually, continuing to make the bed. After tidying up, Zhou Yuan lay down on the bed and lit a cigar. Zhou, where did you get a cigar? Rico and Alan noticed him. He hid them when we entered the work hall. Zhou Yuan took 2 cigars from under his pillow and handed one to each of them. The cigar box contains 30 cigars, and 1 cigar is automatically replenished each day. Zhou Yuan smoked 3, leaving 34 cigars. Although smoking is permitted in the military, new recruits are advised not to smoke, otherwise they may be specially targeted by veterans or instructors. Zhou Yuan noticed several new recruits looking at them, seemingly wanting cigars. Want some? I only have 3 left, you can each have half. Zhou Yuan smiled and handed over the remaining cigars. Thanks, bro. A new recruit named Kevin thanked Zhou Yuan and gave him a fist bump to express his gratitude. Just call me Zhou, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, thinking to himself that he needed to start building his social network now. Zhou, this cigar, it feels strange. Did they add something to it? Rico suddenly stopped. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes. This is a rare, ancient Chinese medicine that can restore energy and physical strength. Rico took another puff, feeling refreshed. The dormitory gradually quieted down as everyone enjoyed the peaceful moment with their cigars. Soon after, more recruits arrived, and seeing everyone smoking cigars, some were surprised and thought they had gone to the wrong dormitory. By lunchtime, the number of people in the dormitory had gradually increased to 15. Zhou Yuan became the leader of the small team. The military camp had mixed-gender dormitories and even shared shower rooms. Although the arrangement was selective, the relationships among the men and women became more harmonious. After lunch, Zhou Yuan led the new recruits on a tour of the military camp. They didn't return to their dormitories until after dinner. Inside the dormitory, 30 new recruits had already gathered. The 2 extra beds out of the 32 were probably reserved for the instructors. Around 8 o'clock, there was a knock on the dormitory door, and the instructor appeared. "Sweethearts, come here." Instructor Sim entered the dormitory. The instructor was a burly white man who was over 1.9 meters tall. He had a strong build, and his muscles were still clearly visible even in his military uniform. "Salute. Call him sir," Zhou Yuan whispered to the recruits. They all stood up and saluted, a little chaotic, but still quite professional. "From today onwards, I am your instructor. You can call me Sim, but during training you must call me Commander, and during breaks you must call me by my name. Understand?" "Understood, sir," everyone responded in unison. Sim nodded. "Meet at Training Ground 3 at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." After saying that, he left. The dormitory room suddenly became lively. "Shit, this guy looks tough." Their attitude was pretty good, wasn't it? "It's okay, Ron will take care of it." Everyone started discussing Instructor Sim, with Ron at the center of the conversation. "Leave it to me." Ron, who was mentioned, clenched his fist and laughed. "If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll take him on one-on-one during training. The instructor will never refuse a new recruit's challenge. He'll regret it later." A group of people encouraged Ron, clearly indicating his high authority in the class. Zhou Yuan, standing to the side, almost burst out laughing. The instructor was only qualified because of his comprehensive skills. He couldn't be easily challenged. Even if Ron was strong, he was far inferior to the instructor. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but anticipate the joke that would happen tomorrow. Most of the new recruits in the dormitory were willing to follow him, while Ron felt that he should be the leader of the class, which made him somewhat unhappy. A new broom sweeps clean, and Sim will definitely show his authority as an instructor. Ron is just the right person to cause trouble. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, decided to keep a low profile. He declined Rico and Alan's invitation to play cards, tidied his bed, and prepared to rest. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Yuan got up on time, dressed, and went to the washroom. The Martian night is longer than the Earth night, and it was still pitch black at 5 o'clock. After washing up, he returned to his dormitory to make his bed, and then went for a run around the barracks to warm up. With his current physical condition, an hour of running was just the right amount of warm-up, and combined with the training during the day, it would help him burn some energy so he could sleep better at night. Ding! New host identity detected. Personal module update. Achievements, titles, and shop are now available. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system feature and obtaining 6 level 3 soul gift boxes and 3 level 2 soul gift boxes. Open them. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment when he heard the system notification and then immediately opened the system interface. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, 3rd class private of the Human Federation, 18-year-old male, enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.3, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning. Items, Unlimited Ammo S500, Full Body Armor, Recovery Cigar. Title, None. Soul Points, 100. After training at the club, his marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat skills have improved, with his skill level rising from 0.6 to 1.3. His personal panel has changed slightly, but the newly unlocked achievements, titles, and shop options caught his attention. The achievements screen shows that he has obtained the Newcomer achievement and unlocked the Rookie title. This title provides a slight attribute bonus, an increase of 0.1 strength and 0.1 speed. The shop displays items that can be purchased with soul points. From basic military rations to powerful weapons like the S500 with unlimited ammo, the more soul points you have, the more powerful the items you can buy. But right now he only has 100 soul points, and there are many items he can't afford yet. Looks like I need to accumulate more soul points. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, preparing to continue gathering resources in anticipation of more powerful items and functions. Chapter 12. Ron is on the move. Ron is down. Zhou Yuan checked his personal panel, and his attributes and skills were quite good, especially the telepathy skill, which finally appeared on the panel. Without hesitation, he opened all the gift boxes and obtained some very useful equipment, including a heavy atomic nuclear energy flight wingsuit and a ZF-1 multifunctional automatic rifle. Although the rewards from the level 3 gift boxes were rather ordinary, he still put them into his variable string ring. Sigh. Zhou Yuan sighed. Only the mission function was unlocked. There might not be many benefits after that, but he knew in his heart that he had already obtained enough. After an hour and a half of warm-up, Zhou Yuan went to the restaurant for breakfast and then headed to training ground number 3. The new recruits had assembled early, and there were already more than 20 people on the training ground. None of them were late. Sim arrived on time and immediately began reprimanding the new recruits in a stern tone upon entering the arena. Damn it, you bunch of idiots, you can't even stand at attention? He had the new recruits line up quickly, with Zhou Yuan standing in the first row, his height of 1.85 meters placing him right in the center of the line. Stand like this from now on. Sim looked at the neat line with satisfaction, then began to walk around, applying pressure. Many of you are just going through the motions of military service, but you are not strong enough. After saying that, Sim walked to the front of the line with a smile and asked if there were any strong individuals among them. I think I am. Ron's voice rang out. The new recruits all looked at Ron, hoping he could challenge the instructor. Good brother, go quickly. Zhou Yuan silently cheered for Ron in his heart. Ron charged towards Sim, ready to confront the instructor. However, Sim easily reached out and stopped Ron's attack, snapping Ron's arm in an instant. God, Jesus! The surrounding recruits cried out in alarm, and many dared not look any longer. Wait, good. That's it. Sim mocked, while Zhou Yuan smiled as he watched Ron lying on the ground groaning. He accepted my cigarette, but didn't give me any face. This is what happens. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, feeling very satisfied. Chapter 13 Draw, with the instructor. Sim smiled with satisfaction at the recruits' reactions, clapped his hands, and asked Ron, Kid, are you alright? I'm fine, sir. Ron clutched his fractured right hand, enduring the excruciating pain, and managed to reply, However, it seems my arm is broken, sir. It's definitely broken. I'll give you half an hour off. Sim nodded and beckoned 2 medics to come and carry Ron away. A fracture wasn't considered a serious injury in this era. It would heal in just 10 minutes. Sim turned to the recruits and announced loudly, Who's next? The line fell silent. Ron, the strongest in Class 3, had been defeated by Sim in a single move, losing his arm in the process. Most people dared not challenge Sim and lowered their heads. After a few seconds, Zhou Yuan finally spoke. I want to try, sir. Kid, you've proven my class isn't all awards. Sim smiled slightly. Come on. Zhou Yuan stepped out of the queue and stood 3 meters away from Sim. A professional? Sim's eyes narrowed, his smile faded, and he looked extremely serious. He noticed Zhou Yuan's physique, not particularly tall, but very lean and agile, clearly possessing considerable fighting ability. Sim gestured, Let me see what you're capable of. Zhou Yuan suddenly strode towards Sim, and although he wasn't going all out, he still pounced on him at an astonishing speed. Bang! Although Sim was unexpectedly suppressed, he still managed to block Zhou Yuan's fist with his left arm and counterattack with his leg, relying on his rich experience. Zhou Yuan reacted quickly, striking Sim's foot with his left knee and knocking him back. The recruits stared wide-eyed. Although they were not strong enough, they had good eyesight and quickly realized that Zhou Yuan had the upper hand. Damn it, I was careless. Sim cursed inwardly, realizing he had been underestimated. Zhou Yuan's strength and speed were superior, and even his physical attributes were better. He had to change his tactics. After a few seconds of eye contact, the two attacked again. This time, Sim didn't confront Zhou Yuan head-on, but quickly changed tactics, using more flexible Sonda techniques to launch attacks around Zhou Yuan. I should change my tactics too. Zhou Yuan smiled and moved closer, giving Sim a chance to attack. Zhou Yuan knew in his heart that he couldn't win this match. He had to control the pace, not let Sim lose face, and at the same time demonstrate his own strength. The two engaged in fierce combat in the ensuing duel. Although Zhou Yuan retreated several times, his fighting style was extremely wild, and his combat movements were incredibly imposing. Despite being slightly at a disadvantage, he maintained a strong momentum. Bang! Sim finally gained the upper hand, kicking Zhou Yuan, who staggered backward and finally sat on the ground. Shit! Zhou almost won. The recruits exclaimed in surprise. There's nothing we can do. Sim is the instructor after all. He can train us with ease, someone said helplessly. Zhou is much better than Ron. Ron is just a tall weakling. The recruits all agreed that Zhou Yuan's performance was far superior to Ron's. Are you alright? Sim walked over, in a good mood, and reached out to help Zhou Yuan up. I'm fine, sir. Zhou Yuan wiped the dust off his clothes and replied with a smile. Your fighting skills are very impressive. I hope to learn from you again next time. No problem, get back to your unit. Sim nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the recruit line. Who's next? The new recruits all shrank back, and not one of them dared to stand up again. Chapter 14, Dizzy joins. Is no one willing to step forward? Sim's gaze sharpened, his tone turning stern as he quickly put pressure on the recruits. Recruit Flores reporting for duty, sir. A female soldier walked into the training field, carrying a bag. Dizzy. Rico's expression changed immediately when he saw her. He remembered that Diz had told him to join the tennis team, but now she was in the army. Zhou Yuan already knew that Dizzy would come, and winked at her. Here's the document, sir. Diz handed over the transfer application. Sim didn't even look at it, and coldly asked, Tell me your reason. Dizzy has good physical talent and above-average intelligence. He previously worked part-time at a telecommunications company, and his transfer application was approved. I've heard that the best instructors are here, sir. D's words were full of flattery. Sim's lips curled into a smirk, his expression suddenly turning serious. He walked up to her and coldly demanded, Tell me, what makes you qualified to join the best recruit camp? Dizzy didn't answer, but took 2 steps back and assumed a fighting stance. Come on, sweetheart, Sim said casually. Sweetheart. Dizzy frowned, his anger rising, and he swung his fist at Sim. Sim easily dodged and locked her right hand, but unexpectedly, Dee's body was extremely flexible, and she punched Sim in the face with her left fist. Sim sneered, swept her to the ground with a leg sweep, and pressed his knee against her neck. Rookie, get in the last row. Sim only stopped when Dee rolled his eyes. With a backpack and a transfer application, Dizzy joined the queue with a smile. Seeing that Rueika's expression was not happy, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but think, you don't want a woman who would risk her life for you? For hours later, the morning training ended. Sim did not do any high-intensity training. It mainly consisted of basic exercises such as standing in formation and running in formation. Fuck, I really want to kill Sim. The recruits complained about Sim's training. Don't mess with him, he's not someone to be trifled with. Kevin responded with a cold laugh, his words carrying a hint of respect when he mentioned Zhou Yuan. Ron retorted, Sim is a bastard. He hit me with a stick more than 10 times this morning. Zhou Yuan patted Ron on the shoulder and advised, Ron is too direct, but his character deserves respect. We need to unite to fight against Sim. Ron was moved by Zhou Yuan's words, his expression softened, and he nodded. Believe me, Ron, we'll be friends, comrades. Zhou Yuan chuckled inwardly and began planning what to do next. Chapter 15, The Boss of Class 3. Zhou. Looking at Zhou Yuan's warm smile, Ron suddenly felt ashamed, and a sense of guilt rose in his heart. He felt like a traitor. When he entered the dormitory, Zhou Yuan was the first person to greet him, warmly offering him cigarettes and introducing him to the other dormitory members. However, later, because Zhou Yuan was popular in the dormitory, Ron became jealous, feeling that Zhou Yuan was forming cliques. Looking back now, Ron feels he didn't deserve it. He forgot the most basic sense of loyalty. I understand, it's okay. Zhou Yuan patted Ron on the back, then lightly punched his own heart. Guys, stop dawdling. We'll have to wait in line if we're late. Okay, let's go. Everyone agreed, and they walked around Zhou Yuan towards the restaurant. After the little incident, the recruits felt that Zhou Yuan was a person who could make friends, and they respected him even more. The new recruits in the 3rd platoon eat a little late, but the canteen is large enough to comfortably accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Shit, it's this awful stuff again. I bet the chef is Indian. The queue was filled with complaints. The food in the recruit camp was terrible. The dishes were like Play-Doh, with an awful texture. Vegetables, beef, and corn were almost all mashed up, and they didn't even taste very good. Zhou Yuan didn't care too much. After all, he had prepared in advance, having prepared cigarettes, alcohol, and good food before enlisting and hiding them in his ring. He could only enjoy them in private, since such things couldn't be made public. Zhou, over here. After Zhou Yuan got his food, Rico had already found a table with Paul and Alan sitting next to him, which looked like a table from the Virgo Academy. Rich kid, can you even eat this? Zhou Yuan asked jokingly as he sat down. This is nothing, Rico shrugged, showing off. I'm an athlete. My nutrition meals are much worse than this. It's normal that you don't know. After all, not everyone can join the school team and receive an invitation from a professional team in advance. By the way, Zhou, what's the deal with your fighting skills? Paul and Alan were also curious and looked at Zhou Yuan. Of course it's the result of hard work. Zhou Yuan casually made up an excuse. I joined the shooting and fighting club in my first year of high school, giving me a 4-year head start over you guys. Boys, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Dee's voice came. We were talking about what happened this morning. Rico turned around, his smile fading. If you had come 5 minutes earlier, you would have seen me and Sim fight. Zhou Yuan made a fist and chin resting gesture. Maggie told me, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Buddy, you gotta grab this opportunity. All the girls in your class are interested, especially Maggie. She's planning to sneak into your bed tonight. Rico said dismissively, is this spot empty? Then he gave Ditz a perfunctory response. Dees looked a little disappointed and turned to Rico. This position is Kevin's. Rico didn't look up, answering calmly, and Paul and Alan stopped bothering him. Zhou Yuan, however, was drawn to what Dizzy had said. Maggie was coming to his bed? Maggie was a girl who was no more than 1.7 meters tall and weighed nearly 150 pounds. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but shudder, thinking that he would have to be careful tonight. Kevin. Dizzy turned around and saw Kevin sitting at the next table, realizing that Rico's words were not very reliable. Rico, what's wrong? Dizzy asked, taking a deep breath. Rico looked at her, his voice a little impatient. I signed up for the army, you signed up too, and now you've transferred to my class, and you're asking me what's wrong? Rico. Dizzy wanted to explain, but didn't say it aloud. After all, Rico was right. She put pressure on him, but if he didn't fight for it, nothing would be possible. After a moment of silence, Dizzy picked up his tray and left, looking dejected. Rico, what is love? Zhou Yuan asked, looking at Rico. Rico paused for a moment, then nodded. I can give up everything for Carmen. The answer is clear. She likes you, even loves you, Zhou Yuan said casually. She gave up her chance as a professional athlete to join the army with you. Do you think her parents will support her? Do you think infantry has a better future than professional athletes? Zhou Yuan's tone gradually became serious. Do you think she can survive to the end on the battlefield? Chapter 16, Phase 2 of training is about to begin. Is no one willing to step forward? Sim asked the new recruits, his tone growing increasingly stern. Recruit Flores reporting for duty, sir. Dees walked into the training field carrying his backpack. Dizzy. Rico was stunned. He remembered that she had said she wanted to join the tennis team, but now she was in the army. Zhou Yuan knew that Ditz would come, and winked at her. Dees handed over his transfer application, and Sim coldly inquired about the reason. She said she'd heard there were the best instructors here. Sim raised an eyebrow and asked her what made her qualified to join. Dizzy didn't answer, but assumed a fighting stance. Come on, sweetheart, Sim said casually, ready to accept the challenge. Sweetheart. Dizzy angrily threw a punch, but Sim easily dodged and subdued her. She retaliated with her left fist, but Sim ignored her, kicked her to the ground, pressed his knee into her neck, and ordered her to stand in the last row. Dees was forced to accept, and with a backpack and application form, he joined the queue with a smile. Zhou Yuan noticed that Rico was unhappy and thought to himself, you don't want a woman who's willing to risk her life for you? After lunch break, training continued. Today's training was basically an opening ceremony, mainly consisting of drills and basic exercises. Sim didn't train much. Everyone was tired, but they knew this was just the beginning. The next day, Sim increased the intensity. Any slight imperfection in standing in formation or endurance running would result in beatings, and many recruits were left with injuries. After half a month of training, the number of new recruits in the 3rd platoon decreased from 31 to 22. After the training session, everyone sat together to discuss the upcoming second phase of training. We'll get our guns tomorrow. The new recruits were excited and eagerly awaited the start of the second phase. Joe, what branch of the military do you want to be? Ron asked. Machine gunner, Zhou Yuan replied. The Arachnid Zerg are adept at swarm tactics, and machine guns are suitable for dealing with them. What about the pistol? Rico asked. The most powerful, Zhou Yuan explained. In an emergency, a pistol can be a life-saving trump card. The new recruits nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of choosing their branch of service. Zhou Yuan's analysis made everyone realize that choosing the right weapons and troop types can greatly increase the chances of survival. Chapter 17 Class Monitor. The next day, the new recruits of the 3rd platoon got up very early. Although the assembly time was 7 o'clock, they arrived at training ground number 3 at 6:30. Not only Class 3, but all the other classes were in the same situation. The 10 recruit classes at the base were waiting for their instructors to arrive. Today is the day the new recruits receive their weapons, and everyone is looking forward to it, including Zhou Yuan. After all, these are free weapons, so they can practice their marksmanship and get a feel for the game. and they can save durability when they go to the battlefield in the future. Although humanity has entered the interstellar age, it still uses gunpowder firearms for a simple reason. The carapace of the Arachnid insectoids has extremely strong absorption and resistance to energy weapons. Energy weapons are expensive and not yet fully mature, making gunpowder weapons a more suitable choice for killing insects. Sim finally appeared, coldly waving his hand. "Shut up and come with me." After saying that, he strode towards the gate of the recruit camp. "Go." The recruits quickly formed 3 columns and followed closely behind. Mars Base is the first military base established by humans on Mars, and it is also the largest one to date. The arms depot is located in the center of the base. It takes recruits 10 minutes by car to get there. Sim got off the bus first to inquire, while Zhou Yuan and the other recruits waited on the bus. A few minutes later, everyone got off the bus and split into 2 groups to begin registration. Zhou Yuan wasn't in a hurry and lined up last. He handed over his ID card and announced the weapon combination he had prepared beforehand. SAW, S8, S500, Kukriar. Light machine gun, large revolver, hook-type Nepalese kukri, a newbie for killing insects, the registrar complained. This combination is usually chosen by new recruits when they feel they can wreak havoc in combat. "I want to be a machine gunner." Zhou Yuan shrugged, not arguing further. Weapon allocations can be changed upon request, and the decision on which weapon to choose for combat will only be made after the basic training period ends. After receiving his weapons, Zhou Yuan discovered that the new recruits' privileges were indeed limited. They weren't issued sophisticated equipment such as tactical lights, noise reducers, or individual radios. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to go back, Ron ran over, carrying an S500 revolver. "Zhou, my magazine is broken." Zhou Yuan helplessly stretched out his hand. "Press and hold this button first, then put it back." Ron hugged him excitedly. "You're a genius. You're really something else." Zhou Yuan shook his head and sighed. On the way back to the recruit camp, Sim stood up, holding a tablet, and said, "Rookies, your second phase of training has begun. Firearms tactics and physical combat are different. You can't train separately anymore." Next, Sim announced that the recruits would be divided into 3 squads and appointed squad leaders and squad leaders. "Zhou, you are the squad leader and squad leader of Squad 1. Rico, you are squad leader of Squad 2. ACE, you are squad leader of Squad 3. Chapter 18 Live Fire Shooting? Sim walked over to Zhu 1, patted him on the shoulder, and then encouraged Rico and Ace Levy, in turn. Ace's name comes from the day his father lost gambling, and ACE stands for Ace. "Zhou, well done," Sim said with a smile. "Rico, you defended the honor of our football superstar duo." The new recruits came over to congratulate him. Zhou Yuan's grades had always been first in the class, Rueike second, and Lao a third. These 3 were undoubtedly the class leader and squad leader. However, Sim coldly reminded him, the class monitor and squad leader are not fixed positions. "In my class, the positions belong only to the strongest. Whoever can defeat them can take their place." He added, "Starting today, the weakest will enjoy preferential treatment, and you don't want to know what that is." The new recruits were a little nervous and began to worry that they would be the weakest and suffer preferential treatment from Sim. Back at Recruit Camp 1, Sim gave the recruits a 10-minute break to change their gear. During this time, he went to the work hall and had an assistant bring over a truckload of folding tables, preparing to begin firearms disassembly and assembly training. The new recruits were thrilled to receive their new gear. Although some had some experience with firearms before, the equipment of the mobile unit was state-of-the-art, something ordinary clubs simply couldn't access. "All right, stop grinning." Sim gestured for everyone to stand at the table. "You all need to understand the weapons you have. Today, I'll teach you how to disassemble, maintain, and assemble firearms." The disassembly and assembly of firearms were not complicated, and the recruits quickly grasped the essentials. Although Zhou Yuan intentionally slowed down, he still disassembled them extremely quickly, even impressing the 2 corporals. "This kid has talent," the 2 corporals praised. Sim was also very satisfied, believing that Zhou Yuan had brought him honor. The disassembly and assembly training continued until 9 o'clock. Sim waved for everyone to stop and asked David, "Is everything ready over there?" "It's done." David nodded. Sim smiled and said, "Put the gear on your back, and we'll head to the live ammunition area for some live fire exercises." "Yes," the recruits responded excitedly. "We're going to shoot." However, Sim's face darkened, and he walked up to Clancy and kicked him to the ground. "Are you an idiot?" Sim roared. "Didn't it say in the recruit handbook? Unless it's an exercise, Never point your gun at your own men. The surrounding recruits were startled and quickly became quiet. Sim crouched down, grabbed Clancy by the collar, and said sternly, "If anyone else does this, I'll break their hand. Understand?" Understood. The recruits responded in unison, adjusting their guns to point at the ground. Very good, let's go. Sim nodded in satisfaction and led the team to the main gate of the recruit camp. Every time Sim warns a student, he always encounters a not-so-bright student, making his work go very smoothly. Chapter 19 The Sharpshooter, first glimpse of his skill. Upon arriving at the live-fire training area, the recruits' excitement subsided slightly. Sim's live-fire shooting was simply to let them experience the feeling of firing a gun. Each rifleman received only one magazine with 50 rounds. The machine gunners fared even worse, receiving only a makeshift ammunition belt with 100 rounds, and each pistolman received 10 rounds. "Sir, there aren't enough bullets," the new recruits complained. "Shut up, all of you," Sim roared, then took a rifle from his assistant. "You've never fired live ammunition before. Am I crazy to give you more bullets, or are you crazy? Come on, let me demonstrate for you first." Sim didn't waste any words, walked to the firing position, and demonstrated the firing procedure to the recruits, explaining in detail how to use the safety button and mode button. The new recruits listened attentively, and Sim's concise words were very helpful to them. "Do you understand?" Sim asked. "Understood, sir." The recruits responded in unison. "Very good, lead the team." Sim gestured to the two assistant instructors to lead the recruits into groups and begin shooting training. Zhou Yuan wasn't in a hurry to go on stage and was placed last. He knew Sim did this to observe whether there were any shooting talents in the class. Once the live-fire shooting began, the firing range became extremely noisy. Most of the new recruits performed poorly. Their shots on the 100-meter target barely hit the bullseye, and some even missed the target entirely. "Shit, I'm sure there's something wrong with this gun," a recruit complained after being pulled away. Time ticked by, and finally, it was Zhou Yuan's turn. Everyone's attention was now focused on him. "Zhou, it's up to you." They all had high hopes, wishing Zhou Yuan a good performance, but also hoping he wouldn't perform too well, lest the gap between them become too large. "We can begin," David waved, and Zhou Yuan lay down to prepare to fire. Zhou Yuan initially chose single-fire mode, but after a few shots, he switched to fully automatic mode. Bang! Every bullet hit the bullseye precisely. Even with rapid fire, the score remained consistent, with the worst score still being a 5 ring. Zhou Yuan's performance increasingly astonished the crowd. His accuracy and consistency left everyone speechless. Sim was also full of anticipation. He picked up his binoculars and looked at the target 100 meters away. He saw that after Zhou Yuan fired 100 bullets, a hole had been punched in the bullseye. "Sim, I don't think we have anything left to teach him," Stussy and David, who were standing on either side of Sim, said in a low voice. "Besides all this nonsense, is there anything else you want to say?" Sim rolled his eyes. He had already noticed Zhou Yuan's unusual behavior. After training, Zhou Yuan was surrounded by the new recruits, who gave him high fives and congratulated him, their eyes full of admiration. "All right, get back to where you're supposed to stand," Sim shouted, and everyone returned to their lines. "Kid, have you practiced before?" Sim walked up to Zhou Yuan and asked in a low voice. "Yes, sir," Zhou Yuan said without any modesty. "I'm a member of the shooting club, and my scores even meet the military standards." "Records aren't made by talking." Sim nodded. "I'll upgrade your privileges. Come see me after dinner." "Yes, sir." Zhou Yuan nodded, secretly pleased. Sim was clearly preparing to give him special treatment. Back in the queue, Zhou Yuan knew that Sim had taken a great interest in him, which meant more opportunities for him. Chapter 20. It's become a fragrant steamed bun. 5 minutes later, Sim led the 3rd platoon of recruits back to the basic training field. The recruits began to complain, especially those who had chosen machine guns. They needed to carry weapons during physical training, which was the 2nd phase of training. The training that day was extremely intense, and everyone was almost completely exhausted. By evening, more than a dozen of the 22 new recruits were collapsed on their beds, unable to even eat. "Zhou, you're a monster." Old A's bed was right across from Zhou Yuan's. He saw Zhou Yuan preparing to take a shower instead of resting and complained helplessly. Zhou Yuan had nothing to say. After all, he had displayed extraordinary physical fitness and marksmanship today, and Old A was completely convinced. That's the benefit of getting used to it beforehand. Zhou Yuan shrugged and smiled. "Before enlisting, I had a lot of training experience, and the instructors were all retired veterans." Then, he said goodbye to everyone, went to take a shower and prepare dinner, and also went to get some goodies from his cousin. After a quick shower and dinner, Zhou Yuan went to the live fire training area. Sim was already waiting there, as were David and Stussy. Zhou Yuan noticed that the instructors from the other recruit platoons were also chatting nearby. Hey, our all-around talent is here. David greeted Zhou Yuan with a smile. Sir. Zhou Yuan nodded and saluted, recognizing the familiar face. Sim smiled and gestured for Zhou Yuan to try out the weapons. Take a look at these guns. How many can you handle? There were many firearms on the table, mostly rifles and sniper rifles, with only 2 or 3 machine guns. Let me see what you're capable of. Sim gestured for Zhou Yuan to begin firing. Zhou Yuan didn't disappoint the audience. He first chose the A8 sniper rifle, a popular choice because it could be converted into a rifle simply by changing 3 modules. He fired a shot, hitting a human-shaped target a kilometer away and creating a hole in it. The next 2 shots hit the lower left and lower right of the first hole respectively, forming a shape. A generous gift of crabs. Damn it. Something's wrong with this kid. The instructors looked at Zhou Yuan's score in astonishment, simply unable to believe that he could achieve such accuracy. The A8 has a maximum range of 2,000 meters, but Zhou Yuan's shooting has broken through the conventional limits, and even the instructors cannot do better than him. Zhou Yuan didn't stop there. He then tried rifles, pistols, machine guns, and even a handheld Gatling gun. His scores were almost perfect, demonstrating outstanding performance. This kid, I want him. Richard, the instructor from Class 1, walked towards Zhou Yuan with a smile, his eyes gleaming with desire. You can join the Special Operations team directly. Richard is the vice captain, and his squad is responsible for special missions, and Zhou Yuan is clearly a good fit for the role. Sim saw through Richard's intentions, frowned, and shoved him aside. Get out of my way. Sim, relax, we just want to encourage the new recruits. Second platoon instructor Joe chuckled, pushing past Sim. I bet you know about the mechanized unit. They even have missiles there. Zhou Yuan felt somewhat uncomfortable, suddenly surrounded by so many instructors, and seemed at a loss for what to do. He knew that his performance had attracted attention. He had only just demonstrated his abilities, and they had already taken notice. Fuck. A staff member from the arms department suddenly cursed, breaking the tense atmosphere. Has the bug gone mad? The weapons we brought in tonight have to be taken back after this. The instructors around laughed him, and Zhou Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had become the focus of attention among the new recruits. Chapter 21 Big Event. What's going on? Sim and the others rushed over as soon as they saw that something was wrong. The 2 staff members from the arms department held tablets, their faces grave. Zhou Yuan followed, but since there were only 2 tablets, he couldn't get one and could only hear some of the sounds. We have witnessed an unprecedented tragedy, with the entire city reduced to ruins and the death toll exceeding 8 million. So that's what happened. Zhou Yuan understood what had occurred as soon as he heard the first sentence. The plasma cannon fired by the plasma worm struck a passing asteroid, altering its trajectory. The debris ultimately crashed into Earth, destroying Buenos Aires. That was Rico's hometown. Damn bedbugs. Fuck, what are those cowards in the Starfleet doing? Guys, I think we should head back to the office building. After reading the news, Sim and the other instructors were furious. The fact that a Zerg meteor could attack Earth clearly indicated a problem with the defenses at the Nut base. Kid, you can go back by yourself. Sim left these simple words and led the other instructors away hurriedly, heading towards the central building of the Mars base. Guys, I'm off too. Zhou Yuan said goodbye to the staff and quickly returned to the recruit camp. He knew that Rico's home was in Buenos Aires. He had suggested that Rico persuaded his parents to go on a trip, and fortunately, they did, but he didn't know if they had returned home yet. Back in the dormitory, the atmosphere was extremely tense. All the new recruits were gathered around the public screen, watching live news about Buenos Aires and complaining as they watched. Rico, where are Jose and Mary? Zhou Yuan asked hurriedly. Thanks, buddy. Rico excitedly gave Zhou Yuan a hug. Seeing Rico's reaction, Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Rico's parents were probably still traveling. Have you contacted them? Zhou Yuan pressed. Yes. Rico exclaimed excitedly. I was terrified. Then the broadcast said that the network at the recruit camp would be open tonight, so I called immediately. They came after they found out I was on Mars, and are now in the life garden behind the base. They said they'd be coming to see us in a couple of days, and if there's anything you'd like to eat, you'd better call now, Rico added. It's good that you're all right. Zhou Yuan finally felt relieved and went back to bed. Zhou, thank you so much this time. You saved their lives. Rico excitedly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and said, I can't imagine what I would have done with today's news if I hadn't listened to you. You saved them yourself. I only offered a suggestion, Zhou Yuan replied casually. If you insist on thanking me, then stop eyeing the squad leader position. I heard you're planning to team up with old A to take me down. That won't do. Rico raised an eyebrow and punched Zhou Yuan in the stomach. The class monitor is mine. Just you wait. TCH, stupid Johnny Rico. Zhou Yuan joked. Didn't you realize I was joking? Even if you and old A were together, you wouldn't be a match for me. Damn it. The class monitor is getting replaced tomorrow. Rico shouted angrily. After the minor skirmish, Rico went back to check the news, while Zhou Yuan opened the public screen on his bedside table to learn more about the attack on Earth. The Federation's official account states that the asteroid was discovered at the Newt base, but it was too large to be destroyed in one go. The remaining debris caused the disaster. Zhou Yuan was skeptical. After all, the Newt base was Earth's protective fortress with extremely strong combat capabilities. Although the official explanation was simple, the asteroid was moving very fast, and the fact that such a powerful defensive force as the Newt base couldn't stop it clearly raised many questions. If that asteroid truly harbored plasma worms, or if it was a mistake by the interstellar fleet, then the situation would be complicated. In any case, Zhou Yuan understood that this event had little to do with his current status. After all, he was still just a recruit. Sigh. Zhou Yuan sighed, then checked his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, third-class private of the Human Federation, 18-year-old male, enhanced human. Attributes, strength 3.2, speed 2.7, jump 2.5, agility 2.5, stamina 3, defense 3, healing 3.2, skill 1.4, mental ability 5.6. Skills, rapid memorization, rapid learning, telepathy. Items, heavy atom flight wingsuit, ZF, 1 rifle, infinite ammo saw. Title, Perseverance, increases strength, speed, and healing by 0.2. Soul points, 100. Over the past 2 weeks, his attributes have improved, especially his skills and mental abilities. Although his title has also been upgraded, it hasn't been of much practical use. He knew that soon his basic training would be over, at which point he would have to choose which unit to join. Some units killed insects every day, while others had hardly ever seen insects. Perhaps we should ask Sim to see which units are on more dangerous missions. Chapter 22, The Beginning of the War. That evening at 9 p.m., the Federation announced its follow-up action plan to the destruction of Buenos Aires, a direct counterattack against the Arachnid Zerg, followed by an attack on the Zerg homeworld of Krendisu to completely annihilate the Zerg. However, whether this plan could be implemented remained uncertain. Krendisu is extremely far from Earth, with countless insectoid planets in between. Plasma cannons are densely packed like a fishing net, and the interstellar fleet must clear out the insectoid planets before it can approach the insectoid homeworld. The next day, training continued, but due to the events in Buenos Aires, the training curriculum at the recruit camp was adjusted. Physical training decreased, while live-fire training increased, and everyone realized that war might be imminent. Andy, gun barrels forward, no turning back with the gun barrels on. Akil, hold your gun steady. Zhou Yuan, holding a pointer, stood beside the laser simulation training field, urging the new recruits on. As the squad leader, Zhou Yuan's workload increased significantly. He was exempted from most of the basic training and became Sim's assistant instructor, responsible for supervising the new recruits' training. He was no stranger to the training content. In fact, he learned a lot of tactical details from observing. Rico is the person he's focusing on monitoring because he made a wrong decision in the original storyline, leading to the accidental death of a recruit. Zhou Yuan is determined to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. Kid, I heard you're really interested in killing insects? Sim asked Zhou Yuan as he walked over after the simulation ended. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan replied firmly. I only want to smash the bugs head on, or be torn to pieces by them. Sim smiled, a rare sight, and looked up to the west. That's what I used to think too. So I went to Tharsus Fortress. Tharsus Fortress? Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, trying to recall. Tharsus is a supermassive extinct volcano on Mars. The crater has been developed into the Tharsus Fortress. It is surrounded by yellow plateaus with a harsh environment and almost no vegetation. Sir, is there an insect infestation there? Zhou Yuan asked. Every single day. Sim sighed, seemingly recalling the past. It's not a good place, but every year there are hot-blooded rookies who want to go. The bugs are highly sensitive to heat and can detect any living person within a kilometer, not even in a spacesuit. Moreover, Insects are very sensitive to energy. Electromagnetic waves and radiation can excite them even more, Zhou Yuan added. Sim's eyes gleamed. Do you know what's inside Tharsus Fortress? 2 ecological transformation towers, a climate balance tower, and the only large communication window on Mars. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that Tharsus Fortress was not only the front line on Mars, but also responsible for guarding the 4 life towers and attracting the insect swarm. He made up his mind to go there. Sir, can you do me a favor? Zhou Yuan asked with a confident smile. What is it? Sim asked with a smile. Send me to Tharsus Fortress. Zhou Yuan said directly. Okay, Sim agreed. At night, Zhou Yuan checked information about the Tharsus Fortress in bed. The photos showed 4 life towers standing in the crater, surrounded by steel structures, in a desolate landscape. Zhou Yuan was thrilled. To be able to fight against insects in such a place was a man's choice. He decided that no matter what, Tharsus Fortress was his target. Although basic training lasts only a month, the future of each recruit is uncertain. Most recruits undergo extensive training, but only a few have the opportunity to go directly to the battlefield. Frontline bases like Tharsus Fortress prioritize veterans when replenishing their ranks, leaving recruits with virtually no chance. Go to sleep. Zhou Yuan drifted off to sleep with anticipation, waiting for the next day to arrive. Chapter 23. The recruitment training period is over. Before he knew it, the last day of his recruit training period had arrived. Zhou Yuan had had a very easy time during this period, with almost nothing to do except assist Sim. Sim's long-awaited joint training ultimately failed to take place because the instructors from the other classes were well aware of Zhou Yuan's abilities and would not allow the competition to occur. No one wanted to lose. Coupled with the devastation in Buenos Aires, the Federation launched its offensive against the Zerg, and all the instructors were busy training new recruits, leaving no time to organize a competition. It's worth mentioning that the 3rd platoon has lost 4 more men, leaving only 18 new recruits. These men weren't eliminated, but rather chose to leave. They were afraid of war and gave up after hearing rumors of it. Although no one looks down on them, their original purpose in joining the mobile unit was simply to make a living. Nevertheless, the 18 recruits who remained steadfast, knowing they would receive their assignments the next day and become true mobile infantry. On the last day of basic training, everyone returned to their dormitories, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Over the past month, whether they were enemies or friends, they had all forged deep bonds of camaraderie during training, and now that they were about to part ways, it was inevitable that they felt reluctant to leave. Normally, Zhou Yuan would step in to liven things up during these awkward silences, but today he didn't know what to say. After all, the time and opportunity to meet again after parting were uncertain, and some people might never see each other again in this lifetime. 2 people come and help. Sim's voice broke the silence. Zhou Yuan stood up and walked over with Ron and Kevin. They saw Sim driving a convertible military truck with 8 large boxes in the trunk, marked as supply boxes rather than weapon boxes. The restaurant is offering free drinks today, Sim said with a smile. Let's get started. Zhou Yuan instructed the 2 men to unload the goods, and the other recruits also began to move them. Everyone got excited when Sim said they could drink. Drinking in the army is a big deal. Only new recruits get this privilege as a celebration of their transition from recruit training. Once the box was opened, all sorts of wines and snacks were available, enough for everyone to drink until midnight. Rookies, let's get this going. Sim shouted with boundless enthusiasm. Drink as much as you can, and if you're still hungry, you can get more from the restaurant. Yes. The recruits cheered and immediately began to devour the food and drinks. Although not all new recruits drink alcohol, even those who can't eat can enjoy the food to their heart's content. The dishes Sim brought were much better than the school meals. Fuck. Sim sighed inwardly as he looked at the recruits' happy faces. Every year when he saw off the new recruits, Sim felt a pang of reluctance. These rookies were going to fight to the death on the battlefield, while he had to stay on Mars, guarding the safest place, which made him feel ashamed. Sir, thanks. Zhou Yuan walked over to Sim with a bottle of baijiu and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Sim brought several bottles of baijiu, Chinese liquor, and Zhou Yuan was the only Chinese person in the class, so Sim had obviously prepared it especially for him. Kid, that's not how you drink alcohol. Sim rolled his eyes as he watched Zhou Yuan gulp down the liquor. Be careful you don't end up in the infirmary if you don't drink. It's okay. I have a high alcohol tolerance. I've been drinking since I was a kid. Zhou Yuan shook his head nonchalantly. His cells regenerate quickly and his metabolism is extremely high, making it virtually impossible for him to get drunk. On the contrary, he wants to have a good drink. Let's see who can hold their liquor better. Sim laughed as he opened a bottle of whiskey and drank with Zhou Yuan. As glasses clinked, the atmosphere in Class 3's dormitory grew increasingly lively. With food and drinks prepared, everyone raised their glasses, discussing their hopes and dreams for the future. Some of the new recruits with low alcohol tolerance got drunk after only a few sips. Some even cried and acted out, but they were quickly restrained. Zhou Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as each new recruit toasted him, thanking him for his care all along. He knew that not all recruits were as wealthy as Rico. Some students from poor families couldn't even afford cigarettes and snacks. Zhou Yuan provided them with what they needed while also respecting their dignity. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. Being toasted by the new recruits at the dinner table meant that he held an extraordinary place in their hearts. He hoped that next time he drank, the person toasting him would not be a private, but a sergeant-level officer, or even higher. The three major federal armed forces are divided into 16 ranks, from private to 5-star general, and the head of the force is elected by the soldiers and holds the highest military power. Zhou Yuan is currently a private 3rd class, and he will be promoted to private 2nd class in a couple of days. Chapter 24 Heading to Tharsus Fortress. The next day, Zhou Yuan woke up from his dream, stretched, and realized it was already 2 p.m. He had been drinking with everyone until dawn the night before, and was now the earliest riser in the dormitory. The public screen next to the door lit up. He went over to check, and, sure enough, it was a notification about the new recruits' assignments. He quickly found his information. With Sim's help, he was assigned to Tharsus Fortress, to the 3rd Company of the Western Army's Defense Forces. Tharsus Fortress had 4 defense units, each guarding one of the 4 main lines of defense. Of the others, 11 out of 17 were assigned to Marseille, and 6 went to Mariner's Gorge. Although Mariner's Gorge had a harsh environment, it was relatively safe. A wonderful new life is about to begin. After confirming that he was going to Tharsus, Zhou Yuan felt relieved, tidied up his dormitory, and went to the cafeteria for a meal. When I got back to the dorm, everyone was already awake and gathered around the public chat screen to check the assignment results. Those who stayed in the Malski base were happy because they didn't have to go through another unfamiliar journey. Boss, you're going to the volcanic highlands. Zhou, did you see where you're going? You're the only one who went to Tharsus Fortress. Everyone expressed their Zhou Yuan explained with a smile. I asked Sim to help me apply for this. There's a bug plague at Tharsus Fortress every day, which is exactly where I want to go. Shit, there's even such a thing. Everyone else said that if they could apply, they would also like to go to the place that best suits them. Olda suddenly said, the destinations are assigned according to grades. The top-performing students go to Tharsus, the fortress, while the worst-performing students stay in Mars. We're in the middle, going to Sailor Canyon. I see. Everyone realized, and they were stunned, especially those who had just been clamoring to request a transfer. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yuan suggested that they all go and inquire about their whereabouts. He discovered that the squad leaders from Tharsus Fortress had all been assigned to the 3rd Company of the Western Army's Defense Force. This unit had limited capacity. How could it accept so many new recruits at once? He suspected that the unit might have suffered heavy casualties recently. The next day, all the new recruits assembled at Recruit Camp 1, preparing to head to Fort Tharsus. Nearly 1,000 people gathered, and the transport planes were already parked. Zhou Yuan's 6 teammates will accompany him to Tharsus Fortress. They hug each other, offer their blessings, and Rico and the others remind Zhou Yuan to be careful. I will. I wish you all the best. Zhou Yuan smiled and said goodbye, nodding to Sim. Sim stood to the side, his eyes slightly red, saying little, just watching quietly. Zhou, we should go. Squad leader Blake reminded Zhou Yuan that the transport plane was ready for takeoff. Okay. Zhou Yuan agreed, waved goodbye, and then boarded the plane. Most of the passengers on the transport plane were strangers. They were all new recruits fresh out of basic training. Newbies, welcome aboard this flight. Pilot Miller's voice rang out over the intercom. Next, I'm taking you to hell. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, his eyes narrowed, full of energy. Chapter 25, Zombie Siege, Insect Version. After the transport plane took off, the pilot opened the protective window. Zhou Yuan sat by the window and looked out through the glass. He found that the scenery was not as expected. The Martian surface was almost devoid of green, only a yellow wasteland. After flying for a while, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a large swarm of insects, wandering on the ground like ants. Occasionally, he could also see many bombing zones, full of insect corpses and missile craters. The whole scene was desolate. At this moment, Zhou Yuan became excited. Although he had seen insect corpses in anatomy class when he was in high school, they were all sand beetles. Today, however, he finally saw the scale of the insect race with his own eyes. The Arachnid insectoid race has many species, including the warrior insect, jumping insect, sand beetle, and plasma insect. The warrior insect is enormous and charges without regard for its own life, hence its nickname soldier insect. The jumping insect is smaller than the warrior insect but can fly, and is often called locust. The plasma insect, they possess enormous size and powerful plasma cannons capable of destroying starships. But these insects are just the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Yuan knew there were many more undiscovered insect species. For example, the parasitic and controllable dominator insects, and the interstellar traveler starship insects. Most of the insects in front of him were just soldier insects and locusts. The rare plasma insect species could only be found on insect planets. 20 minutes later, the transport plane arrived above Tharsus Fortress. Seeing Tharsus Fortress below, Zhou Yuan exclaimed in amazement. The extinct volcano before him was enormous, with Tharsus Fortress situated inside, surrounded by swarms of insects that launched attacks intermittently. The Tharsus Fortress boasts a formidable defense system, with an outer layer of electric fences and multiple inner layers of automatic turrets and sentry towers, effectively isolating all threats. Despite the relentless onslaught of insects and the countless obstacles formed by the piled-up insect corpses on the perimeter, numerous casualties were inflicted. Meanwhile, on the western wall of the Tharsus Fortress, soldiers of the Third Company were on duty. The reinforcements are finally coming. I'm so fed up with working overtime, a soldier complained. What can these rookies who can't even hold a gun properly do? Another soldier sneered. Despite their urgent need for reinforcements, they did not have high hopes for the new recruits' abilities, and even hoped to take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Shortly after, the 3 transport planes landed smoothly. The new recruits disembarked with their luggage, appearing somewhat reserved. Zhou Yuan glanced around. The 3 transport planes carried 75 new recruits. Don't just stand there, come here, a corporal called to them, urging them to leave the airfield. I love this place, it's heaven, Brown muttered under his breath, a broad smile playing on his lips. He was the squad leader of the 10th Squad, transferred from the number 1 recruit camp at Marseille. The other 6 squad leaders came from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Zhou Yuan squad, 5th, 8th, and 9th squads, respectively. They used to be rivals, but now they are comrades. It is indeed a good place. Zhou Yuan nodded, feeling a surge of heat rising in his heart as well. The Tharsus forward base is completely different from ordinary bases, with advanced military equipment. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw the Federation's latest 5-meter-tall combat robot, which was awe-inspiring. These combat robots are equipped with controlled nuclear fusion devices. Although the technology is currently extremely difficult, and the Federation can only produce miniaturized versions, they are still powerful weapons. Zhou Yuan knew that strategic equipment like individual mechs would still require a long time before mass production. Nevertheless, he understood that his current environment would determine the risks and challenges of future missions. He secretly checked the system shop. Although he could only access the basic shop, it was enough for him to prepare for the upcoming battle. Chapter 26: The Veteran Finds Trouble. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan followed the other new recruits to the work hall. Rookies, take out your ID cards. The guide had the recruits line up to register. The whole registration process was not complicated. Identity verification, oath-taking, and receiving the private's shoulder insignia were all done quickly, in less than half an hour. Zhou Yuan glanced at his personal panel. In addition to the upgrade in military rank, his title had also changed from Perseverance to Fitness Guru, and all his attributes had increased by 0.2. He nodded in satisfaction. His physique was already far beyond that of ordinary people, and the physical abilities he had gained in the enhanced human stage allowed him to improve even faster. After registering, everyone was taken to the Western Army's residential area. The Western Army consisted of 5 defense units, each with 300 men, totaling 1,500. The Western Army's defense units were mainly responsible for the city's defense. Although not the only army, their role at Tharsus Fortress was extremely important. All right, you can walk the rest of the way on your own. The guide said a few words and left. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and suggested that go find everyone their living quarters together. Hey, bro, I'm from the 3rd Company. Several new recruits came up to greet Zhou Yuan. Soon, everyone started looking for their squad and barracks, and the atmosphere became lively. Zhou Yuan counted the number of people and found that most of them had gone to the 3rd team. This team had a strength of 200 people, but 56 people joined today, which meant that the third team had suffered heavy losses recently. The allocation of the other teams was also clear. The second and fourth teams were assigned fewer new recruits, while the fifth team was assigned the most. After receiving their daily necessities, everyone began to find their dormitories. Zhou Yuan quickly found the dormitory for the third team. The dormitory was larger than those in the recruit camp, with spacious interiors, and each group had 18 or 19 people. As soon as Zhou Yuan opened the dormitory door, he smelled a sour, foul odor mixed with the smell of smoke. "Oh, our sweetheart is here," some veterans' voices rang out, and everyone began to gather around the new recruit. Most people in the dormitory were still asleep, with only a dozen or so awake, playing cards. Zhou Yuan ignored the veterans and started looking for a bed. After all, this was a new recruit joining the company, and it was normal for the veterans to cause trouble. Number 8. Zhou Yuan found his bed and was about to put down his pillow and blanket when he saw Lao He from the next bed spit on his bed. "Sweetheart, this is the bed I put my shoes on. If you want to sleep here, wipe my shoes clean first." Old He looked strong, his tone full of contempt. But Zhou Yuan didn't back down, coldly replying, "Buddy, I suggest you don't cause trouble. Now, clean up the mess you've made, or I'll lose all respect for veterans." Zhou Yuan's eyes showed no sign of compromise, which started led Lao He for a moment, but he quickly looked away, clearly lacking the courage to continue provoking him. Chapter 27. Take them all down. Behave yourself from now on. Wow. Guys, did you hear that? This newbie actually told me not to cause trouble, and now I'm starting to like him. Let me tell you, that's how Easterners are. They like to say, "I advise you not to do that, or I'll teach you a lesson." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Lao He yelled and got out of bed, circling around Zhou Yuan. "More, it seems this newbie thinks he can take you down. Stop talking nonsense and teach him the rules here." The veterans were indeed provoked by this black man named Moore, and they all started to jeer, completely disregarding Zhou Yuan. The newlyweds shrank back and huddled at the doorway, not daring to speak. Only 6 of them knew Zhou Yuan, and although they had a good relationship, they weren't close enough to get beaten up together. They all believed that offending veterans was not a good thing, and that enduring a day of grievance was better than being a punching bag for a long time. "Kid, you've lost the right to sleep in this bed. Now, let me teach you how to respect veterans." After enjoying the cheers that only big stars get to hear for a while, Moore stretched his shoulders and reached out to grab Zhou Yuan. Click. Just as Moore reached out, Zhou Yuan's expression turned cold, and he retaliated. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan dislocated Moore's right hand, making it look like a twisted and deformed tree root. Bang! That wasn't all. Zhou Yuan grabbed Moore's right hand and flung it away, then pressed his left hand against the back of Moore's neck, slamming Moore's face heavily onto the bed. "Shit! Kid, what have you done?" This scene shocked the veterans in the dormitory, and even the new recruits were stunned. This time, the challenge for the newcomers is about to be upgraded. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Moore was furious to be defeated by a newcomer in front of everyone. Although dislocated fingers are very painful, they are still bearable for a veteran like him. He swung his left hand backward, repeatedly striking Zhou Yuan's hand that was pressed against the back of his neck, but no matter how much he struck, Zhou Yuan did not let go. "I told you. I advised you not to cause trouble." Zhou Yuan said something casually, then gently flung Moore away with both hands. Fuck. Moore had completely lost his mind at this point. After getting up from the ground, he rushed over again and kicked Zhou Yuan hard. "You'd better calm down." Zhou Yuan slightly turned his body, clenched his left fist, and slammed it into Moore's stomach, then chopped his right hand into a chop and struck Moore on the back of the neck, instantly knocking Moore unconscious. "Let's stop here, what do you think?" Then, Zhou Yuan pushed Moore onto the next bed, glanced at the veterans, and said indifferently, "Newbie, don't be so arrogant. I don't think your suggestion is very good." Inexplicably, when Zhou Yuan swept them with his cold gaze, but they quickly regained their composure. They've seen plenty of newbies who are good at fighting. So what if you're good at fighting? This is the dormitory, the territory of these veterans. There are more than 60 veterans living in the dormitory alone. The veterans who were closer to Zhou Yuan exchanged glances and then stood up to move closer to him. "That's why I always say, I don't like what you think, I like what I think." Zhou Yuan sighed, then instantly entered battle mode and chose to take the initiative. Smack! Bang! Various collision sounds rang out as Zhou Yuan took down several more veterans, defeating his opponents with a single punch and kick each time. In order not to hurt anyone, he deliberately held back his strength, ensuring that the person hit would only suffer some minor injuries. In less than 10 seconds, several people were lying at his feet. Who's next? At this moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly became somewhat arrogant and waved to the veterans who were watching the show. He's already figured it out. Among the veterans present, the highest rank was only Sergeant First Class. There wasn't a single lieutenant. Given that no one tried to stop Moore when he made his move, and those who did speak were only encouraging him, he was certain that the leadership of Group 1 was not in the dormitory. This is a good opportunity. The goal was to subdue the veterans in one fell swoop and demonstrate strength to the command. He didn't want things to turn out this way. He preferred building a circle of friends through daily interactions rather than fighting. But he couldn't tolerate this situation today. Respect is mutual. If you don't respect me, I'll beat you until you respect me, and I'll get straight to the point. Even if he had to be whipped later, he accepted it. No one could spit on his bed unless it was a beautiful girl he made vomit. Kid, do you think you're that strong? I promise you'll cry very rhythmically later. Don't get too cocky, you idiot who only knows how to box. As expected, Zhou Yuan's action angered many veterans. Some veterans, newcomers who were not interested in bullying, have now stepped forward, ready to teach Zhou Yuan a lesson. However, the dozen or so newcomers were now looking at Zhou Yuan with shining eyes. Oh my god. If I had known he was this strong, we should have attacked together from the start. They secretly discussed it and decided that if Zhou Yuan suffered a loss later, they would go up together and ambush the veteran. They didn't help before because they thought 18 new recruits couldn't beat dozens of veterans. Now that Zhou Yuan, this formidable man, has appeared, the situation has changed. If given a choice, who would willingly allow themselves to be bullied by veterans? A generous gift of crabs. God, I must be seeing things. This guy is practically a humanoid titan. While the newcomers had already discussed and formed a group to approach and prepare to help, Zhou Yuan had already started fighting with the veterans. They felt that it was all fake. Zhou Yuan was surrounded by more than a dozen veterans, but he did not appear to be at a disadvantage at all. Because the venue wasn't very big, Zhou Yuan didn't have much room to maneuver. Zhou Yuan could only stand still and make his move, but every time he made a move, he would take down an old soldier. The attacks from those veterans, whether punches or kicks, felt like massages to Zhou Yuan. He didn't even flinch. Honestly, this is like a tiger entering a rabbit's den. It's a complete dimensional reduction attack. Guys, Zhou must not have gone all out when he was in recruit camp. Blake swallowed hard and spoke to Johnson and the others beside him. They both came from the same recruit camp, and because they were both squad leaders, they often ran into each other during individual training matches. At that time, Zhou Yuan's strength was not as great as it is now. Although Zhou Yuan ultimately won, they were all able to exchange dozens of blows with him. Now it seems, Zhou Yuan must have deliberately gone easily on them to save face. Chapter 28: The Commander's High Rank. One dormitory was bustling with activity, as Zhou Yuan single-handedly beat up dozens of veterans. The meeting room of the 3rd Squadron was also bustling with activity, with nearly 30 people staring at a single screen. The screen displayed a live surveillance video of the dormitory. I want this kid. He'll come to the 2nd Squad. No, the 5th Squad is where he belongs. Boss, let this kid join Group 3. Group 3 is full of old guys. We need to bring in some fresh blood. Carter, don't even think about it. That kid's one of mine. Don't you have any new recruits in your 3rd team? The meeting room was unusually noisy, with most people arguing. They were the command of the Western Army's 3rd Company, a captain as company commander, 3 lieutenant squad leaders, and 25 second lieutenant platoon leaders. Every time the 3rd Squadron receives new recruits, they make a point of leaving their dormitories and gathering in the conference room to increase the freedom of their subordinates. The goal is simple, to see if there are any promising newcomers worth nurturing. Today they actually found a tough opponent. However, this tough guy was a bit too tough, which led to fierce competition among them. No one didn't want to have a soldier like Zhou Yuan under their command. Boss, isn't this kid pretty good? Sim wasn't lying to me after all. He's the strongest recruit I've ever seen. Group leader Turner was grinning from ear to ear. He never imagined that the outstanding recruit Sim had mentioned would be this good. In terms of close combat, Zhou Yuan is definitely the strongest in the 3rd Squadron. He is even more durable than a bear, and he didn't fall down even after taking more than a dozen punches. Moreover, Sim told him that Zhou Yuan's shooting was just as good as his hand-to-hand combat. An all-around infantryman. You don't encounter one every day. Indeed, it's quite good. The man Turner referred to as boss was Captain Campbell, the commander of the 3rd Squadron. Campbell stared intently at Zhou Yuan, who was engaged in a fierce fight on the screen, his eyes filled with admiration. After a moment of silence, he slowly stood up and said, "Turner, give him a squad and see if he has the ability to lead one." So fast. Turner paused, somewhat incredulous. It's unheard of for a newcomer to be appointed as a squad leader directly. The others also fell silent. Of the nearly 30 people present, the vast majority were squad leaders. Now a newcomer was to be on equal footing with them. They acknowledged Zhou Yuan's potential, but isn't it a bit too hasty to do it so quickly? Campbell shook his head and said calmly, "The 3rd Squadron needs to change. We just suffered a crushing defeat, and I don't want to experience it again. In my team, strength represents everything, and those who are stronger should receive more." When he became a private first class, he was given the 8th Squad, and he was allowed to choose his squad members from among the new recruits. Clear. Upon hearing Campbell's suggestion, Turner readily agreed. No one else raised any objections, since the group leader of Group 1 had already agreed. Besides, all 3 combat groups have vacant squad leader positions. It's not like we're going to replace them. The scene returns to the dormitory of the 3rd Squadron, Group 1. The battle between Zhou Yuan and the veterans has ended, with Zhou Yuan emerging victorious. There were nearly 50 losers, some of whom collapsed to the ground, while others lay on the ground groaning in pain. "Dude, it's just a prank. All newbies go through this. I've been there before. Don't be nervous, we don't want to fight you." "Hey buddy, don't do that." Several veterans raised their hands, tentatively approached Zhou Yuan, and kept trying to persuade him. Seeing their acquaintances lying on the ground, their faces turned green. This newcomer is a monster. I've seen people with good physical gifts, but I've never seen anyone this good. He actually managed to withstand the punches of dozens of people and knock them all down. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly sober. Let's leave it at that. If more hadn't spat on me and insulted me, I wouldn't have resorted to violence. After all, violence doesn't solve anything." Zhou Yuan nodded expressionlessly, but his heart was bursting with joy. That old black man named Moore had actually helped him out. No veteran would dare to make things difficult for him anymore. And also, it was so much fun to play. To be honest, he couldn't find so many professional sparring partners anywhere else. However, this dormitory was really not a good place to fight, and he ended up getting punched quite a few times, covered in bruises, and needed a day to recover. Violence cannot solve problems. We think you solved it very well. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the veterans were at a loss for words. This newcomer was truly special. Fortunately, they didn't have time to go up, otherwise they would be lying on the ground now. What are you waiting for? After shedding his cold-blooded killer demeanor, Zhou Yuan waved to the newlyweds watching the show. "Zhou, you're amazing. Dude, you were like Superman just now. God, you're the best fighter I've ever seen." The newlyweds then came to their senses and came over to greet Zhou Yuan one by one. However, considering that there were other veterans around, they didn't dare to mention it further. After exchanging a few words, they went to find their own beds. "I'll do it." At this moment, Zhou Yuan cursed inwardly, almost losing his cool guy persona. He only remembered after he finished hitting the bed that Moore, that big oaf, had spat on his bed, and he really didn't want to clean it up. But he just said that this matter should end here, so it would be somewhat inappropriate to cause trouble for Moore now. "Boss, let me help you." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind Zhou Yuan. He turned around and saw an unfamiliar black man with a bald head, a big beard, and big eyes, who surprisingly gave him a cute and innocent feeling. "Thanks." Zhou Yuan patted him on the shoulder and moved him aside. "I have to say, this old black man is very clever." He shouted "boss" quite loudly, and all the veterans around who weren't knocked unconscious heard it. They would never dare to bully him again. "Boss, my name is James. Just call me if you need anything in the future." After making Zhou Yuan's bed, Lao He quietly expressed his loyalty. "Yes, I'll remember you. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me, and I will teach them what rules are." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and plopped down on the bed. Then, he reached into the inside pocket of his uniform and took out a cigar and 2 packs of good cigarettes from his ring, along with 2 lighters. He lit his own cigar and gave James a pack of cigarettes. This is what a leader should do. It's all about being generous and having style. "Thanks, boss." James was overjoyed. A pack of these cigarettes cost $100 in the store, enough to buy a case of beer, which he himself couldn't afford. "Blake, here you go." Zhou Yuan tossed the remaining pack of cigarettes to an acquaintance who had come out of the recruit camp with him. After that brawl, the relationship between these newcomers and him improved without them even realizing it, and they started to see him as someone to rely on. With a little effort, it will soon be another 3 shifts. Chapter 29 Private First Class Squad Leader. Fuck. Can someone explain to me what happened here? Soon after, more people came to the dormitory. There were 9 people in total, and they all held high ranks. 1 was a lieutenant, and 8 were second lieutenants. The one who asked the question was the lieutenant. Zhou Yuan beat up nearly 50 veterans, knocking out more than half of them. They are still lying on the ground, and the lieutenant will see them as soon as he arrives. Team leader. It was this rookie who did it. He took down dozens of people all by himself. As soon as the lieutenant arrived, a veteran immediately went up to report. This veteran had never fought with Zhou Yuan. He had been watching the spectacle as Zhou Yuan single-handedly beat up dozens of veterans. Actually, there aren't many veterans who like to educate newcomers. In the beginning, there were only a dozen or so people playing cards, and the rest were sleeping. After Zhou Yuan took down the dozen or so veterans, he provoked the remaining veterans, and the fight broke out again. There weren't many veterans who didn't get beaten up. Those who didn't get beaten up weren't unwilling to fight Zhou Yuan. Rather, when they finally decided to go up, they realized they would only get beaten up anyway, so they didn't. Which rookie? The lieutenant asked coldly. This lieutenant is Lieutenant Turner, the leader of the 1st Combat Group of the 3rd Squadron of the Western Army Defense Forces. Everything that happened in the dormitory through the monitor in the conference room, and was just pretending not to know. Of course, you have to pretend you don't know. Otherwise, how will we establish our authority later? That Eastern kid. The veteran pointed at Zhou Yuan. Stay attentive. Turner's lips curled up slightly, but he quickly regained his indifference and walked up to Zhou Yuan, shouting loudly. Sir. Zhou Yuan immediately put down his cigar, stood up, and saluted, sighing inwardly. What's meant to happen will happen sooner or later. I just don't know how this guy will deal with him. If it's done according to the rules, he'll have to receive at least 3 and at most 10 lashes. It is said that whipping is extremely painful, to the point that it can be called torture. Perhaps today I will experience the taste of whipping. Private, tell me, how many people did you fight? Turner stood with his hands behind his back, staring directly at Zhou Yuan, his tone not very good, sounding as if he was very angry. I took down 47 men, sir. Zhou Yuan responded loudly. He knew what to do now. Superiors didn't like spineless subordinates. He had to admit his mistakes and make his superiors give him a satisfactory warning. This was good for both sides. 47 people. Turner nodded, looked at the veteran who had just given the report, and asked, Abbott, did he hide anything? No, that's about it. Veteran Abbott shrugged, his gaze towards Zhou Yuan filled with mockery. Kid, what's the use of you being able to fight? In this world, influence matters. The captain is one of our men, a comrade in arms who has gone through life and death with us. Just you wait, you'll get what's coming to you. Insane. You told a really lame joke. All 47 of my elite soldiers combined couldn't beat one rookie. Turner chuckled, and then patted Abbott on the shoulder with a grin. Boss. Abbott shrank back, his gloating smile suddenly vanishing. He noticed that Turner wasn't really angry, or rather, Turner wasn't angry at Zhou Yuan. What angered Turner was that 47 veterans couldn't defeat one new recruit. That makes sense when you think about it. If he were the team leader, he would definitely be very angry, feeling that all his subordinates were useless. Team leader. At this moment, the veterans who had been beaten by Zhou Yuan but hadn't fainted all stood up listlessly, knowing that Turner was very dissatisfied with them. Actually, they themselves felt ashamed. So many people ganged up on a newbie, and they ended up getting beaten to a pulp by the newbie. It was incredibly embarrassing. A bunch of spineless wimps, softer than cotton. You have completely disgraced me. Turner cursed irritably, feeling that none of his former, capable henchmen looked so agreeable anymore. After berating the veteran, Turner walked up to Zhou Yuan and asked, Kid, do you think you're any good at fighting? I haven't gotten serious yet, sir. Zhou Yuan said something that surprised everyone. Because he knew that the lieutenant in front of him had no ill intentions towards him, and was even in a good mood when he saw him. Considering this was their first meeting, Turner's reaction meant that his previous display of strength had earned him Turner's appreciation. As for how he knew, he's a telepath. Just like when he used to play with Carl, Carl could sense when he was lying. He can now sense other people's emotional fluctuations. Kid, I wish my penis was as tough as your mouth. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's answer, Turner rolled his eyes. Judging from the previous surveillance footage, this kid didn't really go all out, but saying that is still too arrogant. However, he was very satisfied with the answer. He prefers a capable madman to a softie who only knows how to brag, because this is a battlefield, and insects can't be killed with just words. I have something to announce, wake them all up. Turner didn't say much to Zhou Yuan, and waved his hand to signal everyone to wake up the old soldier who was still unconscious on the ground. Andy, get up now. Hey buddy, Lieutenant Turner's here. Those who were awake immediately sprang into action, and even the newcomers went up to help. Zhou Yuan was very careful with his actions. These people only fainted and didn't suffer any internal injuries. He could wake them up with just a couple of pats on their faces. Fuck, where's that damn rookie? I'm going to kill that bastard. Boss. The veterans started cursing as soon as they woke up, clearly still wanting to cause trouble for Zhou Yuan. However, after seeing Turner, they all quieted down and waited for Turner to handle the matter. I'm not interested in playing house with you guys, so don't bother me with tattling. I have something to announce now, so listen carefully. Turner picked up the cigar Zhou Yuan had just puffed a few times, put it in his own mouth, and swept his gaze over everyone before speaking loudly. I think you all know that the 4th and 8th squads both need a new squad leader. Upon hearing this, the veterans became excited, momentarily forgetting the beatings they had suffered at Zhou Yuan's hands. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Although it's just a small team leader position, it's still the first step forward. The new recruits didn't really feel anything. It wasn't their turn anyway. They were just spectators. They could just listen. The squad leader of the 4th squad is Angelo. Amid the expectant gazes of the veterans, Turner announced the appointment of the 1st squad leader. Him. Zhou Yuan glanced around and saw an old black man excitedly waving his fist, with other people congratulating him. This guy must be Angelo. He remembered this guy. He had a thick skin, but he still managed to knock him down with one punch. The squad leader of the 8th squad is... When announcing the appointment of the 2nd squad leader, Turner kept it a secret, drawing out his words. His gaze swept over everyone before finally settling on Zhou Yuan. Rookie, the 8th squad is yours. Chapter 30, Forming a Team. Zhou Yuan was stunned and lost in thought. That shouldn't be the case. He's just a recruit who just came out of boot camp. He's far from qualified to be a squad leader. Is this team leader a straightforward person who only looks at ability and not seniority? Boss, are you talking about this newbie? Boss, he's just a newbie. Compared to Zhou Yuan, who was stunned, the veterans reacted much more strongly. This rookie beat up a veteran on his very first day. What would happen if he became a squad leader? Besides, everyone present was an expert at killing insects. How could they let a newbie ride on their heads? That's not fair. The newlyweds reacted much like Zhou Yuan. None of them quite understood what was happening. Both are newcomers, but Zhou Yuan is immediately appointed as a squad leader? Shut up, all of you. I'm informing you, not discussing this with you. Compared to the 47 veterans who ganged up on the rookie and still got knocked down, the rookie, who single-handedly defeated 47 veterans, is clearly more suitable to be the captain. Turner stretched out his finger and tapped in the air, shouting as he did so. If seniority were everything, then the position of fortress commander should belong to 71-year-old Eden in the mess hall. Remember, this is a battlefield, a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. If anyone thinks they deserve to be the squad leader, step forward now. Take down this rookie, and he'll be the new squad leader. After Turner's few words of shouting, the veterans all fell silent. It's truly unbelievable that 47 veterans were defeated by a rookie. They could already foresee that the news would soon spread throughout the Tharsus fortress. The winners will become big stars, enjoying the cheers and adoration of the crowd, while the losers will become the laughingstock of the crowd during their breaks. As for the squad leader, they have no choice but to accept this situation now. Regarding seniority, they all understood what Turner was saying. The strong should wait for more, and the weak should fight alongside the strong. They were initially resentful simply because they were one of the 47 losers and felt they had been cheated. If this had happened in another group, they would have taken it for granted and even felt that the squad leader's position was too low. A rookie taking down 47 veterans, that's practically superheroic. It's such a waste to just have him as a regular soldier. Newbie, don't get too excited. As I just said, this is a battlefield, a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. I hope you can stay strong. If you ever become weak, then the position of squad leader will no longer belong to you. After reprimanding the veteran, Turner looked at Zhou Yuan with a very serious expression. Understood, sir. Zhou Yuan saluted and answered loudly. Sure enough, the soldiers' opportunities mostly lay on the front lines, so coming to the Tharsus fortress was the right decision. Seeing Zhou Yuan's high spirits, neither smug nor hesitant, Turner nodded in satisfaction and continued. I have cleared out the 8th squad. You can choose your team members from the new recruits. Submit the list to the work hall before 11 p.m. By the way, you're a private first class now. When you go to the work hall, pick up your new shoulder insignia. As for what the 8th squad is going to do and where they are going to do it, you can see it on the work tablet. The same goes for other teams with vacancies. Get them sorted out as soon as possible so as not to affect the work tonight. Turner gave a few brief reminders, then left the dormitory with a cigar in his mouth. As soon as Turner left, the new students in the dormitory became excited. The tough guy has become the squad leader. Moreover, his team members have to be selected from newcomers. That's good. They'd rather join Zhou Yuan's team than the veterans' team, at least that way they wouldn't be bullied by the veterans. However, before they could even approach Zhou Yuan to recommend themselves, Zhou Yuan was already busy. When team leader Turner came over just now, he brought back the squad leaders from the other squads as well. These people are greeting Zhou Yuan. Dude, you're really strong. I'm sure you could kill a bull with one punch. Hey bro, thanks for the compliment. I can tell you're a tough guy too. Thanks, we're comrades now. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. These squad leaders greeted him very politely, and Zhou Yuan responded warmly, praising each one he met. Shit. Only the veterans who had been beaten by Zhou Yuan were unhappy. Seeing their squad leader chatting so enthusiastically with Zhou Yuan, their faces turned green with rage. This was blatant betrayal. Also, from now on, when they see Zhou Yuan, they should call him Captain Zhou. Damn it. Hey buddy, time to get down to business. There are a dozen or so new recruits. You can choose first. After exchanging greetings, a squad leader asked Zhou Yuan to select team members. They had reviewed the newcomers' profiles, and apart from Zhou Yuan, the others were all about the same level. Why not give Zhou Yuan some face and let him choose first, just to make friends? Thanks, then I won't be polite. Zhou Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the expectant newlyweds, and finally pointed. Blake, Johnson, Taylor, Martin, White, Brown, James, and you too. Zhou Yuan quickly selected 9 people. 6 of them were old acquaintances from the recruit camp. 1 was a younger brother who recognized him as his leader, and 2 were older black men who seemed to be of higher rank. There's no need to hesitate. The old acquaintances are all former squad leaders, and their combat skills are quite high. We must accept him as a subordinate, since he was the first to express his allegiance. He wasn't familiar with the last 2 black men, but their heavyweight status was a good thing. At least it would make them more steady when shooting. Yes. Those who were chosen by Zhou Yuan were excited, while those who weren't chosen were filled with regret, and even some panic. Zhou Yuan just beat up so many veterans. Although those veterans wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Zhou Yuan, they might take their anger out on them. Not being able to join Zhou Yuan's team was a kind of invisible pressure for them. Zhou Yuan finished selecting his team members. The other team leaders also began. They didn't really pick and choose people. They basically just picked whoever was closest to them, and they finished assigning the remaining newcomers in less than a minute. Guys, try this. While they were selecting people, Zhou Yuan pretended to open his briefcase and then took something out of his ring. 10 recovery cigars and several packs of cigarettes. He had collected nearly 50 cigars and planned to distribute them to the squad leaders. As for cigarettes, everyone present had a pack, including the veteran he had just hit. When the winner apologizes to the loser, it's called good manners. When the loser apologizes to the winner, it's called admitting defeat. He'll be spending a long time here, so it'll be easier for him to sort out his grievances sooner rather than later. As for those who are unwilling to settle things evenly, would he care? If you're not convinced, come and challenge me. Would I, Captain Zhou, be afraid of a few mere soldiers? Chapter 31 The Popular Restoration Cigar. Dude, did you only bring cigarettes? Seeing Zhou Yuan pull out so many cigarettes, the squad leaders were speechless. I have a heavy smoking habit, and I always carry a whole case of cigarettes with me wherever I go. Anyway, the fortress will take care of my daily necessities. Try this. It's a cigar made with traditional Chinese medicine. It's said to have restorative effects on the mind and body. It was sent from my hometown. Zhou Yuan laughed and gave each of the 9 squad leaders a recovery cigar. I know what traditional Chinese medicine is. Let me try it. That sounds good. The East certainly has many mysterious things. The squad leaders took the cigars and lit them with lighters. A cigar that can restore mental and physical energy is practically a stimulant. They weren't entirely convinced, but no one dared to question Zhou Yuan in front of him. They all expressed their gratitude and then quietly started smoking. Dude. At this moment, Zhou Yuan walked to Moore's bed and looked at the old black man who had just spat. Kid, what do you want? Moore thought Zhou Yuan wanted to settle scores later and immediately became nervous. Not only Moore, but everyone in the dormitory looked over, worried that another fight would break out. Dude, I think I need to apologize to you. Zhou Yuan handed the last recovery cigar he had taken out to Moore, thumped his chest with his fist, and said, I didn't mean it just now. It's just that the way you played the prank was a bit wrong. In the eyes of Easterners, that would be considered an insult. From now on, we'll be comrades in arms fighting side by side, and I want to end this in a manly way. Now I want to know, can I entrust my back to you? Moore was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhou Yuan to come to apologize. In fact, he was the culprit in what just happened. He angered Zhou Yuan and ended up implicating so many veterans. Certainly. After a moment of silence, Moore took the cigar from Zhou Yuan, stood up from the bed, and exchanged fist bumps with Zhou Yuan. Unless I die in battle, you will be safe behind me. By the way, I was wrong before, my prank went a bit too far, but I can assure you, it really was just a prank. It would be foolish not to take the opportunity when it's available. He had been worried that there would be further conflicts and that he would be beaten by Zhou Yuan again. Now everything is settled, and I feel much more relaxed. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded. I believe you now, because you're a man, not the kind of spineless coward who dawdles. Zhou Yuan spoke these words very loudly. He did it on purpose, telling other veterans who had been beaten. Did you all hear that? If you don't want to be seen as cowardly wimps by everyone, then obediently accept my cigarette and move on from this matter. Otherwise, I advise you to use rat tail juice. Things went much more smoothly after Zhou Yuan and Moore had a heart-to-heart talk. The cigarettes were being distributed. The veterans readily accepted them and greeted Zhou Yuan politely, without holding a grudge about what had happened before. Some veterans might still hold a grudge, but seeing that everyone else has reconciled with Zhou Yuan, they can't bring it up again, otherwise they'd really be considered out of place. After a round of cigarettes, the atmosphere in the dormitory immediately warmed up. The new recruits who weren't selected by Zhou Yuan were the happiest. With the grudges between Zhou Yuan and the veterans settled, they no longer had to worry about being reprimanded by the veterans. After the fight was settled, Zhou Yuan sat back on the bed and turned on the tablet he had received from the work hall. He knew that the third company was a defense force whose main task was to guard the defensive wall. However, we need to carefully understand the specifics of how to station troops, which area and location to be stationed in, so as not to become a squad leader and still fail to perform the job well. It was quite easy. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan put down the tablet and laid down on the bed. The Western Army's code name is W, and its 5 squadrons are W1 to W5, with the 3rd squadron being W3. The 3rd squadron had 3 combat groups, which were then codenamed W31 to W33. If there are squads, the squad number should also be added. For example, the 8th squad of the 3rd squadron is W318, the 8th squad of the 2nd squadron is W328, and the 8th squad of the 3rd squadron is W338, which is quite easy to understand. As for the area to be stationed, that's even simpler. The Western Army's garrison area was the western wall of the fortress, responsible for the 2 defensive walls, the watchtower wall and the patrol wall. The work table has a map and markings that clearly indicate which team is going to which location. You can find the stationed area by referring to the map. It is worth mentioning that the combat groups of the same squadron are stationed in overlapping areas. Because the defense forces operate on a 24-hour work system with 3 shifts. Group 1 is responsible for 23 to 7:10, Group 2 is responsible for 7 to 15:10, and Group 3 is responsible for 15 to 23:10. Each operational group works 8 hours. The extra 10 minutes are for handover time. You can only leave early, not early. The reason so many veterans were sleeping earlier was because they had just finished working through the night and had just been withdrawn from their assigned areas. For the rest of the time, Zhou Yuan stayed in his dormitory. He didn't lead his team to the restaurant until lunchtime. Also present were the new recruits who had arrived that morning, as well as the team leaders. They were going to the work hall to enter team member information later, and lunch was just something they did on the side. As for the veterans, they were already asleep at this hour, since they had to go up the defensive wall to change shifts at night. The food at Tharsus Fortress was much better than the nutritious meals in the recruit camp. There were all sorts of food, fruits, and drinks. Zhou Yuan even saw dumplings and garlic sauce. Not only that, when you leave the restaurant after your meal, you can also go to the self-service machine at the main entrance to get some free cigarettes and chewing gum. That really proves it. The more dangerous the life, the more you get. After dinner, the newcomers went back to their dormitories in groups, while the 10 team leaders went to the work hall together. Zhou, I've discovered that your cigars really do have an energizing effect. If I can buy them in your hometown, I'd like you to help me buy a batch. Price is not a problem. On the way, Gavin, the squad leader, asked Zhou Yuan a question. He only took a few puffs before he realized that Zhou Yuan wasn't exaggerating. After smoking that cigar, he felt much more energetic, as if he had already had a full night's sleep. Upon hearing Gavin's words, the other squad leaders also became interested and all looked at Zhou Yuan. They had wanted to ask about this for a while, but there were too many people in the dormitory before, and to avoid anyone shamelessly asking Zhou Yuan for money, they didn't ask on the spot. This isn't a product. It was sent to me by a relative. Because ancient Chinese medicines are so rare, they cannot be mass-produced, and I can only receive some occasionally. But when my relatives send me more, I will share some with you. Zhou Yuan chuckled and said the same old thing. Regenerated cigars are a renewable resource, but the rate of regeneration is too slow. With only one cigar produced per day, it's impossible to sell them in large quantities. So he always emphasizes restoring the rarity of cigars and only occasionally takes out a few. I'm being generous by sharing such good stuff, aren't I? I knew it. If this kind of premium cigar could be mass-produced, it would have become the best cigar in the world long ago. Jean, the squad leader of the second team, sighed, somewhat disappointed. If possible, he really wanted to buy a batch from Zhou Yuan, as he needed this kind of stuff during the night shift. Chapter 32, I have a date with an insect. After receiving his new shoulder insignia and entering his squad information, Zhou Yuan turned and headed to the armory. This is the rule for mobile units. Upon arriving at a new unit, one must register at the work hall and the armaments department. Of course, as the team leader, he has the authority to help his team members register. The main office is in charge of personnel, while the armaments department is in charge of the weapons used by these personnel. Take the defense forces as an example. Once you register at the armaments department, you don't need to bring anything when you go up the defensive wall. You can just go directly there. Because the military supplies department has already transported your weapons to the defensive wall, and they check and replenish them multiple times a day. If you occasionally want to change things up, you can also go to the watchtower wall, where the armory staff have prepared spare weapons. This only covers the city's defenses. If you encounter an emergency requiring you to go out, the transport plane will fly directly to your residential area to pick you up, so you won't need to retrieve your own weapons. The armaments department will handle everything, ensuring that all the weapons you have access to are prepared in advance on the transport plane. In Zhou Yuan's understanding, the armaments department was the logistics department. They are amazing. After everything was done, Zhou Yuan returned to his dormitory full of anticipation. Night. He'll be able to climb the defensive wall tonight. I'm finally going to see the bugs I've been longing to see. When I looked down from the transport plane this morning, there were so many bugs near Tharsus fortress that they were constantly attacking the electric fence. So he can start killing tonight, and he'll definitely kill a lot. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan smiled and lay down on the bed. He planned to take a nap so he could be in top form for the night. 5 minutes later. Why? Zhou Yuan opened his eyes and wiped his face with a helpless expression. Being in such great physical condition isn't all good. When he's not training intensely, his boundless energy makes it hard for him to fall asleep. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuanjing quietly got up and left the dormitory. He might be staying at Tharsus fortress for a long time, and since he's free anyway, he might as well take a good look around the fortress. This visit lasted 4 or 5 hours. Tharsus fortress is very large, but one afternoon is not a short time, and Zhou Yuan has already explored most of the interior of the fortress. Of course, there are many places he doesn't have permission to enter. The squad leader is indeed a junior leader, but this position was promoted by the team leader without following the established rules, and the military rank associated with his authority has not yet been assigned. Around 6 o'clock, Zhou Yuan returned to the dormitory, called his teammates, and they went to the restaurant together. After they finish eating, they will prepare for training. The defense forces have a tough job because the 3-shift work system, which rotates every month, can cause serious disruption to the body's biological clock. Therefore, the fortress did not stipulate training time, but allowed the company commanders of each squadron to arrange it themselves. The 3rd squadron was scheduled for 3 hours. Of course, these 3 hours were just physical training. For one group, training from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. is fine, then take a shower and rest for a while, and take over the shift at the defensive wall at 11 p.m. Once we were on the defensive wall, it was time for live fire exercises. The area outside the defensive wall is teeming with insects. You can attack them however you want. However, this is considered actual combat, not training. If you really want to count, you could say they train for 11 hours a day. 3 hours of physical training, followed by 1 hour of rest. For Zhou Yuan, those 4 hours felt like a long, cold winter night. He kept checking the time, countless times, until finally it was time for his shift to change. Guys, come with me. The moment the team leader led the first team to the defensive wall, Zhou Yuan called his team members and quickly headed to the area under the responsibility of the 8th squad. Actually, Zhou Yuan wasn't the only one who was anxious. His teammates were also very anxious. After spending a month in the recruit camp, the opportunity to kill bugs is right in front of me. How could I not be eager? Soon, the defensive wall arrived. The defensive wall has 4 lines of defense from the inside out: patrol wall, sentry tower wall, automatic gun emplacement wall, and automatic electric fence wall. There is no large-scale insect swarm attacking the fortress. Only the watchtower walls and defensive walls need to be guarded. The 2 defensive walls are very close to each other. From the air, it looks like a railway track with many connecting points in the middle. You could say it's the same wall, except there's an extra row of sentry towers in front of the patrol wall. Well done, buddy. As soon as Zhou Yuan led his squad to the garrison area, several people immediately came to greet them, the leader of whom was a second lieutenant. This lieutenant is Harun, the captain of the 8th squad of the 3rd group. He was very enthusiastic and gave Zhou Yuan a hug as soon as they met. His teammates were also very enthusiastic in greeting him, which left Zhou Yuan somewhat bewildered. However, Zhou Yuan quickly realized what was happening. It must be because of what happened this morning. He beat so many veterans this morning, there's no way to hide it. Veterans who have been beaten won't talk about it because it's shameful, and new recruits won't talk about it for fear of offending these veterans. But it's not necessarily the case for those veterans who haven't been fought. They are very likely to use this as a topic of conversation and pass it on to their close friends. And then, the story spread like wildfire, from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and eventually, it became widely known. 1 person defeating 47 people is an unbelievable feat in any era, and Zhou Yuan, as the protagonist, naturally attracts a lot of attention. Dude, actually, a veteran teaching a rookie a lesson is a test. We want to see what the newbies are capable of, and see if there are any tough guys among them. If you look up, you'll see miniature surveillance cameras on the ceiling of the corridor. We saw the whole fight this morning. Harun told his teammates to wait aside, while he leaned close to Zhou Yuan's ear and whispered something. Monitor. Zhou Yuan frowned, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Don't worry. Only the squad leader has the authority to turn on the surveillance, and it will only be turned on when the squad receives a large number of new recruits. You know, spying on someone's privacy is a violation of federal law. Harun assumed Zhou Yuan was upset about being monitored, so she smiled and offered an explanation. Buddy, I'm just a little scared afterward. I actually hit my comrade right under the company commander's nose. That's a serious crime punishable by caning. Zhou Yuan shrugged. He wasn't concerned about the surveillance. He was just a little dissatisfied with himself, that he could even miss something as simple as surveillance footage. Miss insect nests on the battlefield. The super soldier serum is powerful, but not powerful enough to make him ignore the insect swarm. Carelessness could cost him his life. Next, he must cultivate meticulousness as a habit. Also, he knows the truth. No wonder he was promoted so exceptionally. It turns out that all the squad leaders and group leaders who weren't in their dorms were called away by the company commander to watch the show. Chapter 33 First Kill. This is not a big deal. When I first came here, some old bird stepped on the scarf my mother had knitted for me and got it dirty, so I just broke his nose. Harlan winked at Zhou Yuan, then leaned close to Zhou Yuan's ear and whispered, "What's the secret? How did you do that?" Zhou Yuan defeated a total of 47 people. Although he only faced 3 or 4 people each time due to the venue, it was still terrifying enough. For soldiers who have undergone long-term professional training, 3 or 4 of them together can definitely defeat any federal fighting champion. And it was with this combination that Zhou Yuan managed to defeat more than a dozen opponents in a row. It's probably a combination of talent and hard work. If I had to give you a secret, I would recommend that you do back bridge exercises. This can greatly strengthen the muscles in your neck, chest, waist, and abdomen, and enhance your ability to withstand blows. If you persist for a year, the heavy punches of ordinary people will be no different from cotton to you. Zhou Yuan looked around and whispered his secret to Harun. Go do it. I'm not kidding you. That's how Tyson trained. Waist bridge training? Harlan's eyes widened, somewhat tempted. He believed it because he actually knew what a back bridge exercise was. The Dawn era used this training method, which turned them into super tanks. However, this training method was very dangerous, and improper movements could lead to neck and spinal injuries, so it was buried in history by the Federation. Dude, keep this a secret, You know what I mean. Zhou Yuan patted Harun on the shoulder, looking mysterious. Don't worry, I know the rules. Harlan nodded seriously, giving off a I know it look. Next, Zhou Yuan and Harun chatted for a while longer before going their separate ways to attend to their business. They needed to hand over the duties to the personnel from the armaments department within 10 minutes. I see. Zhou Yuan and his team waited on the sidelines, recalling what Harun had just said. He just asked Harlan why the 3rd Squadron had recruited so many new men this time. Since this matter was not a secret, Harlan did not hide it from him. Not long ago, a major event occurred at Tharsus Fortress. Was shot down by plasma cannons from the plasma worms en route from Marcy Base to Tharsus Fortress. People in strategic forces are already highly valued, let alone lieutenant generals. Tharsus Fortress immediately assembled a search and rescue team and went to the crash site to provide assistance. Due to the urgency of the situation, the fortress did not have time to assemble special operations forces and could only gather a nearby rescue team. This team is the 3rd Company of the Western Army Defense Forces. The entire team stationed on the defensive wall was pulled away and rushed to the crash site immediately. By the time the team arrived, the crash site was already swarming with insects, and the transport plane was reduced to fragments with no communication signals nearby. Logically, in this situation, one should be able to retreat immediately, without even needing to engage in combat upon landing. But who could blame them when a lieutenant general from the strategic forces was on board that transport plane? What if the transport plane crashed in good condition and the accompanying guards rushed out with the lieutenant general? The rest is history. One group suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the subsequent support from the 2nd and 3rd groups, as well as special operations forces, not a single member of the group would have survived. That battle was too rushed, and all participating units suffered casualties, but the earlier they arrived, the greater the casualties. Afterwards, the strategic forces criticized the mobile forces, arguing that their slow response led to the failure of the final rescue operation. The 3rd Company was the first to be affected, so much so that subsequent personnel replenishment was put last, and they could only select new recruits from the recruit camp. Of course, Harlan didn't say much about this. A 2nd lieutenant squad leader wouldn't have the ability to know the truth at this level. It was just hearsay. Overall, it was pretty much what Zhou Yuan had guessed. Defense forces don't usually leave the fortress, so receiving so many new recruits today clearly indicates a special situation and the loss of many veterans. 10 minutes later, the handover with the personnel from the armaments department was completed. Harun led 3 groups of 8 people away from the defensive wall, while Zhou Yuan led one group of 8 people to begin guarding the area. Numbers 2 through 5 will patrol separately, while numbers 6 through 10 will go to the watchtowers. They will rotate every 4 hours. Keep your eyes open, and notify me immediately if a swarm of insects appears. Once the team members were fully armed, Zhou Yuan immediately gave the order. He assigned numbers to his team members, from number 1 to number 10, with himself being number 1, to make it easier to assign tasks. The 8th squad was responsible for a defensive line of only 100 meters, consisting of a short patrol wall and 5 sentry towers. Patrol posts and half-stationary posts, it's that simple. Yes, sir. The team members were extremely excited. After saluting, they went to find their posts, leaving Zhou Yuan standing alone. Let's use a sniper rifle. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan found the watchtower where his underling James was. There were quite a few insect soldiers attacking the electric fence, but they didn't swarm together. Compared to the giant pineapple machine gun on his body, the sniper rifle was more suitable for harvesting them. Boss, do you want to kill the bugs? Seeing Zhou Yuan holding a Barrett rifle, James suddenly became curious. I came here to kill the insects. Zhou Yuan activated the night vision function of his tactical goggles, pulled the bolt, and aimed at the insectoid soldiers outside the electric fence. Bang! With a deafening gunshot, a soldier insect exploded 200 meters away, its head shattering into several pieces. Cool. Boss, blow its head off. James was incredibly excited, holding up his night vision binoculars. This was the first time he had ever seen a live soldier insect, and also the first time he had ever seen a soldier insect killed. The feeling was so wonderful that it was indescribable. James, don't just stand there like an idiot. You only have 4 hours. You have to go on patrol in 4 hours. Zhou Yuan glanced at James and gestured for him to get the gun. James was a very honest black man, not very opinionated, and a bit timid. He had even been asked what to do if the gunshots attracted attention. Please. This is a battlefield. People are firing shots everywhere. Who the hell has time to pay attention to you? It's rare to see a black man like him get shy because of other people's attention. I'll give it a try. Hearing Zhou Yuan said that, James took a deep breath and also picked up a sniper rifle from the side. Having finally made it onto the defensive wall, he naturally wanted to have a good fight. He had just been a little embarrassed before, thinking that newcomers should keep a low profile and just stand guard at the watchtower. Now that Zhou Yuan, the squad leader, has taken the lead, he feels less pressure. Great, let's do it that way. Zhou Yuan patted James on the shoulder, then continued to pull the bolt and aim. However, before firing, he glanced at the system notification. Chapter 34: The Hexagonal Warrior. Kill a soldier insect and gain 1 soul. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the first step achievement. You can claim the first try title. Ding! The system has detected that the host has personally acquired soul points for the first time. Personal module updated. Tasks now available. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system feature and obtaining 2 level 3 soul gift boxes and 1 level 2 soul gift box. Open them. A little. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed his brow. A single soldier insect has very few soul points, but upon closer inspection, these soul points are not difficult to obtain. 8 hours, for 180 minutes. Even if he can only kill 1 per minute, he'd still get 480 soul points a day, and at least 14,400 soul points a month. He was satisfied with the price and continued looking at the other options. The trial run title only increases skill by 0.1, which is far inferior to the title he currently uses. The task panel is quite interesting. According to the system comments, the task panel will randomly release tasks every day, and you can get rewards after completing them. There are 3 tasks today. 1. Gain 100 soul points. Receive a reward of 50 soul points. 2. After 2 hours of physical training, you will be rewarded with a hemostatic agent. 3. Obtain plasma worm soul points. Reward 50 soul points. It's a bit like a daily check-in. The tasks aren't very difficult, and the rewards aren't very high either. I wonder if the difficulty and rewards will be increased in the future. The time is 11:20 p.m. There's no time for the second mission, and a third mission is even more impossible. The plasma bugs wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Tharsus Fortress. The first task wasn't difficult. If he sped up a bit, he could kill 100 soldier insects within 40 minutes. He wasn't very satisfied with this new feature. When the rewards for tasks are not high, he doesn't want to be assigned tasks by the system. He wants to follow his own preferences in the future. Do it if you want to, ignore it if you don't. As for the final soul gift box, he planned to open it when he returned to his dormitory. The most important thing now is to kill the pests. Bang! Thinking of the countless pieces of equipment in the system shop, Zhou Yuan's heart burned with excitement, and the next second he sent another soldier insect to the Yellow Springs. The boss is the boss. James put down his sniper rifle and picked up his night vision binoculars again. While Zhou Yuan was checking the system, James also emptied 2 magazines, but he discovered that shooting was not as simple as he had thought. For those that are close, within 300 or 400 meters, the insect soldiers can indeed be taken down with a single aim. But if they're any further away, he won't be able to kill any of them. Because the bullet's landing point and the crosshair's aiming point are completely different, and the soldier insect's movement speed is too fast, he can't hit one even with 5 bullets. When he adjusted the muzzle himself, the bullets landed even more off-target, not even touching the shadow of the worm. In just a few minutes, he accepted the reality that he had no talent for shooting. He found watching Zhou Yuan kill insects more exciting than firing blanks all the time. Bang! Bang! 19, 20. For the rest of the time, James kept counting for Zhou Yuan. By the time Zhou Yuan finished his 4-hour shift at the sentry post, his kill count had exceeded 1,000. He had long forgotten the exact number because he had to stand guard and couldn't keep an eye on Zhou Yuan, but he was certain that there were at least 1,000. Boss, it's 3 o'clock. When Zhou Yuan finished another magazine, James whispered a reminder. So fast. Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then put down his gun. Sure enough, when you're surrounded by things you love, time just flies by. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The experience was really great. He suddenly felt that only novices could handle machine guns, and that a real man should kill the enemy from 1,000 meters away. You were already dead before you even saw me. Numbers 2 through 5 will gather for lunch, and will rotate to the watchtower 15 minutes later. After stretching his body, Zhou Yuan turned on his headphones and gave an order. During the 8-hour garrison period, the fortress will arrange for personnel to deliver meals twice. Except for the watchtowers, which must be staffed, the squad leader can make other arrangements as he sees fit. James, keep a good watch. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep a close eye on those bugs. Very good. Zhou Yuan nodded, put down the Barrett, and returned to the patrol wall. Team leader. Numbers 2 through 5 are Blake, Johnson, Taylor, and Martin. When they saw Zhou Yuan return, they all saluted and greeted him. Okay, let's eat. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, casually picked up a lunchbox from the folding table, and the others followed suit. While eating, Zhou Yuan checked his haul. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Stamina 3.2, Defense 3.2, Healing 3.2, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 5.7. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Training Master. Increases all attributes by 0.2. Soul points, 1257. My soul points increased from 100 to 1257, of which 100 were from before and 50 were from daily quests. In other words, in the nearly 4 hours just now, he killed 1,107 soldier insects. It's not a lot, but it's not a small amount either. A sniper of the highest caliber can take just over 2 seconds from firing a shot to re-aiming and firing a second shot. When fully focused, one can fire at least 25 shots per minute, which is at least 6,000 shots in 4 hours. Of course, no one can maintain this state for a long time. He started firing very quickly, but as time went on, his accuracy decreased, and there were fewer and fewer worms within his range. So in nearly 4 hours, only a little over 1,000 were killed, which means it took 13 seconds to kill one. However, he was already very satisfied with this result. After all, he doesn't have enough experience. He's definitely an excellent sniper, but he's still a bit far from being a sharpshooter. Achieving this result is already quite impressive. If you can earn 2,000 a day, that's 60,000 a month. Once I have more than 10,000 soul points, the second level shop should be available. After some deliberation, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of anticipation. Before climbing the defensive wall, he really didn't expect that soul points would be so easy to farm, and the gains far exceeded his expectations. 15 minutes later, Zhou Yuan led 4 team members up to the watchtower and relieved the 5 team members who had been standing for 4 hours. Same as always, Barrett roars. The only difference from before was the sentry post position. He moved it from the far right of the squad's defensive line to the far left. After nearly 4 hours of bombardment, there weren't many worm soldiers left on the right side of the squad's defensive line. If we stay there and keep grinding, we probably won't get 500 soul points even after 4 hours. Chapter 35 Plasma Spark Device. 7:10 a.m. After Zhou Yuan finished handing over with Team 8 of Group 2, he led his team away from the defensive wall. 8 hours is definitely not enough to fight. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan was still a little reluctant to leave. After firing a gun for 8 hours straight, most people would be exhausted to the point of vomiting, but he was only slightly mentally fatigued. If he could, he would like to play for a few more hours. Unfortunately, the defense regulations are too strict. When the company commander and team leader did spot checks that evening, he asked this question and expressed his willingness to stay on the defensive wall for a few more hours. However, the company commander and group leader disagreed, saying that the defense regulations stipulated that unless there were special circumstances, it was not allowed to climb the defensive wall outside of the designated duty hours. This is linked to military merit and responsibility, so it is essential to keep a clear distinction between them. Since the leader had said so, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to give up his idea of working overtime. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Stamina 3.2, Defense 3.2, Healing 3.2, Skill 1.7, Mental Ability 5.7. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Training Master. Increases all attributes by 0.2. Soul points, 2293. However, Zhou Yuan's mood improved considerably when he saw the panel. I earned 1036 soul points in the last 4 hours, 50 of which came from daily quests. Although it wasn't as much as the first 4 hours, it still met his expectations. He just needed to get 2,000 soul points every day. The skill level increased by 0.1, which should be the proficiency level with sniper rifles. That was awesome. I killed at least 100 bugs. Damn it, the sniper rifle's recoil is too strong. My shoulder is almost shattered. I'll have to stand guard tomorrow. It's a pity I didn't encounter the swarm, otherwise I could have used the quadruple KPV on the watchtower. That big guy can even blow up a tank. Back in the dormitory, the members of the 8th squad gathered together, playing cards and bragging. They all talked about how powerful and mighty they were, how many insects they killed last night. Brothers, what you guys did is nothing. When he heard his teammates start praising him, James couldn't sit still. James crossed his arms and said smugly, I saw it with my own eyes last night. The boss killed at least 1,000 bugs before 3 a.m. If I'm not mistaken, the boss's final kill count will definitely be more than 1,000. 1,000. Upon hearing James's words, everyone turned to look at Zhou Yuan, who was sitting to the side smoking. James, I don't like being high profile. Zhou Yuan frowned, then sighed helplessly and said, if I counted correctly, it should be 2,093. Very good. Well done, James. You're a mature junior now. Keep it up next time. 2,093. Everyone gasped in surprise, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had never expected this answer. However, while it was unexpected, it's still understandable. There were 6 people in the team who came from the same recruit camp as Zhou Yuan. The remaining 3 people only needed to ask around a little to find out that Zhou Yuan was not only skilled in hand-to-hand combat, but also had first-rate marksmanship. If Zhou Yuan's marksmanship were even half as good as his martial arts, then this record wouldn't be so unbelievable. Compared to killing 2,000 bugs in 8 hours, it's obviously more impressive to take down 47 veterans by himself. Okay, keep your voice down. This is nothing serious. Don't disturb the sleeping guys. Go to bed early and get plenty of rest. I will guide you one by one tonight and teach you my shooting experience. Zhou Yuan waved his hand expressionlessly, displaying his mature and aloof demeanor. He's a cold-blooded killer who operates with a cool and elegant style. He absolutely cannot show any smugness or intoxication at being praised. As for the evening, he will give the team members good guidance, such as having them go to all 5 watchtowers and kill all the insects they can. Of course, he wasn't stealing kills. He was a team-oriented soldier who simply wanted to relieve some of the pressure on his teammates and make their guard duty easier. With great power comes great responsibility, and he understood this all too well. Cool. Captain, you're a monster. Seeing Zhou Yuan so calm and collected, the team members felt a great sense of security and praised him several more times. It is definitely something to be grateful for to meet a strong captain on the front lines. All right, you guys can play now. Zhou Yuan shrugged, threw the remaining cigarettes on the card table, and then lay down on his bed. He scrolled through his work tablet, his ear twitched slightly. When he heard his teammates still talking about his achievements, and even a veteran joining in to ask questions, Zhou Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Store up fame, brew brilliance. This is a line he heard in a movie, and it works well in real life. No matter which circle you're in, building a reputation is always the first step. He is currently a squad leader, and the standard rank for a squad leader is second lieutenant. As long as he doesn't make any major mistakes, he will be gradually promoted to second lieutenant. But the future is the future. It doesn't change the fact that he's still a private first class. He hoped this slowly process could be completed quickly. In just a few days, his exploits on the defensive wall will become widely known, and then, High Command of the Fortress, Commander of the 3rd Squadron, and leader of the 1st Combat Group. I hope you won't be ungrateful. A well-rounded warrior like my Captain Zhou is definitely a talent that the Federation should vigorously cultivate. Not good. This kind of mental activity seems to be something only villains would have. Zhou Yuan shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind and shifting his attention to the gift box. When the task feature was unlocked last night, the system gave him 3 gift boxes, 1 level 2 and 2 level 3. System, open all gift boxes. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain a miniature plasma spark device, *1. Open the level 3 soul gift box to obtain 1 high explosive grenade. Open the level 3 soul gift box to obtain F3 light grenade launcher *1. Oh, Zhou Yuan was taken back by the result. The last 2 are nothing special. One is a high-powered hand grenade, and the other is a grenade launcher loaded with incendiary rounds. This is the first one. He remembered very clearly that plasma sparks originated from the Land of Light, and the Land of Light, that's Ultraman's hometown. In the star system where Planet Ultra is located, the sun is about to perish, so the scientists on Planet Ultra want to create an artificial sun. After the artificial sun was successfully created, It was named the Plasma Spark Tower. However, before it was activated, the Baltan aliens tampered with it, but by accident. The Plasma Spark Tower was transformed into the Life Evolution Tower. After being exposed to the light of the Plasma Spark Tower, all the residents of the Land of Light evolved into Ultraman, while other creatures evolved into monsters. Damn, you're overthinking it. After reading the item description, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckled. This thing is similar to Iron Man's arc reactor. It's a super energy source that's only the size of a fist. His childhood was so rich that he almost thought he was about to evolve into Ultraman. Chapter 36 Teaching Little Black a Lesson. Nice one. Zhou Yuan crawled under the covers and took out the miniature plasma spark device to take a look. This thing looks like a crystal plaque that is 3 centimeters thick and 10 centimeters wide. It is reddish and glows, and there is a ring of connecting holes around it. It has a pretty nice design. However, Zhou Yuan only played with it for a short while before putting it away. It's good, but we don't need it for now. Judging from its size, it's definitely too big to move. It's only suitable as an energy source for smaller creatures like single soldier mechs. To get something like this from a level 2 gift box is incredibly lucky. But there are too many things needed to build a mech. To meet so many requirements, such as industrial machinery foundation, cutting-edge technical personnel, and secret research bases, one would need at least the authority of a general. He is currently only a private first class, a low-ranking soldier who can't even afford a single room. Sleep. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes and lay down. I should go to sleep now while I'm still a bit tired, otherwise I'll feel better again in a little while. Buzz. Zhou Yuan was awakened by the vibration of his work tablet, not knowing how long he had slept. What the hell? Zhou Yuan almost jumped up, but quickly realized that the noise came from the work tablet. I opened the tablet and saw a text message notification. The communication window will open promptly at 6 a.m. on August 15th. All units are requested to prepare for combat. Question mark. A question mark appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. He didn't understand the text message. Hey buddy, what's going on? After scanning the room, Zhou Yuan found an old soldier who was still awake. It's noon now, and there are only a handful of people still awake in the dorm. Zhou, you know there's a large communications window in the fortress, right? Insects can sense signals and then find us by following the signals in the communication window. When we use the communication window to contact Earth, we only keep it open for a short while and then close it. Only nearby insects can find this place. But on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, the fortress will send a large amount of data to Earth, and the communication window will remain open for several hours, attracting insects from even the farthest distances. The veteran patiently explained to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized and asked, so, there will be an insect swarm attacking the fortress the day after tomorrow? That's it. The veteran nodded and continued. The communication window opens at 6 o'clock and usually stays open until 12 o'clock, but it may close earlier or later. In order to deal with the insect swarm, everyone's garrison time will be increased by 4 hours to ensure that there are always twice as many soldiers on the defensive wall as usual. If the insect swarm is too large, the fortress will also send mechanical troops to support us. In short, don't worry, we can handle it. By the way, there might be locusts then, they're the real killers. Understood, thanks. Zhou Yuan thanked him, changed into his training clothes, and left the dormitory. Unexpectedly, this happened. In fact, it's a good thing for him. The garrison time has been increased from 8 hours to 12 hours, and it coincides perfectly with the insect swarm from morning to noon, making it a great time to farm soul points. Today is the 13th. He plans to go out and practice intensely for an afternoon, and then practice shooting until the morning of the 14th. He's sure he'll be able to exhaust himself. Then, on the 14th, I slept all day to be in the best condition to deal with the insect swarm from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. on the 15th. Plans are in place. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at the obstacle course training ground. Damn it, a bunch of cowards, too scared to even go up. What's with all this sarcastic talk? What kind of grandpa are you? Zhou Yuan ended his training early, muttering curses under his breath. His record was completely exposed and spread everywhere. The increase in popularity is a good thing, and that's exactly what happened. At first, everyone who saw him praised him, saying how amazing and strong he was. But slowly, the black spots appeared. Those haters gathered in groups of 3 or 5, pointing and gossiping about him, saying that his record was all made up and that he didn't say a single good word about him. He originally intended to go up and take down all the black pieces. But after thinking about it, he still didn't take the initiative. After all, he couldn't very well say, "I heard your whispers from 10 meters away, could I?" This is what they mean by fame brings trouble. Forget it, black and red are still red, just a bunch of sour grapes. Zhou Yuan shook his head and turned to walk towards the training ground gate. "Hey, sweetheart, aren't you going to keep running? I've heard that Easterners only train their physical fitness. Keep going, let's see how long you can run." Just then, Zhou Yuan heard a shout behind him and stopped in his tracks. "Fuck you, did you pick your mouse out of the toilet?" Zhou Yuan suddenly turned around and gave the group of people who were speaking the middle finger. "You asked for this. I was originally thinking of being magnanimous and letting these sour dogs off the hook, but now it seems unnecessary. I should just give them a painful lesson." "Fuck, is that kid insulting us?" Zhou Yuan's voice was loud enough that the group of trolls heard it and walked up to him in a group. However, considering how powerful Zhou Yuan was, they cursed him verbally, but dared not lay a hand on him. They could only glare at him. "Fuck you, I'm cursing you. Damn cowards. Were you having a good time yelling just now? If you bark any louder, I'll definitely hire you at a high salary to guard my doghouse, I promise." Zhou Yuan, with a fierce expression, stood directly in front of He Zi, pointing at them and cursing loudly. "Fuck you." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, all 5 of the black-clad players exploded on the spot. Zhou Yuan had already pointed at their foreheads and cursed them, and there were onlookers around. If they didn't take action now, how would they survive in the fortress? They have 5 people, which is a huge advantage. If they take down this popular newbie, then they'll be the popular veterans. The group of men exchanged glances, then simultaneously lowered their arms from their chests and peered at Zhou Yuan. Bang! Zhou Yuan also made his move at the same time. With just a light kick, he knocked down the tallest and strongest member of the black gang. Then he reached out and dislocated the wrists of the 2 white men, gently pulled them closer with both hands, and finally knocked them over with his shoulders. These moves may seem like a long process, but they actually happened in an instant. By the time the last 2 players realized what was happening, Zhou Yuan's fists were already growing larger and larger in their eyes, finally slamming into their faces. In less than 3 seconds, Zhou Yuan had 5 veterans lying on the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tough guys, you can't even stand one of my moves. I'd like to know, who gave you the courage to provoke me? Zhou Yuan lit a cigarette and looked down at the blackie group lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Kid, I will definitely. Old He, who was kicked by Zhou Yuan first, wanted to curse, but his curses turned into screams because Zhou Yuan stepped on his stomach. Chapter 37 Winner Takes All. God, a generous gift of crabs. Guys, I think we'd better get going. Seeing Zhou Yuan swiftly and decisively take down 5 veterans, the onlookers were startled and felt a chill run down their spines. They just spoke ill of Zhou Yuan, what if? Just then, when they saw Zhou Yuan's gaze meet theirs, their spines began to tingle as he looked at them with that icy gaze. Seriously, this is fucking awful. Who was the first to say that this guy was just a boastful actor? Go try it yourself. Within seconds, most of the veterans who had spoken ill of Zhou Yuan earlier had left, leaving only about a dozen watching from a distance. Of course, not everyone is afraid of Zhou Yuan. The female soldiers on the training field weren't afraid. After Zhou Yuan made his move, they even took the initiative to come over and discuss wanting to get to know him. Clearly, Zhou Yuan's easy victory over the 5 veterans had earned him the priority mating right within the fortress. Cowards, stay away from me from now on. If I find out you're spewing dog shit again, I'll tear your fingers off one by one and stuff them into your mouths. Now tell me, do you understand? Zhou Yuan squatted on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and said expressionlessly. There were 5 veterans in total. 2 were knocked unconscious, and the other 3 were still standing. The 3 veterans were still cursing when they lay down, but after being hit a few times by Zhou Yuan, they all shut their mouths obediently. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, they all nodded, hoping that Zhou Yuan would leave quickly. I'm very satisfied with this exchange, and you're all satisfied too, right? I think you all know that striking a comrade is punishable by caning, and I really don't want to be caned. If I end up on the execution ground. As he said this, a cold smile appeared on Zhou Yuan's lips. He reached out and gently placed his hand on an old soldier's neck and whispered something. No. Buddy, you don't need to do this. We won't make a big deal out of it. The veteran was so frightened, he almost wet his pants and quickly waved his hands, begging for mercy. He was certain that the most terrifying smile he had ever seen in his life was Zhou Yuan's smile right now. Zhou, we apologize to you. The other 2 who hadn't fainted echoed. fearing that Zhou Yuan might do something even more outrageous. Very good, that's correct. Guys, remember what I said, bye. Zhou Yuan smiled and withdrew his hand from the veteran's neck, then got up and walked towards the training ground gate without lingering. It feels so good to settle scores on the spot. However, this couldn't go on forever. It was really beneath Captain Zhou to personally deal with even a small fry. Next time we go out, we should bring our team members along so we don't have to do everything ourselves. Hey Zhou, did I call you correctly? Cool boy, would you like to have dinner with us? Before he even reached the gate, Zhou Yuan was surrounded by a group of female soldiers. Zhou Yuan stubbed out his cigarette with his fingers and said coldly, "Girls, if you're here to play house with me, then you can leave now. Believe me, those who block my way will not have a good end. Those cowards from before are examples." Not bad. 6 girls, 4 fair-skinned and 2 dark-skinned. The black ones are no good, but the white ones are not bad, and 2 of them are quite nice. Cool. Seeing Zhou Yuan's posture, the eyes of all 6 girls lit up. This is what a tough guy should say. Zhou, you may have misunderstood. We just want to be friends with you. If you'd like, we can talk about interesting topics or do something interesting. At least it's more interesting than teaching a coward a lesson, don't you think? The girls blinked, and one even ran her finger across Zhou Yuan's shoulder, clearly making a direct approach. Good suggestion. I have to get to the defensive wall at 7 p.m., so I won't be able to talk to many people. If I can hurry, I might be able to finish by 7 p.m. Zhou Yuan crossed his arms, raised his chin slightly, and looked at the 2 prettiest ones. 3 hours. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the 6 girls' eyes lit up even more. The 2 girls Zhou Yuan saw immediately abandoned their playmates, stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Yuan's hands, and pulled him toward the training ground gate. The remaining 4 stood there, their expressions not good. How could they not know? Zhou Yuan had never even considered them. If it didn't work out this time, there would be no chance in the future. Fuck. Damn newbie. This scene was witnessed by the veterans who had just gotten up from the ground, and they were so angry they almost lost their teeth. I just beat them up, and now I'm being led to my dorm by 2 beautiful girls. God, this is so unfair. Guys, should we tell the boss about this? If we file a complaint, he should receive at least 3 lashes. I think he should regret messing with us. Someone suggested reporting him to the authorities, but he couldn't swallow that insult. Fuck, are you an idiot? The tallest and strongest veteran immediately denied it, cursing. Do you think a few lashes will kill him? Have you forgotten his threats? Let's leave it at that. If anyone asks, we'll just say we know him well, and it was just training between friends. He can beat 47 people, so it's normal that we can't beat him. Anyway, we're not taking a beating, we're just training. Upon hearing his words, the remaining 4 fell silent. Indeed, this was the only way to avoid being confronted by Zhou Yuan again. Compared to being targeted by a monster, suffering a small loss is nothing. It's 6:30 p.m. Zhou Yuan, with his hands behind his head, left the communications soldiers' dormitory feeling refreshed. The 2 girls were communications soldiers. They lived in a dormitory room with 4 people in it. Their roommate happened to be on duty in the work hall, so the room was empty. The experience was pretty good. The only downside is that he's too capable. It takes him 2.5 hours to finish one session, and for him, that's just a warm-up, not enough to satisfy him at all. The 2 girls were exhausted and couldn't withstand his energy, but they still managed to get him to finish with them once. Finally, the 2 girls were practically drooling over him, and they kept inviting him to visit. Zhou Yuan casually agreed, not taking it too seriously. Chasing girls is fine occasionally, but it should never become a daily habit, and it shouldn't interfere with the important task of pest control. After quickly grabbing a meal at the restaurant, Zhou Yuan headed to the 3rd Squadron's exclusive training ground. Boss, the squad leader and the group leader are here. It seems they have something to announce. As soon as Zhou Yuan arrived, James approached him, whispered something in his ear, and pointed to the area in the middle of the training field. Following his gaze, Zhou Yuan saw Squadron Leader Campbell and Group Leader Turner. For the insect swarm? After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan had a guess in his mind. Squad leaders and group leaders generally do not train with their team members. They have access to more advanced indoor training facilities. Now that the 2 of them are here together, they're probably going to talk about what happened on the 15th. Chapter 38 The Great Battle is imminent. I think you all received the text message notification. The communication window will open promptly at 6 a.m. on August 15th. Newcomers who have joined recently may not yet know what this means. So, I will answer your questions and tell you what to do next. After the group of people had all arrived, the squad leader Campbell finally spoke. Just as Zhou Yuan had guessed, the squadron leader was talking about the insect swarm. In general, if there are more insects, there will be more people on the defensive wall. Everyone will have to spend an extra 4 hours on duty. The company commander and the group leader must be present. This applies to all 4 garrison armies, from east to west and north to south. If the insect swarm becomes too large, the fortress will also deploy air forces, mechanized units, and other support troops. The squadron leader explained in great detail, taking a full 3 minutes to finish. After the announcement, training began promptly at 7 p.m. However, the squadron leader shortened the original 3-hour physical training to 2 hours, and will cancel the physical training altogether tomorrow, saying that he wants to conserve energy to deal with the insect swarm. After 2 hours of physical training, Zhou Yuan went back to his dormitory and sat for 2 hours before leading his team up the defensive wall to hand over duties to the 3rd group of the 8th team. As usual, patrols are from number 2 to number 5, and guards are from number 6 to number 10. They will rotate every 4 hours. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, ordering the troops to disperse. After the team members were in position, Zhou Yuan climbed the watchtower and picked up his sniper rifle. Tonight is the same as always, 8 hours of shooting. However, when he was rotated out in the second half, he stopped focusing solely on killing insects. Just as he said in the morning, he shared some shooting tips with his teammates, telling them all the experience he could verbally. As for whether the team members can understand it, there's nothing he can do about that. Talent is something that cannot be compensated for by hard work. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Stamina 3.2, Defense 3.2, Healing 3.2, Skill 1.7, Mental Ability 5.7. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Training Master. Increases all attributes by 0.2. Soul Points, 3753. Because more time was spent on instruction, less time was spent on pest control. Yesterday, I earned nearly 2,200 soul points, but today, I earned less than 1,500. The difference is obvious. However, the reason is not entirely about coaching the team members. The main problem is that he can't muster any interest and can't concentrate. He spent the whole night thinking about what the insect swarm would be like tomorrow, because he had never seen an insect swarm before and was extremely curious. I can make up for the missed sessions tomorrow. Although he had never seen an insect swarm, he had heard of quite a few. A group of insects is called a swarm if there are more than 10 of them, and a group of more than 10,000 is called a swarm. Don't think that 10,000 is a small number just because he can kill 2,000 insects in one night. An insect swarm refers to the fact that when insects gather in a tide and launch an attack, there are at least 10,000 insects in your field of vision. If killing 2,000 insects in 8 hours is like running water from a tap. So if you see 10,000 insects at once, it's probably like the dam has been opened. This is not even in the same league. When the insect swarm arrives, he will go up to the watchtower to operate the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun. This heavy machine gun is a weapon from more than 200 years ago. It is powerful enough to bomb airplanes and tanks in seconds, and it belongs to the category of heavy anti-material firearms. Each KPV bullet has twice the kinetic energy of a Barrett bullet, which shows how powerful it is. Not to mention, compared to the old model from over 200 years ago, the current model is more advanced and can destroy a tank in just 1 second after firing. Overall, it looks like 4 large heavy machine guns, each nearly 2 meters long, combined into a giant Gatling gun, which can only be used by fixing it on a watchtower. Using this kind of firearm to kill swarms of insects, a single bullet can kill several of them. He predicted it. Tomorrow's harvest should be measured in tens of thousands. After descending the defensive wall, Zhou Yuan didn't rush back to his dormitory, but instead turned around and headed to the training ground. They practiced from a little after 7 o'clock until noon. Feeling completely exhausted, he finally went back to his dorm to sleep. He hoped to sleep until nightfall so that he could get up and climb the defensive wall as soon as he woke up. Pity. The super soldier's blood was too strong. Even though he was already very tired, he only slept for 7 hours. So he went to the communication soldier's quarters, found the 2 girls from yesterday, and had a physical competition with them. Time flies when you're running errands. After 2 rounds, it was almost 11 p.m. After getting dressed, Zhou Yuan left the communication soldier's dormitory leaving behind 2 girls who were fast asleep on the bed. Hey boss. Team leader. When Zhou Yuan arrived at the garrison area, his team members were already in place. Okay, let's go. Zhou Yuan nodded and led them up the defensive wall. A large number of people had gathered on the defensive wall, including people from 3 groups and 8 teams, as well as people from the military equipment department. The military supplies department set up a row of simple tables inside the defensive wall. The table was piled with all sorts of guns and ammunition, some of which he couldn't even name. People from the 3rd group and the 8th team were also helping to organize them. We might have a tough battle to fight tomorrow morning. An insect swarm, I wonder what it will be like. Upon seeing the armed men, Zhou Yuan's team members all swallowed hard. By the large communication window must be quite large, otherwise the people in the armaments department wouldn't have turned this place into an ammunition depot. Weak. Harun, the captain of Group 3, teammate, came up to Zhou Yuan, pulled him aside, and whispered, "Buddy, there's something I need to remind you of. Plasma worms won't climb the plateau. Only soldier worms and locusts will come. Soldier worms aren't a problem, but you must be careful of locusts. They are real killers. They like to attack from the air, and by the time we can hit them, they are already on our heads." Thanks. Zhou Yuan nodded and hugged Harun. Compared to insect soldiers, locusts are indeed a very troublesome opponent. Although the number of soldier insects is large, the military strength of Tharsus fortress is very strong, and it even has a large number of nuclear weapons, which cannot be breached by soldier insects. It's no exaggeration to say that the soldier insects couldn't even touch a hair on their heads. Locusts are different. They are flying species, with speeds similar to peregrine falcons, reaching up to 100 meters per second when sprinting. They like to stick together, and when they go out, there are thousands upon thousands of them. Moreover, they are very smart and never fight the Air Force head-on. They only choose to fight opponents with slow movement speed. Therefore, locusts must be attacked as soon as they are seen. Otherwise, even a moment's carelessness could result in a locust cutting off your head. Chapter 39. The insect swarm arrives. Alright, I should go now. Zhou, don't let your guard down. See you during the day. After reminding Zhou Yuan, Harun hurriedly left with his teammates. They need to rest as soon as possible to recover their depleted energy and be in the best condition to deal with the daytime swarm of insects. When the large communication window is continuously open, the garrison time for Group 1 is 23 to 11:10, for Group 2 it is 3 to 15:10, and for Group 3 it is 11 to 23:10. Generally, the large communication window will remain open until 12 o'clock. This also means that at 12 o'clock, the insects were still approaching Tharsus fortress, so the insect swarm might continue into the afternoon. Each combat group faces swarms of insects, making their mental state crucial. Same as always, get to work. By the way, cancel the patrol today. Just stay where you are and stand guard. Don't fight too hard. Save your energy for tomorrow morning. Zhou Yuan gave a reminder, then gestured for the group to disperse. Shooting is no easy task. The recoil alone can wear down a person's physical strength and mental energy. Even he was like that, let alone his teammates. After the team members dispersed, Zhou Yuan began to observe the firearms prepared by the armory. They are all high-powered firearms, mainly rifles, machine guns, and grenade launchers. There are no pistols or submachine guns here. There were also many military crates marked with nuclear symbols, which likely contained small tactical nuclear bombs. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough permissions to enable it. TSK. Although it's a small nuclear bomb, if we fire it during the insect swarm, even a small one will yield 3 to 5,000 soul points. Zhou Yuan patted the military equipment box, his mouth watering. However, since this thing has been transported to the defensive wall, there must be an opportunity to use it later. Now we just have to wait. After a brief inspection, Zhou Yuan casually grabbed a new AWM and climbed onto the watchtower. While it's important to conserve energy, you still need to kill the bugs. Just don't push yourself too hard. Time is like a breeze. While you are enjoying its gentleness, time has already passed you by. It was 3 a.m., and teammate of Group 2 had also arrived. Mark, how should we allocate them? Zhou Yuan put down his gun and immediately went to find the captain of the 8th team of the 2nd group. He was, after all, just a newcomer, and he had to listen to the advice of the veterans on many things. Mark bumped shoulders with Zhou Yuan and laughed. How about we split it evenly? We'll both go up to the middle watchtower. The left side is mine, and the right side is yours. Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. Dividing the defense zones equally is indeed reasonable, as it clearly distinguishes between merits and demerits. See you later. The two didn't say much, and after assigning the defense zones, they parted ways, each assigning positions to their team members. Blake and Johnson, go to Watchtower number 4. Taylor and Martin, go to Watchtower number 5. The rest of you stay where you are. I will notify you immediately if anything happens. You don't need to reply, just do as I say. Did you all understand? Clear. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members responded in unison. All right, let's get to work. Zhou Yuan nodded and went up to the number 3 watchtower after the team members dispersed. Zhou, I heard. Mark was already on the watchtower and immediately came to greet Zhou Yuan upon seeing him. With a lewd expression on his face, he put his arm around Zhou Yuan's shoulder and asked in a low voice, I heard you know a lot of the female soldiers in the work hall? Yes, what's wrong? Zhou Yuan nodded, feigning ignorance as he asked the question. There are many female soldiers in the military. The most popular are the female soldiers in the Starship Force, followed by female soldiers in communications, medics, and other similar roles. Compared to the muscular female infantrymen, these technical female soldiers who don't train much in physical fitness are goddesses in the eyes of all the male infantrymen. Dude, you're famous again. You beat up 5 veterans on the training field for the sake of 2 beautiful female communications soldiers, and the news is spread everywhere. But that's nothing. The higher-ups won't care about soldiers fighting over women. What I want to say is, God, women love this the most. They all like tough guys. I think I'm a tough guy too. Maybe. You can introduce me to a few. Mark winked at Zhou Yuan, giving him a knowing look. Zhou Yuan was stunned when he heard Mark's words. Are you kidding me? He was teaching a lesson to his haters the day before yesterday. How did it turn into him being jealous over a woman? He knew that rumors would change over time, but this time the change was truly outrageous. If this rumor gets out, how will he ever get close to the high-quality female soldiers in the Starship Force? No problem, leave it to me. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan smiled, patted Mark on the shoulder, and said, I'll arrange a social gathering in a couple of days. It's up to you then. It was rare for someone of squad leader rank to ask him for help, so he agreed first, regardless of whether he could actually do it. At that time, he introduced all the black and muscular girls he couldn't bring himself to date to his friends and family, hoping to gain some favors. As for the damage to his reputation, it's actually not a big deal. First of all, the content of the rumor isn't bad, and secondly, there are plenty of opportunities to reverse public opinion, so there's no need to take it to heart. The communication window will open in 1 minute. All units are requested to prepare for battle. Zhou Yuan waited, and finally, it was 6 o'clock. The fortress entered a state of level 2 combat readiness, and everyone heard the news through their earpieces. Guys, prepare for battle. Remember what I said. If I give you an order, do not reply. Execute it immediately. Zhou Yuan immediately notified his team members and made preparations for battle. Mark next to him was doing the same, constantly reminding his teammates through his earpiece, his face very serious, clearly aware of the severity of the insect swarm. As soon as the communication window opened, the bugs near Tharsus fortress immediately became excited. They started as a few scattered individuals, then gathered into dozens, and charged towards the defensive wall in a large group. However, a swarm of insects of this size is no match for the defensive wall. The electric fence alone is enough to deal with them. By 6:10, the swarm had finally grown in size. What started as a small swarm of dozens of insects has grown into a large swarm of hundreds or even thousands. They're here. Zhou Yuan put down his scope and sniper rifle, preparing to activate the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun. He could see clearly through his scouting scope that the swarms of insects outside the wall were just cannon fodder. The main force of the insects was still 2 or 3 kilometers away. The area has been completely overrun by insect soldiers, turning it into a swarm of insects. The soldier insect looks a lot like a mantis, with its scythe, like pincers resembling sharp spikes. It is over 5 meters long and over 3 meters tall, making it practically a biomimetic mantis chariot. Countless giant mantises gathered together, like black waves, completely covering the dim yellow plateau, presenting an extremely strong visual impact. This moment, Zhou Yuan felt his limbs trembling and his mind becoming somewhat lightheaded. This isn't fear, it's excitement. His body and mind worked together very well, and when he wanted to do something big, he increased his adrenaline secretion. Full health and mana with a buff. Captain Zhou will be in top form. Chapter 40, A Bountiful Harvest. Bang! The first wave of Zerg quickly approached the defensive wall, but they were all stopped by the electric fence. The soldier insect's exoskeleton can withstand temperatures exceeding 500 degrees Celsius, but the electric current in the electric grid wall is far more than 500 degrees Celsius. The front row of the swarm was completely charred into carbon. At that moment, a series of sonic booms sounded overhead. Looking up, I saw that the fortress had deployed its air force. However, the flying units were not targeting the insectoid worms. They dispersed in formation around the fortress, presumably to guard against the locust swarms. Joe, get ready. When the insect swarm directly assaults the fortress will shut down the electric fence. At that point, we'll have to rely on the automatic and manual fences. Mark placed both hands on the control levers of the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun while reminding Zhou Yuan. The electric grid wall is a row of alloy columns that can be raised and lowered, each as thick as a person's thigh, and they can generate high-volt current chains between each other. Normally, the small insect swarms are fine, but once a swarm of insects arrives, they will be overwhelmed within a minute, so when a swarm of insects comes, they will sink into the ground. Compared to the electric fence, the defensive lines such as the automatic turret walls, automatic machine gun emplacements, patrol walls, and watchtowers are the true defensive forces of the fortress. Okay, Zhou Yuan responded and reminded his team members again through the earpiece. Guys, listen up, drop those damn sniper rifles and use machine guns, grenade launchers, and other high lethal weapons. Understood, sir. After hearing his teammates' answers, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, started the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun, and was just one step away from pressing the fire switch. In just a short while, the advanced team of the insect swarm had been completely burned to ashes by the electric fence. At this time, the insect swarm reached a point less than 1 kilometer from the electric fence. Bang, bang, bang. The electric fence will close in 10 seconds. Combat personnel, please prepare for combat and obey orders from your immediate superiors. At the same time, the fortress's broadcasts and the sounds of automatic turrets attacking rang out simultaneously. The automatic turret is equipped with a medium-sized rocket launcher, which is filled with old-fashioned TNT and is not very powerful. However, when the automatic turret fires, it fires dozens or even hundreds of rounds at a time, densely packed like meteors, aiming to bombard the ground with firepower. Boom, boom, boom. A salvo of rockets devastated the insect swarm. Flames and shock waves, mixed with the shattered remains of insects, swept outwards everywhere, creating a truly awe-inspiring sight. However, an insect swarm is still an insect swarm. The characteristic of an insect swarm is that there are so many insects that all you can see are insects. The areas that had been cleared by rocket artillery were quickly filled in by the insects from the back row within seconds. Fearless, they charged forward with all their might, regardless of the lingering chain reaction of the explosion, heading straight for the defense line. Fire freely. At this moment, Zhou Yuan and Mark reached a tacit understanding. After giving the order, they simultaneously pressed the firing switch on the machine gun turret. The two quadruple KPV heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. 8 gun barrels fired energy bullets, which blasted into the insect swarm like lasers. The KPV heavy machine gun doesn't use tracer bullets, but its powerful kinetic energy heats the cartridge case red, giving the bullet a red and yellow glow, much like an energy bullet. Cool. As soon as the fire started, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. Using a quadruple KPV heavy machine gun to kill insects is like throwing a stone at an egg. Wherever the gun went, all the insects exploded, and the insects in the next 10 meters or so were also reduced to fragments and scattered in all directions. Kill a soldier insect and gain 1 soul. Kill a soldier insect and gain 1 soul. Kill a soldier insect, obtain. Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel and found that the gains far exceeded his expectations. The game had barely started, less than 5 seconds had passed, and the notification panel was already flooded with messages. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a 5-kill streak in a second. If this efficiency continues, in the nearly 300 minutes from now until 11:10, he can accumulate almost 90,000 soul points. Of course, even if we calculate it this way, the actual gains certainly won't reach that much. First, the scale of the insect swarm may not actually be that large. Secondly, once the insect swarm becomes too crowded, the automatic turrets will unleash a barrage of fire, taking away all the best farmed soul points. Finally, the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun cannot be used continuously. It needs to be rested after firing for a while, otherwise the barrel will melt within minutes. So, when you can swipe, You have to swipe like crazy. After some deliberation, Zhou Yuan began to concentrate on operating the machine gun turret, targeting the densest areas of the insect swarm. It must be said that although gunpowder firearms are old relics, they are still very effective at killing insects. Especially heavy machine guns like the KPV, whose bullets are a size bigger than the middle finger. When fired, it's like an explosive. It can tear apart one insect and then penetrate several others, eventually creating a crater in the ground. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuan shut down the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun and switched to the grenade launcher. The KPV's barrel is completely red hot. It needs a break. Fortunately, the watchtower has a wide variety of firearms, and the armory staff replenished them today, so there's no fear of not having a suitable weapon. He had been planning today's insect swarm since the 13th, and he had already figured out how to farm soul points. Use the 4-unit KPV whenever possible. When it's not, use grenades, machine guns, or other firearms to ensure a steady stream of soul points. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male, enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Stamina 3.2, Defense 3.2, Healing 3.2, Skill 1.7, Mental Ability 5.7. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Training Master. Increases all attributes by 0.2. Soul Points, 14852. An hour later, Zhou Yuan checked the panel again and found that his soul points had soared to 14,582. Before 6 o'clock, his soul points were less than 4,500. In other words, he earned at least 10,000 soul points in just 1 hour when the insect swarm attacked the fortress. You'll get incredibly rich. Mark, try this, it's the best from my hometown. Zhou Yuan was in a great mood. He took out 2 recovery cigars and handed one to Mark, the captain of Team 8, Group 2. We can take a short break now. The automatic turrets just fired a round, causing a break in the insect swarm outside the defensive wall. The next wave of insects is still several kilometers away. Thanks. Mark, panting heavily, took the cigar and lighter, lit it, and plopped down on the floor. Although the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun is fixed to the machine gun mount, you can still feel a considerable amount of recoil in your hands, which is very physically demanding. The constant, rapid explosions and gunshots were also taking a toll on my mental state. He wasn't as physically strong as Zhou Yuan, and he was already quite tired after an hour. Chapter 41. The heat reached. Zhou, your cigar is really good. I feel much better, like I've rested for half an hour. Mark exclaimed in surprise as soon as he put the cigar in his mouth. Of course, this is made with rare ancient Chinese medicine, a limited edition among limited editions. It's very difficult for me to get my hands on it, but a tough guy like you deserves this top-quality product from me. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily. It's the same old routine. First emphasize the rarity of restoring cigars, then show off your generosity, and incidentally compliment the other party a couple of times. You're a tough guy too. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Mark's face immediately broke into a smile, and he gave Zhou Yuan a friendly high five. A sedan chair is carried by people, and no one dislikes hearing nice things. Mark, how many waves of insect swarms are there? After chatting for a bit, Zhou Yuan asked curiously. A lot of. Mark's expression tightened, and he said seriously, there will be at least 5 waves, each larger than the last. The main force of that swarm of insects just now was the insects that roamed around the fortress. They arrived the fastest, but there were the fewest of them. They were just an appetizer. Around 9 o'clock, insects from afar will also be attracted by the communication window, and that's when the real insect swarm will arrive. We can't stop them with just defensive walls, which is why we need support from air and mechanized units. Just wait and see. That scene will be unforgettable for you. The locusts will become the sky, the soldier insects will become the earth, and all you will see is darkness. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His heart already began to race with excitement. As I said before, coming to Tharsus Fortress was definitely the right decision. He spoke with Rico the day before yesterday. Rico and Old A are still training their physical fitness at the Mariner's base, and they hardly see any bugs all day. If leaving the recruit camp is considered as joining a company, then Rico and the others have entered the military region brigade and still have to start from basic training. He was directly assigned to the border reconnaissance company, which meant he was going to the battlefield as soon as he joined. After a 2-minute break, the second wave of insects arrived. The second wave of insect swarms was slightly larger than the first, but only slightly larger, and not quite the official insect swarm Mark was referring to. TSK, an infinite unit production strategy. Zhou Yuan activated the quadruple KVP heavy machine gun again, his heart filled with emotion. The federal government once estimated that there are 20 million insects on Mars. The 20 million refers to the number after suppression. The fortress's special operations forces go out every day to search for and bomb the insect swarms. Because sand beetles are so prolific, producing thousands of soldier beetle eggs at a time, Mars would have been overrun by soldier beetles long ago if no countermeasures were taken. In my past life, some people said that in the face of technology, any carbon-based life form's resistance is futile. In retrospect, that statement wasn't entirely accurate. Take those damned Arachnid insectoids for example. They reproduce much faster than weapons are manufactured, and you can't kill them all. Capable of destroying planets appear in the future, they will not be able to completely exterminate the Zerg. Because the Zerg also possess the ability to travel between stars. If it weren't for encountering humanity as an adversary, the Zerg could easily have conquered the entire galaxy, leaving all the planets barren and desolate. The second wave of insect swarms, Zhou Yuan's harvest was greatly reduced, barely reaching half of what he had gained in the first wave. Because the fortress deployed mechanized units. The mechanized forces have formidable firepower. They possess the best weapons in the fortress. Even in defensive battles where they cannot exert their full strength, mechanized units can still produce batches of equipment that make the defending forces envious. Cluster missiles, tactical nuclear weapons, heavy robots, etc. These pieces of equipment, which are rarely seen in normal times, are now being displayed in large quantities along the defensive line by the mechanized troops, as if they were cheap goods sold at a street stall. Zhou Yuan was very unhappy as he watched the mechanized troops begin to move. It turns out that those nuclear-marked military crates were originally intended for mechanized units. But there's nothing we can do about it. Everyone has their own duties and responsibilities. This is the mechanized force. Once they are deployed, we will have no work to do. Don't be fooled by how much fun they're having now. They only get to enjoy themselves for 3 days a month when the communication window is open. The rest of the time, they don't even see any bugs. Seeing Zhou Yuan staring at the heavy robots on the patrol wall, Mark assumed Zhou Yuan was envious and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Oh. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling much better. If the mechanized troops could bomb insects every day, he would consider applying for a transfer, since shooting at missiles is much more satisfying than shooting at machine guns. The jumpers are about to enter the battlefield. All units, please prepare for battle. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the fortress's broadcast came on again, followed by a sonic boom. Zhou, look there. The main force of the insect swarm is coming. Tell your team to be careful. Mark, being experienced, immediately reminded Zhou Yuan. Following Mark's gaze, Zhou Yuan's expression immediately hardened. He used his earpiece to notify his teammates. The locusts are coming. Take cover. On the horizon directly ahead, the Air Force has returned. Behind them followed countless locusts, which, like a black mist, dyed the horizon into a black abyss. Not only was there trouble in the sky, but it was also causing a disturbance on the ground. Endless swarms of insect soldiers entered Zhou Yuan's field of vision, like waves weaving a black blanket over the earth. At first glance, it confirmed what Mark had said earlier. The locusts will become the sky, the soldier insects will become the earth, and all you will see is darkness. This scene is indeed unforgettable. Instead of returning to the fortress, the Air Force turned around and rushed to the right side of the fortress when it was about to reach the fortress's defense line. Locusts are very dangerous, so they planned to lure the swarms away. Unfortunately, they were only able to attract a small number of locusts. They were just a tributary of the locust swarm. The signal from the large communication window was so strong that the insects were all rushing towards the fortress and were hard to distract from other things. However, this also gave the Air Force an opportunity. Since the locust swarms didn't care about them, they could focus all their efforts on attacking the locust swarms. Missile after missile was fired, igniting the dark sky that was shrouded in locusts. Fireballs from the explosions were everywhere, and there were fragments of fallen insect corpses everywhere, as spectacular as a meteor shower. The Air Force had a good time, and the defense forces didn't just stand by and watch. Automated artillery emplacements, automatic machine guns, sentry tower heavy machine guns, heavy robots, and other defensive forces with anti-aircraft capabilities all opened fire at the same time. We must not let the locust swarms cross the defensive line, or we'll be in big trouble. Locusts are infantry killers. If they are put up against infantry, the infantry will be unable to suppress the locusts on the ground. Now is the time to play tactics. Chapter 42, Unwilling to be ordinary. Boom! While these defensive forces were holding off the locust swarms, the mechanized forces took action again. They activated the missile vehicles positioned behind the patrol wall, replenishing the ground defense firepower that had been lost in the fight against the locust swarms. Row after row of missile vehicles raised their carriages and launched missiles into the sky. With a roar, a large number of missiles took off and plunged into the clouds. The next moment, the missiles suddenly stopped at high altitude, then quickly ignited and fell, disintegrating in midair and turning into countless streaks of light that shot towards the earth. Cluster missiles. Zhou Yuan stared intently at the streaks of light, his eyes burning with desire. He previously believed that he was strong enough that even the swarm of insects could not hold him back. But today, he realized he was overthinking things. Let alone one, Captain America. Even 10,000 Captain Americas wouldn't be enough. Against the swarm of insects, they would only face total annihilation. With his physical condition unable to improve and the Superman route temporarily blocked, he had to find another way to enhance his strength. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Based on the current rate of progress, he can earn at least 100,000 soul points a month. Once the higher-level shopping area opens, we can check if there are any individual mechs or similar equipment. We should definitely get one. Only with mecha-type equipment can he protect himself. Boom! As Zhou Yuan was planning his next move, the cluster missile exploded. Hundreds and thousands of small missiles fell from the sky to the earth, turning into an endless expansion of dazzling light that covered the entire insect swarm area. Flames and explosions appeared one after another, annihilating countless insects in the blink of an eye. There were no insect corpses, no explosive fragments. Everything within the blast radius had been melted by the cluster missiles, leaving only the flames. This weapon, the mech can't handle it. Zhou Yuan's heart suddenly raced, and he was practically drooling. Seeing this, he already had some initial ideas for his future plans. Laugh. Before Zhou Yuan could think further, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The fortress's anti-aircraft firepower was still insufficient, making it impossible to intercept the massive swarms of locusts outside the defensive line. Many escaped the net, flying and screeching like moths to a flame, relentlessly crashing against the patrol wall, attempting to cut off a few heads from it. Watch out for locusts. The locusts attacked swiftly and fiercely. In the very first wave, some who couldn't react in time had their heads cut off. Zhou Yuan was operating the quadruple KPV heavy machine gun at the time, and couldn't even observe the team members' situation. He could only repeatedly remind them through his earpiece. He now feels that his previous ideas were somewhat naive. All talk of displaying great power is just wishful thinking. Faced with such a massive swarm of insects, he was merely a dispensable minion. After the locust swarms entered the battlefield, the situation suddenly became somewhat deadlocked. Because the locusts were too dangerous, the defense line had to divert nearly half of its firepower to suppress the locust swarms, which greatly reduced the pressure on the soldier insect swarms. Fortunately, the mechanized forces were well equipped with a wide range of weapons of mass destruction. Otherwise, the swarm of insectoid soldiers would have overwhelmed the defensive line. By now, Zhou Yuan's soul points balance had soared to 40,000. This should have been a good thing, but he wasn't in a good mood. All he could do was keep the trigger pressed and take turns using the KPV heavy machine gun and grenade launcher to bombard the swarm of insects, trying to kill as many insects as possible. Although the game was very exciting, but what he can do, anyone on the defense line could do. He possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary infantrymen, yet he could only do the work that all infantrymen could do, which made him somewhat resentful. "Zhou, are you tired?" At that moment, Mark, who was standing nearby, shouted something. The insect swarm arrived. He and Zhou Yuan were chatting the whole time. Now Zhou Yuan has suddenly fallen silent, most likely because he is tired. A little. Zhou Yuan nodded casually, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Hang in there a little longer. Mark didn't think much of it, but simply gave an encouraging reminder. It's almost 10 o'clock now. At 11:10, the third group will come and replace the first group. Okay. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, stopped thinking about it, and began to focus on harvesting soul points. Once people get busy, their emotions decrease, their worries and anxieties disappear, and time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it's 11 o'clock. When Zhou Yuan was replaced by Team 8 of Group 3, he hadn't recovered yet. He felt completely numb, surrounded by the sounds of gunfire that made him feel lightheaded. Before long, the team members gathered at the foot of the patrol wall. "Where's Brown?" Seeing that one person was missing from the team, Zhou Yuan frowned and asked a question, already guessing the result in his mind. "It was locusts that did it. I've already warned Brown, but the locusts are too fast." White responded in a low voice, sounding very downcast. He and Brown were very close. They played together every day in boot camp and were teammates after arriving at Tharsus Fortress. "I just didn't expect that after only a few days here. Brown is a fearless tough guy who does everything a guard should do. Don't look so sad. Brown is a tough guy, and his teammates shouldn't be cowards either. Now, we go to the cafeteria to eat, then go back to the dormitory to sleep, and at 11 p.m. we have to go up to the defense wall." Zhou Yuan said a few words briefly, and then led the team to the restaurant. Actually, he was quite upset inside. The young team, all of whom were 18 years old, suffered casualties during the first insect swarm, which was a blow to everyone. Moreover, he is the team leader, the mentor of the team members. Only, he didn't know what to say. After all, he wasn't the one who died in battle. Instead of saying a bunch of platitudes, it's better to just shut up and let the team members process their emotions and understand what the battlefield is like. Defense forces. After getting away from the defensive wall, Zhou Yuan looked back one last time. The fighting remained intense. The sounds of gunfire could be heard from a great distance, and the earth trembled incessantly, as if it would never stop. But for some reason, he felt completely calm. He showed no sign of tension. He was too calm, completely different from the solemn faces of his teammates, and seemed out of place in the tense atmosphere around him. He felt that he didn't fit in well with the defense forces. Being a defender does allow you to accumulate a lot of soul points, but that's not the life he wants. With the system's assistance, his youthful passion made him unwilling to be ordinary. He wanted to go somewhere where he could fully utilize his abilities, somewhere that would get his adrenaline pumping, somewhere others dared not go. Even if this slows down his acquisition of soul points, and even if it could lead to his death. Perhaps. He's someone who admires individual heroism. Chapter 43, Taking Stock of the Gains. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male, enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Stamina 3.2, Defense 3.2, Healing 3.2, Skill 1.7, Mental Ability 5.7. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Training Master. Increases all attributes by 0.2. Soul points, 55611. During the meal, Zhou Yuan finally had time to check his harvest. 55,611. When he went down the defensive wall yesterday, he only had 3,753 soul points. 55,611 minus 3,753 is equal to 51,858. In just 12 hours, he amassed nearly 52,000 soul points, a frighteningly fast growth rate. If we calculate it that way, with 3 waves of insect swarms a month, he can farm at least 150,000 soul points. For the remaining 27 days, if you farm 2,000 soul points every day, you'll get at least 54,000 soul points. Combined, the monthly income directly exceeds 200,000. We have to thank the locusts for this. Locusts are 3 times the price of soldier worms, and killing one yields 3 soul points. Don't even mention 200,000, any more wouldn't help. What matters most is that I'm happy. The defense force isn't right for me. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head. He preferred to transfer to Special Operations Forces rather than remain in the defense forces. However, Tharsus Fortress is a frontline fortress, and Special Operations Forces cannot simply enter at will. They can only slowly look for opportunities. After checking his soul points balance, he looked at the achievements panel. He activated several achievements during today's insect swarm. Attributes like Sweep, Insect Hunter, Valiant and Skilled in Battle, and Wealthy are all related to killing insects or obtaining soul points. The most difficult one to achieve is the Bloodlust Maniac. This achievement requires killing 10,000 insect soldiers, and upon completion, you will be awarded the title Bloodthirsty. The title Bloodlust is very powerful. Equipping it increases strength, speed, jump, and healing by 0.5. Although he was a little unbalanced in his studies, he really enjoyed them. The 4 attributes added. the first three being explosive power and the last being survivability, are very suitable for him. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Bloodlust, increases strength, speed, jump, and healing by 0.5. Soul points, 55611. After changing to the new title, the attribute panel looks much neater and more comfortable. Next, after sorting through the panel, Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before finally opening the shop. When he was killing the bugs earlier, the system beeped a few times, but he was busy at the time and didn't have time to check. Now that I think about it, the system seems to have said that the online store has opened a new section. Upon opening it, I confirmed that I hadn't misheard. The section for items priced from 10,000 to 1 million soul points has been opened. It smells delicious. After scanning the area, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. This second-level shopping district sells only the best products, with so many varieties that he couldn't possibly look at them all in a short time. A cheaper option is the ZF-1, a multifunctional automatic rifle with a magazine that holds 3,000 rounds. The expensive ones include combat robots, individual mechs, energy cannons, and other deadly weapons. They're all things related to the future. Items he had previously acquired, such as super soldier blood and miniature plasma spark device, were also available in this shopping district. This is good news. Once he becomes truly wealthy and has his own army, he might even consider forming a super combat squad. For example, everyone has a super soldier blood essence, and everyone has a mech. As for now you can just keep daydreaming. Just like in the beginning, the mall is always a trap where you can't afford what you want, and you can't afford what you want. It's a total ripoff. They even have refurbished cigars? Let's get some. Zhou Yuan had browsed dozens of pages of products, and was about to leave the store to focus on eating when he suddenly saw that cigars had been restored. Only single cigars are available. There are no recyclable cigar boxes. However, the price is quite cheap, only 50 soul points per stick. This price is perfectly acceptable to him. He could easily buy hundreds at a time, since he could earn back his several thousand soul points in just 2 days. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan bought 60 bottles at once. He didn't buy them for himself. He had over 40 cigarettes left, enough to last him a while. I mainly bought them as gifts. Many squad leaders in our group wanted to restore the cigars, so it would be a good idea to give them to people as a favor. The squadron leader and group leader should not be left out. When delivering cigars, take the opportunity to inquire about Special Operations Forces. It would be best if you could transfer directly to another unit. After a big meal, Zhou Yuan and his teammates returned to their dormitory. The dorm was quite noisy, but by noisy, I mean the snoring. Everywhere there was snoring, some like chisels, some like electric drills, all mixed together like a construction site. But that's normal. 7 hours of night patrols, 5 hours of fending off insect swarms. After 12 hours, the guys in the group were all exhausted. Many people didn't even eat. They rushed to their dormitories as soon as they passed the defensive wall and went to sleep early. Zhou Yuan stretched, kicked off his shoes, and lay down on the bed. To be honest, fighting this swarm of insects was really exhausting. Even he felt like he had been drained of most of his energy, let alone the others. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Props, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, ZF, 1 Rifle. Title, Bloodlust, increases strength, speed, jump, and healing by 0.5. Soul points, 52611. After resting in bed for a while, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel again. This is his habit. When he has nothing to do, he always likes to check his soul points balance and then plan for the future. Rather than accumulating soul points, he prefers to convert them into strength. Furthermore, the third-tier shopping district costs between 1 million and 1 billion. It's not easy to accumulate 1 million, and he can't possibly go 5 or 6 months without buying anything. I'm still poor. Zhou Yuan sighed as he browsed the in-game store. Converting soul points into strength isn't that simple. There are very few affordable and suitable products available to him. Wow. Gene evolution fluid? Just as Zhou Yuan was getting tired of browsing the online store and pulled the covers over himself to go to sleep, a very tempting name appeared in his eyes. Chapter 44 Gene evolution fluid. Gene evolution fluid. After injection, it can awaken dormant life factors within the body, activate bioenergy reserves, and break through one's own life limits. The introduction is very short, just one sentence. But even this short sentence made Zhou Yuan's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. This is easy to understand. You could say it's a top-of-the-line version of the Super Soldier Serum. If the Super Soldier Serum can enhance all of the user's physical functions, allowing the human body to reach its limit. This gene evolution fluid can allow the human body to break through its potential limits and become a higher level of life in a truly meaningful sense. You could say they're superhuman, far superior to enhanced humans. Great stuff, a real treasure. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his heart burning with excitement. The price of the gene evolution fluid is 800,000 soul points. Although the price is high, it is within his affordability. He can save up for a few months. For him, the appearance of the gene evolution fluid pointed him in the right direction, turning his aimless wandering into an anticipated voyage. Awesome. After carefully reading the introduction to the gene evolution fluid several times and confirming that he hadn't misread it, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes with satisfaction and slowly fell asleep. Go to bed early and kill the bugs tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yuan woke up from his sleep. I slept for more than 8 hours, and it was a very good sleep. When I woke up, I felt like my soul had been elevated. The first thing Zhou Yuan did upon opening his eyes was to turn on his work tablet. You're overthinking it. After swiping for a couple of seconds, Zhou Yuan put down the tablet and chuckled to himself. He left the defensive line at 11:10 a.m., and even after returning to his dormitory, he could still clearly hear the sounds of gunfire from outside. He had just thought the insect swarm might continue into the night. It turned out he was overthinking it. The insect swarm had ended long ago, around 2 p.m. The next insect swarm won't arrive until the 25th. There is no physical training today. We still have 3 hours. Let's go deliver the gift first. Zhou Yuan leaned against the headboard and dozed off for a while, then opened his briefcase and took out a stack of yellow paper. This is what he brought back from the restaurant this morning. It's just the right size to wrap cigars. Soon, 4 paper packages were formed. The largest paper package contained 20 recovery cigars, while the 3 smaller paper packages each contained 10. This is for the squadron leader and the 3 group leaders. He was in Group 1 and wasn't very familiar with the leaders of Groups 2 and 3, so he shouldn't have needed to deliver anything. However, when there is no insect swarm, the squad leader and group leader do not need to go up the defensive wall. At this time of day, the 4 commanders of the 3rd Squadron are most likely in the work hall or the entertainment area. He can't just send off 2 people after he goes. As for the squad leaders in his group, they only needed to give each of them a few cigarettes as a token gesture each night. He still had over 50 cigarettes left. After getting ready, Zhou Yuan left the dormitory with 3 yellow paper packets in his pocket. He first went to the work hall and asked around. He learned from the staff that the 4 commanders of the 3rd Squadron were in the entertainment area, so he turned around. The fortress has many entertainment areas, which can generally be divided into 2 types: private entertainment areas and public entertainment areas. These areas are further divided into numerous numbered zones, corresponding to different units, officers, and soldiers. He was heading to the officers' private recreation area of the 3rd Squadron. Private first class wouldn't normally have enough privileges, but since he was a squad leader, he could just register and get in. Soon, Zhou Yuan found his target. Squad leader Campbell, group leader Turner, group leader Arthur, and group leader Carter were playing cards together. Hey, look over there, my all-powerful warrior is here. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan arrive, Turner waved excitedly and gave Arthur and Carter a smug look. He was naturally pleased. All 3 combat groups recently received a batch of new recruits, all of whom were freshmen who had just graduated from basic training. Unfortunately, he ran into an all-around talented recruit, and the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd groups were extremely envious, only regretting that they didn't have such good luck. They're all commanders. Who wouldn't want their soldiers to be highly capable? Good morning, officers. Zhou Yuan greeted them with a smile, and then handed over the gifts he had prepared one by one. Gentlemen, these are cigars made with rare, ancient Chinese medicine. They have the effect of restoring energy and physical strength. My cousin just sent me a batch. The one I smoked the other day? As soon as Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Turner opened his own packet, took out a cigarette, and lit it. The squadron leader and the leaders of the second and third groups might not know, but he was very clear that Zhou Yuan was not exaggerating. On the day Zhou Yuan joined the group, he beat up a lot of veterans in the dormitory. When he was scolding Zhou Yuan, he took Zhou Yuan's cigar. He swears he's never smoked such a good cigar. This can't even be considered a cigar anymore. It's more like a tonic for the soul. Is it really that good? Seeing Turner's reaction, Campbell and the other two became very curious and lit one of their own cigarettes. The next moment, all three were shocked. They closed their eyes and took 2 more deep breaths, their expressions showing great enjoyment. How about it? Zhou Yuan was very satisfied with their reaction and asked with a smile. The best of the best. It's like a woman with measurements of 95/65/100, making you unwilling to pull out. Carter slowly savored his cigar, making inappropriate remarks with a serious expression. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Carter meant that restoring cigars is the Kardashian of cigars. After Carter said that, he suddenly felt that getting back to cigars wasn't a good thing. Hey kid, why is the boss getting 2 portions? At this moment, the leader of the second group put on a fierce look and glared at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan shrugged and chuckled. Probably because even the team leader calls him boss. If his share were the same as yours, or even less. I guarantee that tonight I'll be assigned to clean toilets because I don't use my left hand to shoot. Haha. When Zhou Yuan said that, the squadron leader and the 3 group leaders all laughed. Kid, I just happen to have something to tell you. After chatting for a while, Campbell, with a cigar in his mouth, said, having experienced the insect swarm and casualties, you're already a semi-mature squad leader. When you get back later, go to the work hall to pick up your new shoulder insignia. You're a private first class now. As for the selection of new players, Turner will take care of it. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan stood at attention and saluted, not finding it surprising. The 3 team leaders were the same. They all spoke up to encourage Zhou Yuan, not feeling that his promotion was too fast at all. From the moment Zhou Yuan became a squad leader, it was destined that he would quickly rise from private to second lieutenant. This is just the beginning. Chapter 45 Private First Class, the opportunity for transfer. Boss, I have a question. After exchanging greetings and presenting gifts, Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to inquire about the team transfer today. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, the squad leader and group leader had treated him well, making him a squad leader early on, but he was thinking of leaving the 3rd squad. What's up? Campbell's expression turned serious. He could tell that Zhou Yuan's mood was off. Well, I'm very curious about Special Operations Forces and would like to learn more about them, Zhou Yuan said slowly, his voice even lowering. Special Operations Forces? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the squadron leader and the 3 group leaders were stunned. Although Zhou Yuan didn't say it explicitly, these veterans who had served in the military for nearly 10 years could easily understand the meaning behind his words. This kid wants to join the Special Operations Force. Arthur and Carter were all right, since Zhou Yuan wasn't one of their soldiers, and they had just received a gift from him, so keeping quiet was the most appropriate thing to do. Turner, on the other hand, immediately turned pale. He is the group leader of Group A, and Zhou Yuan is one of the group's squad leaders and one of his capable assistants. Now he actually says he wants to leave. Give me a reason. You should know that once you become a squad leader, you can be promoted to second lieutenant within 6 months, which is something you can't achieve in Special Operations Forces. Don't say that Special Operations Forces are cool. Going there will only make you die faster. You're an adult now and should learn to think like an adult. After a moment's thought, Turner asked seriously. Zhou Yuan is only 18 years old this year, and is already an adult under the law. But in his eyes, an 18-year-old is just as immature as an 8-year-old boy, always doing silly things that he thinks are cool. So he wanted to inquire about the matter in detail, and if possible, offer some advice. I want a life full of challenges and adventures every day. I want a life that can ignite my passion every day. Everything is fine here, but life here is not right for me. I can do things that anyone can do, but I want to do things that others can't do. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and earnestly explained his reasons. He really wanted to stay in the defense force for a few months to accumulate enough 800,000 soul points to buy the gene evolution fluid. However, this would make him unhappy. He prefers to follow his heart rather than be locked up by the system. Besides, it's not like you can't farm soul points once you leave the defense forces. Special operations forces can still fire tactical nukes every day. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, the 4 of them, including Turner, fell silent. Zhou Yuan had already said all that, and they really couldn't persuade him any further. If someone else said these words, they would think it was an arrogant joke, but when Zhou Yuan said them, it sounded more like he was stating the truth. Zhou Yuan, who excels in both physical fitness and shooting, certainly has the right to say that. Boss. Turner was speechless and could only look at Campbell, hoping that Campbell, the company commander, would make the decision. Kid, you're very confident. However, I must admit, you have the right to be confident. But, joining a special operations force isn't that simple. Campbell exhaled a smoke ring and smiled slightly at Zhou Yuan. What should I do? A glint flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes, and he subconsciously sat up straight. Campbell's words were quite clear. He agreed to let him switch teams, but whether the transfer would actually happen was still uncertain. Show your value. Actually, you've already been doing it, you just don't know it. Campbell leaned back in his chair and began to recount his understanding of special operations forces. No matter where they are, special operations forces are unconventional and secretive forces, with missions directly assigned by the high command of their respective theater of operations. The special missions they carry out, most of which are high-difficulty field missions, such as clearing out insect nests and scouting insect-infested areas. Because of the high risk of the missions, special operations forces often suffer casualties and frequently recruit new personnel. However, no one can voluntarily join a special operations force. They can only wait for them to approach you. If you want them to come to you, you have to show your strength, which is something you've been doing since your first day here. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan suddenly understood. On his first day here, he defeated 47 veterans in a short period of time. This achievement has likely already caught the attention of special operations forces. Given the special nature and high authority of special operations forces, finding out the truth of this matter would be a piece of cake, and he might actually be selected in the future. It's hard to say how long or short this future will last. You might be selected tomorrow, or you might never be selected in your life. He didn't like being in such a passive position, but right now, it seemed there was no better way than to wait. So, let's continue. Keep being your all-around soldier. As long as the special operations forces aren't idiots, they'll definitely invite you. Campbell waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Yuan could leave. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan saluted the 4 people present in turn before leaving the entertainment room. Kid, some big shots might be coming up the defensive wall in the next few days. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to walk out the door, Campbell said something else. Thanks, boss. Zhou Yuan smiled and turned around to give a thumbs up. If nothing unexpected happens, the important person Campbell mentioned should be someone from the Special Operations Forces or a high-ranking officer in the fortress. In any case, this important figure will definitely be able to decide his future. Moreover, this important figure was very likely someone Campbell had specially invited, with the aim of giving him another helping hand. He has to seize this opportunity. Boss, you just agreed like that? After Zhou Yuan left the entertainment room, Turner said with a frustrated expression. He didn't blame Zhou Yuan. After all, he was the same when he was young, dreaming of joining a special operations force. But things are different now. Now he is the leader of a 100-person combat team. As the team leader, he naturally hoped to retain all the good soldiers. As the company commander, Campbell's decision to allow a good soldier to transfer to another unit was something Campbell couldn't understand. Logically, Campbell should have seriously refused. He doesn't belong here. He exudes a strong sense of confidence and pride, which makes him unwilling to be an ordinary person. He wants to do something truly great. But before he went off to do something big, he was still my soldier. Didn't you hear that? He called me boss, just like you did. Take good care of the newbies. That's what the boss should do. I hope this is the last lesson you'll ever learn. Campbell put down his cigar, crossed his hands to support his chin, and spoke in a very calm tone. Cool. The 3 team leaders were stunned, feeling that Campbell's image was becoming more and more radiant. Perhaps, this is what a real man is like. Chapter 46. A big shot? A bunch of newbies. Seeing the admiration in the eyes of his 3 capable lieutenants, Campbell lit his cigar again, countless thoughts swirling beneath his calm expression. Zhou Yuan is very mature, unlike other newcomers. Once a man makes up his mind, you can't just persuade him otherwise. Moreover, what he said before was true. Special operations forces pay attention to every unit and every outstanding soldier. Zhou Yuan has already caught the attention of the Special Operations Forces. Yesterday, an old friend asked him about Zhou Yuan's personality and other details. Instead of making a useless refusal, it's better to do someone a favor. Perhaps a few years later, when he encounters a bottleneck, Zhou Yuan will already have the ability to help him. On the other side, After receiving his new shoulder insignia and updating his personal information, Zhou Yuan returned to his dormitory feeling refreshed. This trip was definitely the right one. He not only rose to the rank of private first class, but also got the opportunity to transfer to another unit. He really had to thank Campbell. He never expected Campbell to be so easy to talk to. If he were the company commander and an excellent soldier under his command wanted to leave, he would definitely try his best to retain him. Campbell, on the other hand, not only didn't stop him, but also used his connections to help him find a way out. Campbell really owes Campbell something for this. Zhou, have you been picking up girls again? Seeing Zhou Yuan grinning from ear to ear, More from the next shop asked curiously. He was the veteran who was the first to cause trouble for Zhou Yuan on the day Zhou Yuan reported for duty, and who got beaten up the worst by Zhou Yuan. However, after the grudges were cleared up and a few days passed, he and Zhou Yuan got along fairly well and would occasionally play cards together. No, something better. I've sorted out a problem that was going to drive me crazy. Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head, then quietly took out a recovery cigar and tossed it to Moore. He has a psychological problem similar to obsessive-compulsive disorder. If something is not resolved or does not yield a satisfactory result, he will keep thinking about it and never forget it. Once the matter was resolved, he felt a great sense of relief and felt comfortable all over. This is how it is now, incredibly easy. Okay, that's definitely something to celebrate. It's a pity we can't drink, otherwise I would definitely treat you to a good drink. Moore tucked the cigar behind his ear and smacked his lips. In the military, it was extremely difficult to get a drink. If he could, he would even be willing to spend double the federal currency to buy alcohol. There will be an opportunity. Zhou Yuan leaned against the headboard and smiled. In his variable string ring, but wine is different from cigarettes. Wine is an absolute contraband in the military. You should only try it yourself in private. You absolutely cannot share it. Otherwise you will harm yourself and others. Zhou Yuan stayed in the dormitory until 10 o'clock. After all the team members got up, Zhou Yuan went to the restaurant with them for a meal, and then went up to the defensive wall to relieve them at the appointed time. He played very hard today, earning over 3,000 soul points in 8 hours, only taking a half-hour break during mealtime. After the emergence of gene evolution fluid, he wanted to collect the most soul points in the shortest amount of time. And then there's what Campbell said about important people potentially building defensive walls. He needed someone important to notice him, the bug killer, the moment they arrived at the 8th team's defense zone. For the next few days, Zhou Yuan remained in killing mode. He earns over 3,000 soul points every day, and his balance grows day by day. The only slight pity is that the important person Campbell mentioned never came. On the 6th day, a group of unfamiliar faces finally appeared on the defensive wall. There were 14 people in total, and Campbell was the one leading the way. Of the remaining 13 men, one was a major general, one was a colonel, one was a captain, and the remaining 10 were all second lieutenants and sergeants. The major general and colonel were from the strategic forces, and they wore standard officer uniforms, so they didn't look particularly special. However, following behind them were 11 men, led by a captain, all of whom were from the mobile unit and were armed with extremely special weapons. They were wearing space armor, which is a space suit that allows them to fight in a vacuum environment, completely covering their bodies. The combat suit is entirely black, with a white skeleton etched on it, making it look like a walking skeleton in the dark. If Zhou Yuan saw this set of equipment, he would recognize it immediately. They are from the Special Operations Forces. Because within the mobile forces, only Special Operations units have the authority to have the Armaments Department order unconventional weaponry for them. Clearly, this group of people were the big shots Campbell was talking about. He was also a key figure in Zhou Yuan's transfer to the Special Operations Force. But, in order to increase his soul points balance to over 70,000, Zhou Yuan was currently busy killing insects and hadn't noticed the situation at the stairs of the defensive wall at all. General, that's Zhou, my strongest soldier. From a distance of about 20 meters, Campbell pointed at Zhou Yuan on the watchtower and spoke to the major general beside him. The major general carefully examined Zhou Yuan through binoculars, looking somewhat surprised. Campbell, you'd better not be lying to me. Are you sure this little guy can take down 47 soldiers in 5 minutes? Judging from his appearance, Zhou Yuan was not particularly tall or burly. His handsome appearance makes him look more like an idle actor, not a ruthless character at all. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. He's like a human weapon, no one can stop him. He can not only take down 47 soldiers in 5 minutes, but also kill 2,000 soldier insects in 8 hours. Campbell nodded seriously, his tone was very earnest. Humanoid weapons? Hearing this, The Major General finally became interested and nodded, saying, "Call him over and see what he's capable of." "Yes, sir," Campbell responded, and personally went up to the watchtower to call Zhou Yuan down. "It's finally here." As Zhou Yuan descended from the watchtower, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Campbell had just whispered to him that the opportunity to transfer to the Special Operations Forces was right in front of him, and he had to seize it. "Sir." Upon arriving in front of the troops led by the Major General, Zhou Yuan gave a solemn salute. He didn't know the general's name, so according to military regulations, he simply addressed him as Sir when saluting. At ease. Seeing that Zhou Yuan was full of energy, the Major General nodded slightly. "When I was inspecting the defense line, I heard Campbell say that there was a troublemaker in his unit who beat up 47 veterans on the day he reported for duty." "Private First Class, you're the troublemaker?" "It's me, sir." Zhou Yuan did not panic when the Major General called him a troublemaker. He remained calm and answered. "This Major General is named Joe Angus, and he is the chief strategist of the Special Operations Forces at Tharsus Fortress. To put it simply, this guy is the leader of the Special Forces. He issues all the missions that the Special Forces carry out. He's an absolute big shot." Chapter 47. From Lieutenant to Captain? Very good. You have great courage. Campbell told me that you felt you were qualified to join the Special Operations Forces. Is that right? Angus continued to ask. "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he replied loudly. "It seems you're not only courageous, but also very confident." Angus turned his head slightly and said to the captain behind him, "Buck, he's yours." The captain nodded and stood in front of Zhou Yuan. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Baird Buck, the captain of the Hunters Squad at Tharsus Fortress. I've heard you're a good fighter, but I don't want to just hear it. I want to know just how good you really are. Come on, let me see if you're qualified to join the Special Operations Force." As he spoke, Buck took off his skull-shaped combat helmet and handed his weapon to a teammate standing nearby. "He is the captain of a 100-strong Special Operations unit. The reasons I came here today are twofold. First, to act as Angus's bodyguard, and second, to see Zhou Yuan. He and Campbell were recruits in the same class, and they've known each other since boot camp. They have a very good relationship. So when Campbell said he had an all-around soldier under his command, he had no doubt about the truth of Campbell's words and was immediately tempted. His team happens to have several open positions." "Yes, sir." Zhou Yuan took a few steps back and assumed a fighting stance. "Well, it's another situation involving interpersonal relationships and social niceties." This scene reminded him of his first day in boot camp. These damn leaders. How could he possibly let the leader lose to him in front of everyone? The Major General standing nearby also led his men to disperse, leaving this section of the defensive wall to Zhou Yuan and Buck. They are also looking forward to the results. Campbell thought Zhou Yuan would win, while the others thought Buck would win. But these are just opinions. None of them dare to say for sure who will win. Because they had repeatedly confirmed Zhou Yuan's feat of defeating 47 people on his own, they all knew that it was a real event. The only pity was that Campbell was worried that the news would spread too far and lead to Zhou Yuan being whipped, so he deleted the surveillance video from that day. Buck was no less impressive. He had fought his way out of countless insect mountains and seas, killing more insects than most soldiers had ever seen. This is a suspenseful and exciting battle. Bring it on. Buck strolled over quietly and beckoned to Zhou Yuan. Campbell said that Zhou Yuan's resilience and strength are amazing. In a head-on collision, he would definitely not be a match for Zhou Yuan. He would have to use skill to defeat Zhou Yuan. Okay. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan clenched his fist and charged forward. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, he suddenly stepped down, swayed Buck, and delivered a spinning kick. Bang! Buck couldn't dodge in time and could only block with his arms. The moment Zhou Yuan's left foot struck his arms, his expression changed instantly. He felt a truck hit him, which instantly kicked him back several steps, almost causing him to fall on his butt. What incredible strength! Buck steadied himself and shook his slightly trembling arms. He was certain that if he took another kick, his arm bone would crack. With just this one move, he knew he was no match for Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's physical abilities were truly explosive. The onlookers, led by Angus, were also shocked. How could a rookie who had just left basic training camp less than half a month ago be able to defeat the captain of a special operations unit with a single kick? Did you all see that? This is the boss's strength. Our leader is invincible. No one can defeat him on land. Compared to these people, Zhou Yuan's teammates were more excited. They had to patrol and couldn't leave their posts at will, but they could communicate about this through earpieces. Among them, Zhou Yuan's #1 henchman, James, shouted the loudest. So what if it's a special forces soldier's head? They were still yelling and screaming as they got hit on the head. At that moment, they had no idea that their heads were about to leave them. The scene returns to Zhou Yuan and Buck. After gaining the upper hand with a single strike, Zhou Yuan didn't give Buck much time to react. Clinging to Buck like a shadow, unleashing powerful punches and kicks that quickly subdued him completely. Although he didn't defeat Buck, everyone could see it. Buck is doomed to lose. Buck was like a sand beetle encountering a human when facing Zhou Yuan. He was completely manipulated and had no chance to fight back. What a monster! Buck inwardly groaned, realizing he had greatly underestimated Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's physical abilities are truly extraordinary. He's as strong as a fully grown bull, and ordinary people simply cannot withstand a single move from him. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Zhou Yuan was only 18 years old. Zhou Yuan is still too inexperienced, and his fighting skills are not yet advanced, which is why he has been able to remain undefeated. If Zhou Yuan had his mature fighting skills, he could probably knock him to the ground within 3 rounds. Campbell, this kid is really good. All right, he still has work tonight. Let's not add to his burden. Seeing Buck retreating while fighting, seemingly powerless to retaliate, Angus nodded in satisfaction. Very good. As the chief strategist of the Special Operations Forces at Tharsus Fortress, he welcomes such outstanding soldiers to join the Special Operations Forces. With great power comes great responsibility. Defense forces, which rarely go out on missions, do not need soldiers with such excellent physical fitness. Zhou, stop. Campbell understood immediately and waved to stop Zhou Yuan. Even if Angus hadn't said anything, he was already planning to call a halt to the fight. He couldn't let his good brother lose to a rookie. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan immediately stopped and stood aside, very satisfied with his performance. He dominated Buck throughout the entire match, and although he didn't completely defeat Buck, he still demonstrated his strength and talent. After that, Zhou Yuan didn't speak to Angus again. Angus led Buck and Campbell aside, speaking in a low voice that Zhou Yuan couldn't quite hear. I only vaguely heard words like fairness, I want it, and seniority. However, he noticed that Buck had glanced at him several times, which meant he had probably decided to accept him. 2 minutes later, Angus and the others went to the 9th Squad's garrison area, with Campbell leading the way as always, but Buck stayed behind for some reason. Kid, did you go all out? Buck followed Zhou Yuan up to the watchtower, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked. Only after the fight was over did he realize that Zhou Yuan must have gone easy on him. With Zhou Yuan's explosive physical abilities, his attacks are so fast that he can't even see them clearly. How could he possibly block them every time? Fuck, you're a monster. I feel much better now. Seeing Zhou Yuan hesitated and touched his nose, Buck instantly knew the answer. He sighed heavily, patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, and said, for a normal, outstanding soldier to be promoted from private to second lieutenant, even if he has the opportunity to enter officer training camp, it will take about 3 years. It took me 2 years, but you only took 11 days. Oh. Zhou Yuan's mouth dropped open. He was instantly stunned by what Buck had said. Chapter 48, Rising to the rank of lieutenant in 1 step. You heard me right. You'll soon be a second lieutenant. Buck laughed. Seeing Zhou Yuan's astonished expression, he finally realized that Zhou Yuan was a normal young man, no longer as cold as a robot as before. You're Campbell's squad leader, and you were going to be promoted to second lieutenant soon anyway. This is just earlier than expected. Thank General Anders. He believed you were qualified to trigger the Nova Clause and used his authority as Chief Strategy Officer to remove your seniority cooldown period. But don't be too happy yet. It won't be so easy to rise up after that, and you might die on the way. When can I report for duty? Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then suppressed his joy and asked expectantly. Being promoted to lieutenant in 1 step may sound exaggerated, but it has actually happened countless times in the Federal Army. Let's not talk about anything too far back, but about my old classmate Rico. In the original storyline, Rico participated in his first major battle and was severely wounded on the battlefield. He was lucky enough to meet the old Professor Zalek, who led a team to rescue Rico, and Rico joined Zalek's tough guy squad. During his second participation in the war, Rico single-handedly destroyed a tank beetle and was promoted from private to corporate by Zalek. After World War II ended, due to Zalek's death, Rico was promoted directly from corporal to lieutenant and became the new commander of the Hardman unit. Although Carl's help played a part, Rico's rise to the top was inseparable from his achievements. Otherwise, the team members would not have respected him, and the strategy department would not have approved him. All I can say is that opportunities are everywhere. Achieving top rankings in military competitions, breaking training records, or performing exceptionally well on the battlefield can all propel you to rapid advancement. A while ago, a group of us went out to rescue a lieutenant general from the strategic forces. In other words, they couldn't save him in the end. If they had, Turner wouldn't just be a lieutenant now. Campbell would have to salute him. He remembered that a real monster would appear in the future Starship Force. He forgot the exact name of the pretty girl, but at the age of 26, she was already the space commander of the Starship Force. A 5-star general at the young age of 26. At that point in time, the combined age of Rico's trio was over 100 years old, and they were all high-ranking generals, but their combined star rating was less than 5 stars. Compared to that monster, his rise from private first class to second lieutenant was hardly impressive. He was merely not mentally challenged. Compared to being promoted to second lieutenant, he cares more about when he can join the Special Operations Force. This is not my responsibility. It depends on when the strategic department approves it, but it should be in the next few days, since it is General Angus's order. Buck shrugged. Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded, picked up the Barrett mortar from the side, and began killing the insects. He could wait a few days, and today was already the 21st. On the 25th, the fortress would keep the communication window open again, attracting the insect swarm. Joining the Special Operations Force, that would be perfect. What a monster. Seeing Zhou Yuan start working, Buck didn't leave, but chose to stand aside and watch. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, and he couldn't help but repeat to himself what he had said many times before. He believed that Zhou Yuan was truly a monster. It was fine when I first started watching it. Zhou Yuan's attack speed is about once every 5 seconds. This level of sniping skill is not even considered average in Special Operations Forces. However, Zhou Yuan could maintain this efficiency, and several minutes passed without him needing to adjust his breathing, and he didn't miss a single bullet. That's definitely top-tier marksmanship. Incredibly strong physical abilities combined with marksman-level marksmanship. This guy was born to be a Special Forces soldier. Unfortunately, his direct team was already full, and he couldn't easily replace the team members who had risked their lives with him. Otherwise, he would definitely have kept Zhou Yuan by his side. He dreams of leading soldiers like this. Half an hour later, Buck said goodbye to Zhou Yuan and left the watchtower. His team informed him that Major General Angus's patrol had ended and that he needed to lead a team to escort Major General Angus back to the work hall. Even after Buck left, Zhou Yuan continued killing insects, maintaining an extremely high level of efficiency. He wasn't showing off his marksmanship to Buck. He genuinely wanted to farm more soul points, since the gene evolution fluid was just too tempting. No one can resist evolution. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federation Private First Class, 18-year-old male, enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Bloodlust, increases strength, speed, jump, and healing by 0.5. Soul points, 71223. At 7:10 a.m., Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction as he descended the defensive wall. My soul points have exceeded 70,000. Although I'm still far from 800,000, I'm at least one step closer. Boss, what happened last night? Captain, I'd also like to know, are those arrogant skeleton soldiers here to cause trouble? Before Zhou Yuan could even glance at the panel, his teammates started chattering away. They got a general idea of what happened last night. The Special Operations Forces arrived, and a captain fought with Zhou Yuan, ultimately losing to him. This was big news. As Zhou Yuan's teammates, they also felt honored. We've been talking about this while playing cards these past few days. Guys, I may be leaving the Defense Force soon. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan decided to tell the team members the truth. This can't be kept secret. New recruits might not know, but veterans definitely know what it means. They can find out by asking around. What? The team members all cried out, looking at Zhou Yuan with shocked expressions. Zhou Yuan Gang became a private first-class squad leader as soon as he joined the 3rd Company, and yesterday, he was promoted to private first class. Why is he leaving so suddenly? Boss, are you going to the Special Operations Force? At that moment, James suddenly clapped his hands. Special Operations Forces? Upon hearing James's words, the team members all realized what was happening. Zhou Yuan hadn't mentioned leaving the team yesterday, but he suddenly said he wanted to leave today, which is likely related to what happened tonight. Perhaps that fight was an invitation from Special Operations Forces. If that's the case, then they can understand. Special Operations Forces are another name for Special Forces. Once you join, you become a Special Forces soldier. Which soldier doesn't want to be a Special Forces soldier? They couldn't refuse either. That's right, I'm going to the Special Operations Force. But you don't need to worry. The team leader will select a new squad leader, and he will choose from within the group. You will all know the new squad leader. Chapter 49, Joining the Special Operations Force. Half an hour later. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yuan and his teammates returned to their dormitory. Zhou Yuan's team members all understood his upcoming transfer to the Special Operations Force. Although they were a little reluctant to part, they didn't have any emotional farewells, and all sincerely wished Zhou Yuan well. This is normal. To be honest, Zhou Yuan's relationship with his teammates wasn't very deep, and the teammates felt the same way about him. After all, they haven't spent much time together yet. The longest they've spent together is less than 2 months, and the shortest is just over 10 days. They haven't even developed a real bond for each other yet. Zhou Yuan's departure did not have a significant impact on them. Back in his dorm, Zhou Yuan was surrounded by a lot of people. What happened last night is no secret. Many people saw Angus when he went up the defensive wall and guessed the truth. Hey guys, you'd never guess, my boss is about to join the Special Forces. Last night, my boss beat up a Special Forces captain and immediately received an invitation from a general. When the veteran asked, Zhou Yuan's teammates started talking nonstop. James was the most excited of them all. He embellished the story of what happened last night, almost making Zhou Yuan sound like he had the potential to be an emperor. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuan was transferred to a special operations unit, Dormitory Group 1 immediately became lively. People kept hugging and congratulating Zhou Yuan, and there was applause everywhere. This isn't the first time this has happened, but it's a rare occurrence. For them, having a teammate become a Special Forces soldier is a form of recognition. It means that the team is great, the third company is great enough to train Special Forces soldiers. For the next few days, Zhou Yuan waiting for notification from the strategic department, waiting for the call-up of Special Operations Forces. He waited until the 25th, when he survived the second wave of insect swarms in his life. His promotion notice came that day, but the conscription notice still hadn't arrived. When Zhou Yuan was replaced by the third group, he didn't rush to leave. He found the company commander, Campbell, and asked about the situation with Buck. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that the subscription notice was not delayed, but rather temporarily unavailable. Buck led his team to the quarantine zone and is on a special mission, so we can't send him a recall notice. An isolation zone refers to an insect planet where the insect plague is extremely severe, and humans have no influence there. The entire planet is an insect hive. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was extremely disappointed. He also wanted to go to the quarantine zone. If Buck had taken him away that night, he would be in the quarantine zone now. Fortunately, there was still the insect swarm. Today's swarm earned him over 50,000 soul points, which somewhat made up for the regret of not being able to go to the quarantine zone. After receiving his second lieutenant rank and returning to his dormitory, Zhou Yuan lay on his bed, his mind filled with thoughts of transferring to another unit. I wonder when Buck will be back. Waiting from the 22nd to the 25th is easy, but waiting from the 25th to the 5th is difficult. Days without insect infestations are really hard to endure. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Items, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Unlimited Ammo Saw. Title, Bloodlust, increases strength, speed, jump, and healing by 0.5. Soul points, 130392. After lying in bed for a while, Zhou Yuan opened the control panel and began to organize his gains. Over the past few days, his soul points have increased by nearly 60,000, most of which came from today's insect swarm. Berserker. That sounds pretty impressive. After calculating his remaining soul points, Zhou Yuan muttered something to himself and opened the achievements panel. He activated several new achievements halfway through the insect swarm battle today. Berserker, Monopoly, Trial, Warrior, Curse of the Warrior, etc. The best one is the Berserker achievement, which is an upgrade of the Bloodlust Maniac achievement and grants the Berserker title. Wearing it increases strength by 1, speed by 1, jump by 1, and self-heal by 1. The remaining achievements are useless. The Monopoly game is related to your soul points balance, and the reward is a small amount of soul points. The Trial is a series of achievements that reward titles. You have to kill every type of insect, and the more you kill, the better the title. He's just getting started. Curses also a series of achievements that reward titles, but this series of titles has a taunting nature, and wearing it will turn him into a large communication window. This title is a death sentence for him now, but it might be very useful in the future. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 4, Speed 3.5, Jump 3.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 4, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Props, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Unlimited Bullet Saw. Title, Berserker, increases strength by 1, speed by 1, jump by 1, and self-healing by 1. Soul points, 130392. Yesterday, it was Captain Zhou, today it's Lieutenant Zhou, tomorrow it will be General Zhou. After glazing at the updated panel, Zhou Yuan smiled and happily drifted off to sleep. Buzz. Zhou Yuan was woken up by the vibration of his work tablet in the middle of the night. I checked the time, and it was only 3 p.m. Most of the people in the dormitory were sleeping, with only a few who were awake playing cards. They're here. Upon seeing the text message, Zhou Yuan jumped out of bed and clenched his fist tightly. Tharsus Fortress, 3rd Company of the Western Army Defense Forces, 2nd Lieutenant Zhou Yuan. Your transfer application has been approved. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Tharsus Fortress Strategic Response Group, Hunter Special Operations Force. Please bring your ID card to the registration hall on the 10th basement level of Strategic Zone 1 before 6 p.m. on August 25, 2020. You can join the Special Operations Force now. He's going now. Zhou Yuan quickly got up, put on his military uniform, and began packing his luggage. Over the course of a few days, everyone in the group knew he was leaving. They had all said goodbye, and the group leader had already chosen someone to take his place. So he didn't need to say goodbye, he could just leave. Before leaving, Zhou Yuan distributed another batch of cigarettes. Each squad leader received 5 recovery cigars, and each team member received 2 packs of cigarettes, which were placed on their bedside tables as a small farewell gift. Zhou, are you leaving? Seeing Zhou Yuan's actions, the veterans who were playing cards immediately came over and asked in a low voice. Yes, the subscription notice has arrived. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded, hugged each of the veterans, and finally gave them the last few cigars he had on him. Dude, be careful, Special Operations Forces have a high casualty rate. Zhou, congratulations. Not everyone can become a Special Forces soldier. I will, and I wish you all the best. After bidding farewell to Xiaozhua, Zhou Yuan left the dormitory amidst blessings and reminders, heading to the next stage of his life journey. Chapter 50 Captain Zhou reports for duty. Strategic Zone 1, Strategic Zone 1. Damn it, this place is really hard to find. After leaving the dormitory, Zhou Yuan immediately went to the central area of the fortress to find Strategic Zone 1. He left home at 3 p.m., and it wasn't until nearly 4 p.m. that he found Strategic Zone 1, or rather, the entrance to Strategic Zone 1. Strategic Zone 1 is underground, with only one row of elevator halls on the ground. When he first arrived at Tharsus Fortress, he visited many places, but Strategic Zone 1 was not among them because he did not have sufficient authority. To enter Strategic Zone 1, you need at least 2nd Lieutenant privileges or special permission. Looking around, among those who could be seen, the lowest rank was Sergeant. There were Lieutenant and Colonel ranks everywhere. He had even encountered a Lieutenant General while looking for directions. This is Strategic Zone 1, the core of the Tharsus Fortress. Captain Zhou, this is your territory. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and entered the elevator to go to the 10th basement level. Awesome. As soon as Zhou Yuan stepped out of the elevator, his eyes lit up. If the main site above ground is an apartment building, then the core area underground is a super villa. The work hall floor alone looks as big as a stadium. Everywhere you look there are alloys and dazzling colored lights. The patrolling security guards are heavy robots, and the electronic equipment uses holographic projection technology. It's incredibly high-tech. Hello, please register. Zhou Yuan found a workbench and handed over his ID card. ID verification successful. Hello, Lieutenant Zhou Yuan. Your unit is the Hunter Special Operations Unit. Please take elevator number 8 to the 13th basement level. Follow the signs at the elevator entrance to the Hunter Special Operations Unit's residential area. The staff worked quickly, finishing in about 10 seconds. Okay, thanks. Zhou Yuan nodded, retrieved his ID card, and took the next elevator. Compared to the 10th floor, the 13th floor is much smaller and doesn't look particularly new. It's similar to the interior of a typical base building, just with a larger space. Zhou Yuan followed the index signs and found the Hunter's residential area. Special forces are really something else. They actually live right next to the training ground and the airfield. Zhou Yuan stood at the entrance of the Hunter unit's dormitory, filled with emotion. He had just seen the map on the wall and discovered that the Special Operations Forces of the Tharsus fortress were all living on this floor. Not only that, this layer is also the training layer and the preparation layer. To the left of the residential area is a row of training fields, as well as daily supporting facilities such as restaurants, hospitals, and recreation rooms. To the right are the airfield and munitions depot, as well as many secret passages leading directly to the ground. This is indeed a good thing. When there's nothing to do, you can rest and train, and when there's something to do, you can be deployed immediately. It's very convenient. Just as Zhou Yuan stood at the dormitory door, marveling at how different the Special Operations Force was. His every move was being watched by the people in the dormitory through the security screen at the door, and some people were already talking about him. Boss, that kid from the east is here. Shit, he looks like an ordinary high school student. Can he really beat the boss? A bunch of idiots. The boss personally invited him in, so you can't judge his strength by his appearance. I heard he likes to beat up veterans. If he's looking for trouble, then we'll all go for him. The veterans were all quite excited. Of course, none of them intended to intimidate Zhou Yuan, because they had all heard about Zhou Yuan's prowess from Buck. They were just curious about just how amazing this newcomer Zhou Yuan really was. It's incredible that someone as proud as Buck could say something like, he's terrifyingly strong. As members of Special Operations Forces, they all hope that their teammates are strong enough, so that they can be more confident when carrying out missions. Alright, stop making a fuss. This kid is a real monster. There are plenty of troops that want him. Don't piss him off. If I hadn't been close enough to his superior, he would have been assigned to the strategic guard team by the boss. Buck lay on the bed and waved his hand. Strategic escort team? Upon hearing Buck's words, the veterans were all so shocked that their jaws dropped open. The strategic escort force only needs to perform one task, to act as long-term bodyguards for general-level officers. Each guard has the authority of a colonel, and in case of an emergency, they can even requisition starships from the starship force. On its importance, the Strategic Escort Force is at a much higher level than Special Operations Forces. In the past, the Strategic Escort Force recruited new personnel from Special Operations units. Only the best of the best Special Forces, the kings of soldiers, are qualified to be a general's bodyguard. For these special military personnel, becoming a strategic guard is the most glorious thing, as it is a sign of the trust placed in them by the Federal High Command. Thinking about this, they all felt a pang of jealousy. A new recruit, fresh out of basic training, was promoted to second lieutenant within half a month of arriving at the fortress and gained the approval of the chief strategist. Really, it's true what they say, comparisons are odious. But Buck's words reminded them of something. Because of the recent plane crash involving a lieutenant general, the Strategic Escort Force suffered heavy losses and is currently in dire need of personnel. Perhaps they can inquire about some information and see if they can be selected by the Strategic Escort team. Drop. At that moment, a green light flashed on the dormitory door and then suddenly rose up. The veterans in the dormitory fell silent at that moment and turned their gazes toward it. Zhou Yuan, dressed in military uniform and carrying a suitcase, slowly walked into the dormitory. To make himself look more like a veteran, Zhou Yuan once again adopted the posture of a cold-blooded killer. After entering the dormitory, he stopped in the hallway. He met the gazes of every veteran who observed him with a sharp, indifferent look. To be honest, many veterans felt a chill run down their spines when Zhou Yuan looked at them like that, as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake. This was thanks to Zhou Yuan's achievements and Buck's praise of him, which led the hunters to assume that Zhou Yuan was not someone to be trifled with. However, they are special forces soldiers after all, and each of them has their own pride and confidence. They would not show weakness just because of a glance from Zhou Yuan. Besides, they're in cahoots. Zhou Yuan is a new teammate, a brother who will fight alongside him in the future. He's not some big bug, so there's no need to make it seem like we're facing off against a gang. Joe, come over here. Sensing the somewhat chilly atmosphere in the dormitory, Buck quickly spoke up and waved to Zhou Yuan. This kid is really cold, but that kind of personality isn't bad either. At least he's much more reliable than other immature 18-year-olds. Second Lieutenant Zhou Yuan reporting for duty, sir. Zhou Yuan looked in the direction of the sound, walked up to Buck, and saluted loudly. Chapter 51 Codename, Massacre. Good. From today onwards, you belong to me. Buck nodded in satisfaction and patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder a few times. The Hunter unit received a big mission a few days ago, and the entire unit was taken to the quarantine zone. The mission was completed perfectly, but there were casualties during the process, and even one person from his direct squad did not return. Zhou Yuan, that monster, can join his direct squad. It's a bit of a jerk to say that. But what has already happened cannot be changed, but potential future accidents can be avoided. As long as the team's combat power is strong enough, any unexpected events can be crushed with a single shot. Okay, don't be so serious. A few more new recruits will be arriving later, and I will assign you to teams then. Before that, let me introduce you to the Hunter unit and your future comrades. Buck placed Zhou Yuan's suitcase on the empty bunk opposite him, and then led Zhou Yuan on a tour of the dormitory. A privilege reserved for talented people. Zhou Yuan followed behind Buck, knowing that he would live a very comfortable life in the future. As Buck just mentioned, a few more new people will be arriving later. If we're going to explain the team's history and introduce the team members, then we can have a few new members lead them together later, and there's no need for Captain Buck to personally lead them. Buck is now taking him under his wing, which clearly shows he has high hopes for him. For the next half hour, Buck took Zhou Yuan on a tour of the dormitory and introduced him to the team members who were resting there. When he greeted them, Zhou Yuan no longer had a cold expression. The reason he put on a cool demeanor when he entered the dormitory was not to show off or cause trouble. His goal was to make himself look more like a soldier, so that the veteran would treat him as an equal veteran rather than as a clueless rookie. Now that Buck is taking the lead in introducing him, he naturally wants to get to know his teammates properly. As it turned out, his tactics were very successful. No one here treated him like a novice. Moreover, because his attitude improved and he greeted people more warmly, his teammates stopped being so reserved and said they were looking forward to fighting alongside him. After getting to know the team and his teammates, Zhou Yuan was taken out of the dormitory by Buck. Sir, are we going to the armory? Seeing Buck leading him toward the right side of the dormitory, Zhou Yuan asked. Yes, you need to register your armed forces. Special operations forces are different from ordinary infantry regiments. We can customize our own equipment and take an extra set with us. But you have to be careful. It's best not to load your guns when you're not on a mission, or you might blow yourself up in your sleep. Buck explained with a smile, a hint of pride in his voice. This is a special operations force. They have privileges that other units don't have. Clear. Zhou Yuan nodded. He had already asked Turner about this beforehand. Special operations forces carry live ammunition, supposedly to help soldiers better understand their weapons and enhance their combat readiness. However, this set of equipment is not for going out on missions, but for daily training. When going on a mission, the armaments department would prepare new weapons on the transport plane, which was the same for all units. Of course, if you encounter an emergency mission and happen to be wearing training gear, you can just wear it on the transport plane, since it's all real equipment anyway. By the way, what code name do you want to use? Some people have very long names, so long that it takes more than 3 seconds to finish saying them. Actually, your name is also quite difficult to pronounce, so everyone needs an easy-to-remember nickname. I suggest you don't choose any funny code names, because code names need to be registered and engraved on your weapon, becoming your new name in the Hunter Corps. As they approached the entrance to the armory, Buck suddenly asked, Code name, Massacre. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and uttered a somewhat cringeworthy word. He thought the code name Slaughter was tacky and silly, but he liked it anyway. Slaughtering bugs suited his style perfectly. And it's a code name now, but it will become the name of a special operations unit in the future. Slaughter, that's really good for young people. Buck smiled and shrugged. As the captain of a special operations unit, he had heard countless nicknames, and the nickname Slaughter was nothing special. Hey Brady, you've got work to do. Get this kid a top-of-the-line set of gear, or I'll kick your ass. Buck was familiar with the people in the armaments department, and he approached a lieutenant as soon as he entered. Shit, this kid looks really young. Kid, come over here and take off all your clothes. Brady looked Zhou Yuan up and down, then pulled him to a workbench and gestured for him to take off his clothes and lie down on it. Without saying a word, Zhou Yuan immediately stripped down to his underwear. Wow, wow, wow. Kid, your capital is almost catching up with mine. Seeing that Zhou Yuan had hidden a police baton somewhere, Brady muttered something sour, and even Buck next to him looked on with envy. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes, not wanting to say anything. Having plenty of capital is a good thing, but he doesn't want to be scrutinized by two men. Okay, get down now. Brady turned on the scanner, collected Zhou Yuan's various measurements, then told Zhou Yuan to get up and asked, I'm going to make you some armor now. Do you want to use the Buck team template, or do you want something unique? Can you even choose one? Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised. He knew that special operations forces could customize their own weaponry, but he didn't know that each member could do so. He assumed it was uniform across the entire unit. Captain, were the weapons I saw that night the squad's weapons? Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Buck and asked. Buck nodded. What you see is my direct squad. The other squads are armed differently. I want all my soldiers to be equipped with what they want, but the guys in my direct squad insist on using the same gear as me. You could have seen it from the dorm, but we just got back from a mission and don't want to wear such thick clothes. So, choosing the weapon that puts you in a good mood is an order. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan saluted and began to consider what kind of weaponry he should use. In fact, the performance of the weapons is the same, they just look different. But Buck is right. Wearing your own custom-made gear can definitely put you in a good mood. Just wearing it makes you feel great. Let's use the squad skull armor template, but I'd like to change the color scheme. A pure black base with blood-red vertical stripes and spots. The whole set is like that, including the weapons. By the way, can I have 2 primary weapons? Chapter 52, I'm a Thai hot pants guy. An hour later, Zhou Yuan and Buck left the military equipment department. When he left, Zhou Yuan had turned into a skeletal, dragging an armory box in each hand. He was very satisfied with his weaponry. Everything was customized to his specifications. He received 2 sets of protective gear, 1 set of firearms, and 1 set of combat equipment. The set of armor is regular armor, and the other is space armor. Both are black with red skull designs. He was currently wearing space armor, making him look like a walking blood skeleton, exuding mystery and a sense of oppression. Although the firearms couldn't be made in the shape of a skull, their color scheme was all black with red patterns, which matched the weaponry perfectly. The weapon he chose was still the old machine gun holster. SAW S8 plus S500 plus Kukriar. Big pineapple plus big revolver plus hook-shaped Nepal. In addition, he also asked for an extra Barrett rifle. With his strength and stamina, carrying an extra gun was nothing to him. As for combat equipment, it consists of small items such as miniature communicators, scanners, and tactical goggles. Kid, you look great. Buck looked Zhou Yuan up and down carefully, then smiled with satisfaction. Wearing full armor, Zhou Yuan looked exactly like a bloodthirsty devil. His soldiers should be like that. Certainly. The names Red Skull and Carnage will become the pride of the Hunter Corps in the future. Zhou Yuan said with a smile. His tone is full of confidence. However, he's wearing a skull helmet now, so Buck can't see his smile. You have the ability, but... Buck glanced at the military equipment case Zhou Yuan was carrying and tentatively asked, Isn't your thing a bit heavy? The machine gun weighs 7 kilograms, the sniper rifle weighs 4 kilograms, and the pistol plus the dagger weighs 1 kilogram, which is 12 kilograms in total, and that's just the weight of the empty bullets. You requested 10 medium machine gun magazines, 2 revolver magazine shoulder pouches, a sniper magazine belt, as well as grenades and spare magazines. These guys weigh over 25 kilograms together, and if you include the space weaponry, it'll be close to 35 kilograms. In the future, when you're on a mission, you might consider carrying less ammunition, since you're still a demolition expert. He felt that Zhou Yuan was still too young. Going into battle fully armed is completely different from running an endurance race fully armed. Running with a 35-kilogram load is nothing. Even if he had a 10-year-old child hanging on his back, he could still keep going for a long time. But carrying 35 kilograms of weight to the battlefield is like carrying a mountain on your back, making it impossible to maintain peak combat condition for an extended period. This weight is nothing to me. As for how strong my body is, I think you, Captain, are the most qualified to say. Zhou Yuan shook his head, rejecting Buck's suggestion. Joke. He's a man who's been injected with super soldier serum and is equipped with a title that increases his explosive power. In other words, he didn't want to be too extravagant. Otherwise, given his fear of insufficient firepower, he wouldn't be satisfied with only carrying this little ammunition to the battlefield. Okay, you've convinced me. Upon hearing the word power, Buck nodded with a wry smile. That makes sense. Zhou Yuan is no ordinary person. His explosively strong physical abilities certainly qualify him to be a walking arsenal. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and Buck returned to their dormitory. The dormitory was bustling with activity. The veterans were gathered around a few unfamiliar faces who looked somewhat reserved, as if they were newcomers who had just arrived. As soon as Zhou Yuan and Buck returned, the veterans' attention immediately shifted from the new recruits to the two of them. Cool. Shit. I feel like I need to change my weaponry. The veterans spotted Zhou Yuan immediately, or more accurately, they noticed his weaponry. The black and red patterned skull armor looks incredibly impactful, both mysterious and terrifying, and brimming with murderous intent. Guys, let's reintroduce ourselves. This guy is Carnage, the machine gunner of the first squad. Buck laughed and punched Zhou Yuan in the chest. Hello, tough guys. Zhou Yuan's smile appeared beneath his skull helmet as he saluted the veterans he had already become familiar with. Slaughter, you look fantastic. Kid, it may be a bit impolite to say this, but your code name is really easier to pronounce than your real name. When Zhou Yuan saluted, the veterans were very respectful and returned the salute. Alright, everyone go back to your own territory. Today we welcomed a total of 7 new recruits. Carnage will be joining my direct squad, and there are 6 more new recruits to be assigned. Buck waved for everyone to disperse, then picked up a piece of paper from the bed. Jet, he's your assault wingman. Hacker, your sniper is here. Superstar, you need a medic, and he can also be a demolition expert. Each time Buck pointed to a person, he would call out a squad leader's code name, signaling the squad leader to take the new recruit away. Absolutely amazing. While Buck was assigning new recruits, Zhou Yuan had already removed his armor and changed back into his training uniform. He sat on the bed, holding a tablet in his hand, and his expression was strange. The Hunter Squad has a total of 101 members. The first squad has 11 people, while the other squads each have 10 people. The extra person in the first squad is Buck, the squad leader. He was assigned to the first squad by Buck. The members of the first squad are Captain Hunter, Commander, and Scout. Second Lieutenant Wild Boar, Assault Rifleman Guide. Second Lieutenant Great White Shark, Assault Rifleman Guide. Second Lieutenant Gasoline, Assault Trooper, Engineer. Second Lieutenant Steak, Medic, Engineer. Sergeant Puff, Medic, Signalman. Sergeant Falcon, Sniper, Communications Soldier. Sergeant Softy, Sniper, Scout. Sergeant Storm, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. Sergeant Recycling Station, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. Second Lieutenant Massacre, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. The seating arrangement is normal, 1 main seat and 1 secondary seat for each person. Having 2 positions for 1 person does not mean that everyone will only have 2 positions. It simply means that only 2 positions can be registered in the records. In special circumstances, a temporary replacement can be made. Then, the code names of these teammates. He felt like he had joined a lousy unit, and only he himself was somewhat reliable. This is not how you would look at a Special Operations Forces personnel list. After reviewing the team roster, Zhou Yuan flipped to the mission list. That's right, the Hunter Corps has a mission schedule, just like a school curriculum. When not on special missions, the Hunter squads go out every 3 days to search for and destroy insect nests in the insect-infested areas. If you can't find the insect hive, then you need to find a large-scale insect swarm, and then notify the fortress to send out mechanical troops to wipe out the swarm. Chapter 53, The First Clearance Operation. Not bad. Zhou Yuan was quite satisfied with this pace of the mission. They can go out to farm soul points at least every 3 days, and when they encounter special missions, they don't even have time to rest. They're either killing insects or on their way to kill insects. He chose the machine gunner position as his primary position, and Buck assigned him the demolition expert position as his secondary position. When carrying out missions, demolition experts are equipped with a number of tough guys such as additional grenade launchers, high-energy explosives, and tactical nuclear weapons. This is also why Buck advised him not to carry too much ammunition, because he had too much to carry. However, for him, the more ammunition he had, the more soul points he would get, as long as he didn't wrap himself up like a mummy and become unable to move. The gains from a single trip should be in the tens of thousands. Captain Zhou, you're awesome. Zhou Yuan had a very fulfilling 5 days. As for why it's 5 days instead of 3, it's because the Hunter Squad just completed a major mission and received a 5-day leave. For the past 5 days, Zhou Yuan has been staying on the 13th underground floor, busy with training and studying. The Hunter unit doesn't have many training subjects. A day's training lasts less than 7 hours at most. This is to prepare for possible emergency missions, so training should not be too strenuous, and we should try to maintain a good level of energy. Zhou Yuan is mainly busy with his studies. He learned all the skills he could, including battlefield first aid, communications support, and equipment maintenance, and mastered them all in just a few days. His brain function score of 5.5 allows him to learn new knowledge quickly and apply what he learns. He wants to be an all-rounder, so he shouldn't miss out on these skills. Since you're just idling around anyway, why not improve yourself? You never know when you might need it. As our ancestors said, it's never a bad thing to have many skills. While learning these skills, he also uncovered a big news. The federal government has currently only announced 3 insect species: soldier insects, locusts, and plasma insects. However, the Special Operations Forces database already contains nearly 20 kinds of insects, and even records of various forms of insects. The Federation discovered insects like the tank beetle, the grenade beetle, and the pulse scorpion several years ago. There were also strange and unusual insects like spider worms and blood plasma worms, which even he, a cheater who knew the plot, had never heard of. All I can say is, the federal leadership has a rather peculiar way of thinking. Not only did they keep it from the public, but they even kept it from ordinary soldiers. Is this because they're afraid that if the Zerg's true combat strength is revealed, no one will dare to join the army? He thought he knew everything and was quite pleased with himself for a while, never expecting that the clown was actually himself. On the morning of the 6th day after joining the Hunter Corps, Zhou Yuan got up very early, finished breakfast before 5 o'clock, and then went back to the dormitory to prepare. He had to go out to kill pests today and had to leave at 6 o'clock, so he got up very early. The teammates didn't get up late either. By the time everyone gathered at the airport, it was just past 5:30. Listen up, everyone. Buck walked to the front of the line and announced loudly, "Today we're going to the graveyard. Squad leader, keep a close eye on your new recruits. Now, board the plane. Put on your gear. The transport plane will depart at 6 o'clock sharp and arrive at the cemetery at 6:10. After Buck finished speaking, the teams quickly dispersed and boarded the transport planes under the leadership of their respective team leaders. Zhou Yuan observed that the 10 teams had each boarded one of the 10 transport planes. This indicates that today's operation is not dangerous. At least intelligence suggests that the mission is not highly dangerous and does not require the mobilization of the entire force. After boarding the transport plane, Zhou Yuan found his seat. He opened the armory box above his head, took out his weapons, and began to put them on. While donning his gear, he also observed the interior of the transport plane. The transport aircraft used by Special Operations Forces are different from ordinary transport aircraft. Ordinary transport planes look like matchboxes with wings, while the transport planes used by Special Operations Forces look like eagles. The latter outperforms the former. It is faster, more defensive, and has more firepower. It can be understood as a large fighter jet. A bit too light. Donning his armor, Zhou Yuan jumped twice lightly. He was wearing conventional armor today, which is not as heavy as a full-covered spacesuit. With standard weaponry, a machine gun holster, ammunition boxes, and explosives boxes, the weight is approximately 35 kilograms. This weight is nothing to him, probably like a healthy adult carrying a backpack. I had a feeling, but not a strong one. Moreover, due to its ingenious design, these pieces of equipment do not hinder movement at all when carried on the body. The ammunition box of the Big Pineapple is like a small fire extinguisher box, with the magazine openings on the bottom of the left and right sides. You can pull out the magazine with a little force. The ammunition box also has a magnetic attachment device on the back, which can hang all the Pineapple and Barrett rifles on it, and then stack a demolition box on top. Finally, the sniper rifle magazine was strapped to his waist. The pistol and dagger were hung on his left and right sides respectively. The pistol magazine was hung on his shoulder, and the grenade and spare magazine were hung in front of his chest. Perfect. It seems like a lot, but not everyone can actually use it. When insects have nothing to do, they stay in their nests to sleep, and these nests are hidden deep underground, so they can't be found easily. If you don't find the insect nest, or even encounter the insect swarm, he might not even have the chance to use the DP-28 and the demolition box. He'd be lucky to even get to use the Barrett and a pistol. "How's it going, kid?" Seeing Zhou Yuan warming up, Buck walked over and asked in a low voice. "I can carry these little guys around all day." Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, patted his biceps, and then asked curiously, "By the way, Captain, is Graveyard a nickname for the area?" "Yes, that's the nickname for Mars C1 area. There were no insects on Mars before, but at some point, insects suddenly appeared in Area C1. The insect infestation on the planet Life is a very serious event, so the Starship force bombarded Sector C1 for a whole week. By the time the mobile forces took over, it had become hell, so we called C1 the graveyard of the bugs. Buck explained patiently. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan roughly understood. Although that cleanup operation lasted a long time, it still failed to completely eradicate the insects, which are extremely adept at hiding, making it difficult to completely eliminate them now. But there's nothing we can do about it. The wormholes are all built underground. If a Starship force goes up and bombs them, the wormholes will be destroyed. It's no wonder that mobile forces can't find them. And given the insect's terrifying ability to reproduce and burrow, a new insect nests underground. Chapter 54. There's an insect nest here. 10 minutes later, the transport plane delivered the team to its destination. Zhou Yuan was stunned as soon as he got off the plane. This place shouldn't be called a graveyard. It should be called hell. Mars C1 region originally contained a vast cluster of canyons, which, when viewed from above, resembled scars on Mars' body. But now, the canyon complex has disappeared. Instead, there is a plain covered with countless nuclear craters of varying sizes, more than the surface of the moon. Besides, there were also many dead insects here. Most of these insect corpses were incomplete, either broken or charred, and spread across the plain like large weeds. From the extent to which the insect corpses were eroded by wind and sand, some of the insect corpses are from a long time ago, while others look like they have only been dead for a few days. It must have been done by another special operations force, since this is the place where the insects first appeared on Mars, so it would definitely be specially targeted. Guys, it's time to get to work. Wild boar and great white shark lead the way. Falcon and Softa take care of the flanks. Steak and Puff watch the back, and the rest of you follow me. Demolitionists, prepare tactical nuclear weapons. Blow up the Zerg hive the moment you spot it. Buck waved his hand, signaling the start of the operation. The 11-person team immediately dispersed into a diamond formation and slowly probed forward. Sir, may I fire? Zhou Yuan took the Barrett from behind his back, walked over to Buck, and asked in a low voice. He just scanned the area and found a lot of soldier insects nearby. The insects have a strong sense of heat and can detect humans from 200 or 300 meters away. No matter how good your space armor is, it can't block out the insect's heat. However, human scanners are more advanced, capable of detecting insects from 500 meters away. This is a significant advantage, but when launching an attack, one must be mindful of the number of insects to avoid attracting too many. A swarm of insects numbering no more than 100 can be attacked at will. When you're shooting, pay attention to your surroundings and see if any insects suddenly appear or disappear. Buck nodded, looking very relaxed. Actually, the best way to find an insect nest is to kill most of the insects in your line of sight. This way you can follow the small group of surviving insects to their lair. Or wait for them to call for help and see which direction their helpers come from. There's probably an insect nest there. Clear. Zhou Yuan pulled the bolt and ran to the Falcon, who was scouting the right flank from a slightly higher position, and began sniping the insectoid soldiers. Bang! As soon as the bullet was fired, a soldier insect fell to the ground, and Zhou Yuan's heart trembled. This feels amazing. Even when surrounded by swarms of insects while on the defensive wall, he treated it as simply clocking in for work, remaining completely calm. But now, in the insectoid region, just killing a single soldier insect makes his adrenaline surge, and he's so excited he's almost trembling. This is exactly what he wanted. Come to a place where you can fully unleash your potential, a place that will get your adrenaline pumping, a place that ordinary people dare not come to. Even if this slows down the acquisition of soul points, and even if it might lead to death. He absolutely loves this feeling. Slaughter, your marksmanship is superb. After Zhou Yuan took down more than a dozen insectoid soldiers in a row without missing a single shot, Falcon exclaimed in admiration. The insects that Zhou Yuan killed were all located half a kilometer away. This distance is nothing to a sniper, but the bugs Zhou Yuan just shot were all moving. His primary role is sniper, and it's clear that Zhou Yuan's marksmanship is exceptional. Many people say I'm a genius, but I don't think so. If you want to get more, you have to give more first. When I was in high school, I joined a professional shooting club and a combat club and received special training from veterans. While my classmates were dating, I was training hard. While my classmates were having parties, I was still training hard. I've spent all my free time training, and now it's time to reap the rewards. Zhou Yuan, expressionless, spoke in a magnetic voice a few words that sounded weathered. I've chosen you, Falcon. Go and spread these words. I want everyone to know that I'm not actually a prodigy. I just work harder than all of you. To be honest, I'm starting to like you." Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Falcon also got excited. He clenched his fist and said, "You're right. Hard work should pay off. You'll definitely be able to do great things in the future." He wasn't just saying this to Zhou Yuan, but also to himself. Over the next few hours, the team continued to move closer to the center of Area C1. The closer you get to the center of Area C1, the more bugs you encounter. The largest wave of bugs even had nearly 1,000 of them. Fortunately, the squad had ample ammunition, including various mixed explosives and grenades, and even brought 10 nuclear tactical bombs. 1,000 insects wouldn't even be enough to fill a small group's teeth. It wasn't until noon that Buck allowed the team to stop and replenish their water and energy. It seems the Air Force personnel were right. There are more and more insects ahead. There must be an insect nest nearby. I haven't seen an insect nest for half a month. Buck munched on a nutritional biscuit, talking animatedly. Yesterday at noon, during a routine patrol, the Air Force caught a small swarm of insects, numbering just over 10,000, at the graveyard. A swarm of insects of this size is not particularly dangerous. A single tactical nuclear bomb could handle it. The Air Force easily wiped out the wave of bugs, and also gleaned some intelligence from them. This graveyard is hiding an insect nest. It's well known that soldier insects have very fiery tempers. Even when they're not fighting humans, they'll fight each other. The fact that tens of thousands of insectoid soldiers gathered together, without causing trouble for the fortress or fighting among themselves, and simply circling around an area, is itself a problem. The only possibility is that they are protecting something. For example, their shared home. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Captain, if we really encounter a Zerg hive, let me blow it up. I've never fired a tactical nuclear bomb before." "No problem. Bomb it as much as you want. If possible, I hope we can find more Zerg hives and use all 10 tactical nuclear missiles." Buck nodded in agreement. After saying that, he pointed at the team members and said, "Wild Boar, Great White Shark, and Softy, the 3 of you will lead the way later. Steak, Cream Puffs, Gasoline, you 3 keep an eye on the flanks and the back. Storm, Recycling Station, Carnage, get the explosives and grenades ready. Something big might happen soon. Falcon, you come with me. We'll do the auxiliary reconnaissance." Finally, a general order. Those using sniper rifles, convert them all to rifles. Those with grenade launchers, equip them all. Let's get started. Chapter 55. The operation begins, the attack. After a short rest, the group continued its journey. Compared to the outer areas, the environment in the center of Zone C1 is much worse. Countless enormous craters and rubble formed a desolate land, where endless silence and deathly aura grew rampant. "Boss, there are a lot of bugs right in front of us." There are also left-wing groups. They are patrolling in a regular pattern. The 3 guides kept reporting information, reminding their teammates that their target was probably nearby. "There must be an insect nest here." Zhou Yuan, carrying the pineapple machine gun, walked alongside Storm and Recycling Station, both machine gunners. Through the scanner, he saw the movement of the insects in the distance. The insects were clearly patrolling. What else could they be but protecting their nest? There really is another reason. For example, there might be cerebrates or queens nearby, and the worms are protecting these higher worms. But if that were the case, he would be laughing so hard his mouth would split open. After all, higher-level insects are very rare species, and there may not be 100 of them in the entire insect race. Killing one will definitely get you a lot of soul points. "Boss, there's something going on with the right wing." After walking for a while, Puff, who was in charge of reconnaissance on the right wing, shouted excitedly. Buck's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked towards the cream puff, ordering as he went, "Everyone assemble. Move closer to the cream puff." Wormhole. Upon reaching Puff, everyone looked through the goggles at what Puff was pointing at, and they were all thrilled. There was a huge crater there, which looked several times larger than a football field. On the right slope of the explosion crater, there is a cave with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. At the entrance of the cave, several sand beetles were going in and out, surrounded by several groups of soldier beetles, seemingly protecting the sand beetles. It's definitely an insect hive. Sand beetles are the weakest insects in the Zerg, with combat power as weak as dung beetles. They are only responsible for logistics and laying eggs, and only move around near the Zerg hive. "We're lucky." Buck clapped his hands and ordered, "Guys, take out those watchdogs first, split up and flank them from both sides. Wild Boar, Great White Shark, Storm, Recycling Station, Steak, Cream Puff, you guys go from the left, The rest of you follow me from the right. Now let's move. The 11 people quickly split into 2 teams and moved towards the wormhole from the left and right sides along the edge of the explosion crater. During the advance, Zhou Yuan had already mastered dual wielding. Left hand, grenade launcher. Right hand, pineapple, a type of pineapple. With just a word from Buck, he could blast those insectoid soldiers to smithereens. There were many worm soldiers patrolling outside the wormhole, probably 1 or 2,000, but they did not gather together, but walked in groups. These scattered swarms of insects alone are no match for the powerful firepower of the Special Operations Forces. Of course, most importantly, there are no locusts here. Locusts are killers among insectoids, not only in their action patterns, but also in their lifestyle. When they are not fighting with humans, they rarely interact with other insects, nor do they live underground with them. Instead, like birds, they live in high-altitude areas with protective barriers, like mountain ranges and hilly areas. This is precisely why Special Operations Forces have the opportunity to get close to the Zerg hive. If there were locusts ahead, they would have been discovered by the locusts by the time they got here. Locusts have far superior thermal perception and eyesight compared to insect soldiers, and even surpass human scanners, like having ultra-long-range thermal sensors combined with high-powered sentry lenses. 5 minutes later, the 2 teams were in position. They were only about 300 meters away from the wormhole, which was already the safe limit. Any further, and they would be detected by the thermals of the soldier worms. Rest for 2 minutes, and wait for my order to move out. Machine gunners, take note. Once the operation begins, immediately blast the swarm of insects with grenades, then use up all your machine gun ammunition as quickly as possible. Everyone else, fire freely. Your task is to keep an eye on the wormhole and block the entrance with the corpses of the worms to prevent them from escaping. I'll notify the transport plane right now. It will take about 7 minutes for the transport plane to get here. After blowing up the Zerg hive, find a landing spot. It must be done within 7 minutes. Buck, being experienced, quickly came up with a working tactic. The machine gunners directly load machine guns and explosives to take out the main force of the patrolling bugs with firepower, while the others restrict the bugs in the hive. This tactic has proven effective time and again, because the wormhole is only so big. By eliminating a few worm soldiers at the wormhole entrance, the wormhole can be completely blocked. As for the insectoid soldiers outside, they'd be lucky to last a minute under their firepower. Before the worms inside clear the entrance or escape from other wormholes, they can deal with the worms outside and blast the worm nest to pieces with tactical nuclear bombs. Action. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Buck gave the order to attack right on time. Guys, let's get this going. Go. The 11 people simultaneously tumbled into the crater, launching a pincer attack from both sides of the wormhole. Bang, bang, bang. Of the 11 people, Zhou Yuanchong was the most ferocious. He temporarily put away the machine gun and bombarded the swarm of insects with a grenade launcher. He used a flamethrower, which was extremely powerful. After the explosion, it could produce flames with a temperature of over 500 degrees Celsius, exceeding the insect's temperature resistance point. With just 1 box of fireballs, he blasted the 2 nearest groups of insectoid soldiers into shattered campfires. Kill a soldier insect and gain 1 soul. Kill a soldier insect, obtain. The notification panel kept refreshing, but he didn't have time to pay attention to his gains right now. After dealing with all the insect swarms within range, Zhou Yuan hung the grenade launcher around his neck and switched back to the pineapple machine gun. He didn't bring out Diablo with unlimited ammo because there was no need. There were only 1 or 2,000 soldier insects in total, and after the first round of grenade bombardment, less than 1,000 remained. 1,000 might seem like a lot, but 1,000 scattered across the field wouldn't put any pressure on the team at all. The team attacked from top to bottom, using their superior position to their advantage. With machine guns and rifles firing together, along with a constant barrage of grenades and mixed explosives, the 1,000 soldier insects couldn't withstand the onslaught in just one encounter. Speed up. Suppress the enemy fire. In less than 2 minutes, the 11 people met up at a location 100 meters away from the wormhole. By this time, there weren't many insects left around them. The insects remained ferocious, charging at them like madmen, but they were no match for their full firepower. 11 men lined up, their triggers never loosened, pushing forward towards the wormhole while enduring the last patrol of insects. That's exactly the feeling I wanted. Zhou Yuan threw out 2 more packets of mixed explosives, a broad smile spreading across his face. He absolutely loves this kind of life. Chapter 56 Tactical Nuclear Missile, Launch. Slaughter. Prepare tactical nuclear weapons. Remember, you must cancel the trigger detonation and use time detonation instead. Set the detonation time to 1 minute. Recycle bin and storm, stay behind, and provide cover. The rest of you, get out of here now and wipe out all the bugs behind us. At that moment, Buck shouted an order. Clear. Zhou Yuan responded, and quickly took the explosive box from his back. He had been fighting very aggressively, using up most of his incendiary bombs and mixed explosives, leaving only tactical nuclear bombs in his demolition box. There are 3 ways to detonate a tactical nuclear weapon. There are 3 methods: remote detonation, warhead-triggered detonation, and time detonation. Remote detonation would be the most effective method, but tactical nuclear weapons are equipped with intelligent flight systems that allow them to reach the deepest parts of a Zerg hive. The distance is too great and the surface is too thick, which may cause the nuclear warhead to not receive the signal and become a dud. Therefore, remote detonation is rarely used. It is only retained as a backup. Triggering a warhead to detonate is quite dangerous. The warhead will detonate as soon as it hits a hard object. If the wormhole isn't deep enough, or if there's a collapse in the middle, the tactical nuclear missile will explode right after launch, and they won't be able to escape. So the only option left is time detonation, which is the safest method. Tactical nuclear weapons are not as powerful as strategic nuclear weapons, and their radiation levels are within the safe range that can be treated. You can avoid them by staying a little further away and finding cover. If the Zerg hive is right under your feet, the close-range connection signal won't be too weak, and Buck has the authority to extinguish the nuclear missiles using the combat device. Click. Zhou Yuan opened the explosive box and took out a tactical nuclear bomb and its launcher. From the outside, this equipment looks no different from a regular RPG, and is even 2 sizes smaller than an RPG. It's hard to imagine that a nuclear bomb is used like this. Unfortunately, only one can be fired. Buck requested 10 tactical nuclear bombs for this trip, and he carried 4 of them on his person. Looking back now, Buck's purpose in applying for so many things must not have been solely to destroy the insect nests. It also had the intention of preventing insect swarms, serving as his ultimate trump card. Beep, beep, beep. After setting the detonation time, Zhou Yuan loaded the tactical nuclear missile into the launcher and shouted to Storm and Recycling Station, "Go." Okay. Storm and Recycling Station were not coy either. After helping Zhou Yuan lift the blasting box, they turned and ran. Call out. The next moment, Zhou Yuan activated the timer and launched a tactical nuclear missile at the gap in the wormhole. The moment the tactical nuclear missile was launched, Zhou Yuan began to evacuate without even glancing at its trajectory. This thing has an intelligent flight system, and its ability to find its way is even better than his. The wormhole is on the right slope of the explosion crater. Therefore, when evacuating, you should run to the left. By the time Zhou Yuan began to evacuate, Buck and the others, who were among the first to leave, had already reached the edge of the crater. They stopped at the edge of the crater and began to provide cover fire for the 3 people behind them. After those few minutes of fighting, there were many more insects in the vicinity. Might have been attracted by the sounds of battle, or the insects in the hive might have moved to a different wormhole. Even radio waves used to contact transport ships could have drawn them here. But it's not a big problem. They were very fast, faster than the insects could swarm. By the time the insects had grown to a large size, they had already boarded a transport plane and left. Moreover, they have 9 tactical nuclear missiles as a backup, so they are not worried at all. Guys, even my grandma can run faster than you. Zhou Yuan was very fast. Even though he had released a large amount of water, he still caught up with the recycling station and the storm within 10 seconds. Shit. Recycling station and storm laughed and cursed, their pace subtly quickening. It's not that they're slow. They had used every ounce of their strength, but Zhou Yuan was clearly too fast. By the time the tactical nuclear bomb was about to detonate, the 3 of them had safely evacuated to the edge of the blast crater. That's enough. The tactical nuclear missile is underground 4 kilometers away on the right flank. This area is already a safe zone. Buck glanced at the combat device and signaled Zhou Yuan and the other 2 to stop. Boom! Just seconds after Buck finished speaking, a deafening explosion rang out in the distance. Zhou Yuan put on his tactical goggles and looked to the right flank. The ground there was collapsing, and a spherical beam of light burst through the surface, rapidly expanding before shrinking again and finally exploding completely. In that instant, he felt his breath stop, time stand still, there was no sound in his ears, and he could only see light in his eyes. This is a nuclear bomb. Zhou Yuan felt a tremor in his heart. and a strong sense of fear rose within him. He launched the tactical nuclear missile, and the target was the Zerg hive. But when the tactical nuclear bomb exploded, he instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling both shocked and frightened, as if the nuclear bomb had hit him. He had seen many videos of nuclear explosions, but seeing one in person was a completely different experience. It was as if my soul had been struck, leaving my mind completely blank. And this is just a tactical nuclear weapon, whose power is not even as great as many medium and large missiles made of mixed explosives. Bang, bang, bang. Once the fission reaction has fully begun, energy begins to be released. Because the tactical nuclear bomb was detonated underground at a distance, Zhou Yuan could not see much of the shockwave generated by the nuclear explosion. He could only see the activity on the surface. The ground seemed to come alive, vibrating up and down rhythmically, as if the heart of the earth were beating. The vibration response changed rapidly, becoming intense in the blink of an eye. Starting from the epicenter of the nuclear explosion, the surrounding ground began to collapse amidst the tremors. Moreover, it collapses downwards in concentric circles, as if a giant worm has opened its mouth underground, creating a powerful visual impact. How are you feeling? Seeing Zhou Yuan staring intently at the explosion area, Buck patted his ear and walked up. Very special. For a brief moment just now, I even felt like I was going to die. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes and shook his head to recover from the shock. Because the explosion occurred underground and several kilometers away, he was unaffected, only finding it very noisy. The sound of a nuclear explosion is very distinctive, much like a muffled thunderclap, only louder and lasting longer. When I first witnessed a nuclear explosion, I was so terrified that I collapsed to the ground. So I've never understood why humans 200 years ago would launch a nuclear war. Didn't they know how terrifying nuclear bombs were? You have to understand that they were using real nuclear bombs back then, strategic nuclear bombs that could cause atmospheric disturbances to circle the Earth several times. Buck spoke with lingering fear, as if he had seen a real high-yield nuclear bomb. Chapter 57 Evacuation. My wallet is fatter again. Shit, this insect nest wasn't dug deep enough. The explosion is making my ears ring. Today was finally fruitful. I hope the afternoon goes just as well. Boss, I think we should go. We blew up the bugs' home, and they look really angry now. Successfully destroying an insect hive, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they had no time to celebrate, because they had already been targeted by insects. Of the 4 areas, front, back, left, and right, the area on the right was completely destroyed, but 3 areas remained intact, including the insects there. The noise caused by tactical nuclear weapons can be heard not only nearby, but also from a great distance. The insects have now gathered together and are moving closer to their location. Buck nodded and waved. Evacuate immediately and find a landing spot. The transport plane will arrive in 2 minutes. Go. The 11-person team started moving again, running and searching for a landing spot. Finding a landing site is no easy task. There are craters everywhere, the smallest of which is the size of a basketball court. Finding a flat, open space is not so easy. 2 minutes later, instead of finding a good spot, they ran into several swarms of insects. Fortunately, the team still had ammunition left, and nothing went wrong. In the end, the transport plane pilot found a landing area on his own, and the team was able to evacuate successfully. After boarding, looked down through the protective window. The area they had just passed through was now completely occupied by soldier insects, numbering nearly 10,000. If the transport planes arrive any later, or if they can't find a place to land, they'll have to use tactical nuclear weapons. Steve, the Air Force has work to do. Buck glanced at it, then ran into the cockpit and told the pilot to notify the fortress. This is a chain reaction following the bombing of the insect hive. Insects that weren't killed by the explosion or crushed in the nest will dig to the surface in a short time, and nearby insects will also come looking for the commotion. So, a swarm of insects will soon form here, and we'll need to send in air units to bombard it. After the pilot contacted the fortress, Buck returned to the cabin, clapped his hands, and said, "Guys, you did a great job. I'll treat you when we get back." It's only 1 p.m., which is still quite early. However, they had almost run out of weapons and ammunition except for tactical nuclear weapons, so they had to return to the fortress ahead of schedule. "Yes. Boss, I want to drink some fine red wine. I just want to drink beer, there's no limit to the amount." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered and applauded Buck. Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then raised his hand slightly and asked, "Captain, can we drink?" "If I say yes, then yes." Buck chuckled and said smugly, "Kid, this is what a special operations force is like. We can do what others can't, and of course, we can enjoy what others can't. Of course, getting drunk is not allowed. Anyone who gets drunk will be banned from drinking for 6 months. By the way, you did a great job today. Just keep doing it like this from now on." "Okay." Zhou Yuan nodded, feeling a little more relaxed. He has no craving for alcohol. The few cases of good liquor he bought before joining the army are still less than a tenth of what he drank. It's always good that the captain is lenient. At least life won't be so boring in the future. After a brief wait, we arrived at the fortress. The fortress opened a secret passage, so the transport plane landed directly on the 13th underground level. After discussing it, everyone decided to take a shower first, and then meet at the restaurant in half an hour. It should be about time. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 4, Speed 3.5, Jump 3.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 4, Technique 1.6, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Props, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Unlimited Bullet Saw. Title, Berserker, increases Strength by 1, Speed by 1, Jump by 1, and Self-Healing by 1. Soul Points, 176771. While taking a shower, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel to check his gains. 176,000. When Zhou Yuan saw his remaining soul points, he smiled with satisfaction. Actually, he had already checked his balance once while on the transport plane. However, at that time, the balance was still increasing, which meant that the collapse reaction in the explosion area was still ongoing, and insects were continuing to die. At that time, when I checked my balance, my soul points had just exceeded 170,000, but in just over 10 minutes, my soul points increased by another 6,000. Even now, the balance of soul points is still increasing. It's just that the speed is much slower. It takes about 10 seconds for it to rise even a little. Perhaps, after the collapse reaction in the explosion area has completely ended, the soul points can rise to around 177,000. He remembered clearly that before setting off, his soul points were only slightly over 130,000. In other words, he accumulated 46,000 soul points in just one morning, and it might eventually reach 47,000. This efficiency is almost comparable to clearing insect swarms off defensive walls. You can only create 3 waves of insect swarms on the defensive wall per month, and he can go out to find insect nests up to 10 times a month. If you can find the insect nest 5 out of 10 times, you can earn more than 200,000 a month, matching your monthly income on the defensive wall. Moreover, today's situation was just an accident. They used up their ammunition too quickly. Otherwise, they could have continued searching for Zerg hives instead of only being able to bomb 1 hive per sortie. Overall, he was very satisfied. I'm satisfied with my current life, and I'm also satisfied that the rate at which I acquire soul points hasn't slowed down. Everything is satisfactory. Gene Evolution Fluid. Just wait, your brother will be able to kiss you soon. After closing his personal panel, Zhou Yuan opened the shop again, full of enthusiasm. He was genuinely curious about just how much stronger he would become after being injected with the Gene Evolution Fluid, given that he had already been injected with the Super Soldier Serum. It should be so powerful that it's unimaginable to ordinary people. Breaking through one's own life limits. These words may seem insignificant, but they actually carry profound meaning. For him, as a human being, breaking through the boundaries of life meant breaking through limits, and evolving from a human into a superhuman. That's not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. 1 + 1 is equal to 5, or even 10 is possible. If I had to give an example, it would be like how a rock evolved into a hand grenade. The two are completely different things. Perhaps, the fatal flaws in his body now will no longer be fatal flaws after evolution. Furthermore, brain function will be greatly enhanced, telepathic abilities will be upgraded, and new superpowers may even be awakened. The middle-aged Carl in the original storyline was incredibly envious of superpowers related to brain function, such as telekinesis, interstellar communication, insect control, and mental explosions. Chapter 58 Different Lives. Grass. Carl, you deserve to die. As he thought about it, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt very annoyed again. He had to work himself to the bone to improve himself, but Carl was different. With just a little exploration of his talent, he was like a bug, possessing superpowers that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. At the same time, Earth, General Affairs Department of the Strategic Intelligence Division of Sao Paulo. Hatch. Carl, who had just poured himself a cup of coffee, sneezed so hard that he sprayed his saliva into the coffee. Fuck. Carl cursed under his breath, changed to a different cup, and prepared to brew a new one. This is the coffee his boss ordered. Private First Class Carl, this little thing is no problem for you. While making coffee, Carl muttered something to himself, his tone full of confidence and excitement. After joining the strategic forces, he was immediately awarded the rank of Private First Class, and last week he was promoted to Private First Class. The next step down would be Corporate. This is a Private First Class. Private First Class, which is a higher rank than Third Class, Second Class, and First Class soldiers. Keep in mind that he had only been in the strategic forces for less than 2 months. Clearly, Carl Jenkinson is the future star of the strategic forces. I wonder how Joe is doing. That guy doesn't even reply to emails. He's probably still stuck in the quagmire of being a private, so he's too embarrassed to contact me, since I'm already a Private First Class. Next time we meet, I'll make sure he salutes me. Carl worked quickly, and a new cup of coffee was already poured. Very good. Carl Jenkinson, you're a genius. He closed his eyes, smelled it, nodded in satisfaction, and then left the General Affairs office to deliver coffee to his boss. He's a very busy man. After delivering coffee to my boss, I also have to buy hamburgers for his deputy. While Carl was serving tea and water to his superiors, Zhou Yuan had already finished showering and arrived at the restaurant with his teammates. The other squads haven't returned yet, so only the first squad of 11 people came. Jerry, give them the drinks, and put it on my tab. Also, keep an eye on them, and make sure they don't drink too much. Buck led his team to the beverage section, greeted the sales clerk, and then looked at his team members and said, I have to go report to the chief strategy officer. You guys go ahead and drink. Okay, see you later, boss. Guys, let's get this going. With a shout, the crowd rushed into the beverage area to carry the drinks. However, everyone knew in their hearts that although they all said they wanted to get completely drunk, when they moved the liquor, they only took a few cases of beer and didn't take a single bottle of strong liquor. Nobody wants to get drunk, and nobody dares to get drunk. Emergency missions can occur at any time, and they can't carry them out in a daze, or they'll lose their lives. Slaughter, come on, let me see what you're capable of. Falcon sat next to Zhou Yuan and opened a few bottles of beer for him, looking like he was going to lecture Zhou Yuan over drinks. Buddy, just don't throw up on me later. Zhou Yuan gave Falcon a thumbs up, then picked up a bottle of beer and started showing it off. To him, there was no difference between beer and plain water. The rate at which alcohol is ingested cannot keep up with the rate at which it is metabolized, so no matter how much you drink, you won't get drunk. At most, you'll just feel bloated. Good, that's it. Alcohol can wash away all negative states. Seeing Zhou Yuan's straightforwardness, Falcon also became interested and grabbed a beer to drink. For men, the dinner table is a platform to connect and strengthen relationships, especially for comrades in arms. Within minutes, Zhou Yuan and Falcon had become much more familiar with each other. Not just Falcon, but his other teammates too. As a member whom the captain highly regards and publicly acknowledges as having great strength, Zhou Yuan is very popular in the team. All his teammates approached him and clinked glasses with him. Of course, this is related to what we did this morning. They witnessed Zhou Yuan's performance firsthand and believed that he was a reliable teammate, so they completely accepted him. Zhou Yuan also treats these teammates as brothers. After all, they will be fighting side by side for a long time in the future, so it's time to develop a long-term circle of friends. After some discussion, the atmosphere within the team became increasingly harmonious. The next morning, Zhou Yuan got out of bed feeling refreshed. Yesterday's drinking party lasted from afternoon until evening, and everyone drank to their heart's content, including him. It started as just drinking, but it gradually turned into a gathering of old friends. Everyone took turns sharing their experiences and observations, saying where they had been, what insects they had killed, and what challenging missions they had undertaken. Zhou Yuan had only been in the mobile unit for less than 2 months. Apart from the rumor that he liked to beat up veterans, he had no other stories to tell and could only be a listener. However, listening to the story was still a very enjoyable experience. Especially true stories. Before joining the Hunter Squad, all the members were elite soldiers in their respective units and had made many contributions. After joining the Hunter Corps, he accomplished many great things. Zhou Yuan was genuinely interested in their experiences and listened for hours without getting tired of them. But today he can share his story. Because yesterday's party lasted into the evening, Buck canceled his training this morning, giving him half a day of free time. He planned to go back and visit the former members of Team 8, Group 1 of the 3rd Squadron. The first group of 8 teams was supposed to come down from the defensive wall at 7:10. It's only a little past 6 now, so there's still time for them to have a short get-together. He will be fully armed and wear a spacesuit when he goes there. Returning home in wealth and honor is like wearing brocade at night. He thought this statement made a lot of sense. Although his physique has been enhanced, his spirit has not yet reached the state of being unperturbed by honor or disgrace. He is somewhat vain, but not arrogant or conceited. Actually, this idea is quite good. Zhou Yuan hopes to be a normal person, not a selfless saint. Of course, this is how he perceives himself. Others may have different opinions about him, but he can't control what others think. He just needs to be comfortable with himself. Shortly after, Zhou Yuan, fully armed, left the dormitory. He equipped himself with a full set of protective gear and combat equipment, but only carried a Barrett firearm. There were plenty of guns on the defensive wall, but he didn't feel any better holding a weapon in his hand, so he planned to go empty-handed. Wrong. We should bring some gifts. Just as he was about to get on the elevator, Zhou Yuan turned around and headed back towards the restaurant. He plans to get some yellow paper wrappers to revive cigars. First, there were Campbell and Turner, who had been instrumental in his success and had always taken good care of him. It wouldn't be right not to bring them gifts. Other squad leaders and their team members also had to give a token amount. This is what WeChat Moments is all about. Chapter 59. Captain Zhou has arrived. Everyone gets out of the way. Zhou Yuan first met with Campbell and Turner before heading to the garrison area of Team 8. His arrival made this section of the defensive wall much more lively. Boss. Shit, Zhou, your gear is awesome. Captain, I heard the Special Operations Unit's mission is to blow up the insect hive. Zhou, my good brother, I didn't expect you to still remember us. Zhou Yuan had only been on the defensive wall for a few minutes when he was surrounded by a group of people. Not only Zhou Yuan's old teammates, but also the captains of other teams rushed over after hearing the news, asking him all sorts of questions about his experiences over the past few days. In fact, Zhou Yuan only stayed in the 3rd Squadron for less than a month. But in less than a month, he has become a little legend in the 3rd Squadron. He single-handedly defeated 47 veterans upon joining the team and was promoted to squad leader. Half a month later, he was promoted to 2nd Lieutenant Special Forces Soldier. Now, Zhou Yuan has become their role model and their learning goal. Everyone wants to be the next Zhou Yuan. Thanks, guys. My cousin sent me some cigars yesterday, which made me think of you brothers, the real brothers who are worth sharing with. You've come at the perfect time. There's enough for everyone. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Zhou Yuan smiled warmly, picked up a plastic bag and shook it. Inside were cigars wrapped in yellow paper. Thanks, guys. Seeing that you guys are still the same as before, I'm relieved. Just don't surpass me. It hadn't even been a week since he left, but now that he was back, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Perhaps this was the turning point in his life. Boss, I love you to death. Zhou, thanks. If you ever need any help in the future, just let me know. Zhou, do you know how incredibly cool you are right now? The crowd cheered, took the plastic bags from Zhou Yuan, and started distributing the yellow paper packets. Actually, they weren't happy that Zhou Yuan came to deliver cigars. While the cigars were very effective at restoring their health, they weren't quite good enough for them to consider them an indispensable necessity. They were happy that Zhou Yuan had thought of them. When I receive something good, my first thought is to share it with others. What does that mean? This means that Zhou Yuan considers them brothers. Zhou Yuan is the first teammate who, after leaving the team, would come back to see them again shortly afterward. They were deeply moved to have brothers who cared about them in such times. They were so touched that tears almost welled up in their eyes. Don't be so polite with me, we're brothers. Seeing the moved expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Yuan clenched his right fist and tapped it on his heart. I figured it out. However, he suddenly felt that he was a bit like a villain. His way of building a social circle was very similar to that of Murong Fu, who emphasized a gentleman's friendship. As long as the outcome is good, learning from Murong Fu isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, if he wants to emulate Murong Fu, he's still missing Azu and ABI. With his group of buddies, he could take a stroll around the communications barracks and find Daisy and Judy for a thrilling game of 3-player Ludo. Daisy and Judy were the female communications soldiers he met after a fight at the obstacle course training ground. Zhou, I see you brought some weapons. How about we warm up here? After a short gathering, the captains of each squad returned to their respective garrisons, leaving only 8 squads remaining. The new captain of Team 8 is Susan, a sniper. She is holding a Barrett rifle of the same model as Zhou Yuan's and points it out of the wall. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded. How about 3 minutes first? This is exactly what he wanted. When he goes back to his old team to show off, he can also earn some extra soul points. He can't possibly refuse such a good thing. Okay, Taylor, keep track of the time for us. Seeing that Zhou Yuan agreed, Susan smiled and waved to Taylor behind her. After becoming the captain of a group of 8 teams, she hears her teammates mention Zhou Yuan every day, and some of them still call him captain and boss. While it wouldn't make her blame Zhou Yuan for this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. So she wanted to have a match with Zhou Yuan. She knew Zhou Yuan was a very accurate marksman and a firearms expert who could fire any type of gun, so she knew she was likely to lose. But she still wanted to give it a try. Winning is the best outcome, but losing is okay too. Even a defeat made her feel much better, because the person her teammates always praised was strong enough to defeat her in her area of expertise. Prepare. 3, 2, go. As Taylor pressed the timer, Zhou Yuan and Susan fired their guns simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Drop! As Susan turned her gun to aim at the next soldier insect, Zhou Yuan's expression changed, and he looked at the combat device on his arm armor that was glowing red. When the combat device lights up red and stays on without turning off, it means there is an urgent mission. See you next time, guys. Zhou Yuan didn't have time to say goodbye. He just left a sentence and hurriedly ran down the defensive wall, leaving the members of Team 8 completely bewildered. All right, get back to work. Watching Zhou Yuan's departing figure, Susan gestured for her team members to disperse and patrol, sighing inwardly. Zhou Yuan's urgency clearly indicates that he has received a special mission. I hope I can see him again. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yuan returned to his dormitory. The defensive wall was far from Strategic Zone 1, but he still sped up to get back within 3 minutes. However, he returned not too late. When he arrived at the dormitory, not everyone was there yet. Buck gave his team half a day off, and quite a few people got up early to go out and visit their friends on the ground. Finally, after waiting for 5 minutes, all the members of the hunter team arrived. Emergency mission, depart immediately. Buck waved his hand and led everyone towards the boarding gate, shouting, "Guys, we're going to Pluto." Pluto? Zhou Yuan, who was running, was startled and somewhat surprised. Pluto is a small dwarf planet composed of rock and ice. If Earth is an egg, then Pluto is a small marble. This seems a bit strange. This year, Pluto has moved to an orbit nearly 8 billion kilometers away from Mars, which is quite far. 8 billion kilometers. Such a long road would take light several hours to travel. Even using the upper spool jump and 10 times faster than light, it would still take about 10 minutes. If it's an emergency mission, the fastest way is to pull people from Saturn. So why would they send a special operations force from Mars? Could something major have happened on Pluto? I saw the comments. I will definitely correct them and try to write more practical content from now on, without being long-winded. Chapter 60 Pluto Falls. Good heavens! Has Pluto been taken over by insects? Upon arriving at the airport, Zhou Yuan discovered that his guess had come true. Something really happened on Pluto, and it's a big deal. The airport was packed with people, including not only the Hunter Force, but also elite special operations forces from the Fortress, such as the Planet Force and the Hurricane Force. With so many special operations forces deployed together, this is definitely not a small matter. Go, 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 board the plane now. This mission will be carried out in small teams. The pilot will send you the specific mission details. Board the plane immediately. Buck, unlike his usual self, became very serious and almost shouted orders. The 10 teams quickly dispersed and boarded the transport plane as fast as they could. After watching all the squads board the transport plane, Buck finally boarded the transport plane belonging to his squad. Get dressed immediately. We will board the starship in 5 minutes, arrive at Pluto's outer space in 16 minutes, and land on Pluto in 20 minutes. I'll send you the mission details now. Everyone should take a good look at them after you're dressed. Wow. Upon seeing the mission details, Zhou Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Pluto was actually flattened by insects. Due to its harsh environment, great distance from the sun, and small size, the Federation did not transform Pluto into a colony. Pluto is currently just a sentinel used to observe the Zerg homeworld. It has 38 outposts, 15 mines, and 3 research institutes, and is home to more than 30,000 people, including a group of top federal scientists. Just 10 minutes earlier, Pluto had been captured. For some unknown reason, the insects rioted, gathering into a massive swarm, as vast as a migration. Wherever the insects pass, not a blade of grass grows. Those places inhabited by humans are the first to be affected. Scientists at the Pluto Institute have initially estimated that this swarm of insect numbers at least 10 million. After they sent their distress message, the Federation lost their signal and could not contact them across Pluto. A planet inhabited by humans was forcibly conquered by the Zerg. This is a super big event. If we disregard the number of casualties and consider only the strategic implications, losing Pluto would be far more devastating than the destruction of Buenos Aires. Therefore, the federal leadership was furious. They immediately issued combat orders and dispatched 3 full interstellar fleets. The entire planet Pluto, except for outposts, mines, research institutes, and their surrounding areas, will be bombed. The mission of Special Operations Forces is to go to areas that have not been bombed to carry out rescue missions. The mission was very difficult and dangerous because the bugs in the bombing zone wouldn't just sit idly by. They will run towards safe zones, and Special Operations Forces carrying out rescue missions may run into swarms of insects fleeing bombing. Insect Swarm. Tactical nuclear weapons. We must carry a full load of tactical nuclear weapons. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan, who was fully armed, added a set of tactical nuclear weapons to his back. Saving your life is the most important thing. 10 minutes later, the transport plane detached from the starship and arrived in outer space of Pluto. OMG. Our starship's going to blast Pluto into a second moon. Fuck, are we supposed to carry out this mission under these circumstances? A gasp of surprise rang out in the cabin. Through the protective window, they could see what was happening on the surface of Pluto. The planet, which was originally made of rock and ice, has now become a small sun. Even from a great distance, one can see massive explosions occurring on the Earth's surface, and visible atmospheric disturbances have swept across the globe. This is a strategic nuclear weapon. The Federation is serious this time. Check your equipment. We'll be landing in 5 minutes. We are going to the Pluto 1 Research Center, where there are 2 Class 1 scientists who have received the Federal Hero Medal. Our mission is to bring them back, and if they have already sacrificed their lives, then bring back all the instruments and equipment that can store data. This mission is very difficult. We may be overwhelmed by the insect swarm as soon as we land. So, I suggest you leave a video for your family or friends. Buck gave everyone a serious reminder. Meanwhile, the transport plane had already entered Pluto's incredibly thin atmosphere and was rapidly descending towards the surface. The impact of strategic nuclear weapons is enormous. Although the pilot had avoided the blast zone, he was still affected by the shockwave from the strategic nuclear explosion during landing. The transport plane was shaking violently, and the lights inside the cabin were flashing back and forth, as if the plane was about to crash at any moment. At this moment, even Zhou Yuan felt a little panicked. He suddenly felt that the gene evolution fluid didn't smell so good anymore. In the event of a plane crash, a mech is clearly more suitable for survival. 800,000 soul points can buy a very good mech. Good luck, guys. I'm right above you. I'll be there to pick you up as soon as it's time to leave. After lost in thought for who knows how long, Zhou Yuan heard the driver's announcement and finally felt relieved. General Zhou can't die before he even gets the mission done. Go, go, go. We're less than a kilometer from Research Center 1. Activate the pressure generator for the space weaponry and run there as fast as you can. Storm, Carnage, Recycling Station, clear the way, hurry up. Buck immediately opened the hatch, shouting to urge everyone on, and ordered the machine gunner to lead the way. There are bugs outside, but not many. Zhou Yuan was the first to rush off the transport plane and begin checking the surroundings. There were a few worm soldiers around, about 10 in total, rushing towards the transport plane. Diablo took them out with a single sweep of fire. Then, Zhou Yuan took the lead and started running. The terrain here resembles a small canyon, with high slopes on both sides and the canyon entrance directly in front, where the No. 1 Research Center is located. The short 1-kilometer distance was covered in less than half a minute. If it weren't for the insects blocking their way, they could have run even faster. Sir, the situation is not good. The surface entrance to the research center has been breached, and the scanner has not detected any signs of life. Zhou Yuan stopped and looked at Buck. Research Center No. 1 is built underground, with only a steel bunker resembling an oversized tent on the surface. The bunker was in bad shape. Most of it had collapsed, and only red lights and sparks were flashing. There were many corpses around, some human and some insect-infested. He scanned the area and found that, apart from the 11 of them, there were no other living creatures present. Chapter 61 Rescue Mission. Kid, the scanner isn't a magic bullet. It can only penetrate rock layers up to 10 meters deep, while the research center is much deeper than 10 meters deep. Remember this. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. As he spoke, Buck glanced around, then waved a few seconds later and said, Boar and great white shark, find the entrance. The rest of you, stay alert. The next moment, the 11 people split up and moved away. Zhou Yuan carried the large pineapple to the side to stand guard, a sense of foreboding suddenly rising in his heart. This is a good defensive position. It is surrounded by high slopes on the back and sides, and the only way for insects to enter is through the valley entrance from which they came. But if too many insects come, they will be trapped like turtles in a jar, unable to escape. Tactical nuclear weapons can be used as a last resort, but this place is too close to the valley entrance, and tactical nuclear weapons may harm ourselves and affect the evacuation. We should avoid using them if possible. Boss, it's all done. The elevator shaft is blocked by bugs, but we can use the emergency exit. After a brief moment of vigilance, a notification from the wild boar came through the earpiece. Very good, everyone assembles. Buck led the group into the mostly collapsed bunker, carefully examined the stairwell piled high with insect corpses, and raised his fist, saying, Softy and Falcon, stay here and keep an eye on this entrance. Report any problems immediately. The rest of you, come down with me. The staircase leads down to the interior of the research center. Judging from the view inside this safety passage, the research center may not necessarily have been completely lost. There were 300 mobile infantrymen stationed here, and when they arrived, they found less than 100 corpses of soldiers. They had a chance to bring the scientists into the safe house before the entrance was breached by the insects. When they entered the research center, Zhou Yuan, as a machine gunner, was still at the forefront. The situation on the first basement level was not good. It had been ravaged by insects, leaving not a single intact floorboard, and there were dozens of corpses. From deeper inside, sounds could be heard from time to time, suggesting that there were still some soldier insects that had not left. Slaughter, relax, don't let it go wrong. I've already checked with the scanner, this floor is safe. The recycling station gently patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder and whispered something. Don't listen to him. Storm was much more cautious than the relaxed recycle bin, reminding him, like the captain just said, the scanner isn't a panacea. The scanner may malfunction and may not detect any new insects, so we cannot let our guard down for a moment when carrying out the task. Hearing Storm said that, recycling station felt a little embarrassed and said, Buddy, I was just trying to ease the tension. Slaughter is a newcomer. He's never been to a place like this before, and I don't want him to feel too much pressure. Thanks, I'll be careful. Zhou Yuan responded quietly and raised his hand to signal the team to stop. As they spoke, the 3 machine gunners who were leading the way had reached the end of the first basement level, and the stairs leading down to the second floor were just ahead. A faint sound came from the stairwell, sounding like the footsteps of insects on the steel floor. The metal floor is too thick, the scanner can't see it clearly. However, judging from the blurry image, the things below seem to be sand beetles, and they are not very big. In any case, what's down there isn't a big bug, otherwise they would have rushed up already. The recycle bin was checked with the scanner. Okay, I'll lead the way. Zhou Yuan nodded, switched to his pistol, and slowly walked down the stairs. The recycling center makes a good point. The soldier insects have a strong sense of heat, and even though the metal floor here is very thick, just one layer is not enough to block their heat. It really is a sand beetle. Upon arriving at the second basement level, Zhou Yuan frowned. There are many sand beetles here. They are gathered together and working together to carry human corpses, probably to take them back to their nest as food. The carapace of the Arachnid beetle is energy absorbing, and it can survive by absorbing various types of energy. But they have a digestive system and a body structure that supports eating. When they encounter organic matter, they become gluttons and devour it completely. Bang, bang, bang. Kill a sand beetle and gain 1 soul. Kill a sand beetle and obtain. Checking the surrounding area and finding no soldier insects, Zhou Yuan wiped out the entire batch of sand beetles without saying a word. This was his first time killing a sand beetle, and he didn't expect it to be priced the same as a soldier beetle, costing 1 soul point per beetle. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Sand beetles are so weak that even a fruit knife can kill them. Getting 1 soul point is already a sign of the system being kind. Hurry up, let's go. Buck arrived at the second floor, glanced around, and urged the team to speed up. Sand beetles are only responsible for laying eggs and logistics. The presence of these sand beetles here means that this place has been completely conquered by insects. So they need to hurry. Find out the situation at the research center as soon as possible. If there are survivors, rescue them immediately. If not, evacuate immediately. This is not a good place. That's exactly what I was waiting for you to say. Zhou Yuan switched back to the machine gun and charged into the corridor, searching each room. His ominous premonition still lingered. All he wanted now was to complete the mission as soon as possible and leave this awful place. Having witnessed the power of tactical nuclear weapons up close, his thirst for soul points decreased considerably, while his concern for his own safety increased significantly. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the 8th underground level. This research center has 10 floors, and we're almost at the deepest part now. Starting from the 5th floor, soldier insects appeared on their path. However, there weren't many soldier insects, less than 50 in total. One person could take them all down with just 2 pulls of the trigger, and they made it this far without any major incidents. Besides pest control, they also made progress on their mission. They found a lot of instruments and facilities that could store data, and they dismantled all the storage disks and took them away. Even if they fail to rescue the last survivor, these items will be enough for them to report back. Laugh. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to step onto the stairs leading to the 9th floor, he suddenly heard a faint sound. That was the voice of the soldier insect. He knew that voice all too well. Captain, I heard the sound of the soldier insects, and also the sound of impact. Zhou Yuan immediately turned around and reported to Buck. Run forward, fire freely. Without a second thought, Buck grabbed his rifle and ran up the stairs. Although he didn't hear anything, he believed that Zhou Yuan wouldn't lie at a time like this. The research center has been breached, yet the soldier insects are still crashing into things? What could they crash into? The only possibility is that there are still survivors here who may have made it into the safe house, while the worms are attacking it. Chapter 62 Mission completed. The group grabbed their weapons and rushed down to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was relatively clean, with no living soldier insects, only a group of sand beetles carrying corpses. However, when we reached the 9th floor, we could clearly hear the sounds coming from the bottom floor. The screech of the soldier insects came in waves, and the sound of them clashing against the steel never stopped, growing faster and faster, like the beating of drums. Soon, the group reached the 10th floor via the stairs. This is also the last floor of Research Center number 1. Duh. As soon as he entered the 10th floor, Zhou Yuan pulled the trigger of the pineapple machine gun in his hand. There are many soldier insects on this floor. There are dozens just in front of the stairwell. They smashed everything in sight, destroying all the instruments and equipment, and even tearing the walls into curtains. Shit, so many bugs. Storm and Recycling Station were also startled and quickly used firepower to suppress the soldier insects. The space at the stairwell is small. 3 machine guns can hold it securely. Although there were nearly 100 soldier insects, it was impossible to even touch a single hair of them. It only appeared exaggerated indoors. With reinforcements coming from behind, the visible worm soldiers were quickly turned into corpses. Without lingering, the group left the stairwell through the gaps between the insect corpses. Full power. Beyond the staircase lies the actual workroom, a larger space housing even more insectoid soldiers. They entered the work hall. The insectoids had already spotted them with their thermal senses, and now they were huddled together, rushing towards the stairwell. Buck waved his hand, signaling everyone to press forward. Since it's indoors, the space can't be that big. They only have about 10 soldier insects to face in a round, which they can easily deal with. The innermost floor was teeming with insectoid soldiers, so the 9 of them kept pushing forward. Captain, there's trouble ahead. The bugs are attacking a security door. That must be the safe house. After fighting his way through 200 meters, Zhou Yuan, with his sharp eyes, noticed something unusual about the insects. Before attacking them, the insects here were frantically chiseling a large, round gate, a meter high, as if something inside was attracting them. That large round gate was no ordinary structure either. You should know that the claws of the soldier insect can even tear apart space alloys. But the large round door only had a few holes poked in it, and it was still far from being completely pierced. That door must be the main entrance to the safe house. It's a composite security door, over a meter thick, designed for sturdiness and durability. Guys, crush these bugs. Bring the scientists here home. Our family's liquor and cigars are already waiting for us. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Buck's spirits lifted, and he waved his hand forward abruptly. The team members were also very excited, pressing forward step by step with their guns in hand. If the bugs are attacking the safe house, then there must be people inside. They will soon be able to complete their mission and leave this rotten planet that is being bombed by strategic nuclear weapons. 1 minute later, the insects inside the research center were all wiped out. During the process, a small accident occurred, The puff was scratched by a dying insect. However, she was lucky. The soldier insect was badly injured and its stab wasn't aimed precisely enough, leaving only a mark on her space armor. Alright, it's time to reap the rewards. After all the insects died, Buck quickly walked to the safety door, intending to open it. After trying it out, he found that opening the door wasn't so simple. The controller outside the door was torn to shreds by insects, and even the surrounding surveillance cameras were completely wiped out. Not a single piece of equipment or instrument was intact. Given the security of the door, the people inside would have no idea what was happening outside. They might even think it was full of insect soldiers. Shit. Buck cursed under his breath and kicked the safety door. Then he gave his position to the engineers in the team, since only engineers knew how to fix these things. If they can't let the people inside know they're here, then they'll be in big trouble. Gasoline and steak, here you go. Okay. Gasoline and steak accepted. They began trying to repair the safety door controller. The line is completely broken. We don't have a backup line. Even if we could find one here, it would take at least half an hour. We need to find another way. The two examined him for a while, and then shook their heads at Buck. Why not try fixing the surveillance? Connect our combat equipment so that the people inside can see us and communicate with us. At this moment, Zhou Yuan tentatively asked a question. Great idea. Gasoline and steak exchanged a glance, and both gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up. They are professional engineers, so of course they know this method. When they say take another approach, they mean this method. I just didn't expect that Zhou Yuan, a young demolition expert, would also know about communications. Looking back now, this guy was truly an all-rounder. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, he was described by the captain as terrifyingly strong, and in terms of marksmanship, the sharpshooter Falcon said that he is qualified to join the hunters based solely on his marksmanship. Now he knows how to do engineering work too. This damn god is really unfair. 3 minutes later, the gasoline and steak were done. They replaced surveillance cameras with combat devices. Click. The combat device was activated, the security door shook and then slowly opened outwards, clearly indicating that the people inside had seen what was happening outside. Thank God, you finally arrived. Fuck, the bugs destroyed our lab. After the security door was fully opened, 28 people walked out of it. These people were all wearing full protective suits, and 15 of them were carrying weapons. They were probably the guards of the research center, while the others were probably researchers. These people were in very poor mental condition, and several of them even had injuries and were as pale as paper. Gentlemen, now is not the time to speak. Pluto is currently being bombed by Starship forces. Although this area is not a bombing zone, there may be insects fleeing the bombing that have come here. I need you to get all the research data in the research center as quickly as possible, and then evacuate with us. Buck saluted, then said in a deep voice, "They're all here." At that moment, an old voice rang out. A scientist stepped forward. His helmet was stained with blood, obscuring his face. He handed Buck a protective case and gripped Buck's hand tightly, saying, "With this, humanity might have the power to fight the Zerg, and patients who are completely paralyzed could stand up again. Protect it. If necessary, you can abandon all of us. I am Anderson Morgan. Remember what I said, Captain." Chapter 63 Insect Swarm Surrounds the Valley. Major General Morgan. Upon hearing the old scientist's words, Buck was startled and immediately stood at attention and saluted. There are 2 Class A scientists here, both of whom have received the Union Hero Medal. Anderson Morgan was one of them. He held a temporary post in the Strategic Research Department, with the rank of Major General, but his federal authority reached the level of General. I never expected him to be alive. The intelligence the Strategic Department gave him was. Before communications were cut off, Morgan told the Strategic Department that they were about to die and that the Federation should not hope for rescue, but wait until the insect swarm receded before retrieving the data. However, given Morgan's importance, the Strategy Department still sent them. Now, after hearing Morgan's words, he probably understands the reason behind it. Morgan was a good man. He thought the safe house wouldn't last and didn't want too many people to die because of him. He just wanted to preserve the research data. After all, insects won't gnaw on the protective box. He can prevent the research data from being damaged by insects by simply hiding the protective box a little higher. Zhou Yuan and the others also saluted. All of them were very excited. The fact that the main rescue target is still alive means that they have successfully completed their mission. Moreover, the target of the rescue was an important person, which would be a great achievement. "Boss, there are bugs approaching. There are a lot of insects. We'd better hurry." Before everyone could celebrate for long, the softy told them some bad news. Buck quickly looked at Morgan and asked, Major General Morgan, are there any other safe houses here? No. Morgan shook his head gently, his tone tinged with sadness. The insects came too fast, and in such large numbers that the research center's defense forces were simply unable to stop them. The reason these survivors were able to live is because the incident happened on this floor, and they had time to get into the safe house. I see. Buck nodded seriously and ordered his team, go up and provide support. If necessary, you can use tactical nuclear weapons. I will notify the transport planes to evacuate. After saying that, he looked at the remaining 15 guards at the research center and said, Guys, you guys go up and help too. Yes, sir. The guards saluted and followed Zhou Yuan and the others. Major General Morgan, it's time for us to go. Gentlemen, please take care of the wounded for me. We don't have much time left. At this point, Buck began organizing the evacuation of the researchers, carrying Morgan on his back as he spoke. Finding Morgan alive would be a huge achievement, but what if they failed to bring Morgan back? I'm afraid his position as captain of the Hunter Squad is about to end, and even the team members who accompanied him on this trip won't have a good time. Since all the insects in the research center had been killed, the return trip was much easier. Previously, it took half an hour to disassemble the equipment while moving around, but now it only takes less than 2 minutes. When Zhou Yuan and the others arrived at the exit, Falcon and Softy were already fighting the bugs. There are many insects, several hundred of them are visible, and even more are scurrying in from outside the valley entrance. If they don't come up, Falcon and Softy won't be able to hold on. Duh. Without saying a word, Zhou Yuan unleashed the big pineapple machine gun. The people behind him also opened fire, suppressing the swarm's attack. 10 members of the Hunter Squad and 15 guards from the research center. The firepower of 25 people is still quite strong. At least they can hold off the swarm of insects in front of them, as long as the insect tide doesn't surge in. Guys, this is not good. There are more and more insects outside. A swarm will form within 5 minutes. As the fighting went on, Falcon suddenly shouted, 5 minutes should be enough for us to leave. If anything goes wrong, then let them eat a tactical nuclear bomb. Zhou Yuan pressed down on the pineapple with one hand and glanced at the entrance of the valley through the scout scope. The number of insects is indeed increasing, and the swarm is becoming overcrowded. These insects all looked extremely panicked, even attacking their own kind that blocked their way, probably because they were terrified by the nuclear explosions in other areas. They weren't the insect's target, they just happened to be blocking the insect's escape route. Guys, I'm going to load the mixed explosives. After emptying a large pineapple magazine, Zhou Yuan took 2 steps back, retreating to a position where no one could see him. As he opened the explosive crate, he stored the giant pineapple machine gun at his feet into his ring, and then took out the unlimited ammo version. It's time to let this guy see some blood. He wasn't worried about his teammates finding out, because this thing was soulbound. When he used it, it had unlimited ammo, but when others used it, it was just a regular DP-28 that required changing magazines, so there was no noticeable difference. If anyone asks, just say he carried a lot of ammunition, since he was already carrying a large amount of ammunition, which makes sense. After switching to the unlimited ammo Diablo, Zhou Yuan felt much more confident. Even though it's the same pineapple, he just feels that the one with unlimited ammo is better than the regular one, and even the feel of using it is much better. This might be what they call a fear of insufficient firepower. Of course, while firing the machine gun, he didn't forget what he had said earlier and threw several bags of mixed explosives into the swarm of insects. The mixed explosive is a high-energy explosive, 3 times more powerful than the old-fashioned TNT. When it explodes in a swarm of insects, it will cause a scattering of flowers effect. In terms of insect control, high-energy explosives are far more effective than machine guns. Since I've already brought it, of course I can't not use it. How could we miss the chance to farm soul points? Watching the insects explode into pieces with a crackling sound, and seeing the notification panel refresh rapidly, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. He looked at the storm and the recycling bin beside him and said, Guys, give me the explosives box. I'm strong, so I can throw the explosives where there are the most bugs. Okay. Storm and recycling station shouted without turning their heads, gesturing to Zhou Yuan to take it himself. Watch me. Zhou Yuan took their demolition boxes, lined up the 3 boxes together, and took turns firing machine guns and mixed explosives, having a blast. Guys, your hero has arrived. I advise you to hurry. There are at least 100,000 insects outside. After waiting in place for about 4 or 5 minutes, Steve piloted the transport plane over the valley, circling and searching for a landing spot. Let's find a landing spot first. The team leader and researchers haven't come out yet. Zhou Yuan replied and glanced back. Those researchers couldn't run as fast as them, and several of them were injured, so it might take them a while. Grass. There are bugs on the right wing. Suddenly, out of the corner of Zhou Yuan's eye, he saw a group of insects tumbling down the high slope on the right side of the valley and into the valley. They're already struggling to defend the front line. The pressure will only increase as the bugs come from the right. Tactical nuclear weapons could be used if necessary. Now is the time to act. Zhou Yuan recalled what Buck had said earlier, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. He's not doing this to farm soul points. He's a team-oriented soldier, and he just wants to resolve the immediate crisis. Chapter 64 Explode. I'll explode. I'll explode again. Guys, I'm about to launch a tactical nuclear missile. Zhou Yuan shouted, then loaded a tactical nuclear bomb into the launcher and set the detonation method to warhead-triggered detonation. Be careful, don't blow us up too. Drop the nuclear bomb outside. The valley can help block the shockwave. The teammates responded one after another, all agreeing to launch the tactical nuclear missile right now, while also reminding Zhou Yuan. This isn't like blowing up an insect hive. Detonating a tactical nuclear weapon on the ground is very dangerous. It could potentially backfire on them. Don't worry, I've calculated the distance. Zhou Yuan responded and aimed the tactical nuclear missile directly above the mouth of the valley. Call out. 3 seconds later, the tactical nuclear warhead, accompanied by smoke and fire, rose into the air, instantly soaring out of the valley and reaching high altitudes outside the valley before rapidly falling back down. Tactical nuclear missile has been launched. Prepare for the frontal shockwave, go. Zhou Yuan immediately put down the launcher, waved for everyone to take cover, and ran behind the corpse of a soldier insect. Boom! Approximately 3 seconds later, the tactical nuclear missile landed, triggered, and detonated. Pluto's atmosphere is incredibly thin, and the surface pressure is extremely low, creating a semi-vacuum environment with few mediums for sound to travel through. In addition, since the tactical nuclear bomb was detonated 5 kilometers away, the explosion sound was not very loud and was no different from that of a regular missile. However, its power remains formidable. As soon as the tactical nuclear bomb exploded, everyone saw a mushroom cloud rising outside the valley. Although the mushroom was a little small, it still lit up the darkness in their eyes. Along with the disappearance of night, a large wave of insect soldiers also disappeared. Looking out from the valley entrance, all the soldier insects in sight had disappeared, leaving only the batch that had already entered the valley. Whoosh! At that moment, the shockwave rushed into the valley. Most of the shockwave was blocked by the valley entrance, but a small portion of it remained powerful. It was like a Category 10 typhoon. It revealed its power as soon as it entered the valley, overturning all the insect soldiers in its path. With these insect soldiers blocking their way, the impact of the shockwave on everyone was significantly reduced. Zhou Yuan only tripped and fell, while the others were not seriously injured, only suffering a few tumbles. Guys, get up. We still have bugs on our flank. I'm going to fire my second shot. Zhou Yuan called out to his teammates loudly, his hands moving nonstop as he picked up the launcher and loaded a second tactical nuclear missile. There are 3 sets on the ground, and 1 set is left behind. Carried a total of 14 tactical nuclear warheads on this trip. Only 1 shot. How could that be? Darkness has enveloped the Earth. They need light. Let's do it this way. We'll handle the inside, and you can handle the outside. Use nuclear bombs to wipe out these vermin. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuan was going to launch a tactical nuclear missile, his teammates all roared, their morale soaring. The insect swarm is formidable, but they have a good defensive position, the firepower of 15 defense soldiers, spare ammunition from the research center, and tactical nuclear weapons. Not afraid at all. Of course, they couldn't let this stalemate continue. They had to hurry. We need to get out of here before we run out of ammunition, or we're doomed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Teammates were clearing out the insects in the valley. Zhou Yuan launched a second tactical nuclear missile, followed closely by a third. The target is the left and right flanks. He planned to blow up all the insects outside the valley at once. This time he couldn't see what was happening outside because the high slopes on both sides were 200 or 300 meters high. He could only see the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Shit! At that moment, a furious curse rang out from behind Zhou Yuan. He turned his head and saw that Buck had brought the researchers up. He was carrying Morgan on his back and was almost overturned by the shockwave that swept into the valley. Apart from a few wounded researchers, the others picked up a lot of guns on the road and chose to join the defense line. They had all received shooting training, and while their marksmanship and experience might not be exceptional, the combined firepower of several people could still be of some help. Steve, where are you? After dropping Morgan off, Buck immediately contacted the transport plane pilot, landing in 5 seconds behind you. While Zhou Yuan and the others were holding off the swarm of insects, Steve had already found a relatively flat landing spot, right behind the entrance to the research center. If it weren't for the shockwave from the tactical nuclear bomb having such a significant impact on the transport plane, he would have already landed. Very good. Contract your defenses and prepare to evacuate. Buck finally breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for everyone to move closer to him to protect the researchers. After giving the order, he pointed at Zhou Yuan and said seriously, "Put a few more tactical nuclear missiles out. I don't want any bugs to get close to Major General Morgan." "Leave it to me," Zhou Yuanlang replied. His heart was filled with joy. "I thought I'd be leaving soon, but I never expected to be able to launch a few more tactical nuclear missiles." All right. Since it was the captain's order, he had to carry it out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the transport plane successfully landed, Zhou Yuan launched 3 tactical nuclear missiles out of the valley. Considering the transport plane was about to take off, he increased the altitude slightly and attacked an area further away than before. The team still had enough ammunition to deal with the visible insects in front of them. He only needed to cut off the insect swarm's forces. "Guys, it's time to get out of here." By this time, Buck had already put all the researchers on the transport plane. He turned the microphone on his headset to the maximum and was shouting to the team members and guards who were still killing insects. "Go quickly. Go. You guys go first." 3 voices rang out simultaneously. Zhou Yuan, Storm, and Recycling Station, the 3 machine gunners, urged everyone to retreat, while they themselves chose to cover the rear. Bang! Upon hearing what Zhou Yuan and the other 2 said, the others turned and ran. However, they hadn't run more than a few steps when they suddenly stopped again. Between them and the transport plane, the ground began to shake violently, as if it had been blasted by a pile driver, and the shaking continued unabated. "Giant beetles are attacking." Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted, and he almost shouted it out. Everyone present clearly knew what the giant beetle was, and they quickly moved away from their spots, none of them daring to approach the shaking ground. Bang! They had barely dodged for 2 seconds when the ground exploded. The icy ground, which was originally harder than steel, was now like a sandwich cookie and was shattered by someone flicking it from the ground with their fingers. Rock fragments and ice shards flew everywhere, and instead of filling the ground, a massive black shadow filled the void. That's the back of the tank beetle. Chapter 65, Solo Kill of the Tank Beetle, Behold My Divine Might. The tank beetle is a heavy tank in the Zerg race. Adult tank beetles are over 20 meters long and nearly 10 meters tall, and look a lot like dung beetles, as big as whales. Its massive body, hard and thick shell, super digging ability, and ability to melt ultra-high temperature corrosive liquids that can melt aerospace alloys, etc. These capabilities make the tank beetle the most powerful arachnid beetle and the nemesis of mobile infantry. Fuck. Take it down as quickly as possible. The appearance of the tank beetle made Buck completely lose his temper, and his expression under the skull helmet began to twist. The tank beetle had its back to the transport plane, so its primary target was those who were cleaning up the soldier beetles, but hadn't yet boarded. There were 15 guards from the research center there, along with his 10 team members. The transport plane could take off now, but he really didn't want to abandon his team. However, if they couldn't take down that tank beetle quickly, as the commander of this operation, he had no choice. Oh shit. Zhou Yuan cursed under his breath, feeling a little regretful. Rescue missions differ from combat missions, emphasizing light equipment and swift action, so the military equipment department did not put grenade launchers in the demolition box. The explosives they brought out were only tactical nuclear bombs, mixed explosives, and hand grenades. He just used up all of the team's mixed explosives. The remaining tactical nuclear bombs and grenades are in an awkward situation. One is too powerful, and the other is too weak. Wrong. Who says a grenade can't kill a tank beetle? As he pondered, a scene suddenly appeared in Zhou Yuan's mind. Guys, cover me. I have a way to take it down. Zhou Yuan shouted something to the storm and recycling station beside him, then sprinted toward the bunker entrance of the research center. What is he trying to do? Stop talking nonsense. Provide covering fire. Storm and Recycler hurriedly collected the explosive crates on the ground and joined their teammates in attacking the tank beetle. The tank beetle has a thick shell, but under the concentrated fire of so many people, it still had many small bullet holes on its body. It's just that it's too big, so this wound is only like a mosquito bite. Laugh. Having just emerged from underground, it was riddled with bullets, which enraged the tank beetle. It stomped heavily on the ground, then raised its head high, a stream of fiery red liquid seeping from the corner of its mouth. Ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid. Find cover. Upon seeing the tank beetle's movements, everyone directly in front of it moved away from their positions and circled around its wings. Puff. However, the tank beetle's spray speed was too fast. Two of the guards lacked combat experience and physical fitness, and were drenched in the tank beetle's ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid. In an instant, the two of them melted. The corrosiveness of the ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid is so high that even aerospace alloys cannot withstand it, let alone ordinary protective clothing. Shit. That was a massacre. Cease fire immediately. The group wanted to retaliate, but they lowered their guns as soon as they raised them. They saw Zhou Yuan first climb to the top of the entrance to the research center, and then leap high onto the back of the tank beetle. Space armor is bulletproof, it cannot withstand impact. If they hit Zhou Yuan, he will fall off the tank beetle's back. You're finished. Zhou Yuan, who was watched by everyone, smiled from beneath his skull helmet. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yuan drew his S-500 revolver and emptied a magazine before the tank beetle noticed something on its back and began to shake. The large revolver, capable of taking down an adult elephant with a single shot, finally revealed its true power. With just 5 bullets, a crater the size of a bowl appeared on the back of the tank beetle. Bite! In the next instant, Zhou Yuan took 2 grenades from his chest, pulled the pins, and forcefully pressed them into the wound on the back of the tank beetle. Thank you, Rico. He learned this trick from Rico, who used it to rise from private to corporate. God! Everyone present witnessed this scene and was completely stunned by Zhou Yuan. This tactic is absolutely awesome. The tank beetle reacted at this moment and began to turn around and swing its body, trying to shake Zhou Yuan off its back. But this was exactly what Zhou Yuan wanted. Using the momentum from the tank beetle's back, he jumped directly from a height of 8 or 9 meters. After landing, he rolled behind the corpse of a soldier insect and pressed the earpiece, saying, "It's about to explode. Be careful to avoid the super high temperature corrosive liquid." An adult tank beetle has a corrosive fluid sac located at its tail. Although he threw the grenade from behind, it's always good to be on guard. Bang! After a brief period of dodging, a muffled explosion rang out. The tank beetle collapsed instantly, its head and mid-abdomen segments vanishing in an instant, turning into countless colorful bits of flesh and blood that scattered in all directions. Guys, get out of here. Zhou Yuan didn't have time to think much before switching to the machine gun and starting to kill the insects. From the moment the tank beetle appeared until its death, it seemed like a lot happened, but the total time was actually less than a minute. But the soldier insects were very fast, and within a short minute, at least 1,000 soldier insects had broken into the valley. The valley is now teeming with soldier insects, except for the entrance to the research center. Go! However, even without his reminder, everyone knew what to do at that point. The 20-odd men covered each other and quickly gathered together, fighting as they retreated toward the transport plane. Storm, give me 2 tactical nuclear missiles. Good idea, how about 4? A better idea. During the retreat, Zhou Yuan also took 4 tactical nuclear bombs from Storm, set a 1-minute detonation timer for each, and then casually threw them on the ground. Steve, we've got it done. Buck stood at the cockpit door and, after seeing everyone retreat into the cabin, immediately notified the pilots. Leave it to me. As a veteran pilot for Special Operations Forces, Steve made the transport plane float up from the ground in the next second. After the transport plane took off, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Buck. Kid, how did you do that? Buck walked up to Zhou Yuan and patted him hard on the shoulder. Thankfully, Zhou Yuan was there. Otherwise, he really would have had to go back to Mars alone. I am following orders, sir. You gave the order to take it out as quickly as possible, so I went and took it out. Zhou Yuan stood ramrod straight and gave a firm salute. Cool. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, a collective sigh of admiration rippled through the cabin. A thought arose in everyone's mind. This is a real man. Chapter 66 Lieutenant, Brainworm. The perfect soldier. The perfect soldier should use the perfect weapon. Lieutenant, can you tell me your real name? Before Buck could say anything, Morgan suddenly interrupted. My name is Zhou, Major General Morgan. Zhou Yuan replied with a salute. Chow. It seems this name is very popular in the East. I know many Chows, but I swear, you are the best. Ciao. I'll remember you. We'll meet again. Morgan looked very happy, and like an elder, he gently patted Zhou Yuan's hand. Thank you, Major General Morgan. Zhou Yuan nodded emphatically, but a little doubtful in his heart. Is the pronunciation of Zhou really that difficult? Why do foreigners always pronounce it as Cho or Chow? Even my teammates who I spend every day with do so? Morgan didn't say anything more, but patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder again before sitting down to rest. Well done, Lieutenant. At this moment, Buck saluted Zhou Yuan and then gave him a big hug. I am a second lieutenant, Captain. Hearing Buck's words, Zhou Yuan's heart raced a little, but he still asked with doubt. It was before. Buck took off his skull helmet, grinning, and said, I'll send the recording to Boss Angus, and he'll take care of it for you. Wait, a recording? Zhou Yuan licked his lips, even more excited than before. If he could get a video of the battle just now, he would be laughing in his sleep, the kind of person he wouldn't trade a promotion to lieutenant for. He was going to send the video to everyone he knew. Carl, Rico, Dees, Campbell, Turner. Not a single one can be spared. Of course, there are many recorders on the transport ship. If Steve went back alone today, he would need these videos to prove that he didn't abandon us. By the way, you just taught me a lesson too. I promise I'll watch that video every day. Buck shrugged. Boss, I want one too. Sir, if possible, we'd like a share too. We'll be leaving soon once we get on the starship. Slaughter? Congratulations, you're going to be a lieutenant. Buck's words caused a chain reaction inside the cabin. Many people asked him for Zhou Yuan's previous combat videos and also congratulated him. Combat recording. Zhou Yuan thanked him happily, but he kept thinking about the recording. More than being promoted to lieutenant, he genuinely valued the combat footage and his performance just now. Absolutely awesome and cool. General Zhou, with boundless magical power, will reign supreme for eternity, unifying the martial world. Boom! Suddenly, Zhou Yuan, who was lost in his reverie, was awakened by several explosions. He knew that it was the 4 tactical nuclear bombs that had exploded. However, the transport plane had already ascended very high and would not be affected by the explosion. The explosion itself was not very loud, not even as loud as a hand grenade. I wonder how many soul points I can get this time. Zhou Yuan had been so engrossed in the fight that he had no thoughts other than killing the insects. It was only now that he remembered the soul points. On this mission, he deployed a 4-person load of mixed explosives, as well as a total of 10 tactical nuclear warheads. He initially estimated that the profit should be between 200,000 and 400,000. It's hard to guess exactly, since 4 of the tactical nuclear missiles overlapped, and it's unknown whether 4 of them hit the swarm of insects. That could be confirmed to have landed in the insect swarm where the 2 fired at the mouth of the valley. So he didn't have high expectations, lest he be disappointed later. Of course, those 4 uncertain ones might all have landed in the insect swarm, in which case the harvest might be more than 400,000. He planned to check the harvest later, after boarding the starship. 3 minutes later, the transport plane was received by the starship. Guys, don't go yet. The strategic department just issued a new order that we will be a few days late returning to Mars. I need you to be on standby during these few days. So, apart from eating and using the restroom, we have to stay at the airport the rest of the time, ready for emergency deployment. Just as everyone was getting ready to head to the restaurant, Buck called out to them. However, they didn't find Buck's request unacceptable. That's exactly what they do. When things are quiet, I go out to find insect nests once every 3 days. When things are busy, I don't even have time to rest. It's already pretty good now. Captain, we have to go now. Morgan approached Buck, sighed, and shook hands with him. The research center he was in charge of had only 13 researchers left, including himself, 13 guards, and several wounded. He needs to find the captain to arrange medical and other matters. Okay, best of luck. Buck nodded, personally escorted Morgan and the others to the boarding gate, then turned and waved to his team, calling out, I'm starving. Aren't you all hungry? I'm so hungry my stomach is practically sticking to my back. I'm not as powerful as you. I'm just hungry enough to eat a whole cow. The group stepped forward with smiles. They had come without eating breakfast and had just gone through a major battle, so they needed to replenish their energy. After showering and eating, it was already 10 o'clock when I returned to the airport. Captain, can you tell us what the strategic department has discovered? Back on the transport plane, Zhou Yuan sat down next to Buck and asked him a question. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present had sharp ears and heard it, casting curious glances at Buck. Nearly 3 hours have passed since Pluto was captured. Logically speaking, with such a long period of time, All the tasks that needed to be arranged should have been arranged, so why would they be left behind? All right. Seeing that his teammates were eager to know, Buck nodded helplessly and said, "You'll find out eventually anyway, so there's no harm in telling you in advance." There was a team from Saturn whose mission was to rescue people in Mine Area 3, but when they arrived, there were no survivors in the mine. However, they discovered some unusual corpses. The brains of those corpses were all gone, and there was a hole about 5 centimeters in diameter on the top of their heads. The bodies were piled up together, and their expressions were horrified, as if their brains had been sucked dry by something. So, you understand, those might be insects we've never seen before, and the Federation takes them very seriously. Brainworm. When Buck said this, Zhou Yuan clenched his fist tightly. He only knew of 3 types of the arachnid worms that sucked out people's brains. They are insect god, queen, and brainworm. The insect god and the queen are enormous creatures. Their brain-absorbing devices are far more than 5 centimeters in diameter. So those corpses in the mine were all killed by brainworms. Chapter 67. Beware of the brainworm, Laserbird. That makes sense now. The cerebrate holds a high position within the Zerg, essentially functioning as a mobile command center that can command all combat Zerg. The insects on Pluto rioted either because the brainworms called for their protection or because the brainworms ordered them to conquer Pluto. Otherwise, those low-intelligence fighting insects wouldn't gather and swarm out for no reason. Besides, when they landed on Pluto, Pluto was still being bombarded by strategic nuclear weapons. But by the time they withdrew, the bombing was over. Stopped the large-scale bombing because the corpses in the mines led them to suspect a new insect species. Because the Federation wants to gain a deeper understanding of the new insect species. A high-level insect with telepathic abilities strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Carl in his prime. Killing one of them would surely cost at least 100,000 to 200,000 soul points, right? Zhou Yuan rested his chin on his hand, looking somewhat expectant. Whenever a new insect species appears, the Federation orders that a few be captured alive for research. But the new species that has emerged is the brain amoeba, and if you were to encounter this expensive worm, just cut it off. However, he needs to be careful. Building a brain worm isn't something you can just do on a whim. In the original storyline, Sergeant Sim, a drill instructor in the recruit camp, captured a brain worm a year later. But that brain worm was deliberately captured alive, with the aim of contacting high-ranking humans and brainwashing a few of them to work for the Zerg. A fully unleashed cerebrate is a formidable creature capable of wiping out an entire army with a single mental blast. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel to check his gains. He planned to go to the mall to buy some insurance to protect against the brainworm's telepathic abilities. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 4, Speed 3.5, Jump 3.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 4, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Props, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Unlimited Bullet Saw. Title, Berserker, increases Strength by 1, Speed by 1, Jump by 1, and Self-Healing by 1. Soul Points, 457,125. 450,000. Zhou Yuan exhaled. His expression was neither sad nor happy. That morning I farmed around 280,000 soul points. His estimate was 200,000 to 400,000. Although 280,000 was far from the upper limit of the estimate, it was still tens of thousands higher than the lower limit. I'd say I'm barely satisfied. At least I didn't lose money. After sorting through his gains, Zhou Yuan entered the shop and began searching for products to deal with the brainworm. A smart drone? That's way too big. Nanocombat robots? Too expensive. Holy crap. Transformers? As he scrolled through the app, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. He had spotted a really cool product. Laserbeak C, a military-grade transformer, an excellent spy and communications specialist, possessing multiple disguise forms and equipped with 2 precision-guided guns. The further Zhou Yuan looked, the more satisfied he became. This thing looks like a bird of prey in its main form, and it can transform into electronic devices such as laptops, televisions, printers, and satellite phones. Moreover, it can still use the functions of the current form after transforming, making it highly practical. Meanwhile, the 2 miniature laser cannons and 2 miniature wing guns, combined with its high-speed flight capability, give it considerable combat ability. 60,000 soul points. I'll take it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan spent 60,000 soul points to buy the laser bird. The price of 60,000 is a bit expensive, considering that the laser bird's firepower is not strong enough, and its effectiveness on the front line is not as good as a grenade launcher. But it possesses high intelligence. It is a living, steel-intelligent bird. If he encounters a cerebrate and can't defeat it, then Laserbeak will be his ally. Even if it doesn't come in handy this time, it will come in handy sometime in the future. Besides, the laser bird can be carried around and used as a multifunctional intelligent combat device. Guys, I'm going to the bathroom. After buying the C-type laser bird, Zhou Yuan greeted his teammates and found the nearest toilet. Click. The laser bird that was just taken out looks like a cassette tape player. It shuddered, then began to transform, eventually turning into a raptor. Great Master, Laserbird is at your service. The laser bird landed on the toilet seat and saluted Zhou Yuan with its wings. It looks pretty good. Zhou Yuan looked him up and down, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "You can call me sir from now on. By the way, besides electronic devices, what else can you turn into?" "Sir, while maintaining my combat capabilities, I can transform into any object with a similar size. If I don't need to maintain combat capability and only need to maintain basic walking ability, then I can transform into a small civilian transformer at most." Laserbird answered immediately, "I don't need you to turn into a big guy. Can you transform into the combat device, the combat helmet, and the things I'm wearing?" Zhou Yuan continued to ask, "Sir, yes, that's fine. Considering the reduced weight and pressure surface, we do not recommend that you carry me, which transforms into a small electronic device. That's not something you need to worry about. Now I have a task for you. Sir, Laserbird is at your service." About half an hour later, Zhou Yuan returned to the transport plane. To prepare for any potential emergency missions, many teammates are sleeping to conserve their energy. Zhou Yuan quietly returned to his seat, opened the magazine well of the pineapple, took out a magazine, and put the work tablet in his hand inside. "Sir, Laserbeak is in position." After Zhou Yuan closed the magazine well, the sound of Laserbird came through his headphones. Zhou Yuan smiled but didn't say anything, only gently patted the magazine box. "Hopefully, I can catch that brainworm. Otherwise, I'll feel really uneasy, since I just made some money and then spent 60,000, taking away 400,000 of my balance. Oh right, I haven't checked my achievements yet." Not long after sitting down, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something, so he quickly opened the achievement panel. "Are you racing? Kill 10,000 soldier insects within 1 hour to be rewarded with the title Insecticide. Destroy tanks. Kill a tank beetle and receive 100 soul points. Bigger than Monopoly. When your soul points balance reaches 200,000, you will receive a reward of 1,000 soul points. The Flash killed 10 in 1 hour. He doesn't pay attention to system prompts during battles and hasn't checked his achievement panel for several days. He only just remembered that he had unlocked a lot of achievements in the past few days. Nice one." After collecting all the soul points and checking the rewards, Zhou Yuan excitedly clenched his fist. The best achievement is The Flash, which grants him the title Powerful Insecticide upon unlocking it. Powerful Insecticide increases soul points gained from killing Arachnid bugs by 20% and speed by 3. This is what he considers an experience title, essential for grinding monsters. When killing insects in the future, you can equip this title, which will allow him to generate 20% more soul points. The speed bonus of +3 is also a good thing. You can use it when you're running away. Overall, that morning trip was totally worth it. Chapter 68, losing 3 teams, then descending to Pluto. Wake up the sleeping people, I have something to announce. At 2 p.m., Buck returned from the transport plane meeting and waved to the team members who were not asleep. "Hey buddy, get up." Zhou Yuan patted the recycling bin and stormed next to him. Buck's tone was serious. He must have a new assignment. Once all the team members were awake, Buck removed his skull helmet, let out a heavy sigh, and then said, "Breaking news. Team 3 failed to return, and teams 4 and 8 each lost 2 players." "What?" The team members were stunned when they heard what Buck said. They thought it was a mission notification, but it turned out to be a notification of their teammates' deaths, and 14 of them had been killed at once. "This is the battlefield." Zhou Yuan put down the magazine box he was carrying, feeling a mix of emotions. Actually, he had anticipated this when he returned in the morning. There was a possibility of losing someone during this operation. If it had happened to the other 9 teams, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Moreover, the battlefield situation can change in an instant, and there are many worse possibilities. If you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we're going to Pluto again to capture a few of those new brain-eating bugs. The search area I requested is outpost number 4, which is where the third team went in the morning. So, look carefully when you're catching bugs. If possible, bring something back. Their families will need it. At this point, Buck made a gesture with his right hand, raising it in a toasting motion, and said, "To the heroes." A salute to a hero. Everyone took off their combat helmets and made the same gesture as Buck. The next morning at 6 o'clock, all 87 members of the Hunter Force assembled at the airport and boarded a medium-sized transport plane. Today's main task is to find and capture new insects alive, greatly increase the probability of encountering swarms and insect waves. Therefore, the entire Hunter Force must be mobilized, and the same applies to other units. This is going to be tough. Zhou Yuan wore a bitter expression while inspecting the weapons. With so many people acting together, it's unlikely that the brain worms will come looking for trouble. They're more likely to hide in their hive to avoid trouble. Pluto has a surface area of over 16 million square kilometers. Finding an insect in such a large place that is determined to hide and can move around at any time is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Guys, listen to me. After yesterday's bombing by the Starship Force, there are far fewer insects on Pluto, but that doesn't mean we won't encounter an insect swarm. The bugs that survived the bombing underground and the bugs outside the bombing zone can still easily crush an entire army if combined. We lost 14 heroes yesterday, and I don't want a 15th hero to appear today. So keep your eyes wide open, report regularly, and don't fall behind. After the transport plane took off, Buck clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and emphasized the need to proceed with caution. The Hunter Squad is his squad, and every member was handpicked by him. Yesterday's casualties were a painful experience for him. Yes, sir. The team members felt a chill run down their spines and responded loudly. Shortly afterwards, the transport plane landed safely. They disembarked at a high altitude, with Pluto 4 outposts right in front of them. Outposts are different from research centers. Outposts are guard bases used to observe the movement of insects and are built directly on the ground. It's just that it's relatively small, about the size of a stadium. Shit, this was done by the giant beetle. One squad can't stop so many damn bugs. As soon as they approached outpost number 4, a lot of cursing erupted from the ranks. The defensive wall of outpost number 4 is severely damaged. The section directly facing them has many large, round holes. Clearly, it was created by being rammed by a tank beetle. There were still many dead insect soldiers at the foot of the defensive wall, which showed that the three teams had fought with the insects on the defensive wall yesterday. 10th Squad. Buck gently raised his hand and waved, signaling a small team to scout ahead. The 10th Squad stepped forward, climbed over a large hole into the watchtower, checked the surroundings, and then turned back to give a safety signal. Damn it. The group stopped immediately upon entering the outpost. Because at the bottom of the stairs of the defensive wall, there was a pool of bright red liquid, and next to it was a rifle marked with a green ghost symbol. 7th to 10th teams, get up to the defensive wall. Teams 5 and 6 are patrolling the open area. Teams 1 through 4, follow me to inspect the internal structures. Buck took a deep breath, slung his rifle over his shoulder, picked up the rifle marked with the green ghost symbol, and gave the order in a cold voice. Yes, sir. The 9 squads dispersed on the spot and began to deploy in squad formation. 4th team, go to the armaments department and bring out all the usable weapons. 2nd team, go to the work hall and check the communications and surveillance systems. 1 team, follow me. The rest of the land is ours. After leaving the defensive wall, Buck arranged for 3 teams to split up and act separately. There were dead insects everywhere, but he recognized all of them, and there was no sign of any new insects. So he wanted to check the surveillance footage to see what happened yesterday morning. If no new bugs are found, he will lead his team out of the outpost to search again after the final whereabouts of the 3 teams are determined. In the next 10 minutes, a team searched every building except for the armaments department and the work hall. The 2nd team also watched the video from yesterday morning. The new bugs did not appear at Outpost 4, which was breached by tank beetles and soldier bugs. The tank beetle not only crashed through the defensive wall, but also dug many tunnels inside the outpost, and together with the soldier beetle, they captured the outpost. As for the 3 teams, they arrived too late. Although they avoided the first wave of insect swarms, they ran right into the second wave and didn't even have time to evacuate. No one survived. All that could be found were some rather incomplete parts. After sorting through the remains, the group gathered them together, disposed of them properly, and took away some items. They cannot take the body with them, only some personal belongings that do not impede their movement. Because they have other missions to complete, that's the rule for Special Operations Forces. Take all the ammunition you can carry, and continue the operation. After a simple funeral ceremony was held for the men of Team 3, Buck waved his hand, pointing to the armory boxes that the 4 teams had moved to the center of the parade ground. Chapter 69, Traces of the Brainworm. The outpost's armory was quite large. There are dozens of boxes of ammunition for conventional firearms, and even a full 20 tactical nuclear bombs. Moreover, these are the leftovers. Yesterday's insect swarm was so large that the outpost's defense forces must have been firing at full power. If the outpost's buildings hadn't been so poorly defended, allowing the tank beetles to create too many gaps, this level of firepower would have been enough for them to hold out until they withdrew. Instead of taking firearms and ammunition, Zhou Yuan chose to take a tactical nuclear bomb. Removed the plastic padding from the nuclear bomb box and stuffed 5 tactical nuclear bombs inside. The detonation conditions for a nuclear bomb are very demanding. Even if you spray it with a rifle, it won't explode. At most, a nuclear leak will occur. A small collision is nothing to worry about. After a short rest, the team continued their journey. They bypassed the outpost and descended the mountain from its left side. The insect swarm is moving in this direction, so they have to follow the trail to see if they can find anything. Stop. Not long after descending the mountain, Buck stopped for some reason and gestured for everyone to remain on guard. He stood there for a moment, then used his headset to notify everyone. Move closer to me. We're moving to a new mission area. The transport plane will be here soon. Sir, has something happened? Boss, is that a distress signal? Upon hearing that the mission area was to be changed, many team members spoke up to inquire. We're heading to Mine Area 4. A team there was reviewing the video footage when they discovered the new bug we're looking for. That bug left Mine Area 4 an hour ago, so it shouldn't have gone far. Right now, all the teams are heading that way. Buck patiently explained, but his inner thoughts were not as calm as his facial expression suggested. Strategic Department told him that the new insect species that appeared this time had the ability to command ordinary insects, might possess extremely high intelligence, and might be a high-ranking member of the insectoid race. Therefore, the Strategic Department ordered them to capture the insect alive at all costs. You should know that everyone in the Strategy Department believes they are the most intelligent beings in the world. If the Strategic Department describes it as a highly intelligent insect, then this new insect species must be something extraordinary. Captain, do you have any photos of the new bugs? I guess it's a combat bug, otherwise it wouldn't be so hard to find. I think so too. Like the plasma bugs, they probably don't have much ability to fight head-on. Hearing Buck's words, everyone was very excited and started discussing it. However, Zhou Yuan is a little unhappy now. He found a place to sit down, and his enthusiasm waned considerably. Of the brainworm is good news, but the fact that all Special Operations Forces have been dispatched is bad news. With so many people around, even if he were to run into a brainworm, he wouldn't be able to just kill it outright, unless he wanted to die. Now, we can only take it one step at a time. 2 minutes later, the transport plane arrived, picked up the hunter troops, and flew to the area where mine number 4 was located. The number 4 mining area is far from the number 3 outpost. It took the transport plane nearly 10 minutes to arrive. When they arrived, mine area number 4 was already quite lively. This is a large canyon, which looks a bit like an oval cliff. Mine number 4 is located in the middle of the bottom of the cliff. There are more than a dozen medium-sized transport planes parked here, and every now and then another one will be added. Wait for me here. Buck did not allow the team members to move around freely, but instead made them wait around the transport plane. After scanning the area, he approached 2 team commanders who were also captains, and together they entered the main control room located on the mountainside. What do you think the new bugs will be like? Falcon asked, walking up to Zhou Yuan. Having witnessed Zhou Yuan's marksmanship and listened to his boasting, Falcon grew much closer to Zhou Yuan, and they often played together. It is strategic, Zhou Yuan said. You are a veteran. You should know better than me that if it were just an ordinary new insect species, the Federation would not have sent so many special operations troops here. The Federation is now like a fisherman who has discovered a wild lake. I originally just wanted to check out the fishing spot as usual, but I found a big bass there and refused to leave, determined to catch it. That's what I think too. Ordinary insects don't suck out people's brains, and they're not so picky as to refuse to eat meat. It must be an extremely rare and formidable character, so rare that we only encounter one in so many years. Falcon nodded in deep agreement. Drop. Just then, Everyone's combat devices went off, not only their team, but also members of the surrounding teams. Upon opening it, I found a video recording and several pictures. OMG. Shit. What is this thing? This bug is disgusting. I almost threw up. For a moment, exclamations of surprise filled the mining area. Everyone was stunned by the contents of the combat device. TCH, stupid locals. I already knew. Zhou Yuan bit his lip listlessly, feeling nothing at all. The video footage is quite simple. A group of sand beetles carrying brain worms away from Mine Area 4, surrounded by many soldier beetles as bodyguards. The image is a high-resolution photograph of the brain worm. I have to say, the brain worm is really ugly. The brain worm is about 3 meters tall and about 7 or 8 meters long. It looks like an oversized blood-sucking tick, with a strip of dark red flesh on its face and a row of fist-sized black eyes. The cerebral worm's legs are so short that they cannot support it to walk, so when the cerebral worm travels, it has to be carried by a group of sand beetles. This is the evolutionary path of the brain worm. The brain worm possesses a unique absorption ability, allowing it to perfectly absorb the brain tissue of intelligent organisms it ingests, thereby enhancing its own intelligence. Its enormous size is all in its brain. Of 10 tons of meat, 7 tons are brains. This is why it became a telepathic expert. It's a natural talent developed over countless years by specializing in brain functions. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Buck finally came out of the mine's main control room. Boarding. Before the team members could ask any questions, Buck ordered boarding, then ran into the cockpit to talk to the pilot. Buck didn't return to the cabin until the transport plane took off and flew away from Mine Area 4. You have all seen the surveillance footage and photos. This guy is our target. The Federation discovered the Arachnid insectoids 10 years ago, but this is the first time that insectoids capable of commanding combat insects have appeared. This means it may possess extremely high intelligence and could be a general among the Arachnid insectoids, so we must capture it at all costs. If we can't capture it alive on the spot, then after reporting its location, let it go and absolutely do not shoot it. Chapter 70, I will definitely do it. Let it go. Zhou Yuan curled his lip, completely ignoring what he said. He could let the brainworm go, but it's hard to say whether Laserbeak will spare the brainworm. That depends on whether the brain bug's skin can withstand miniature laser cannons and rifles, and whether its mental blast can be used against transformers. If no one discovers it, then it's not true. Boss, are you saying we can't attack? Shit, have the people in the strategy department got their heads stuck in a door? Captain, what if it attacks us? We can't just stand there and take the hits, can we? Not only did Zhou Yuan not listen, but even his teammates found it hard to accept. The Cerebrate is accompanied by a large group of soldier worms. It's impossible not to fight after they meet. If they are too timid to fire, how can they fight? Shut up. Buck sneered and shouted. This is an order. We are soldiers, and soldiers only need to carry out orders. The cabin fell silent. Buck is right. After all, they are soldiers, and special operations soldiers at that. They are doing jobs that are easy to lose their heads in. Looking at his teammates with their heads down, Buck sighed and said, I know it's hard for you to accept, and it's hard for me to accept either, but an order is an order. That bug doesn't seem to be very strong. We just need to take out its minions and be careful not to kill it. If things don't go well, we can retreat at any time, as long as we report the location of that bug. Okay. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't actually afraid. They just felt the order was too restrictive and would prevent them from giving their full potential when they were on the move. Get ready. We're heading to Mine Area 7. We'll be there soon. Buck nodded, signaling everyone to check their weapons. Based on the fat guy's direction and speed of movement, the strategy department calculated its possible current location. 17 special operations forces dispersed in a circle around Mine Area 4, and then turned back to search Mine Area 4. That fat guy must be in the search area. It just depends on how thoroughly they search. Mining Area number 7 is located in a hilly area. The terrain is relatively flat, but there are many continuous low hills, which look like a climbing wall magnified many times over. Upon arriving at Mine Area 7, Buck ordered the teams to disperse and search back in a straight line. Shit. As Zhou Yuan passed a small hill, he stumbled and fell into a crater, cursing under his breath. Massacre? What happened? Zhou Yuan was a machine gunner, positioned in the center of the team, and many people noticed his unusual behavior. The pressure generator was faulty. I almost jumped out of my skin. There's no obvious problem. Just restart it, and it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Zhou Yuan fiddled with the space mech for a moment and waved to everyone. Okay, let's switch places. If you can't handle it, just say so sooner rather than later. We can get a new set on the transport plane. It's not a big problem. I'm already restarting it. As they were talking, Steak took Zhou Yuan's place, while Zhou Yuan moved to the back. The team couldn't stop just because of Zhou Yuan, but they did slow down a bit. I've got it done. Before long, Zhou Yuan stood up from the ground and quickly caught up with the group. After the group had walked for a while, there was movement in the pit where Zhou Yuan had fallen earlier. 2 red lights appeared on the ground, and a faint clicking sound was heard. Sir, Laserbird is at your service. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded in Zhou Yuan's headphones. Half an hour later, the team switched from searching forward to running forward, increasing their speed to the maximum. Just 3 minutes ago, Barak received new intelligence. An insect hive 3 kilometers east of Mine Area 4. It is under attack by a small swarm of insects and is calling for backup. Originally, support was not needed, since each special operations unit consists of 100 people. Even with some losses, the firepower is enough to wipe out small-scale insect swarms. The key point is that the swarm of insects was crazy. As soon as they met, they blocked them and wouldn't retreat no matter how they were attacked. It was as if they would never let them get close to the insect nest. Insects don't usually need to defend their nests so fiercely. So they guessed. The new insect was hiding in the nest, so it immediately spread the information. The strategic department took this intelligence very seriously and, with the mindset of better to catch the wrong person than let them go, transferred all the troops that were closest to the Zerg hive there. At their current speed, they can reach the combat zone within 5 minutes. There's a wormhole. After descending several hundred meters, the group's guide, Wild Boar, called a halt to the group's progress. He pointed to the 2 o'clock direction, where at the foot of a hill there was a nearly circular wormhole, and dozens of soldier worms were keeping watch outside the wormhole. I think we've reached the finish line. Buck glanced through the sentry scope and ordered, "Get ready. Charge straight into the hive." Of an insect hive is very large. There is usually only one in a given region. Therefore, the wormhole in front of us leads to the same worm nest that the unit that called for support discovered. Only the entrance is different. Go. At Buck's command, the team of 87 men charged forward in unison. The firepower of the 87 men was very strong. As soon as they opened fire, they wiped out most of the worm soldiers patrolling outside the wormhole. The brain worm is here. As they approached, Zhou Yuan discovered a problem. The worm soldiers that were lucky enough not to be killed all ran into the wormhole without looking back, as if they had planned it in advance. They were probably going to inform the Cerebrate. Teammate, stay behind and keep an eye on this wormhole. Teams 9 and 10, spread out and search for wormholes in the surrounding area. The rest of the squads, follow me inside. After finding the entrance to the wormhole, Buck quickly gave the order and then led 6 squads into the wormhole. Laugh. There were many insects in this hive. They hadn't even finished traversing one wormhole when they encountered a large swarm of soldier insects. Machine gunner, take them out. Buck leaned against the cliff face, signaling to the others to give the machine gunner their line of sight. The wormhole is about 5 meters in diameter, which is not enough space for the worms to use a strategy of overwhelming the enemy with numbers. 2 or 3 machine guns can wipe out the worms. Guys, we'd better hurry. More soldier worms are coming. We need to capture the hive site before their corpses block the way. Zhou Yuan was at the forefront, holding a large pineapple in one hand and a scanner in the other. A hive point refers to a cave that connects a large number of wormholes. It serves as a transit point within the wormhole and is considered a strategic area. Once the hive points are captured, the bug's movement routes in this area can be blocked. Chapter 71. I've found you. Damn, I almost forgot. After emptying a magazine, Zhou Yuan realized he hadn't changed his title. Powerful insecticide. Increases soul points gained from killing arachnid bugs by 20% and speed by 3. Arrange. After changing out of the Berserker title, my strength, jump, and self-healing both decreased by 1 point, while my speed increased by 2 points. However, it's not a big problem. Its basic attributes are still strong. After all, it's a body that has been injected with super soldier serum. 1 minute later, the swarm of insect soldiers was forced into retreat by a volley of machine gun fire. The group, having gained the upper hand, pressed on relentlessly, maintained their firepower until they reached the hive point. This hive site is very large, at least 400 or 500 square meters, and about 20 meters high. More than 30 wormholes have been dug out of the mountain wall. Because of the hunter forces invasion, the nearby insectoid soldiers have gathered and are emerging from the wormholes, trying to reclaim the hive site. Kill them all. Buck remained completely unfazed, simply waving his hand lightly. Compared to open ground, these limited-area underground insect nests are the most advantageous terrain for mobile infantry. That's exactly how absurd it is. Humans and insects are both better at fighting in each other's territory. Sir, Laserbird has infiltrated the underground cave and is now searching for the mission target. While cleaning up the insects, Zhou Yuan received a report from the Laserbird. Laserbird has found another wormhole and entered the hive through it. Zhou Yuan was in a good mood. He couldn't reply to Laserbird right now, but it didn't really matter whether he replied or not, since he had already told Laserbird what to do yesterday. 2 minutes later, all the soldier insects at the hive point were wiped out. Falcon, notify the temporary command center that the mission target may be nearby. Puff, use the sonic detector to measure the terrain. We need to continue going underground. Teams 6 and 7, stay and defend this hive. If necessary, you can blow up a few wormholes to relieve the defensive pressure. Buck quickly issued the orders. Then, based on the terrain feedback, he led the last 4 teams into a steep downward wormhole. For the next 10 minutes, the line continued to descend. They ventured deeper into the insect nest. They encountered an increasing number of insects. At first, you could only encounter soldier beetles, but later you even encountered sand beetles and tank beetles. Fortunately, the team had enough men and strong firepower, with rifles, machine guns and grenade launchers taking turns to fire. In addition, they had the advantage of terrain, so there were no casualties. We walked through about 10 wormholes and passed 2 or 3 hive points. We still couldn't catch the brainworm. We didn't even get a glimpse of it. Calling. This is the ultrasonic unit. A new insect species has been detected. It is in the West 5th District and is moving towards the West 6th District. Nearby units are requested to intercept it immediately. Finally, we're trapped in the West 5th District by the bugs. We need reinforcements. Suddenly, a message came through my earpiece. This news is mixed. Fortunately, the ultrasound unit discovered the brainworm and even transmitted its exact location. The bad news is that they've been targeted by insects. They use a wide area emergency call channel, and to use this channel, you need to open a small communication window on the communication soldier's body. The radio wave signal of the communication window is very strong, even the small ones, which will attract all the insects in the vicinity. Under normal circumstances, the small communication window is only used during evacuation to contact transport aircraft or to have the transport aircraft relay messages to the command center. This shows just how bad the situation is for the ultrasonic units. They either need to get reinforcements quickly, or they need to get more bugs quickly. Boss, this is West 9th District, right in front of West 6th District. Upon receiving the message, the guides' voices immediately rang out in the group. They were the group's route experts. West 9th District? Buck became excited and hurriedly ordered, Squads 6 and 7, withdraw from the hive and join Squads 8, 9, and 10. Head to West 5th District at full speed to support the ultrasonic forces. The rest of the squads, follow me. We're going to stop that damn fatso. Guide, lead the way. Yes, sir. The team's morale soared instantly, and they followed Buck into the next wormhole. It might be an insect with extremely high intelligence, or it might be the insect of a Zerg general. Who wouldn't want to catch it? The hunter team is definitely going to get this huge credit. Brainworm, wait for me. These evil earthlings actually want to capture you and slice you into pieces. I will not let them succeed. Zhou Yuan secretly cheered on the brainworm and continued to charge ahead. He wanted to be the first person to see the brainworm. He can't kill brainworms, but laserbirds can. Laserbird was connected to his combat device network, allowing it to receive communication channels at all times and monitor his location. As for the weapon he bought with soul points, when Laserbird kills the bugs, the soul points will fall on his head, etc. As he was thinking, Zhou Yuan suddenly had a sudden realization. Yes, if the system doesn't have any restrictions on acquiring soul points, then why doesn't it create more weapons? Ammunition is a problem, but the idea is good. When I have money, I can consider getting some tanky characters or something. Just by relying on their physique, I can farm soul points. 10 minutes later, the team arrived in West 6th District and stopped at a hive site. We're almost there. Zhou Yuan leaned against the entrance of a wormhole, waiting for the guide to use a sonic detector to measure the terrain. He was now certain that the brainworm was nearby. During those 10 minutes, several groups of insectoid soldiers approached the team. They weren't numerous, but they were extremely troublesome. Even knowing that death is inevitable, we must still fight them head-on. Clearly, they are buying time for the brainworm to escape. Having been bombarded by strategic nuclear weapons yesterday, and now being targeted by so many special operations forces, the brainworm's bodyguards are overwhelmed and have no choice but to risk their lives to protect it. Of course, there are definitely more than just these insect soldiers on Pluto. But distant water can't quench immediate thirst. Sir, we found the target. It's about to pass by the cave on your right. It has many guards, blocking all attack opportunities, so I cannot assassinate it for the time being. Startled from his reverie, Zhou Yuan quickly turned around and looked at the wormhole on his right. This wormhole is about 100 meters deep, and many soldier worm corpses lie inside. Looking past the insect corpses, he saw a large group of insects passing by at the end of the wormhole, heading towards the insect nest area on the left. The brainworm is among them. The brainworm was carried by a large number of sand beetles, its fat body jiggling. At such close range, the brainworm and its guards must have already spotted the team inside the hive point. But the brainworm was too busy running away to come and cause trouble. Target spotted. Follow me. Zhou Yuan roared and, without any hesitation, charged into the wormhole carrying the giant pineapple. Chapter 72 Laserbird makes a great contribution. The 4 words, discover the target. It was like a strategic nuclear bomb, waking everyone in the hive site up. Like Zhou Yuan, no one hesitated at this moment. Everyone rushed into the wormhole like they were on steroids, weapons in hand, ignoring whether Buck had given the order. However, Buck couldn't care less about orders at the moment. He was one of the everyone, and only had one thought in his mind. Charge. Just go for it. Laugh. As everyone rushed into the wormhole, the brainworm's team also reacted. A group of soldier worms broke away from the main force and rushed into the wormhole to block the group chasing the brainworms. Some of them even circled around to their backs. Kill them. Fuck, you damn bugs. Seeing that the paths ahead and behind were blocked by swarms of insect soldiers, a chorus of angry curses erupted from the ranks. How can I let the military merit that is so close slip away? Enough with the chit-chat. Let's go all out. The 4 squads had very strong firepower, especially in a wormhole that was no more than 5 meters wide and high. Countless bullets shot out of the gun barrel, like a barrage of metal bullets, covering the entire wormhole and tearing apart all the soldier worms blocking its way. Even when they were completely overwhelmed, the swarm of insect soldiers did not retreat. They surged into the wormhole one after another, delivering themselves to the gun barrel as if they were going to block the wormhole with their bodies. Calling. This is the ultrasonic unit. A new insect species has been detected. It has an underground insect hive in the West 6th District. Please have nearby units seal off all hive exits. To reiterate, the new insect species has an underground hive in the West 6th District. Please seal off all hive exits. When his advance was blocked, Buck finally realized what was happening. He opened the team's small communication window and sent out the message about the brainworm. Although this might prevent them from getting the top credit, it's better than letting the mission objective escape. That's right, that's exactly it. However, one person in the team was very happy, and that was Zhou Yuan. The more insect soldiers blocking his path, the happier he became. The entire guard of the brainworm came to block them, so the brainworm didn't have much defense force around it. Moreover, there are now brainworms. It has disappeared from everyone's sight. By the time the brainworm reappears, it should have already become a corpse, or completely disappeared without leaving a trace. The laser bird is very cunning, and since it received his orders in advance, it won't leave many traces. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Pulled the trigger off the pineapple. Sir, the target has lost most of his guards, and I am looking for an opportunity to assassinate him. The exact location has been transmitted back to your combat device, and you can track it in real time through your combat device. The sound of the laser bird rang in his ears. The laser bird is in position, and the harvest is just around the corner. 5 minutes later, the skirmish ended. The combined firepower of the 4 squads easily overwhelmed the guard team, covering the brainworm's retreat. It shouldn't have taken this long, but the problem was that the wormhole was blocked by the corpses of the soldier worms, making clearing the path a difficult task. Fuck. Operate in squad mode and find that fat bug. After scanning the area with the scanner, Buck launched into a tirade of profanities. The scanner couldn't detect a single living insect, but there was a beehive ahead with more branching holes than its members. Now we can only split up and see if we can run into that new bug again. Go. Guys, General Insect is ours. Once I catch it, I'll definitely give it a good kick in the butt. The 4 teams quickly separated and, led by their respective captains, entered different wormholes. Laserbird, You better hurry up and get this done. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart when I get back. Zhou Yuan followed behind Buck, feeling a little anxious. For teams selected 4 wormholes, while there are nearly 30 wormholes in total at the hive point. Logically speaking, it would be difficult to choose the path that the brain worm would take, but the captain of the second team, Jet, chose it anyway. The brain worm is less than 3 kilometers away from this hive site. If Laserbeak can't take down the brain bug quickly, then Team 2 will catch up. Buzz. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to slow down, retreat to the back of the group, and whisper the order to Laserbird, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, followed by a sharp pain, as if his brain was hitting his skull, making him feel nauseous and dizzy. Not only him, but his teammates were the same. Everyone stopped, clutching their skull helmets and crying out in pain. Several people even collapsed to the ground, their fate unknown. Oh shit! Zhou Yuan braced himself against the rock wall and gently shook his head. He felt like he was going to vomit into his helmet. Sir, mission accomplished. Target eliminated. I will destroy this underground cave within 10 seconds and cover up all traces. Mission complete. In a daze, Zhou Yuan heard the sound of the Laserbird. However, his head was throbbing terribly, his ears were ringing, and his mind was completely blank. Fortunately, the pain did not worsen and is gradually subsiding. He vaguely heard that the Laserbird seemed to have finished, which made him feel much better and even relieved his headache. Just 10 seconds ago, Laserbird launched a surprise attack on the brainworm. In order to block the multiple special operations forces in the hive, the Cerebrate sent out its entire guard, leaving only a few dozen soldier worms with combat capabilities around it. Laserbird seized the opportunity. It circled around to the front of the brainworm, taking advantage of its standby state where it wouldn't be detected by the worm, and stuck to the top of the wormhole like a spider. As the brainworm passed beneath it, the 2 miniature laser cannons and 2 miniature wing guns opened fire simultaneously. The brainworm has very poor defenses, so poor that it doesn't even have a carapace. Its outer shell is as brittle as tofu. Although Laserbeak's firepower wasn't strong, it still managed to turn the brain bug into a mass of red and white rotten flesh in just 2 or 3 seconds. The headaches that Zhou Yuan and the others experienced were the mental explosion of the brainworm. The moment it was attacked by Laserbeak, it instinctively entered a self-defense state and launched a powerful mental blast. It hadn't used the mental blast before mainly because it was afraid of excessive mental energy consumption, which would prevent it from calling for help or protecting itself in an emergency. Now I'm using it for emergency self-protection. But to its surprise, the Transformers weren't buying it. The Laserbird didn't even lose a feather, swiftly and cleanly taking it down in an instant. Its speed so fast that the surrounding insect soldiers couldn't react in time. By the time the insects started attacking Laserbeak had already begun cleaning up the mess. The 2 miniature laser cannons continued to fire, bombarding the surrounding rock walls, shattering the wormhole, and then fleeing at high speed. Chapter 73, Balance exceeds 500,000. Damn, that's fierce. It took Zhou Yuan a while to fully recover. He patted the skull helmet, still shaken. He was certain that what had just happened was the brainworm going all out. The brainworm's telepathic abilities are incredibly strong. Its mental blast can knock a person unconscious instantly, and those with weak mental strength may even have their heads blown off. Fortunately, he was prepared, otherwise he would have been half dead this time. How much is a brainworm worth? The next moment, Zhou Yuan opened the notification panel. Kill a brainworm and gain 100,000 souls. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Smash Your Head achievement. You can claim the Outstanding Intelligence title. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Pinnacle achievement. You can claim the Junior Collector title. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the High-Level Player achievement. Just by killing one brainworm, 7 or 8 messages appeared on the panel. The insect hive wasn't a good place, so he didn't have time to look at it closely. He just glanced at the price of the brainworm. 100,000. As expected, the rarer it is, the more expensive it is. It's a pity that the Laserbird kill didn't take into account the title bonus. Otherwise it would have been 120,000. Zhou Yuan let out a long breath, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Before the brainworm, he had only killed 4 types of worms, with prices as follows. Soldier bug 1 point, sand beetle 1 point, locust 3 points, tank beetle 100 points. This pattern shows that the price of insects is not based on size. Otherwise, locust would not be more expensive than soldier insects, and sand beetles would not be priced the same as soldier insects. He had been worried that there were only 10,000 brainworms, or even just a few thousand. Now it's great. One costs 100,000. Actually, 100,000 isn't a lot for him now, considering that blowing up a single insect hive can cost tens of thousands. The main purpose was to confirm the price of brainworms so that I could make a better choice if I came across them again in the future. If the price is high, kill them. If the price is low, capture them alive to earn military merit. A price of 100,000 is considered moderate. In the future, you can decide whether to kill or spare based on your remaining soul points. However, judging from this one alone, it's definitely a huge profit. He essentially got a laser bird for free from the store and also gained 40,000 soul points, which is a great help to him right now. Guys, how are you all? After briefly glaring at his loot, Zhou Yuan turned his attention to his teammates. There were 11 people in total, and he was in the best condition. He has now fully recovered. Everyone else looked pretty bad. Only Buck and Boar were still awake, sitting on the ground gently patting their heads, while the rest of the people lay down. I'm fine. Look at the others, wake them up. Buck waved his hand and immediately shouted in the team channel, I am a hunter, calling all squads to report your current situation. He didn't know what had just happened, but judging from the extent of the headaches, it seemed that everyone was affected. The squads without bugs around are fortunate. They still have time to recover. But what if the squad happens to be in the middle of a battle? Falcon, Storm, wake up. Hey buddy, wake up, get up. While Buck contacted other teams, Zhou Yuan and Wild Boar began calling for their teammates. The situation wasn't as bad as they thought. The teammates who fell to the ground were all unconscious. Those in better condition woke up after being called a couple of times, while those in worse condition were shaken awake with a little force. Compared to the 3 who didn't faint, the teammate who did faint was in even worse spirits, and when he woke up, he was still in a dazed, hungover state. Meanwhile, Buck was relieved. Teams 6 through 10 have located the ultrasonic units, and many other units have joined in to provide support. They have already repelled the insect swarm and are currently sealing off the hive's exit. Teams 2, 4, and 5 were in slightly worse condition. They had all experienced inexplicable headaches, and only 4 or 5 people from the 3 teams hadn't fainted. However, most of the insects in this area had been killed, so no accidents occurred. Let's go and meet up with the other teams. After Zhou Yuan and Wild Boar woke up the team members, Buck personally led the way. To guard against a possible recurrence of the headache, he plans to consolidate the team's strength to avoid any unexpected incidents. 3 minutes later, the 4 teams met at a hive point. The 4 teams had only separated not long ago, and since they weren't far apart, they quickly found each other by following the location. After a few minutes, everyone's condition had improved considerably, and they were no longer affected by their previous headaches. But the team has now completely lost any trace of the cerebrate. Tell me what's going on. Buck found another wormhole and questioned the brain worm as he tracked it down. The second team made no progress. We encountered a collapse in the wormhole, which was probably caused by the giant beetle to cover the insect general. The fourth team got nothing. We were blocked by the worms. Fortunately, the cables and rockets didn't stun us, or we would have been finished. The fifth team also failed. We encountered a headache shortly after entering the wormhole. Each squad leader reported in turn. For them, that headache just now felt like death was coming. Fortunately, there weren't many insects encountered afterwards, otherwise, not one of them would have survived. Collapse. Jet, you lead the way, around that collapsed wormhole. After listening to the squad leader's report, Buck had a guess in his mind. He thought the jet made sense. The collapsed wormhole must have been created by the insects to cover their mission objective. If we follow that route, there might still be a chance to catch up. It doesn't matter if they can't catch up. At least he had already transmitted the location of the mission target, and the other units would handle the rest. Moreover, almost all the wormholes on the ground are sealed off, so the mission objective cannot escape. Over here, the jet glanced at the combat instrument recording, then waved its hand and led the team off. Well done in destroying the evidence. As Zhou Yuan followed the group forward, he secretly gave Laserbird a thumbs up. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.5, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Rapid Memorization, Rapid Learning, Telepathy. Props, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Unlimited Bullet Saw. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul point, 500225. Now, Zhou Yuan finally has time to refresh his personal panel. 50. Seeing that his soul points had exceeded 500,000, Zhou Yuan smiled, but that was all. He has a huge appetite now. Spending tens or hundreds of thousands will only bring him temporary pleasure and won't satisfy him. He might only feel satisfied and excited when he has saved up 800,000. Because of that crushing defeat, he had already made up his mind. Between the mecha and the gene evolution fluid, he chose the gene evolution fluid. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Chapter 74 Super Powerful Title, Telepathy Upgraded. In the following hours, the group remained inside the insect hive, searching for the brain worm. Confirming that the brain worm was located in this hive, all special operations forces on Pluto were transferred to the temporary command center. It's lively both underground and above ground. The ground was teeming with people, blocking all the wormholes in the area. There were also many underground. You could encounter a military unit almost every few steps. Of course, the brain worm had already been killed by the laser bird, and even the wormhole where the corpse was located had been blown up, so it was impossible to find it no matter how hard you searched. They cannot stop unless the temporary command center orders them to. The search continued from morning until afternoon, and it wasn't until almost evening that Buck received new orders from the temporary command center. Withdraw the starship and await further orders. It's not that the strategy department has given up on capturing the brain worm alive. Rather, the strategy department is changing its strategy. The strategic department sent a real war force, a mechanized infantry regiment of 100,000 men. They brought all sorts of scanners and detectors, and countless heavy robots and vehicles. The ground above the insect hive was almost too crowded for them to stand on. Fuck, we almost caught that bug, General. We searched all day but couldn't find it. It may have burrowed underground, and even the mechanized troops would have a hard time finding it. Damn mechanized troops. This military achievement should have belonged to the Special Operations Forces. When they returned to the ground and regrouped, the hunter troops looked like defeated roosters. Apart from Zhou Yuan, everyone else was not in high spirits. Because at their closest point they were only 100 meters away from the brain worm. But that 100 meters became an insurmountable barrier, causing them to return empty-handed. Fortunately, this was a joint mission, and they were the later support troops, so the failure of the mission cannot be blamed on them. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Shut up, all of you. Don't complain like a coward. Rest here for a few minutes. The transport plane will be here soon. Buck stopped the team's conversation, his expression under the skull helmet not looking good. This is not the fault of the strategic department changing personnel. So many special operations forces worked together and spent an entire day, but still couldn't get it done. You can only blame yourself for being so useless. Why do these achievements seem so unsophisticated? Smash your head. Pentakill, high-level player, rich and powerful. While waiting for the transport plane, Zhou Yuan found a rock to sit on and began to take stock of his gains. The balance of soul points is easy to see at a glance, so there's not much to calculate, but there are some things to work out in terms of achievements. Zhou Yuan clicked on the details one by one. The blow your head off skill is given by the brain killer worm, granting the title, Outstanding Intelligence, and increasing brain function by 5 points. Pentakill kill is achieved by killing 5 different types of insects, which grants the title Collector and increases all attributes by 0.5. Generous and Wealthy is a soul points balance exceeding 500,000, which grants 5,000 soul points. High-end players refers to those who kill insects with smart devices without lifting a finger and receive 500 soul points in return. The other 3 are Looking for Teeth all over the ground, First Injury, and You're Too Weak, which refer to the previous loss of 1,200 soul points. 5 points of telepathy. Wow, this is a really good thing. Zhou Yuan was startled when he saw the title, Outstanding Intelligence. Keep in mind that his brain function score was only 5.5 points, but this title gave him 5 points, which almost doubled after he received it, soaring to double digits. Enough talk, let's experience it first. Holy crap. The moment Zhou Yuan received the new title, he felt a chill run down his spine. Then came a strange feeling that was indescribable, as if my head was about to float up with my body. Ding. New skill detected in host. Skill bar updated. New skills added. Telepathic communication, telekinesis. Congratulations, host, on awakening a new skill. You have received 6 level 3 soul gift boxes, for level 2 soul gift boxes, and 2 level 1 soul gift boxes. Open them. A new skill. Upon hearing the notification tone, Zhou Yuan felt his head grow even colder, and his body shivered. Telepathic communication and telekinesis. These are superpowers. As the name suggests, telepathic communication is a form of remote communication that uses telepathic abilities to transmit what you want to say directly into another person's mind. The known upper limit is inter-satellite communication, the same as large communication windows. Telekinesis is a well-known superpower. It allows one to control objects remotely and directly influence a physical system with mental power. I will use this title for the rest of my life. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his heart burning with excitement. Unfortunately, there are people all around, so it's not suitable to test it on the spot. Otherwise, he would have measured the height several times. As for the soul gift box, it wasn't the first time he'd opened it, so there was nothing new about it. He'd find a quiet place to open it after returning to the starship and test out the new ability. Clatter. Just as he was getting excited, Zhou Yuan felt a soft sound behind him, and his combat device was also vibrated. Well done. Zhou Yuan muttered something under his breath, put his hand behind his back, and a large pineapple-shaped magazine fell into his hand, which he then put back into the magazine well. This magazine is the one Laserbeak transforms into. It takes this form when it leaves, and it takes this form when it returns. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 10.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Props, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul Points, 507125. After sorting everything out, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. He was extremely satisfied with the new panel data. This trip netted me nearly 110,000 soul points, awakened 2 superpowers, and I still have gift boxes waiting to be opened. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I became rich overnight. 10 minutes later, the Hunter Force returned to the starship in a transport plane. Zhou Yuan originally wanted to take a shower, test out his new ability in the bathroom, and open all the soul gift boxes. However, before he could even get off the plane, Buck said they had to go to the bridge area to report, and all the team members had to go. The ultrasonic team and the Rubik's Cube team also went along. The ultrasonic squad and the Hunter squad are the only 2 squads that have reported sightings of the brain bug. Members of both squads have said they have seen it. The Rubik's Cube team is another unit that has been subjected to the psychic explosion of the brain worm. The strategic department took this very seriously and ordered the 3 units to report to the bridge area as soon as they returned to the starship. With no other option, Zhou Yuan had to postpone his plans and head to the bridge area with the team. Chapter 75. The interrogation is over. Zhou Yuan roughly knew what the strategy department was thinking. Telepathy has existed for decades, and with a human population of tens of billions, the number of people who have awakened it to date is at least 8 figures. It's not surprising that a few Carl-level ultimate talent monsters would appear. Therefore, the Federation should have records of abilities like Psychic Blast. And now, a bug that can use mental blasts? This is an extremely bad thing for the Federation, meaning that the insects have evolved to a level far beyond human imagination. Conference Room 3, Bridge Area. The Strategic Department sent an intelligence gathering and investigation team, consisting of 9 people. The main personnel consisted of a lieutenant general and 2 major generals, along with their respective 2 deputies. The Hunter squad of 83 was queuing at the entrance. The review of the ultrasonic forces has been completed, and now it's the turn of the cube forces, whose Hunter forces are in the last batch. That's right, the number of people has dropped from 87 to 83. For members of the 5 squads from the 6th to the 10th squads were lost when they went to support the ultrasonic unit in the morning. The ultrasonic unit suffered even greater casualties, dropping from 100 to 40-odd men. Had it not been for support from multiple units, none of them would have made it back. Hunter squad, it's your turn. After waiting outside for about 20 minutes, the conference room door finally opened. The members of the Rubik's Cube unit came out one after another, and then a colonel from the strategic unit waved and called the entire Hunter unit inside. So formal. As soon as Zhou Yuan entered the conference room, his brows furrowed. There were many instruments in the conference room, all of which he recognized. They were used to assist in developing telepathic abilities. In addition, these instruments have a common function. Lie detector. Clearly, This was not a routine investigation, but a formal, focused interrogation. However, this is not a serious matter. He was very familiar with these instruments and knew how to avoid the red lines. Moreover, his brain function was as high as 10.5, so he couldn't possibly detect the truth or falsehood of words with just instruments. Even if we take a step back and say, he didn't kill the brainworm, so he should just tell the truth. He did see the brainworm, but the follow-up team didn't catch up. He stayed with the team the whole time and never acted alone. Captain Buck, sit down. The lieutenant general at the head of the conference table gestured for Buck to sit down. Everyone else had to stand. Although the conference room was large, it wasn't big enough to fit nearly 100 chairs. Yes, sir. Buck sat down as instructed, taking off his skull helmet in the process. Seeing this, the others also took off their skull helmets and then lined up behind Buck. Captain Buck, I know that people in special operations don't like to talk nonsense. Next, I'm going to ask you some questions. I hope you can be as straightforward as I am. I think you're all like me, still hungry. Yes, sir. First question, did you actually see the mission target? No, it was my team member Slaughter who discovered the mission target. I only saw a group of soldier insects and sand beetles. For the rest of the time, the lieutenant general kept asking questions, and Buck kept answering. The questions were all about the brain worm and the details of the task, including the approximate time and place, and the sudden headache. Moreover, asking once is not enough. A lie detector test is required the second time. However, after questioning Buck, the lieutenant general noticeably sped up his interrogation. He didn't interrogate the ordinary members of the hunter squad, but instead questioned each squad leader in turn, asking the same questions to each one. 20 minutes later, the team leaders finished their questioning. The process went smoothly. The instrument kept showing a green light, and there were no mishaps. Just when everyone thought it was over, the lieutenant general looked at Zhou Yuan and gently beckoned him. Lieutenant Zhou, sit next to me. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan was a little surprised, but he still went over and sat down. The information shows that you possess telepathic abilities, is that correct? Yes, sir. Then we'll have to try a different way of questioning you. The lieutenant general nodded and beckoned to his two adjutants. Lieutenant Zhou, please relax. The two colonels walked behind Zhou Yuan, one on the left and one on the right, and placed their index fingers above Zhou Yuan's eyes. Then, the lieutenant general asked, have you seen the mission target with your own eyes? Greetings, sir. After it disappeared from your sight, did your captain immediately order a pursuit? The order is to pursue them immediately, sir. During the pursuit, did you encounter any obstacles from the soldier insects? Yes, sir. Every time Zhou Yuan answered a question, the lieutenant general would glance at his adjutant. Only after his adjutant nodded to indicate that there was no problem would the lieutenant general ask the next question. After asking more than a dozen questions, the lieutenant general finally nodded in satisfaction. He was not satisfied with the truthfulness of the answer, but rather with the importance of the information it represented. The insect they're looking for should still be in that nest. They just haven't found it yet. This review is now complete. Thank you for your cooperation. The lieutenant general seemed a little anxious. He stood up after saying only a few words, saluted, and signaled that the hunter unit could leave. For the Federation, everyone returned the greeting in unison, then lined up and walked out of the conference room. After leaving the conference room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although they hadn't made any mistakes, they were still very nervous and felt pressured when personally questioned by a lieutenant general. That's it. Only Zhou Yuan felt it was a bit rushed. He had prepared many explanations, but he didn't expect to use less than a tenth of them. He was telling the truth about all those questions. The lieutenant general didn't ask him a single question about not being able to tell the truth. He was secretly a little flustered, worried that the two telepathic users behind him were Carl-level geniuses who might be able to read his emotions. But thinking about it, it's quite normal. Interrogations always involve real questions, and they won't ask any fabricated or speculative questions. Guys, our vacation has begun. But I must remind you that I haven't received orders to return to Mars yet, which means we may still have work to do, such as going back to find that fat worm. So, don't go too far from the airport. If possible, I hope to stay in the same state as yesterday and sleep directly on the transport plane. I know this request might be a bit excessive, but I hope you can support me. On the way to the restaurant, Buck said somewhat embarrassed. Boss, this is what we do. Captain, we're used to it. It doesn't matter, as long as I don't have to sleep on Pluto. The team members waved their hands. A vacation on a starship is hardly a vacation at all. There's nothing to do even if you want to. It's better to just hold out until you get back to Mars and have a good time then. Seeing that none of the team members complained, Buck raised his hand and slammed it down, laughing. Now, the first task is here. Head to the restaurant at full speed. Have a feast. Drink to your heart's content. No limits. Go. Yes. Cheers erupted instantly as the group of over 80 people playfully jostled and pushed each other as they made their way to the restaurant. Chapter 76. The Leaping Frog Mech. Testing Superpowers. Late at night, Zhou Yuan left the transport ship and found a private shower room. Because there were no restrictions on alcohol consumption, the dinner lasted for several hours, and most of the people were drunk by the end. They were all just put on a transport plane. Now he's going to open the soul gift box. There are 6 level 3 soul gift boxes, 4 level 2 soul gift boxes, and 2 level 1 soul gift boxes. All in. Open the level 1 soul gift box to obtain dark energy, standard meson ring, *1. Open the level 1 soul gift box to obtain 1 jumping frog. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain miniature faster than light particle driver *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain an SM rifle with unlimited ammo *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain 1 bionic spider tank. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain infernal grenade *1. Open the level 3 soul gift box. System notifications sounded one after another, indicating that all 12 soul gift boxes had been opened. Nice one. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. The names of these props were quite cool, and he knew they were high-end even before he saw them. Zhou Yuan turned off the shower, lit a recovery cigar, squatted down, and began to inspect the harvest. The Dark Energy's standard meson string ring, like the variable string ring, is a spatial ring, but this one is more advanced, with an internal space of 10,000 cubic meters. The Jumping Frog is a ridiculous-sounding mech, a 5-meter-tall amphibious frog-shaped machine, with only 4 heavy machine guns for firepower, but its mobility is frighteningly high. Its legs are powered by hydraulic piston engines, allowing it to reach speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour and achieve extreme jumps of up to 300 meters. It has a small plasma engine and a time matrix generator on its back, enabling it to glide at low altitudes and make short jumps within 100 kilometers. Wow, this thing can save your life. After reading the prop description, Zhou Yuan felt extremely pleased. The level 1 soul gift box is really something else. Everything you get from it is useful. After obtaining the Jumping Frog, he became even more determined to buy the Fund Evolution Fluid once he had saved up 800,000 soul points. The mecha later. We can use the Jumping Frog for now. The level 2 gift box is slightly inferior to the level 1 soul gift box. The miniature faster than light particle driver is great. It's a faster than light engine that can be used in conjunction with the miniature plasma spark device. But it's not needed right now, so it's just sitting there collecting dust. The SM-7 rifle with unlimited ammo is actually the latest version of the AWM. The biomimetic spider tank, as the name suggests, is a tank with 8 spider legs. Its firepower is slightly weak, but its mobility is very high. The Purgatory Grenade is a nuclear grenade that looks like a deep red crystal pillar. It explodes in 10 seconds and has an effective kill radius of 1 kilometer. 10 seconds for a kilometer? He wouldn't dare use that even if he had 2 lives. The remaining 6 level 3 gift boxes were unremarkable, as they only contained standard military equipment. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 10.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 507125. They're all pretty good. After organizing everything, Zhou Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. He has accumulated a lot of props, both individual pieces and complete sets. If the whole unit is disassembled into individual parts, and these parts are added together, then there are enough parts for him to assemble a top-of-the-line single soldier mech. However, before that, he needs to find a way to get promoted and at the same time study more about military industry. He could be promoted to lieutenant after returning to Mars, but lieutenant is still too low a rank. To achieve the goal of assembling mechs, he would need to be at least a major. Since a major can already become the commander of an outpost, he will have both private space and private time and can do whatever he wants. Of course, he has no intention of leaving the Special Operations Force for the time being. He simply set himself a small goal, to be promoted to major. After showering, I put on my gear. Zhou Yuan did not leave the bathroom, but instead took out some bullets from his ring and scattered them on the ground. Rise. The next moment, Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious, and he reached out towards the bullets. Ding ding. A crisp, subtle sound emerged. It was as if the bullets had come to life. They bounced and collided lightly on the ground before slowly rising into the air. Telekinesis. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Since we're already here, how could we not try out our newly awakened superpowers? One person can't test telepathy alone, but one can use mental power. After a series of experiments, he found that using telekinesis wasn't difficult, but he needed to practice more to fully master it. He was only a beginner at the moment. Another factor is the strength of one's mental power. Perhaps because his brain function is not yet advanced enough, his mental strength is quite low. The weight of an object that can be completely controlled and grasped should not exceed 50 kilograms. Any heavier, and it will lose control, falling down as soon as it floats up. Even so, he was already quite satisfied. Taking the first step is the most important thing. The second and third steps are not difficult. As long as you have enough soul points, you can use all kinds of enhancement potions. I am the god of medicine. For the next few days, the hunter force received no missions and the 80-odd men remained on the starship. The first 2 days were fine. I had nothing to do, so I took a break. But as the third and fourth days approached, the atmosphere within the hunter unit gradually changed. Everyone got excited, including Zhou Yuan. Every day was filled with training and pest control. Now, there are days of free time, and everyone is finding it very difficult to adjust. They can't sit still or stand still, and they are extremely anxious. They waited until the 8th day after boarding the starship. The temporary command center finally sent a message informing them that the Hunter Corps' mission had ended and that the starship would take them back to Tharsus Fortress. When Zhou Yuan received this news, he even asked Buck about it. It turns out that the strategic department had given up on capturing the brainworm alive. The search, which lasted for 10 days, consumed a lot of manpower and resources, but yielded no substantial results. This led the strategy department to decide to cut their losses in time. Of course, cutting losses in time does not mean withdrawing from Pluto, but rather completely turning Pluto into human territory. The Starship Force was deployed again to conduct a larger scale, more powerful, and longer-lasting comprehensive bombardment of Pluto. Then the mechanical troops took over and destroyed all the visible insects and wormholes on Pluto's surface. Finally, there are engineering units, who will establish outposts and other facilities on Pluto. However, none of this is related to the Hunter unit. This kind of work is not done by Special Operations Forces. Chapter 77, Zhou the Superstar. At 10 a.m., several Special Operations units returned from the Tharsus Fortress. Docked directly in the fortress, eliminating the need for the transport planes to detach and land on their own. Yes. Thank God I survived. The air on the Tharsus Plateau smells so sweet. They disembarked from the starship. Cheers and shouts erupted from the ranks, and some even threw their combat helmets into the air. It feels pretty good. Zhou Yuan also shouted twice along with his teammates. After spending 8 days on the starship, suddenly being back on Earth feels quite wonderful, and I feel very at ease. Guys, I have a bad feeling about this. Shit, it seems like they're all watching us. What's going on? On the way to the exit of the boarding area, the previously noisy queue suddenly quieted down. They discovered something strange. People around them seemed to be watching them, and some even secretly pointed with their fingers, which made them feel a little lost. Could it be that news about Pluto has spread? That's not right either. Although the mission failed, it was a failure for all Special Operations Forces, not just for their unit. There were planetary troops ahead of them, but the people nearby were watching their hunter unit. Quiet, come with me. Buck was also a little confused, but he was used to big scenes and didn't feel embarrassed by the stares from those around him. He waved to his team members to speed up. OMG. Thank you for the generous gift. Weak. When the team left the boarding area and entered the fortress complex, Zhou Yuan was suddenly surrounded by a group of teammates who cheered and were so excited that they almost lifted him up. Holy crap. As expected of me. Zhou Yuan let his teammates hug and shove him, staring blankly at the wall screen on an office building in front of him. A short video is playing on the wall screen. In the image, gloom and darkness shroud the land. In a small valley, a tank beetle is frantically spewing super hot corrosive liquid, while more than 20 people are scrambling to escape. Shouts and angry curses continued unabated. Someone shouted, "Take it down as fast as you can." It sounded like the team's commander was giving the order. But the tank beetle isn't something you can just take down. It's an infantry killer. Just as the tank beetles were becoming increasingly frenzied, and the number of supporting beetles around them was increasing, the situation was deteriorating more and more. Suddenly, a person appeared atop the steel ruins behind the tank beetle. The man was wearing a red skull-patterned spacesuit with the letters Massacres plated on his chest, which meant massacre. A red light flashed on the goggles of his skull helmet, and he leaped into the air, drawing his revolver mid-air and landing on the back of the tank beetle. As 5 gunshots rang out, he took 2 grenades and tossed them lightly onto the back of the tank beetle. 5 seconds later, the main body of the tank beetle exploded. As its flesh and blood splattered everywhere, the person who killed it stood up from behind the insect corpse's cover, his gaze fixed on the direction of the surveillance camera. The scene then shifts to inside the transport plane cabin. How did you do that? A captain wearing a white skull spacesuit stood in front of the lieutenant who had just been wearing a red skull spacesuit and asked excitedly, "I am following orders, sir. You gave the order to take it out as quickly as possible, so I went and took it out." The lieutenant, wearing a red skull spacesuit, gave this answer. The video ends here, with the last image showing a photograph. A military registration photo of a Red Skull lieutenant fully armed. At that time, he was only a private first class. He was carrying a heavy load, holding a Barrett sniper rifle, and his red glowing goggles were pointed at the camera, making him look extremely cold-blooded. Awesome. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, feeling as if he were about to float away. This is the transport plane video that Buck mentioned at the time, but I never expected it to look this cool from an outsider's perspective. Also, the fortress added special effects for him. The atmosphere in the scene was made more tense and clear, and even his tactical helmet and tactical goggles were given red light effects. When he got off the plane earlier, everyone around him was looking at him. He's now been promoted from Captain Zhou to Superstar Zhou. Dude, you're so cool. Unbelievable. You actually managed to take down a giant beetle all by yourself. Your codename suits you perfectly. You slaughtered the giant beetle. That was so cool. My response when I was carrying out the order was so cool. After the video finished playing, even more teammates crowded around Zhou Yuan. The first squad had personally participated in that battle, but the other squads hadn't. This was the first time they had heard about it. Zhou Yuan is a member of the Hunter Corps, as are they. The glory that Zhou Yuan earned also benefits the Hunter team. All of them share in it. This is something everyone should be proud of. I have a friend who is a war god. Kid, how did you do that? Buck joined in the cheers, then gestured for everyone to be quiet, squeezed next to Zhou Yuan, and asked again. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Zhou Yuan, wanting to hear it again. Give it your all, don't back down. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhou Yuan uttered a statement, which was Zalak's requirement for his soldiers. Cool. Everyone was stunned by these words, feeling that Zhou Yuan's image was becoming more and more radiant and reliable, and that he had become a superhero. Compared to Zhou Yuan, they truly admitted from the bottom of their hearts that they were inferior. Especially the dozen or so girls in the group. Their eyes were practically black holes as they looked at Zhou Yuan, as if they wanted to devour him whole. Amidst laughter, the Hunter squad entered Strategic Zone 1 and returned to the 13th underground level. It took a little longer to get back. The fortress seemed to be intentionally setting an example for infantry, so Zhou Yuan's battle videos were widely circulated and could be seen on the wall screens wherever he went. He became incredibly famous at Tharsus Fortress, even more famous than when he first came to fight the veterans. His popularity exploded. Along the way, many people greeted him, and he felt embarrassed to pretend he didn't see them, so he spent a lot of time greeting them. Guys, listen to me. Including today, we have a 3-day holiday. We won't receive any missions during this period. The fortress will grant us all entertainment privileges, so we can play however we want. Back in the dorm, Buck announced the holiday schedule. These 3 days were not only a holiday, but also a time for him to select new team members. During this trip to Pluto, the Hunter team lost 18 people, including a highly capable squad leader, who was heartbroken. Chapter 78, Captain Zhou. After sitting in the dormitory for a few minutes, Zhou Yuan changed into casual clothes and prepared to go out. Daisy and Judy have been sending him a lot of messages these past few days. They said they saw his battle footage and asked him to come over when he returned to the fortress to attend a small-scale victory celebration banquet. Most importantly, Daisy and Judy will introduce him to a few new friends, the kind who are fair-skinned, beautiful, and have great figures. There's nothing we can do, he's just too popular right now. Before he even returned to the fortress, footage of his battle had already spread. Compared to the male soldiers' admiration and worship, the female soldiers were even more enthusiastic, all wanting to get to know him and have some in-depth and friendly exchanges. As his good friends, Daisy and Judy also became quite famous, becoming celebrities in the female soldiers' circle, with people asking them for introductions every day. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan was quite looking forward to it. After being cooped up for half a month, I can finally relax during this 3-day holiday. Kid, how long are you going to be gone? As they reached the door, Buck suddenly called out to Zhou Yuan. I'm not sure. He might not be back for a few hours, or he might not be back for 3 days, Zhou Yuan said with a shrug. It depends on how amazing the new friend is. If he's satisfied, he'll stay there for a few days. If not, he'll talk to Daisy and Judy for a bit, and then come back. It seems you have a date. Buck smiled slightly, and then said, but there's something else you need to do before you go on your date. Come with me to the 18th basement level. Boss Angus wants to see you. Oh, and put on your space armor. Okay, do you want to bring a gun? Zhou Yuan nodded and then asked. He knew why Angus had come to him. It was probably because his promotion to lieutenant had been approved. Take it with you, fully armed. If you think it's too heavy, you can remove the ammunition. Boss Angus wants you to maintain your image of slaughter and remain a powerful and mysterious Zerg killer. I also suggest you do this. It will be good for you. Okay. Zhou Yuan shrugged and went back to the bedside to change into full gear. His earlier guess was correct. The fortress wanted to establish an infantry role model, and he was the chosen one, with the persona of being powerful and mysterious. This will motivate the soldiers in the fortress to train harder, with the goal of joining Special Operations Forces. It's a bit of a hassle, but there are still quite a few benefits. As the most famous and strongest infantryman in the fortress, how could the rank of lieutenant be worthy of him? As long as he maintains his popularity and avoids making mistakes, it probably won't be long before he can climb up the ranks again. Store up fame, brew brilliance. This was taught to him by Severus Snape, and Morong Fu also taught him, but Morong Fu was too useless. His abilities couldn't keep up with his fame. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan followed Buck out of the dormitory and headed to the 18th basement level. The 18th underground floor is the deepest level of Strategic Zone 1. Of course, there may be even more secret floors, but his authority is insufficient to allow him to know more. There are relatively few people on this floor. You can hardly see anyone in the corridors. Go inside. I'll wait for you at the door. Buck led Zhou Yuan to the door of a conference room, opened the door, and gestured for Zhou Yuan to go in by himself. Zhou Yuan nodded, took off his skull helmet, and slowly walked into the conference room. Angus was the only one in the conference room. He was fiddling with a tablet, swiping back and forth as if he were busy. Sit down. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Angus waved without looking up. He knew it was Zhou Yuan who had arrived because Buck had just sent him a message. After a short while, Angus stretched lazily and smiled at Zhou Yuan, saying, I'm starting to regret it now. I regret not becoming an infantryman back then. This is bullshit strategic force. I'm already a major general, and they still want me to sit here and work every day. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. However, he immediately thought of a movie line and said, General, with great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Angus repeated it once, his smile suddenly widening. He stood up and patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder heavily. You're right. This is what we should do. It's all for the Federation. However, this statement does not apply to you. You have the ability, but the responsibility you currently bear is not great enough. Now, on behalf of the Federal Strategic Department, I am officially conferring upon you the rank of Lieutenant. Angus took out a small box from his document storage box. Inside were 2 shoulder patches, each corresponding to a different set of combat gear. After changing Zhou Yuan's shoulder insignia to magnetic ones, Angus put away the old ones and handed Zhou Yuan a small box with one new one left. For the Federation. Zhou Yuan carefully took the box and then saluted loudly. For the Federation. After the simple conferment ceremony, Angus gave Zhou Yuan a hug and whispered in his ear. Zhou, you were a squad leader in recruit camp and a platoon leader in the 3rd Company. You should strive for improvement now that you're in the Special Operations Force. I believe you have the ability to lead a team of your own. Just like you said, with great power comes great responsibility. General, my responsibility is to carry out all orders issued by the Strategic Department. Zhou Yuan was shocked, but still answered calmly. Very good. You already possess all the tactical qualities required to become a unit commander. Hearing Zhou Yuan's answer, Angus became even more satisfied with Zhou Yuan. Even disregarding ability, Zhou Yuan is qualified to be the commander of an army just in terms of ideology alone. The Federation is in dire need of such talent. General, thank you for your exaggeration. Zhou Yuan remained expressionless, still wearing an air of, I am extremely composed. I'm not praising you. I'm just telling the truth. Angus shrugged and spread his hands. What a sly old fox. Zhou Yuan thought to himself. People who can climb to the rank of Major General are indeed not simple. At least they are very eloquent. Angus continued. I know that when the Hunter Corps went to Pluto, they lost a squad. I recommended you to Buck, and he also thought you could do it, so now you are a squad leader in the Hunter Squad. At this point, Angus suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh shit, I'm afraid I have to get back to work. Because of the failure of the Pluto insect catching operation, the Federation has decided to expand its military. 5 new special operations units will be added to our fortress alone. I have to select 5 troop commanders within 2 months, which is no easy task, since not everyone has the qualities to become a troop commander. Hopefully, some outstanding candidates will emerge in the mobile units in the next 2 months. Chapter 79, Another Great Battle. Invincible. Captain Zhou charge. As Zhou Yuan walked out of the conference room, he put his skull helmet back on. If he didn't wear it, he would look silly and that it would be too low class if people saw him grinning like that. Angus has already made it quite clear. The fortress's high command planned to promote him further, making him the captain of a special operations unit. What he needs to do is maintain his excellent performance for 2 consecutive months after becoming the squad leader of the 3rd team. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes and has even a little leadership ability, he will become the commander of the slaughter force in 2 months. Captain Massacres, Commander, Machine Gunner. Kid, you'll catch up to me soon. Buck immediately came to greet Zhou Yuan and said with emotion. When he first met Zhou Yuan was just a common private, but now he has risen to the rank of lieutenant. The most outrageous thing is that Zhou Yuan was promoted from private first class to lieutenant in just 2 months. He had a premonition that Zhou Yuan's potential was far greater than that of a lieutenant, and that he would definitely become a general in the future. I'm still a long way off. Perhaps in a few days, we'll have to call you Major Buck. Zhou Yuan said with a smile, giving Buck a thumbs up. In detail, the first team actually made a great contribution by saving a federal first-level scientist with the authority of a general. Buck played an indispensable role as the commander of the rescue operation. Perhaps. Buck shrugged, offering no rebuttal. He is indeed going to be promoted to major, but not so soon. It will take a few days, at least until the team is fully staffed. By the way, Boss Angus should have told you about the squad leader. I will send you the list of candidates later. You need to select 9 team members according to their positions and submit it back before noon tomorrow. The new recruits will report for duty on the last day of our holiday, so you must go back to the dorm that night. When they took the elevator back to the 13th basement level, Buck reminded Zhou Yuan. No problem. Zhou Yuan gave an okay sign, parted ways with Buck here, and continued to take the elevator up. Zhou Yuan is now fully armed, just like in the battle video. The moment Red Skull appeared on the ground, it caused a sensation. Seeing that he was alone, people gathered nearby, either to watch or to say hello. So comfortable. Zhou Yuan felt very pleased, but he didn't say a word. He was as cold as a robot and walked straight towards the communication soldiers' living quarters. Being great yourself isn't true greatness. What matters is that others think you're great. To be honest, he felt that walking around the fortress fully armed was a bit like forcing a show, and it didn't feel very natural. However, Angus wanted him to maintain his armed image and wanted the Red Skull from the video to appear in reality as a role model for infantry, so he had no choice but to comply. Who can blame him when he is such an outstanding talent, possessing all the tactical qualities to become a military commander? Why? Bring it on. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? To spare his comrades from too much gossip and to ensure their lives were more stable, he was willing to endure all of this. Let public opinion and attention fall upon me. 15 minutes later, under the spotlight, Zhou Yuan arrived at the communications soldiers' residential area and found Daisy and Judy's dormitory. Weak. Honey, I saw your video. I watched it several times. Me too. You're so amazing. I'm sure you're the bravest man in the world. As soon as Zhou Yuan knocked on the door, Daisy and Judy ran out and hugged him on either side, chattering away. Both Daisy and Judy have a strong admiration for the strong, worshipping and loving those who are powerful. They had seen Zhou Yuan take down 5 people by himself, and a few days ago they watched the video of Zhou Yuan brutally killing tank beetles. In their hearts, They already regarded Zhou Yuan as a god of war. Most importantly, Zhou Yuan is not only powerful, but also has a handsome face. What woman wouldn't like a man like that? Honey, come in quickly. You've just been through a big battle. You should relax. We have a few friends who want to meet you, and I just called them over. Before Zhou Yuan could speak, Daisy and Judy led him into the dormitory, holding him tightly in their arms as if afraid he would run away. Cool. It really is him. At the same time, a shout rang out in the dormitory. Besides Daisy and Judy, there were 4 other pretty girls in the dorm, all of them blonde and blue-eyed Western girls. When they saw Zhou Yuan arrive in full armor, they didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, they felt that the trip had been well worth it. Because this was a genuine massacre and the object of worship for many female soldiers. And how can one engage in in-depth dialogue with the massacre? If word gets out, their colleagues will be green with envy. TSK. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and mentally gave Daisy and Judy a thumbs up. Daisy and Judy knew his taste, and the new friends they introduced to him were all very nice. They could be the prettiest girls in class at school. It seems he will have a very enjoyable 3-day holiday. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan took off his skull helmet, looked at Daisy and Judy, and joked, "The way you guys found me to relax is to go through another big battle?" He didn't want to put on airs in front of longtime friends, so he went straight to the point. Those who are in this dormitory now are all here with the intention of exchanging ideas, so there's no need to waste time with small talk. At this moment, he cannot be Murong Fu. He must be Yin Zhonghe. I knew you'd like it. Sisters, our party can begin. Daisy knew Zhou Yuan was very satisfied with her new friends, so she stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Yuan on the cheek, then waved to her 4 new friends. Her new friends were also excited, especially after Zhu Wan took off his skull helmet and revealed his true identity. Hearing Daisy's words, they all sprang into action. The next moment, to Zhou Yuan's astonishment, the girls pulled out 2 cases of red wine from under the table, along with plenty of snacks to go with the wine. Are communications soldiers not prohibited from drinking? Zhou Yuan asked Daisy. This is a special case. We told our superiors that we wanted to celebrate for you today and applied for a day off and entertainment privileges. Judy and I have made a lot of new friends these past few days, and several others haven't come yet because they have to work the day shift. Daisy explained with a smile. She and Judy helped Zhou Yuan disarm himself, then pulled him to sit down at the table. As soon as Zhou Yuan sat down, the girls immediately swarmed around him, feeding him drinks and offering him snacks, without him even having to lift a finger. However, to prevent the girls from falling over due to excessive drinking, he thoughtfully pulled the 2 girls into his arms. And so, the party began. Chapter 80. This is my squad. The pleasant time passed quickly. 2.5 days were gone in the blink of an eye. On the last afternoon of his vacation, Zhou Yuan left the Communications Corps' quarters and prepared to return to the Hunter Unit's dormitory. He's been having a blast these past 2.5 days. During the day, she has 4 new friends, and at night, she has 3 more. Including Daisy and Judy, she has a total of 9 good friends. These 9 good friends were all very enthusiastic, and with the idea of treating people in a friendly manner, he responded warmly in return. As a result, even though he was in excellent health, he still felt somewhat tired after 2.5 days of gathering. However, the 9 good friends who caused him trouble were even more exhausted than him. After his 9 good friends personally experienced his abilities, they were all amazed and told him to visit whenever he had time and not to be shy. Some amazing new friends the next time he visits. He readily agreed. I didn't mean anything by it. I just didn't want to disappoint my good friend. The communications work in the work hall is too tedious. They should be given more fun and warmth. But he has to leave now. Tomorrow he's leaving the fortress to search for the insect hive, and his team members haven't even seen him before. That won't do. 20 minutes later. Strategic Zone 1, training ground on the 13th underground floor. At ease, Zhou Yuan paced back and forth, constantly scrutinizing the 9 people standing before him. These 9 people are his team members, 7 men and 2 women, whom he personally selected from the list given by Buck. Some came from the defense forces, some from the mechanized forces, and some even from the engineering forces. They're available in every location. They were all elite soldiers from their original units, so their abilities shouldn't be too bad. Finally, they had excellent judgment. He asked Falcon for help in the morning, and Falcon took them to the armory to collect their weapons. The armor they chose was the same black suit with red skull patterns as his. 9 red skulls standing together create an exceptionally good visual effect. They definitely look like formidable characters. I don't want to waste time with nonsense. I only have one request for you. Go all out, we cannot back down. If someone can't do this, then I'll kick them out. Not everyone is qualified to wear my armor. Did you all understand? After pacing for a moment, Zhou Yuan stopped at the front of the line and said in a cold voice, "Understood, sir." The team members saluted in unison, their hearts surging with passion. They all knew who their captain was. Carnage, the super infantryman who could single-handedly kill a tank beetle in 10 seconds. Listen to what he has to say. We must go all out and not back down. Only a man like a massacre could say something so cool. Being able to join the slaughter is a great recognition for them, and they will do everything in their power to stay. Very good. I hope your abilities match your loud voices. Now, introduce yourself, using your code name plus 2 positions. Zhou Yuan nodded, looked at the first teammate on the left, and indicated that they should start from left to right. Sir, I am Rope, lead assault operative, deputy guide. Sir, this is Coffee. No problem. As Zhou Yuan listened, he mentally confirmed the location. The current organizational structure of the 3rd Squad was Lieutenant Massacres, Commander, Machine Gunner. 2nd Lieutenant Rope, Assault Rider, Guide. 2nd Lieutenant Demon King, Sniper, Communications Soldier. 2nd Lieutenant Coffee, Medic, Signalman. Lieutenant Venom, Sniper, Scout. Sergeant Magician, Medic, Engineer. Sergeant Queen, Assault Rifleman, Engineer. Sergeant Alcohol, Assault Rifleman Guide. Sergeant Generator, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. Sergeant Shockwave, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. Compared to the 1st Squad, the rank seems a bit lower, but not every squad has the same configuration as the 1st Squad. Of the 10 squads, only the 1st Squad consisted of a captain and 9 second lieutenants. The remaining 9 squads were all led by lieutenants, and the members ranged from second lieutenants to corporals. His squad was already considered quite good. In other words, there weren't any outstanding soldiers on the shortlist, otherwise he would have been willing to accept even a private. After all, once you're on the battlefield, what kills insects isn't rank, but strength. After the team members finished introducing themselves, Zhou Yuan waved and said, "You all know what special forces do. Go to the airport to assemble at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let's begin training. The first item is an endurance run. Run 10 laps around the training track. Go." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members immediately sprang into action. Looking at the team members starting their training, Zhou Yuan felt a little pleased. Although it wasn't his first time being a squad leader, he always felt good when giving orders. That's the joy of being a leader. The next morning, Zhou Yuan led his team onto the transport plane. Fully armed, we will arrive at our destination in 10 minutes. Today we're going to the Garden of Life. There have been bugs around there these past few days. We need to find any possible bug nests or kill any bugs we see. Zhou Yuan said, while looking at his work tablet. Life Garden is the only city on Mars, with nearly 1 billion people living in its more than 10 million square kilometers of urban area. Because of this, the Garden of Life has very strong defenses. Behind them lies the formidable Mariners Canyon, with the Mariners base watching over them, and directly in front lies the Marseille base, making it extremely well protected. Occasionally, some insects would bypass the 2 bases, but the Garden of Life still had defensive walls and defense forces available, so even insect swarms couldn't get through. This mission near the Life Garden was to be on the safe side. Recently, there have been many more insects wandering around the Life Garden, and groups of thousands of insects are often seen. This means that insects may have built nests near the Life Garden. The lesson of Pluto's fall is still fresh in our minds. To avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, the Garden of Life is preparing to completely clear the surrounding area, so it has sent a special operations force from Tharsus Fortress. Not only Tharsus Fortress, but also the Marine Base and the Mars Base send a number of special operations forces. This is a long-term task. Such a large area cannot be completed in just 3 to 5 days. I have already sent the operation plan to your combat devices. Rope and Alcohol lead the way, Venom and Demon King watch the flanks, Magician and Queen guard the back. The rest of you follow me. Let's move out. Zhou Yuan picked up the AWM and waved his hand to give the order. His ring. So he started using the AWM and can switch to the unlimited ammo version when needed. The changes to the fully armed sniper rifles weren't limited to the weapons. The explosive boxes were also included. His current position is Commander and Machine Gunner, so the demolition box is no longer his responsibility. However, this did not affect his ability to farm soul points. The members of the 3rd Squad were all rookies, and the demolition expert was a defense soldier who had never even fired a tactical nuclear bomb before. To avoid new recruits wasting tactical nuclear weapons or even causing launch errors, It's perfectly reasonable for the captain to take action personally. Everything is for the team. Chapter 81. The starship bug appears. Captain, there are 15 insectoids on the left flank, 400 meters away. There were also on the right wing, more than 30, at a distance of 600 meters. It's safe behind you. There are no bugs within a kilometer. After the operation began, Zhou Yuan received reports from time to time, and his 9 team members were as cautious as if facing a formidable enemy. That's what newcomers are like. Newcomers are afraid of making mistakes. They'd rather do more than make a mistake. Zhou Yuan didn't let his team relax. Instead, he told them to stay vigilant. Making caution a habit might save your life someday, and he has always been doing just that. Half an hour later, the team arrived at Stone Lake. Stone Lake is a wasteland located to the right of the life garden. There is not much yellow sand on the wasteland, but there are stone beaches everywhere. Many stone beaches gather together to form a stone plate on the ground, so it is called Stone Lake. Compared to deserts, these places are more likely to have insect nests. Insects won't dig the entrance to their nests near the desert. Otherwise, a sandstorm would fill the nests with sand. Open your eyes wide and search carefully. Zhou Yuan inspected Stone Lake with his lookout, then waved to signal them to proceed. Buzz. Beep beep. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan's combat device started vibrating, and red light flashed incessantly. Are you kidding me? I already have a mission. Zhou Yuan, with a stern face, activated the combat device. A red light indicates an urgent mission, while a vibration means that a mission message has been received. Enter Level 1 Combat Readiness. All Special Operations units are to return to the fortress immediately. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Zhou Yuan was startled and immediately shouted to Coffee and Demon King. Communications Officer, notify the transport plane immediately. We need to go back now. Putting a fortress into a state of first-level combat readiness is no small matter. There are 4 levels of combat readiness, with level 1 being the highest. Even when the insect swarm attacks the fortress will not enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Second level is the normal limit. Could something have happened at the fortress? Thinking of the insect hive, Zhou Yuan's expression tightened and his heart raced. Today is September 15th, which happens to be the day the large communication window opens. Could it be that the fortress has been overrun by the insect swarm? That's impossible. The fortress was well equipped, possessing not only conventional weaponry, but also strategic weaponry sufficient to annihilate all life on Mars. Even if the insect swarm is too large, the fortress has the trump card of strategic nuclear bombs to wipe out the enemy. So how could it possibly be breached? Captain, what happened? My combat device is flashing red, and so are yours. This means we've received an urgent mission. An emergency mission? Really? The team members gathered around Zhou Yuan, chattering amongst themselves. They weren't the team commanders, so they only knew there was an emergency mission, but hadn't received mission information. Quiet. I don't need your nonsense. I just need you to carry out my orders. Now, stay put and wait for the transport plane. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone fell silent and sat quietly in place, waiting. At this moment, Zhou Yuan turned on the combat device to check the mission details. Starship bug. Upon seeing the mission details, Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted, and he instinctively stood up. The Fortress Intelligence Department sent him a photo. The main subject of the photo is a giant insect that looks like a legless scarab beetle with a dark brown shell. It has 2 pairs of wings, which are shaped like the letter I, when spread out, somewhat like the wings of a dragonfly. On the sides of the wings, there is a row of holes, from which pale blue light emanates, making them look like energy jets. He knew it was a starship bug. The Arachnid Zerg have many methods for colonizing planets, but using Starship Zerg for transportation is certainly the most convenient and fastest. Once the Queen and the Sand Beetles are delivered to the target planet, that planet will quickly become a Zerg colony, a desolate Zerg planet. A fully grown starship bug. Zhou Yuan continued looking down. This starship insect was quite large. It is nearly 1,000 meters long and about 300 meters tall. It lay in a valley, its enormous size making its back taller than the valley itself, definitely an adult starship bug. It was discovered on Pluto, and the photo was taken by the mechanical unit. The starship bugs in this valley. The mechanical forces intended to capture the starship bug, but when they spotted the starship bug also spotted them. The starship bug released the swarm of soldier bugs carried within its body, using them to block the mechanical forces, and then simply left. According to the commander of the eyewitness unit, The starship bug rose to a height of 100 meters with just one flap of its wings. When the starship bug emitted a pale blue light from its flank, it vanished as a streak of blue light and then reappeared on the distant horizon. I see. After reading the mission information and requirements, Zhou Yuan suddenly understood. That starship bug was most likely going to pick up the brain bug. The brainworm's telepathic communication spans galaxies, so calling for help is not difficult. However, starship bug did not expect that the brain bug had died several days ago. Not only did it fail to receive the brain bug, but it was also discovered by the mechanical army. Its appearance caused a major upheaval within the federal forces. Do insects possess the ability to travel through space? Doesn't this mean that insects could invade colonies and Earth at any time? The federal leadership was on edge. For them, conquering 100 Zerg planets is not as important as killing a single starship Zerg. This is the strategic strength of the Zerg. So, starships not on emergency missions were deployed to track the starship worm. The inescapable net was cast, and the starship force actually found it. The starship bug seemed to be tired from flying, and stopped after entering the GJ-1 system. It landed on a planet called Hydora. Hydora is a planet larger than Earth and possesses abundant rare radioactive mineral veins, making it a potentially habitable world with extremely high development potential. However, the GJ-1 system is Zerg territory, so the Federation has never set its sights on Hydora. Because of the strategic importance of the starship bugs, the Federation's high command no longer cared whether Hydora was a bug planet or not. Starship forces blockade Hydora, while mobile forces land on Hydora. The mission is to capture the starship bug alive. Of course, because the starship bug is so mobile, the mission does not require it to be captured alive. Capture them if you can, kill them if you can't. In short, no matter the cost, we must not let the starship bugs leave Hydora alive. Chapter 82, Landing on Hydora. 5 minutes later, the transport plane arrived. After the transport plane carried the third squad of the Hunter Force, it did not return to the fortress, but continued to ascend to the outer space of Mars. Wow, quite the spectacle. Zhou Yuan stood by the protective window, looking at the scene outside. Starships were everywhere in sight, at least 30 of them, and every now and then one would disappear or reappear from the void. He could understand the thinking of the federal leadership. If he were a high-ranking official in the Federation, he would also value the starship bug in the same way. From a Zerg strategic perspective, the Cerebrate and the Queen combined are not as important as the starship Zerg. Because as long as the starship bugs don't die out, the Zerg will not perish, and they can continue to expand their territory in the universe with impunity. The transport plane is received by the starship. Zhou Yuan sat down, tapped the combat device twice, and then said, "I've sent you the task details. Please read the objectives and requirements carefully. You guys are lucky to be able to do something big right after joining, but I hope you don't let us down. This mission is very important. No need to change your weapons. There are many natural radioactive minerals on Hydora, so try not to expose them to the air for too long." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone turned to look at the combat device. Thank you for the generous gift. Did the mechanized unit really not provide the wrong data? God, this is a biological starship. The next moment, a gasp rang out in the cabin, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the combat instrument. A 1,000-meter-long, 300-meter-tall insect? This thing looks like a behemoth made up of 4 skyscrapers. Moreover, this behemoth has wings, and the blue light jets on its sides, which appear to be propulsion devices, make it look like a sci-fi monster. At this moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly became a little worried. The Federation leadership wanted to deal with the starship bug as soon as possible, so this mission was conducted in squad mode, as this allowed them to search a wider area. But small team operations are very dangerous. Hydora is an insect planet, teeming with insects, and is many times more dangerous than Mars. The mission was more difficult and more dangerous, and his team consisted of 9 newcomers, which was not good news. One wrong move, and someone could be lost. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan abandoned the AWM and instead equipped himself with a rifle and a grenade launcher. Of course, magazines are also essential. Simply stack small ammunition boxes on top of the large pineapple magazine box, as if you're carrying the demolition box back. He has an unlimited ammo DP, so he doesn't need to carry too much ammo. These ammunition items are mainly for the team members, and they also provide a plausible excuse when using the unlimited ammo Diablo. Don't ask, the answer is that we brought enough ammunition. He's getting promoted in 2 months, so his performance during those 2 months is crucial. The team absolutely cannot suffer too many casualties. Half an hour later, we arrived at the GJ-1 galaxy. The fleet stopped in outer space of Hydora, joined other fleets to form a planetary encirclement, and simultaneously launched transport aircraft. The brainworm can have 100,000 soul points. The starship bug shouldn't be too bad. After all, it's a bug species that appears even less often than the brain bug. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 507806. While waiting for the transport plane to land, Zhou Yuan changed into the Powerful Insecticide title, already looking forward to the upcoming operations. He's just 300,000 soul points short of being able to buy a bottle of gene evolution fluid. 10 minutes ago, he received new intelligence. The starship bug tried to escape Hydora. It was hit by a starship pulse cannon, which blew off a pair of its wings. Then it escaped into the sea and disappeared somewhere. The ocean area of Hydora is vast, exceeding 700 million square kilometers, nearly twice the area of Earth's oceans, making even the most advanced sonar ineffective. Therefore, finding the starship bug is not that simple. He hoped this trip would go smoothly. Once he destroyed the starship bug, he would soon have the gene evolution fluid. Guys, we're landing in 1 minute. I'll take you to the seaside, where there are fewer bugs and even fewer bunkers. You'd better be careful. After a short rest, the driver announced to everyone via loudspeaker. Zhou Yuan immediately stood up and ordered, "Check your weapons, prepare for action, and stick close to me. Don't fall behind." "Yes, sir." Shortly after, the transport plane landed smoothly. Zhou Yuan, armed with a large pineapple machine gun, rushed off the plane immediately. The transport plane came from the sea, making very little noise and not disturbing too many insects, although there was already a swarm of insects gathered on the beach. There are probably a couple hundred of them, no more and no less. "I'm leaving it to you guys. Go warm up." Zhou Yuan relaxed slightly, put away his gun, raised his hand to signal his team members to fire freely, and then turned on his combat device to check the surrounding terrain. Hydora is vast, but there are few places where starship bugs can hide. Apart from the ocean, only large natural shelters exist in terrain areas such as valleys, canyons, craters, and mountain ranges. The ocean is too vast to search. Therefore, he could only choose from the last few land terrain options. "Captain, there's a wormhole at my 2 o'clock position." Before Zhou Yuan could finish surveying the surrounding terrain, Venom, the team's scout, shouted, "Wormhole." Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then picked up the goggles and looked in the direction Venom had indicated. There is a continuous sea cliff with a wormhole about 2 meters above the ground, about 500 meters away from the group. "I must have lost my mind." Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly, then suddenly remembered something. Hydora is an insect planet with wormholes all over its surface, and these wormholes all connect to insect hives. If he wants soul points, why doesn't he just blow up the insect hive? 10 tactical nuclear bombs, enough to bomb 10 Zerg hives, would net you at least 300,000 soul points. Starship bug that might not even be found. "Listen up, everyone." Zhou Yuan raised his hand, signaling his team members to look over, and said, "Just now, the Starship Force encountered a starship bug and injured it. Intelligence from the Starship Force indicates that the starship bugs do not have autonomous offensive capabilities. Therefore, if the starship bug wants to hide and recover from its injuries, it will likely hide in an area where there are a large number of battle bugs, and let the battle bugs protect it. Nowhere are there more combat bugs than in the hive. If we want to find starship bugs, we can try to start with the hive. Now move towards the insect hive." Chapter 83 The Insect Hive is My Love. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members immediately sprang into action and headed towards the wormhole. They all felt that Zhou Yuan's words made a lot of sense. If they were starship bugs, then they would do that. They either hide in the sea or seek protection from fighting insects on land. The starship bug was just wounded by the Starship Force, and it's not realistic for it to stay in the sea with its injuries, so searching near the bug hive is the most reasonable option. As expected of a massacre, he saw through the situation as soon as he stepped onto the field. At this point, they admired Zhou Yuan even more, believing that they were truly lucky to be able to join Zhou Yuan's team. There were soldier worms watching outside the wormhole, but there weren't many of them, only 7 or 8. Seeing that not a single insect on the beach had been killed, they were terrified and fled in panic into their nests to report the news. "Give me a nuclear bomb." Seeing this, Zhou Yuan led his team to stop 100 meters away from the wormhole and reached out to the demolition expert. "Captain, this wormhole goes to the left." The demolition expert, whose shockwave was already prepared, handed Zhou Yuan the launcher loaded with a tactical nuclear weapon while whispering a reminder. "Then let's go to the right." While setting the detonation time, Zhou Yuan solemnly imparted his experience. "Remember, before launching a tactical nuclear missile, use a sonic detector to measure the visible wormhole route. The insect nest is very large. In order to maintain the stability of the insect nest, the insect will only build the nest in one layer, extending inward from the direction of the insect hole. Therefore, after launching the tactical nuclear missile, we need to evacuate from the opposite direction of the wormhole and get away from the hive. Retreating would have been the best option, but the sea is behind us, and the collapse of the insect hive could cause seawater to flood in, so we have no choice but to choose the right flank. Call out." After speaking, Zhou Yuan aimed at the wormhole on the sea cliff and launched a tactical nuclear missile. "Go." The next moment, Zhou Yuan waved to signal his team to retreat to the right. Boom! By the time the tactical nuclear bomb was detonated, the third squad had already moved far away from the blast zone and reached the edge of the coastline, beyond which lay a mountain range. "Keep going. The starship bug is very large, and it is very likely that it is hiding in the high mountain area." Zhou Yuan waved his hand and led the team towards the mountainous area. The mountainous area is not only suitable for starship bugs to hide in, but also for them to build nests. In any case, he won't leave empty-handed. After entering the mountainous area, the team became increasingly cautious. There are significantly more insects here compared to the beach area. Within sight, soldier insects roam everywhere, and flying locusts occasionally sweep across the sky. You can even see tank beetles digging holes. Fortunately, this is an insect planet, the territory of insects. Insects, when they are in their own territory and do not encounter enemies, do not patrol together, but each does its own thing. As long as you stay a little distance from the insects and don't shoot indiscriminately, you won't attract swarms or even insect tides. "Captain, there's a locust nest. There are many wormholes on the mountain on the left wing, and locusts are going in and out of them." Venom crouched low, constantly observing its surroundings through its sniffer scope. He discovered that there weren't many soldier beetles and tank beetles here. What was really plentiful were locusts, which had taken over this mountainous area. Ignore them. Remember, locusts are the bane of infantry. Don't bother them if you don't have enough men. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, showing he had no intention of attacking the locust nest. Locust nests are different from soldier insect nests. Locusts live in single rooms, one burrow per locust, just like a beehive. Moreover, locust nests are only dug on the surface of the rock face, not inside the mountain. They practically live right at our doorstep, able to go outside at any time, making it difficult to cause them any serious injury or death in a single incident. A single tactical nuclear bomb can only kill a few hundred or 1,000 at most, and then it will alert the locust swarm, which will cut off their heads. This way, after inspecting the area for a moment, Zhou Yuan chose to avoid the locust nest. His team only had 10 people, and he didn't want to throw his life away in front of the locusts. He would just pick on the weaker ones like the soldier insects. People must learn how to retreat tactically. For hours later, Zhou Yuan led the team to the right side of the mountain area. Rest here for 10 minutes. Having walked for nearly 5 hours, Zhou Yuan found a natural cave at the foot of the mountain and ordered the team to stop and rest. Hearing that they could rest, everyone found a place to sit down, took off their tactical helmets, and began to drink nutrient solution. When special operations forces carry out missions, in order to reduce their load and not affect their movement, they cannot even carry slightly larger compressed rations. They can only consume nutrient solutions. Phew. Zhou Yuan also found a seed and lit a recovery cigar for himself. Hydora is a naturally radioactive mineral planet, but the Federation's medical standards are very high now. As long as you are not exposed to the air for a long time, you will be fine. You can just take some medicine after you get back. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, rapid learning. Items: jumping frog, heavy atom flight wingsuit, laser bird, infernal grenade. Title: powerful insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points: 721498. While resting, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel and checked his gains. In those 4 hours, he found a total of 5 soldier nests. He personally destroyed 4 of them, and let his team members use the remaining 1 for practice, since he couldn't always be the one to launch tactical nuclear weapons. For insect hives, 210,000 soul points. With the harvest bonus from the powerful insecticide title, you can get at least 50,000 soul points per insect hive on average. If he destroys 2 more insect hives, his soul points will exceed 800,000. What kind of bullshit brainworm starship worm? No matter how much you give, it's not as fragrant as fried insect nests. Zhou Yuan appeared expressless on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. As a soldier with the potential to become a military commander, it was time for him to make a sacrifice for the Federation. He could forego the credit he earned from the starship bugs and instead use the bombing of the bug hives to provide fire support for other special operations forces. Tears welled up in my eyes. That's what makes Captain Zhou so great. Zhou Yuan was feeling quite pleased with himself when suddenly a faint hissing sound of insects reached his ears, coming from outside the cave. Captain, the bugs are coming, at least 1,000 of them. As the team scout, Venom reported immediately. A group of insect soldiers arrived at the foot of the mountain and were marching to their left. Judging from the direction, they don't seem to be coming for them, but the soldier insects have a strong sense of heat, and they will definitely spot them when they pass by the cave. Chapter 84. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Captain, shall we fire? There's no time to move them. They can see the entrance to the hole. As the swarm of insects drew ever closer to the cave entrance, several people in the group murmured in surprise. Being trapped in a cave by a swarm of insects on an insect planet was something none of the 9 newcomers had ever experienced, let alone anything similar. However, this display of force was far from intimidating them. Before joining the hunter squad, they were all scouts in their original units. The 9 of them killed so many insects that the corpses could form a small mountain. Don't rush, put them over here. Use grenades first, then firearms. Wait for my orders. Zhou Yuan shook his head. They didn't fight much in the morning. They mainly used tactical nuclear weapons, and their other munitions were almost full. A swarm of 4-digit insects is nothing to a team with a defensive advantage. It's barely enough to warm up. Prepare. After seeing that his teammates were ready, Zhou Yuan walked out of the cave and used his AWM to blow the head off a soldier insect. The swarm of insect soldiers wasn't far from the cave, and we'd find them sooner or later anyway, so we might as well take the initiative and get some control of the situation. Laugh. Upon hearing the gunshot, the swarm of insect soldiers immediately became agitated and charged towards Zhou Yuan. Don't rush, place it 100 meters away. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, now. Zhou Yuan secured 2 grenades, slowly retreated, and kept reminding his teammates. Bite. Upon receiving the order to fire, more than a dozen grenades were thrown from the cave. Apart from Zhou Yuan, no one present could throw a grenade 100 meters, but the insect didn't know how to dodge grenades. Just as the grenade landed, the swarm of insects stepped into the area where the grenade had landed. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief wait, the grenade exploded precisely on time. More than a dozen grenades exploded simultaneously, with considerable force, completely destroying the vanguard of the swarm, leaving many dead or maimed. Fire. At that moment, Zhou Yuan also issued the attack order, using the pineapple machine gun to sweep the swarm of insects. In fact, for insect swarms of this size, using a mixture of explosives is the best way to deal with them. But he learned a lesson on Pluto. Because he used up all the mixed explosives early on, the next 20-odd people couldn't take down a single tank beetle. Therefore, he is now playing it safely, trying to keep heavy firepower as a trump card in hand to avoid encountering tanky monsters like the tank beetle again. Gunshots rang out, and the swarm's advance came to an abrupt halt. In fact, soldier insects have very thick health bars, are as tenacious as cockroaches, and are numerous, making them perfect cannon fodder. However, their 3-meter-tall stature became their weakness during a charge. Once the frontline bugs die, the backline bugs are in trouble. If they want to continue charging, they have to crawl over the corpses of their comrades, resulting in low troop sustainability. When the number of insects is not overwhelmingly superior, it is suicidal for soldier insects to launch an offensive. Kill a soldier insect and gain 1 soul. Kill a soldier insect and gain 1 soul. Kill a soldier insect, obtain. It's not very efficient, but it still feels pretty good. After the situation stabilized, Zhou Yuan even took a moment to glance at the notification panel. Soul points increased along with the empty bullet casings beneath his feet. Conduct reconnaissance in the vicinity. Just as one magazine was about to run out, Zhou Yuan pulled a new magazine from the magazine well, whispered something to it, and threw the new magazine out of the cave. Gunshots echoed through the cave, and since the team members were focused on killing insects, no one heard Zhou Yuan speak, nor did anyone see what he did. Conserve ammunition, use burst fire. After releasing the laser bird, Zhou Yuan shouted out a new command. The team still has plenty of ammunition, but the pressure from the swarm of insectoid soldiers is decreasing, so there's no need to unleash full firepower anymore. Yes, I absolutely love this feeling. Guys, let's see who kills the most. Zhou Yuan's team members were very excited. They had been a little worried about not being able to hold the line, but now they were completely relieved, and their morale and spirits improved accordingly. They learned something new. That is, when facing a swarm of insectoid soldiers head-on with superior numbers, defeat is not inevitable. A small skirmish brought them considerable gains. They gained a broader perspective and greater self-confidence. Captain, the situation is bad. Just then, Venom ran to Zhou Yuan's side and pointed to the right side of the cave entrance. Zhou Yuan picked up the sentry scope and saw that reinforcements for the group of soldier insects had arrived. A larger group of soldier insects followed behind them. Something's not right. Zhou Yuan frowned and immediately ordered, contact the command center and tell them the direction of the swarm. Have them send a flight unit to scout the area on our left. Prepare to break out. Assault team, lead the way. Demolition team, follow me to cover the rear. Get grenades and mixed explosives ready. These insects seem to have a purpose. Clearly through his sniffer that when the swarm of insects passed by, they were all heading towards the left side of the cave. They just happened to be right next to the swarm's path. If the cave had been 100 meters deeper, and they had simply moved back slightly, this encounter wouldn't have even happened. Perhaps his initial idea was correct. The starship bugs might be hiding in the mountains, using the high mountains as cover, while these fighter bugs are trying to rush over to protect them. However, an idea is just an idea, and he needs to confirm it again. Captain, it's done. The command center takes this intelligence very seriously and says they will immediately dispatch Air Force units. Shortly after, Coffee reported the communication status to Zhou Yuan. Very good, everyone listen up. Prepare to break out to the left front. We'll unleash another wave of grenades as we get out. Zhou Yuan switched to a grenade launcher and signaled to his team members to get ready. Go. After a brief 2-second pause, Zhou Yuan suddenly waved his hand. The 10-man squad immediately rushed out of the cave, threw grenades in the direction the swarm was advancing, and then ran to the left front of the cave, splitting into 2 squads along the way. Rope, Queen, and Alcohol are the assault team, leading the way with Demon King, Coffee, Venom, and Magic. Zhou Yuan, carrying shockwaves and generators, took turns using grenade launchers and machine guns to clear out the pursuing insectoid soldiers. Use the mixed explosives immediately. After dragging the swarm of insects along for more than 10 seconds, Zhou Yuan gave another order. The open ground is not like a cave. The insects can attack them from 4 directions. Even though the 3 machine gunners all had grenade launchers, they still couldn't withstand the swarm. You bedbugs, do you want to eat explosives? Come here quickly, Daddy has something good for you. The shockwave and generator had been prepared with mixed explosives long ago, and they acted as soon as they received the order, with one person throwing out 2 boxes of mixed explosives. Chapter 85: A Strange Insect Swarm. A box of mixed explosives can turn a 3-story building into ruins. The 4 boxes of mixed explosives wiped out the entire front row of the insect swarm. Even though Zhou Yuan and his 2 companions had run quite a distance, they were still completely overturned by the shockwave. Fortunately, there were no more living insects around them. Keep up with the team, let's go. The moment Zhou Yuan fell to the ground, he stood up and used a machine gun to mow down the swarm of insects that were about to follow, while urging the generator and shockwave to retreat. Bite! The generator and the shockwave turned and ran, but before they ran, they threw a few grenades to help relieve the pressure on Zhou Yuan. After the grenade exploded, Zhou Yuan turned around and followed the retreat. There was definitely something wrong. During the run, Zhou Yuan would occasionally look back, fighting and retreating simultaneously. A small part of the swarm, numbering less than 100. Meanwhile, the main force of the swarm had returned to its original route, and was marching towards the right side of the cave without stopping at all. Soldier insects are intelligent, but not many. They are reckless brutes. When they fight, it's as if they're on a high, and it's almost impossible to get them to give up their goal, unless they received orders from higher insects. Shall we go and take a look? Zhou Yuan was suddenly tempted, but still couldn't make up his mind. If his guess is true, then the starship bug must be surrounded by a large number of combat bugs, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the scale is as large as an adult bug swarm. Sending a 10-man team there would be no different than sending them to their deaths. But taking down a starship bug is equivalent to destroying at least 2 bug hives, and you also get a great reward, which is quite tempting. Captain, the bugs haven't caught up. They've circled around to the right wing of the mountain. At this moment, the shouts of his teammates interrupted Zhou Yuan's thoughts. Finding that the main force of the swarm hadn't caught up, they turned back and helped Zhou Yuan kill all the dozens of pursuing insects. Check our weapons, let's follow them. Remember what I said before? The starship bugs may have many fighter bugs protecting them. These bugs must have been looking for the starship bugs, otherwise they wouldn't have let us go so easily. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan decided to follow them to see what was going on. He released the laser bird, and the command center also dispatched its air force. As long as he stays calm and acts according to detailed intelligence, he shouldn't encounter any danger, especially since there are 5 tactical nuclear missiles as a backup. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members responded excitedly. That's a starship bug. Zerg spaceship? The starship bug possesses all 3 perfect phases, a glorious present, a bright future, and a legendary past. You can obtain it by killing it. It would be worth risking my life for. Very good, let's begin. Zhou Yuan was very satisfied with the team members' enthusiasm. At least none of his team members were cowards. After a short rest, Zhou Yuan personally led the way, taking the route that the insect swarm had taken earlier. For the next hour, the group continued on their journey. They didn't catch up with the swarm, but they did track down the tracks it left behind. Their legs were as sharp as spears, capable of leaving a small crater in the ground. During the pursuit, Zhou Yuan also received a lot of intelligence. There are laser birds, and there's also a temporary command center. The intelligence reports were all the same, saying that the insect swarms in the vicinity were gathering at the edge of the mountainous area, with a minimum number of 100,000 insects, and that the number was still growing. The temporary command center took this very seriously and dispatched several special operations forces to this area, all of which were moving closer to the insect's gathering place. However, the starship bug still didn't appear. We didn't even get a glimpse of it. After walking for about half an hour, we arrived at the meeting point. Because of the insect swarm in the target area, the temporary command center ordered all squads to assemble and form a full-strength special operations force. The rendezvous point was bustling. Because of the transport plane, the other teams arrived earlier than the third team, who was the slowest. Well done. Seeing Zhou Yuan arrive with a full squad to rejoin them, Buck breathed a sigh of relief and offered a word of encouragement. He received mission briefings from each squad and learned that it was the third squad that discovered the swarm's movements were problematic, thus earning the first military merit. Captain, what's the situation now? Zhou Yuan gave the other team leaders a high five and then asked. Buck shook his head and said calmly, nothing's wrong. The bugs seem to be having a beach party and they're staying on the beach and won't leave. Let's go, our outpost is on the mountain, you'll find out when we get there. With that, Buck waved to signal the team to set off. This is at the foot of a high mountain, which has many neighbors. Several high mountains sit in a row, forming a giant pirated mountain range. When Zhou Yuan reached the top of the mountain, he finally understood what Buck meant by beach party. The mountain range is crescent-shaped, and at the gap in the crescent is a very large beach where swarms of insects gather and wander. Beyond that lies vast the coastline, where the ocean stretches as far as the eye can see. Use the sniper scope to check the surroundings. Many special operations forces have been deployed on the mountaintop, with one unit almost every 1 or 2 kilometers. The Air Force said the bugs have been here for 2 hours, and there is still a steady stream of bugs coming this way. The intelligence department believes that the starship bugs are hiding nearby, and these bugs are here to protect the starship bugs. In order to lure out the starship worms, the intelligence department did not order the Air Force to bomb this place, but only ordered them to lure away the locusts and cut off the support routes of the soldier worms. By the way, the intelligence department has canceled the live capture plan. If the starship bug appears, we'll just bombard it with tactical nuclear weapons. Our current position is perfect. Looking at the swarming insect beach ahead, Buck whispered the latest intelligence. Clear. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, thinking that the strategic department had finally made a smart move this time. This matter might even be related to him. It's possible that the disappearance of the Pluto brainworm led the strategic department to decide to proceed cautiously and avoid taking any more risks with any capture-alive plans. The evolutionary secrets of insects are very important, but the question is whether we can catch them, and what if they get away? Killing the enemy is far better than risking capturing them alive, even if the enemy is hiding a treasure map. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. Send out the scouts and communications soldiers. I need to know the movement of the insect swarm as soon as possible. The rest of you rest where you are, check your weapons, prepare for battle, and execute any orders you receive immediately. After informing Zhou Yuan of the real-time situation, Buck began issuing orders. Yes, sir. Each squad leader saluted and then approached their team members to issue the latest orders. Chapter 86 Starship Bugs Appear, Attack. This wait lasted for 6 hours. The group waited from noon until evening, but the starship bug still hadn't appeared. The swarm didn't reach the starship bugs either. They just wandered around the foot of the mountain and the beach, occasionally fighting and digging a few wormholes. However, everyone knows that there is a big problem in this area. In the afternoon, the insect swarm grew considerably larger. There were too many insects on Hydora. Although the Air Force had strong firepower and vision, it was not enough to completely block the area. Many insects still managed to slip through the netting and slide from the foot of the mountain into the beach. The beach used to be infested with soldier bugs, but now it has tank beetles and giant plasma bugs, forming a high-powered army. So, the temporary command center ordered them to continue waiting and not to rush. Starship bugs here. There must be something else that would attract their attention, otherwise they wouldn't be gathered here. As for the insect swarm, more than 30 special operations units were hidden on the mountaintop, with firepower so strong, it was explosive. If a real battle breaks out, the main force of the insect swarm won't last even a minute, because each unit has tactical nuclear weapons. 2 hours passed quickly. Damn it, I was careless. Zhou Yuan lay on the ground, observing the beach through his goggles, his face growing increasingly dark. He suddenly felt a little regretful. To be honest, he shouldn't have bothered with this at noon. Let the swarm go wherever it wants. He should have just focused on bombing the hive and farming soul points. Now look what's happened. All that time wasted. The gene evolution fluid was within reach, but I never expected to be tricked by myself. Hopefully, a fight will break out later. I really hope they don't retreat halfway through, or we'll really lose a lot of money. Sir, there's something wrong. Sir, can you receive this? Late at night, the sound of the laser bird woke Zhou Yuan, who was taking a break from sleep. Zhou Yuan almost jumped up and activated the combat device. This was his code with Laserbeak. Laserbeak was connected to his combat device system, and when he couldn't speak, he would use the status of the combat device as a code. Sleep mode indicates that the device cannot receive data, while powering on indicates that the device has received data. Laserbird's military technology is quite advanced, possessing some technologies related to espionage. However, his federal authority cannot support Laserbird, so he can only use this low-level code for the time being. Sir, the target is to your left front. 20 seconds ago, a large-scale wave appeared on the sea surface 30 kilometers away from your coordinates, with a faint blue light flickering below. Based on the direction of the wave movement, the target is approaching your area. The airspace is currently occupied by bombers and locust swarms, and the two sides are engaged in battle. I will dive into the sea to take refuge, and will be unable to reach you for the time being. Starship Bug. After hearing what the Laserbird said, Zhou Yuan's enthusiasm immediately surged. It seems these bugs really are here to act as bodyguards for the Starship Bugs. And the Starship Bug is quite cunning. It hid in the sea for a whole day before finally being spotted. Attention everyone. Wake up the sleeping people immediately and prepare for battle. Just as Laserbird finished reporting to Zhou Yuan, Buck's voice came through the earpiece. Upon hearing Buck's words, the 5 teams on rest were quickly woken up. At this point, Buck continued, the flight force has spotted the Starship Bugs, which are hiding in the sea and are now heading this way. Scouts, turn the scope up to the highest magnification and keep a close watch on the beach and the nearshore waters. Demolitionist, prepare the tactical nuclear weapons, set them all to trigger detonation, aim at the coastline, and launch as soon as I give the order. Finally, spread out in squad mode. We might have to go down the mountain to finish things off later, so be prepared for the final charge. Yes, sir. The squads immediately dispersed and spread out their battle lines according to their squad numbers. Shockwave, give me 2 nuclear bombs. Give each of us 2 generators, and use the remaining 1 for defense. Distribute the mixed explosives and grenade launchers. Attention everyone else, load up all the grenade launchers and shotguns. If we're going to charge later, I need you to bring out your strongest firepower. After the team was in position, Zhou Yuan gave them a detailed explanation. A direct confrontation with the insect swarm is no joke. To avoid damage, they cannot allow tactical nuclear weapons to detonate at close accident range, as this would cause insects closer to the mountains to avoid the blast damage. And these insects that weren't hit by the bombs will launch a frenzied counterattack on the mountains immediately after they make their move. 2 minutes later, all the teams hidden on the mountaintop tensed up. There's activity in the nearshore area. The sea there is very turbulent. The sea surface was suddenly pushed up, and huge waves swept outwards in circles, as if some enormous creature was about to break through the water. The next moment, the sea exploded completely. A black shadow flashing with blue light leaped out, completely dispelling the surrounding darkness. It was none other than the Starship Bug. The group was actually several kilometers away from the Starship Bug. However, the Starship Bug is a giant blue light, and due to the high altitude and the sentry scope, everyone can clearly see the situation in the near sea. He was indeed injured. He saw the Starship Bug with his own eyes. The Starship Bug's right wing was injured. Large sections of both wings were broken off, leaving only the conjoined part. Now, the Starship Bugs are floating on the sea. Its side energy jets were continuously emitting blue light, lifting it up. This gives us one piece of information. The Starship Bug has flight restrictions. It may be like a helicopter, needing wings to gain altitude, and the energy nozzles may simply be for propulsion. Prepare. At the same time, Buck's voice was transmitted to each team member's ears through the earpiece. Don't aim at the Starship Bugs. Aim at the swarms of bugs along the coastline. Zhou Yuan crouched down and walked to the engine, whispering a reminder. After saying that, he loaded the tactical nuclear missile into the launcher, slung it over his shoulder, and prepared to launch it at any moment. The maximum range of a tactical nuclear missile is 5 kilometers, while the Starship Bug is still 6 or 7 kilometers away, making it impossible to destroy it directly. Although the shockwave generated by the explosion of a tactical nuclear weapon is considerable. But the Starship Bug can travel in space and stay submerged in the sea for a whole day, so its shell defenses are definitely not something that an explosive shockwave could damage. The Starship Bug appeared. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone remained motionless, crouching and holding their breath, as if even taking a breath would be detected by the Starship Bug. After a tense wait, the Starship Bug finally set sail. Like a firefly, it drifted to the point where the beach met the sea, slowly descended, and its blue light extinguished at that moment. Emission. The next instant, Buck's roar came through the headphones. Everyone carrying a tactical nuclear launcher pulled the trigger at that moment. Chapter 87, 800,000. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One tactical nuclear missile after another detached from the launcher and shot toward the coastline. Not only the Hunter unit, but other special operations units also took action, all leading the charge with tactical nuclear weapons. Awesome. As the second tactical nuclear warhead was being loaded, Zhou Yuan was filled with amazement. In just the first round of launches, he saw at least 100 tactical nuclear warheads. These tactical nuclear weapons, like meteors, formed a meteor shower and fell towards the coastline, creating a spectacular scene. Fortunately, the target area was far enough away from them. Otherwise, the shockwave from the explosion alone would have flattened the entire mountain range. Call out. Soon after, the second tactical nuclear missile was launched. Zhou Yuan quickly turned around, facing away from the target area, switched to the M12 machine gun, and said to his team members, "Turn your backs if you don't want to become blind. Check your gear one last time. When we charge, stick close to me and don't fall behind." Boom! Not long after Zhou Yuangang finished speaking, the first round of tactical nuclear missiles exploded. One after another, fireballs rose up, and shockwaves appeared one after another, completely engulfing the coastline. The earth trembled violently at this moment, and even the sky seemed to tremble. The coastline had transformed into a fiery inferno, like a boiling lava pool, only magnified countless times. The fiery purgatory appeared, countless powerful shockwaves were generated. These shockwaves, like black holes, carry unparalleled energy and devoured all the insects in their path. Awesome. Zhou Yuan turned around and squinted as he scanned the room. Using tactical nuclear bombs to bombard the ground, this tactical intensity is indeed a bit excessive. It's no exaggeration to say that the area along the coastline has become like the surface of the sun, with only continuous bursts of light visible. The effective destruction time of a tactical nuclear weapon is approximately 10 seconds. With so many tactical nuclear weapons deployed together, the effective damage time could be extended to 1 minute. All they need to do now is wait a little while until the shockwave and heat radiation from the explosion subside. Then they can head to the coastline to finish up. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 797853. While waiting, Zhou Yuan was really itching to check his personal panel, so he opened it. 2 tactical nuclear missiles only earned a little over 70,000 soul points. However, the effective damage time of the tactical nuclear bomb has not yet expired, and the balance is still increasing. It will definitely reach 800,000. Done. Zhou Yuan grinned, feeling extremely satisfied. His goal for this trip was to accumulate 800,000 soul points. Now that he has achieved his goal, he can accept any amount of reward he receives from now on. Bang! At that moment, a sonic boom was heard in the sky. Sonic booms rang out one after another, forming a continuous rumble of thunder. Through the scout scope, they saw the Air Force arriving. However, it wasn't just the Air Force that arrived. There was also a swarm of locusts so numerous they blotted out the sky. Because the Special Operations Forces were located on the mountain, the Air Force did not bring the locust swarms with them. They launched a salvo of missiles at the location of the starship bugs, then increased altitude and changed direction, luring the swarm of locusts away. Not long after, the activity on the coastline gradually subsided. The tactical nuclear weapons of Special Operations Forces and the missiles of Air Forces have all reached the end of their destructive time. All troops attack. Buck received the order from the temporary command center and relayed it to all team members. Rush. The Hunter squad of 101 men burst out from their bunkers on the mountaintop and launched an assault on the beach. However, attacking the beach is not that simple. The previous launch of tactical nuclear missiles alerted many nearby insects, who have now taken over the mountainside and foothills. Full power. Zhou Yuan was at the very front of the team, carrying a large pineapple and charging around recklessly. There were many insects ahead, but using a machine gun to shoot from a high position was no different from mowing the grass. Not a single insect could get close to him. Watching the insects burst into pieces one after another in front of him, he felt incredibly satisfied. Captain, there's a giant beetle. Suddenly, Venom shouted, his voice sounding somewhat flustered. To the right front of the squad, a tank beetle emerged from the ground, its head facing them. Use mixed explosives. Zhou Yuan gave a cold shout and immediately aimed his gun at the head of the tank beetle. This time it's different from Pluto. They still have grenades and mixed explosives on them, so they don't need to take the tank beetle seriously at all. When Zhou Yuan launched a fierce attack on the tank beetle, preventing it from spitting out ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid. Watch out for an explosion. The generator threw a box of mixed explosives under the tank beetle. Bang! The mixed explosives detonated quickly, and the once menacing tank beetle collapsed to the ground. Its belly was blasted open by a mixture of explosives, and colorful bits of flesh and blood fell out, instantly emptying its stomach. Keep going. Zhou Yuan wiped the insect blood splattered on his goggles and led his team to continue the charge. Get it done early so you can leave work early. He's still waiting to go back and get the gene evolution fluid. The Hunter unit performed well, as did the other units. More than 30 Special Operations Forces have formed an extremely long battle line, enabling them to advance comprehensively while also supporting each other. In just 2 or 3 minutes, all the insects on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain were killed. Now only the beach remains. They want to take over the entire beach and end the battle completely. As for the starship bug, the coastline where it was located was shrouded in thick smoke and fire, and neither the naked eye nor the scanner could see what was inside. However, its current situation is definitely not good. First, it was hit by the shock waves of at least 100 tactical nuclear bombs, and then by dozens of missiles fired by the Air Force. Even if its defenses are stronger than those of a starship, it must be severely damaged at this moment. Chapter 88. Destroy the starship bug. Captain, look over there. As they advanced onto the beach, Venom rushed to Zhou Yuan's side. Starship bug. Following the direction of the venom, Zhou Yuan saw movement on the coastline. In the thick, dark smoke, a pale blue light began to flicker and move to the right. Generator, give me the nuclear last bomb. Zhou Yuan frowned and waved to the generator. The starship bug didn't die, which was within his expectations. But what he didn't expect was that the starship bug still had the ability to move after taking so much damage. Its defensive capabilities were truly excessive. Captain, this is too risky. Shockwave handed the tactical nuclear missile and launcher to Zhou Yuan, while also giving him a reminder. He guessed what Zhou Yuan wanted to do, but there was a large group of insects between the starship bugs and them, including soldier bugs and tank beetles. I don't know what adventure is. I only know that this is my mission. Listen up, everyone. The team will now be under the command of the rope. Zhou Yuan's righteous words and fearless attitude moved all the team members, and even boosted their morale significantly. Captain, leave your back to me. I'll handle the flanks. I have more ammunition than I can use. I believe in you. Zhou Yuan nodded, said nothing more, and rushed toward the coastline with the tactical nuclear missile launcher. After running for a while, Zhou Yuan increased his speed, out of his teammate's sight, and gave the order through his earpiece. There are no bugs around me. You don't need to follow me. Ropes, keep an eye on them. I don't want anyone sleeping here. That's an order. It's actually very dangerous to leave the group, since there are more and more bugs the further you go, but the soul points and military merits of the starship bug make it worth the risk. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, he has the jump frog as a backup plan. If all else fails, he can just run away. He was certain that he wasn't the only one with this idea. There were probably already teams heading towards the starship bugs. After a short run, Zhou Yuan arrived at the middle of the beach. The temperature here is very high, and there are insect corpses everywhere that have turned into campfires. Thick smoke obscures most of his vision. The chirping of insects continued to ring in his ears, but Zhou Yuan remained completely calm. He was much faster than the soldier insect, and the tank beetle couldn't even touch his shadow. Only the locust was faster than him. Meanwhile, the locust swarms were locked in fierce combat with the Air Force and couldn't provide any support to this side. As long as you're not surrounded by swarms of insects, there's nothing to be afraid of. He's still alive. But you can't escape. On the way forward, Zhou Yuan took out a scanner and took a test. The starship bug was enormous, resembling a volcano in the scanner. It was still alive and well. Only its movement was much slower, like a snail. Sizzle. 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 Before he could even launch the tactical nuclear missile, a swarm of soldier insects suddenly appeared. These soldier insects emerged from the starship bug's body, which clearly indicates that the starship bug has hatches, but the scanner cannot detect such fine details. Who's afraid of who's a coward? Zhou Yuan smiled coldly and switched back to the unlimited ammo big pineapple and big revolver. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a detour, but rather that the swarm of insectoid soldiers surrounded him like a net. And if he wanted to get to the starship insects, he had to deal with the insectoid swarm first. Bang, bang, bang. As the swarm of insects approached, Zhou Yuan immediately opened fire with both weapons. With a large revolver in his left hand and a large pineapple in his right, his unlimited ammo means he doesn't need to waste time reloading. He can just pull the trigger, and that's it, making his firepower extremely powerful. He shattered the front line of the swarm of insect soldiers. However, he didn't stay put and fight head-on. There are too many soldier insects. They can surround him from 4 directions. So after creating an opening in the swarm, he chose to break through, fighting his way to the right, with the starship Zerg right in front of him. The swarm of insect soldiers pursued relentlessly, but they couldn't keep up with Zhou Yuan and could only watch helplessly as he ran further and further away. Holy crap! My darling, you're disgusting. When Zhou Yuan reached the coastline, he shuddered and felt extremely uncomfortable. He saw the starship bug. The starship bug has gone from cool to ferocious. Both of its wings had disappeared, most of its carapace had fallen off, and many of the energy jets on its sides had also been extinguished. Now it looks like a charred cicada pupa. Even with such severe injuries, the starship bug still retains its ability to move. Its belly was covered with tentacles that shimmered with a pale blue light, which supported it as it moved toward the sea. It has now crawled into the shallow waters, and if we don't kill it, it will soon dive back into the ocean. You're unlucky to have run into me. Zhou Yuan muttered something, put away the machine gun and pistol, and switched to the tactical nuclear launcher. He ran to the shallow sea area as fast as he could, stopping only when the water was up to his waist, and set the tactical nuclear bomb to detonate within 1 minute. Then, aim at the wounds on the Starship Bug and launch a tactical nuclear missile. The Starship Bug had many wounds, with 7 or 8 holes of varying sizes. It doesn't look like all the holes were blown up by the Air Force. Some of the round holes look like hatch doors, and next to them there is a piece of shell that is turned outwards and looks like a door panel. Call out. After successfully launching the tactical nuclear missile, Zhou Yuan turned and ran. The Starship Bug looks quite similar to the giant plasma bug, and they should both have a large amount of ion energy inside their bodies. With such a large size, it must have accumulated a lot of ion energy. Once it is triggered by a nuclear explosion, its power will be immeasurable. Captain, can you hear me? I have launched a tactical nuclear missile into the Starship Bug. The timer is 1 minute. Please notify other units to stay away from the Starship Bug. During the retreat, Zhou Yuan called out to Buck in the military channel. He almost forgot that there must be quite a few teams eyeing the Starship Bugs, and he didn't want to get blown up by them after going up there. Here you go. I will contact other units immediately. Just a few seconds after Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he heard Buck's excited response. Clearly, Buck was very satisfied with his performance. Being the first to discover the Zerg anomaly, and ultimately killing the Starship Zerg, would earn the Hunters 2 of the most prestigious military achievements. When they left, Zhou Yuan ignored the insects on the road. He ran back in one go, his speed attribute of 5.5 making him as fast as the wind. In less than a minute, he had run 2 kilometers and saw his team. This isn't even his fastest speed. He was worried about being seen, so he deliberately slowed down and used insect corpses as cover along the way, and chose to run along the route with the densest fire fog. I'm here. Retreat immediately. Upon seeing his teammates, Zhou Yuan immediately urged them to retreat. Go. The team members were thrilled and followed Zhou Yuan back. They all heard it just now. Zhou Yuan found the Starship Bug and fed it a tactical nuclear bomb. No matter how powerful the Starship Bug is, it will absolutely not survive if a tactical nuclear bomb explodes inside its body. Bang! The squad had only run a few seconds when a deafening explosion rang out. The explosion was very muffled, but the sound was surprisingly loud, as if a huge rock had fallen into the water next to you. Chapter 89, 1 million. Sizzle. After the explosion, a piercing crackling sound of electricity rang out. When Zhou Yuan looked back, the Starship Bug had disappeared, replaced by an extremely dazzling blue light. Blue light filled the entire space, turning the fireballs from the tactical nuclear explosions into lightning balls, and swallowing up the thick smoke and darkness of the coastline. The lightning ball was expanding rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, its diameter exceeded 500 meters. Then it began to shrink rapidly, instantly becoming a barely visible bright spot, barely brighter than a flashlight. Bang! The next moment, the world was completely enveloped in blue light. The originally barely visible bright spots blossomed into countless electromagnetic streams of light, forming a powerful blue shockwave that swept out in all directions. Get down. The nuclear shockwave is coming. Zhou Yuan was startled and quickly told his teammates to take cover. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, his teammates acted decisively. Those with cover found it, while those without simply lay down on the ground. In that brief moment, the blue radiance shockwave arrived. Wow, this is incredibly powerful. The moment they collided, Zhou Yuan's expression changed, because he, who was originally lying on the ground, had been thrown more than 10 meters away by the shockwave. Moreover, the shockwave hasn't stopped yet, and more energy is following. Shockwaves blew him around on the ground like a falling leaf. Almost simultaneously, all of his equipment, including his combat instrument, pressure generator, and tactical goggles, malfunctioned. Even his body was numb and painful, possibly related to the ion energy explosion on the Starship Bug. After holding out for about 10 seconds, the shockwave finally stopped. Everyone, let me hear your voices. Zhou Yuan endured the numbness as he got up from the ground and called out to his teammates through his earpiece. Sir, I'm here, but I can't move now. OMG, my pants seem to be soaked from the electric shock. I can't hear what you're saying. All I can hear in my head is the roar of machines. Team members gradually replied to Zhou Yuan, saying that although they were not in good condition, they were not likely to be killed directly by the shockwave. Very good, I'll cover you. Get back to normal as soon as possible. Zhou Yuan originally wanted to say to evacuate as soon as possible, but he changed his words halfway through. The firepower of over 30 special operations units, plus 2 rounds of tactical nuclear bombardment and Starship Bug explosions, were precisely aimed at the mountainside, foothills, beaches, and coastline. After those 3 waves of heavy firepower, there were no more live insects in sight, so we were perfectly safe. This battle is now over. Guys, how are you all? Soon, Zhou Yuan's squad was discovered, and a fully equipped special operations force they didn't recognize surrounded them. Sir, we're fine, we just need a rest. The shockwave just now was very strong, and there may still be people nearby who are incapacitated. Zhou Yuan stood up and saluted the captain in charge of the unit. I'll handle it. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the captain nodded, turned around, and ordered, Squads 9 and 10 stay to protect them. The rest of the squads come with me. Zhou Yuan finally relaxed after having someone by his side. He wasn't in good condition, his whole body was still numb, and his teammates couldn't even stand up. A swarm of insectoid soldiers could easily devour them. Kill a starship bug and gain 180,000 souls. Killing a soldier insect grants 1.2 souls. Kill a tank beetle and gain 120 souls. Kill a soldier insect, obtain. Cool. During his break, Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel. When he saw the message on the notification panel, he felt that the soreness and numbness in his body had subsided considerably. I took down a starship bug and got 180,000 soul points. The original price was 150,000, but the powerful insecticide title has a 20% kill bonus, so it became 180,000. Besides the starship bug, which is the main component, there are quite a few smaller additions as well. The starship bug released the combat bugs inside its body to protect it. In the explosion just now, not only did the starship bug die, but its guards also perished. Zhou Yuan licked his lips and opened his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 1,017,000. Seeing that his soul points balance had reached 1 million, Zhou Yuan smiled and plopped down on the ground. Before the war, he only had a little over 800,000 soul points. In other words, that last wave generated over 200,000 soul points in one go, and also activated several achievements. However, now is not the time to take stock of our gains. He plans to organize it after he returns to Mars. Then he'll have plenty of time to enjoy it. After resting for about 2 minutes, Zhou Yuan fully recovered, and all the soreness and numbness in his body disappeared. His teammates didn't recover as quickly as he did, but they were able to stand up and walk without any problems. Sir, I am behind the corpse of the insect soldier behind you. At that moment, the sound of Laserbird came through the headphones. I'm going to relieve myself. Zhou Yuan greeted his teammates, then found the Laserbird, which transformed into a giant pineapple magazine and lay on the ground. Why is it so slow? Zhou Yuan put the Laserbird back into the magazine and asked a question in a low voice. He had just received a message from Buck that the temporary command center had confirmed the starship bug's death and was already arranging their evacuation. If Laserbeak had been just a few minutes later, it would have been stuck in Hydora forever. Sir, you were previously offline, so I cannot determine your location, Laserbird replied. Okay, I forgot. Well done, your intelligence helped me a lot. Zhou Yuan patted the magazine box, returned to the team, called his teammates, and went to meet up with Buck. Chapter 90, Moment of Consumption, Financial Title. Buck wasn't far from him, and he soon rejoined the main group. His squad charged the furthest and went the furthest, while the other squads were around Buck, now following him to finish off the remaining enemies, finishing off the surrounding insect corpses while searching for any potential wounded. Well done, kid. When I just notified the other units to retreat, many people were furious. There are many forces targeting the starship bugs. They're even close to reaching the coastline, but you're faster than them all. And you guys, as newcomers, your performance has been absolutely perfect. The Hunter squad needs tough guys like you. Buck was very excited to see Zhou Yuan lead the team back safely. He gave Zhou Yuan a big hug, and then patted Zhou Yuan's teammates on the shoulder one by one, offering words of encouragement. Major Buck, Carnage at your service. Zhou Yuan gave a solemn salute, then a gentlemanly bow, and copied down Laserbeak's lines. Get out. Buck chuckled and playfully punched Zhou Yuan in the stomach, then covered his mouth and said, Keep it low-key. I won't be a major for another 2 days. Although he covered his mouth, he spoke quite loudly. At least everyone around him could hear him. Wow. Major Buck, my chrysanthemum can also serve you. Shit, you've ruined the classic line of carnage. The crowd shouted and joked around, then rushed forward to give Buck a high five in celebration. All right, this isn't a recreation room. Get back to your seats, we have things to do. The third squad can rest where they are. This is the treatment that meritorious soldiers deserve. Buck gave the team members a short break and then sent them away, leaving only Zhou Yuan's third squad. Sir, what else do we need to do? Zhou Yuan asked, puzzled. Prepare for evacuation. Buck pointed around and explained. We've turned this place into a stinking ditch. We can't land too many transport planes at once. The number of insects around us is increasing, and we don't have time to line up for evacuation, so the Strategic Intelligence Department has arranged a starship for us. Clear. After listening to Buck's words, Zhou Yuan suddenly understood. The beaches and coastline were badly damaged by the bombing, and now there are craters everywhere, filled with seawater, making it impossible for transport planes to land. 2 minutes later, a starship descended from the sky and landed on the beach. More than 30 Special Operations Forces boarded the starship, bringing the mission to a complete end. However, the starship did not leave immediately, but instead crossed the beach and entered the airspace above the mountain range. Only then did Zhou Yuan realize why the beach battle had gone so smoothly. Behind the beach and mountain areas lies a relatively flat hilly area, where an incalculable swarm of insects gathers. The insect swarm has completely covered the land and is marching towards the high mountain areas. Meanwhile, in the skies above the hilly area, a fleet was firing at full power. Pulse cannons and missiles rained down on the ground wave after wave, as if they were free, while bombardment aircraft provided support. The overwhelming firepower prevented the insect swarm from even leaving the hilly area. This is why the swarms of insects on the beach battlefield have been unable to receive any reinforcements. Magic immunity is pretty disgusting. Zhou Yuan watched for a while by the window, feeling a mix of emotions. Dealing with insect swarms, the starship's energy weapons are not very effective. Pulse cannons use beam-type energy, focusing on concentrated penetration, but their lethality and cost-effectiveness are far inferior to tactical nuclear weapons. The fleet did this in order to create an advantage on the beach battlefield, using all available means of attack, etc. If I ever develop mechs, will I still have to use gunpowder bullets? That's so lame. It would be better to equip it with more small missiles. I'll browse them all later and see if there are any really awesome weapons. Halfway through the battle, Zhou Yuan's attention shifted back to the system. After saying goodbye to Buck, he left the space corridor. A minute later, Zhou Yuan wandered into the restroom. With nothing much to do now, he plans to organize his gains from this trip before even returning to Mars. Extremely wealthy, 2,000 soul points, not bad. Top-tier beast, damn it, Starship Bug, you're a complete piece of trash. The trial title is still a bit too low in level. The cursed title, I can try it out when I get a mech, then I can go out and lure monsters to solo. Zhou Yuan first checked his achievements. He had activated 9 new achievements today, but unfortunately, none of them yielded any useful rewards. The Starship Bug is the best, as it adds 5 points to jump and stamina, are useless to him now, and can only be used in special terrains and situations. The remaining titles and rewards are quite ordinary, the kind that don't require any brainpower to remember. Only the free 2,300 soul points are decent. Next, Zhou Yuan opened the shop and went straight to the Gene Evolution Fluid. Gene Evolution Fluid. After injection, it can awaken dormant life factors within the body, activate bioenergy reserves, and break through one's own life limits. Bite. Purchase successful. 800,000 soul points deducted. Gene Evolution Fluid obtained. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Spend Money Like Water achievement. Oh no, I'm panicking. Just after finishing his purchase, Zhou Yuan remembered that he had forgotten something. Once your soul points balance exceeds 1 million, the item section priced between 1 million and 100 million will be available in the shop. He acted too quickly. He could have browsed the new merchandise section first, but now he can't afford anything at all. Never mind. The merchandise section with a starting price of 1 million is a waste of time to look at. Zhou Yuan smiled to comfort himself and didn't take it too seriously. He opened the achievement panel and glanced at the Spend Money Like Water achievement. Once this achievement is activated, you can receive a Sustainable Development title. Sustainable Development. To become a mature soul hunter, You need to be able to both spend and earn, gaining 1 soul point per minute. Holy crap. After seeing the effects of the title, Zhou Yuan immediately changed to it. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant, 18-year-old male enhanced human. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 5.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Sustainable Development. Gain 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 221069. You gain 1 soul point per minute, so you get 60 per hour, 1440 per day, 43,200 per month, and 518,400 per year. This means that even if he does nothing and doesn't kill a single insect, he can still earn at least 500,000 soul points a year. 500,000 a year isn't much for him now, because he can earn that much after just a few insect swarms. But this is free. No one can refuse something for free. Chapter 91, Injecting Evolution Fluid, Superhuman. Finally, the main event has arrived. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and took out the gene evolution fluid from the warehouse. It's quite pretty. The design of the gene evolution fluid is very similar to military-grade adrenaline. The outer layer is a common glass shell, the inner layer is a spiral glass tube, and both ends are alloy caps. After unscrewing, injection can be performed. The color of the evolution fluid is very soft, with a slight lake blue tint, but it looks rather strange to use this color on a potion. Wrong. Go back and fight again. Just as the needle was about to pierce the skin, Zhou Yuan suddenly stopped and put the cap back on the gene evolution fluid. He slept for 20 hours after receiving the super soldier serum injection. This gene evolution fluid is more potent than the super soldier serum. One injection might keep him asleep for a whole day and night. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to wait until he returned to Mars before getting the injection. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan left the restroom, intending to ask Buck about the return time. When he returned to the team, before he could even ask Buck, he saw the answer he wanted with his own eyes. The fleet didn't continue to fight the insect swarm and is now preparing to leave Hydora. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Their target was the Starship Bug, but now that the Starship Bug is dead, the fleet naturally doesn't need to waste any more ammunition. Leaving sooner will also avoid encountering any unexpected events. This is, after all, the GJ-1 galaxy, the territory of the insects. They've already achieved a great victory by chasing after and killing the Starship Bugs. They shouldn't get carried away and crash. After a brief wait, the fleet came to a stop over the ocean. Compared to the airspace over land and outer space, the airspace over the ocean is the safest because the plasma cannons of the giant plasma worms cannot reach there. Let's go, we're going back to Mars. Buck waved and led the team to the airport. Many special operations forces have come this time. Of course, these forces are not all from the same base, or even from the same planet. They will separate here and transfer to their respective starships to return to their home planets. First, transfer to a starship, then exit the starship after arriving on Mars. By the time the transport plane carrying the hunter troops returned to Tharsus Fortress, more than half an hour had passed. Captain, do we have any work to do today? I'm a little tired and want to rent a temporary single room to get a good night's sleep. When Zhou Yuan got off the plane, he went up to Buck and asked him something. Administer the gene evolution fluid today, but he was afraid of encountering problems along the way, such as having to report something. Go ahead and get some rest. Boss Angus has gone to the Earth Federation headquarters for a meeting and shouldn't be back for the next couple of days, so we won't be receiving any missions. Buck noticed Zhou Yuan's concerns and shook his head with a smile. Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded, dragged his heavy steps away from the group, and walked towards the single dormitory area. The single-person dormitory area can also be called the officer's dormitory area or the command dormitory area. Only those with the authority to apply for it can apply for it after reaching the rank of second lieutenant. However, generally no one applies for a single dormitory. Everyone prefers to live with their comrades. Only couples or spouses apply for single dormitories. Not long after registering at the work hall, Zhou Yuan was assigned a single dormitory room. Call. He casually closed the door behind him, then immediately stripped naked, crawled under the covers, pulled out the gene evolution fluid, and tied it to his lower back. It's quite comfortable. Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised after being injected with the gene evolution fluid. My lower back felt cool, and I didn't feel any pain at all. It was a completely different experience from when I was injected with the super soldier serum. After lying quietly for about 5 minutes, Zhou Yuan finally felt the changes in his body. He felt a strange chill rising from his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Although he didn't feel much pain, the chill made him increasingly sleepy, and his eyelids closed after a short while, and he fell into a deep sleep. Is that all? When Zhou Yuan opened his eyes again, the chill in his body had completely disappeared, and only 4 hours had passed. Zhou Yuan slowly got out of bed, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently clasped hands. It still feels familiar. I felt an unprecedented sense of ease in my body, and the power of my muscles surged unparalleled, as if a light stomp of my foot could launch me into the sky like a rocket. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atom Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 221386. Sure enough, he guessed right. After being enhanced, one becomes a superhuman. The gene evolution fluid was extremely effective. All attributes except for skill increased by 10 points. Mind hypnosis? Mind manipulation? As he looked around, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He had gained 2 more branch skills of telepathy. Quite proficient in both of these skills. Hypnosis can put a target into a highly suggestible state, making the target believe the suggested information received. Mind manipulation is even more extreme. It can rely on powerful telepathic abilities to directly control the mind of a target, much like brainwashing. If you were to ask him how he knew about these 2 superpowers, Carl has it all in the future. Carl was born with superhuman talent. The strength of his telepathic abilities increases with age, becoming frighteningly powerful. Ding. New skill detected in host. Skills panel updated, adding hypnosis and mind control. Congratulations, host, on awakening a new skill. You have received 6 level 3 soul gift boxes, for level 2 soul gift boxes, and 2 level 1 soul gift boxes. Open them. I opened the notification panel and took a look. Sure enough, when he awakened his new skill, the system sent him another batch of gift boxes. What a pleasant surprise. Let's try a different title. Zhou Yuan chuckled, and, after switching to the title of Outstanding Intelligence, his brain function score immediately soared to 20.5. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive. It seems that his telepathic abilities have hit a bottleneck. To awaken the next new skill, one may need to break through a brain function level of 25 or even 30. However, Zhou Yuan was not disappointed, because he was already very satisfied. At first, he never expected the gene evolution fluid to be so effective. Not only did it awaken 2 new skills, but it also brought him a batch of gift boxes. Chapter 92, Super Powerful Starship, Super Powerful Body. After a brief discussion, Zhou Yuan opened all 10 gift boxes. He was already very satisfied with today's haul. If he could get something good from the gift box, that would be a bonus. If not, he wouldn't have any regrets. Open the level 1 soul gift box to obtain the Icarus Destroyer *1. Open the level 1 soul gift box to obtain Super Soldier Serum *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain Ion Beam Hand Cannon *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain Traction Beam Generator *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain Hellfire Missile Launcher *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain Nano Repair Medical Pod *1. Open the level 3 soul gift box. Oh. Zhou Yuan was taken back, somewhat surprised by the items he found in the gift box. Icarus Destroyer. Dimensions, total length 2,865 meters, mass approximately 610,000 tons. Power source, plasma ramjet bucket engine, which provides power for warp drive. Defense system, energy attenuation shield, capable of absorbing multiple energy flows and channeling them into the ship's onboard energy storage depot. Weapon systems, 10 fusion cannons, 10 ion beam cannons, 10 laser pulse cannons, 50 torpedo turrets, and the main gun is a large quantum energy cannon. Hangar, 30 light combat boats and 30 light reconnaissance boats, which can operate automatically under the control of shipborne intelligent AI. Capacity, 40,000 personnel on board, with a minimum of 3 crew members required. The first item is a starship, specifically a versatile, all-purpose destroyer. This starship is far more powerful than the Federation's current strongest large warship, fulfilling all his fantasies about science fiction starships. Faster than light travel, warp drives, energy weapons, energy shields, it has everything you'd expect. But this appearance. This starship looks so much like a private-class Star Destroyer from Star Wars. System, you didn't send me a cheap, bankrupt version of the Star Destroyer, did you? Zhou Yuan silently made a comment. It's a pity it wasn't a real Star Destroyer, otherwise it would have been awesome. Also, this destroyer, the Icarus, is incredibly powerful for him right now. It's so awesome that it's practically unusable. The one was as big as a mountain. Even his 2 string rings combined weren't enough to hold it. Once it was taken out, it couldn't be put back. 3 pilots are also a problem. This starship is not a Federation starship. It cannot be operated by just any 3 pilots. Therefore, it can only stay in the mall's warehouse for the time being. I'll date a few female drivers in the future, and to be on the safe side, I can even try mind control and hypnosis. I might as well set up a base on another planet or something. Commander Zhou charge. After chuckling for a while, Zhou Yuan continued reading. None of the items can compare to the Icarus, but they are all considered good items. The super soldier serum needs no introduction. It was his initial source of confidence. He couldn't get a second injection, but he could leave some for his future wife and children, as well as his trusted subordinates. You can never have too much good stuff. The ion beam hand cannon is an energy cannon for an exoskeleton armor that can be mounted on mechs in the future. The traction beam generator can produce high-intensity gravitational waves and gravitational fields to attract target objects. It can be understood as a technological version of telekinesis. The Hellfire missile launcher carries a strategic cluster missile containing 6 strategic nuclear warheads. It can be used for solo runs later. In his opinion, the nanorepair medical pod was not much worse than the Icarus. It supports medical care for major and special diseases, can regenerate any failing organ, and has the ability to repair severed limbs. To put it simply, as long as the person is still alive, this thing can bring them back to life. It's unbelievable. When you're lucky, you can even fall into a gold mine when you stumble. Zhou Yuan was deeply moved. At first, he thought it didn't matter what he got, as he was satisfied with the gene evolution fluid anyway. Thinking about it now, the stuff you get from the gift box is way more amazing than the gene evolution fluid. Take the Icarus destroyer for example. It costs a whopping 40 million soul points in the shop. 40 million soul points. If it could be recycled, 1 Icarus destroyer could be exchanged for 50 vials of gene evolution fluid. Time to get down to business. After sorting through all the spoils, Zhou Yuan composed himself, walked to the table, and picked up his Nepalese cookery. His attributes have increased so much, of course we need to test and adapt to them properly. Bite. Zhou Yuan flicked the blade, then put down the military knife and picked up the machine gun, his expression showing some surprise. He could feel the weight when he held the military knife. It has just the right weight and feels fantastic in the hand. The same applies when handling a machine gun. The weight remains just right, as if the machine gun and the saber were of equal weight. His body seemed to have developed a comfortable adaptation. This feels great. As long as the weight doesn't exceed your strength limit, the object in your hand doesn't feel too light or too heavy. He didn't know how to describe the feeling. It's roughly like the body being completely controlled by the mind, while the mind can regulate the body's state, just like a computer has multiple operating modes and states. Perfect. This saved him a lot of time. At least he didn't need to spend time adapting to his evolved body. It's not like this when you get injected with the super soldier serum. After the injection, you feel lightheaded all over and have to use gym equipment to get used to it. All I can say is that you get what you pay for, and the 800,000 yuan was well spent. After experiencing the body's amazing adaptability, Zhou Yuan began to formally test his physical strength. Actually, there aren't many aspects that can be measured. He needed to conceal his activities and also needed professional testing equipment, but he lacked both. Therefore, none of the attributes on the attribute bar can be measured to their limits. One can only get a general idea. First and foremost is defense. His skin was incredibly resilient. Even a Nepalese cookery couldn't cut it. It's like using a rubber toy knife to cut cowhide. The difference in the quality of attack and defense between the two is completely different. And this is only the skin. The strength of muscles and bones is much greater. He estimated that he should now be able to stand conventional firearms. It's possible for their defenses to be breached, but they definitely won't be instantly killed. As long as you protect the vital points, Even if you get injured, you have a self-healing ability of up to 13 points to cover your weaknesses. Then comes power. His strength was exaggerated, so great that even he couldn't believe it. With just a little force, the military-grade Nepalese knuckle twisted into a pretzel, and with a little more force, it was torn apart completely. Place the fragments of the military knife in your palm and knead them. The fragments instantly turn into small spheres. That wall-mounted design is awesome. Looking at his masterpiece, Zhou Yuan pursed his lips and went into the bathroom. The next moment, he took out a Morita pistol from his ring. It was a standard pistol used by the mobile forces and was considered a classic model. I used to say that only idiots would use attacking themselves as a way to test their own defenses. I never imagined that I would be the idiot. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, attached a silencer to the Morita pistol, and then pointed the muzzle at his palm. Smack! You're such a moron. A faint gunshot rang out, followed by a cheer from the bathroom. Chapter 93. The camp remains, but the soldiers come and go. It was exactly 7 a.m. Zhou Yuan went to the work hall to cancel his single dormitory reservation and returned to the Hunter unit's dormitory. After a 2-hour test, aside from his extreme performance data, he already has a good understanding of his physical strength. He is strong enough to wrap a military knife like a towel and to lift a table weighing 100 kilograms with a single finger. Its defense is so strong that it can withstand bullets from regular firearms, leaving no mark where it is hit, and even an AWM can only leave a small bruise. The small bruise disappeared in less than 30 seconds after it appeared, thanks to the high self-healing rate of 13. In terms of firearms alone, conventional firepower is no longer able to harm him. Only heavy firepower or concentrated conventional fire can break through his physical defenses. Explosive power. The only slightly annoying thing is that the soldier insect's large pincers are strong enough to tear apart space alloy. Fortunately, the insectoid worms couldn't touch him, and he had already tested his speed. The distance he can cover in one round trip while touching the wall in the room is 10 meters, and he can complete 4 round trips in 1 second, which is 40 meters per second. And this is just a shuttle run in a narrow space. If he were running at full speed in a straight line, his speed would be at least 80 meters per second. At that speed, even a soldier insect would have a hard time eating his fart. His earlier guess was correct. Breaking through the limits of life represents complete evolution. He is now a superhuman, completely different from humans, and a more powerful life form. It may seem like just a 10-point increase in each attribute, but it's actually a sublimation that's hard for ordinary people to imagine. Just like proposing and verifying mathematical conjectures. They sound similar, but they're worlds apart. Captain Zhou, it's time for the second victory celebration. Zhou Yuan changed into civilian clothes, put on a mask and a baseball cap, and left the dormitory for the communications soldiers' living area. At this time, Daisy and Judy should be getting off work. The work of Signal Corps soldiers is too boring. They need more care and companionship. The next day at noon, Zhou Yuan left the communications soldiers' living quarters. He still had half of his vacation left, but Buck contacted him and said that Angus had returned to the fortress and wanted to see him now. Therefore, the celebration banquet, which was only halfway through, had to be ended prematurely. So much trouble, not even a break. Zhou Yuan complained inwardly, then tidied his clothes and entered Strategic Zone 1. Before long, they arrived at the underground conference room. There were quite a few people in the conference room. Besides Angus and his 2 deputies, Buck and his squad leaders were also present. Oh ho, is this a good thing? Zhou Yuan glanced around, straightened his back, and straightened up a little. Buck's shoulder insignia changed from captain to major, and all the other squad leaders also changed from lieutenant to captain. Look who's here. The super killer who took down the Starship Bug, our great hero. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan arrive, Angus immediately stood up, gestured for everyone to look at Zhou Yuan, and even led the applause. Slap, slap, slap. Immediately, applause erupted in the conference room. The atmosphere within the Hunter squad is excellent, and the relationships between the squad leaders are also very good. The squad leaders had originally planned to hold a celebration banquet for Zhou Yuan last night. But I was busy from morning till midnight yesterday, and the work was not easy. By the time I got back to the fortress, I was exhausted and fell asleep almost immediately. When I woke up in the morning, I found that Zhou Yuan was not in the dormitory. I only met him now, so I clapped with extra enthusiasm. If Angus hadn't been there, they would have all wanted to go up and pick up Zhou Yuan and throw him away. Sir, this is not my achievement alone. The right strategy and intelligence, excellent superiors and teammates, these are the keys to completing the mission. Zhou Yuan calmly gave a salute. Very good. You have seen the core of special operations, which is not something everyone can see. Hearing Zhou Yuan said this, Angus nodded in satisfaction. He patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, then said to Buck, I almost forgot. I interrupted your vacation. From now on, the official holiday is 3 days. I will upgrade your entertainment privileges. Go and relax. Boss. Buck nodded, knowing that Angus had something to say to Zhou Yuan alone, and then led the squad leaders out of the meeting room. Austin, GNA, go eat. Don't wait for me. Then, Angus dismissed his 2 adjutants. Now, only Angus and Zhou Yuan remain in the conference room. Zhou, please sit down. At this moment, Angus's expression suddenly changed. He looked somewhat depressed and sat back down in his chair listlessly. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan asked, Sir, is something troubling you? It's not that I have something on my mind. It's that you're about to have something on your mind. Angus shook his head and pointed at Zhou Yuan with his index finger. Zhou Yuan was confused but impressed, completely unable to understand what Angus meant. Zhou, you should remember our last conversation. I originally wanted you to be the commander of a special operations force. The situation has changed. You're going to Pluto. Pluto? Zhou Yuan was even more confused. How did this have to do with Pluto, that godforsaken place? Buck nodded. You know that the Federation has completely occupied Pluto and is transforming it into a strategic outpost. What Pluto had before, it will have in the future, and there will be more, bigger, and stronger. Including manpower, Zhou Yuan uttered softly, understanding the situation perfectly. If I'm not mistaken, he's going to be transferred to Pluto. Yes, including manpower. Pluto's first fortress was built on the Dark Spot Plateau and was named Coastline, meaning the defense line of the Federation of Humanity. The coastal fortress is short of manpower and is currently selecting members from various units. You are one of them. The research department has its eye on you. They specifically requested that you go to the coastline to become the captain of their research center's defense force. Speaking of which, Angus sighed, patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder again, and said in a complaining tone, It's such a waste of your talent to make you a guard. If you stay at Tharsus Fortress, I can train you to be a general before you turn 30. But this order came from the higher-ups in the research department, and I don't have the authority to refuse it. Damn research department, they'll ruin you. Chapter 94 Captain Zhou is going to be a leader. Grass. After Angus finished speaking, Zhou Yuan almost cursed it out loud. This is a good thing for him. Go to the newly established fortress and become the captain of the defense force of the research center? Being a guard at a research center isn't something just anyone can do. It's like being a guard for a general. You're dealing with classified information. This is recognition of his ability and his loyalty. It's definitely a promotion. Besides, he's going to be the team leader. Angus sighed and felt regretful, almost thinking he was going to be assigned to a farm to raise pigs. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan quickly understood what Angus meant. General, as a soldier, I will carry out all orders issued by the strategic department. As a man, I will never forget the general's training and support. It was you who helped me grow from an ordinary soldier into a qualified squad commander. I will always remember your teachings and will never forget them no matter where I go. I will never let you down. Zhou Yuan immediately stood up, saluted Angus, and said firmly, Don't talk about that. Sit down quickly. Angus pulled Zhou Yuan down to sit, then sighed. You are my most promising warrior. Of course I will train and support you. But once you go to Pluto, I won't be able to help you anymore. I don't know if your new superior will train you as hard as I have. But don't worry too much. Before you go to Pluto, I can still help you out. Take a look at this. Angus took a box out of the file box and pushed it in front of Zhou Yuan. Captain. Zhou Yuan opened the box. Inside lay 2 captain's shoulder insignia. That's right, you're a captain now. I was originally going to give it to you 2 months later, but the research department's order disrupted my training plan for you. So I used my authority as the chief strategy officer and directly applied for the rank of captain for you. This is just in case, so that you don't encounter an unfair superior after you arrive on Pluto and cause you to stagnate. Angus shook his head gently, and at the end, he hugged Zhou Yuan. General, I will never forget your kindness. Zhou Yuan saluted deeply, almost crying with emotion. This guy is really something. If you want a favor, just do it. Why do you have to be so cryptic? However, he really had to accept this favor. Just like acknowledging Campbell and Turner's favors, because these leaders are all good. If he had a jealous or sycophantic superior, he wouldn't have been promoted so quickly. Seeing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Angus nodded secretly, then said seriously, Captain, you've got something wrong. I'm training you because you're worth it. Don't talk about favors. This is a federal military conference room, not the human resources department of a commercial building. If you really want to remember me, then you only need to remember what I taught you. It will help your future. Yes, General. I will always remember the General's teachings. As Zhou Yuan answered seriously, his gaze had already shifted to his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 222999. My rank has been upgraded to Captain. I'm so happy. If flattery could lead to promotion, then he could be the ruler of the universe tomorrow. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan left the meeting room. After doing him a favor, Angus then got down to business. His transfer order will be issued within a month, and then he will go to the Pluto coastline fortress to serve as the captain of the defense force of the research department. Judging from the organizational structure of the defense forces under the research department, he has indeed been promoted, and it can even be described as a high-level promotion. After becoming the captain of the defense force of the research department, he was able to command more than 1,000 soldiers. 300 guards were selected from the mobile force. 10 strategists were selected from the strategic forces. 1 captain was selected from the starship force, along with a starship and its crew, totaling 801 people. There are 1,111 people here, and he is in charge of every single one of them. Let's just have command of all 3 branches of the armed forces directly. It sounds pretty good, considering he's just a captain, while the lowest rank to become a ship's captain is major. In another month, even a major will have to respectfully salute him and call him sir. He will receive the list of candidates in a couple of days, and then select team members in his spare time to form his own defense force. Oh right, there's one more thing. He learned from Angus why the research department had chosen him. Anderson Morgan. The head of the research department at the Pluto coastline fortress is Anderson Morgan. It was this federal first-class scientist, recipient of the Federal Hero Medal, and Federal General Authority holder who selected him. Upon hearing Morgan's name, Zhou Yuan immediately understood. Morgan was watching as he took on the tank beetle on Pluto. So when Morgan needed a new defense force, he immediately thought of him. Looking back now, Morgan's words to him, "I'll remember you, we'll meet again," might have been referring to this very moment. Major general rank, general's authority, wow, this is amazing. Since he thinks so highly of me, I'd better stick close to him. With his general level authority, he could promote me to colonel with just a few words. Captain is nothing. However, there are still quite a few things to take care of before going to Pluto. After thinking about it, Zhou Yuan turned around and got on the elevator heading to the ground. His transfer order will be issued within a month, which could be half a month or just 3 to 5 days. Therefore, he needs to prepare early. The luggage was easy. I just stuffed it all into the ring. The troublesome part was saying hello. He knew quite a few people at Tharsus Fortress. Former teammates, former players, former leaders, etc. They were all close friends, and for such a big deal as being transferred to Pluto, simply sending a text message wouldn't suffice. He had to personally come to say goodbye. However, this matter has to be postponed for 2 days. These 2 days are the Hunter unit's holiday, and he can't mention the transfer during the holiday, lest he spoil everyone's fun. Now, let's go to the communications soldiers' quarters. It would be extremely impolite to leave halfway through the celebration banquet. He needs to go and apologize to the girls properly and do his utmost for them. Over the next few days, Zhou Yuan followed his plan and visited his old acquaintances one by one during his rest time to say a solemn goodbye. Everyone was surprised to learn that he had been promoted to captain and would soon be going to Pluto to serve as the commander of a defense force. However, considering Zhou Yuan's strength, they could understand. They only felt admiration, not jealousy. Of course, some people might be jealous, but they just don't show it. Because everyone knows that offending someone who is many times more powerful than yourself will definitely not end well. Chapter 95 Captain Carlyle. October 17th. Zhou Yuan finally received his transfer order and boarded a starship at 8 a.m. to head to the Pluto coastline fortress. 27 days have passed since I received the message, plus the 3-day reporting deadline given to him by the fortress, which makes it exactly 1 month. It has to be said that Angus's statement of within a month is a bit too long. It's too tight. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.6, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 586911. The starship took off. Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel and took a look. During the nearly 1-month wait, he only earned 360,000 soul points, 40,000 of which were from titles, making his efficiency shockingly low. No way. There are fewer and fewer insects on Mars, and finding a swarm of insects is no easier than finding a needle in a haystack. Not just Mars. This is true for all the planets that the Federation has power on. The fall of Pluto resulted in the deaths of over 30,000 people, including nearly 1,000 senior researchers. This was a devastating blow to the Federation. To prevent a recurrence of the Pluto collapse incident, the Federation took drastic measures, scraping the skin off all the planets infested with insects. Mars, as humanity's first colony, received even greater attention, turning all the insects that could be killed or bombed into dust. Therefore, in the past month, he only destroyed 8 insect nests with not many insects. If it weren't for the support of the financial expert and the powerful insecticide, his current soul points balance wouldn't even reach 500,000. Sir, warp acceleration is ready. Just as Zhou Yuan was thinking about how to earn soul points, Claire walked over to his seat and whispered a report. Claire is a major, the captain of the ship in his defense force, and is mainly responsible for the travel of researchers and defense personnel. It is worth mentioning, Claire wasn't personally chosen by him, because she is only 22 years old. She was recommended by Angus. He wanted his own unit to be composed entirely of experienced veterans who had seen many battles. He initially refused outright, but Angus told him that Claire's parents were both vice admirals in the Starship Force, each commanding a fleet. He was a man who could not be subdued by force. How can we allow this to happen? He strongly opposed the idea and hesitated for several seconds before allowing Claire to join. As a commander of a unit, he could not underestimate Claire just because she was young. Compared to him, an 18-year-old captain, Claire, a 22-year-old major, was nothing. He believed that Claire's rise to major at the age of 22 was due to her own abilities, not to her lieutenant general parents. One last thing. Claire is a huge fan of his. She's 22 and looks a lot like a young Angelina Jolie. This touched his sexual admiration, and he decided to nurture Claire properly. Even if we assume Claire is the captain, pilots are the ones who fly the starship. She just needs to sit there and give orders. Let's go. Take me to the battlefield. Zhou Yuan, dressed in space armor, rested his chin on his hand and said coldly, Pluto is such a godforsaken place. It doesn't even have oxygen. He guesses he'll have to equip himself with space weaponry for a long time to come. Yes, sir. Claire responded loudly, and when she saluted, she deliberately straightened her body, making her full and soft breasts under her uniform even more prominent. Driver, maintain stability and prepare for curvature acceleration. Co-pilot, calculate the trajectory and notify the crew. Claire turned around and gave the order. Judging from her posture alone, she still had the demeanor of a captain. As the daughter of 2 fleet commanders, her privileged background and upbringing instilled in her a noble air and considerable authority. All crew members and departments, prepare to switch drives and enter faster than light travel. All crew members and departments, please prepare. As the co-pilot of the starship announced over the loudspeaker, Claire sat down next to Zhou Yuan again and whispered, Sir, from now on, my Moonlight will be your personal warship. Ship areas before we arrive at Pluto. Can. Zhou Yuan nodded. He was indeed quite interested in the interior of the starship, but due to insufficient access, he had never been able to explore it. Now that's great. He's a leader now, and he can navigate all levels of society with ease. How about we go to the captain's lounge first? That used to be my dorm, but things are different now. From now on, that place is yours. Claire blinked her beautiful eyes, and her voice became even softer. As she spoke, she stared intently at Zhou Yuan, her face even flushing slightly, radiating youthful energy. That's it. Zhou Yuan frowned. He was not a weak-willed person. Okay. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhou Yuan nodded under Claire's anxious gaze. He was not seduced by Claire. He simply felt that Claire was right. As the true commander of this starship, he needs to know everything about it, including the captain and the captain's lounge. For the Federation, Captain, do not land after arriving at Pluto. Instead, cruise around outer space. The captain participated in the Battle of Pluto before, and he wants to see what Pluto is like now. I'm going to take the captain to the observation area now. Until the captain gives the order, we will continue to patrol in outer space. Seeing that Zhou Yuan agreed, Claire immediately stood up, gave the driver a new order, and then gestured for Zhou Yuan to proceed. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, got up, and walked out of the cockpit. After the cockpit door closed, Zhou Yuan looked at Claire and asked, "Impersonating a superior to issue orders is a serious crime, punishable by at least 10 lashes, and at worst by hanging or firing squad. Are you prepared?" "Sir, perhaps you can carry out the execution privately." Claire spoke softly, her eyes filled with such intense adoration and fervor that they could practically be drawn out. "Claire, I hope this is the last time." Zhou Yuan was satisfied with Claire's attitude towards him, but he was very dissatisfied with Claire's attitude as a soldier. Impersonating a superior to issue orders is no small matter, not even as a joke. This is like crying wolf. If something really happens, it will be troublesome. We can't let it become a habit. "Yes, sir." Claire gave an excited salute, her expression unchanged, still that of a die-hard fan, clearly not taking Zhou Yuan's words to heart. "Let's go." Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly. Having nothing to say, he could only wave his hand to signal Claire to continue leading the way. This kind of troublemaker soldier needs to be properly disciplined and educated. Chapter 96 Captain Zhou reports for duty. An hour later, Zhou Yuan walked out of the captain's lounge with his hands behind his back, looking refreshed. Claire followed him, holding a bottle of mineral water and pursing her lips. During that hour, Zhou Yuan gave Claire a severe dressing down. Considering that he had to report for duty later, Zhou Yuan did not teach Carlyle a serious lesson, but only gave her a small lesson to make her feel the captain's authority. Claire realized her mistake. While Zhou Yuan was lecturing her on the bed, she squatted down and kept nodding for almost half an hour. Seeing that she was quite remorseful, Zhou Yuan decided to impart some experience to her that evening. How much she absorbed would depend on her abilities. Soon, the starship arrived at Pluto's Dark Spot Plateau. Dark Spot Plateau is a high-altitude red rock plateau, a landmark on Pluto, as famous as the craters on the moon. The coastal fortress was built on the Dark Spot Plateau. The coastal fortress is very large. The area inside the fortress alone is close to 50 square kilometers. If we include the outer outposts and other defensive zones, the total area of the coastal fortress is close to 200 square kilometers. However, the coastal fortress is not yet fully completed. Looking down from the sky, only the defensive line of the coastal fortress was completed. Construction in other areas was still underway, with engineering troops and machinery everywhere. However, it's normal that it's not finished yet. It has only been 2 months since Pluto fell to Earth. Even with today's advanced infrastructure technology, it is impossible to build a large war fortress in just 2 months. Zhou Yuan estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 months. The starship docked smoothly at the boarding area, and Zhou Yuan led Claire off the plane. As the commander of the defense force of the research department, he had more than 1,000 soldiers under his command, but in a real sense, he only needed to manage 5 people. A starship captain in the starship force, combat group leaders of the mobile force, a strategic group leader in the strategic forces. He was only responsible for giving orders, which were then relayed and executed by these 5 people. Attention, sir. As soon as they disembarked from the starship, a chorus of salutes rang out on the boarding area. "This is my unit." Zhou Yuan looked to his right, where a line of 310 people was standing. These 310 people were all wearing the same space armor as him, black with red skull patterns. He didn't require the team members to wear this set of gear. It must have been organized spontaneously by the team members themselves. This is related to his popularity. Claire told him that he was famous not only on Mars, but on any planet where the Federation had influence. His video of killing a tank beetle has been widely circulated in the Federation and has even become the protagonist in the recruitment advertisements of the mobile force, making him incredibly popular. Not only that, his path to promotion was also revealed. Private first-class squad leader in the recruit camp, second lieutenant platoon leader in the defense force, lieutenant platoon leader in the special operations force, captain commander of the defense force in the research department. He rose from a private to a captain in just 3.5 months. Then, Slaughter and Red Skulls became the targets of countless mobile infantry. They wanted to don the Red Skull armor and become the next massacre. Listen up, everyone. I have only one request for you. Receive command, execute command, complete command. If anyone doesn't do a good job, then she should take off my armor and go back to where she came from. Do you all understand? Zhou Yuan slowly walked to the front of the line, glanced around, and then shouted in a cold voice. Understood, sir. A unified reply rang out. Zhou Yuan slightly, and continued. Team leaders stay. The squad leaders will lead the teams back. Dismissed. Follow me. Assemble at training ground 2. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the group of over 300 people immediately dispersed, leaving only 4 captains in place. Martha, Kenny, and Jerome of the mobile force. Marcus of the strategic forces. These 4 captains, along with Lieutenant Commander Claire, formed Zhou Yuan's core command group. To put it simply, they were Zhou Yuan's deputies. Marcus, tell me about the team's situation. Zhou Yuan first looked at Marcus, who was the leader of the 10-person strategic team in the group. Sir, everything is arranged. I have communicated with the 3 combat team leaders about daily training, daily duty, and protection when going out, and we have developed an operational schedule. The operation form is in the office waiting for your approval, but before I take you to the office area, you may have to go to the research center first. The minister of the research department is waiting for you. He has been urging me for 3 days and asked me to take you to see him as soon as you arrive at the fortress. Marcus gave a brief report. The strategy group is responsible for all aspects of the team's operations. It can be considered the logistics headquarters. The remaining tasks fall to the operations and flight groups. Lead the way, Zhou Yuan nodded. 10 minutes later, Marcus led Zhou Yuan to the research center and stopped at the door of a research room. The research center is located underground in the fortress, on the 8th floor below ground. The 9th and 10th underground floors are the training areas and dormitories for the defense forces, with the 10th underground floor sandwiched in between. Sir, the minister is inside. We don't have access. Go ahead and get busy. I'll let you know if anything comes up. Zhou Yuan nodded, used his ID card to open the door, and walked into the research lab alone. There are only 3 people in this research lab, one of whom is Anderson Morgan, who transferred Zhou Yuan here. The 3 of them were sitting around a table, fiddling with the ore on it. Sir, Zhou Yuan from the defense force is reporting for duty. Zhou Yuan took 2 steps forward and saluted from about 10 meters away. Ciao. Thank God, you finally arrived. You don't know, before you came, I always felt that this fortress was unsafe, like there were bugs watching me. Morgan turned around and greeted Zhou Yuan with delight, patting Zhou Yuan's breastplate. Thank you for your trust, sir. Zhou Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He had gained the attention of his superiors early on, which meant that his future would be very comfortable. Professor, our captain's name is Zhou, not Chao. I know a little Chinese. Chao in their language seems to mean fuck. At that moment, a younger-looking researcher next to Morgan whispered something. Good. Hearing his words, Zhou Yuan gave him a thumbs up in his heart. He really couldn't tell Morgan about this, since Morgan was his boss, and a boss can call him whatever he wants. Zhou, believe me, I didn't mean to insult you. I just couldn't pronounce your letters correctly. You know, learning a new language is not an easy thing for an old man. But I think I have a way to express my apology. Come over here. Morgan quickly apologized, showing none of the airs one would expect from a federal-level scientist and major general. As he spoke, he inexplicably became excited. Before Zhou Yuan could speak, he pulled him deeper into the research lab, and Zhou Yuan had no choice but to follow. Chapter 97, I am a mecha user. Drop. There is a security door on the wall at the far end of the research lab. Morgan opened the door with his ID card, revealing a pitch-black safe room. He then tilted his head, gesturing for Zhou Yuan to go inside. Very mysterious. Zhou Yuan stepped into the safe room with curiosity. As soon as he stepped onto the floor of the safe room, the room lit up, and one green light after another appeared. Holy crap. At the same moment the lights came on, Zhou Yuan abruptly stopped in his tracks. He looked to the left of the safety room, where there was a steel platform surrounded by several intelligent robotic arms. And on the platform, a single soldier combat mech stands tall. Wrong. It's a bit too big, and it's still under development? Zhou Yuan recognized the mecha. This type of mecha had appeared in a CG movie, set approximately 10 years in the future. However, compared to the mecha in the CG movie, this one looked rather bulky and clumsy, like it was a larger version. Don't you like it? I thought you'd shout out in excitement. After all, this guy is every man's dream. Seeing that Zhou Yuan was just watching quietly, Morgan walked over to the mecha and patted it with a smile. I really like it. I just didn't expect that the Federation had already developed individual mechs. Zhou Yuan shook his head and walked closer to take a closer look. Aside from being a size larger, it's almost identical to the one in the CG movie, perhaps because the manufacturing technology for mechas is still immature. You may not know that the concept of individual mechs appeared as early as 500 years ago. It took us a full 450 years from the emergence of the idea to its realization. It's really too difficult. Human-computer interaction technology, neural network sensing technology, micro-controlled nuclear fusion technology. These bottlenecks have killed countless people like me. As he said this, Morgan's eyes seemed to redden. He took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, and smiled. I'm lucky to have been born in this era, and I didn't die with regrets like my predecessors. The first single-soldier mech appeared 50 years ago, but back then, the single-soldier mechs were so big that they could crush an elephant. After 50 years of optimization and improvement, it has become what you see before you. This is the Morita I prototype. There are only 3 in the entire Federation. We can't mass-produce them yet because miniature tokamak devices are very difficult to manufacture, with a success rate of only 0.03%. This one alone costs $80 billion federal dollars. 80 billion. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, not expecting the cost to be so high. The purchasing power of 80 billion federal credits is roughly equivalent to 240 billion renminbi in my previous life. This is just the cost of a single consumable. According to incomplete statistics, the total research and development cost of humankind in the past 500 years for individual mechs has exceeded 90 quadrillion federal dollars. But it was all worth it, because we broke through the bottleneck and saw a new world beyond it. Go ahead, go try out your new gear. Morgan nudged Zhou Yuan, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. For me, Zhou Yuan was stunned. Shouldn't such a precious thing as a prototype be properly preserved for future research? What if we mess it up by testing it on people so early? The best soldiers need the best weapons. The best weapons can only be tested by the best soldiers. Go ahead, just do me a favor and let me see how powerful 90 quadrillion is. Morgan nodded, urging Zhou Yuan on, clearly eager to see the mecha's performance. Okay. Hearing Morgan said this, Zhou Yuan dispelled his concerns. He quickly removed his space armor, stood on the platform, and, with the assistance of Morgan and the intelligent robotic arm, began to put on the mecha. A prototype is still a prototype, even though it looks exactly like the one in the CG movie, just a size larger. But when Zhou Yuan actually started equipping the gear, he realized that the gap was still quite large. First is clothing. The prototype could not be worn independently because the mech was divided into multiple modules, and special tools were needed to equip it during assembly. Once you put on this mecha, your daily life will be completely ruined. Going to the battlefield is also dangerous. In case of an emergency where the module malfunctions, you might not even be able to take it off. Although it is a prototype, it is still very comprehensive in its functions. It has everything that space weapons have, such as pressure generators, magnetic stabilizers, and life support systems. Because of its more powerful energy and hydraulic systems, it is easier to wear than to wear space armor. You will not feel any weight. There are also the flight system and the balance system. These two systems are formidable opponents. The research department has spent several years working on them. Sensing technology is the best system in my opinion. It's like your second brain, able to receive all your neuronal signals. Morgan kept talking the whole time while helping Zhou Yuan put on the mecha. However, Zhou Yuan didn't find him long-winded at all. Zhou Yuan could understand this kind of thing very well, just like parents showing off their children's perfect test scores. 3 minutes later, the individual mech was fully equipped. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist slightly, feeling a little unreal. The unrealistic part doesn't refer to the mecha, but rather to his luck. He believes he truly is the protagonist, the chosen one. Even a simple rescue mission can earn you the favor of a federal general-level authority holder. To be honest, strategic secrets like individual mechs shouldn't be known to a lowly captain like him. Now he not only knows, but he has even become a user of the prototype of the single-soldier mech. Come over here and test its performance. Morgan looked Zhou Yuan over carefully, then ran to the right side of the safe room. Zhou Yuan piloted his mecha and slowly followed. There was a small training ground there, surrounded by many armory racks with all sorts of weapons. My students have tested all the basic performance. However, They are not super soldiers, so they can't show me the performance ceiling of a single soldier mech. Zhou, familiarize yourself with the basic movements first, then run a lap around the training ground and try some advanced combat maneuvers. There's no need to worry about damage to the individual mechs. We've considered that. The joints only have hydraulic systems, so the cost isn't high. Morgan stood in front of the data station, operating the testing equipment while calling out to Zhou Yuan. Sir, I'll begin. Zhou Yuan nodded and began to control the mecha to carry out basic operations. Actually, controlling a mecha is very simple. You just need to give commands with your brain, and the sensor system will handle the rest. However, this is a test, and tests must start from low to high to measure all the performance aspects. Let's take it one step at a time. Chapter 98: The Spokesperson for the Future. An hour later, the performance test of the individual mech finally came to an end. Really, the best weapons should be used by the best soldiers. Compared to you, my students are practically babies. Seeing the data, which was completely different from the last time, Morgan was filled with emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head. Professor, it's different. I'm a soldier, and your student is a scientist. If scientists can do everything that soldiers can do, then the Federation will not need mobile forces. After an hour, he had a general understanding of the mech. His maximum running speed on land is 30 meters per second, which is about the same as his speed after being injected with the super soldier serum. The strength of his arms is about 3 tons, which means a heavy punch can deliver 6,000 gene, 3,000 caddies. The strength of the legs is also about 3 tons, since the hydraulic system is the same. The load-bearing capacity is impressive. The hydraulic system has a maximum capacity of 5 tons, meaning it can support a weight of 10,000 kilograms. Actually, this is not the upper limit. But to determine the upper limit, he would need to use his own physical strength. But if that's the case, what's the point of having mechs? With his current physical strength, tearing apart this prototype melon would be a piece of cake for him. Finally, there's the flight system, but he didn't test it much because there wasn't enough space. Morgan showed him the flight data. The top speed is 100 meters per second, which is about the same as the highest speed of an F1 car in his memory. However, the mech's energy source is limited, which does not support long-term flight. If it is kept at the highest speed, it can only last for 5 minutes. There's no way around it. A tokamak device is essentially a nuclear fusion battery. Batteries will eventually run out. Although nuclear fusion energy can regenerate them, the rate at which heating plasma charges them cannot keep up with the energy consumption of the mech during flight. Fortunately, there are also gliding and jumping modes. These short-range flights consume little energy, and a full energy level is enough for a small-scale battle. Zhou, what weapon do you want? This guy is very strong and can carry most conventional weapons, but I don't recommend you choose the big one, as it will make it difficult for you to move around. After recording the data, Morgan asked excitedly. He was very satisfied with the performance data of the prototype. Now all that's left is to put it into actual combat. Before Zhou Yuan arrived, he hadn't equipped the mecha with any weapons. He was eager to see the mecha's performance in actual combat. From a defense soldier's perspective, what about Gatling guns and tactical nuclear weapons? It has a moderate weight and size, which does not affect its movement while having heavy firepower, so it can break through even when trapped in a swarm of insects. I think it would be good to mount it on the shoulder, as it connects perfectly to the hydraulic system on both shoulders. Zhou Yuan made a suggestion, and that's how the Federation will operate in the future. You're thinking the same thing as me. The shoulder-mounted weapon is controlled by a sensor system, and a safety device can be added, which allows the user to carry an extra handheld weapon. That's right. Look at these guys. These are the handheld weapons I prepared for the mechs. Halfway through his speech, Morgan walked toward the armory. Sir, these weapons are probably not as effective as gunpowder weapons when it comes to killing insects. Zhou Yuan glanced at the armory and shook his head slightly. Morgan's prepared weapons were mostly microenergy weapons, but the insects had high magic immunity, so physical attacks were needed to damage them. Of all the weapons on the armory rack, the only one that could be considered a physical weapon was the Gauss gun. However, the Gauss gun is a gun that uses magnetic force to launch bullets, emphasizing penetrating power, and is not suitable for killing insects. Zhou, you don't think I'm senile, do you? Do you know what C4 is used to make chewing gum explosives? Morgan chuckled, picked up a magazine from the armory rack, and tossed it to Zhou Yuan. Gum explosives? Zhou Yuan took the magazine and found that the bullets inside were only the size of soybeans, and the magazine was marked as a 300-round magazine. He could roughly guess what kind of bullets were inside. While Zhou Yuan was inspecting the magazine, Morgan crossed his arms and proudly declared, Morgan, 2C4 ferromagnetic bullets. This is a bullet I developed. The cartridge case is made of Pluto's white iron ore, which can react unstably with C4 and cause a collision explosion. It requires a tremendous external impact to detonate, and the Gauss gun and the insect's exoskeleton provide it with the kinetic energy to detonate. The explosive power is not very strong, but it is much stronger than conventional bullets. Each bullet can leave a fist-sized crater in the insect's body. If it weren't for the scarcity of pyrite, the Gauss guns using this type of bullet would have been fully equipped by the entire army long ago. Smack! Zhou Yuan slammed the magazine down on the table and looked intently at Morgan, saying, Sir, I'll take this one. It's quite a coincidence. His ring contains an infinite bullet revolver, an infinite bullet machine gun, and an infinite bullet sniper rifle. The only thing missing is a rifle with unlimited ammo. This Gauss gun, which uses explosives as bullets, is perfect for use as a sidearm. Carry extra magazines on your person, enough for 3,000 to 5,000 rounds of ammunition. That's practically unlimited ammo, and the power can make up for the lack of ammo. Leave the right choice to me. In addition to what I just mentioned, I will also customize a batch of weapons for you. B1 Protosium Grenade, B1 Protosium Grenade, M9 Shockwave Grenade, Suicide Swarm. Oh, I forgot you don't know what these are. The Protoplasm series is a biological weapon targeting the Arachnid worm, and a prototype has just been manufactured. What you see and hear here is all classified, but I have more authority than the fortress commander. You can use all the weapons I prepared for you. Just tell everyone they're experimental products from the research department, and say you don't know anything else. Morgan held a small notebook and wrote as he spoke. Seeing Morgan's beaming face, Zhou Yuan nodded and said, Professor, thank you. He felt that Morgan was like a master in the world of love, while he was like Tang San, and Morgan wanted to put all the credit on him. Of course, this is just an analogy. Morgan was far superior to the master. Morgan's achievements are already realized. Zhou Yuan is merely a lucky one enjoying the fruits of those achievements, so it would be unreasonable not to express his gratitude. No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. My old friends all say I'm crazy because I always want to prove that my ideas are ahead of their time. I'm not sure if my ideas can transcend this era, but I'm sure you've surpassed all the mobile infantry of this time. Having the ability to do something and actually daring to do it are different. When you took down that tank beetle, an idea popped into my head that I could no longer suppress. I want to mold you into a super soldier ahead of your time, a superhero who only existed in movies before. Morgan's voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, until finally he slowly raised his hand and clenched it tightly. I am Anderson Morgan, the future spokesperson. Before I die, I will make sure that all of humanity remembers me and never forgets me. Chapter 99, Getting Back on Track. After that, Zhou Yuan talked a lot with Morgan. In fact, Morgan did most of the talking, and Zhu Wan could only listen. Morgan talked on and on about his expectations for the future and his next research direction, and only let Zhou Yuan go when it was almost lunchtime. Not long after, Zhou Yuan arrived at the dormitory area on the 10th underground floor. As the commander of the defense force of the research department, he has a private officer's quarters, which is directly opposite the troops' quarters. After removing his space armor and changing into his commander's uniform, Zhou Yuan took a look at the unit's dormitory. At noon, there weren't many people in the dormitory. Most were sleeping, with only a few gathered around the entertainment table to relax. The working hours of the defense forces in the research department are the same as those of the defense forces on the defensive wall. 23 to 7:10, 7 to 15:10, 15 to 23:10. Working 24-hour shifts in 3 shifts. Apart from him, the commander and his 5 adjutants, all other members, including strategists and ship crew, were required to work in shifts. This is to ensure that the defense forces are always in a state of readiness. However, he didn't need to arrange these things. Marcus, the head of the strategy team, would handle them. He just needed to wait to sign the execution form. The job is simple: protect everything in the research center. Occasionally, they may also have to act as firefighters and medics, because there are many accidents that can happen in the research center, such as experimental explosions. Of course, these are just the daily tasks. The force's defense of the research department also receives special missions. For example, going out to capture live insects, live insect eggs, and collect mineral samples. These special missions are all quite difficult, with the most challenging ones requiring deep penetration into the insect hive, posing both high risks and difficulties. But that's exactly what Zhou Yuan wanted. He couldn't stop acquiring soul points. He didn't want to stay in the underground laboratory forever. After exploring the 10th underground floor, Zhou Yuan arrived at the 8th underground floor. This is a training floor dedicated to the defense forces of the research department, and it also has daily facilities such as a canteen, recreation room, and medical room. It is worth mentioning that, like the training level of Special Operations Forces, an airfield and emergency evacuation passage have been added here. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Although war fortresses are almost never breached by insect swarms, the Federation, having learned its lesson, clearly doesn't want to repeat the same mistake. After briefly familiarizing himself with the layout of the area, Zhou Yuan arrived at the restaurant. After evolving into a superhuman, he no longer felt hungry if he missed a meal, unlike before. Before coming to Pluto, he held a farewell party for Daisy and Judy, and he didn't feel hungry even if he exercised all day and didn't eat. However, when conditions permit, he still maintains 3 meals a day to avoid insufficient energy and a decline in physical condition. There weren't many people in the restaurant, only a few dozen, most of whom were researchers. The 3-shift system drastically altered the working hours of the Defense Force members. For them, lunchtime is the same time they're going to work and sleeping. Zhou Yuan got a meal, glanced around, and then found Claire. Not only Claire, but also Martha, Jerome, Kenny, and Marcus were there. His 5 adjutants were, besides him, the commander, the most relaxed people in the team. Sir. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan arrive, the 5 of them stood up and saluted. It seems I've ruined your appetite. Don't be so serious. You don't need to call me sir outside of work hours. I don't want to become an old-fashioned person at such a young age. Sensing a change in the atmosphere at the table, Zhou Yuan smiled and waved his hand. Sir, we've heard your story. God, a one-on-one fight against a giant beetle? If I hadn't seen the recording, I would never have believed such a thing could happen. My uncle told me that they were selecting team members for the massacre, so I submitted my application immediately, and I never expected to actually be selected. Seeing that Zhou Yuan had no airs of a commander, his adjutants relaxed a lot. Of course, Claire wasn't among those who were relaxed, because Claire was never nervous. As a fervent fan who had kissed Zhou Yuan's private parts that morning, she only had admiration and desire for Zhou Yuan and didn't care about any superior-subordinate relationship. Zhou Yuan shrugged and said with a relaxed expression, Actually, it's not as difficult as you think. The tank beetle isn't very intelligent. With just a little inspiration and a good terrain advantage, any of you can do it. Of course, I don't recommend you do that. When you encounter a tank beetle, it's best to just feed it a mixed explosive. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the 3 combat team leaders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Mixed explosives are more suitable for us. It's easier said than done. If a soldier only possesses a little inspiration and terrain advantage, he could have the power to take on a tank beetle one-on-one. The Arachnids insectoids were supposed to be wiped out 10 years ago. 5 minutes later, Martha, Jerome, Kenny, and Marcus were the first to finish eating and leave the restaurant. Although Zhou Yuan was easy to talk to, the 4 of them were still a bit reserved and not used to eat with their direct superior, so they finished their meal quickly and left. Now, only Zhou Yuan and Claire remain at the dining table. Claire hadn't said much until the person in her way left, after which she perked up. Sir, when there are no flight missions, I also live on the 10th floor. My dormitory is right next to the commander's dormitory. When I was tidying up my dorm room just now, I noticed that the bathroom light seems to be a bit faulty. Could you check it for me tonight? She sat down opposite Zhou Yuan, rested her chin on her hands, looked at him, and asked softly. No problem, but you don't need to wait until tonight. If we find a problem, we should solve it. I'll have time later. Zhou Yuan smiled and quickened his pace of eating. Judging from the half-hour oral English training in the morning, Claire is still quite inexperienced and not a seasoned speaker, which may be related to her upbringing. Moreover, both of her parents were lieutenant generals and commanders of a fleet. Therefore, she is stronger much than her good friends in Tharsus Fortress. That's precisely why Claire is even more worthy of his time to talk to. While this may seem realistic, life is inherently realistic, and virtuous people and saints can only honestly work as laborers. Besides, judging from the way Claire looked at him, it's not certain who will come out on the worst side. Chapter 100 Red Skull Mech, First Mission. This is B2, Protoplasmic Toxin. It is more comprehensive and powerful than B1, and can turn all the insects within its range into sleepy bugs within 10 seconds. Of course, it is still in the experimental stage. It is very unstable and sometimes it can even become a stimulant for insects. I've come up with a solution. I need you to send someone to the Fold's asteroid belt mining area to retrieve some or samples for me. Pluto's coastal fortress, an 8-story underground laboratory. Morgan held a stack of draft papers, flipping through them while talking to Zhou Yuan. In front of the two of them was a closed room. 2 soldier insects were locked in a closed room. Numerous vents around the room spewed out dark green venom, which made the soldier insect twist and turn crooked from the fumes. Professor, I'll go myself. This matter is too important. I don't trust anyone else to handle it. Upon hearing Morgan's words, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied. Today is his 5th day on Pluto. In these 5 days, he hasn't even touched a single insect's hair and has been itching to go out for a stroll. That's good. It's a good opportunity to test out the new weapon. Come on, I'm ready. Morgan smiled and nodded, then led Zhou Yuan to the safe room where the individual mechs were stored. Cool. Saw the mecha again. He finally smiled with satisfaction. 5 days later, the prototype had changed and was now resembling a mecha. Shoulder-mounted tactical nuclear launchers, shoulder-mounted Gatling guns, Gauss rifles, miniature suicide drones, shockwave grenades, biological grenades. The weapons mounted on the mechs are all the Federation's most powerful individual weapons, most of which are classified types that have not yet been deployed. He was also very satisfied with the appearance. It still features the same black background and red skull design, but this design looks infinitely cooler on a 2.2-meter-tall mecha than on a space-age weapon. A steel skeleton exuding murderous intent and terror. If I were 30 years younger, I would definitely have joined the mobile force for it. Now it's yours. Morgan noticed Zhou Yuan's expression and said with satisfaction. As a scientist specializing in military industry, his proudest achievement is seeing the desire and satisfaction on the faces of weapons users. Professor, wouldn't this be against the rules? I'm not questioning your decision. I'm just wondering if such a strategic weapon should be kept as secret as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan asked, Kid, you might not know this, but this secrecy was something I requested, because miniature tokamak devices cannot be mass-produced. If it weren't for my strong insistence, those politicians in the strategic department would have already spread the news about the individual mech to everyone's ears. They believe that by making the individual mechs public, more young people will be encouraged to volunteer to join the mobile forces as cannon fodder. That's why I disagree with making it public so early, because it's a hoax, and we simply don't have any more individual mechs. Not only do I disagree, but my old buddies also disagree. Morgan spoke with righteous indignation. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. He roughly understood that the people in the research department disagreed with the people in the propaganda department's approach of recruiting soldiers by making empty promises. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan put on his mecha suit, left the research floor, and returned to the dormitory floor. Come to the conference room to see me. Zhou Yuan entered the conference room and then sent a notification to Marcus, Kenny, and Claire. Before long, the 3 arrived. The 3 of them were stunned when they saw Zhou Yuan's current state. Sir, is this a mecha? Kenny was the most excited. As a mobile infantryman, mechs were his goddess. He could get excited just looking at them. Prototype. Don't ask too many questions. Remember what's written in the confidentiality agreement. Everything you come into contact with in the research department must be kept confidential, including what you ate today. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, then gestured for the 3 of them to sit down. I'm going to personally lead a mission to the K6 mining area in the Fold's asteroid belt. A 10-person squad, 2 pilots, departing in an hour. Get ready, I need the best of the best. Zhou Yuan opened his work tablet and sent the task details to the 3 of them. It was originally just a delivery task, but Morgan later said he wanted to test the combat performance of the mechs and weapons. We'll inevitably have to fight a big battle then, which is why we need to bring an elite squad to avoid casualties on our first mission. As for keeping secrets, he doesn't need to worry about that. He just needs to keep his mouth shut, and Morgan will take care of the rest. Sir, leave it to me. I will select the best soldier from our squad. Kenny gave a deep salute and then ran out of the conference room. The mission that requires elites is obviously a combat mission, and Zhou Yuan will definitely have to pilot a mecha in the battle. That SA mecha. Even if you're not qualified to pilot one, it's still good to see the mech's combat capabilities. He is the leader of Operations Team 1, and it's fair to say he's an elite among elites. Sir, I will formulate a battle plan within 10 minutes. Marcus left after saying that. This kind of mission, which is unrelated to protecting scientific researchers, has little to do with the strategic group. He only needs to plan the mission direction and communicate with the K6 mining area. Coming to the meeting room is just a formality. Honey, I'll go with you. After Kenny and Marcus left, Claire's serious expression vanished instantly. She immediately moved close to Zhou Yuan and said tenderly, "It's just a small mission. There's no need to send the captain." Zhou Yuan was startled and quickly waved his hand. A few days later, his relationship with Claire had become very deep, to the point where they knew each other intimately and were already living together. But he didn't know Claire's driving skills, so he didn't dare to let Claire participate in the mission casually. If Claire really did become a lieutenant commander because of her parents, that would be a real problem. Don't lead him astray. Darling, please. I can help. When I was at Starship Academy, I received an award for excellence for 4 consecutive years. If you're looking for elites, then I am. No one in my team is more elite than me. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuan disagreed, Claire immediately became anxious. She had only just started dating Zhou Yuan and hadn't even had enough of the honeymoon phase yet. She didn't want to be apart from him for even a moment. 3 good students? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. He really didn't know about this. Because Claire got into the team through connections, he didn't even have Claire's profile. Angus only mentioned Claire's family background. All right, then come on over, bring your driver. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan agreed. To be able to be a top student at Starship Academy for 4 consecutive years, Claire's piloting skills must be quite high, at least at the Schumacher level. Chapter 101. A mission unfinished, a death before success was achieved. Earth Day, 9 a.m. Zhou Yuan departed Pluto aboard a transport plane, heading to the Folds asteroid belt mining area. The Folds asteroid belt mining area is not far from Pluto. Even a transport plane could reach it within an hour, so there was no need to deploy a starship. The team has a total of 14 people. There were 2 drivers, Claire and her lead pilot, Aina. The team consisted of 11 members, including Kenny and 10 elite soldiers he had selected. The last person was Zhou Yuan, the commander of the defense forces. Inside the cabin, everyone's eyes were on Zhou Yuan. The soldiers stared intently at Zhou Yuan's mecha, their mouths practically watering, but none of them dared to ask a question due to their status. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan smiled, raised his hand slightly and clenched his fist, saying, "I think you all know what this is, a single soldier combat mech. I shouldn't have said too much to you, but you're my soldiers after all." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone pricked up their ears and listened intently. This is the Morita 1 single soldier combat mech, which was just developed by the research department. This one is a prototype. There are only 3 in the entire Federation at present. As the defense force of the research department, we are the department's favorite unit. To put it simply, we are one of their own, so I got one. More people will get their hands on mechs and become mech pilots in the future, but the manufacturing cost of mechs is too high, and softies are not qualified to own one. So, whether you can become a mecha pilot depends on whether you have the ability. As far as I know, the Special Operations Forces also know about this, and they want to steal the second mech that we are building from us. Zhou Yuan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Fuck, damn Special Forces. The things that the research department produces should of course be used by the research department's defense forces. The Special Forces are dreaming. They've messed with the wrong people." A murmur of discussion immediately arose in the cabin. The news that they would have the opportunity to pilot mechs was incredibly good news for them. But the Special Operations Forces actually wanted to steal their mechs, which was absolutely intolerable. Alright, stop talking tough. Anyone can say tough things. The Special Operations Forces believe that the mechs were created to kill insects, and that they are the experts at killing insects. They believe that the defense forces are all cowards who only know how to hide underground and are not qualified to have mechs. The senior management of the research department were persuaded by them, but I secured an opportunity for you. This mission is an opportunity. You may not know, but the Fodor asteroid belt mining area we're heading to is a half-insect disaster zone. Zhou Yuan continued speaking in a low voice, but stopped halfway through. "Sir, I have a suggestion." Kenny immediately raised his hand and said seriously, "To ensure the safety of the mine workers, we should help them get rid of the bugs nearby." "Yes, the team leader is right. That's right, it's nothing to us." "That's a good idea. What those cowardly special forces can do, we can do too, and we can do it better." Upon hearing Kenny's words, everyone echoed his sentiments. All they were thinking about was getting the defense forces of the research department to shine, and if there was an opportunity, they would go for it. If there wasn't, they would create one. Good. Now, get some rest and stay in shape. After we complete the mission, I'll lead you guys on a big mission and blow up 10 or 8 of their insect hives." Seeing the team members' reactions, Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He, the commander, really went to great lengths to get his men to earn more military merits. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 594199. After finalizing the pest control plan, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. He hasn't killed a single insect in the past few days, and his income is only a little over 7,000 soul points, all earned through titles. However, my skill level increased by 0.2. When he had absolutely nothing to do, he picked up his training again and made some progress in both hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship. "Sir, there's a situation." After sitting in his seat for about half an hour, Zhou Yuan heard Claire calling him. "What happened?" Zhou Yuan frowned, strode into the cockpit, and asked. "Sir, this is an unfamiliar asteroid." Claire pointed out the window to a huge asteroid, grayish-white in color, clearly an icy asteroid. Preliminary estimates suggest that its average diameter is greater than 500 kilometers and its surface area is greater than 79 million square kilometers. Information from the StarNet indicates that it is an unrecorded asteroid. But this is already in the Folds asteroid belt region, where every celestial body has a number, except for this one. At that moment, Claire's deputy, Aina, handed Zhou Yuan a work tablet. "Never mind it. Our destination is the mining area. Record and send back its information, then continue the task." Zhou Yuan glanced at it casually, put down his work tablet, and gave the order. This is not unusual. The Folds asteroid belt revolves around Folds, a planet with a diameter of over 150,000 kilometers. A planet with a diameter nearly 12 times that of Earth has an extremely strong gravitational field, so it's normal for it to attract asteroids. New asteroids are added to the Folds asteroid belt almost every day, but asteroids as large as the one in front of us are rare. "Yes, sir." Claire and Hannah replied in unison, then piloted the transport plane toward the asteroid ahead. Recording information about asteroids is relatively simple. You just need to orbit the asteroid at low altitude and take pictures of its surface. Plans can't keep up with changes. An accident occurred after the transport plane entered the asteroid's gravitational field. "Captain." Aina yanked the control stick, making the transport plane climb while calling out to Claire. "Let me." Claire gave a low shout and immediately took over the wheel. At this moment, Zhou Yuan had not yet stepped out of the cockpit. After seeing the scene in front of him, he realized what Aina and Claire were so nervous about. This large asteroid has been rotating and has just turned to its back side. On its back is a frigid mountain range that appears to be at least 4,000 or 5,000 meters high. At this moment, the transport plane was directly in front of the frozen mountains. Because of the asteroid's rotation, the icy mountains came to life and crashed into the transport plane with overwhelming force. Chapter 102, Forced Landing and Missing Contact. Wow, damn it. Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted, and he felt completely unwell. The Kunlun Mountains jumped up and punched me? Is such a thing even possible? This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. But he's a superhuman, incredibly tough, and wearing a mecha suit. Even if he were to crash into it, he'd probably survive half his life, right? In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind. The next moment, he turned around and shouted into the cabin. "Hold on tight. We might crash. Prepare for a collision." Next, Zhou Yuan turned on the pressure generator and the magnetic stabilizer. Securing the mecha in place, Zhou Yuan placed his hands on Claire and Aina's shoulders to protect them slightly. Claire was focused on driving, with Aina assisting her. At this moment, Zhou Yuan saw Claire's driving skills. Claire said she received an award for excellence for 4 consecutive years when she was in Starship Academy, and she wasn't exaggerating. The transport plane was supposed to crash directly into the mountain. But Claire was able to navigate through the mountain ravines with her superb piloting skills, repeatedly avoiding a collision. "Sir, we need to make an emergency landing." Suddenly, Claire shouted urgently, but Zhou Yuan did not see any obstacle in front of him. Almost the instant Claire spoke, the ravine in front of them suddenly turned into a dead end, leaving the transport plane with no way to avoid it. At this moment, Claire accelerated, raised the nose of the transport plane, and made an inverted U-shaped turn. Bang! The cost of this was that the transport plane avoided a head-on collision, but was rear-ended by the icy mountains. The transport plane shook violently, the lights inside the cabin began to flicker, and there were even sparks on the main control panel. Under Claire's control, the transport plane began to spin like a fan, its altitude decreasing until it was about to crash directly to the ground. It's uncomfortable. At the last moment, Claire pushed the control stick hard, stopping the transport plane from rolling and increasing altitude, thus delaying the crash. However, directly in front of the transport plane was a forest of ice spikes growing out of the snow. Imminent collision. At that moment, Claire and Aina shouted over the loudspeaker, then raised their hands to shield themselves. Luckily, it didn't crash directly into the mountain. Zhou Yuan relaxed a lot at this moment. He stepped forward, turned his back, and then used his hands to protect Claire and Aina's heads. Bang! In those brief 2 or 3 seconds, the transport plane crashed into the ice spike forest. A dull thud was heard. The lights inside the transport plane went out instantly, and the cabin shook as if it were about to fall apart. Fortunately, this was not an ordinary transport plane, but a special transport plane for the research department, which was more advanced than the transport planes used by Special Operations Forces, and the object of the collision was only ice and snow. The robust protective features prevented the transport plane from disintegrating. Instead, it hurtled through the icy forest, carving a path through the ice spikes. The only damage Zhou Yuan could see was numerous cracks in the cockpit glass, but there was no sign of it exploding. The transport plane finally came to a stop about 10 seconds after the collision. The transport plane crashed into a snowdrift. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stopped so quickly. Claire, Aina, are you both alright? After the collision ended, Zhou Yuan asked the question immediately. Okay. Claire and Aina both nodded. Although they were a little dizzy, they were not injured. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan returned to the cabin to check on the team members' condition. The situation is not too bad. None of the combat team members were injured. After all, the most dangerous place during an emergency landing is the cockpit. The drivers who were closest to the collision were unharmed, so the passengers were naturally not in any serious trouble either. 2 minutes later, the group of 14 people assembled in the cabin. Report the situation. Zhou Yuan sat down and looked at Claire, gesturing for her to speak first. The external damage to the aircraft is minor, with only the flight window showing obvious damage. We have 2 spares that can be replaced at any time. But the life support system is in trouble. It can only supply oxygen for 3 hours at a time, and the energy system has malfunctioned and is temporarily unusable. So, we can't go anywhere now. After Claire finished speaking, Zhou Yuan nodded. Notify the mining area and have them send someone to pick us up. Sir, the communication system is also malfunctioning. At this moment, Aina raised her hand and said weakly, the communication system is badly damaged. At present, it can only maintain local communication, which means that only our combat equipment can be used. We may be able to receive remote communications, but we can't reply. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan let out a breath and closed his eyes to think of a solution. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yuan said, don't worry, the situation isn't too bad. If we can receive remote communications, it means that both the fortress and the mining area can locate us. Our estimated mission completion time is 150 minutes. If we haven't returned to the fortress by then, Marcus should be coming to find us. Now, turn off the life support system and turn it on when we need to eat or receive emergency medical care. We can use space weapons. Claire, Hannah, try to fix the damaged system. Sir. At this moment, 2 team members raised their hands. Sir, I used to be a communication soldier. I can help repair the communication system. Sir, I used to be a mechanic and I took a 3-year course in tank maintenance. Perhaps I can take a look at the energy system. Very good. Zhou Yuan stood up, patted them on the shoulder encouragingly, and said, you 2 stay and help. Kenny, pick 2 more people to stay behind and help Major Claire replace the space window. The rest of you come with me on patrol. Yes, sir. After assigning tasks, Zhou Yuan, along with 6 guards, left the cabin. Sir, the surface temperature is minus 90 degrees Celsius, and there are no insects within the range that the scanner can detect. As soon as I stepped off the plane, a team member immediately reported to me. This is the advantage of being a leader. You don't have to do anything yourself. Scanners are not a panacea. It cannot scan for insects behind obstacles, nor can it scan for new insects that have not been recorded. Zhou Yuan said a few words in a low voice and took the Gauss gun off the leg straps of the mecha. Zhou Yuan's words and actions instantly woke up the 6 team members. They both raised their guns at the same time and checked their surroundings through the scopes. Sure enough, Zhou Yuan's words were not just casual remarks. He was telling them that there were insects nearby. To their left flank, about 200 or 300 meters away, 20 or 30 insects appeared they had never seen before. It looks a bit like a giant reddish-brown bee with a stinger at the back of its tail. It is about the size of a vulture, with 2 long claws on its beak that hang down on either side of its body like whiskers, and 2 large claws at the tail that resemble sickles. Chapter 103 Fireflies, a distress signal? Little cutie, you're really unique in appearance. After seeing the appearance of the insect in front of him, Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly. He had seen the database when he was in the Hunter Corps. The federal database records a total of 18 species of arachnid worms, plus the brain worm and starship worm, making a total of 20 species. The insects that appeared in front of us were not among them. They could be a new species of insect, or they could be natives of this asteroid. Call out. Sizzle. After aiming at the target, Zhou Yuan fired immediately. A faint electromagnetic sound, accompanied by a small sonic boom, rang out as a C4 ferromagnetic bullet was fired from the barrel of a Gauss gun and struck an insect on the forehead. Bang! In an instant, the insect's upper body disappeared, exploding in the air in a streak of reddish-brown blood. Kill a firefly and gain 5 souls. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Hates Flies achievement. Sure, when the system notification sounded, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. These fireflies look like easy targets, but I didn't expect to get 5 soul points from killing them. You know, locusts only give 3 soul points. Whether it belongs to the Arachnid insectoid race or not. No matter where you come from, as long as you have some soul, you're a good bug. Buzz. Seeing their companion killed, the remaining fireflies panicked. They gathered together in groups of 20 or 30 and charged towards Zhou Yuan and the others. Record new insect species and freely opened fire. Zhou Yuan took a step back, raised his hand, and gently waved it forward. He wasn't even interested in handling such a small number of fireflies. However, considering that he might encounter more later, he changed his title to Powerful Insecticide. With a 20% bonus, 1 locust costs 6 soul points, which is equivalent to 2 locusts. This is even better food than soldier insects, but I don't know if there will be swarms or insect tides. If there are, I can earn some extra money. Bang! Bang! Crash! Upon receiving the order to fire, the 6 team members immediately pulled the trigger. Fireflies are not fast, about the same speed as ordinary birds, and because of their large size, they are no different from live targets in front of guns. The gunshots had barely been fired when only a handful of the 20 or 30 fireflies remained. Whoosh! Just then, something surprising happened. The fireflies that dodged the first wave of bullets actually hovered in midair, spitting out a stream of flame. The flames were not large, about the same size as those from a regular fire extinguisher, with a range of about 10 meters and an attack range of less than 1 meter. Cease fire. Zhou Yuan immediately raised his hand, signaling a halt to firing, and then slowly stepped forward. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. It's not too late to test the firefly's abilities first before killing them. Sir, preliminary tests show that the temperature of the outer flame is 600 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the inner flame is 450 degrees Celsius, and the temperature of the flame core is 300 degrees Celsius. Very good, continue recording. As soon as he took a step, Zhou Yuan received a report from his teammates. This temperature range is similar to that of a windproof lighter, except that the firefly is a windproof lighter the size of a calf. It's not too dangerous. Even the hottest outer flames can't damage space weapons, as long as they aren't burned for a long time. Needless to say, the mechs can stand still and let fireflies roast them for 10 minutes without any problem. Call out. As Zhou Yuan stepped forward, the fireflies made a new move. They leaned back, their tails slightly raised forward, and actually used the spikes on their tails as arrows to shoot at Zhou Yuan. Oh, isn't this called a fire bee? Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised. These insects looked more like bees than flies. The next moment, he quickly turned to the side, dodging the firefly's spikes, and even reached out to catch 2 spikes. Good. Old Morgan would probably like it. Zhou Yuan squeezed them, and found that these spikes were very hard, even harder than the alloy steel used to make military knives. However, these spikes don't fire very fast, so soldiers with a slightly quick reaction time might be able to dodge them. or they can withstand the damage with space-based weaponry. After a series of defeats, the Fireflies realized they had hit a brick wall. They dared not approach Zhou Yuan and the others again, and quickly retreated a distance. Kill them and retrieve their stingers. Having no other options after encountering Fireflies, Zhou Yuan casually gave an order. Sir, we've made a discovery. As the team was finishing up, Zhou Yuan received a call from Kenny. Zhou Yuan quickly returned to the cabin and saw Kenny, Claire, and the others gathered in the cockpit. He asked, "What's going on?" "Sir, we have received a distress call." Claire's expression was serious. She pressed a button on the control panel, and the recording started. "Emergency call, this is the Fat Cole. We have crashed, calling for rescue." "Emergency call, this is Fei Cole." After playing the recording, Claire looked at Zhou Yuan and said, "Sir, I checked the registration number. The Fat Cole is a transport plane for the Fodor asteroid belt mining area. However, the records show that the Fat Cole train lost contact a week ago. Have you tried calling the Fat Cole?" Zhou Yuan pressed. The food reserves of one transport plane are enough to sustain a 10-person team for half a month. As things stand, there aren't many insects here, so they don't pose a threat. If the transport plane's life support system had not been damaged when it crashed, the people on board the FAW Cole might still be alive. I called, but there was no response. It's possible our local communication signal range isn't wide enough, or perhaps the people on the Fat Cole ship are already. Claire explained softly, pausing at the end. However, everyone present understood what she meant. Zhou Yuan nodded, exhaled, and after thinking for a moment, asked, "Do you know the location of the Fat Cole ship?" "It's directly in front of us, about 5 kilometers away." Claire nodded. "Go back to the previous team division. I'll take 6 people to take a look. You guys stay here and try to repair the communication and energy systems. Also, send me the parts you need. The ones from the Fat Cole might still be usable. I will be back within 3 hours. I will notify you immediately if any special circumstances arise." After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yuan decided to go and take a look. He considered the mission a complete failure. He had failed before even reaching his destination, and it was an absolute disgrace. How could Captain Zhou make such a fool of himself? Rescue some people in this wretched place, that would at least save face. The truth behind the disappearance of the Fat Cole, and try to find some useful parts, ammunition, and other items. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuan led his men deep into the frozen forest. The transport plane was directly in front of the frozen forest. If it went 5 kilometers ahead, it would likely have to pass through the frozen forest. Chapter 104. The survivors have been found. Fuel cells, pulse frequency cables, attenuators, couplers. After setting off, Zhou Yuan slowed down and landed at the rear of the squad, glaring at the combat device. Claire needs a lot of things, a total of 15 items, and this is only a preliminary estimate. The final amount needed may be even more. He estimated that this time they might really have to wait for rescue here. The Fat Cole was missing for a whole week, and its condition was probably worse than it is today. It is estimated that there won't be many usable parts left. Go. The target is the Fat Cole ship. After the next moment, the combat device transformed into a laser bird and disappeared into the ice spike forest. The mech suit comes with its own combat equipment, and most of it is integrated, so Laserbeak doesn't have many options for daily transformations and can only be used as a regular combat device. "Sir, there's a situation. There's a new species of insect on the right wing, about 100 of them, and they've spotted us." 10 minutes later, the squad finally encountered the enemy. More Fireflies came, or rather, they invaded the Fireflies' territory. "Save bullets. Get closer before you fire." Zhou Yuan gave the order softly, then walked to the front of the line and began firing in short bursts with his Gauss rifle. Marcus would not discover their loss of contact for at least 150 minutes. It would take at least 180 minutes for Marcus to bring his men to find them. 3 hours is not a short time, and this asteroid is an insect planet, so they have to play it safe and conserve ammunition in case of accidents. Kill a Firefly and gain 6 souls. Kill a Firefly and gain 6 souls. Kill a Firefly. With the boost from the powerful insecticide, the Firefly's soul points increased from 5 to 6. With over 100 Fireflies in number, and them grazing together when flying, every shot hits its mark, making the fight quite satisfying. By the time they entered the squad's optimal firing range, their numbers had been reduced from 100 to 50 or 60. Fire. At this moment, Zhou Yuan waved his hand heavily downwards and gave the order again. With the combined firepower of the 7 men, the swarm of Fireflies was instantly routed and began to retreat and scatter in all directions after just one encounter. Keep going. Zhou Yuan remained unmoved and waved his hand listlessly. Fireflies are actually quite dangerous, but their misfortune lies in encountering a team armed with space-age weaponry, rendering their long-range attacks completely ineffective. Sir, we have spotted the fat coal mine. The exterior of the fat coal was severely damaged, and the extent of the internal damage is unknown. There were 2 survivors in the cockpit, and the extent of the damage to the passenger cabin is unknown. There are traces of a small battlefield near the fertilizer ship. 5 motorized infantry corpses and more than 100 insect corpses have been found so far. After walking for a few more minutes, Zhou Yuan received information about the laser bird. Very good. Hearing that there were still survivors, Zhou Yuan's lips curled up, and his mood improved considerably. This mission wasn't a disaster for Captain Zhou. He was there specifically to rescue the missing. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan saw the fat coal ship. The fat coal made an emergency landing in a snow valley, and they were on the hillside to the left of the valley. The fat coal is a basic transport ship, shaped like an oversized matchbox with wings, and its defense level is much lower than that of the research department's dedicated transport aircraft. From the outside, the FAW coal was badly damaged. Both wings were gone, and there were many collision marks on the fuselage, making it look like a crushed cigarette box. However, the main body of the Fame coal ship is still intact, with no visible breaches, so the internal condition should not be beyond repair. They've been through a major war. The situation is bad. I can already see the severed arm. I didn't expect there to be so many insectoid soldiers here. This is troublesome. Upon seeing the situation in the snow valley, a solemn exchange arose within the group. Battle marks near the coal mine indicate that this asteroid was the territory of the Arachnid Zerg. The crew of the coal fryer had already suffered casualties in the battle with the swarm of insectoid soldiers, so they were likely too late. Someone's there. Sir, I see someone in the cockpit. At this moment, Reza, who was in charge of reconnaissance in the team, exclaimed excitedly in a low voice. Go take a look, but be careful. Zhou Yuan already knew the situation inside the coal mine and gave the order in a low voice. On the way, he received another piece of intelligence from the laser bird, which said that there were 6 survivors on the coal fat. 1 driver, 2 motorized infantrymen, and 3 miners. Boom! Just as the team was about to climb over the slope and enter the snow valley, a muffled booming sound appeared, and the earth shook. Wait where you are. The booming sound was so loud that it drowned out people's shouts, so Zhou Yuan had to gesture for the team to stop. Earthquake. Zhou Yuan's first thought was of an earthquake, but he quickly shook his head. This asteroid is about 500 kilometers in diameter, and the energy accumulated inside it is not much, at least not enough to generate seismic waves. It must have collided with another asteroid. After all, this is the asteroid belt, and you can see asteroids of all sizes everywhere when you look up. The earthquake response ended quickly. The seismic wave energy was not very strong, and the earthquake response lasted for less than 10 seconds. Risa, try calling them. The others should check the surroundings and report any insects they find immediately. Zhou Yuan abandoned the idea of going directly into the valley and signaled his team members to use the communicator to call for help. Although the earthquake wasn't strong, it was enough to wake up the insects sleeping in their nests. The snow valley in front of us is too large, and the fat coal is located in the center of the snow valley, which is not a good position for defense. It would be troublesome if a swarm of insects came over. Yes, sir. Reza responded and whispered in the small channel. This is the defense force of the Pluto Coastline Fortress Research Department. Can anyone receive this? This is the defense force of the Pluto Coastline Fortress Research Department. Can anyone receive this message? Received, here number. As soon as Risa finished speaking, everyone received a reply. However, the reply signal was very poor. They were only 200 meters away from the fat coal ship, and the signal was so bad that they could barely hear each other. Sir, there are no insects in sight. When Lisa called for the fat coal team, the other team members reported to Zhou Yuan one by one. Hurry up and move forward. Zhou Yuan had his team wait in place for a while, and only after 3 minutes, when they still hadn't found any insects, did he lead the team closer to the fat coal. It wasn't that he wanted to use the fat coal ship as bait, but rather that the risk of going directly into the valley was too great. Rather than being wiped out by the insects, it's better to spread out the battle lines more cautiously. Chapter 105 The Firepower of the Mechs. It's a distance of 200 meters, and it only takes half a minute to get there. Guys, there are no bugs outside, come out. Reza patted the hatch and used the communicator to call the people inside the coal mine. Click. The hatch system on the Fame ship seems to be malfunctioning. It takes 5 seconds to open a single door, sometimes with a delay. A total of 6 survivors emerged, all dressed in space armor and protective suits. Thank God, the rescue has finally arrived. I knew the Federation wouldn't abandon us. God, you guys actually found this place. I thought we were doomed. Upon seeing the fully armed 7-man squad, the survivors were overjoyed, embracing and cheering each other. Gentlemen, please be quiet. Zhou Yuan didn't give them much time to celebrate, and calmly shouted something. Guys, it wasn't the Federation that saved you, it was Captain Zhou. Sir, a generous gift of crabs. Zhou Yuan's shout silenced the 6 survivors, who then noticed that he was wearing a mecha. However, seeing that Zhou Yuan was a captain and the commander of this squad, they didn't dare to speak, and all stood quietly in place. What did you encounter? Zhou Yuan's gaze swept across the survivor group, finally landing on the driver. The driver was a lieutenant, the highest-ranking officer in the survivor group. The pilot sighed heavily and said, Sir, the asteroid we're on only appeared 7 days ago and was attracted here by the gravitational field of Fodor. 7 days ago, we completed an exploration mission, and on our way back to the mining area, we discovered this big guy that had just joined the asteroid belt. I wanted to see if it was a mineral planet, but as soon as I got close, I was hit by a strong magnetic field, all the systems failed, and I had to make an emergency landing. As it turns out, this big guy is indeed a mining planet, and a mining planet with strong magnetic minerals at that. I shouldn't have meddled in his business. The driver's voice trailed off as he spoke, and in the end, he even made a self-deprecating joke. What happens after the forced landing? Zhou Yuan frowned, his mind racing, and then continued to ask. If this asteroid contains strong magnetic minerals, then his previous plans would have to be scrapped and reset. Because of the fortress's tracking and communication capabilities, it was difficult to break through the strong magnetic field, and the probability of finding them directly was not high. That's how the fat coal disappeared. Perhaps they'll have to rely on their half-destroyed transport plane. Our emergency landing went relatively smoothly. Although the system malfunctioned, we were still able to glide and did not crash directly into the ground. However, our forced landing was discovered by the bugs, and the bugs found us. 11 people were killed in the battle, and even the transport plane was scrapped to scrap metal, making it impossible to evacuate from here. The driver kept it briefly describing the forced landing of the Fame train. I see. Tell them the situation, and it'll be done in 5 minutes. Zhou Yuan nodded and instructed his team members to inform the survivors on the Fame ship about their current situation. 10 minutes later, the group of 13 people were ready and began their return journey. In those 10 minutes, Zhou Yuan completely dismantled the fat coal factory. Regardless of whether it's a part Claire needs or not, take everything that's usable and portable, just to avoid forgetting anything and having to make another trip later. They didn't just take transport aircraft components, but also space weaponry and weapons. If they had a complete set, they took it, and if they didn't have a complete set, they disassembled parts. After all, they might have to stay on this asteroid for a very long time. So when returning, everyone except Zhou Yuan became a donkey. He was carrying a protective box, with a protective rope around his waist, and dragging a cargo hold unloaded from a transport plane, piled high with spare parts and military equipment. It only took less than an hour to get here, but it will probably take at least 2 hours to get back. Sir, a swarm of soldier insects has been discovered. About 1 kilometer to your left front, there are about 1,000 of them. They are coming from the direction of the iceberg. After walking for a while, Laserbeak brought new information. 8,000. Zhou Yuan looked at the frozen mountains, where everything was covered in a hazy white expanse, with layers of white covering the area from top to bottom, and real-time color gamut changes were also observed. It must have been an avalanche or landslide that scared the insects out of the area. However, Zhou Yuan wasn't too worried. For a small team of only 13 people, without the advantage of defensive terrain, 1,000 insects is indeed a lot, and the danger is no different from that of an insect swarm. But today is different, because today he's not wearing space armor, but mecha. Rifles using C4 electromagnetic bullets, biochemical grenades, and grenades specifically designed to kill insects, and shockwave grenades designed for area of effect damage. Other weapons include shoulder-mounted Gatling guns, shoulder-borne tactical nuclear bombs, and miniature self-destructing drones. It's no exaggeration to say that, wearing the mecha, his firepower alone would be enough to take down 1,000 insects, and he wouldn't even need to be too serious. 10 minutes later, the squad met the swarm of insectoids. The swarm of insect soldiers blocked the way for the returning troops, and Zhou Yuan had no intention of taking a detour. Shortly after they discovered the swarm of insect soldiers, the swarm also discovered them, and the two sides collided directly at the edge of the ice spike forest. Same as always, let it get close before you shoot. I think you must be very curious about the mech's firepower. You'll see in a moment. As the swarm of insectoid soldiers charged towards the squad, Zhou Yuan raised his fist to signal everyone to stop, and casually jokingly said something. Yes, sir. The group was initially a little panicked. After all, the enemy consisted of thousands of insects. But now, after hearing Zhou Yuan said that, he immediately felt more confident. Yes, they even have mechs. Even disregarding the firepower of the mechs, they still have 10 tactical nuclear missiles on them, so they don't need to take these bugs seriously at all. Fire. Once the swarm of insect soldiers had entered the area within 100 meters ahead, Zhou Yuan finally gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. As he gave the order, Zhou Yuan unleashed the firepower of his mech. Holding a Gauss rifle, he pulled the trigger and fired one C4 electromagnetic bullet after another. At the same time, the shoulder-mounted Gatling gun rotates, aiming at the most densely packed position of the soldier worms in the swarm, spitting out one blue tongue of fire after another. The front line of the insect swarm came to a standstill as soon as the fire was opened. One after another, the soldier insects exploded, dyeing the originally snow-white earth a colorful mess. This is just the appetizer. The armor on his chest rose up, and 2 rows of small grenade racks fell down, each loaded with a total of 10 proto-material grenades, which were fired simultaneously. A mere 100 meters is a distance that a grenade can cover in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. 10 proto-material grenades exploded at the same instant. A large amount of dark green fog appeared, rapidly spreading in all directions, completely covering the view ahead and enveloping the swarm of soldier insects. Chapter 106, A Man's Romance. Cool. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Although they were curious about the mech's combat capabilities, they knew that getting distracted during battle could cost them their lives, so they didn't pay much attention to Zhou Yuan. However, they could clearly see the situation of the insect swarm. The moment the guns were fired, the Zerg swarm's front line was completely destroyed. Moreover, every single insect died a horrible death. They were all blown apart, leaving no whole corpse. And now there's this dark green fog. They don't know what it is. They can only guess that it might be a biological weapon targeting insects. They quickly confirmed their suspicions. This is indeed a biological weapon targeting insects. The soldier insects were very fast, and in less than 2 seconds they rushed out of the area shrouded in dark green fog. However, after they broke through the thick fog, their speed suddenly slowed down, from a rapid pace to a slow crawl, and it continued to slow down. It's like going from a sports car to a 3-wheeled vehicle, and the speed is significantly slower. After they wiped out a batch of worm soldiers, they realized that the worm soldiers behind them hadn't followed. Upon closer inspection, those insect soldiers actually fell into the dark green fog, lay motionless on the icy ground, their legs curled up like dead spiders, with only a few dozen still trembling. Wow. This biological weapon is pretty powerful. Zhou Yuan was also astonished by the power of the protocyte grenade. He had seen the semi-finished B2 type in the morning, but compared to the finished B1 type, the semi-finished B2 type was child's play. Unfortunately, regardless of the era, biological weapons are always the biggest money devourers, making it impossible to deploy them on a large scale. They're not dead, they're just temporarily unconscious. Go up and see them off, but don't get too close. Aim for their eyes. After waiting a few seconds, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and waved. Morgan told him that the ultimate research direction for the Type B protoplasmic weapon was to directly kill all the insects within the area covered by the dense fog. However, at present, B1 and B2 can only hypnotize insects for about half an hour. So they had to go up and finish them off, lest these bugs wake up and sneak over to the transport plane to cause trouble. There are also 10 proto-material grenades and 10 proto-material hand grenades. The grenades can be used directly, but we can save the hand grenades for later. Finishing off the remaining soul points, Zhou Yuan also checked the remaining amount of primal weapons. Prototype grenades are similar to ordinary grenades. The explosion produces a shock wave, making them unusable in narrow terrain, thus limiting their effectiveness. Protoplasmic grenades are different. They are smokescreen type, so they won't cause accidental injuries if dropped at your feet, and can be saved for emergency use. Besides protozoan weapons, other weapons also have ample ammunition. in his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun, but he hadn't fired much of it earlier, relying entirely on proto-grenade grenades. It carries 6 tactical nuclear warheads, but these tactical nuclear warheads may not be used, since the Zerg swarm is not something you can just come across whenever you want. 10 shockwave grenades and 30 miniature self-destructing drones. Both of these weapons rely on powerful shockwaves for damage. If we encounter swarms of insects again, we can test their effectiveness. Finally, there's the Gauss gun. He carried a total of 15 magazines, all attached to his waist, containing 4,500 C4 electromagnetic bullets, and hasn't even finished one magazine yet. Actually, there were other weapons as well. Morgan installed 4 miniature energy cannons on the mech. It has relatively low power and is completely useless for killing insects. It is mainly used for emergency situations, such as blasting caves or cabin doors. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of emotion. It's like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. His equipment provides more firepower than a 10-man special operations team. This is just his out-of-the-way gear. Morgan has many other unfinished weapons under development that will be equipped with him soon. He can also upgrade himself, for example, by asking Morgan to remove the shoulder-mounted Gatling gun and replace it with an unlimited ammo pineapple machine gun. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. As he thought about it, Zhou Yuan's enthusiasm suddenly surged, and he even sped up the speed at which he replenished the guns for the soldier insects. Now, all he wants is to get back to Pluto as soon as possible and arm himself into a mobile artillery platform. 2 hours later, the team returned to the transport plane. The return journey was smooth. Apart from the initial swarm of insect soldiers, we didn't encounter any more insect swarms along the way, only a few fireflies. Sir, how's it going? Seeing Zhou Yuan and the others return, Kenny asked a question in a low voice, his tone somewhat serious. He saw the 6 survivors and also noticed the insect blood stains on their weapons, realizing that their journey had not been peaceful. Things went fairly smoothly. There shouldn't be many insects around here. Everything usable and salvageable from the Feimei ship is here. Zhou Yuan patted Kenny on the shoulder in a relaxed manner, then pointed to the transport plane parts and military equipment on the ground. This is exactly what we need. Maybe we'll be able to leave here in 10 minutes. Claire was somewhat excited. She saw that among the things she brought back were a set of fuel cells and a pulse frequency cable, which were the most important items. Good, go do it. Zhou Yuan shrugged and turned his head slightly to indicate. Same as always. 6 people come with me to keep watch, and the rest of you help Claire repair the transport plane. By the way, you 6 come and help too. The driver and the miners stay here, and the infantry come with me. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison and split into 2 teams. Everyone was very enthusiastic because they had all heard Claire's words and knew that they might be able to evacuate soon. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan returned to the cabin. His expression was not good. Claire told him bad news. The energy system still couldn't be restarted, even after replacing the fuel cell. The communication system was repaired, but the interfering magnetic field on this asteroid was too strong, and radio waves couldn't get through at all. Is there no other way? After sitting in the chair for a while, Zhou Yuan asked. Actually, the situation wasn't too bad for him, but he didn't want to do nothing and just stand there waiting for rescue. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan suddenly looked up at Claire and said, "Wait. You just said that the energy system cannot be restarted?" The fact that the energy system cannot be restarted only indicates an activation malfunction, not system corruption, right? Claire nodded. Yes, the hardware of the energy system is fine, but the software won't run. It can't even boot up. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan smiled. He recalled the contents of the book, Transport Aircraft Maintenance, From Beginner to Expert. Chapter 107, Searching for Superconducting Ore. If normal startup doesn't work, we'll force activation. We can find some superconductors to act as detonators. Zhou Yuan stood up and looked at the miners in the group, asking, after the forced landing, did you test the minerals here? No. If we need to test minerals, we have a mineral scanner in the instruments we brought back. Sir, I tested the minerals near the transport plane a couple of days ago, and they were mostly rocks and calcite. The 3 miners answered in turn. Zhou Yuan nodded and smiled. Calcium? Looks like we're in luck. There is a low-temperature mineral that is a natural superconductor. It is very unstable in nature and often transforms into calcite. Argonite. The 3 miners spoke in unison. They were professional miners and knew what kind of mine Zhou Yuan was referring to. Sir. At this moment, Claire whispered, Sir, I just looked at the data. The resistance of aragonite is almost 0. If we use it to forcibly activate the energy system, it may cause the pulse frequency cable to be burned out by the instantaneous strong current. I know, Zhou Yuan shrugged. Fortunately, we now have 2 fuel cells and 2 pulse frequency cables. This is a method worth trying if we don't want to starve to death here. In addition, we can't just focus on aragonite. We also need conductor minerals such as niobium, ore, and nickel crystal. We need anything that can be used as a conductor. They are now the unlucky ones, soaked to the bone by the heavy rain. I had clothes and a lighter, but because the clothes were soaked in water, I couldn't even start a fire. A superconductor is like gasoline that can ignite this wet clothing. I see. I'll go organize the mineral data now and then send it to you. Claire nodded solemnly and led Aina and the pilot of the Cole into the cockpit. The others were confused, only knowing that it seemed like they were going out to look for minerals, but no one asked any further questions. At times like these, having something to do was the best thing, better than just waiting around. 3 minutes later, the team of 20 people gathered outside the cabin door. You have all received the mineral data that Claire sent. These are the minerals we are looking for. Zhou Yuan stood in front of the line and pointed to the arm area, where the team members' combat equipment was embedded in their arm armor. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, we need to split up, 3 mineral scanners and 3 search teams. The pilot and the miners stayed behind to protect the transport plane. Kenny led 5 people, Elsa led 6 people, and I led 1 team by myself. After finding the survivors, the team grew from 14 to 20 people. 1 commander, 3 drivers, 3 miners, and 13 motorized infantrymen. Sir. Upon hearing about the team assignments, Kenny immediately raised his hand. Sir, according to the operational guidelines for mobile units, you cannot operate alone with a team. We cannot allow the commander to escape our sight. As the team leader, how could he let his direct superior take such a risk alone? If anything goes wrong, he won't need to be the combat team leader anymore. He can just go straight to the gallows and wait in line. Special circumstances require special handling. I'm much safer than you are. Is there still a problem? Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly, activated the jet thrusters, raised the mecha 1 or 2 meters off the ground, and then gently lowered it back down. Upon seeing this, Kenny promptly shut his mouth. He hadn't known before that the mechs could fly, but now it seemed that even if everyone here died, Zhou Yuan wouldn't. If there are no problems, let's set off. The search time is 2 hours. Don't go too far, and don't let local communications be interrupted. Regardless of whether we can find it or not, we must return here to regroup in 2 hours. Set off. After giving the order, Zhou Yuan turned and walked towards the location of the frozen mountain range. If you're looking for a place with lots of insects, the frozen mountains are definitely the place to go. You might even find a few insect nests there. After leaving the group, Zhou Yuan put away the Gauss gun and took out the Diablo with unlimited ammo from his ring. It's such a waste to have unlimited ammo. Clatter. Sir, I don't have a mineral scanning function, so I may not be able to help you. With a soft thud, the laser bird landed from the sky next to Zhou Yuan. It's okay, I already have a goal. Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, there is ice and snow everywhere here. If you want to find minerals, you first need to find the surface that is not covered by ice and snow. Sir, I understand. The sir's goal is the insect nest, and the insects have already helped him dig through the ice and snow. Laserbird was very clever and immediately understood what Zhou Yuan meant. Right. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and said seriously, although it's a bit risky, I have to do it for the sake of the team. Go ahead, the target is a wormhole. Notify me immediately once you find it. Just don't go too far. Clear. The laserbird came and went in a hurry, quickly disappearing from Zhou Yuan's sight. For the Federation, Zhou Yuan clenched his fist, secretly cheering himself on, and at the same time opened his personal panel to check if he had equipped the wrong title. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 15.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 594689. Great, it's all for the team, let's get to work. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuan arrived at the foot of the frozen mountains. Laserbird found wormholes here and said there was more than one. Sir, it's right in front of you. The laser bird hid behind a large frozen rock and pointed in a direction with the tip of its wing. Zhou Yuan peered over and saw that there were indeed many wormholes there, but those wormholes were a bit strange. The size as the hole dug by the soldier insects, but the entrance was not round, and there was not a single insect in sight. It was somewhat like a natural cave. Walk. After checking the surrounding area, Zhou Yuan left behind the frozen rock and made his way into the cave. Wow. When Zhou Yuan arrived at the cave entrance, he suddenly dropped to the ground, goosebumps rising all over his body. There's a swarm of insects in the cave. However, those insects didn't seem to be Arachnid insects. At least the Federation had no record of such insects. They are very large, each at least a meter long, and look very strange. It looked like a giant caterpillar with the legs of a giant centipede, covered in sparse black hairs. It was utterly disgusting. Chapter 108 Poisonous Millipede, Sweeping Through the Enemy. Fat body, centipede legs. Is this a hairy millipede? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, feeling his heart beat faster. He has a strong aversion to arthropods, especially dark-colored ones like millipedes and centipedes, which make his scalp tingle just by looking at them. I wouldn't say I'm afraid. In his previous life, he was from the south and had stepped on countless centipedes, but every time he saw one, it would give him the creeps. Let's see if it's worth anything. After lying down for a while, Zhou Yuan slowly stood up, took out his unlimited ammo revolver, and aimed at the nearest millipede. Bang! Bang! Kill a poisonous millipede and gain 6 souls. 2 loud explosions followed in quick succession, and the millipede, which was a meter long and as thick as a water bucket, burst open. Good bug. Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised to see the information on the notification panel. This was unexpected. A millipede could provide 5 soul points, plus the 20% kill bonus from the title, making it exactly 6 points. He had previously thought that if Ma Lu's soul points weren't high, he would find a wormhole somewhere else to avoid feeling uncomfortable seeing Ma Lu. Now, there were dozens of millipedes gathered at the entrance of the wormhole alone, and there must be many more that we didn't see. Deep within the wormhole, there might be a millipede nest. Rush! Zhou Yuan smiled, and, gripping his unlimited bullet revolver, headed towards the wormhole. Bang! 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 This poisonous millipede was extremely ferocious. It began to attack as soon as it saw Zhou Yuan. Dozens of them gathered together, and because of their enormous size, they surged like black waves, covering the icy and snowy land. To be honest, this scene was really disgusting to Zhou Yuan. His scalp was already starting to itch. Fortunately, the speed of the millipede is not fast, only about 3 to 5 meters per second. Zhou Yuan, with just an S-500 revolver with unlimited ammo, could make them scream and explode into mincemeat before they even got close. Kill a poisonous millipede and gain 6 souls. Kill a poisonous millipede and gain 6 souls. It was pretty fun. Seeing the constantly refreshing messages on the notification panel, Zhou Yuan smiled even more broadly. If these millipedes only have this little fighting power, then he doesn't even need to use nuclear weapons. An unlimited ammo revolver is enough to wipe out this millipede nest. Sweeping through the crowd, Zhou Yuan quickly eliminated dozens of poisonous millipedes at the cave entrance and made his way into the wormhole. Sir, do you need my help? Laserbird followed Zhou Yuan with small steps, flapping its wings as if looking for something to do. No need. Keep your ammunition for emergencies. Zhou Yuan shook his head and refused. Although the laserbird can help him farm soul points, it doesn't have much ammo, and it runs out quickly. He has to rely on fire seeds to replenish it for a whole day. Most importantly, his title only applies to himself. Using the laserbird to help you when using a weapon with unlimited ammo is a waste, as it wastes both ammo and soul points. For the next half hour, Zhou Yuan was completely absorbed in the harvest. His earlier guess was correct. This was indeed the lair of the poisonous millipede. The millipede's nest is enormous, comparable to a soldier insect nest. Even after walking for half an hour, we still hadn't reached the end. A large insect nest means a large harvest. There were so many millipedes in the cave, as many as the sand on the beach, that he could kill one millipede almost every second. In half an hour, his soul points balance had increased by more than 10,000. Sir, can you receive this? Just as the infinite ammo revolver was fired red for the 5th time, and he switched back to the infinite ammo Diablo, Claire's call came through his headset. Received. Go ahead and speak. As Zhou Yuan responded, he continued firing his gun. Sir, Captain Kinney has found the shale. The Arachnid that Captain Kinney found is in a cubic crystal state, which can directly act as a conductor. We can try to forcibly activate the energy system. Claire was very excited and spoke very quickly. Okay, recall the other squad. I'll be back in 5 minutes, Zhou Yuan replied. After ending the call, Zhou Yuan sighed. He rarely comes out to kill zerglings. He hasn't had enough fun yet. Actually, he wasn't just focused on killing insects. He handed the mineral scanner to the laser bird and asked it to scan the minerals for him. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. Although there were many ores and crystals in the millipede nest, none of them were superconducting minerals. Call out. After deciding to return, Zhou Yuan didn't waste any time. He launched a tactical nuclear missile deep into the cave, set to detonate in 5 minutes, and then turned back. While on his journey, he also took out a lot of explosives from his ring. Hand grenades, and mixed explosives are all standard explosives used by mobile units and are obtained from level 3 soul gift boxes. This millipede nest is too big. A single tactical nuclear bomb might not be enough to completely destroy it, so he decided to add some auxiliary explosives. Anyway, these are all cheap goods that he doesn't need now, so he won't feel bad using them. He'll just consider it clearing out his inventory. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yuan ran out of the millipede's nest and turned back towards the transport plane. Boom! Halfway through the run, an explosion was heard behind me. A tactical nuclear weapon was detonated. However, the asteroid's gravitational field is too weak to gather enough medium for sound to travel. So the explosion was very quiet, not even as loud as the sound of applause, but the ground shook quite a bit. Kill a poisonous millipede and gain 6 souls. Kill a poisonous worm and gain 12 souls. Kill a poisonous ice leech and gain 12 soul points. While running, Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel. Cool. To his surprise, he discovered that the insects living in that nest were not just millipedes. There are also poisonous worms and poisonous ice leeches. These two kinds of insects are actually worth 10 soul points, and with the tidal amplification, they can reach 12 soul points. All 3 types of insects are high-priced insects. It's foreseeable that this wave will be incredibly profitable. With the tidal bonus, in the past, destroying a zerg nest would yield at least 50,000 soul points on average per nest. Even with the tidal bonus, a single soldier insect only costs 1.2 soul points, while the 3 types of insects here average out to 10 soul points. If that's the case, then that insect hive could provide him with at least 400,000 soul points. Of course, we can't assume everything will turn out well. After all, not all insects are like soldier insects, with tens of thousands in a single nest. But one thing is certain. This wave of gains can be measured in units of 100,000 soul points. After all, with such a large insect hive, even a small number of insects wouldn't be a small number. Chapter 109 Insect Swarm Invades. Nuclear Bombardment Unleashed. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuan returned to the transport plane to rejoin the group. He was the last to return. Kenny and Elsa's teams were operating nearby and rushed back as soon as they found the aragonite. The aragonite Kenny found was quite large. It was a pale golden aragonite about the thickness of a calf, with white veins encircling it. The 3 pilots squatted on the ground, searching for data in their combat instruments, dealing with the halojet while tidying up the transport aircraft parts. What's the situation now? Zhou Yuan couldn't see the detailed progress, so he could only stand aside and ask questions. Superconducting motor. We need to make a simple superconducting motor, connect it between the fuel cell and the pulse frequency cable, and then we can force it to start with a strong current. We're all newbies, so we can only follow the video recordings and do it slowly. It takes about half an hour, Claire said without turning her head, carefully disassembling the parts she had brought back from the coal mine. All right. Zhou Yuan shrugged and sat down to the side. He was no longer of any help with delicate tasks. The mech's hands were too big, making even a simple screw difficult. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 15.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 831670. Quite a lot indeed. Zhou Yuan opened the panel to check his previous gains, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. That last wave generated approximately 235,000 soul points. Of these, 15,000 were obtained by shooting on the road, while the remaining 220,000 were all obtained by bombing insect nests. Although it's far less than the predicted 400,000, 200,000 is still acceptable, at least much more cost-effective than bombing the insectoid nest. This wave has brought my soul points back to 800,000. It has been less than 40 days since the last injection of gene evolution fluid. On average, I can earn more than 20,000 soul points every day, which is incredibly efficient. However, he doesn't plan to buy the gene evolution fluid this time, since that stuff can only be used once per person, and it won't be as effective after that. He plans to save up a little and eventually build a top-tier mech. He has a lot of top-quality parts. He'll buy another batch of top-quality parts and directly create a super-fast, high-attack, high-defense war machine. While accumulating soul points, also work hard to accumulate military merits. Being the captain of the defense force in the research department is great, but a bodyguard is still just a bodyguard. Compared to having your own outpost or base, the freedom is still too low. Clatter. Halfway through his thought, Zhou Yuan noticed the ground suddenly shaking. The vibration was very slight, but he could clearly sense that it wasn't the transport plane that was shaking, but rather the icy ground itself that was gently trembling. Another asteroid hit. Zhou Yuan's first thought was of an earthquake, so he left the cabin to check his surroundings. The surrounding area was quiet, with few chain reactions caused by the earthquake. However, the tremors of the earth grew more and more intense, and he could even hear a rumbling sound, like muffled thunder, that kept going on and getting louder and louder. No way. Zhou Yuan frowned and rose several dozen meters into the air. Looking around again, the scenery was completely different. A sudden black cloud rolled up over the frozen mountains. Countless insectoid soldiers gathered in a tide, crowding out of the frozen mountains and surging towards the transport plane's location. Earthquakes are caused by them. Soldier insect swarms are like that, running around like thunder. Pilot, continue building the superconducting motor. Everyone else, bring your weapons and come out. The insect swarm is coming. Prepare for battle. Zhou Yuan immediately landed back on the ground and shouted something into the cabin. These soldier insects probably also lived in the frozen mountains, but were frightened by the previous nuclear explosion, so they all ran out of the frozen mountains. The transport plane is currently located in the ice spike forest, directly in front of the frozen mountains, and can be seen as soon as it steps out of the foot of the mountain. So, the insect swarm wasn't actually targeting them. Unfortunately, their current position is just out of the way of the insect swarm's escape. Thank you for the generous gift. Looks like we're in trouble. In those few seconds, Zhou Yuan's team members had already come out of the cabin and spotted the approaching swarm of insects through their lookouts. Seeing the scale of the insect swarm, everyone's expression was not good. Their team consisted of only 20 people, including 3 drivers who couldn't leave and 3 miners with no combat experience. Are truly capable of standing the insect swarm. 14 people definitely couldn't withstand the swarm of insects. The only good news was that they had tactical nuclear weapons on them. Now we just need to see how many insects there are in the swarm. If the number of bugs is not large, tactical nuclear weapons can withstand it, but if the number of bugs is too large, then they will have to be fed to the bugs today. You're scared by such a small scene? It seems the Special Operations Forces were right. You're all cowards who only know how to hide underground and have no right to own mechs. Now, all you cowards, get back to the cabin and don't get in my way of earning military merit. Seeing the team's morale plummet, Zhou Yuan feigned disdain and cursed a couple of times before controlling his mech to fly to the top of the transport plane's cabin. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 consecutive whooshing sounds rang out as 2 tactical nuclear missiles were launched from shoulder-mounted launchers. Zhou Yuan's idea was to preemptively strike the insect swarm. With such a small number of people, if they were to face a swarm of insects head-on, they would only end up being completely devoured. Therefore, he had to weaken the insect swarm's fighting power in advance. Deploy tactical nuclear weapons directly, striking the Zerg swarm in fear and causing it to split up. He has 5 tactical nuclear missiles, and his team members have 10 each, making a total of 15 tactical nuclear missiles, enough to deal with small to medium-sized swarms of insects. If a large-scale insect swarm really occurs, then the mech is quite fast, but he himself is even faster. The store also has the Icarus Destroyer and the Leapfrog in its inventory. In short, I didn't panic at all. Boom! Soon, the 2 tactical nuclear missiles exploded simultaneously, creating 2 small mushroom clouds and a loud bang. Zhou Yuan could see very clearly from the top of the transport plane. 2 tactical nuclear missiles were launched, and the insect swarm suffered heavy losses. Of the insect swarm was completely wiped out in the heat radiation hell, and the follow-up forces were also attacked by a strong shock wave, causing the formation to fall apart. Reckless as insects may be, they won't deliberately jump into pits. The insectoid soldiers that were not affected by the nuclear blast split into two swarms at this moment, avoiding the center of the nuclear explosion and fleeing to the left and right. Click. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's shoulder-mounted launcher moved, and two more tactical nuclear warheads lit up. The current swarm is the most concentrated, making it the best time to bombard. Otherwise, once the swarm has completely dispersed, tactical nuclear weapons will have little destructive power. Chapter 110 Earth Collapse. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two soft bangs signaled the launch of the second round of tactical nuclear missiles. He carried a total of 6 tactical nuclear warheads. He used 1 to destroy the insect nest and 4 to destroy the insect swarm. Now Zhou Yuan only has 1 tactical nuclear warhead left. He didn't plan to use the last one so soon. He intended to save it for unforeseen circumstances. Given the current situation, tactical nuclear weapons are no longer needed. Even if we want to continue fighting, the team members still have 10 rounds left. We can just give the order for them to fire. He's no longer a lowly henchman. He's the commander of a 1,000-strong defense force. He can't afford to do something like rushing to launch nuclear missiles anymore. That would be too beneath him. Observe your surroundings carefully and prepare for battle. After the second round of tactical nuclear bomb explosions, Kenny shouted a warning to everyone. Bombarded by 4 tactical nuclear missiles, the swarm's formation was completely disrupted, resulting in large numbers of soldier swarms. So now, besides what's behind us, swarms of insects could attack from the front, left flank, or right flank. Today I'm going to have a feast of soldier insects. Come on, let those bedbugs see what we're made of. The team members pounded their chests and roared, ready for battle. They were indeed a little panicked at first. After all, they were too few in number, while their opponents were a swarm of insects numbering in the tens of thousands. But after being mocked by Zhou Yuan, their panic was overwhelmed by anger. Zhou Yuan was the commander, so they couldn't talk back. So, they could only suppress their shame, anger, and rage, keeping it all inside, preparing to unleash even greater force on the insect swarm to prove they weren't cowards. Kill a firefly and gain 6 souls. Killing a soldier insect grants 1.2 souls. After all 4 tactical nuclear missiles exploded, Zhou Yuan took a short break and glanced at the notification panel. He discovered that the swarm of insects contained not only soldier insects, but also fireflies. Clearly, the firefly is also an arachnid, otherwise it wouldn't be mixed up with the soldier insects. As for the 3 types of insects, poisonous millipedes, poisonous worms, and poisonous ice leeches, it cannot be confirmed at present whether they are arachnid worms. However, whether or not it can be confirmed is not important. In his opinion, any insect that can give him soul points is a good insect. After a short break, the real battle began. The insect swarm was broken into multiple groups. Most of the insect groups were terrified by the nuclear explosion and fled to the sides of the ice spike forest without entering it. However, due to the sheer number of swarms, not all of them can squeeze into the safe route. Some insect swarms, after bypassing the nuclear explosion area, could only continue to run deeper into the ice spike forest. Directly in front of them was the location of Zhou Yuan's team. Bang! 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 Before the swarm of insects could get close, Zhou Yuan fired all the remaining protoplasm grenades he had on him. 10 protomaterial grenades exploded in front of and on both wings of the transport plane, forming a crescent-shaped, dark green fog barrier. Laugh! The soldier insects, with their large pincers outstretched, charged into the protoplasmic poisonous fog in swarms. Because of the large defensive range, the 10 protogrenade grenades were fired rather widely, and the protogrenade fog wall was not thick enough. The swarm of soldier insects quickly broke out of the protoplasmic poison fog zone and charged towards the transport plane. However, the insect swarm was still greatly affected by the protoplasmic poison mist. Every single one of them was like a drunkard, staggering and unable to pick up any speed. They were blown to the head before they even got close to the transport plane. There were relatively few fireflies. The firefly swarm didn't rush up with the soldier swarm, but instead went around to the side. Only a small portion followed the soldier swarm. Drop. After the swarm of insectoid soldiers' attacks were greatly reduced, Zhou Yuan took out a shockwave grenade. The shockwave grenade is currently the Federation's most powerful single-soldier explosive grenade, with an effective kill radius of nearly 60 meters, and its main feature is heavy firepower. Zhou Yuan first took a test shot, pressed the timer, and then threw it forcefully into the swarm of insects. Boom! After the shockwave grenade exploded, Zhou Yuan finally understood why it was called a shockwave grenade. It was as powerful as a small earthquake. He could feel the shockwave hitting him from 100 meters away, and the ground trembled as well. Insects within the effective kill radius of the shockwave grenade were all torn to pieces by the shockwave. This power is more than 5 high-explosive grenades could match. Beep, 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 beep. Without further ado, here are 4 more. After seeing the effect of the shockwave grenade, Zhou Yuan threw 4 more into the swarm of insects. This battle was an encounter for them, but not for the bugs. The bugs just wanted to run away and get as far away from the frozen mountains as possible. Therefore, he has been using heavy firepower since the start of the war. He needed to let the insects know that taking this path might be more dangerous than staying in the frozen mountains, and that they shouldn't take this path, thus relieving the defensive pressure. After a wave of bombardment, Zhou Yuan controlled the mecha to rise 20 or 30 meters into the air. Done. After a brief inspection, Zhou Yuan descended back onto the top of the transport plane, feeling much more relaxed. The insect swarm was much larger than he had anticipated. The total number of insects is at least 500,000. But after those 4 tactical nuclear missiles were fired, the insect swarm no longer dared to come towards the ice spike forest, and turned around to flee towards the ice field to the left of the transport plane. The insect swarm he had seen earlier was only the front row of the entire swarm. This insect swarm have now scattered into a swarm of insects, and without reinforcements, they will soon be wiped out. Call out. Sizzle. After gaining a foothold, Zhou Yuan, wielding the Gauss gun, unleashed full firepower. Claire could probably finish in another 10 or 20 minutes. He wanted to farm as many soul points as possible before leaving. With Zhou Yuan joining the defense, the defensive pressure on the line dropped dramatically. The C4 electromagnetic bullet is extremely powerful. It can obliterate any insect, whether it's a soldier or a firefly, with a single shot. When Zhou Yuan changed the magazine, the icy, snowy land before us has been turned into a colorful, muddy mess. Everywhere was covered in insect blood and bits of flesh. It was almost impossible to find a complete insect carcass. It was like a meat grinder. Cool. Zhou Yuan let out a long breath, feeling extremely relieved. The Gauss gun using C4 electromagnetic bullets is just as powerful as the KPV heavy machine gun on the fortress wall. That's what you call killing insects. Boom. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to put in extra effort and fire the C4 electromagnetic bullets, his feet suddenly swayed. The familiar booming sound appeared, and the earth began to tremble once more. Get back into the cabin immediately. Zhou Yuan wanted to tell his teammates not to worry, but he changed his mind as soon as he said it, and waved for everyone to retreat. This earthquake was not the small earthquake we had encountered before. This earthquake was of a high magnitude. The entire earth trembled, rising and falling like ocean waves, causing the ice spike forest to undulate violently. Most importantly, the icy ground has cracked. Chapter 111 Colossal Creature? Click, click, click. Bang! The ground shook violently, cracking open one fissure after another. When the cracks covered the icy earth, a sudden explosion occurred from underground. The loud explosion occurred. A large amount of white gas gushed out from the crack in the ground, so powerfully that it even lifted up the icy and snowy ground. Get back to the cabin immediately. That's an order. Zhou Yuan roared and urged the team members to push them one by one toward the hatch. The space-based weaponry has a high level of defense, but the current situation is very much like being launched into the sky and then inevitably falling back down. Space-based weapons cannot withstand a fall from a great height. Go. Fuck you, what's going on? Kenny and the others weren't stupid. They put away their weapons and ran into the cabin. After all the team members had retreated into the cabin, Zhou Yuan, who was at the rear, followed and quickly closed the cabin door. The team's evacuation went smoothly, because the insects were also quite frightened by the earthquake and were all hiding in the cracks in the ground, so there was no time to deal with them. The situation is now completely chaotic. People were in chaos, insects were in chaos, everyone was bewildered by the earthquake. Bang! The transport plane was like a trampoline, bouncing up and down on the icy ground, and the people in the cabin were tossed around with it. We're going to fall. At that moment, Claire's shout rang out. The moment the earthquake struck, Claire ran into the cockpit, locked all the protective windows, and folded the wings to prevent damage from a collision. Hold on tight. Hearing Claire's words, Zhou Yuan shouted back. He didn't know what was happening outside, but it was probably similar to what he had guessed. The icy land had collapsed, and there was a cavity underneath. This is quite easy to guess, since a large amount of white gas was just sprayed upwards from the ground, which means that the area under the ice and snow is not solid. Bang! Less than 2 seconds after he shouted, Zhou Yuan felt dizzy and his whole body tilted backward. Activate the magnetic attraction system. Zhou Yuan quickly activated the mecha's stabilization system and then slowly walked towards the cockpit. The entire cabin stood upright. The transport plane must have plunged headfirst into the hole in the ground. He wanted to see what was going on outside. Holy shit. When Zhou Yuan saw the outside world through the space window, he subconsciously exclaimed. The transport plane crashed into a huge hole in the ground. Not only transport planes, but also a large number of soldier insects, fireflies, and fragments from the collapsed ice and snow earth fell into the burrow. Deep inside the cave, there was a suction force pulling everything down. This isn't something that's hard to accept. What he found truly unacceptable was that the burrow was alive. The cave is oval-shaped with uneven walls. Its maximum diameter is quite exaggerated, appearing to be at least 500 or 600 meters. The cave walls were a tender red color, exactly the same as the color of flesh and blood, and were covered with wriggling green blood vessels and mucous membranes. At first glance, it looked as if they had entered the body of some enormous creature. This bloody hole was the nasal cavity or throat cavity of that enormous creature, since he hadn't seen any mouth features. What has a nasal or throat cavity that can exceed 500 meters in diameter? The biggest of the biggest. No way. Upon thinking of this, Zhou Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He remembered something he had overlooked. This asteroid is an icy asteroid, which is not uncommon, but it is strange that it has snow on it. This asteroid is too far from the sun to produce much water vapor. Moreover, its gravitational field is very small, so even if there is water vapor, it cannot be gathered together. If the water vapor does not reach the saturation level for snowfall, it cannot condense into solid water droplets. So where does the snow on it come from? Is it possible? Is this asteroid not an asteroid, but some kind of colossal organism, attracted by the gravitational field of Fodor when it was sleeping in space? The earthquakes we encountered before were not caused by an asteroid collision, but rather by a chain reaction caused by the asteroid breathing or turning over. As for the strong magnetic field encountered by the fat coal, could it just be the biomagnetic field of this colossal creature? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Why did it suddenly appear a week ago? Why are there always earthquakes here? Why is there snow here? Why is this flesh and blood passage so large? And why did the fat coal train lose contact? Because this asteroid is a living, gigantic organism. Claire, turn on the recorder. Zhou Yuan's expression was solemn as he patted Claire on the shoulder. It's already open. Claire answered in a trembling voice, somewhat frightened. How could she not see where the transport plane had entered through such a large passage of flesh and blood? Unfortunately, the superconducting motor was not yet completed, so the transport aircraft's energy system could not be activated. Now, she can only barely use the transport plane's wings and downdrafts to keep it falling vertically and prevent it from going completely out of control. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The situation isn't too bad. At least here we don't have to face the insect swarm, so you can focus on making superconducting motors. Don't worry about the transport plane. It's surrounded by soft ground, so it won't be damaged. Once the energy system is activated, we can return the way we came and leave this hellhole. Seeing that Claire's hands were trembling slightly, Zhou Yuan gently comforted her. He was telling the truth. He wasn't making it up. The situation isn't too bad now. It's not much different from before, and it's even safer than before. At least we don't have to worry about encountering another insect swarm. What they're about to do is simple. While Claire was building the superconducting motor, she placed some tactical nuclear bombs inside this colossal creature and collected some flesh and blood samples. Once the transport plane's power system is activated, they will be able to leave. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Claire felt much more at ease. She almost forgot that the person standing behind her was a legend in the eyes of many mobile infantrymen, a true super soldier who had seen it all. 10 seconds later, the flesh and blood passage finally came to a stop. Below was a pool of emerald green water, on which floated many insects and fireflies. The insects were still alive, which meant that the pool was not very dangerous and contained no strong poisons or acids. Could this be the big guy's snot? Just as the transport plane was about to crash into the pool, Zhou Yuan noticed that the water was somewhat viscous. The insects that fell into the pool struggled in it, and the fireflies couldn't even fly, sticking tightly to the pool. Imminent emergency landing. Prepare for impact. Claire announced to everyone on board the transport plane via the intercom, then sharply pulled the control stick, causing the transport plane to tilt slightly upwards. Bang! The next moment, the transport plane crashed into the pool, causing a huge splash of emerald green water. Chapter 112, 1 million soul points. Bang! 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 It wasn't just the transport plane that went into the water. There were also many insects and snowflakes that had fallen into the hole earlier. These things slammed onto the pool of water, and some even hit the transport plane, causing deafening thuds inside. Fortunately, the transport plane has a high level of defense, and there is a pool of water below to absorb the impact, so it was not damaged by falling objects from above. The incident of objects falling into the water continued for a long time. After about 20 or 30 seconds, the transport plane slowly stabilized, and the sounds of impact and splashing into the water gradually disappeared. How are you? Zhou Yuan turned off the magnetic attraction system, walked between the two driver's seats, and asked. During the crash, the transport plane shook violently, and he had just seen Claire and Aina being jolted quite a bit. I'm just a little dizzy. Sir, I'm fine. Claire and Aina moved their limbs slightly, then shook their heads in unison. Okay, check the damage to the transport plane. Zhou Yuan nodded, left a message, and then exited the cockpit. Inside the cabin, the team members had all left their positions, armed and ready for battle, and they all looked to be in good condition. Sir, is this an underground insect nest? Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, Kenny cracked his neck and went up to him, asking a question. No, this place is more interesting than the insect hive. Get ready for battle. We'll have some work to do later, which may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou Yuan spoke in a deep voice, walked to the side of the cabin, and opened the protective window. Whoosh! OMG! What fact? Shit, where am I? As the protective window opened, gasps of surprise rang out in the cabin. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the sight outside. The transport plane is now floating on a pool of emerald green water. The pool is very large. Its radius alone looks to be at least 100 meters. There is a wall around the pool. The wall is light red in color and covered with a layer of red mucus. Inside, there are a lot of wriggling green blood vessels. Upon seeing this, everyone realized what was happening. This is not some underground canyon or insect nest, but the inside of some giant creature. We were lucky. Drop a few tactical nuclear bombs here, collect some flesh and blood samples, and wait for the pilot to start the transport plane. We only need to do these 3 things to get a lot of military merit. This kind of good thing doesn't come around all the time. Seeing that his teammates were a little emotionally unstable, Zhou Yuan smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Yes, I'm sure we're the first team to encounter this thing. We must seize this opportunity to let the higher-ups in the research department know that we can do things that special operations forces simply cannot. Kenny was the first to speak, his tone somewhat enthusiastic. He remembered clearly that Zhou Yuan had previously said that the mechs produced by the fortress's research department would likely be taken by special operations forces. If they want to take something from the special operations forces, they have to come up with something that can intimidate them. For example, military merits that are readily available but have never been claimed by anyone before. Sir, give the order. My Morita rifle is itching for a fight. Kenny's words excited everyone, making them feel incredibly energized. Don't rush. Let's check the condition of the transport plane first. Zhou Yuan reached down and pressed his hand down, looking at the cockpit. Claire and Aina walked out together. Sir, the situation is worse. The life support system is completely damaged. We don't even have the space to replace our space weapons. The ones we're wearing can only last for 6 hours. The communication system is similar. Fortunately, the main communication window is not damaged, and we can replace the other parts with those brought back from the coal mine. The external damage to the machine is not significant, but the pool water outside is corrosive. Although the corrosion level is not high, it can still seep into the damaged areas of the machine and cause damage. Preliminary estimates suggest that the transport plane can only last for 3 hours. Claire explained the status of the transport plane in detail. Zhou Yuan shrugged and said casually, "The situation you described isn't bad at all. 3 hours should be enough. Now, everyone listen up. The driver will stay and repair the transport plane, and the miners will stay and help the driver. Everyone else, follow me. Before the transport plane can take off, we need to go out and collect some flesh and blood samples, install tactical nuclear weapons, and blow this big guy up. Oh, right. Turn on all the dash cams that can be turned on. When we get back, We'll show those idiots in the Special Operations Forces what a real big scene looks like. Yes, sir. Whoosh. Making some preparations, Zhou Yuan opened the hatch and 13 led team members into the pool. The pool water is corrosive, but the level of corrosion is not high, and the space-based weaponry can withstand it for a long time. Come this way. After scanning his surroundings, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and waved, then swam towards the back of the transport plane. The bottom of this flesh and blood tunnel was very similar to the hive point in the soldier insect's nest, with holes all around the walls. He chose the largest hole. Since the forced landing, he has obtained many clues, which can be compiled into an intelligence report. This colossal creature was enormous, with its nasal or throat cavity exceeding 500 meters in diameter. At the same time, its body surface is very strong, and tactical nuclear weapons cannot harm it. They cannot even wake it up. They can only make it turn over gently to take a breath. Therefore, killing it is not that simple. Even if it's an internal explosion, you need to find its fatal point or vital organs. Otherwise, even a tactical nuclear bomb might not be able to kill it. Bang! After swimming a short distance, Zhou Yuan burst out of the water and flew into the target cave. He then raised his Gauss gun and turned around to fire fiercely. There are many insects in the pool area, including soldier insects and fireflies. The soldier insects were alright though. They couldn't swim and were completely helpless against the somewhat viscous pool water, unable to do anything but hiss. Fireflies were a bigger problem. Dozens of them had gathered above the pool and were spraying flames at the transport planes and people going into the water. Bang! 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 Zhou Yuan pulled the trigger of the Gauss rifle, and blood rained down on the pool. One after another, the fireflies exploded, turning into bloody fragments that fell into the pool. After eliminating all the visible insects, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. He fought fiercely on the ground, even firing 4 tactical nuclear missiles, but because the battle was so intense, he didn't have time to deal with the system. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 15.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 1,013,000. Chapter 113, Collecting Biological Samples. So little. Upon seeing his remaining soul points, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. He started with 830,000 soul points. In other words, he only earned 180,000 soul points from that swarm of insects. They rarely reason with people. He fired 4 tactical nuclear bombs, 5 shockwave grenades, and 10 proto-grenade grenades, and the trigger of his Gauss rifle never stopped. Forget it. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head. 180,000 it is. At least he can accept it. After all, bombing an insect swarm and bombing an insect nest are different. A single insect hive can house tens of thousands of insects. A single tactical nuclear bomb could cause a chain reaction that wipes out all of those tens of thousands of insects. If tens of thousands of insects were placed on the ground and spread out like ocean waves, a tactical nuclear weapon would not be able to hit all of them. After waiting for a short while, Kenny and the others swam ashore successfully. Let's go. Zhou Yuan waved and led the way into the cave. There are many caves here, and the one he chose is the largest, with a diameter of about 100 meters. He wanted to find the fatal weakness of this colossal creature, and following the largest cave was the most likely way to find it, perhaps the stomach or lungs. To be honest, walking through a cave made of solidified flesh and blood is a bit scary. Everywhere was covered in flesh and mucous membranes. Even the flesh underfoot was pulsating and tender, giving one an extremely bloody and terrifying feeling. The cave was very long, and it took the group 3 minutes to reach the end after half running and half walking. At the end lies a pool of blood, or perhaps a blood-soaked hole. A round hole of flesh and blood, about 300 meters in diameter, with a pool of blood at the bottom. Strangely, the blood in the pool floats up, forming numerous blood droplets in the air, eventually covering the surrounding fleshy walls. Sir, there is oxygen here, and the density is very high. If the transport plane needs oxygen, we might be able to pump the oxygen out of here. Kenny held up a testing device and said excitedly, "Do you want to live here?" Zhou Yuan shook his head in refusal. Their goal was to leave, not to stay here. Kenny's suggestion should only be used if the evacuation plan fails. Clear. Kenny nodded, understood Zhou Yuan's meaning, and said nothing more. Next, the group of 14 people continued deeper into the flesh cave. Zhou Yuan changed his way of finding his way, no longer looking for large caves, but instead choosing caves with many veins. After walking for half an hour, Zhou Yuan finally found what he was looking for. The group is now in a flesh and blood cave that is nearly 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. At the end of the cave, a flesh and blood door appears. This fleshy gate is not a single piece, but rather split into many small fleshy lobes, which close together, looking very much like the mouth of a worm. We're on the right track. Seeing the closed flesh and blood door, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He had seen too many caves along the way, but they were all straight through without any protection or obstruction. Only this cave has now become a dead end. Clearly, the area behind this flesh and blood door is a crucial region within the body of this colossal creature, far more important than the area they had just passed through. Collect the sample and open it. Zhou Yuan took 2 steps back, raised his hand, and waved it lightly, signaling the team members to start work. He had Kenny carry a protective case, and whenever they saw unusual flesh or blood along the way, they would cut off a small piece to take back to Morgan for research. Puff. The small fleshy petals on the flesh gate were very sensitive. Kenny only cut off a small piece of flesh, and they all opened up and retracted into the surrounding fleshy walls. Shit. It's disgusting. I can smell the stench even through my combat helmet. That might be the stomach of a big guy. After the flesh and blood door opened, it revealed the space behind it, a huge, bottomless, flesh and blood hole that looked to be over 50 meters wide. The flesh cave was filled with a lot of red and green slime, which also contained a large number of insect corpses and rocks. The insect carcasses and rocks were severely corroded, with a corrosive white fumes on their surfaces and small, pitted bubbles everywhere. It's obvious at a glance that the red and green slime enveloping them is highly corrosive. Step back and check these liquids. Zhou Yuan told everyone to step back and avoid the red and green slime gushing from the flesh gate. Sir, the corrosion level is level 4. A team member reported with a heavy tone after testing the equipment. The federal government classifies acid corrosion levels into 1 to 6. Level 4 represents strong corrosion. If a space weapon were immersed in a level 4 highly corrosive liquid, it would not survive for even half an hour. Level 4. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, and after calculating for a moment, said, "Go at full speed and try to get through this passage. If we can't get out of this passage in 15 minutes, then we'll place a tactical nuclear bomb at the deepest point we can reach, and then evacuate at full speed. If we can get out of this passage, then we'll continue deeper, as long as we go back before the transport planes can't hold on any longer." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the order, the team immediately sprang into action and advanced at full speed. The group of 14 people took off running and dashed into the depths of the cave. The interior space of this cave is somewhat like a funnel. At first, the cave was over 50 meters in diameter, but after running for 5 minutes, the cave's diameter was reduced to only 5 or 6 meters. The deeper you go, the smaller the cave becomes. Moreover, the cave began to become steep, like a landslide. "Sir, there's a situation." After bypassing a pile of insect corpses that had been burned by corrosive liquid, Reza, who was holding a sentry scope, shouted, "Sir, there seems to be a cliff about 1 kilometer ahead. These corrosive liquids are like flowing water, washing away all the mess here." "Cliff." Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. As you walk from the transport plane's location to here, the corrosive liquids you encounter become increasingly corrosive. If we apply the process of increasing corrosivity levels to the structure of an organism, then this path should be the digestive system within the organism. They are currently in what appears to be the esophagus of a colossal creature, with its stomach just below. Wow. Upon arriving at the cliff that Risa had mentioned, Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Reza's analogy is apt. Deep within this cave lies a cliff, and a terrifying one at that. He is now standing on the edge of a cliff, unable to see how deep or how wide it is. All he could see was darkness. 2 meters ahead, there was a bottomless abyss, and nothing else could be seen. Everything was swallowed by darkness. Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out in the darkness. Zhou Yuan instinctively stepped back, disregarding any danger, and raised his Gauss rifle to fire a barrage of shots forward. Chapter 114 Hellfire Missile Launcher. Bang! 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 In the darkness, the sound of a C4 electromagnetic bullet exploding rang out, followed by a cracking sound. What the hell is that? Zhou Yuan frowned and took 2 steps back. He is a superhuman, with eyesight strong enough to see at night, yet he cannot see through the darkness in front of him, which is very strange. Don't go any further. Turn on all the lights. Zhou Yuan turned on all the lights on the mecha and waved to his team members to follow him. Whoosh! 14 beams of light pierced the darkness, making the surrounding scenery much clearer. Looking ahead now, you can already see just the tip of the iceberg of the dark abyss. Tentacle. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then goosebumps rose all over his body. Ahead lay a deep abyss shrouded in darkness, with no bottom or other end in sight. Only a range of about 100 meters in the foreground. Within this area of about 100 meters, numerous tentacles hung down from above. These tentacles are entirely black, with no other color visible. Their girth is wider than a car wheel, and their surface is covered with numerous smaller tentacles. The tentacles were flailing wildly in the air, occasionally slapping towards the entrance of the cave where they were. We can't go any further. Zhou Yuan turned around and said to Kenny, "That's it. Take out all the tactical nuclear weapons." Now he knows why he couldn't see what was happening in the abyss. Because everything in the abyss was black, he thought he couldn't see anything, but it was just a visual illusion. The things that attacked him just now were those tentacles hanging down from above the abyss. These tentacles may be firewalls within supergiant organisms, such as probiotic biological defense lines or phagocyte defense lines. Their existence is for disinfection, killing all invading viruses. Of course, this is just his guess. He needed an explanation that would put his mind at ease and make him feel at ease. Whether his guess was right or wrong didn't matter. "Sir, they're all here. We didn't use a single one. But there's too much corrosive liquid here. Where are we going to put the nuclear bomb?" Kenny whispered as he handed Zhou Yuan 2 explosive boxes. Puff. Zhou Yuan didn't reach out to catch it, nor did he answer. He simply walked to the fleshy wall on his right and punched it hard, creating a bloody hole. Great idea. Kenny immediately understood and gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up. The flesh and blood of this colossal creature are not acidic, so it would be safe to stuff a tactical nuclear bomb into its flesh and blood. It's time to evacuate. Let's calculate the time. Zhou Yuan took the explosives box and called his teammates over. "Sir, we have traveled a total of 10 kilometers since we set off, which took 100 minutes. If we reduce the pressure generator level of the space weapon, we can return to the transport plane within half an hour at full speed. I suggest setting the timer to 40 minutes and using the extra 10 minutes to deal with any unexpected events that may occur on the return journey." By the time we got back to the transport plane, it had only 40 minutes left for corrosion protection. If the transport plane still can't start, we can come back to shut down the tactical nuclear weapons, go to the oxygen storage area to extract oxygen, and try to hold on. "It's Kayla, the guide in the group," she said, raising her hand. "Their communication system is badly damaged. Although it can be repaired, repairing the communication system will have to wait until after the energy system. Now, their communications have been completely cut off, and even local communications cannot be maintained. Local communications are unusable, and the tactical nuclear missile shutdown command on the combat instrument is also unusable. Therefore, they need to calculate the time carefully, otherwise they might blow themselves up as well. Let's do it this way." Hearing Kayla's words, Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement and waved his hand, saying, "I'm the fastest. Leave the rest to me. You guys can leave now." "Yes, sir." Everyone knew this was the best solution, so they didn't hesitate and turned to run. They needed to get back to the transport plane as quickly as possible. If the transport plane's energy system still can't start, they still have time to turn around and notify Zhou Yuan to manually shut down the tactical nuclear missiles. Something this big, I wonder how many soul points it can give. After all the team members left, Zhou Yuan finally relaxed completely. Actually, he's better suited to working alone now. Giving him more people would only be a burden. It's not nice to say it like that, but that's the truth. 11 tactical nuclear warheads probably won't be enough. After standing there for a few seconds, Zhou Yuan took out the Hellfire missile launcher from his ring. He remembered clearly that the nasal cavity or throat cavity of this colossal creature was over 500 meters in diameter. So how big must its stomach be? The diameter needs to be estimated in units of 10 kilometers. This kind of behemoth cannot be dealt with by mere tactical nuclear weapons. Perhaps 11 tactical nuclear bombs would only warm its stomach. The Hellfire missile launcher is different. He got it from a level 2 soul gift box. It carries a strategic cluster missile, which contains 6 strategic nuclear warheads with a total yield of 6 megatons of TNT. Just use Dongfeng Express, okay? Some people may not know the significance of 6 million tons of TNT. To put it simply, the yield of the little boy is only about 15,000 tons, so you can imagine what 6 million tons means. With this wave of strategic nuclear weapons, no matter how big they are, they will all perish. Why? After boarding the launch vehicle and setting the timer for detonation, Zhou Yuan sighed. Strategic nuclear weapons are not like tactical nuclear weapons, which are like firecrackers. Even if he were promoted to Major General, he wouldn't be qualified to use them. He originally intended to save them for later when farming insect planets. He was heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the current situation, this is the only option. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill this colossal creature. Beep, beep, beep. Securing the strategic cluster missiles, Zhou Yuan also deployed tactical nuclear weapons nearby, all of which were installed by drilling holes in the flesh and blood wall. He used all 11 tactical nuclear warheads. 10 were carried by the team members, and 1 was in the launcher he carried on his shoulder. He had no intention of saving these tactical nuclear weapons. What if the strategic cluster missiles weren't powerful enough, and they were just a hair's breadth away from killing this colossal creature? Since you've decided to take action, you have to be ruthless when you do, to prevent any accidents from happening. After checking the timing of the nuclear bombs and confirming that the timings were all 40 minutes, Zhou Yuan turned and left. Zhou Yuan wasn't in a hurry when evacuating. He would run for a while and then stop, just like taking a walk. His speed was too fast. Not to mention his own speed. The speed of the mecha alone was 3 times that of the team members, and that was just the land speed. It would take the team half an hour to evacuate the transport plane, but it would only take him 10 minutes. Chapter 1:15 Evacuation. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan returned leisurely to the transport plane. The reason it took half an hour was mainly because the team members were too slow, and he caught up with them halfway, so they came back together. Claire, what's going on here? When Zhou Yuan entered the cabin, he was immediately stunned. The cabin was a mess, looking like a scrap machine in a junkyard. A layer of floorboards had been peeled off, and the peeled-off layer was being welded back onto the bulkhead by 3 miners. Not only that, all the seats in the cabin were removed, leaving only the 2 rows of auxiliary grips on the top for standing use. We are reinforcing the cabin. I've got the energy system sorted out, but the exterior of the transport plane was corroded by the corrosive liquid for 2 hours, which has significantly reduced its structural strength. We had no choice but to do this in order to prevent the transport plane from falling apart halfway through the journey. Claire smiled and looked at Zhou Yuan. You did a great job, Zhou Yuan said softly, then stepped forward and gave Claire a gentle hug. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Claire smiled even more happily. Through the mecha and space armor, she could feel the warmth from Zhou Yuan's hug. This was the first time Zhou Yuan had hugged her when there were other people around. The idea of forcibly activating the energy system using a superconductor was proposed by Zhou Yuan, and being able to help Zhou Yuan is something she is proud of. The onlookers were not surprised by this scene. Kenny and the others all knew that their commander and captain were a couple and had been living together for several days. Although the 6 crew members of the coal mine did not know about this beforehand, they were used to seeing love and marriage within the military, since soldiers rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with ordinary people. With 20 people working together, the work of reinforcing the cabin was completed much faster, and the finishing touches were done in just 2 minutes. Guys, listen to me. Zhou Yuan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. I've placed a tactical nuclear bomb in the stomach of this giant, and it's 330 seconds until it detonates. Aina, go check the flight recorder and calculate how long it will take to get back to the ground. 20 seconds. As soon as Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Aina said, Sir, I have already confirmed that we fell for 20 seconds. The transport plane is flying faster than it is falling, so we can get back to the ground in 20 seconds. By the time this big guy gets blown up, we'll already be knocking on the door of the Fodor asteroid belt mining area. Yeah. Zhou Yuan frowned, walked up to Aina, and asked in a deep voice. You should know that we're inside the belly of a big guy, right? Yes, sir. Hearing that Zhou Yuan's tone was off, Aina immediately stood at attention and saluted. So here's the question. If we crawled in through its mouth, and now it's closed its mouth, how do we get out? Tear its mouth open, then wake it up and let it chase us around like a cat and mouse for 6 minutes? I'm sorry, sir. Upon hearing this, Aina's expression changed. Not only Aina, but everyone's expression turned grim at that moment. Sir, do you mean we should evacuate when the tactical nuclear missile is about to detonate? Kenny asked tentatively. What are the chances of the engine stalling? Zhou Yuan nodded, then looked at Claire. Claire pondered for a moment and said, it depends on the flight method. If we only use the main thrusters, the probability of the pulse cable being burned out is not too high. If the movements are too large, such as performing high-difficulty flight operations, multiple sets of thrusters will be needed, and the pulse frequency cable will definitely be burned out instantly by the strong current. What about hovering? Zhou Yuan pressed. The hovering operation is not a problem. Hovering only requires the use of the bottom thrusters. Those thrusters have protective plates and have not been corroded. Claire nodded. It can perform levitation. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, then 2 minutes. We'll take off in 2 minutes. First, we'll check if the exit is blocked. If it's not, we'll leave immediately. If it gets blocked, we will have at least 100 seconds to process it. Sir, Claire suddenly shouted anxiously. Our weapons system is broken. It broke down during the first emergency landing. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly. Don't worry, we have enough mixed explosives left. Moreover, I also have a tactical nuclear bomb on me. Even if the entrance is blocked by space alloy, we can make it disappear completely. Now, gather all the mixed explosives for me. I'll be on top of the cockpit when the transport plane takes off. Just as Zhou Yuanchong was about to speak, Kenny reached out his hand. There's no need to try to persuade me. My mech has a flight mode, making it much safer than a transport plane that has the risk of its wiring burning out. 180 seconds until detonation. Act immediately. Time flew by. They had only discussed it briefly when nearly 3 minutes had passed, leaving them with only 3 minutes to evacuate. 20 seconds later, Zhou Yuan arrived at the top of the cockpit, activated the pressure generator and magnetic stabilizer, and firmly secured the mecha. He was carrying a blasting box filled with mixed explosives, which could be detonated directly using the box's detonation system. Ready, set off. After regaining his footing, Zhou Yuan used his earpiece to notify Claire. In fact, the transport plane's communication system had been repaired by the 3 pilots an hour earlier. The reason why we couldn't receive the signal before was mainly because the biomagnetic field here was too strong, and the nuclear bomb was placed too far away from the transport plane. Crack, click. The next moment, the transport plane shook and rose from the pool of water. Hearing the chaotic noises coming from the transport plane, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt uneasy, worried that it might crash halfway through the flight. Fortunately, there aren't that many accidents in this world, and his worries were unnecessary. About 10 seconds later, Claire piloted the transport plane, navigated through the cavern of flesh and blood, and successfully arrived at the location where they had crashed. Really, seeing that the original abyss had turned into a dark red wall of flesh and blood, Zhou Yuan sighed regretfully. However, he wasn't too surprised, because this was entirely expected. This path leads to the stomach of the colossal creature, and is a passageway for an important organ within the colossal creature. How could such an important organ passage be without protection? The human larynx even has the epiglottis to close the larynx. Claire, get ready to accelerate. After giving a reminder, Zhou Yuan maneuvered his mecha upwards, arriving below the wall of flesh and blood. This wall of flesh, like the wall of flesh that blocked the esophagus of the colossal creature, was composed of numerous small fleshy segments. However, this channel is over 500 meters in diameter, which is frighteningly large. Chapter 116 Planetary Behemoth. Ascending to a greater height, they touched the wall of flesh and blood. Drop. Zhou Yuan tore off the seal on the surface of the explosive box, attached the box to the center of the flesh and blood wall, and then started the detonation countdown. He set a short detonation countdown, only 10 seconds. After all, there were only 2 minutes left in the countdown to the nuclear bomb's detonation, and they didn't have time to dawdle. Bang! After placing the mixed explosives, Zhou Yuan controlled the mecha to land, returning to the top of the transport plane's cockpit. At that moment, Claire piloted the transport plane down to a position about 200 meters away from the wall of flesh and blood. This distance is sufficient to avoid the shockwave of the explosion. Boom! After a short wait, the mixed explosives detonated precisely on time. A wall made of flesh and blood is practically defenseless. A single explosion with explosives would send a rain of blood down. A gap about 50 meters in diameter instantly appeared in the flesh wall that was more than 500 meters in diameter. Whoosh! Claire acted quickly. As soon as the explosives detonated, she piloted the transport plane to change position, avoiding the blood and gore that rained down from above. At the same time, she turned the transport plane around, changing from hovering ascent to sprint ascent. The 200 meters were covered in the blink of an eye. The transport plane successfully broke through the gap and returned to the ground. Speed up, avoid the strong magnetic field region, and get away from the asteroid belt. Zhou Yuan immediately notified Claire via earpiece. The crew of the FAW Cole said there was a strong magnetic field nearby, strong enough to cause all the transport plane's systems to malfunction, so they had to avoid that area. Then there's the nuclear explosion that's about to happen in 2 minutes. The transport plane needs to stay as far away from the asteroid belt as possible to avoid a collision with the asteroid. After the transport plane had flown a short distance, Zhou Yuan turned around. The transport plane has entered space, and once the medium for transmission is lost, the world suddenly becomes quiet. Grass. It would have been better if he hadn't turned around, but when he did, Zhou Yuan's heart almost jumped out of his throat. That colossal creature has awakened. Perhaps because it was hurt by the explosion, the colossal creature was very angry and thrashed about violently. As it flapped its wings, the ice and snow on its body began to crack, and pieces of land fell into space like dandruff. This scene was extraordinary. It looked like a planet exploding. After the ice and snow covering it disappeared, Zhou Yuan saw its true form. The colossal creature looked very strange. Its body is entirely gray, and it looks like a mutated whale. Its mouth is surrounded by gray tentacles, making it extremely ugly. Its whale wings are the icy mountain range that previously caused the transport plane to make an emergency landing. Now they have fully opened, forming 2 enormous nets that blot out the sky. The strength is too high. Looking at the colossal creature, Zhou Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This behemoth doesn't look like an insect. It's probably not from the Arachnid insectoid race. It might be some kind of creature that can survive in space, taking hundreds or thousands of years to sleep, which is why humans have never encountered it. Perhaps I will never see a second one like it in my lifetime. 1 minute later, the transport plane was completely away from the asteroid belt. The colossal beast that had once dominated all of Zhou Yuan's vision had now become a tiny, allowing him to completely relax. Claire, contact the people at the Fodor asteroid belt mining area and have them send someone to pick us up. Kenny, retrieve all recording and combat equipment, including the transport aircraft storage disks and previously collected flesh samples. Listen up, everyone else. Everything that happened today is confidential, and you are not allowed to tell anyone unless you want to go to the gallows. Zhou Yuan withdrew his gaze and gave the order through the earpiece. He was certain that the Federation would block the news, otherwise it would cause a huge uproar, such as no one daring to join the army. Besides that, mission accomplished. This military achievement is no ordinary achievement. It may be approaching the threshold of strategic level. Their group of 20 will definitely be commended. Even a promotion of 1 rank is just the minimum. As the commander of this operation, he was entitled to the greatest military merit. Ah, that feels so good. Zhou Yuan chuckled and licked his lips. If he was promoted too high, but he'd be satisfied with just a major, since a major already has the authority to be a sentry post commander, essentially a bankrupt version of a regional governor. However, this matter may not be easy to handle. He has to get past Morgan first. Sir, there's a situation. The communication system has been severely disrupted and is currently completely out of service, only able to maintain short-range wireless communication. While enjoying himself, Zhou Yuan suddenly received a report from Claire. Have you notified the Fodor asteroid belt mining area? Zhou Yuan asked, frowning. The transport plane's condition is not optimistic. It might break down halfway through the journey. No one can pick it up, and losing contact in space would be a real disaster. You've been notified that support will arrive within 20 minutes. After Claire finished speaking, seemingly worried that Zhou Yuan was not satisfied with the speed of the support, she added, Sir, because the distance is too close, the starship cannot use warp drive, so we can only send out the flight force, which is relatively slow. Just notify them. Zhou Yuan gave a brief reply, without saying anything more. The awkward thing about starship travel is that without using a faster-than-light engine, its normal speed is not even as fast as a fighter jet. It can use a faster-than-light engine, and can fly past in the blink of an eye, making short-distance emergency travel difficult, etc. There are no celestial bodies around, so where would the magnetic field interference come from? Suddenly, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of foreboding and slowly turned his head to look behind him. Dude, there's really no need for that. When Zhou Yuan saw the scene behind him, his scalp was tingled with fear. In its line of sight, In the Folds asteroid belt region, a small that was growing larger and larger, and it seemed to be shimmering with a silvery light. Seeing this, how could Zhou Yuan not understand? That colossal creature is catching up. It may have sensed the transport plane, or it may have just happened to fly in the transport plane's flight path. But no matter what, they're all in trouble. Keep in mind, that was a colossal beast with a circumference of about 500 kilometers when it curled up to sleep. Compared to this colossal behemoth, a transport plane is nothing more than an ant. A gentle crush would turn it into fragments, which would then vanish into the vastness of space. His mind raced, but the colossal creature moved even faster. In just a moment, the colossal creature flew a great distance, transforming from a black, dense sight into a massive gray mass. Energy jet. Zhou Yuan saw that several strands of silver light were swirling around the body of the colossal creature. It looks a bit like the light on a starship bug, only the color is different. However, this is not surprising. It is normal for a creature that has evolved to this size to have special flight abilities. Chapter 117 Bong. Zhou Yuan reacted quickly. He activated his shoulder-mounted launcher, aimed it at the colossal creature, and fired the last tactical nuclear missile. For such a behemoth, a tactical nuclear bomb is no different from a small firecracker. If it hits you, you'll only hear a bang, but won't feel any pain. He did this mainly to buy time. The nuclear bomb inside the colossal organism has only 15 seconds left to detonate. Although that thing is very fast, if it gets distracted by the explosion of the tactical nuclear bomb for even a short while, it won't be able to catch up with the transport plane. The maximum range of a tactical nuclear weapon is 5 kilometers. However, due to the unique environment of space, the firing rate of tactical nuclear missiles has increased dozens of times and will never stop. Seconds later, the tactical nuclear missile disappeared from Zhou Yuan's sight. Next, what came into his view was a gray wall that shimmered with silver light and was so large that it blotted out the sky. A colossal creature is approaching the transport plane. Its size was so large that when it got close, it was like a giant mountain falling from the sky, occupying Zhou Yuan's entire field of vision. Right now, Zhou Yuan can only see the chin of the colossal creature. He can't see anything else. Dude, it can't be that bad. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's expression changed again. The colossal creature opened its mouth, revealing a gaping maw that shot towards the transport plane like a black hole. Zhou Yuan felt his legs were a little weak. Superhumans are incredibly powerful, but in the face of such colossal beasts, they are nothing more than a piece of lean meat with a bit of chewiness. To take it down, we need Superman. Just as Zhou Yuan was panicking, the tactical nuclear missile he had launched earlier exploded. The tactical nuclear bomb exploded inside the mouth of a colossal creature, looking like someone lighting a match inside a black hole. It has some brightness, but not much. Boom! Almost at the instant the tactical nuclear bomb exploded, a thunderbolt rang in his ears. He knew that it was the roar of a colossal creature that exhaled a large amount of medium, allowing the sound to travel into space. Pretty. The next moment, Zhou Yuan excitedly clenched his fist and began to count silently in his mind. As he had guessed, the tactical nuclear bomb, while failing to harm the colossal creature, did bring it to a halt. Its gaping maw stopped opening and is slowly closing. This small action saved the transport plane from being swallowed up by it. At this moment, the countdown to the detonation of the nuclear bomb inside the colossal organism had only 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Zhou Yuan smiled, raised his hand, clenched his 5 fingers, and then suddenly released them. Almost at the same moment he released his fingers, the colossal creature's mouth trembled, as if its entire body had stopped. The nuclear bomb inside it exploded. Rumble of thunder sounded, and the silver light on the colossal creature flickered rapidly before vanishing. The next moment, countless silver glowing cracks appeared on its body. The cracks grew larger and larger, and more silver light gushed out, finally exploding with a deafening roar. Wow, damn it. Zhou Yuan squinted his eyes, feeling so sore that he was about to tear up. He had previously seen the colossal creature expand into a silver sphere of light, covered in cracks, before exploding in an instant. The farther the transport plane was, the smaller the colossal creature appeared, and the clearer he could see it. The enormous silver sphere exploded like fireworks. Not a single large fragment remained. It transformed into a sky full of silvery light, spreading rapidly in all directions. This silvery light was both captivating and dangerous. It carried an incredibly powerful shockwave, sweeping in like a hurricane. With just a preliminary contact, the transport plane was overturned, like a rootless duckweed, toyed with by the shockwave. That's really impressive. Zhou Yuan was also in a sorry state. He was like a gecko, his limbs tightly wedged into the connection between the cockpit and the main engine compartment. This shockwave is very similar to the shockwave from the Starship bug explosion. It's possible that these colossal creatures, like the Starship bugs, possess energy properties similar to nuclear fuel and would explode if touched by a nuclear bomb. He dared not relax his strength even slightly, for fear of being thrown off the transport plane. If it were flung into space, then being thrown into space doesn't seem to be a big deal. He has plenty of life-saving items on him, as well as things that can be used in the space environment. As expected of me. Thinking of his many trump cards for survival, Zhou Yuan felt at ease and quietly waited for the shockwave to dissipate. After being a gecko for about 5 minutes, Zhou Yuan finally raised his head. The mech systems have malfunctioned, leaving only the hydraulic system and life support system, which can operate solely on stored batteries. He could sense that the transport plane's rotation had slowed down, which meant the shockwave had passed. That's how the shockwave from an explosion works. It's usually just a matter of a moment. In other words, the supergiant organism was so large that it possessed nuclear fuel, which allowed the shockwave to persist for so long. Wow. When Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, his mouth was slightly open, and he took a deep breath, still feeling lingering fear. The transport plane is wrecked. The transport plane, which originally resembled a raptor, has now been turned into a nearly spherical piece of scrap metal. The pressure chamber and storage compartment at the rear, and the wings on both sides. All of these parts of the aircraft that were directly exposed to the shockwave had all disappeared. Modern transport aircraft consists of only the cockpit and the main cabin. Although the two hulls were not destroyed by the shockwave, their current condition is as bad as it could get. The external damage was extensive. Most of the alloy outer shell on the protective layer was peeled off, exposing the system operating layer where the cables were installed. The cables were a tangled mess, and sparks and flames flickered everywhere. Thank you for your kindness. Zhou Yuan shook his head, trying to dispel the lingering dizziness in his mind. Fortunately, he was positioned at the nose of the aircraft. If he had been standing at the tail, directly facing the shockwave, his mech would have been blasted apart. However, now is not the time to celebrate. The biggest trouble is yet to come. The pressure generator and magnetic stabilizer malfunctioned, so he could only maintain his current state, using his limbs to hold himself on the transport plane, unable to relax for even a moment. He wasn't worried about himself. After all, with his stamina, he could be a gecko for a whole day and night without getting tired. He was worried about the people inside the transport plane. All the seats in the cabin had been removed, and the people inside could only stand while holding onto the auxiliary handles. The transport plane's life support system had long since broken down. Helmet breaks when the shockwave hits the transport ship, or if someone's life support system fails, then there's really no chance of survival. Chapter 118. Balance exceeds 3 million. Oh well, never mind. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yuan still couldn't come up with a good solution, so he had no choice but to turn his attention back to himself. After a busy day, it's time to see what we've accomplished. He felt that the colossal creature would likely contribute a lot of soul points to him. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 15.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points, 3.176 million. Holy crap. When Zhou Yuan saw his remaining soul points, his hands and feet trembled, and he was almost thrown out by the spinning transport plane. 3.176 million. He only had 1.013 million soul points before he killed the colossal creature. In other words, that colossal beast contributed 2.163 million soul points to him. Wrong. There's still some left over. There should be other gains as well. Zhou Yuan quickly guessed why he had such a large harvest and immediately opened the notification panel. Kill a poisonous millipede and gain 6 souls. Killing a soldier insect grants 1.2 souls. Kill a frost leviathan and gain 1,200,000 souls. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Star Hunter achievement. You can now claim the Son of Space title. Kill a poisonous worm and gain 12 souls. Holy crap, that thing is Leviathan? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. In the Bible of Western countries, Leviathan is a giant sea monster that symbolizes evil, and its appearance is usually described as a ferocious whale demon. It really does look a bit like it. As for sea monsters, the stars and the sea are also seas, so it makes perfect sense. Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head. Whether it's Leviathan or Zombie Kuan, you might never encounter a second one in your lifetime, so their identity and race don't matter. Most importantly, with the title bonus, one costs 1.2 million. 1.2 million. Before he blew up that Frost Leviathan, his entire net worth was only 1.01 million. I'm back to my idea. These evil behemoths should not exist in this world. In order to maintain cosmic peace, I must destroy them all. Zhou Yuan licked his lips and designated the Frost Leviathan as his dream beast. His team members had previously extracted a whole protective case of flesh and blood samples from inside the frozen Leviathan. If these samples are brought back to Morgan, he might be able to develop a scanner for the ice Leviathan, allowing him to better maintain cosmic peace. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan continued his calculations. The Frost Leviathan cost 1.2 million, while the remaining 963,000 were ordinary bugs. After the Frost Leviathan awoke, its icy outer shell shattered, with most of it being flung into space, but a small portion remained on its body. It was those few insects on the icy, snowy ground that contributed 963,000 to his income. Overall, I am very satisfied. The bombshell grossed 2.163 million. I couldn't be more satisfied. Now his soul points balance is close to 3.2 million. More than 3 million soul points are enough to build an explosively powerful faster-than-light nanomech, and there will still be a lot left over after that. But this isn't so easy. I need to find a way to go out on my own. When I get back, I'll first sound out Morgan's opinion. System restart. Zhou Yuan was thinking. He suddenly heard the voice of the mecha's main AI. Activate the pressure generator and the magnetic stabilizer. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed and immediately tried to restart the basic operating system. Pressure system started successfully. Magnetic attraction system started successfully. Communication system malfunction detected. Weapon system malfunction detected. Positioning system malfunction detected. Tactical system malfunction detected. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Although most of the systems malfunctioned, at least the basic mobility was still intact, so at least I no longer have to be a gecko. Zhou Yuan lifted his foot to confirm that the pressure generator and magnetic stabilizer could be turned on normally, then slowly stood up and walked to the edge of the main engine compartment. Then, he pulled a Barrett rifle from his ring and fired it into space. The recoil from the Barrett pushed him backward, eventually impacting the transport plane he landed on. After about 20 magazines were fired, the transport plane's rotation speed gradually decreased, so that the world in Zhou Yuan's eyes no longer spun around. Although it's still spinning, he can accept the current speed. After putting away the Barrett, Zhou Yuan walked to the space window on the nose of the aircraft and looked inside. Really, compared to his teammates, his situation is already the best. Claire and Aina sat in the driver's seat, their heads drooping, looking as if they had fainted. Looking past the cockpit and back, the others were in a similar situation, all floating in the engine room, none of them able to move. Da-da. Zhou Yuan knocked on the window, trying to wake Claire and Aina. The people in the transport plane should all be alive, because everyone was wearing space armor and protective suits, and he didn't see any obvious damage to anyone's helmet. Even if the transport aircraft's pressure generator and life support system malfunction, the space armor and protective suits can still provide oxygen. They fainted because of G-force overload. The shockwave just now was very strong, generating enormous positive and negative G-forces. Without a pressure generator, no one could withstand it. Not everyone is like him, possessing a superhumanly powerful body and a highly defensive mecha for protection. However, this is not a bad thing. Fainting when subjected to G-force is actually a good thing. That means the brain has activated its self-protection mechanism, actively inducing a state of unconsciousness to prevent immediate brain hemorrhage and brain death. That's what the book says, so it shouldn't be wrong. After knocking on the window for a while, and seeing that Claire and Aina were still not awake, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to give up. He slowly walked to the tail of the transport plane, found the connecting door between the storage compartment and the main engine compartment, and pushed the connecting door open forcefully. The transport aircraft's pressure system has been shut down, and the connecting door is damaged. Therefore, The cabin environment has become exactly the same as the space environment, and opening the door directly will not cause dangers such as cabin depressurization. After entering, Zhou Yuan pulled the connecting door out again before starting to check the safety of the personnel. Chapter 119 Return to the Fortress. Damn it. After inspecting everything, Zhou Yuan cursed under his breath, looking annoyed. Of the 19 men, 4 had damaged helmets. He looked closely and realized that none of the 4 people could be saved. Their faces were bluish-purple, clearly indicating that they died from internal organ rupture caused by the vacuum. None of these 4 men were survivors found on the coal mine. They were all elite soldiers handpicked by Kinney from the defense forces. In other words, these 4 soldiers were all his best soldiers. How pathetic. Zhou Yuan reached out and patted his head, shaking his head repeatedly. The fact that he suffered casualties on his very first mission shows that he is truly incompetent as a commander. Upon closer examination, it becomes clear that his initial judgment was flawed. Within the stomach of the frost leviathan, there is a small wall of flesh composed of fleshy petals that opens automatically with a gentle touch. So, could the huge wall of flesh and blood they encountered when they left also be opened by touching it? Damn it, I'm getting anxious. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Yuan felt even more upset. When he was still in the hunter unit, he experienced the death of his teammates in battle, and more than a dozen of them died at once. However, the current team member's non-combat death may be due to his misjudgment, unlike previous teammates who died in battle due to bad luck. Hey, I'll avenge you. Kill a lot of frost leviathans, and send one to each of you. After remaining silent for a short while, Zhou Yuan walked towards the cockpit. He felt a little guilty and upset, but not much. To be fair, his performance this time was impeccable. He did everything a commander should do, and he took all the risks a commander shouldn't have taken. If someone else were in command, the team would still be stuck in the ice spike forest, starving, until they die. After checking on the team members, Zhou Yuan went to the cockpit and tried to wake Claire up. The first name chosen was Claire not because he was biased, but because transport planes need pilots, so at least they can check the various operating systems. It shook for about a minute. Claire finally opened her eyes and groggily looked around. Check it out. Since they couldn't hear each other speaking, Zhou Yuan could only make gestures, pointing to the control panel. Okay. Although Claire was a little confused, she understood what Zhou Yuan meant, nodded, and started fiddling with the control panel. Sizzle. Amidst the crackling and flashing of electrical sparks, the cockpit lights came on. Zhou Yuan looked back and saw that the main engine compartment was also lit up, but the lights were dim and flickering. Can you hear me now? At that moment, Claire's voice came through Zhou Yuan's headphones. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is the communication system still working?" Claire shook her head. "No, the communication system is completely destroyed. I can't even detect the connection signal in the communication window. This is a driver-only Pathfinder channel, which belongs to the old-style emergency LAN and can only make short-range calls within 100 meters. I checked it out, and most of the systems are damaged. The transport plane has now become a metal box that just lights up. However, I have already called for backup, and the people from the mine should be here soon." Good. Zhou Yuan nodded, returned to the main engine room, and began waking up Kinney and the others. After waiting in the transport plane for about half an hour, the people from the Folds asteroid belt mining area finally arrived. 4 transport planes arrived together, lowering their suction discs from the tail to secure the damaged transport plane, which was then towed to the Folds asteroid belt mining area. I've contacted the pilot of the transport plane next door. They said they couldn't find our signal, which is why they arrived so late. After the transport plane took off, Claire stepped out of the cockpit and went to Zhou Yuan's side to report. "It's all right. It's good that you're here." Zhou Yuan shook his head and smiled, not taking it too seriously. The originally agreed support time was within 20 minutes, but it has now become more than 50 minutes. But we can't blame anyone else for this, since they don't even have a location. Fortunately, they are currently in the Folds asteroid belt region, and the transport plane's lights are still on. Otherwise, they would have truly disappeared. All right, now listen to me. Zhou Yuan clapped his hands and said to everyone, "As I said before, everything that happened today is confidential." After arriving at the mining area, Clara and Aina went to retrieve our goods and urgently requested a transport ship in my name. "Kinney, gather all the things I asked you to retrieve into the cockpit, then load the transport plane onto the transport ship. Once we've got it sorted out, we'll return to Pluto immediately." "Yes, sir." 40 minutes later, the transport plane was towered to the Folds asteroid belt mining area. Zhou Yuan did not disembark. He handed over the work to Kenny and Claire and stayed on the transport plane with his team, avoiding contact with any personnel from the mining area. After a brief 10-minute task handover, the wrecked transport plane was loaded onto a starship and taken back to the Pluto coastline fortress. The starship was very fast. It covered in a single jump the distance that a transport plane could only travel in an hour. Pack your things and come with me. After returning to the coastal fortress, Zhou Yuan led everyone into the emergency evacuation passage of the research center and took the elevator directly to the 8th basement level. 8 levels underground. At the airport, Marcus and his strategy team were already waiting. Sir, what happened to you? Marcus strode forward, his expression somewhat grave. 10 minutes ago, he received a communication from Claire. He never expected that a simple handover mission would turn into such a big accident. The transport plane was destroyed and 4 team members were killed in action. It was clear that they had encountered an enemy, and the enemy must be very formidable. After all, the team members involved in this mission were all elites from the defense forces. Marcus, please invite Mr. Morgan to the conference room. Zhou Yuan did not answer, but gave the order in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Marcus immediately realized that Zhou Yuan had classified this incident as confidential and led the strategic team to the research center. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan waited for Morgan in the conference room. Zhou, what happened? Has the mining area been overrun by insects? Morgan brought 2 students into the conference room and hurriedly asked. Sir, the mining area is very good. Zhou Yuan smiled helplessly. The Pluto fall incident seems to have left Morgan with a psychological scar, making him constantly think about places being invaded by insects. Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over Morgan's 2 students. Then he pulled Morgan aside and whispered, Sir, what happened today is more serious than the mine being overrun by insects. You may need to have your students excused and notify the fortress leadership or even contact the Federation leadership directly. Chapter 120 The Shocking Federal High Rankings. Weak. What exactly happened to you? You should know that you can't just connect to the top levels of the federal government anytime. Upon hearing that the situation was more serious than the insect infestation of the mining area, Morgan immediately calmed down and asked seriously. Sir, have you ever seen a creature the size of a planet? If not, you'll see it soon. It's in the mech's memory card. Zhou Yuan bent down and whispered in Morgan's ear, speaking even softer. What? Morgan's body was trembled, and he instantly understood what Zhou Yuan meant. He paused for a moment, then quickly ran to the wall screen, logged in with his access card, and shouted as he logged in. David, Joe, you 2 go back first and tell Henry that today's experiment will be postponed. Listen up, Zhou's team. Anyone who didn't personally participate in this morning's mission, get out. After Morgan spoke, people immediately left the meeting room. However, not many people left. Only 2 of Morgan's students and Marcus's strategy team did. There are still 17 people in the conference room. Morgan, Zhou Yuan, Claire, Kenny, and 9 other team members, plus 6 survivors from the Fat Coal. Claire, find the transport plane's storage disks. While Morgan was busy, Zhou Yuan didn't just stand by and watch. He had Claire organize the transport plane's storage disks. The storage disk contains a lot of data, including the detailed route of this mission, video footage from the transport plane's perspective, and call logs. The mech also had a recorder, and he removed the memory card. Of course, he has experience in knowing when to record and when not to record. He always turns off the recorder when he can't record. A strong magnetic field is so powerful that it can turn a coal mine into scrap metal, so it's normal for its recorder to malfunction, right? Besides, dashcams aren't something you absolutely have to turn on. They're only turned on in special circumstances. In general, the recorder is used as a will. Joe, are you ready? 3 minutes later, Morgan took a large laptop that looked like a briefcase from a shelf next to the wall screen and then turned on the holographic projector on the ceiling of the conference room. Ready? Zhou Yuan nodded, and because it was inconvenient to sit down in the mecha, he stood next to Morgan. His teammates, who came with him, stood behind him and Morgan. Drop. Morgan pressed his thumb on the laptop screen, and the screen lit up instantly. Along with the screen lighting up, a holographic projector also appeared, with countless beams of light falling from the ceiling and eventually forming 3 images on the other side of the conference table. 3 scenes, 3 chairs, 3 people. The 3 men had one thing in common. The epaulets on their shoulders all had 5 stars. These 3 are all damn 5-star generals. Sir. Upon seeing the 3 people, Zhou Yuan was startled and immediately saluted. Not only Zhou Yuan, but also his teammates behind him. Their salutes were perfectly standard. The three five-star generals projected on the screen were all people they had seen before, all of them through the military network. Marshal of the Mobile Force, Kiran Khan. Tang Yu, the aerospace commander of the Starship Force. Evan Gabriel, the brains of the strategic forces. That's right. These three five-star generals are the supreme commanders of the three major federal forces, wielding immense military power. Not to mention federal soldiers. Even ordinary people know these three, because they often appear on television. Old Morgan, you're amazing. Zhou Yuan straightened his back, his eyes glazing at Morgan out of the corner of his eye. Even the president might not be able to get the highest commanders of the three major federal forces online and ready to go within 3 minutes. He truly deserves the titles of Federal First-Class Scientist, recipient of the Federal Hero Medal, and Federal General Privilege holder. Why are there so many people? Oh, a single soldier mech. Professor, has the problem of mass production of individual mechs been solved? After the communication was connected, Marshal Kiran of the Mobile Force was the first to speak, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing Kiran's words, Tang Yu and Evan perked up. Although they don't need individual mechs, no one would complain about having too many of these good things. They can use them for their strategic escort teams. No, this time I have bad news for you. This kid is Carnage, my guard captain. Some of you may have heard of him. He saved my life before. He encountered a new enemy when he went out on a mission today. Zhou, give me the mecha's memory card. Morgan shook his head seriously, then reached out his hand to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan handed over the memory card and reminded him. Sir, the main action is in the last 3 minutes. Okay. Morgan inserted the memory card into the laptop slot and tapped it gently. 180 seconds until detonation. Act immediately. Zhou Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, and an image appeared on the conference table, showing Zhou Yuan preparing to withdraw from the body of the Frost Leviathan that morning. The camera angle follows Zhou Yuan. At first, the orders were given from inside the cabin, and the three five-star generals thought it was normal and watched quietly. But after 20 seconds, they all stood up, looking shocked. What is this? Starship bug. In the scene, Zhou Yuan arrives at the top of the cockpit, where the surrounding scenery is clearly visible. A huge cavern, with walls that glowed reddish flesh covered by a membrane containing blood vessels. The three five-star generals were all very intelligent and could tell at a glance that the transport plane was inside some kind of enormous object. Their first thought was the Starship bug. However, judging from the images, the Starship bug's body shouldn't be that large. Just one cave could be hundreds of meters in diameter. Most importantly, this doesn't resemble the body structure of an insect. The scene continues to move downwards. From the moment the transport plane took off, to Zhou Yuan blasting open the wall of flesh with mixed explosives, and then to the transport plane evacuating from the icy Leviathan and heading into space. Then, as Zhou Yuan turned around, as everyone watched, an asteroid with a diameter of over 500 kilometers shed its outer shell and transformed into a colossal cosmic behemoth. Everyone except Zhou Yuan was stunned by what they saw, staring blankly at the screen. The four bigwigs were unaware of this matter and were somewhat incredulous at the time. Although Zhou Yuan's teammates knew about this, they didn't know that the thing would be this big, and the thought still made them a little scared. At the end of the scene, the icy Leviathan charges towards the transport plane. Zhou Yuan made a decisive move and launched the last tactical nuclear missile, buying the transport plane a few seconds. The Frost Leviathan died from the nuclear explosion. That's it. All of the mech's systems malfunctioned, including the recorder. Chapter 121. Developing Planet-Destroying Weapons? Mr. Morgan, if you tell me now that this video is fake, I will definitely send you a case of my treasured wine. After a long silence, Tang Yu broke the silence in the conference room. These colossal creatures capable of operating in space pose a significant threat to the Federation, with Starship forces bearing the brunt of the attack. Among the three major forces, only starships operate in space for extended periods, making them the most likely to encounter colossal creatures. Once we meet, what methods would a Starship force use to deal with a creature that large? Strategic nuclear weapons? A wave pulse cannon? Electromagnetic pulse cannon? An ion pulse cannon? The Federation's current nuclear and energy weapons are probably only enough to tickle this colossal creature. Unfortunately, it is true. I also find it hard to understand how this creature evolved, and what kind of nutrition and environment allowed it to grow so big. However, we may not need to worry too much about it, because in the 600 years of human history of observing space, this is the first time it has appeared today. This suggests that it may be unique, possibly not a social creature, possibly not a warlike creature, and possibly sleep for hundreds of years. Perhaps it has become history. Morgan was deeply moved. He suddenly felt a pang of regret, regretting that he hadn't set off with Zhou Yuan that morning. If one could see a creature that has evolved to this level, it would be wonderful to do so, even if it meant risking one's life. He would never regret it. No. At this moment, Evan, the AI of the strategic forces, shook his head seriously and said coldly, "We can't always think the best of things. If it has a population, and if its population has already entered the Milky Way or even the solar system, then we are in big trouble. They can curl up and infiltrate the Federation star system by disguising themselves as asteroids, and eventually wage war against humanity." I agree with Evan. Tang Yu continued, "Regardless of whether this creature will reappear, we must have the ability to fight it. I suggest that a strategic scientific research conference be convened to restart the research program for super-energy weapons and Q-bullets. The Arachnid insectoids are no longer our only enemy." Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Kieran and Evan both nodded in agreement. The Arachnid insectoids were discovered 10 years ago. The previous leader proposed developing planet-destroying weapons to completely exterminate them. Super-energy weapons and Q-balls are the top choices. The former, relying on its immense energy, directly shatters the planet. Lithium tritiide to detonate the Earth's nuclear energy, causing the planet to weaken and collapse prematurely. Both of these weapons can be considered planet killers, capable of destroying a planet with a single strike. However, their research and development had only just begun when the Federation was alarmed by the amount of money being spent by the research department and halted the development of the planet-destroying weapon. Is this something we lowly thugs should listen to? Upon hearing the four bigwigs begin discussing planet-destroying weapons, Zhou Yuan and his team members all kept their eyes down, pretending to be statues. For now, humanity is an ironclad ally, with no infighting or real strategic secrets. But some things really can't be spread, such as the development of planet-destroying weapons. The development of planet-destroying weapons means that the enemy is becoming increasingly powerful, and that a real war is about to begin, with extremely significant implications. When this news got out, the entire Federation was in an uproar. "Joe, I think you must all be tired. Go to the waiting room and rest for a while. I'll call you if I need anything." 5 minutes later, Morgan looked at Zhou Yuan and said, "Okay, please let me know if you need anything. By the way, sir, these protective cases are full of today's mission records. One of them contains a sample of that guy's flesh and blood. I've already adjusted the temperature so it won't spoil in a short time." Zhou Yuan nodded, then offered a reminder. Morgan and the 3 5-star generals had just discussed holding an emergency strategic meeting, but what they said next was beyond their control. "Good. Zhou, you did a fantastic job." Upon hearing that there were flesh and blood samples, Morgan stood up excitedly and patted Zhou Yuan's arm repeatedly. He was too anxious just now, and only focused on contacting the commanders of the 3 major forces. He forgot to ask Zhou Yuan what he had gained from this mission. Being able to study that kind of creature was nothing short of a divine gift to this old scientist. The 3 5-star generals' eyes lit up, and they gave Zhou Yuan a symbolic salute as encouragement. The research department can develop B-series protoplasmic biological weapons targeting the Arachnid worm. Could we then develop new biological targeting weapons, the colossal creatures shown in previous videos? Go. After saluting the 4 bigwigs, Zhou Yuan led his team out of the conference room and into the waiting room. Actually, the waiting room is right next to the conference room. It's just a few steps away. "Sir, when can we go back? We shouldn't need to do anything else. I want to go back and get a good night's sleep." Today's task was not an easy one. Kenny took off his tactical helmet, slumped onto the sofa, and yawned. It wasn't just Kenny. Everyone else was in bad shape too. You couldn't tell when they were wearing tactical helmets, but now that they've taken them off, everyone's eyes are drooping, and they all look like they're about to fall asleep. We set off at 9 a.m. and returned at 11 p.m. Today's task took a full 14 hours to complete. 14 hours isn't actually a long time, but during those 14 hours, they were either on edge or doing physical labor, and their energy was already completely depleted. Zhou Yuan was like a monster, so exaggerated that he didn't even drink water, but he didn't seem tired at all. "Go to sleep if you're tired. I'll call you if I need anything." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan simply shook his head and said a few words. Morgan just said, "Go rest in the waiting room for a while. I'll call you if I need anything." This means that Morgan doesn't just want them to avoid emergency strategy meetings. Another reason is that their task report wasn't finished yet, and they might need to give a video report later which is why they weren't allowed to go straight back to their dormitories. Sir, I'm going to sleep now. I can't hold on any longer either. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone greeted each other and found a place to fall into a deep sleep. The waiting room fell silent for a moment. After sitting for a while, Zhou Yuan picked up the combat device that the laser bird had transformed into and went to a corner to browse the military network. The Zerg hive in the morning. He left the laser beak in the armory inside the transport ship and didn't take it out until they returned to the fortress. Chapter 1, 22 Major Zhou. It was a little after 5 a.m. Marcus led the members of the strategy team to Zhou Yuan and said, Sir, Professor Morgan said you can go back and rest now. Is the meeting over? Zhou Yuan sat up from the sofa and asked. Yes, the meeting ended 5 minutes ago. Professor Morgan and the fortress commander have already boarded the starship returning to Earth, and Professor Henry will temporarily take over Professor Morgan's position. At this point, Marcus, seemingly afraid that Zhou Yuan might overthink things, explained. Professor Morgan originally wanted you to escort him, but considering that you have just completed a mission, he has asked Martha and Jerome to take your place as guards. Zhou Yuan nodded, not paying much attention to such matters. Seeing this, Marcus continued. Sir, the Strategic Intelligence Department has given me orders that I need to take away the 6 survivors from the coal fat. If nothing unexpected happens, they will soon move to the coastal fortress. In addition, we lost 4 players today, and this is the list of candidates for the new team. Zhou Yuan didn't take the folder, but waved his hand and said, You can arrange this yourself. I only have one requirement for the new team members. They must have more than 5 years of military service. During the mission today, he saw the team's shortcomings. His defense forces are too young. His overall quality is good, but he lacks experience and gets flustered when faced with minor issues. He needs some experienced people to guide him. Understood, sir. Marcus nodded, then turned and gestured to his crew, signaling them to wake the 6 survivors of the coal fat. Claire, wake up. Zhou Yuan also found Claire sleeping on the sofa next door and called out to her softly. Darling. Claire groggily opened her eyes, rubbing them as she sat up. You can go back now. Go back to your dorm and sleep there. Zhou Yuan said softly, gently patting Claire's head. Let's eat breakfast before we go to sleep. I'm starving, Claire said, clutching her stomach. After the transport plane's life support system was damaged, she couldn't even take off her tactical helmet, and she hasn't had any energy or water for more than 10 hours now. Great idea, I'm hungry too. But before I go to the restaurant, I have to go to the lab first to take off this metal shell. Zhou Yuan picked Claire up and quickly walked towards the research area. The prototype is really inconvenient. Even the tactical helmet is a single piece that can't be disassembled without tools. He's been really bored today. In the following days, Zhou Yuan's pace of life slowed down, returning to its initial state. Aside from inspecting the defense work of the troops every day, he would spend his time with Claire in the dormitory, living a very happy life. Morgan returned on the 7th day. Morgan sent a message to Zhou Yuan, asking him to gather the team members from the last mission and have them come to the research area to find him. Zhou Yuan handed the notification to Kenny to relay, and then he and Claire headed to the research area first. He had something to discuss with Morgan during this meeting. He felt good about having his own defense force, and life in the defense force was easy and pleasant. He was quite happy. However, he is not someone who can stay idle. If he liked this kind of life, he wouldn't have transferred from the defense force to the special operations force when he was at Tharsus Fortress. To reiterate, he doesn't really fit in with the defense forces. He wanted to go somewhere where he could fully utilize his abilities, somewhere that would get his adrenaline pumping, somewhere others dared not go. I just don't know if Morgan will agree. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Zhou Yuan led Claire into a conference room deep within the research area. Zhou, it's been a long time. Morgan was already waiting in the conference room, sitting in a chair and waving to Zhou Yuan. Besides Morgan, there were 2 other people in the conference room, Henry and Harper, both Morgan's assistants and the 2nd and 3rd in charge of the Coastline Fortress Research Department. Sir, it's only been 7 days since we last met. Zhou Yuan saluted, smiled, and said, his gaze falling on the conference table. On the conference table was a protective case with epaulet-like markings. Seeing the protective case, he understood why Morgan had asked him to bring all the team members from the last mission. It was harvest day. Everyone gets a share. Henry saw Zhou Yuan examining the box of military badges and winked at him. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded slightly. Henry, you should maintain a sense of mystery, so that Zhou will have a sense of anticipation and surprise, Harper said sarcastically. The mystery of dog shit. Not everyone likes buying military lottery as much as you do. Besides, Zhou has made a great contribution this time. If such a great contribution is not rewarded, then the Federation will decay into history tomorrow. Henry replied irritably. All right. We're not the main characters today. Once everyone has arrived, we will immediately conduct the conferment ceremony, and then return to the laboratory. The flesh and blood samples of Leviathan are still waiting for us. Seeing his two assistants start arguing again, Morgan chuckled and gestured for them to stop. Leviathan. Zhou Yuan was slightly surprised to hear Morgan's words. The Federation named that colossal creature the same as the name given by the system, Leviathan. That's the name I gave to that big whale. Because it looks a lot like Leviathan, the evil sea monster described in the ancient Bible. Not only me, but everyone thinks so. Morgan offered a brief explanation. Clear. Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that he had been so focused on the ice Leviathan's soul points that he had forgotten that its appearance resembled a monster from the Bible. 2 minutes later, Kinney arrived with 7 people to join them. When they set off, the team had 14 people in total, but 4 of them died in the mission, leaving only 10 people. Let's begin. Morgan looked at Henry and nodded slightly. Attention. Henry stood up and walked to Zhou Yuan and the others. Harper also stood up at this moment, opened the protective case engraved with epaulets, took it in his hands, and walked to Henry's side. Seeing this scene, aside from Zhou Yuan and Claire, who already knew, the 8 people who arrived late were all excited and subconsciously straightened their backs. At ease. Henry's smile faded, his expression turned serious, and his gaze swept across the 10-man line before he said in a deep voice. I think you all know what the new epaulets mean, so I won't go into details. Those whose names are called, come up. Claire Garcia. Arrive. Claire stepped forward, trying to appear serious, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her. Claire Garcia, in recognition of your outstanding performance during your service, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Lieutenant Colonel on behalf of the Federation Starship Forces. For the Federation. Claire saluted deeply, her smile spreading wide. Henry smiled and nodded, then took an epaulet box from a protective case and helped Claire put on new epaulets. Chapter 123 Nanchaman Fortress? Zhou Yuan, due to your outstanding performance during your service, I hereby award you the rank of Major on behalf of the Federal Mobile Forces Headquarters. The conferment ceremony was not complicated. In fact, it was quite simple. It only takes about a minute to finish one, and it was Zhou Yuan's turn in just a few minutes. Zhou Yuan was ranked last, and Morgan personally conferred the title upon him. After helping Zhou Yuan put on his new epaulets, Morgan gave him a hug and then whispered in his ear. Zhou, your contribution is the greatest. It's really unfair to only promote you by 1 level. But there's nothing we can do about it. Your rank rose too quickly, and someone even used their authority to remove the cooldown period for you, so we can't use it this time. However, I've secured higher privileges for you, which you should like. Keep up your form, and your future military rank will definitely reach the level of authority you are in. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan was utterly astonished. After becoming the commander of the defense force of the research department, his authority was promoted to colonel, and calling up starships was just a matter of a word. Morgan's use of higher authority implies the authority of a major general. A major general, he wouldn't trade it for the rank of colonel. This means that from now on he will be a major general in disguise as a major. When he saw ordinary lieutenant colonels and colonels, he would still salute and greet them, but after saluting, he could give them orders. Cool. That was awesome. Just give us a low-budget version of General Zhou. And then there was Morgan's last statement, that his future military rank would definitely reach the level of authority he was in. This was practically telling him outright that he would at least be promoted to major general in the future. It seems he underestimated the importance of this mission. One mission has made him a potential general within the Federation. Alright, kids, now it's your time to celebrate. After the awarding ceremony, Morgan couldn't wait to leave. He wanted to go back to the lab and delve into the cellular secrets of the Frost Leviathan. Sir, there's something I'd like to tell you. Seeing Morgan about to leave, Zhou Yuan quickly stepped forward. You guys go back first. Seeing that Zhou Yuan's expression was not good, Morgan said something to Henry and Harper. Claire, Kinney, and the others realized that Zhou Yuan and Morgan had something to say, so they left the meeting room immediately. Zhou, it seems you've run into trouble while I was away from the fortress. It's alright, you can tell me anything. I think I still have some status within the Federation. Even the fortress commander salutes me. Morgan sat back in his chair and spoke in a relaxed tone. He could tell that Zhou Yuan had something on his mind, something that was difficult to say aloud, and his whole expression changed. Gentlemen, Zhou Yuan was a little embarrassed, but thinking about his life these past few days, he still said, Sir, I think I'm more suited to the battlefield. Morgan was stunned by Zhou Yuan's words, quite surprised. After a long silence, Morgan asked, I want to know why. You should know that I have high hopes for you. Staying here will allow you to become someone that most people in the Federation cannot become. You now have the authority of a Major General, but I can tell you clearly that Major General is not a remarkable military rank, and you haven't even crossed the threshold of the Federal High Command. As of this year, there are more than 35,000 Major Generals in service in the 3 major armed forces, and more than 50,000 people with the authority of Major General. If you feel you've been treated unfairly because of what happened today, I can help you contact some old friends. The Lieutenant Colonel has absolutely no problem with that. Morgan became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice grew louder and louder. His high regard for Zhou Yuan wasn't solely based on his personal experience of witnessing Zhou Yuan's strength. After witnessing Zhou Yuan's strength, he simply believed that Zhou Yuan was qualified to be the captain of his defense force. What truly impressed him about Zhou Yuan was Zhou Yuan's personality. Unlike other mobile infantry, Zhou Yuan doesn't always see himself as a subordinate. When you're with him, it's more like being a friend. We can boast together, dream about the future together, and talk bad about the Federation together. For an old scientist like him, whom his colleagues called a madman, friends are truly rare. Sir, it's not because of that. Zhou Yuan bowed to Morgan, then shook his head with a wry smile. I want a life full of challenges and adventures every day. I want a life that can ignite my passion every day. Everything is fine here, but life here is not right for me. I can do things that anyone can do, but I want to do things that others can't do. Morgan said something very similar to what Turner had said when he tried to persuade him to stay, so he repeated the same reasons he had given Turner. Compared to Turner, Morgan was an incredibly powerful figure. Unfortunately, he was a cheat. Rather than living a routine life, he would rather follow his heart and do things that he will never forget when he is old. I forgot, you're only 19 years old this year. The youth and passion of young people. Morgan stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly laughed and shook his head repeatedly. Have you thought it through? If you stay here, I can make you a Major General within 3 years and a Lieutenant General within 10 years. Before I die, I am even confident that I can train you to become a general. After a moment of reflection, Morgan's expression turned serious. He stared intently at Zhou Yuan and asked again. I've thought it through. Zhou Yuan replied just as seriously. I've been lucky. The superiors I've encountered have all treated me very well. This is the second time I've made this choice. Excellent and hardworking people deserve to be blessed with good fortune. A smile returned to Morgan's face. He felt he hadn't misjudged Zhou Yuan. Young people should have drive, just like he had when he was young. Morgan sighed, leaned back in his chair, and asked, So, where do you want to go? Zhou Yuan immediately replied, Outpost. I want to go to the most remote outpost, the one where I can run into bugs every day. Outpost. Morgan nodded slightly. The Major can indeed apply to become the outpost commander, but if you want a more challenging life, there's a place that's more suitable for you than the outpost. Where? Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. Morgan had a lot of experience and might be able to give him some good advice. Do you know about the South? Heavenly Gate Fortress? Shit, the pronunciation of your country's writing system is really too difficult. Morgan spoke mysteriously, but he stopped halfway through and muttered a sarcastic remark. I have no idea. Zhou Yuan shook his head in surprise, feeling that he still didn't understand the Federation. Of course he knew about the South Heavenly Gate. It was the South Gate of the Heavenly Court in mythology that led directly to the Lingxiao Palace, and Sun Wukong liked to go through this gate. But what the hell is Nanshimen Fortress? Chapter 124 Another Stop on the Road. It's normal not to know, but you'll find out in a minute. Morgan leaned forward slightly and said in a low voice, Everyone knows that the Federation has a total of 8 space fortresses, and the Nut Base, which is responsible for protecting Earth, is one of them. Actually, that's not right. The Federation has far more than 8 space fortresses. The 8 known ones are just the 8 that the Federation is willing to let people know about. Those undisclosed space fortresses are classified at a very high level, and some of them are even strategic fortresses that the head of state does not know about. Is Nanshimen Fortress one of them? Zhou Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Morgan nodded, proudly saying, This fortress is a highly classified one. Even the Führer doesn't know it exists. Its supreme commander is General Tang Yu, the aerospace commander of the Starship Force. It was composed of the elite troops from the three major forces, and the entire fortress had only 20,000 men. Only the strongest ACE in the Starship Force, the strongest Soldier King in the Mobile Force, and the strongest Telepathic Master in the Strategic Force can join it. I seem to have gone too far off track. Let me tell you what kind of fortress it was first. Realizing he was going off topic, Morgan straightened his words and explained. Nanshaman Fortress has been conducting patrols around the solar system, carrying out emergency special missions in the vicinity. You can think of it as a large-scale special forces unit, with the number of special forces soldiers alone reaching the standard of a 10,000-strong legion. If I remember correctly, you once killed a starship bug, but before you killed that starship bug, Nanshaman Fortress already wiped out dozens of starship bugs. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan understood. To put it simply, it's a top-tier, highly classified independent special forces unit, with a departmental structure similar to the legendary Dragon Group. If that's the case, then he is indeed quite interested. Back when he was in the Hunter Corps, he never really thought about leaving. He really liked Special Operations Forces, which offered both adventure and soul points, and he almost had his own slaughter squad. However, after the Hydora starship bug incident, he was transferred to Pluto, and the slaughter squad disappeared before it was even established. Rather than finding a post to work alone, continuing as a Special Forces soldier is not bad either. At least he'll be happy, and his soul points income won't be lacking. As for developing mechs, that's not in a rush. After all, soul points don't disappear. If you really want one, just buy one. You can save any extra parts you have so as not to waste them. If I can rise to the rank of Major General at Nanshaman Fortress, I can then find a small base to become its commander, taking the job directly and skipping the transition from outposts. How about it? I think you'll like that. Seeing the expectant look on Zhou Yuan's face, Morgan asked the question knowingly. Sir, perhaps you could remove the word feel? I would definitely like it there, because when I was on Mars, I was a Special Forces soldier. Zhou Yuan shrugged and joked. Morgan chuckled and continued. If you like it, that's good. Tang Yu used to be my driver. I can get you there. But you should think it through. Nanshaman Fortress is different from other fortresses. The Special Operations Forces there follow an elite route. Each squad has a maximum of 10 members. Even if you are a major with the authority of a major general, you can only have 9 members. Zhou Yuan nodded and asked, Can I bring people over from the coastal fortress? Morgan made it very clear. We can directly assign him the position of team leader, but he can only have 9 team members. Yes, the team leader has the authority to select team members. But you have to understand, not everyone is willing to give up their power and become an ordinary soldier who can only follow orders. Morgan nodded slightly and whispered a reminder. He could roughly guess that Zhou Yuan was referring to Claire. The young couple was quite famous in the research department, and everyone had high hopes for them. But Claire is now a lieutenant colonel, and her parents are both vice admirals commanding a small fleet. Could a woman of that status give up all that honor to become a driver for a major? Real life is not as simple as falling in love. I see. Sir, thank you for your help. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, bowed, and gently hugged Morgan. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not the kind of person who likes to use my authority for personal matters. Be grateful to yourself. Your military achievements and strength are enough to get you into any army. Not to mention you also have telepathic abilities, which are the most scarce talents in the Federation. Morgan pushed Zhou Yuan aside and waved his hand with a righteous expression. Zhou Yuan shrugged, smiled, and didn't say anything, but Morgan did remind him of something. Having awakened superpowers such as hypnosis, telekinesis, and mind control. Unfortunately, I've never had a place to use it. It should come in handy when we get to Nanshaman Fortress and do missions. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and Morgan left the conference room. After explaining his destination, Morgan also told him about the departure time and other details. 3 days later, a transport ship will arrive at the coastal fortress from Nanshaman Fortress to remove a batch of stable B-1 protoplasm weapons. When the transport ship returns, he can hitch a ride to the Nanshaman Fortress to report for duty. Towards the end, Morgan tried to persuade Zhou Yuan to stay several more times. Zhou Yuan could sense that Morgan genuinely wanted to keep him, but he and the defense forces were really not a good match, so he could only politely decline Morgan's offer. What a pity. You may never encounter someone with such a powerful backer as Morgan again. After dropping Morgan off at the research area, Zhou Yuan went to Claire's dormitory to ask her what she thought. Morgan told him that his team members had to be selected before departure, otherwise he would have to get the list of candidates from inside the Nanshaman Fortress. The first person he thought of was Claire. He and Claire got along quite well, and Claire was a great driver. He wanted to take her to the Nanchaman fortress. As for the remaining team members, he plans to select them once they arrive at the destination. Those who make it onto the list of candidates for the Special Operations Force at Nanchaman Fortress are undoubtedly the elite of the elite. There is no doubt about that. Claire, I'm leaving for a new fortress. There, I will have a special operations team, an elite team of only 10 people. I am currently selecting members. I need a pilot, but my pilots can't fly starships. All they've ever encountered are transport ships and death. Because they were so familiar with each other, Zhou Yuan didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Chapter 125 Reporting for Duty. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Claire tossed the tablet she was using onto the bed, then jumped into Zhou Yuan's arms with a look of delighted surprise, exclaiming excitedly, "I'm your personal driver." "I know, that's why I came to find you." Zhou Yuan hugged Claire tightly, letting her cling to him, and gently kissed her forehead. "But you need to think about it more carefully. Once you get to the new fortress, you won't be the captain of the Moonlight anymore. You'll just be a transport pilot. This is no small matter. Perhaps you should listen to your parents' opinions." "It's okay." Claire shook her head vigorously and kissed Zhou Yuan hard on the cheek. "My parents will definitely support me in whatever I want to do." "It's settled then. I'll follow you wherever you go." "Okay, I'll take you with me." Zhou Yuan sat down on the edge of the bed, placed Claire on his lap, and gently pinched her cheek. Contrary to Morgan's suggestion, Claire agreed without hesitation. Claire's agreement was exactly what he expected. He could understand Claire's thoughts. After the Pluto fall incident, his Red Skull image was widely spread in Tharsus Fortress, which earned Carnage a large number of fans. Among them were many enthusiastic female fans, Claire being one of them. Claire has a strong background, which gives her the ability and confidence to be a fan. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were a second-generation military officer, and he met a goddess he admired, he would also use his connections to pursue her, just like Claire did. After winning her over, he wouldn't have been willing to separate from his beloved goddess unless he encountered too many difficulties and obstacles. In short, Claire is so fond of him that she has put that affection above her career. As for the danger he mentioned, Claire probably didn't take it to heart. After all, he had received an award for excellence for 4 consecutive years at Starship Academy. So how could he not have some confidence and pride as a genius? "Darling, which fortress are we going to?" After snuggling in Zhou Yuan's arms for a while, Claire finally got down to business. Nanchaman Fortress. It is a highly classified fortress that usually patrols the edge of the solar system, acting like a protective wall for the solar system. You've met its owner, Tangyu, the aerospace commander. He's the supreme commander of the Nanchaman Fortress. It is composed of elite troops from 3 major forces, and although it is a large space fortress, its membership has always remained at around 20,000. Over the next few minutes, Zhou Yuan gave Claire a brief introduction to the Nanchaman Fortress. He didn't know much, so he could only repeat Morgan's words. The Nanchaman Fortress has a very high level of secrecy, but Claire was his designated team member, so telling her about the Nanchaman Fortress in advance was not against the rules. Cool. After hearing Zhou Yuan's explanation, Claire's eyes were practically overflowing with anticipation. Actually, when Zhou Yuan told her earlier, she could guess a little bit about it. First of all, the place Zhou Yuan is going to must be highly confidential. Secondly, Zhou Yuan's departure this time must be considered a promotion. After all, he had just made a great contribution a few days ago, so it is impossible for him to encounter a demotion or other bad situation. Strategic fortress that even the head of state didn't know about. Thinking about it for a moment, Claire felt a sweet warmth in her heart and wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck, giving him a sweet kiss. The driver position is very important, and Zhou Yuan chose her without even looking, which shows his feelings and trust in her. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day arrived for Zhou Yuan and Claire to report to the South Heavenly Gate Fortress. That noon, a starship hovered above the coastal fortress and launched 3 transport planes, which went directly to the 8th underground level through the emergency evacuation passage of the research center. 3 military teams dressed in camouflage protective suits disembarked and carried away nearly 100 military equipment boxes piled up at the landing site. They were the people from the Nanchaman Fortress. After they finished transporting the goods, Zhou Yuan and Claire went up to verify their identities and then boarded the transport plane. There was no sentimental farewell. Everything was arranged during the 3-day wait, at a farewell dinner hosted by Morgan. Kenny will replace Zhou Yuan, and Aina will replace Claire. These 2 simpletons were extremely excited because they were about to own mechs and starships. They even turned Zhou Yuan and Claire's farewell banquet into their promotion celebration. Then Zhou Yuan forced them to drink until they vomited, and they're still unconscious in the restaurant. As for the Nanchaman Fortress, Morgan has already taken care of it, including the formation of the team and the registration of identities. Now all that's left is for them to report for duty and select team members. The camp remains, but the soldiers come and go. After the transport plane took off, Zhou Yuan murmured with emotion. He'd only been at the coastal fortress for a little over 2 weeks, and he didn't expect to have to leave so soon. However, the team transfer was not unfamiliar to him, so he didn't feel any sadness or reluctance. He was just feeling sentimental. Mars Base Recruitment Camp, Tharsus Fortress Defense Wall Defense Force, Tharsus Fortress Hunter Special Operations Force, Coastline Research Department Defense Force. Then, they will soon be assigned to the Special Operations Force at the Nanchaman Fortress. In just 6 months, he actually visited so many places and military units. That's something else. However, this time, he will likely stay at the Nanchaman Fortress for a long time. Morgan told him that because of the high level of secrecy, it was difficult to join the Nanchaman Fortress and even more difficult to leave, unless there are special circumstances such as injury or disability. Once you're inside, you'll have to wait until you're promoted to Major General to get out, because the Federation won't easily send any general to the battlefield. Honey, what are you thinking about? Seeing Zhou Yuan sitting there with his hands supporting his chin in a daze, Claire asked softly. She felt a little bored sitting there and wanted to find something to talk about. I'm thinking about the South Heavenly Gate Fortress. Life there must be quite interesting, Zhou Yuan said with a smile. I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been in a special operations force before. Claire nodded repeatedly, already imagining her future life at the South Heavenly Gate Fortress. As Claire pondered, she suddenly paused. Darling, you won't be able to use mechs anymore. Won't you feel regretful? There's nothing to regret. The bugs that can be killed by mechs, I can kill by space armor as well. The bugs that can't be killed by space armor, I can't be killed by mechs either. Besides, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Zhou Yuan shrugged, showing no reluctance to part with the mecha. A mecha, he could buy it in the system store in the next second, and it would be much better than the Federation's prototype. Also, Morgan revealed some information to him the day before yesterday. The Ice Leviathan, the Federation decided to vigorously develop strategic weapons, and the Morito 1 single soldier combat mech was one of them. Perhaps it won't be long before mechs are deployed in strategic escort teams and special operations units. Chapter 126, Selecting Team Members. An hour later, we arrived at Nanchaman Fortress. The shape and style of the Nanchaman Fortress are quite similar to the Nut Base. They both look like giant flying saucers. However, compared to the Newt Base, the Nanchaman Fortress has a stronger atmosphere of war. Even during routine patrols, there are several fleets surrounding it, making it look like a starship version of the asteroid belt. Let's go. After leaving the airport, I lingered briefly in the space corridor. With the help of the military equipment squad, Zhou Yuan and Claire left the starship through the connecting passage and officially entered the South Heavenly Gate Fortress. Honey, where do you think we are? The starship just activated warp drive and traveled a long distance. We should be quite far from Pluto now. Claire glanced around and then asked in a low voice. I'm not entirely sure either, but the starship was heading towards Earth and didn't stop along the way. It was traveling faster than the speed of light the whole time. Therefore, this place may be the edge of the second region of the solar system, or it may have already left the solar system and entered the range of the GJ3 system. Zhou Yuan guessed uncertainly. According to the real-time star chart, Pluto is in Zone 8 of the solar system, the Sun is in Zone 5, and Earth is in Zone 2. The starship was traveling with its back to Pluto, and given that the Nanchaman Fortress often patrols the edge of the solar system, this should be the edge of the second solar system region. If the starship makes enough jumps along the way, this place could even be the GJ3 system next to our solar system. GJ is the code name for the neighboring solar system. The solar system has 4 neighbors, namely GJ1 to GJ4. GJ1 is the Zerg stronghold, GJ4 is the Federation's backyard, and GJ2 and GJ3 are areas where both sides have influence, but he doesn't know the specifics of the situation. The Nanchaman Fortress was very large. It took Zhou Yuan and Claire half an hour to find the main hall. After registering, receiving daily necessities, and signing a confidentiality agreement, Zhou Yuan and Claire followed the signs to find their future dormitory. When Zhou Yuan found the dormitory, he clicked his tongue in amazement. Their dormitories are located inside the space corridor, and you can see the starry sky through the space glass as soon as you open the door. Living here is like taking a space trip. Rows of dormitories stand side by side, with automated cabins separating the dormitories of each squad. Inside the cabins is a small passageway leading to the preparation area and the living area. The preparation area and living area are not worth mentioning. They are the training grounds, the airport, and the restaurant. Finally, and most importantly, the dormitory itself. He didn't know how big the team members' dormitories were, but his captain's dormitory was really big. Including the bathroom, the dormitory is at least 5 meters wide and at least 8 meters long, and at least 40 square meters in size. 40 square meters is not unusual in other places, but it is outrageous in a single dormitory room in the military. When he was the head of the bodyguards for the research department at the Pluto coastline fortress, his dormitory was only a little over 20 square meters. Now it has more than doubled. This is the advantage of having vast land and sparse population. The space fortress is large enough to easily accommodate 200,000 people, but it only has a staff of 20,000, so it's normal that the living conditions are good. It's huge. It's bigger than the captain's lounge on a starship. At this moment, Claire had also finished touring Zhou Yuan's dormitory and excitedly took the suitcase full of daily necessities from Zhou Yuan. Seeing Claire begin tidying up the room, Zhou Yuan asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to see your room?" "I'll go later, since I'm not staying here anyway." Claire shook her head indifferently. She was going to live with Zhou Yuan, and her own dormitory was just for show. "Okay, then thank you for your hard work. Let me select the team members first, and then I'll take you out to eat." Zhou Yuan nodded, then took out his work tablet from his suitcase and sat down at the table to start working. He learned from the work hall that he only had 24 hours to select team members. The team members he selects will arrive within 24 hours of receiving the call, and he will then spend another 24 hours integrating the team and putting them into a state of combat readiness. In other words, there were only 3 days from forming the team to being ready for the mission. So he needs to hurry up and submit the team roster as soon as possible so that the team members can arrive early and get to know each other. Yo-ho, there are quite a few people. Zhou Yuan opened the list of candidates he had obtained from the work hall and found that there were quite a few people on the list, more than 100 people to choose from. Lighting a recovery cigar, Zhou Yuan began to carefully review the list. Rosen Dennis, squad leader of the 1st Legion at Jupiter Storm Base, 8 years of military service, once led a 100-man squad to conquer a Zerg hive. "I have some things, I'll take them." Tang Lai, squad leader of the Special Operations Force at the Mars Mariner Base, with 3 years of military service, comprehensive combat skills, and multiple engineering maintenance certificates. "Great. It can kill bugs and do odd jobs. I'll take it." Shara Hall, a pilot in the Special Operations Unit at Pluto Starlight Base, has 3 years of military service and has flown more than 500 missions. He flies every 2 days and hasn't crashed in 3 years. He's a potential ACE. We want him. The further down Zhou Yuan looked, the more obvious his smile became. Those who are chosen by the Nanshaman Fortress are all exceptional talents, not novice workers. This list of candidates is far superior to the list he had when he formed the Defense Force. There is not a single flaw in it. To put it simply, I, old Zhou, have never fought such a rich battle in my entire life. The only downside is that he can only choose 8 people from them, otherwise he would be thrilled. Before we knew it, half an hour had passed. Zhou Yuan has already selected 7 people from the list, leaving only 1 sniper position in the team. Sniper? Holy crap. When he got to the last candidate, Zhou Yuan suddenly paused and scrolled up a page of the candidate's information. VJ Dax. It can't be such a coincidence. He saw a machine gunner named VJ Dax. Upon opening Dax's detailed information, it became clear that this guy was indeed the Dax he remembered. Dax is the protagonist of the 2nd film in the Starship Troopers series. He is a tough guy on par with Rico, a hexagonal mobile infantryman. What kind of sniper do we need? I choose you, VJ Dax. Without a second thought, Zhou Yuan immediately finalized the selection for the last team member. He originally wanted to choose a sniper, but a machine gunner of Dax's caliber was worth giving up on the sniper. Besides, he can also be a sniper. Just bring an extra sniper rifle. His AWM with unlimited ammo is itching for a shot. Chapter 127 The Slaughter Squad. Noon the next day, Zhou Yuan left the dormitory and headed to the exclusive training ground for the Slaughter Squad behind the dormitory. Claire left half an hour ago because she didn't want to leave a bad impression on her teammates, so she came alone. Before reporting here, I didn't even know where I was going to be transferred. The conscription order was like a blank sheet of paper, without revealing any information. Me too. I had just finished my mission and returned to base this morning when my boss put me on a transport plane. Slaughter Squad. I think I know who our leader is. I saw the captain last night, and to be honest, I find it hard to believe that he's the kind of tough guy who can take down a giant beetle in 10 seconds. He's too young. The training ground door was half open, and Zhou Yuan, with his sharp ears like a cat, heard the discussion inside as soon as he reached the door. Wow, I'm really famous. Zhou Yuan grinned, took out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and then put on a cool expression before pushing open the door and walking into the training ground. The captain's here, and he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Guys, stand at attention. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan arrive, everyone fell silent, while a veteran with longer service reminded them to line up. Zhou Yuan slowly walked to the front of the 9-person line. Apart from him, everyone in the massacre squad had more than 3 years of military service, and 4 of them had more than 5 years of service. It has both experienced and newbies, combining stability and vitality. Zhou Yuan almost burst out laughing as his gaze swept over the 9 team members. Of the 9 team members, there was 1 lieutenant colonel, 1 first lieutenant, 3 second lieutenants, 3 sergeants, and 1 private. That private was Dax. 2 months ago, when he was serving at the Mars farm, he broke the farm foreman's finger and was punished with 5 lashes and demotion. As for why he, with 8 years of military service and numerous merits, would serve on a Martian farm. This isn't the first time he's assaulted a leader. This is what he said during the investigation. I can't accept that my superiors are cowards who only know how to run away, so I hit them. If you don't hang me, I will do it again next time. Considering that the superiors he attacked did indeed issue illegal orders on the battlefield, and that he never went too far with his attacks, and that he had a lot of military merits to his name. Therefore, the military court did not make things too difficult for him, but only repeatedly punished him with whipping and demotion. Hello, I'm Zhou Yuan. I don't want to waste time with words. I have only one requirement for you. Execute the orders and complete them. Did you all understand? After pacing around the queue, Zhou Yuan shouted in a cold voice. Understood, sir. The answer from everyone was unanimous. No one dared to cause trouble at this time. Everyone present, except Zhou Yuan, had less than 3 years of military service, so they all knew that going against their superiors would end badly. Only new recruits would do things like provoking their superiors or acting silly, thinking they're cool, but in the eyes of veterans they re incredibly stupid. Very good. Seeing the team members' meticulous attitude, Zhou Yuan slightly, and continued. I think you already know where this place is. There aren't many rules here, only 2. The first thing is to keep your mouth shut and not treat joining here as something to brag about. The second is to be prepared, to be ready to carry out emergency missions at any time. Of course, we have a 48-hour break-in period before we need to enter combat readiness at noon the day after tomorrow. In the next 5 minutes, Zhou Yuan emphasized the regulations and rules of the Nanshiman Fortress, and then formulated a training plan for the future. The training plan can be copied directly from the Hunter Corps' plan. The training lasts 6 hours a day, with shooting training taking priority, followed by physical training and combat training. Now, target, armaments department, move out. After telling the team everything he needed to, Zhou Yuan waved his hand and led the team to the military equipment department. As usual, this is the final step in entering the team information. Select and register your weapons. The Special Operations Forces at Nanshiman Fortress are different from those in other places. First, there's the code name. Only team names can use text codes, while team members can only use number codes, from the captain's number 1 to the team member's number 10. While the numerical codes are convenient to use, they lack a sense of communication, which Zhou Yuan and his teammates don't really like. So they agreed that from now on they would just call each other by name. Calling someone by their name isn't against the rules. The people in the arms department said that many squads do it that way. Secondly, there are also regulations regarding armed forces. Zhou Yuan could understand that the only weaponry available was space-based weaponry. Space-based weaponry is more comprehensive in function than conventional weaponry, offering greater safety and emergency response capabilities. Once donned, it allows you to go anywhere, providing a one-stop solution. Half an hour later, after registering, the group of 10 received a brand new set of equipment and returned to the training ground. 1 hour endurance run GO. Upon arriving at the training ground, Zhou Yuan immediately led his team to begin training. They will be on high alert by noon the day after tomorrow and may receive a mission just after 12 o'clock, so they need to get into a good state as soon as possible. Zhou Yuan ran at the back of the team, scrolling through his tablet as he ran. Currently, his killing squad members are Major Zhou Yuan, Commander, Machine Gunner; Lieutenant Colonel Claire, Pilot, Medic; Lieutenant Shera, driver, engineer. Second Lieutenant Tang Lai, assault rifleman guide. Second Lieutenant Rosen, machine gunner, demolitionist. Second Lieutenant Lucy, medic, signal corporal. Sergeant Chung Yun, sniper, communications soldier. Sergeant Austin, machine gunner, demolitionist. Sergeant Eric, assault rifleman scout. Private first class, Dax, machine gunner scout. As always, this is just the registration area. Besides the 2 registration areas, there are many other areas for people to register. If we record all the meeting locations, then the team of 10 members would have at least 30 meeting locations in total. After checking and confirming the members' locations, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 15.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 3.191 million. Since his soul points balance exceeded 1 million, he rarely looked at the panel anymore, finding it uninteresting, and would only occasionally browse the system shop. Perhaps he has already become a rich man. Only a poor person would constantly check their wallet to see how much money they actually have. Chapter 128. The mission has arrived. Zerg Food Depot? For the next 2 days, Zhou Yuan kept observing his team members. He was still unsure of his teammates' abilities, but their attitude already satisfied him. He set a daily training time of only 6 hours, but the team members would choose to do extra training after the daily training, including Claire and Shera. The likelihood of transport aircraft pilots encountering combat is low, but low likelihood does not mean it is impossible, so basic combat capabilities are still necessary. Drop. In the afternoon, halfway through the shooting training, Zhou Yuan's combat instrument suddenly lit up with a red light. So fast, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. They only entered combat readiness at noon, and now they have a mission at 2 p.m. This is really awesome. What we need is the mission. At this moment, the team members also noticed that Zhou Yuan's combat instrument was flashing, so they all stopped shooting practice and waited for Zhou Yuan's order. That's right, we have work to do. Target, airport, let's go. Zhou Yuan shrugged, raised his hand, and swung it down heavily towards the training ground gate. Seeing this, everyone threw down their guns and ran towards the door. This is indeed the GJ-3 star system. Zhou Yuan followed at the back and began to check the mission details. In less than a minute, the group of 10 arrived hurriedly at the airport and boarded the transport plane reserved for the massacre squad. Claire, get on the night. After shouting something into the cockpit, Zhou Yuan sat down and, while putting on his gear, gave the following instructions. Stop dawdling. We only have 10 minutes to prepare. The night will take us to the mission area within 10 minutes. Captain, where are we going? Asked Tang Lai, the team's guide. Go over the insect's dinner table. Zhou Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and explained. The fortress is currently located in Sector 7 of the GJ-3 system, and we are heading to Sector 9 of the GJ-3 system. There is a life-bearing planet called Morosa. Except that its land area is larger than its ocean area, it is no different from Earth. This is a planet of extremely high value, but because there are too many insects on it, the Federation has abandoned this high-quality planet and designated it as a quarantine zone. Upon hearing this, everyone understood why the Federation had given up. An isolation zone refers to a planet severely affected by an insect plague, which cannot be easily conquered. Not to mention, moreover, once this level of competition begins, even the best life-bearing planets will be blasted into radiation hells, and the Federation will not do something that is thankless and exhausting. Zhou Yuan continued. After being designated as a quarantine zone, the Federation stopped paying attention to Morosa because of the great distance. Until a day ago, a starship that had completed its mission and was preparing to return to the fortress passed by Morosa and saw the latest situation in Morosa. The greenery on Morosa has increased, turning it into a planet that is even more like a life-bearing planet than Earth. Most importantly, 2 starship bugs left Morosa, heading towards the home of the Arachnid bugs, the GJ-1 system. Everyone was stunned, completely bewildered. They all knew what kind of insectoid the starship bug was. Some had known it for a long time, while others had found out from the database after joining the South Heavenly Gate Fortress. The appearance of starship bugs on an insect planet, even if it's just 2 at a time, isn't hard to understand. What's hard to understand is how Morosa could possibly get greener and greener. You should know that arachnid worms are all big eaters. Although their shells are energy-absorbing and they can survive by absorbing various forms of energy, they are very greedy. When they encounter organic matter, they don't care what it is, they just shove it into their mouths. Therefore, all the insect planets they knew in the past were barren planets, with no other colors besides land and ocean. Why is Morosa an exception? The dining table, you said that's the insect's dining table. Just as they were deep in thought, Dax, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly said something. Right. Zhou Yuan's smile faded, and he said seriously, the people in the Strategic Intelligence Department believe that Morosa may be the Zerg's food depot or snack factory. Therefore, the Federation decided to take it from the Zerg. Our mission is to gather intelligence and find a safe area suitable for establishing a base. If the cost of taking Morosa is too high, then the Starfleet will be deployed to turn it into a true Zerg planet. The Zerg don't need green. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, everyone became serious. Insect Planet is not an amusement park. You might not be able to come back once you go. You have to be 120% alert. It looks like we're in luck. At this moment, Dax popped up again. He stroked his chin, looked at Zhou Yuan, and asked, Captain, have you ever seen an intelligent Zergling? I've met you. At the closest I got, I was only 100 meters away from it, but unfortunately it still got away. Dax, you're very smart. It's indeed possible that we'll encounter a brain worm on Morosa. Zhou Yuan knew that Dax had guessed the key point and gave him a tacit compliment. Dax's sense of smell is much sharper than the other members of the team. He truly deserves to be the protagonist of the second installment of the Starship Troopers film series. I see. Tang Lai suddenly stood up from his seat and said excitedly, ordinary insects are stupid and have no idea what sustainable development is, but the brain worm does. There is likely a brain worm on Morosa. It was the brain worm that gave the order, which is why the stupid worms didn't turn Morosa into a wasteland. The cerebrates have turned Morosa into a Zerg farm, and the starship bugs are their delivery trucks. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Dax said they were lucky. If they could kill, or even capture a brain worm alive, then their shoulder insignia would need to be replaced. The team's morale soared. Everyone was as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, eagerly anticipating the upcoming action and wanting to pull off a big heist on Morosa. Young people. Seeing the excited team members, Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly and remained silent. Morosa has a land area of 400 million square kilometers, which is larger than the ocean area of the Earth. Finding a brain worm the size of an off-road vehicle, possibly hidden in a worm nest, is like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, brain worms are also incredibly powerful creatures. He still remembers how he suffered at the hands of the brain worm on Hydora, and how he was almost knocked unconscious by the brain worm's psychological attack. Although he is now a superhuman and is not afraid of the brain worm's mental impact, his team members cannot withstand the brain worm's attack. If we really encounter them then, it will likely be a fierce battle. Of course, he didn't plan to tell his teammates about this. There's no need to talk about things that haven't happened yet, lest it lower the team's morale. We can wait until we actually find the brain worm before discussing it. Chapter 129 Logging into Morosa, the Spider Forest. About 10 minutes later, the Knight arrived in outer space on Morosa and released one transport plane after another from the transport bays on its left and right sides. Gathering intelligence on an insect planet is a demanding and dangerous task, and the slaughter squad was certainly not the only one dispatched. TSK. The insect planet is truly different. As the transport plane descended, Zhou Yuan instructed Claire to open the outer protective window. Looking out through the inner protective window, a large amount of blue light appeared in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Countless plasma cannons rose from the surface of Morosa and eventually entered outer space, forming a dense plasma cannon defense network. Because of the sheer number of plasma cannons, Morosa's outer space was completely illuminated, turning Morosa into a blue sun. However, he is not worried about things going wrong. A top-notch pilot flying a top-notch transport plane wouldn't be unable to dodge even a plasma cannon with a relatively slow rate of fire. 5 minutes later, the transport plane avoided the area with the highest concentration of plasma cannons and arrived at the landing zone. The landing area is a beach. That's how it is on insect planets. The fewest plasma cannons are in the airspace above the ocean. Landing in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Successful landing. Claire and Shara's voices came through the earpiece. They counted down together, and when they reached 1, the transport plane landed on the beach at the same time. Operation begins. Zhou Yuan gave a cold shout, pointed his right hand at the cabin door, and swung it down heavily. Go! Dax and Tang Lai were already prepared, and at the moment they received Zhou Yuan's order, they opened the hatch and rushed out. One of them was a machine gunner and scout, and the other was an assault soldier and guide. Their job was to lead the charge. Claire, change positions. Zhou Yuan was the last to disembark, and then notified Claire through his headset. Sir, there are no insects around. Perhaps we can wait here, Claire replied quickly. This is an insect planet. There are likely water insects in the oceans of this planet. Let's move to another area immediately. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Claire didn't hesitate any longer and immediately piloted the transport plane away to find a safe area. Unlike the rules for ordinary special operations forces, the rule at Nanshaman Fortress is that transport planes cannot stray far from the action team, and once an evacuation signal is received, they must pick up the action team and evacuate within 1 minute. Observe your surroundings carefully. Free fire is permitted. Kill all living beings except humans. Target forest, let's go. After watching the transport plane take off, Zhou Yuan made a hand gesture to the front. The gravel beach beneath their feet was about 100 meters wide, and beyond that lay a lush, dense forest. Of course, his target was not the forest, but the area behind it. Behind the forest, numerous plasma cannons were constantly shooting into the sky, clearly indicating that it was a gathering area for giant plasma worms. They need to destroy those giant plasma worms to create a significant gap in the plasma cannon defense network in outer space, allowing the Starfleet to enter Morosa. Before that, they had to cross the forest in front of them. Soldier insects spotted, 400 meters ahead, 18 in total. Spiders spotted, 300 meters to the left front, on a large tree covered with blue flowers, 8 meters above the ground, 4 of them. The forest was not peaceful, and Tang Lai and Dax, who were clearing the way, soon discovered the insects. Move forward, watch your head. Zhou Yuan picked up the AWM sniper rifle and walked to the front of the team to lead the way. Spiders were insects he had never seen in person, he had only learned about them in databases. The black spider with a human face, which looks like a tank, produces spider silk with high adhesive strength and an extremely large silk production capacity, capable of wrapping a person into a dumpling in 3 seconds. I almost forgot. Powerful insecticide title. Here we come. After changing his title and leading his team about 100 meters away, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and signaled, fire freely and take them out as quickly as possible. They are now less than 300 meters away from the insect soldiers directly in front of them. At this distance, they had already been spotted by the soldier insects. The 18 insect soldiers stopped their playful fighting and charged toward the 8-person squad together, and then they were all riddled with holes and died without a trace. Keep going. Zhou Yuan waved his hand gently and led the team deeper into the forest. A mere dozen or so soldier insects were no match for his elite squad. They didn't even have the right to get close. Thank you for the generous gift. The birds here are like smaller pterosaurs. Fuck you, a centipede a meter long? Guys, there's a frog as big as a wash basin over there. As the team ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered more and more strange sights. Flowers a meter or 2 in diameter, giant trees 100 meters tall, mosquitoes the size of a fist, earthworms as thick as an arm. Nothing is normal. This coastal forest is so traditional and primitive, it's like Jurassic Park. Because we didn't encounter many insects along the way, the intelligence gathering work went smoothly, and the atmosphere in the team became much more relaxed. Everyone was no longer tense and was chatting and laughing. Da-da. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan heard an extremely faint sound, much like the sound of fingers tapping on a tree trunk, deep and muffled. Because the sound was too soft, Zhou Yuan didn't hear it very clearly, so he took off his tactical helmet, closed his eyes, and listened carefully. His ears are much more sensitive than a radio. Be on guard. Seeing Zhou Yuan's actions, the team members quieted down and instantly entered battle mode. They followed Zhou Yuan's example and listened intently for a while, but heard nothing. So they had no choice but to keep a close watch on their surroundings. Come with me now. The spiders are approaching us, and there are many of them. We can't fight them in the dense wooded area. After listening for a moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, gave a brief explanation, and then ran off. Everyone followed, turning their guns upwards as they ran. The forest is the territory of spiders, who have the advantage of numbers and terrain. Once a team is trapped in place by them using their superior position, it is difficult for them to resist. After running for about a minute, Zhou Yuan found a stream. The stream is about 10 meters wide, and with the banks on both sides, it is nearly 20 meters wide, making it a safe zone to defend against spider swarms. 20 meters isn't exactly open space, but it's enough for the team to fend off the swarm of spiders. At least there are no trees around, which can prevent being attacked from all sides. Captain, they're here. At that moment, Eric, the second scout in the squad, raised his gun and pointed straight ahead, saying, "I saw it." Zhou Yuan nodded and replaced his AWM sniper rifle with a pineapple machine gun. He led his team to the stream, to the middle of it, where the trees on both sides of the stream were covered with spiders. A quick glance suggests there are at least 100 of them. Some of them were climbing on trees, while others hung upside down in the air on spider silk, their large eyes staring intently at the 8 people entering the stream. Chapter 130, The Zerg's Missile Sites. Team Leader. Dax raised his handheld Gatling gun and asked in a low voice. Dusko, Austin, Eric, you guys take the front. The rest of you take the back. I'll help you clean up the sticky spider webs. Fire now. Zhou Yuan slowly gave the orders, and at the end, he increased his speed, almost shouting them out. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was about to break out. The group of 8 opened fire at the same time, and the rapid, varied gunshots echoed throughout the entire creek bank. Laugh. Faced with the barrage of fire from 8 guns, the number of spiders decreased by about 10 in an instant. But this also alerted the other spiders. They are incredibly fast and agile. With just a slight tremor, they vanish from their spot, outrunning even gun barrels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several whooshing sounds rang out, and several streaks of white light appeared. These streaks of white light were actually spider silk, arriving in the blink of an eye, their target being the group of people standing in the stream. He's quite troublesome. Zhou Yuan fired his gun, severing several spider webs, and was surprised. The spider's silk is as thick as a hemp rope. Spider silk of this size, combined with its super strong adhesiveness, can be very troublesome once you get stuck. You might end up being hung up and beaten by spiders. Fortunately, the spider silk attacks very slowly. With a firing rate of only 20 or 30 meters per second, he saw it as no different from a child throwing a sandbag, and could easily dodge it. You're the one. After clearing away the spider silk that was shooting at the team, Zhou Yuan held his breath and focused on a spider insect directly in front of him, using his telepathic ability. He hadn't been this close to insects in a while, and now was the perfect time to test his abilities. Buzz. When Zhou Yuan activated his mind control ability, he felt the whole world slow down. He could clearly sense dozens of mental fluctuations around him, and these fluctuations were very weak, like candle flames. Control. The next moment, Zhou Yuan activated his mind control, channeling his mental energy towards the target spider worm. Laugh. Almost simultaneously, the spider that Zhou Yuan had been targeting stopped its leaping motion and remained motionless on the tree branch. Let's go and make a big splash. Zhou Yuan's lips curled slightly as he gave the spider a command. Laugh. The controlled spider moved its large claws, turned around on the tree branch, and began to spray spider silk at the other spiders. It's pretty easy. It seems I underestimated myself. Superhumans are indeed incredibly powerful. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan was overjoyed, and a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He truly hadn't expected that his telepathic abilities had reached such a level. Moreover, he hadn't even used his full strength yet. When he goes all out, combined with the outstanding intelligence title that grants him +5 to brain function, his telepathic abilities can rise to another level. That's about enough. I'll try mind hypnosis and mental power later. After a brief test, Zhou Yuan switched to using the pineapple machine gun for attack. Although Spider-Wolf is very fast, his team members are all elites among elites, and each of them has marksmanship at the level of a near sharpshooter. In the short time it took to conduct this experiment, most of the spiders in sight had already been killed. If they didn't act now, they would miss their chance. Kill a spider worm and gain 12 souls. Kill a spider worm and gain 12 souls. Good bug. Zhou Yuan took a moment to glance at the notification panel. A single spider can grant 10 soul points, and with a title boost, that's 12 points, a very good return. The insect soldiers and locusts cried out that it was unfair. I wonder how many offspring can be raised from one nest. If there are a lot of them, they can serve as our food source for the time being. Before long, the swarms of spiders on both sides of the stream were completely defeated. Most of them were directly destroyed, with only a few running fast and managing to escape unscathed. It's just a bigger spider, nothing special. I thought they would be very strong, but they are not even as strong as soldier insects. Just avoid their spider silk. Discussions arose within the team. The members were quite excited. The first battle had gone so smoothly, which was helpful for morale and confidence. Keep going. Tang Lai, lead the way, follow the stream. Zhou Yuan took off his tactical helmet, lit a recovery cigar, and gently waved. Captain. Seeing Zhou Yuan's actions, Dax quietly slowed down, moved closer to Zhou Yuan, and gently sniffed. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly without saying anything. He opened the shoulder bag containing emergency medical supplies, took out a recovery cigar, and handed it to Dax along with a lighter. Variable rings are convenient to use, but inconvenient to be seen by others. Therefore, when he needed to put small items, such as his favorite cigarettes, he would simply find a pocket on his person and put them there. Hiss whoosh. Excellent. What brand is this? Dax lit a cigar, took a deep drag, then opened his mouth to let the smoke out, a look of enjoyment on his face. Not for sale, made by relatives back home. Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head, then asked, VJ, I've seen your profile. You have high expectations of your superiors. What do you think of me now? It's not clear yet. Dax shrugged, then added, but you're definitely not a coward. If my former superiors could take down a tank beetle in 10 seconds like you do, I definitely wouldn't have fired at them. All they know is how to run for their lives. They only send their team members to their deaths, and they might even trade their team members' lives for their own. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's lips curled up, and he joked, I can tell you're a coward. If I encountered a superior like that, I would definitely send him flying. At this point, Zhou Yuan tossed the recovery cigar he had only taken a few puffs of to Austin, the machine gunner who had been watching him closely, and then sped up to catch up with Tang Lai. Am I a coward? Dax stood there, stunned, a smile slowly spreading across his face. This young commander seems quite good. Things might get interesting from here on out. Sizzle. Bang. Half an hour later, the team arrived at the edge of the coastal forest. A few dozen meters further on, they would be able to leave the coastal forest area. The group of 8 hid behind trees, their faces grave. Directly ahead lies a hilly area severely eroded by wind, which from a distance looks like a barren Gobi desert, with sharp, yellow boulders everywhere. The hilly area was filled with a blue glow, and the sounds of electromagnetic waves and explosions were incessant. A large number of giant plasma cannons gathered together, their tails raised as they fired plasma cannons into the sky, turning the entire hilly area blue. That's truly spectacular. Zhou Yuan stared intently at the wind-eroded area, deeply shocked. The scene before my eyes resembled an energy cannon firing at full power. It was incredibly cool. Chapter 131. Do you even know what a massacre is? Captain, these plasma worms have a lot of bodyguards. We might have to use tactical nuclear weapons. Scout Eric put away his goggles and looked at Zhou Yuan. Of course. Zhou Yuan nodded, raised his hand to signal everyone to step back, and ordered, prepare tactical nuclear weapons and B-1 protogenese grenades. After the tactical nuclear bomb is detonated, insects may run into the forest. Use B-1 protoplasm grenades to create a biological defense line. Actually, the giant plasma bug is not difficult to deal with. A single burst of bullets will destroy it. The most difficult to deal with are the giant plasma worm's bodyguards. Soldier bugs, locusts, and tank beetles form the defense force of the giant plasma bug. Their numbers are dozens of times greater than those of the giant plasma worms, and their scale has reached the standard of a small worm swarm. So, to deal with the giant plasma bug is to bombard it directly with tactical nuclear weapons, destroying the giant plasma bug's defense force as well. After leading his team back about 100 meters, Zhou Yuan asked, Demolition expert, are you ready? Okay. Rosen and Austin answered in unison, hoisting the tactical nuclear launcher onto their shoulders. Emission. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate and waved his hand to give the order. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 tactical nuclear missiles detached from the launcher and sped out of the forest at extremely high speed, heading towards the area in the hilly region where the giant plasma worms were most concentrated. B-1 protoplasmic grenade. After the tactical nuclear missile was launched, Zhou Yuan gestured for his team members to hide behind trees, and then gave another order. Boom! About 3 to 5 seconds later, 2 tactical nuclear bombs exploded. Using a tactical nuclear bomb to destroy a giant plasma worm is spectacular, because the giant plasma worm itself is a plasma energy explosive. The secondary explosion reaction occurred. After the tactical nuclear bomb was detonated, the high-voltage shockwave blasted the giant plasma worm, causing the plasma energy inside the giant plasma worm to explode as well. One after another, dazzling blue orbs of light appeared, rapidly expanding until they exploded, transforming into plasma shockwaves that spread outwards. This series of explosions triggered a huge chain reaction. The wind-eroded hilly area was instantly flattened by the shock wave of the explosion, turning the Gobi Desert into a desert. The coastal forest was also severely affected. The forest edges near the direction of the explosion were completely stripped bare, and countless trees were uprooted. However, thanks to the trees, Zhou Yuan and the others were able to avoid the shockwave. They were nearly 200 meters from the edge of the forest, and with the forest acting as a natural barrier, the impact of the explosion was minimal. After the strongest shockwave passed, Zhou Yuan shouted into his earpiece. Ding! 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 A crisp sound rang out as the team members threw out the B-1 protogenes grenades they had prepared, aiming directly ahead. Actually, they already knew what to do without Zhou Yuan reminding them. When a tactical nuclear bomb explodes, some of the insects are relatively far from the explosion center. They dodge the most dangerous strong shock waves and intense heat radiation, and frightened, they began to flee, crashing into the coastal forest. Fire freely. After Zhou Yuan left the tree with the pineapple machine gun, he unleashed a fierce barrage of fire at the swarm of insects ahead. The B-1 protoplasmic grenade had already begun releasing biochemical toxic mist, but the insects were terrified by the tactical nuclear weapon and only knew to run headlong into the forest. After rushing into the biochemical fog, the swarm of insects was immediately given a sleep debuff, turning them into drowsy bugs one by one. With all 8 men firing at full force, they quickly turned the area in front of them into a pile of shredded corpses. Advance. Zhou Yuan raised his palm and pressed it forward, signaling his teammates to go straight for him. As the team advanced, he fell to the back of the group again. After quietly changing into the unlimited ammo set, he quickly returned to the front to clear the way. Unlimited ammo Diablo plus unlimited ammo revolver. Dual wield directly. The group of 8 quickly covered the 200-meter stretch and emerged from the coastal forest with guns pointed at them. There's a large beetle at the 2 o'clock position. There's a swarm of insectoid soldiers at the 10 o'clock position. Watch out for your head. Locusts are coming. After entering the bombed-out hilly area, the team's advance became much more difficult. Besides the area behind them, there were insects in all 4 areas, left, right, front, and sky, keeping the team firmly at the edge of the coastal forest. Cover me. Zhou Yuan decided to break the deadlock, so he broke away from the group and attacked the right flank, intending to extend the firing line. That's the feeling. One person charged into the face of the swarm of insect soldiers. Zhou Yuan felt his heart racing and his blood boiling. Why not become the commander of a 1,000-strong defense force, but instead become the captain of a mere 10-man squad at Nanchaman Fortress? This is all for this moment. Bang! 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 The first opponent was a tank beetle whose leg had been blasted off by the shockwave of a tactical nuclear bomb. Zhou Yuan didn't even try to dodge. He went straight for it. He used the big pineapple to clear out the surrounding soldier bugs, and the big revolver to deal with the tank beetles. The S-500 revolver can kill an adult elephant with a single shot. Zhou Yuan kept pushing forward, his gun almost touching the face of the tank beetle. Even though the tank beetle had strong defenses, its face was instantly smashed. This damage won't kill the tank beetle, but it will prevent it from spraying the ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid. Without legs and ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid, the tank beetle is nothing but a sitting duck. Laugh. Zhou Yuan's appearance triggered a reaction from many insects. The insect soldiers and locusts were furious. They immediately targeted Zhou Yuan and swarmed over. Want to eat a bullet? Come to Grandpa. With a pineapple in one hand and a large revolver in the other, Zhou Yuan faced the swarm's charge head-on without flinching, unleashing his full firepower. To avoid being attacked by locusts, he moved his position slightly. He moved to the side of the tank beetle so he wouldn't have to worry about what was behind him. Of course, he's not just good at shooting. He used all 3 superpowers: hypnosis, telekinesis, and mind control. These 3 superpowers, combined with the highly lethal Diablo and the giant revolver, caused the swarm of insects to scream in terror, unable to get close to him at all. Thank you for the generous gift. Awesome. Zhou Yuan's wild performance completely stunned his 7 teammates. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a fierce person before. One person rushed up to the tank beetle and smashed its face, while another person distracted the swarm, preventing them from even getting close. When they're killing insects, it's a real massacre. You cowards, what are you waiting for? If you can't even handle a few hundred bugs, I'll send you to a farm to raise pigs tomorrow. Just then, Zhou Yuan's mocking and angry shouts reached their ears. Shit. Dax cursed under his breath. He felt that Zhou Yuan was being sarcastic towards him, but he had no proof. With the Gatling gun activated, Dax was the first to shout, Brothers, the party's starting. He now feels that this team is great and a good fit for him. Rush. Kill all these bedbugs. Spurred on by Zhou Yuan, the team members' passion surged forth. The 7 men spread out in a straight line, forming an angle with Zhou Yuan's gun line, and pushed directly towards the swarm of insect soldiers in front of them. Chapter 132: The Battle for Planets. The battle ended quickly. In the hilly area, every single insect was completely still, lying motionless on the ground like a sieve. However, it can't be said to be the entire hilly area. The team's location is only on the hilly side near the coastal forest. The situation in other directions is currently unknown. Captain, what's the next step? Tang Lai asked excitedly, and everyone looked at Zhou Yuan as soon as he asked. In that charge just now, Zhou Yuan had gained the trust of his teammates, and everyone admired him. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment, and then said, Lucy, send the battle report back to the night. Don't use our communication window. Contact Claire, and have her use the transport plane's communication window to contact the night, then transfer it to us. Dax, go scout at 12 o'clock. Eric, go at 10 o'clock. Chengyun, go at 2 o'clock. Pay attention to the movement of insects in the surrounding area. The commotion just now was quite loud. It might have attracted some insects from the neighborhood. That's why he didn't contact the night directly. Because the radio wave signal from the small communication window can turn an insect that was originally only possible from coming into certain coming. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the command, the 4 people whose names were called immediately sprang into action. 2 scouts and 1 sniper were responsible for 3 outposts, and a communication soldier was responsible for contacting the transport plane. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, Claire and Shara arrived. In preparation for a possible emergency, Claire did not disembark but remained in the cockpit to ensure the transport plane could take off more quickly. What did the knight say? Zhou Yuan called Shui La to his side and asked her immediately. Sir, the fortress's fleet has arrived in outer space of the Moro Sands and is currently verifying the airspace's security. As long as the safe zone in the airspace is large enough, the fleet will land at Morosa, bringing the mechanized and engineering units. Shara answered quickly. Is that so? Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, then asked after thinking for a moment. What is our mission? Stay put and hold this position. This will be a temporary camp for a mixed force of 1,000 men. Shara showed Zhou Yuan the combat device. I see. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, took the AWM sniper rifle from his back, and found a higher hillside. There weren't many insects around here, and after waiting for several minutes, no swarm of insects appeared. In other words, there's nothing to do now. Bang! With a pull of the trigger, a soldier insect 500 or 600 meters away fell to the ground, a hole exploding in its forehead. Killing a soldier insect grants 1.2 souls. Killing a soldier insect grants 1.2 souls. Why? After firing a few shots, Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel, and his enthusiasm vanished instantly. With over 3 million soul points at his disposal, he had absolutely no interest in such scraps as a small number of soldier insects. It was also because of his huge appetite that he didn't even lift a finger when the giant plasma worm was being blown up. Firstly, I was embarrassed to compete with my teammates for tasks, and secondly, that wave of bugs wasn't that many, and even if we destroyed them all, it wouldn't be as big as a full swarm. There are many Zerg hives in Morosa, with Starship Zerg coming and going, and possibly even Brain Zerg. It's a good place. We need to figure out a few big moves. Bored out of his mind, Zhou Yuan simply put down his gun, lit a recovery cigar, and laid down on the ground. The Frost Leviathan was just an accident. Those things that happen in one go and get 200 million soul points are just occasional strokes of good luck. If you really want to farm soul points, you still have to go to the Arachnid Zerg. Insect nest, insect swarm, intelligent insect. Accumulate a lot of soul points during this war. Starship bug. After lying on the ground for about 10 minutes, Zhou Yuan suddenly sat up. He saw a small black appear on the horizon, surrounded by what seemed to be a faint blue glow. Sir, our reinforcements have arrived. However, before Zhou Yuan could even get excited, Claire's voice came through his headphones. Zhou Yuan's smile vanished instantly, and he ordered in the team channel. Tell them the landing zone has been cleared and they can land directly. Listen up, everyone else, spread out and find high outposts. Keep a close watch on the surrounding area and don't let a single bug get through. Damn starships. Lost 180,000 soul points. The small black dot on the horizon grew larger and larger, and soon it reached the sky above the hilly area. This is a transport ship without any firepower, and its name, the Colossus, is platted on its hull. Click. The transport plane released a squadron of fighter jets, which slowly descended after the squadron dispersed, finally stopping at a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground. The two cabin doors open and descend, extending into gangways. One is trapezoidal, and the other is sloping. Once the gangway was stable, the giant began disembarking. The mechanized and engineering troops descended via trapezoidal ladders, while their heavy robots and engineering vehicles descended via ramps. There were a total of 1,000 people, divided into 2 units, both of whom were colonels. Lin Fei, the captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Mechanical Legion. Lu Ping, the company commander of the 3rd Company of the Engineering Support Force. The 2 colonels approached Zhou Yuan, gave a brief salute, and extended their hands. Most of Zhou Yuan's teammates had gone to stand guard, leaving only Claire and Shara by his side. Although Claire's rank was higher than Zhou Yuan's, Claire was further positioned back, so both colonels knew that Zhou Yuan was the squad commander they were handing over command to. Zhou Yuan, the leader of the slaughter squad. Upon hearing their names, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, saluted, and then asked in a low voice, "Gentlemen, fellow townsmen? Captain Zhou, we are indeed from the same hometown." Lin Fei answered with a smile, while Lu Ping remained silent with a serious expression. All right. 2 company commanders, what's the next step? Seeing that neither of them intended to continue the conversation, Zhou Yuan swallowed his enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei became serious and said, "Captain Zhou, the band leader, and I will be taking over Zone L8 from now on. Captain Zhou can take his men to the starship to rest and await orders from the command center." Another wait? Zhou Yuan smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. Jian Dan handed over the information to Lin Fei and Lu Ping, telling them about the terrain and the insect species they had encountered, and then called the team back to the starship. "Captain, should we retreat?" As they ascended the gangway, Dax walked behind Zhou Yuan, his tone somewhat displeased. He raised pigs on a Martian farm for almost half a year. He had been idle for far too long, and his bones were almost loose. He dreamed of going to the battlefield to kill insects. Now the war has broken out, but it was over in less than half a day. Withdraw. It's not that simple. Zhou Yuan shook his head and smiled. The insect planet isn't something you can just attack and conquer. Get ready. The real war hasn't even started yet. There's no way he'll be transferred. He's just unhappy that he doesn't have any work to do right now. Chapter 133, In Search of the Spider's Nest. The giant space gallery. That's really impressive. Looking at the view outside the space window, Zhou Yuan sighed with admiration. This mixed force of 1,000 men is highly efficient. Lin Fei led a 500-strong mechanized force, spreading out tanks, heavy robots, and other large combat machinery to completely surround the area bombarded by tactical nuclear weapons. Lu Ping led a 500-strong engineering force to build a temporary camp using large construction machinery, with the area surrounded by the mechanized troops as the boundary. The 2 forces, one inside and one outside, wiped out all the insects in the vicinity within just 3 hours and surrounded the area with alloy walls. Not only that, the 2 units also installed automatic defensive walls at the temporary camp. Automatic machine gun emplacements, automatic artillery emplacements, and other intelligent defense facilities that can be seen on ordinary base defense walls are all available here. Construction is progressing at an alarming rate. It's faster than building with blocks. Zhou Yuan was very pleased as he admired the infrastructure capabilities of the mixed forces. Firstly, because the farming style seems easy and enjoyable. Secondly, because mixed forces have sown the seeds of a long-term war. They've even deployed automatic defense walls. It's clear they're planning a protracted war, just as he had guessed. If Morosa cannot be captured in a short time, this temporary camp may be expanded into a base, or even a war fortress. In a protracted war, special operations forces are indispensable. The mechanized units are large and heavy, and they can't go through all terrains. When you really run into a tough opponent, you still have to call in special operations forces. For the next 2 days, the slaughter team rested and recuperated. It wasn't until noon on the 3rd day, which was also noon on the 4th day after they landed at Morosa, that new orders finally came down from the temporary command center. Clean up coastal forests. The coastal forests are the territory of spider insects, as well as a small number of soldier insects and locusts. The temporary command center planned to take over the coastal forest, completely control the coastline, and expand the temporary camp into a transit station. Once this transit station is built, the Federation can use the area near the transit station as a breakthrough point to slowly erode Morosa. Of course, there is more than one transit station. Zhou Yuan learned from the mission information that there are currently 5 temporary camps similar to him. These 5 temporary camps will work together to take over their respective areas, stretching the battle lines and preventing the insects from concentrating their forces. After lunch, Zhou Yuan led his team into the coastal forest. Only 8 people were dispatched for this mission. Claire and Shara did not participate. Because the coastal forest was the temporary camp's neighbor, it was too close for transport planes to land, and transport planes couldn't land in the forest anyway. Cool. I absolutely love the mech unit's gear. This isn't fair. We're special forces soldiers. We should have the best equipment. To be honest, this can't really be called a mecha. After leaving the temporary camp, Zhou Yuan's team members started chatting. 10 minutes ago, Lin Fei, the squadron leader of the mechanized unit, lent them a batch of equipment. More powerful firearms and explosives, as well as the latest manned heavy robots. Firearms and explosives are alright. Their powerful firepower is all thanks to their increased size and weight. They have advantages and disadvantages, so they're not exactly good stuff. What's outrageous is the manned heavy robot, which looks exactly like a mecha, only a bankrupt version. Okay, SOSO. While the team members were discussing, Zhou Yuan was also observing carefully. Lin Fei lent him 2 manned heavy robots, both identical. Standing over 4 meters tall, its main body resembles an automatic machine gun platform, except it has 4 limbs and a driver's seat at the waist, which is completely unprotected. In his view, these 2 manned heavy robots are somewhat like the Jaegers in the Matrix, but their combat power is definitely not as strong as the Jaegers in the Matrix. Lin Fei said they were not very mobile and were very cumbersome. It can't perform even slightly complex movements, and its fastest speed is only 10 meters per second. At full speed, the battery can only last for 1 hour. Its firepower is quite good, equipped with 2 heavy machine guns and a proto-grenade launcher. Protoplasmic grenades are nothing new, but the kinetic energy of each bullet from a heavy machine gun surpasses that of an anti-material sniper rifle bullet. Calling it a machine gun wouldn't be an exaggeration. 10 minutes later, the team ventured deeper into the forest. Stop talking nonsense and cheer up. Zhou Yuan interrupted his teammates' chatter and looked at Tang Lai, asking, how far is the spider nest from here? 10 o'clock, 6 kilometers away. Walk 2 kilometers towards the 10 o'clock direction, and you will see a stream. Follow the stream downstream, and you will find a forest lake. The area around that forest lake is the lair of spiders. This is intelligence from the Air Force. They said it's full of spider webs. Tang Lai turned on the combat device and reported as he looked at it. Lucy, Chengyun, lead the way. Zhou Yuan nodded and raised his hand to wave gently. Lucy and Chengyun are the pilots of 2 manned heavy robots. Their primary positions are medics and snipers, while their secondary positions are communication soldiers. Their combat capabilities rank last in the team. Therefore, Zhou Yuan handed over the manned heavy robots to them to supplement their combat strength. Although they had never worked with exoskeletons before, the presence of neural sensing technology meant that driving was not a problem. Yes, sir. Lucy and Chung Yun responded loudly, operating the manned heavy robot to lead the way. 2 kilometers is not a long distance. However, the team proceeded cautiously, so it took them 20 minutes to reach the target stream. This stream is quite large. It's so large that it could be called a small river. With a width of over 10 meters and a depth of over 1 meter, the stream reflects the green of the surrounding vegetation, appearing exceptionally fresh and beautiful, while also possessing a touch of mystery. Captain, this is it, continue downstream. As the guide, Tang Lai began his route report again, but this time he had barely started speaking when Zhou Yuan abruptly pulled him away from the stream. Everyone retreat. Prepare for battle. Zhou Yuan gripped the pineapple machine gun and gave the order in a deep voice. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members, though not fully understood, immediately obeyed the order and retreated. Gurgle, gurgle. After retreating to a point about 10 meters from the stream, everyone finally understood why Zhou Yuan had told them to retreat. There was movement on the water about 100 meters away from them. Bubbles kept rising to the surface, and the number kept increasing, as if the water was boiling. The sound was so loud that it could be heard from a great distance. The noise grew louder and closer. In just a few seconds, the churning bubbles covered the water surface closest to them, causing everyone to raise their guns. That's pretty obvious. There is something underwater. It may not be very large, but there must be a lot of it. Chapter 134 Water Insects. Insect Swarm Attacks Temporary Camp. Water insects are attacking. Zhou Yuan shouted and raised his hand, repeatedly signaling his teammates to retreat. The database records this phenomenon, where large numbers of aquatic insects create a boiling effect on the water surface when they are active in shallow water. Bang! The next moment, Zhou Yuan saw the true face of the water insect. The stream surface exploded, and a large number of dark red water insects jumped out. The water worm is known as the soldier worm of the water. It is the most prolific of the aquatic arachnid worms, but its size is far smaller than that of the soldier worm. It is about 1 meter long and 50 or 60 centimeters high. They look somewhat like coconut crabs, with very large claws. Besides the claws, they only have 2 pairs of legs, but those 2 pairs of legs are very strong, which gives them excellent mobility. Its speed exceeds 10 meters per second, and its jumping distance is also over 10 meters per jump. This powerful close combat mobility compensates for their relatively small size. Bang! After the swarm of water insects came ashore, they made a sound that sounded like chirping, and then, as if they had gone mad, they jumped toward Zhou Yuan and his group of 8. Back off! As Zhou Yuan gave the order, he fired at the water insects that jumped into the air. It wasn't until they clashed head-on that he realized how much trouble these shorty soldiers could cause to mobile infantry. Their size and height are similar to Tibetan mastiffs. When they leap and attack in a pack, it's like being pounced on in the face by a pack of Tibetan mastiffs. However, while the water insect swarm was formidable, Zhou Yuan's team was no pushover either. The time has come for manned heavy-duty robots to shine. 4 heavy machines fired simultaneously, each bullet blasting the water worms into pieces and penetrating them to the rear. The 6 people fought around the 2 heavy robots, but they were not suppressed by the swarm of water insects and successfully retreated to the woods behind them. Captain, let's break through. Seeing more and more water insects crawling ashore from the creek, Dax exclaimed urgently. They didn't know exactly how many water insects there were, and if they were trapped in the forest, it would be a huge problem. Break through in the direction of 1 o'clock. Let's go now. Don't run too far. Keep the distance between us and the water source at around 100 meters. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement and immediately gave the order. The best approach now is to stay away from the stream and actively avoid encountering swarms of water insects, so that you don't have to face too many insects at the same time. Also, you can't stray too far from the stream. If you go completely into the forest, you might have to face both swarms of water insects and spider worms at the same time. Guys, follow me. Lucy and Chungyun sprang into action immediately, piloting 2 heavy robots to lead the way. At this moment, Zhou Yuan deliberately slowed down. Same as always, firstly to cover the rear, and secondly to switch to wireless ammunition holsters. Smack! Go to hell! Slapping away a water bug that had pounced on his face, Zhou Yuan turned around and sped up to catch up with the group. Kill a water bug and gain 1.2 soul points. Kill a water bug and gain 1.2 soul points. Waste. Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel, and his popularity plummeted after discovering that the water worm was only worth 1 soul point. It's too cheap. The initiative disappears immediately. Something's not right. After running for a while, Zhou Yuan slowed down and turned to look back. He discovered that the swarm of water insects hadn't caught up. Only a few dozen were still following, while the main group had turned back into the stream and disappeared without a trace. Brainworm. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he turned around to use the pineapple machine gun to attack the small number of pursuers. Like the soldier worm, the water worm is notorious for being stupid and reckless among the Arachnid worms. When they have a numerical advantage, they have no idea what fear or running away is. The fact that they can retreat midway through a hunt is most likely due to some command from the intelligent insects. Kill them all. They retreated? Something's not right. I remember water worms are amphibians. They can move on land. As Zhou Yuan stopped, his teammates also stopped. With the combined firepower of 8 men, dozens of water insects were quickly wiped out, unable to even get close. Team leader. I think our luck has gone from good to great. Dax, holding a Gatling gun, spoke with a piercing gaze. Not only did Zhou Yuan realize the existence of the intelligent insects, but Dax also noticed something was wrong with the water insect swarm and believed that there were intelligent insects nearby. I've always had great luck. Zhou Yuan smiled and looked at Cheng Yun, saying, "Contact the temporary camp immediately and tell them there are brain worms near the camp. We need intelligence support." "Yes, sir." Cheng Yun was started and immediately opened the small communication window on his back to contact the temporary camp. "Sir, something's happened. The temporary camp has encountered an attack by a swarm of insects, which may have reached the scale of millions. The temporary camp is already overwhelmed with manpower." A minute later, Cheng Yun closed the small communication window, his face showing shock. "Millions?" Upon hearing Cheng Yun's words, gasps of surprise immediately rang out from the group. In the millions is an absolute tough nut to crack. When it charges, it's like a black ocean, large enough to destroy a small base with tens of thousands of soldiers. The crew and escort of the giant, their temporary camp would not exceed 2,000 people. If 10,000 people can't stop the insect swarm, how can 2,000 people stop it? Return immediately. Cheng Yun, remind the temporary camp again that the water insect swarm may join the battle, so tell them to be careful in the coastal forest area near the sea. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Yuan decided to abandon the mission and return directly to the temporary camp. Although 8 people can't change the situation, they can't just stand by and do nothing at this time. His squad can handle tasks such as bypassing the main Zerg swarm, destroying the swarm's advance route with tactical nuclear weapons, or intercepting the swarm's support operations. "Yes, sir." Everyone responded and turned to run towards the temporary camp. Brainworm, oh brainworm. On the way back, Zhou Yuan shook his head and sighed. It is now confirmed that there are intelligent worms in this area, and they are most likely the most intelligent brainworms. That just abandoned their pursuit were most likely planning to take the waterway to approach the temporary camp, then join the insect tide and attack the camp. However, the situation is not going to be so bad that it becomes one-sided. After all, it was a temporary camp that was being developed into a transit station. After 3 days of construction, its defense level was already very high. Watchtowers, electric fences, and automated mechanical fences. These are the kinds of defensive walls found in ordinary bases, and they're also present in temporary camps. Moreover, the mechanized troops are powerful enough to hold out for a long time. Half an hour later, the battlefield arrived. It shouldn't have taken this long, but the insect swarm was too large, and the area where the temporary camp was located was completely surrounded, with no way to go around. Therefore, Zhou Yuan had to take a detour, leading his team to the right side of the temporary camp and onto the mountainside of a higher peak. Wow, damn it. We're doomed. Even the Hulk couldn't hold out against this. Standing on the mountainside, Zhou Yuan looked at the temporary camp through his lookout. Upon seeing this, he almost lost his mind. His heart sank. Chapter 135, A Heroic Sacrifice. Today is here. Thank you for the generous gift. Holy shit. This is troublesome. The team immediately broke down, and their morale vanished instantly. Of the insect hive was even more terrifying than Cheng Yun had described, at least that's how it appeared. They are now about 5 kilometers away from the temporary camp, and can only observe the temporary camp and the battlefield of the insect swarm using a sentry scope. The temporary camp was in a very bad situation. Because the insect swarm attacking the temporary camp was a mixed insect swarm that was extremely difficult to deal with. In addition to the basic insect swarms of soldier insects, locusts, and tank beetles, there are also water insects and scorpions. First came the water insects. The swarm of water insects crossed the coastal forest and was attacking the rear of the temporary camp, putting the camp in a precarious situation. Then there are scorpions, which are the nemesis of defensive walls. The Federation named the scorpions pulse scorpions. Their size is between that of soldier scorpions and tank beetles, with a body length of about 10 meters and a height of about 4 meters. The giant plasma worm. The scorpion worm can fire plasma cannons from its tail. The scorpion's plasma cannon is designed for short bursts of high energy, while the giant plasma worm is designed for long-term energy storage. This is also because they don't pay attention to energy storage. The scorpion worm's body structure is very different from that of the giant plasma worm. From the outside, it looks exactly like a large scorpion with a glowing tail. Arachnid in the phylum Arthropoda gives them exceptional mobility. On the battlefield, scorpions are like insect soldiers equipped with plasma cannons. They are not only fast, but can also use long-range energy attacks. The pulse plasma cannon gives the scorpion the ability to paralyze defensive walls. With just a few shots, the mechanical equipment on the defensive wall will become ineffective, and in more serious cases, it may be permanently damaged. Now, surrounded by a mixed swarm of 5 insect species, like a lonely island in a black ocean. However, the temporary camp did not sit idly by and wait for its demise. Mechanical units work in conjunction with defensive walls to block ground swarms of insects, while air units deal with locust swarms and occasionally bomb areas with high concentrations of scorpions. Only, of the insect swarm was simply too large. If this stalemate continues, the temporary camp will inevitably lose in the end, since the ammunition a transport ship can carry cannot sustain this kind of war. Captain, give the order. At this moment, Dax lit a cigarette he had brought with him, his tone calm and unreadable. Compared to him, everyone else is inferior. Although their expressions couldn't be seen through their combat helmets, their instinctive retreat revealed their panic and helplessness. Guys, today is the day to bravely face death. Anyone wants to come with me to my death? Zhou Yuan took off his tactical helmet, glanced at the 7 team members, and asked with a smile. For the Federation. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone took off their tactical helmets and shouted in a deep voice. Biological instincts made them fear large-scale insect swarms, but their soldierly instincts allowed them to overcome that fear. Very good. Zhou Yuan was very satisfied with the team's spirit and raised his hand to give a heavy shout. Prepare tactical nuclear missiles. Target the foot of the mountain. As he gave the order, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel and changed his title. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 3.202 million. He replaced the title of Powerful Insecticide with the title of Outstanding Wisdom. When his brain function reaches 15.5, he can perceive the mental fluctuations and emotions of living beings. Now that his brain function has reached 20.5, his perception ability will be greatly enhanced, and the range and distance he can perceive will also increase accordingly. He was going to do something he thought was really cool. To take the head of a general from among a million soldiers. Of course, this is a copy, because his target is the cerebral worm, which never goes to the front lines, but only gives orders from the rear. Once the brain worm is eliminated, the worm swarm will descend into chaos. At least the insect swarm's follow-up forces will not arrive, because they are no longer receiving orders. Captain, all ready. A few seconds later, Austin and Rosen were ready. 2 tactical nuclear missiles were loaded into the launchers, and the 2 launchers were shouldered. Zhou Yuan nodded and said seriously, wait for my order to launch. Now listen carefully to what I have to say. We only need to launch 2 tactical nuclear missiles, and immediately after launch, move to the mountain peak on the right. Don't hesitate at all. Check all the equipment, and help Austin and Ron pack the explosives. I don't want any accidents to happen when we move. Finally, I have a guest that needs to be verified. I'll need to wait here for a little while. You all go first, don't wait for me. Do you all understand? Understood, sir. Seeing that the team members were all ready, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and prepared to give the order. However, just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly stopped and then took a tactical nuclear bomb from the demolition box. Team leader. Seeing this, everyone's tone became heavy. Tang Lai and Dax walked directly to Zhou Yuan's left and right, looking as if they were going to restrain him. This is for dealing with pursuers. Do you think I want to be hit by a nuclear explosion? Zhou Yuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. His teammates probably thought he was going to risk his life to cover their retreat. The reason he wanted to stay a little longer was because he wanted to obtain crucial information from the insect swarm. Captain, setting the detonation timer to 3 minutes is best. Although the insects are far away from us, it doesn't take them long to get up the mountain. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members breathed a sigh of relief, and Rosen even gave Zhou Yuan a reminder. Okay, prepare the tactical nuclear missile. Zhou Yuan nodded to Austin and Rosen, and slowly raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. As Zhou Yuan waved his hand down, 2 tactical nuclear missiles shot out of the launcher and flew towards the swarm of insects at the foot of the mountain. Go! At the same time, the 5 team members turned and ran, with Austin and Rosen following closely behind after launching the tactical nuclear missile. Now, only Zhou Yuan remains in the same place. Once they receive a command from the brainworm, the waterworm swarm will carry it out without regard for anything else, even abandoning prey that is within arm's reach. So, what will you do? Zhou Yuan lit a recovery cigar, squinted slightly, and cast his gaze toward the foot of the mountain. Boom! The moment the cigar was relit, a tactical nuclear missile fired at the foot of the mountain detonated. Chapter 136 Searching for the Brainworm. Boom! Two small mushroom clouds rose from the foot of the mountain, instantly evaporating the surrounding insects. Bang! 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 When the nuclear explosion began to subside, Zhou Yuan drew his revolver and fired a few shots into the air. Laugh! The insects at the foot of the mountain had already noticed that the tactical nuclear missile came from the mountain, and now that they heard a clear gunshot, they all looked towards the mountainside. Come! Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and fired a few more shots at the foot of the mountain with his revolver. After those few shots, Zhou Yuan completely enraged the insects at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, a group of soldier insects broke away from the insect tide and rushed straight up the mountainside. You guessed right. Zhou Yuan flicked his elbow and swung his fist heavily. There aren't many insects that want to take revenge on him. The combined number of soldier insects and locusts is probably less than 100. However, the scale of the insect swarm was enormous. There were at least 30,000 to 50,000 insects in the outer area at the foot of the mountain alone, so many that they were impossible to count. So here's the question. Why are only about 100 of these insects chasing him when there are so many? Given this location and situation, Zhou Yuan could only think of one possibility. The cerebrate gave the swarm a strict order. The swarm has only one target. Temporary campsite. Therefore, the swarm of water bugs that encountered him earlier abandoned their pursuit of his squad, and even now, despite being hit by a tactical nuclear bomb, the insect swarm is unwilling to spare any resources to cause him trouble. Orders are obeyed. Prohibitions are enforced. Good discipline. Zhou Yuanmei took a satisfying puff of her recovery cigar, inwardly praising the brainworm, because the brainworm's commands had created a loophole in the worm swarm. Please wait for 2 minutes. 100 or so insect soldiers arrived at the mountainside and faced Zhou Yuan's infinite bullet pineapple and infinite bullet revolver. An ordinary person using 2 guns to shoot 100 or so insect soldiers would surely die. But Zhou Yuan is different. He's cheating. His movement speed is over 80 meters per second, which makes him fight the soldier insects like a cheetah fighting a sloth. It's hard for him to lose. He doesn't even need a gun. A slap would suffice. With his strength, a single powerful blow could splatter the brains of a soldier insect. Give it a quick gank, then switch lanes. After dealing with the worms that came to deliver soul points, Zhou Yuan turned and headed in the direction his team members had retreated. The killing squad was located in a mountain range. The peaks are all quite high, and when they connect at their waists, they already resemble a small mountain range. After walking straight to the right for 2 minutes, Zhou Yuan caught up with his teammates. Captain, the bugs haven't followed? The insects aren't bothering us. Everyone was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Yuan arrive safely and join them. They thought the insect swarm would target them and were prepared for a fight to the death, but to their surprise, there wasn't a single insect behind Zhou Yuan. There's good news. Zhou Yuan smiled and looked at Cheng Yun, saying, the insect swarm's target is the temporary camp, and it's just a temporary camp. You know what to say now, right? Understood, sir. Cheng Yun's face lit up with joy, and he immediately relayed the news back to the temporary camp. If the insect swarm only has eyes for the temporary camp, then the temporary camp can begin guerrilla warfare. Try to send several demolition squads to areas that the Air Force cannot cover with firepower and use tactical nuclear weapons to contain the swarm. That is indeed good news. If it weren't for the brainworm's orders, I can't understand why the worm didn't come after us, especially not twice in a row. It may have been watching the battlefield all along, or even be on the battlefield itself, but how do we find it? Dax stroked his chin and guessed. It's simple, just let it tell us itself. Follow me. Zhou Yuan smiled mysteriously and led his team towards the mountaintop, saying as they walked, the brainworm is the commander of the swarm. Where do you think the commander will be in the team? Standing in charge from the rear. Commanding from the central region. It may be in a nearby underground insect nest. The team members all spoke up, but their answers varied, and each person had their own guess. What you all say makes sense, but you've overlooked 2 key points. Of course, that's not your fault, because not many people know these 2 key points. Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly. The brainworm has extremely strong telepathic abilities. To put it simply, it can use telepathy to directly call and give orders to the worm swarm. At the same time, due to its weak melee capabilities and racial status, it is always surrounded by a group of combat insect guards. Tang Lai was jolted awake and said urgently, "So the brainworm won't go to the battlefield. Its mobility is poor, and its combat effectiveness is weak. A commander like that wouldn't go to the battlefield, right?" Zhou Yuan shrugged and pointed straight ahead, saying, "As for where it is, the answer lies in the insect swarm." After a march, the squad had reached the mountainside, and the direction he pointed was the other side of the mountain. That area is a large region. To the left is a plain, which has been completely occupied by the insect swarm. As far as the eye can see, there are only insects, forming a dense sea of insects. To the right is a mountain range. The mountain range is very high, and there is ice and snow starting from the mountainside. There are fewer insects at the foot of the mountain, but you can still see insect swarms. Insect swarm. Everyone looked in the direction Zhou Yuan was pointing, but they couldn't guess what he meant. Even the most experienced Dax couldn't discern what information was hidden within the swarm of insects. Why are there more insects in the plains than in the mountains? Zhou Yuan still didn't answer directly, but continued to ask. It wasn't that he was being long-winded. Rather, he wanted to train his team members. For soldiers, the best classroom is the battlefield. Of course, having the best classrooms alone is not enough. We mainly have to rely on him, the best mentor. He is a time traveler and knows the Arachnid insectoid race very well. His experience can help the team members a lot. Upon hearing this, everyone paused for a moment, as if they had vaguely grasped the key point. A genius idea. So, the brainworm might be hiding in the mountainous region? In the end, Dax was the first to realize the truth and solve Zhou Yuan's problem. Right. Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction and explained, "I think you all know that plains are not suitable areas for digging insect nests, but mountains are. A mountain range of this size is enough for insects to dig out 10 or even more nests, enough for hundreds of thousands of insects to live in. However, judging from the troop support route of the insect swarm, the insects in the mountain area did not provide strong support for the insect swarm. They only dispatched a small number of insects." So, where did the bugs go? After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. The insect hives in the mountainous region are not sending out troops is likely because the insects there are focusing most of their forces on protecting the cerebrates. It is clearly more important for a commander to protect his own home than to capture an enemy camp. It seems you all know what to do next. Now, spread out and scout, find a path into the mountains. We're going to take out the bug commander. Zhou Yuan elegantly exhaled a smoke ring, his expression gradually turning cold. "I will strike as a cold-blooded killer." Chapter 137. I'm ready. Speed up. Outside a lush, green forest, Zhou Yuan waved repeatedly, signaling his team to enter the dense woods. 1 hour ago, Zhou Yuan led his team away from the mountain peak area and headed towards the target mountain range area. The two places are not far apart. If calculated as a straight line, the massacre squad could run this distance in 10 minutes. However, there are many insects along the migration route, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, which is far beyond what 8 people can handle. Therefore, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to lead his team on a detour. After dodging left and right, it took an hour to cover a route that should have taken only 10 minutes, and they also fired quite a few rounds of ammunition along the way. Now, they have arrived at the entrance to a valley. This valley is very long and narrow, and the terrain gets higher and higher. Once you walk through this valley, you will reach the foot of the target mountain range. I'll repeat it again. The brainworm has a very strong telepathic ability. It can attack us with its mental power and make us faint instantly. Therefore, our goal is not to capture them alive, but to kill them directly. Once we encounter the brainworm, we will unleash our full firepower immediately. This is an order. Do you all understand? Understood, sir. After entering the valley, Zhou Yuan found a relatively safe clearing and shared some intelligence with his team during the rest period. The brainworm is just too powerful. So fierce that even he, who had become a superhuman, dared not underestimate him in the slightest. The 5-minute break passed quickly, and the group of 8 checked their equipment before continuing their journey. Compared to when they first set out, their pressure has lessened considerably. At least we have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. The intelligence they had previously sent back was of great help to the temporary camp. The insect swarm was focused on attacking the temporary camp and had no time to pay attention to the small-scale disturbances around it, which allowed the guerrilla squads in the temporary camp to fight very smoothly. Just 5 squads fully equipped with tactical nuclear weapons caused a lot of trouble for the Zerg swarm, preventing the swarm's forces from being replenished quickly. God, that crocodile has shark fins. Now I believe this is the Zerg's food supply. Just now, those Zerg soldiers blocked a group of frogs, but they only captured the big frogs and released all the little frogs. There are no bugs around. They're probably all protecting the smart bug. There weren't many Arachnid bugs in the valley, so everyone relaxed a bit and started chatting to calm down. Half an hour later, the team arrived at the middle and back part of the valley. Insect infestation has occurred. 300 meters ahead, the trees are covered with spiders, at least 100 of them, blocking the way into the mountains. Lucy and Chung Yun drove the heavy robot ahead to clear the way, but soon discovered trouble on their path. Stop. How many B1 protoplasm grenades do we have left? Zhou Yuan hid behind a big tree and called his teammates over. I have 4 left. I have 5 left. I used it all up a long time ago. The team members spoke up and quickly took stock of the remaining B1 proto-grenades. They discovered that the 8 of them only had 16 B1 proto-grenades left. Because these things are useful, everyone brought 10 with them when they came out, for a total of 80. But along the way, they encountered swarms of insects, and almost every encounter cost them several. 16 is enough. After considering for a moment, Zhou Yuan ordered, charge directly and use B1 proto-grenades to clear the way. Remember, throw in batches, throw forward, and don't concentrate the throwing points too much. Our goal is to get into the mountains, not to waste time here with spiders. The forest is very dense, so we can only make up for the terrain disadvantage with proto-material weapons. If it comes down to a direct confrontation, 100 or so spiders releasing their silk at once could completely subdue them. Understood, sir. Action. After explaining the tactics and waiting for the team members to get ready, Zhou Yuan was the first to rush out from behind the tree and charge towards the direction where the spiders were gathering. Bang, bang, bang. As the race began, Zhou Yuan fired a few shots with his revolver to attract the attention of the spider swarm. Laugh. The spider swarm immediately erupted into chaos, abandoning their afternoon nap and moving one after another, leaping from branch to branch, heading straight for Zhou Yuan and his group of 8. Tanglai, you go first. Zhou Yuan fired as he ran, while simultaneously giving orders in the team chat. Bite. I'll throw it head on, watch out for the sides. Tanglai shouted, forcefully throwing a B1 proto-material grenade straight ahead. When the protoplasm grenades started releasing smoke, the squad ran into the spider swarm. Because there was little wind in the dense forest, the protoplasmic poison mist spread smoothly, rising in place and forming a high wall. The spiders, instantly dozing off from the cover, tumbled down from the tree with a clatter. The second one. At this moment, Tang Lai threw out a second B1 proto-grenade. Nearby spiders before the second protogenes grenade could even start releasing smoke. And then the second protoplasmic grenade started to emit smoke. The group of 8 worked in perfect unison, rushing out of the first cloud of poisonous fog and quickly running into the second cloud. When facing insects, this tactic of using biochemical toxic fog as cover is still very effective. The insects will fall down as soon as they touch the toxic fog, and there is no way to deal with them. 8 B1 proto-grenades were fired in succession. Zhou Yuan and his 8 companions had broken through the spider swarm's defenses, wiping out all of the more than 100 spiders. Move to a new location, quick. Zhou Yuan didn't give his team members any rest time. He had just finishing off the spiders around them when he told them to run. Although the commotion just now wasn't loud, it certainly wasn't small either. This valley is so big and the forest is so dense, there can't be only 100 spiders living here. If we don't leave now, we might get blocked by even more spiders. After running 2 or 3 kilometers, a large area of greenery around me had disappeared. Zhou Yuan and the others arrived at the depths of the valley, where the terrain began to rise. The dense forest turned into a rocky slope, and they would have to climb a mountain to get further ahead. Take a 5-minute break. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and pressed it down. The brain worm was most likely hiding in the worm nest on the mountain. There would be a fierce battle later. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 3.205 million. While resting, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. Chapter 138 Nano-Exploding Mosquito Swarm. For the previous hour, we had been traveling, avoiding the insect swarms, and hadn't changed our titles. So I didn't get many soul points, only 3,000. However, Zhou Yuan didn't open the panel to check his gains. He just wanted to see how much money he had left, and then browse the shop. The items in the store are refreshed every now and then, so you might be able to find some good value items. The Rod of God satellite platform. It relies entirely on kinetic energy impact to damage targets without using any ammunition. Its launched tungsten rod projectiles can reach speeds of up to antimatter energy cannon. Collide matter particles with antimatter particles, transforming them into high-energy gamma rays, resulting in an annihilation reaction. Bionic Dragonfly Ion Beam Bomber. Accelerates particles such as protons and neutrons to speeds exceeding 100,000 kilometers per second, and then uses magnetic beams to concentrate them. Blanche. After a quick refresh, Zhou Yuan closed the high-price zone and entered the low-price zone. The items in the high-price section are great, but a bit too great. They're all over the top, and there aren't any small items that would be useful in special operations. While browsing the low-price section, Zhou Yuan actually found some items that he could currently use. Nano-destructing mosquito swarms. Highly intelligent nano-destructing robots with stealth reconnaissance capabilities, condensed to a size that can be carried by a single soldier. This is good stuff. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was instantly captivated after reading the detailed introduction. First, a swarm of 100 self-destructing mosquitoes combined has an explosive force equivalent to that of 2 kilograms of mixed explosives. 2 kilograms of mixed explosives are enough to blast a tank beetle into a trumpet shape. Instantly killing a brainworm is no problem. Secondly, the self-destructing bug is also an intelligence master with 3 methods of stealth. Optical stealth plus infrared stealth plus electromagnetic wave stealth. This allows the already tiny exploding mosquito to achieve near-perfect stealth, making its reconnaissance and surveillance capabilities even stronger than those of the laserbeak. Great, I'll take it. Bite. Purchase successful. 50,000 soul points deducted. Acquired nano-exploding mosquito swarm. On a whim, Zhou Yuan bought a swarm of nano-exploding mosquitoes. For a semi-disposable consumable weapon, a price of 50,000 is a bit expensive, considering that the laser bird only costs 60,000. However, Zhou Yuan could accept it, since the self-destructing mosquito swarm was more mobile and stealthy than the laser bird. He hasn't used laserbeak since landing in Morosa. The main concern is that the laserbeak might crash, because there are too many troublesome creatures on the Morosha. In the sky there are locusts and native birds larger than eagles, and on the ground there are spider insects, soldier insects, and various large native creatures, making it difficult for the laser bird to conduct mobile reconnaissance. Now that's great, we can just change our tactics. I'm going to take a dump. After acquiring the nano-exploding mosquito swarm, Zhou Yuan greeted his teammates and walked behind a nearby rock. Whoosh! A flash of black light appeared, and a black sphere about the size of a duck egg appeared in Zhou Yuan's hand. As Zhou Yuan activated the command, the small black ball dissolved in his palm, resembling a ball of magnetic black ink, and then rapidly changed shape. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Zhou Yuan saw the true face of the exploding mosquito swarm. Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised, as the mosquitoes were not as small as he had imagined. Each one was the size of half a middle finger, like a giant wasp. This is probably a case of you get what you pay for. A nano-weapon priced at only 50,000 soul points is obviously not a high-end product. Drop. At that moment, a flash of green light appeared on the head of one of the self-destructing mosquitoes. It flew onto Zhou Yuan's combat device, instantly turning into a pool of black particles, and then entered the device through the gaps around the screen. Drop. The combat device screen flashed, and a real-time location map appeared, filled with countless red dots, each corresponding to a self-destructing mosquito. Laserbird, take note. Zhou Yuan patted the large pineapple magazine box behind him, then gave an order to the swarm of mosquitoes in front of him. The target is the cerebral worm. The cerebral worm's data is in the combat device. It may be in the nearby mountains. Find it and report its location. Drop. 99 self-destructing mosquitoes simultaneously lit up with green light, scattering in all directions, changing their body color in Zhou Yuan's eyes, completely blending into the environment. Let's get started. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan smiled and turned back to his team. He did not issue a kill order to the exploding mosquito swarm, but only a search order for the time being. Whether or not it is necessary to take action against the self-destructing mosquito swarm depends on the distance. If the brain worm is not far away, he still hopes to lead his team to kill it personally and earn a real military merit. Besides, 50,000 soul points is quite a lot, so we should save them if we can. After a 5-minute break, the team continued their journey. As we continued forward to the foot of the frozen mountains, the surrounding environment was vastly different from before, with only weeds visible among the vegetation. While the terrain improves the squad's reconnaissance efficiency, it also increases the risk of being discovered by bugs, so it has both advantages and disadvantages. Suddenly, Lucy and Chung Yun, who were leading the way, stopped and manipulated the heavy robot to raise the crane gun, as if they had spotted an enemy. Alert! Lucy, Chung Yun, what happened? Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, stopped immediately, and made a gesture to disperse and surround the enemy. No enemy activity. We've discovered a wormhole, probably dug out by a tank beetle, Lucy replied quickly. Wormhole. Zhou Yuan immediately perked up and ran to Lucy and Chung Yun's side. Following their pointing fingers, we saw a hole more than 10 meters in diameter at the bottom of a small slope about 20 or 30 meters ahead. Zhou Yuan quickly arrived at the cave and squatted down to observe it carefully. This hole was indeed dug by a tank beetle, and there are large footprints left by the tank beetle around it. Not only tank beetles, but also soldier beetles have passed through this hole. The ground is covered with dense marks, as if it had been drilled by an electric drill. Clearly, this hole is a large wormhole, and it may be connected to a worm nest. It might be a large nest of giant beetles inside. Weeds have grown on the wall. This hole must have been dug a long time ago. Captain, should we go in? The team members then shared their opinions one by one, and then asked Zhou Yuan for his opinion. Let's go in and take a look. There are no worm soldiers guarding the entrance. This might be an abandoned wormhole, but going through a wormhole is better than aimlessly climbing a mountain. After thinking about it, Zhou Yuan decided to go in and take a look. The interior of the insect nest is interconnected, and even if some passages are abandoned, the insects will not block them up. So, if you go in from here, you might still be able to find a bug nest that is currently in use. Having made up their minds, the group of 8 entered the wormhole. 2 manned heavy robots, one to lead the way and the other to bring up the rear, with the rest of the people walking in the middle. Chapter 139, Entering the Underground Insect Nest. This wormhole leads underground, and the terrain gets lower and lower. After walking about 1 or 2 kilometers, Zhou Yuan and his 7 teammates stopped. At this point, everyone understood why the insects had abandoned this wormhole. The wormhole has been flooded. Thinking about it, it makes sense. They have an icy mountain range above them, a lot of vegetation and creatures around them, and they are not too far from the sea. All of this indicates that this area is not short of water. It would be strange if insects that dig deep underground didn't drown. Captain, this wormhole keeps going downwards. The currently measurable path is 183 meters long, but it's all flooded. Should we turn back the way we came? Tang Lai used the sonic detector to read the terrain and then asked a question. Let's go this way, Zhou Yuan said, shaking his head. If we enter the hive through another wormhole, our arrival will definitely be reported to the cerebrate by the combat worms. This wormhole is different. It's a dead end in the eyes of insects. Going in from here might be a way to hide our tracks. Of course, this place could also have been dug by the giant beetle and the soldier beetle specifically for the water beetle in preparation for battle. Clear. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone nodded in agreement and began checking their equipment. Once everyone was ready, Zhou Yuan gave the order. As usual, Lucy and Chung Yun will lead the way and cover the rear. The rest of you will follow me in the middle. By the way, turn up the pressure generator level so we can walk underwater. Yes, sir. Soon, the group of 8 walked into the steep, sloping water-filled slope until they were completely submerged. The Nanchaman Fortress requires members of its Special Operations Forces to wear space-based weaponry, regardless of which planet they are deployed to. The superiority of their armed forces was on full display at this moment. Morosa is a life-bearing planet, so wearing lighter, conventional armor would have been fine, but if they wore conventional armor, they wouldn't be able to travel by water now. The journey was smooth. There were no water insects in the water cave, so it was certain that this was just a simple wormhole that had been flooded, rather than one specifically dug for water insects. Along the way, Zhou Yuan also discovered many side tunnels and even beehive sites. Clearly, before being covered by the floodwaters, this was just an ordinary underground insect nest. Because there were no water insects, Zhou Yuan had his team speed up their advance. After walking for about 5 minutes, the water cave stopped its steep downward slope, and the path under our feet finally began to trend upward. Stop! Faster! Just as they were about to emerge from the water, Zhou Yuan ordered the team to stop. He crouched down and slowly moved forward, finally stopping when his head was about a meter above the water. Next, the scanner came into play. It really is an insect nest. Seeing the image displayed on the scanner, Zhou Yuan was secretly delighted. There were many insects around, mostly spiders and a few sand beetles, with 40 or 50 life reactions of all sizes. There was no noise. The insects seemed to be sleeping. Judging from the distribution and distance of these insects, there might be a honeycomb site on the head, and the space is quite large, at least 200 square meters. Squat down, walk over slowly, and keep your movements small. There is a cave above us, and there are about 50 spiders and sand beetles inside. To prevent them from relaying information to other insects, we need to kill them the moment they emerge from the water, understand? Zhou Yuan said quietly in the team chat. Clear. The team members didn't reply, but they all gave a slight thumbs up to indicate that they understood. We've seen along the way all indicate that this is an underground insect nest, and everyone is prepared for battle. Very good, move forward a little more. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, and led his team members a few steps away. Now, their heads are less than 30 centimeters from the water surface, and they can get out of the water with just a little push of their legs. Fire! With Zhou Yuan's command, the calm on the water's surface was instantly shattered. The 6 men leaped out of the water at the same time, grabbing their pre-prepared guns and firing wildly in all directions. As for why there are 6 people, Lucy and Cheng Yun were assigned to the last position by Zhou Yuan because the manned heavy robots were too tall and not suitable for this kind of work. Laugh! The gunshot rang out, the spider and sand beetle reacted. They had been resting and their vigilance had decreased, so they were completely unprepared for an enemy to emerge from the water and were caught off guard. In just a short time, Zhou Yuan and his group had killed more than 10 spider insects. They didn't fight the sand beetles much because they were weak and slow, so they could leave them for last. Laugh. Perhaps seeing that they had suffered too many casualties and were no longer able to win, or perhaps wanting to warn the other insects. The remaining dozen or so spider insects had no intention of fighting Zhou Yuan and his group. They turned their heads and ran straight towards the wormhole in the rock wall. Stay here. Zhou Yuan wasn't about to let them get away. He immediately dual-wielded his weapons, specifically targeting deserters. The battle ended very quickly when one side was riding high on morale and the other was fleeing in disarray. In just a few seconds, the surrounding spiders were all killed, leaving only a dozen or so sand beetles trembling in fear. Leave no one alive. Zhou Yuan handed over the finishing touches to his teammates, and then left the water cave to observe his surroundings. You guessed wrong. This is not a honeycomb site, but a natural cave. The cave was larger than he had guessed, with an area of perhaps 400 or 500 square meters and a height of over 20 meters. There were several wormholes dug by insects on the surrounding rock walls. What the hell? When his gaze swept over a wormhole, Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then moved closer. Holy crap. It really is a granary. Zhou Yuan stood at the cave entrance, staring blankly at the scene inside. Inside the cave entrance is an even larger cavern, perhaps the size of a stadium, which was probably deliberately widened by the insects. What surprised him was not the size of the hole, but what was inside it. The cave was filled with countless mummies. These mummies vary in shape and size, with some larger than a person and others smaller than a watermelon. Zhou Yuan knew that this was done by a spider. Spiders wrap their prey in silk and then transport it here. It's possible that every Zerg hive has such a food storage hole, which is then used to transport food from Starship Zerg. Thank you for the generous gift. Guys, this is the bug's refrigerator. Anyone hungry? Insects' exoskeletons have energy-absorbing properties, so why do they need to eat? Fool, you can survive on just nutrient solution, but would you want to live on just nutrient solution for the rest of your life? At this moment, the team members who had dealt with the sand beetles also came to Zhou Yuan's side and saw the mountain of mummies piled up in the cave. They were also taken aback, and in their hearts, they all gave the federal leadership a thumbs up. The Federation leadership guessed correctly. Morosa is the Zerg's food supply. Chapter 140. More bad news than good news. Turn on the recorder and record what's happening here. Kill the bugs inside within 1 minute, then set off. Zhou Yuan took 2 steps back, extended his right index and middle fingers, and gently touched the opening of the hole. There are insects in this grain storage hole, Many sand beetles gather inside, working together to sort through their spoils. To prevent them from tipping off the brainworms, they must all be killed. Yes, sir. The team members immediately sprang into action, moving some stones from nearby to create a threshold at the cave entrance, ensuring the sand beetles couldn't crawl out, and then lit a fire inside the cave. Spider silk can be burned, and the fire is fierce and intense. A lighter could turn this grain storage cave into a fiery inferno. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan suddenly turned around and looked to the left side of the cave. He sensed several extremely agitated mental fluctuations emanating from wormholes in the rock face. Laugh. Almost the instant Zhou Yuan turned his head, a hideous head also emerged from the wormhole. That was the head of a soldier worm. The soldier worm only glanced at it in the cave before turning around and running away without hesitation. Follow me, Zhou Yuan shouted and chased after them, gun in hand. The recklessness of soldier insects. How could they possibly turn and run away after spotting their prey? Obviously, they are intelligent spies sent by the brainworm. It's now confirmed that the cerebral worm is in this hive, or at least the wormhole in this hive leads to the cerebral worm's current location. Keep up. Although the team members did not know what was going on, they immediately carried out the order and followed Zhou Yuan into the wormhole in the rock wall. Where are you going? Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yuan pursued quickly, and soon after entering the wormhole, he caught up with the soldier worm and fired his revolver, blowing it up instantly. This is troublesome. As Zhou Yuan continued his pursuit, bypassing the insect corpses, his brows furrowed deeply. He just sensed a total of 5 mental fluctuations, which means there were 5 scout insects in total. However, after entering the wormhole, the 5 worm soldiers ran in different directions. When he killed one of the worm soldiers, the remaining 4 had already escaped into the side tunnel. Although he was fast, he couldn't chase 4 soldier insects at the same time. After all, it's 4 round trips, 8 times in total, and his teammates are almost catching up. He can't just disappear on the spot in front of everyone. Never mind. If the soft approach doesn't work, then the hard approach will. After chasing for a while and taking down 2 more swarms of insectoid soldiers, Zhou Yuan stopped. The remaining 2 soldier insects had already run far away, so far that even the mental fluctuations could not be sensed, while his team members had already arrived. Captain, have the bugs spotted us? Seeing Zhou Yuan emerge from a wormhole, Dax's tone became somewhat heavy. On his way to chase Zhou Yuan, he saw the corpse of a soldier insect, which meant that the insect had discovered that its nest had been invaded. Zhou Yuan came out from a side road, which means that there was more than one insect that found them, and it is very likely that it has already escaped. Their nest had been invaded. What they will face next is a swarm of insects. The 8 people were trapped in an underground insect nest by the swarm of insects. Their fate is already sealed. 2 escaped. Zhou Yuan nodded and pointed in a direction, saying, "The good news is that they all ran in this direction. They must have gone to inform the brainworm. If we go in this direction, there is a high chance we will find the brainworm. The bad news is that the soldier insects travel at speeds of over 15 meters per second. Even if we reduce the pressure generator's level, we won't be able to catch up with them before they send out their messages. So, we're going to be in trouble very soon." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone was stunned and didn't know what to say. The good news wasn't great, but the bad news was absolutely terrible. We are indeed slower than the soldier worms, but not by much. Perhaps we can kill the cerebrates before the swarm gathers. Sir, give the order. We don't have much time left. Finally, Dax spoke first. Zhou Yuan gave Dax an approving look. This was why he thought highly of Dax. Being a team leader isn't easy. Some orders can make team members feel strained and frustrated, leading them to believe that the team leader doesn't value them. At this point, a member who possesses both personal ability and team prestige needs to step forward, encourage the other members, and say things that the team leader shouldn't say. This can unite everyone and boost morale. Dax is that kind of person. He is very capable, and his teammates trust him and secretly regard him as the vice captain. Dax's only missing rank is something his teammates know about, and they don't really treat Dax as a private. Attack the Zerg hive. That would be very interesting. I've done this before. Sir, give the order. Dax's fighting spirit instantly spurred on the other 6 team members. They all stood at attention and saluted, their tone full of pride and confidence, unwilling to be looked down upon by their comrades, and prepared to die in battle. Very good. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, then looked at Dax. Lieutenant VJ, you will lead the team, at your 2 o'clock position. Dax was about to nod, but then hesitated and said helplessly, Captain, I'm a private now. It was 3 seconds ago. Execute the order. Don't make me repeat myself. Zhou Yuan slung the large pineapple machine gun over his shoulder and smiled slightly. His rank is major, and his federal authority is major general. He has the power to reinstate the rank of a soldier who has been demoted. All he needs to do is go back and submit a report to the Strategic Administration. Yes, sir. Dax seemed somewhat moved. He raised his head, took a deep breath, then turned to the side, raised his fist, and shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Move out." After saying that, Dax was the first to rush out. The team members were filled with enthusiasm and stepped up to catch up with Dax, while Zhou Yuan lagged behind. They hit it quite well. Zhou Yuan opened the combat device and took a closer look, but the self-destructing mosquito swarm yielded no intelligence. Judging from the distribution of the red dots, there are nearly 30 self-destructing mosquitoes in this nest, but not even a trace of the brain worm has been found. It is conceivable that the location of the brain worm must be an extremely hidden location, at least not a location that can be seen at a glance, such as a wormhole or a hive point. Call all the self-destructing mosquitoes over here. The new target is this underground insect nest. Don't overlook any suitable hiding place. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan gave an order to the self-destructing mosquito hidden in the combat device. Now that we're certain the brain worm is nearby, let's gather all our intelligence resources and try to eliminate it before we encounter the worm swarm. Chapter 141. The brain worm has been found. Laugh. Bang. 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 Use B1 protoplasm grenades. Charge straight in. Enter the wormhole. With a large pineapple machine gun in one hand and a large revolver in the other, Zhou Yuan moved constantly, attacking the insect soldiers rushing in from all directions. The battle took place at a hive site. 5 minutes ago, Zhou Yuan issued the order to track down the scouts and find the brain worm. The 2 insect soldiers that escaped from Zhou Yuan's grasp notified the other insects on their escape route, and the insects swarmed together to search for Zhou Yuan and his group of 8. Finally, the 2 sides collided at the hive point. As the slaughter squad entered the hive site, the swarm of insect soldiers appeared. Zhou Yuan could sense that there were soldier insects nearby, but because there were too many of them, the team had no way to avoid them and could only engage in battle at the hive point. Lucy clears the way. Cheng-Yun brings up the rear. After Rosen threw out 2 B1 proto-grenades, Zhou Yuan shouted loudly, "Follow me." Lucy piloted a manned heavy robot, unleashing full firepower from 2 heavy machine guns, blasting all the insectoid soldiers blocking her path to pieces, and quickly advanced. Cheng-Yun was in the same situation. He was at the rear of the group, clearing out any soldier insects that tried to get close. The others followed Zhou Yuan, taking charge of the 2 flanks. Once Rosen started releasing smoke with the B1 proto-grenades he threw to the flanks, the team's defensive pressure was greatly reduced, and they began to clear a path for Lucy. The 7 men fought with all their might, and quickly stormed into a wormhole that had previously been teeming with worm soldiers. Cheng-Yun, keep up. Zhou Yuan turned around and used his firepower to cover Cheng-Yun, then brought Cheng-Yun into the wormhole. Go clear the way for Lucy, I'll cover the rear. After everyone entered the wormhole, Zhou Yuan signaled Cheng-Yun to go first, while he took over the swarm of insectoid soldiers that wanted to invade the wormhole. He didn't fight too fiercely, but instead released the insect soldiers back into the hole. When intercepting swarms of insects, the corpses of the insects can be used as cover. This is common knowledge known to all Federation mobile infantry. After firing for a few moments, Zhou Yuan released the trigger. He killed 20 or 30 soldier insects, and their corpses completely blocked the entrance, preventing other insects from getting in anytime soon. Captain, it's all done, let's go. At that moment, Zhou Yuan heard Dax shout through his earpiece. Turning around to follow, Lucy and Cheng-Yun had already carved out a path inside the wormhole. The insects that were originally blocking the wormhole were all shredded by heavy machine guns, and then kicked aside by them using heavy robots. Don't stop, keep going at full speed. After only a brief look at the battle situation, Zhou Yuan urged his team to advance. There are many insects in the hive, and since they can't quickly break through the wall of insect corpses, they will definitely try to find a way to get around to the other side of the wormhole. They cannot stop in order to avoid being blocked by more insects. They had to keep killing until the insects could no longer keep up with their pace, until they reached the brainworm. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan felt a buzzing in his head and experienced tinnitus. However, the strange feeling didn't last long. Just like a sudden sneeze, it came on quickly and went away just as fast, and I instantly regained my senses. Brainworm. Zhou Yuan looked up and gazed into the distance. He could feel that the strange sensation he had just experienced had come from the front. He is a superhuman with an excellent physique. Unless he is injured, he will never experience subhealth symptoms such as tinnitus. Therefore, it must have been done by the brainworm. The brainworm is using telepathic abilities, and it's a wide-ranging telepathic ability, which was detected by his brain function, which is as high as 20.5 points. Wide-ranging telepathic abilities. There's only one possibility. The brainworm is making a phone call. It could be giving orders to the insect swarm on the battlefield, or it could have received news of the insect hive being invaded and was informing its bodyguards. The former has little to do with them, since they can't help on the front lines. If it's the latter, then the situation is very favorable for them. This means that the two escaped scouts had already passed the intelligence to the cerebrate, causing the cerebrate to issue orders to the worms in the hive. If this guess is correct. So, let's calculate based on the movement speed of the insect soldiers and the squad. If they run at full speed for another 5 minutes, they will reach the furthest point that the two soldier scouts can currently reach, which is next to the brainworm. Even if the brainworms start to move now, they will catch up with them within 6 or 7 minutes. Because when the sand beetle carries the brainworm, its movement speed is extremely slow. Buzz. Just as the squad was advancing at full speed, Zhou Yuan's combat device trembled slightly. Zhou Yuan immediately thought of the exploding mosquito swarm and looked at the combat device, where the real-time location map of the exploding mosquito swarm lit up. However, compared to before, there is now a large black dot on the real-time location map. There were about a dozen small red dots surrounding the large black dot. Found you. Zhou Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he understood the meaning of the large black. It was the location of the brainworm. The brainworm was only 4 kilometers away from him. At the team's current speed, they can cover this distance in about 10 minutes. Only. According to the real-time location map, the cerebrate is staying in the same place and has received intelligence that the hive has been invaded. Why hasn't it moved its location? Does the brainworm want a snack? After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan quickly figured out the reason. From any perspective, it was a certain death for 8 people to charge into the insect hive. Leaving aside the brain bug's combat insect guards, the brain bug itself is ridiculously powerful. It can wipe out an enemy with a single psychic shock. Zhou Yuan believes that the brainworm has its eyes on their brains. Let's go? Zhou Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Stamina 13, Defense 13, Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 3.161 million. To guard against the brainworm, he always used the title of Outstanding Intelligence, and even when killing the worm, he did not switch back to the title of Powerful Insecticide. When his brain function was only 5.5, he was able to withstand the mental impact of the brainworm for 1 or 2 seconds without getting dizzy. My brain function has now reached 20.5 points. While I can't say I can completely withstand the mental impact of the brainworm, I can definitely kill it before I faint. Moreover, the self-destructing mosquito swarm is also targeting the brainworm. He's not backing down at all. Chapter 142 Dialogue with the Brainworm. At full speed ahead. The 4-kilometer journey was completed in just over 10 minutes. Stop. Suddenly, just as they were about to rush into a hive point, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and called for a halt to the team. Sir. Seeing this, everyone was somewhat puzzled. If we don't hurry, the swarm of insects behind us will catch up again. Haven't you noticed how quiet it is here? Zhou Yuan explained in a low voice, listening carefully to the sounds around him. They walked the 4 kilometers smoothly just now. They didn't encounter any swarms of insects on the way, only a few lone soldier insects, probably less than 10 in total. When we got here, there wasn't a single insect around, not even the sound of insects chirping or footsteps. It was eerily quiet. He didn't sense any mental fluctuations from the insects. However, the real-time location map on the combat device showed that the cerebral worm was in the hive point ahead. So here's the question. A brainworm lands not having a combat worm? The brainworm is very protective of its life. It would never use a feint. Therefore, the honeycomb points in front are traps, and the cerebral worm is probably trying to trap them like turtles in a jar. We may have been tricked. The more worms there are, the more likely there are brain worms hiding there. The worms are driving us here, but we may already be far away from brain worms. Tanglai guessed. He thought the bugs would drive them away from the vicinity of the brain worm. They are not encountering any worm infestations now, possibly because the brain worms no longer pose a threat to them. The insects had achieved their goal and no longer cared about them, so they didn't pursue them as relentlessly as before. Laugh. Just as Tang Lai finished speaking, a series of insect cries came from inside the wormhole. The pursuers caught up again. Zhou Yuan frowned and ordered, "Blow up this wormhole and enter the hive point." The squad's advance speed wasn't slow, but it couldn't possibly be fast enough to leave the swarm of insectoid soldiers behind. He was now certain that the hive point ahead was a trap set by the cerebrates, and the swarm of soldier insects behind them was driving them into the trap. But now, they have no other choice. Even if there's a dragon coiled up inside the hive, they still have to step up. The hive site has a large space and many possible escape routes, which is better than being blocked in the wormhole by the swarm of soldier insects. Bang! With a muffled thud, the wormhole was blocked by the collapse of the top, and Zhou Yuan and his group of 8 left the wormhole and arrived at a hive point. This hive site was created by insects using a natural cave, and it has a large space. There is a small pool of water in the middle of the cave, and the surrounding terrain rises in layers, making it look somewhat like terraced fields. There are many wormholes on the rock wall, at least 10 at a glance, but these wormholes are very clean, without a single worm. Zhou Yuan and his 8 companions waded into the pool, cautiously surveying their surroundings. It's very unusual that there are no insects in the hive site. Everyone can guess that something is wrong. Prepare for battle. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and gestured, his eyes fixed on a wormhole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. He understood it. Within that wormhole, there was an extremely strong mental fluctuation and countless weaker mental fluctuations, all drawing ever closer. Based on the real-time location map provided by the exploding mosquito swarm, the brain worm is moving towards the center of the hive site, accompanied by a large group of its minions. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Almost the instant Zhou Yuan gave the order, a series of urgent shouts rang out from all around. That was the sound of soldier insects. Their voices sounded somewhat muffled and hoarse, and also somewhat like the sound of corrosion. 3 seconds later, the soldier insects appeared. Large numbers of soldier insects crawled out of the wormholes in the rock wall, and not a single wormhole was clean. Fire! Zhou Yuan shouted, and immediately pulled the triggers of both guns. He didn't care what the brain worm was up to. He only knew that the fewer worms around them, the safer they would be, so he just went ahead and did it. Captain, the guys are running low on ammunition. Mine is too. Not long after the fight started, Lucy and Cheng Yun started shouting. After relentlessly pushing forward, the 2 manned heavy robots, which are the main source of firepower, are running out of ammunition. You 2 stop firing. Lucy, watch out for the wormhole at your 2 o'clock position. If I order a breakout, that wormhole will be the target. Zhou Yuan said calmly. There were only 8 of them, which was indeed not enough to stop too many insects. But if they wanted to force their way out, the insects wouldn't be able to stop them either. After entering the wormhole, blow up the entrance, then let the exploding mosquito swarm kill the brain worm, and the game ends on the spot. Young people, who talks to you about martial ethics? However, we're not out of ammunition yet, and the brain worm hasn't appeared, so there's no rush. Let them out to fight, and use them for cover. Austin, don't fall behind. Guys, don't rush, take your time. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the group immediately changed tactics, fighting as they made their way towards the planned evacuation route. Behold my divine might. Zhou Yuan was having a blast. He was responsible for the rear alone, bombarding the enemy with 2 guns that had unlimited ammo, while also using his telepathic abilities. Mind power, mind hypnosis, mind control. He used all the skills he had available, and these 3 skills helped relieve a lot of the defensive pressure on his teammates. Humans, we need to talk face to face. Just as Zhou Yuan controlled the 5 soldier insects and made them fight each other with the other soldier insects, a hoarse and muffled sound rang out in the hive. The sound was very strange, like a loud bass speaker with distorted sound effects. What was that sound? A generous gift to thank you. Human? The thing that's talking isn't human? Everyone heard the sound and understood the meaning behind the short sentence. It was very likely that the insects were speaking. Otherwise, why would they be called human? Laugh. As soon as these words were spoken, the swarm of soldier insects fell silent. They all shook their heads, then lowered their heads slightly and retreated, actually all retreating back into the wormhole, showing no further intention to attack. Brother Sherwan, you've finally arrived. Unlike his extremely vigilant teammates, Zhou Yuan slowly took a step forward and looked at the largest wormhole. Laugh. Amidst one excited gaze and 7 solemn ones, a swarm of soldier insects emerged from the wormhole. The swarm of insect soldiers emerged. They quickly formed a circle around the cave entrance, using the arc of the circle to cover the entrance and block Zhou Yuan and the others' line of sight. Then, the brain worm emerged from that wormhole. The brain worm was very cautious. It did not completely enter the hive point, but only poked its head out from the wormhole. But its head was so big, its face was as big as a train engine, which made it visible to everyone. Huh. Still as ugly as ever. The second time Zhou Yuan saw the brain worm's huge face, he was still disgusted. However, he was still very happy inside. After all, which cheater could refuse a brain worm with 100,000 soul points and a strategic level military achievement? Chapter 143, The Bewitching Brainworm. Screw you. It's time to talk. The brainworm blinked its 8 sandbag-sized eyes, and then another sound rang out inside the hive. OMG. Fuck you. Have these clever bugs become so smart they can talk? Apart from Zhou Yuan, who was slightly calmer, Dax and the other 7 were all quite shocked. They all knew that it was the brainworm speaking. The fact that insects can speak Earth's language is no small matter. No, the sound didn't come from its mouth. Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly. Seemingly in response to Zhou Yuan, the brainworm moved its syringe mouthparts that it hadn't retracted, and then 2 more sentences rang out. I borrowed his body to speak with you in my place. I think you're more relaxed when you're talking to your own kind. The next moment, Zhou Yuan and his 8 companions all took a step back and pointed their guns at the brainworm. The sand beetle swarm carrying the brainworms also carried the corpse of a male motorized infantryman. The brainworm's mouthparts were embedded in the corpse's head, and judging from the corpse's moving jaw, the voice just now came from its mouth. Those are people from the mechanized unit. Tang Lai recognized the corpse's identity at a glance. The mechanized troops are armed differently from special operations troops. They carry only small pieces of equipment, making them easily identifiable. Don't be impulsive. We can't attack it. Let's see what tricks it's going to play first. Seeing the brainworm begin to retreat, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and gently pressed down. Humans, relax. I have no ill intentions toward you. Otherwise my people would have torn you to pieces. Seeing that Zhou Yuan and the others had lowered their guns, the brainworm realized that the conversation could continue, so it stopped retreating and returned to the cave entrance. What is your purpose? Seeing this, Zhou Yuan slowly took 2 steps forward and asked softly. He knew the brainworm wouldn't let them go, because he wouldn't let the brainworm go either. They were just testing each other now. However, he was surprised that the brainworm could control human corpses to speak. The insect god possesses this ability, but I never expected the brainworm to have it as well. It may be related to its powerful telepathic abilities, which allows the brainworm to control corpses whose body cells have not yet died on a large scale. As for the corpse, it should belong to a member of the guerrilla squad. The temporary camp dispatched several guerrilla squads, ordered to use tactical nuclear weapons to intercept the insect swarm's forces and harass the insect swarm. To complete this kind of mission, you need to get close to the insect swarm, and it's normal for 1 or 2 small teams to fail. Peace. All we want is peace. Human beings are the aggressors who start wars, and we are the victims of wars. You know that very well. Actually, we can live together peacefully and build a completely new understanding. Halfway through its speech, the brainworm suddenly shook its head, its 8 eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan, and said, Human, don't come any closer. I can sense that you possess intelligence. I didn't want to get close to you. Zhou Yuan stopped and said seriously, I just want to talk to you face to face, just like you said earlier. The brainworm was silent for a moment, then launched into a direct negotiation. I can talk to you face to face, but I want to see your sincerity first. You are carrying weapons that can kill me. Put down your weapons and come to me. I will show you my sincerity. I have a way to make your wisdom and ability stronger. Team leader. Upon hearing the brainworm's words, everyone's expressions tightened, and they all looked at Zhou Yuan. It's all right. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and waved it, then continued. I don't believe in creatures that only talk to me from the shadows. This is the limit of what I can do right now. It's your turn. As he spoke, Zhou Yuan removed all his weapons and threw them away, including the pineapple magazine and the B-1 Protigenes grenade. Team leader. Dax and the others were stunned by what they saw. They are now genuinely starting to suspect that Zhou Yuan has been bewitched by the brainworm. But before they could grab Zhou Yuan, they saw him turn his palm to the side, making a gesture as if he was about to fire. All 7 men realized what was happening and gripped their guns tightly. Chung Yun and Lucy secretly activated the intelligent combat system of the manned heavy robot. Laugh. As Zhou Yuan threw out his weapon, several soldier insects left the brainworm. They used their sharp legs to pry at Zhou Yuan's weapons, dragging them away, before returning to the ranks and standing in front of the brainworm once more. Now it's your turn. Throwing away his weapon, Zhou Yuan repeated the sentence. This is not sincerity. You all have this kind of weapon. The sincerity I'm referring to is tactical nuclear weapons, which I know you have. Seeing Zhou Yuan's decisiveness, the brainworm shook its head and said again. Impossible. Captain, he's lying to us. Upon hearing about tactical nuclear weapons, Zhou Yuan's team members immediately went ballistic before he could even speak. Tactical nuclear weapons are their trump card. If they cannot kill the cerebrates at a low cost, then tactical nuclear weapons are their means of taking the cerebrates down with them. Are you sure you can make my telepathic abilities stronger? Zhou Yuan ignored his teammates and instead asked the brainworm a question. Of course, our evolution is more thorough than that of humans. We can even travel in space using our bodies. Believe me, you will evolve and become a more powerful creature. Seemingly sensing an opportunity, the brainworm became a little excited and had the sand beetle carry it 2 steps forward, bringing half of its body to the entrance of the cave. Hypnosis. Do you think I'm a husky? The brainworm started to mislead. Zhou Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The thought of confusion agreeing to it echoed in his mind, making him feel somewhat tired, but he was still able to resist being hypnotized. I trust you. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan decided to play along, his gaze slightly unfocused, making himself appear somewhat neurotic. Give me all the explosives you're carrying. That's an order. Zhou Yuan slowly turned around and stretched out his hands to his team members. As he reached out, Zhou Yuan made a gesture as if he was preparing to fire. However, since he had his back to the brainworm, even though the brainworm had 8 eyes, it couldn't see his little movements. The other insects could be seen, but the fighting insects were all idiots. They had no idea that anything was wrong. Okay. Seeing that Zhou Yuan had his own ideas, the team members all chose to believe in him. Mixed explosives, tactical nuclear bombs, B-1 protoparticle grenades, high-explosive grenades, etc. They put all the explosives on their bodies on the ground. This is my sincerity. Now, fulfill your promise and make me an even more powerful being. Zhou Yuan waved his hands, haphazardly throwing a bunch of equipment, including explosive boxes, in front of the cerebrate's soldier defense wall. Chapter 144 Destroy the Brainworm. It's your turn. Keep your promise. Zhou Yuan spread his arms as if to hug the brainworm, looking at it with a fanatical expression. I will. Come before me, and I will make you a part of us, let you know us completely, and make you a more powerful being. Seeing Zhou Yuan's actions, the brainworm was completely relieved. Its mouthparts twitched, then it withdrew from the human corpse's head at its feet and raised it high, like a mantis's sickle-like legs. At the same time, the insect soldiers that had been blocking the cerebrate dispersed and began dealing with the equipment on the ground. About 20 were dispatched because Zhou Yuan's equipment on the ground was very messy and disorganized. There were more than a dozen grenades of various types, so small that the worms could hardly touch them, and they couldn't be dragged away by just 3 or 5 worms. In addition, the soldier insects in the hive also moved. They moved slowly, poking their bodies out from the various wormholes, leaning slightly forward, their large pincers fully open. Oh, it's hard to say who's in control. Zhou Yuan was aware of all the insect soldiers' subtle movements. Zhou Yuan's facial expression remained idiotic, as if he had been completely hypnotized by the brainworm, but in his heart he had already made full preparations. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this wave. The brainworm was planning to get them to give up tactical nuclear weapons. Wait for the cerebrate, and gunpowder weapons couldn't hit it at all. Once they lost their tactical nuclear weapons, they would have no way to kill the cerebrate. When that time comes, the brainworm will turn against you. But that's what he thinks too, and he'll turn on us even sooner than the brainworm. So, he threw out all the explosives his squad had brought, deliberately scattering them over a large area so that a few small insectoids could not move them. Once more worm soldiers come out to collect explosives, and once the cerebrate's worm defense wall develops a hole, the cerebrate will be doomed. How can he attack the brainworm now that he's lost his weapon? He is skilled in both magic and martial arts. If physical attacks don't work, then switch to magical attacks. I'm ready. Zhou Yuan walked forward a dozen meters with a bright smile on his face. This was the spot where he had dropped his equipment. More than 20 soldier insects were right next to him, dragging various explosives off the ground with their large pincers, showing no intention of attacking. Having reached this point, Zhou Yuan was now directly confronting the brainworm. Although there were still 20 or 30 meters to go, there were no longer any soldier worms blocking his way. Perfect field of vision for attack. The brainworm shook its mouthparts, already somewhat impatient. If Zhou Yuan walks a little further, it will use its mouthparts, which resemble mosquito mouths, to bite into Zhou Yuan's brain. Come on, I'm ready. Zhou Yuan looked completely absorbed, ignoring the soldier worms that were right in front of him, and continued to move closer to the brainworm, repeating the same sentence as before. At this moment, the 17 members behind Zhou Yuan noticed. Zhou Yuan spread his hands, his index and middle fingers slightly extended, and gently tapped his hand. It was Zhou Yuan's personal gesture, meaning attack in this direction. They understood immediately and prepared to guard against the wormholes around them. The brainworm was unaware that something was wrong. In its memory, no creature had ever been able to resist its intelligent abilities, so hypnotizing a human was nothing to it. Soon, Zhou Yuan advanced a short distance, passing the group of soldier insects who were tidying up explosives on the ground, and entered the soldier insect defense wall of the brainworm. The brainworm was ready to savor Zhou Yuan's brain matter. After extending its mouthparts, it slowly moved forward, and was less than 10 meters away from landing on Zhou Yuan's head. Fire! It was at this moment that Zhou Yuan almost roared out. Bang! 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 Dax and his men, who were already prepared, opened fire on the surrounding insectoid soldiers the moment they received the order to fire. Rise! Zhou Yuan raised his outstretched hands and instantly activated his mental power. Click, ding. A series of faint, jumbled sounds arose, including the clicking of gun triggers and the pull of grenade pins. The equipment that Zhou Yuan had thrown out and that the insect soldiers had dragged aside earlier floated into the air at an extremely fast speed and began to move on its own. The brainworm was startled and withdrew its mouthparts when Zhou Yuan activated his mental power. In Zhou Yuan's eyes, the 8 large, jet-black eyes of the brainworm shrank and turned black in an instant. Buzz! Suddenly, Zhou Yuan felt a surge in his brain as an invisible force rushed into his mind. The stinging pain was so intense, like a raging storm, that he felt like his head was about to explode. His vision blurred, a metallic smell filled his nose, and the deafening roar was like a bolt from the blue, making it hard for him to even stand. Go! Just as he was about to fall headfirst, Zhou Yuan suddenly exerted his strength and used his telekinesis to control the giant pineapple machine gun that had floated into the air to fire. Bang! 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 The gun spat out flames and struck the brainworm's face in the blink of an eye. The cerebrate's fat face is 3 meters tall. When there are no soldier worms to shield it, its face is a target that even a child could hit. Brother, you're finished. Seeing the brainworm's face explode with bloody craters, Zhou Yuan was invigorated and used his telekinesis to pull the trigger of the pineapple machine gun. Ding! New skill detected in host. Skill bar updated, new skill added, Mindstorm. Congratulations, host, on awakening a new skill. You have received 3 level 3 soul gift boxes, 2 level 2 soul gift boxes, and 1 level 1 soul gift box. Open them. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan heard a series of system notification sounds. However, his head was about to explode. The intense pain made it difficult for him to even use his mental powers, so he had no time to pay attention to the system. Bang! 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 The pineapple machine gun fired continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it turned the cerebrate, which had almost zero physical defense, into a trumpet flower. Kill a brainworm and gain 100,000 souls. The notification panel also flickered at that moment, refreshing with a new system notification. Become a part of my evolutionary journey. Zhou Yuan was completely unaware of all this, focusing all his attention on the battle. He didn't even know that the brainworm was dead, nor did he feel the excruciating pain in his brain begin to subside. To be on the safe side, he did not stop attacking the brainworm, and the pineapple machine gun continued to bombard the brainworm. Laugh. All of this may seem like a long process, but it is actually just a fleeting moment. The surrounding insect soldiers had no idea what was happening. By the time they realized what was happening and tried to come up and help with their large claws, their leader had already been completely baffled by Zhou Yuan's wild ideas. Actually, it's not just these insects. Zhou Yuan's teammates are about the same. They were completely dazed and only subconsciously obeyed orders to open fire. How could the situation have changed so much in the blink of an eye? What's going on with those guns that are floating in the sky and firing on their own, and those grenades that pull the pin on their own? What the hell? Chapter 145. What does it mean to cultivate both magic and martial arts? They should all be dead by now, right? Blasting a large number of brain worms, Zhou Yuan used his telekinesis to summon the giant pineapple and the giant revolver back into his hands and began to deal with the worms around him. He's currently surrounded by insect soldiers. If it weren't for his three major mental abilities, telekinesis, hypnosis, and manipulation, he would have been killed by the insect soldiers around him by now. Full firepower, don't hold back on ammo. After loudly reminding his teammates, Zhou Yuan stretched out his hands, his body constantly turning, and fired both guns simultaneously to prevent the nearby insectoid soldiers from getting close. Secret technique. Pull the trigger hard. Of the brain amoeba does not signify their victory. It merely means that the fuse has been lit. Without the cerebrate's command, the soldier worms will revert to their reckless mode and launch a fierce attack on the slaughter squad. The real battle is just beginning. However, the situation is not too bad. Zhou Yuan saw that his teammates were still standing, which meant that the brain worm's mental attack was only directed at him. So, he doesn't need to worry about taking care of his teammates. He just needs to unleash his full potential. As the toughest of tough guys, his greatest strength is output, no matter what battlefield or who the opponent is. Boom! At that moment, a series of explosions rang out inside the hive. Zhou Yuan used his telekinesis to control the guns to take off. He also brought along the entire squad's grenades. For B1 proto-grenade grenades and 13 high-explosive grenades. The protospherical grenades were thrown in all directions, one in each direction, and the 4 grenades covered all 4 directions, creating a biochemical toxic fog shield. 13 high-explosive grenades were thrown at the wormholes, targeting the previously noticed cracks in the rock wall. The explosions collapsed 5 wormholes. The explosion of the 17 grenades significantly reduced the defensive pressure on the squad. The situation isn't exactly favorable, but it's not too bad either. Everyone, move closer to me. After taking down another batch of worm soldiers, Zhou Yuan pretended to change the magazine for Diablo, then hopped onto the corpse of the cerebrate. Laugh. Seeing Zhou Yuan's actions, all the surrounding insect soldiers were furious. Not only did they kill their leader, but now they're even riding on his corpse. That's utterly arrogant. As a result, their attacks became even more ferocious, like moths to a flame. Even with Zhou Yuan's gun barrel pointed at them, they still stretched out their large claws to bite Zhou Yuan. Bang! 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 You're far from capable of messing with me. Zhou Yuan remained completely calm, simply putting away his large revolver and wielding his large pineapple while sweeping around, occasionally even spinning it around. With 3 mental abilities that can be used against the soldier insects, he has no need to worry about being bitten by them. They can be controlled simply with telekinesis. Let them experience the illusion of being trapped in a maze. After a minute of fighting, the situation gradually stabilized. Although the space of a honeycomb point is larger than that of a wormhole, it is still only limited in size and far smaller than a wide open ground. With the combined firepower of 6 people and the 2 heavy robots, the defensive battle went relatively smoothly. The number of insect corpses increased to the point that they blocked most of the wormhole entrances, preventing the swarm from resupplying and joining the battle. However, the killing squad's firepower has weakened somewhat. Captain, I'm almost out of ammo. I'm all gone. All I have left is a pistol. Captain, the guys are out of ammo, and the battery is almost dead. The team members reported one after another that they were all talking about ammunition problems, and that even the 2 heavy robots couldn't hold on any longer. They encountered too many insects along the way, and the fact that they've managed to keep up with ammunition until now is a result of how sparingly they've used their firepower. Save it. Zhou Yuan removed the magazine box from his back, took out 2 rifle clip shoulder straps, and tossed them to his teammates. Many people may not know that the ammunition loading port of the pineapple machine gun is multi-purpose. It can be used with large magazines containing internal ammunition belts, as well as standard 5.56 by 45 mm rifle magazines, functioning as both a machine gun and a large rifle. So, he filled the magazine well, leaving the gaps in the middle of the large magazines to store spare rifle clips. His pineapple has unlimited ammo, so he doesn't need to carry much ammo. He prepared it for his team members, a habit he'd maintained ever since he became a squad leader in the hunter unit. There's no way around it. My fear of firepower is just too severe. He always felt that he would die from lack of ammunition as soon as he went out if he didn't carry enough ammunition for 2 or 3 people. Cool. Captain, you're a genius. Seeing that Zhou Yuan had brought standard magazines that could be used with rifles, the team members were invigorated. 2 magazine shoulder straps, equipped with 20 magazines. 20 magazines were originally just the standard ammunition configuration for 2 people, but now they are a timely boost, enough for them to continue. Bang, bang, bang. As the soldier insects were riddled with bullets, the team members slowly moved to a new position. After helping Zhou Yuan clear away the worm soldiers around the brainworm, they also came to the brainworm's corpse. There was a wormhole behind the brainworm's corpse, but Zhou Yuan blasted it open. So this position is a safe one. They can leave their backs to the corpses of the brainworms and focus on dealing with the worms in front and on the left and right wings. Behold my divine might, invincible and unbreakable. As the situation gradually stabilized, Zhou Yuan also began to enjoy the battle. He instantly transformed into a Chinibyu, a person with delusions of grandeur, chanting to himself while waving his hands. With his right hand gripping the trigger of the giant pineapple, and his left hand transforming into a telepathic commander, both hands could fire with pinpoint accuracy, making the fight incredibly satisfying. He now knows how great Carl will be in the future. This telepathic ability is truly beyond the norm. With just a thought, he can remotely send huge punches to the soldier insects, and he can also hypnotize or control the soldier insects to do things for him. The system just said I've awakened a new ability? Thinking about telepathy, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered that the system had just popped up. The brainworm nearly blew his head apart, so he hadn't paid attention to the system, but now he could take a look. Ding! New skill detected in host. Skill bar updated, new skill added, Mindstorm. Congratulations, host, on awakening a new skill. You have received 3 level 3 soul gift boxes, 2 level 2 soul gift boxes, and 1 level 1 soul gift box. Open them. Zhou Yuan quickly glanced at the notification panel after opening it. Mindstorm. Upon seeing the name of this new skill, Zhou Yuan's heart began to race. Judging from the name, Mindstorm should be the move that the brainworm just used, which it usually calls Mind Shock and Mental Blast. But this is a bit strange. Suddenly, a new ability has been awakened out of nowhere. This is not quite right. Shaking his head to dispel the curiosity in his mind, Zhou Yuan shouted, "Everyone, break out towards the wormhole that was originally scheduled for 8 o'clock. Originally, it was at the 2 o'clock position on the right, but now they have turned around and it is at the 8 o'clock position on the left. Let's find a safe place and see what this new skill is all about." Chapter 146 Mindstorm. Go, go, go. Once the order to break out was given, the team members sprang into action. Dax led the charge, with Zhou Yuan bringing up the rear. The group of 8 fought their way toward the target wormhole. The 2-manned heavy robots had been abandoned by Lucy and Chung Yun because they were both out of ammunition and power and could only be left at the hive point. The explosives that Zhou Yuan discarded are now buried in the pile of soldier insect corpses and cannot be recovered. Fortunately, the brainworm is dead, so losing that equipment was worthwhile. If these are the only costs to replace a brainworm, then the federal leadership will only ask where they can find such a good deal. Find a way back to the surface. After the team members entered the wormhole, Zhou Yuan switched to holding the gun with his left hand, freeing his right hand to turn off the headset communication, and brought the combat device to his mouth, whispering a sentence. The self-destructing mosquito swarms weren't used when killing the brainworms, but now it's their turn to shine. It's worth mentioning that the number of self-destructing mosquitoes has decreased by 34, leaving only 65. The 34 missing were all killed by his explosion. He used his telekinesis to throw the explosives. He didn't notice the self-destructing mosquitoes hiding in the wormhole, which resulted in many accidental injuries. However, he didn't feel sorry for him at all. Even without the title of powerful insecticide, the gains from that last wave far exceeded the costs. First, his progress on the mind-blowing achievement, which he values highly, has increased. After killing 3 more brainworms, he can unlock the next level of the Outstanding Intelligence title, Exceptional Brilliance. Although the title's attributes are not visible, it definitely increases brain function, likely by 10 points or even more. Secondly, he awakened a Mindstorm ability, which is likely the divine skill he desperately wanted. He would be willing to spend all his soul points to acquire this skill alone. The inexplicable awakening he just experienced truly filled him with ecstasy. At last, one brain worm costs 100,000 soul points, which is enough for him to buy 200 self-destructing mosquitoes. Today's deal is a huge windfall. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and his group of 8 stopped inside a wormhole. Actually, Zhou Yuan didn't really want to stop, because the self-destructing mosquitoes had already found an escape route for him, and he only needed another 7 or 8 kilometers to get back to the ground. But there was nothing he could do. His team had run out of ammunition. All 7 of them were out of ammunition. Therefore, we had to stop temporarily. Fortunately, before they ran out of ammunition, they lured some soldier worms and used their corpses to roughly block both ends of the wormhole, leaving a gap that humans could pass through, but soldier worms could not. Take a 5-minute break. Oh right, these are for you. This is my last stock. Zhou Yuan waved to his team members to sit down, and then removed the magazine box and placed it on the ground again. With a gentle touch after opening the lid, the large pineapple magazine in the magazine well disappeared, replaced by a dozen or so 556 rifle clips. This is what I accumulated from opening junk soul gift boxes before, and I also got some from doing daily quests. It's infuriating that all the daily tasks are low level, practically a beginner's bonus. He's too lazy to even look at the task list now. Thank you for the generous gift. Captain, why did you bring so much ammunition? Thank goodness, we don't have to be stuck here anymore. Captain, I love you so much. When Zhou Yuan took out another batch of magazines from the magazine box, everyone cheered. They landed in Morosa just 4 days ago. In those 4 days, they only went out twice. After only 2 deployments, they were completely won over by Zhou Yuan and came to believe that he was a very reliable captain. Whenever the situation gets stuck, Zhou Yuan always steps up to break the deadlock. Having a captain like that by your side really gives you a great sense of security. Why bring so much ammunition? Upon hearing the team members' questions, Zhou Yuan's heart stirred. He entered a cool mode, took off his tactical helmet, opened the medical shoulder strap, and took out a recovery cigar to light. After doing all this, Zhou Yuan slowly sat down on the ground and said calmly, "What I brought was not ammunition, but my second life. Remember, never leave your life in the hands of Lady Luck. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you." After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he found that the team members' reaction was not strong. Team leader. The team members all stood up and looked at him nervously, which puzzled him greatly. Captain, are you alright? At this moment, Shara took off the medical kit from her waist, walked over, knelt beside him, and asked softly, "Don't worry about me. I just need you to take care of yourselves." Confused by the question, but in order to maintain the cool guy image he had just put on, he could only shake his head nonchalantly. Team leader. As soon as Zhou Yuan said this, the team members were all shocked and squatted down around him. Captain, has anyone ever told you that you read very manly? Shara removed Zhou Yuan's armor, opened her medical kit, took out an emergency medical kit and a painkiller, and stabbed them into his elbow before Zhou Yuan could refuse. Zhou Yuan was getting more and more confused, and question marks were practically popping out of his head. But the next moment, he understood why his teammates were acting this way. Shara raised her right hand, and then he saw his current appearance on Shara's combat device screen. His eyes were terribly red, with bloodshot veins covering the whites of his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, which was a little frightening. In addition, there was blood in both the nose and mouth areas. There wasn't much blood, and there was no further bleeding, but the bloodstains were very thick, staining the lower half of her face red. Brainworm, you son of a bitch. Zhou Yuan instantly realized what was happening and cursed inwardly. He remembered that when the brainworm used its mind storm on him, he felt a strong fishy smell in his nose and a slightly sweet taste in his mouth. Think back carefully, without paying attention to the injury in the heat of the moment. Although it has now fully recovered, the bloodstains remain. Because the tactical helmet was pressed tightly against his face, blood stained the lower half of his face. But it was a bit of a mess, but it's not like I can't keep up the act. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan shook his head again and said calmly, "Don't worry, this is just a minor injury for me. I think you've all seen it before. I possess a special ability, which is what you understand as telekinesis. That's a branch of telepathy. You can awaken it if your mental strength is strong enough. The brainworm's telepathic abilities are stronger than mine, and it has more branches of abilities than I do. It attacked me with its more powerful branches of abilities, and that's how I got my injuries. This is confidential, and I can't tell you the specifics. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Chapter 147 Brain Function 25.5 A Bland Gift Box. Psychic Power? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone exclaimed in surprise, but after learning that it was a secret, they all tacitly refrained from asking any further questions. However, they all had their own guesses, and they believed they were quite accurate guesses. That battle just now was actually very difficult to fight. The reason they fought so smoothly was simply because Zhou Yuan faced the most powerful enemy alone and shielded them from the most dangerous attacks. Look at his wounds. He's almost bled to death. At the same time, Zhou Yuan standing among the 7 team members rose even higher, surpassing even that of Marshal Killen, a 5-star general in the mobile force. Brief exchange of equipment, he waved his hand and said, "There are 2 minutes left of rest time. I suggest you take advantage of this time to rest and check your equipment. Finally, those magazines were the last ones. Don't waste them." As he spoke, Zhou Yuan reached out and knocked over the magazine box next to his feet, showing the team members that the magazine box was empty. "Yes, sir." The team members were filled with respect and dispersed to lie down on the ground, closing their eyes to rest. "Sigh, Ron is so easy to please. Ron, my good brother, how are things at the sailor's base?" Zhou Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit sentimental. He suddenly missed his life in the recruit camp and his muggle teammates. And James of Tharsus Fortress. After muttering a few words to himself, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Skill 1.8, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul Points, 3.262 million. I see. Upon seeing the changes on the panel, Zhou Yuan's face lit up with realization. On the attribute panel, all attributes have changed except for the skill. Brain function improved by 5 points, and all other attributes improved by 1 point. The Mindstorm ability should be awakened after brain function reaches 25 points. As for why the attributes increase, he speculated that it might be related to the brainworm. For example, when he was resisting the brainworm's mental storm nearby, his mental strength was strongly stimulated, and he made a breakthrough when he was under pressure. This is the only reasonable and easily understood explanation. After figuring out what happened with the mental storm, Zhou Yuan opened all the gift boxes the system had given him. Open the level 3 soul gift box to obtain a P-90 submachine gun, *1. Open the level 3 soul gift box to obtain a thermal imaging holographic scope, *1. Open the level 3 soul gift box to obtain Devourer thermobaric grenade, *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain the Morito A rifle with unlimited ammo, *1. Open the level 2 soul gift box to obtain laser bird M, *1. Open the level 1 soul gift box to obtain 1 biomimetic orca amphibious combat craft. Why? Looking at the new notifications one by one, Zhou Yuan curled his lips in disinterest. Needless to say, the items from the level 3 soul gift box are all standard equipment. The armory has plenty of them. The level 2 soul gift box is alright. Once you get the Morito rifle with unlimited ammo, you can combine it with your existing Diablo, revolver, and AWM to create an unlimited ammo set. Laserbird M is also good. Like the C-type in his Ring of Truth, it is an intelligence master, just with different forms and functions. The M-shaped one is an owl, whose specialty is transforming into musical instruments. Type C is the eagle, whose specialty is transforming into electronic devices. Finally, there's the level 1 soul gift box, which contains a bionic orca amphibious combat boat. Zhou Yuan got this boat when he was browsing the shop a while ago. This is a great item priced at 3.5 million. Unfortunately, it's another good thing that can't be used in the short term. Just like the Icarus, it's been sitting in the store's inventory for who knows how long. Before he has his own base, these big guys can't be taken out. Never mind, let's leave it for now. Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly, but he wasn't disappointed. After being injected with the gene evolution fluid, his dependence on the soul gift box decreased, and he even stopped caring much about the system. They are relatively easy to please, the kind of people who are happy when they are lucky and accepting when they are unlucky, since they get everything for free anyway. Bang, bang, bang. After catching their breath in the wormhole, the group of 8 set off again. Kill the worms that try to crawl into the wormhole, crawl out through the gaps between the many worm corpses, and embark on the next leg of the retreat. Follow me. When they were evacuating, Zhou Yuan took over the task of clearing the way. The self-destructing mosquito found a slightly safer evacuation route, and he had to lead the way himself. Captain, should we call a transport plane? Not long after they set off, Cheng Yun's voice rang out from behind them. No. Zhou Yuan did a quick calculation and shook his head in denial. The temporary camp is only a minute or two away from here. It's too early to come now. There's a risk in waiting. Call us again once we're on the ground. Captain, there's something I need to tell you. Just after answering Cheng Yun, Dax also moved closer to Cheng Yun. If the matter of telekinesis is classified, then... Dax whispered, covering his mouth, then pointed to the recorder on his shoulder. That's okay. I'll handle it. Zhou Yuan understood immediately, but still shook his head slightly. Since he dared to reveal his mental powers, it means he had already figured out how to conduct the post-battle report. There's really nothing to hide. He learned a lot of confidential information from Morgan. Just as he had initially thought, in the Human Federation, which has a population of nearly 50 billion, there are countless people who have awakened telepathic abilities, with the ability of telekinesis. If Morgan wasn't exaggerating, then there are 3 people with telepathic abilities within the Nanshaman Fortress alone. It's not just telekinesis. Abilities like suggestion, communication, hypnosis, and manipulation have also been awakened in the Nanshaman Fortress, though the strength of these abilities isn't very high. In this case, he demonstrated his mental power, which not only prevented him from being investigated, but also earned him more attention and resources. The slicing process is nonsense. Even if such a process existed, it wouldn't be his turn as a newly awakened newbie. As long as the mental storm isn't exposed, it's fine. According to Morgan, psychic storms are a top-tier psychic ability possessed only by the brainworm. This is why the Federation is so eager to capture a brainworm alive, because the brainworm truly holds the secrets of evolution. Chapter 148, A Call with Morgan. Faster. Claire has arrived. Get out of here quickly. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan was the first to rush out of the wormhole and arrive on the ground. Zhou Yuan turned around and waved, leading the team members out of the wormhole one by one. Then he raised his revolver and fired fiercely into the wormhole. The evacuation went relatively smoothly, but there was still pressure. The team ran out of ammunition halfway there, leaving only 8 pistols usable. If Zhou Yuan hadn't used his telepathic abilities to hold them off, the 8 of them would have been torn to shreds by the enraged swarm of insects long ago. I see you. Look at the transport plane's location. Come this way. Claire's voice came through the earpiece, and everyone looked up to see that Claire had already flown the transport plane over their heads. Shara stood on one side of the hatch, next to a weapon box, and was throwing spare guns from the weapon box onto the ground. Because there were too many pursuers, Zhou Yuan had Cheng Yun call for an early evacuation. Yes. Kill these bugs. Seeing the equipment scattered on the ground ahead, the group's morale soared, and they all rushed forward to grab their weapons. Zhou Yuan also casually picked up a Morita rifle. Although his pineapple had unlimited ammo, his teammates knew that his magazine was empty, so he naturally had to pretend. With their weapons in hand, Zhou Yuan and his 8 companions immediately turned and launched a counterattack. There were many pursuing insectoids, possibly numbering in the thousands. However, the wormhole is only so big, and the swarm of soldier worms has to queue up to get out. The 8 men unleashed their full firepower and quickly wiped out the worms that had emerged from the wormhole, then used the worms' corpses to seal off the wormhole. Stop fighting. Retreat immediately. Seeing that his teammates were getting a little too attached to the fight, Zhou Yuan reminded them loudly. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone put away their guns and ran towards the transport plane. The transport plane landed at that moment, with Claire remaining in the cockpit while Shara went out to meet her. As expected, the group of 8 quickly entered the cabin. After Shara gave a report, Claire piloted the transport plane into the air and flew towards the temporary camp. So close. We almost didn't make it out. Tang Lai stood in front of the protective window, speaking with lingering fear. There were many wormholes in this area, and he saw many worms gushing out from underground, completely submerging the spot where they had just been. A few seconds later, the transport plane won't even have room to land. Unbelievable. We actually managed to run into the Zerg hive, kill the Cerebrate, and then escape alive. Honestly, this may be the proudest moment of my life. The others slumped to the ground, removed their combat helmets, their faces showing exhaustion, but their overall demeanor exuded confidence and pride. How many people could infiltrate a Zerg hive with at least 10,000 Zerglings and kill the Zerg marshal? Only they can do it. Zhou Yuan wanted to remind his team members that they would need to join the defensive wall and fight a defensive battle after they returned. But seeing how exhausted the team members looked, he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Shara and asked, "How's the temporary camp?" Upon hearing this, Shara's expression turned slightly serious as she replied, "Intelligence indicates that the subsequent strength of the insect swarm has begun to show signs of weakening. However, there are too many insects that have joined the battle, and the temporary camp is still under great defensive pressure. It has not yet completely passed the danger period. Has the reinforcement not arrived yet?" Zhou Yuan frowned. The situation was as he had anticipated. After the Cerebrate died, the remaining forces of the swarm would retreat because they would not receive orders from the Cerebrate. However, the swarms that had already started the war would not retreat and would continue to fight to the death. He just couldn't understand why there was no support. "We have no support. Because, compared to the other temporary camps, we've been quite lucky. One of the temporary camps has already been overrun by the insect swarm." Shara's voice lowered, and everyone fell silent after hearing her words. "Why?" Zhou Yuan sighed and said nothing more. Indeed, their camp was in a pretty good location, surrounded by the ocean and forests. This type of terrain will not have many scorpion nests or locust nests, and even soldier nests will be much fewer because underground insect swarms are prone to water accumulation. Zhou Yuan lit a recovery cigar, entered the cockpit, and closed the door. "Honey, are you all right?" Seeing Zhou Yuan's face covered in blood, Claire was a little frightened and quickly asked, "It's nothing, just a scratch from my tactical helmet." Zhou Yuan shook his head, sat in the passenger seat, and asked, "Can you contact Morgan?" Upon hearing Morgan's name, Claire shook her head with a troubled expression. "The research department at the coastline fortress is too classified, so we can't directly contact Mr. Morgan. Besides, it's too far from Pluto. However, I can request an emergency call in the name of the squad and ask the fortress's communications department to relay the call and try to connect with Kenny. Do it that way, as soon as possible," Zhou Yuan said immediately. "Okay." Claire immediately began operating the aircraft, while simultaneously slowing it down. "I am Kenny." 1 minute later, the call connected, and Kenny's voice came through the earpiece. Zhou Yuan pressed the earpiece and quickly said, "Kenny, it's me. I have something urgent to discuss with Mr. Morgan." On the other side, upon hearing the old captain's voice, Kenny was somewhat excited, but upon realizing it was urgent, he ran off before he could even utter a word of farewell. After Zhou Yuan left, Kenny took over Zhou Yuan's position and became the captain of the defense force of the research department. He is currently patrolling the research area, very close to where Morgan is now. "Sir, it's Zhou on the phone." Kenny rushed into a laboratory and shoved the communicator in front of Morgan. "Weak." Morgan smiled, put down his work, put the communicator to his ear, and chuckled. "Kid, what brings you here today?" "Sir, I need your help with something. Today I killed a brainworm, but before I could kill it, it used the mental attack you mentioned before on me. When it attacked me, my telepathic abilities changed slightly, and I awakened my psychic powers." Morgan listened intently, his expression growing more and more excited as he listened. However, after hearing Zhou Yuan's request for help, Morgan snorted and said disdainfully, "Leave it to me. No one dares to bully my people. Tell me your access ID and your mobile unit number." As he spoke, Morgan walked to a wall screen, used his access card to enter the research department's back-end system, and slowly tapped with his right hand. About a minute later, Morgan glanced at the image on the wall screen, then pressed his fingerprint and smiled with satisfaction. "It failed. You have now joined a top-secret research program. Your identification code is Pluto M02. You know what to do next. By the way, Tang Yu contacted me at noon and asked me to send a batch of military equipment over. You will be in charge of the transportation, and I will help you with the test." Chapter 149: The Insect Swarm ends. Done. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuan put down the communicator and let out a long breath. He originally intended to go back and give a report directly, but considering that it was better to avoid trouble, he asked Morgan for help. "Darling, you've awakened your telekinetic powers?" After the call ended, Claire asked in surprise, "I heard everything." Zhou Yuan nodded and smiled. "This matter is a bit complicated. I'll tell you when we get back." "Good." Claire responded and began to accelerate. If it weren't for wanting to give Zhou Yuan more time to talk, the transport plane would have already returned to the temporary camp. Before long, Claire piloted the transport plane, avoiding the battle zone between the locust swarms and the Air Force, and arrived over the temporary camp. Through the cockpit's window, Zhou Yuan saw the situation on the battlefield. It's much better than when the war started. Although the insect swarm is still huge, the sight of the insect sea covering the land has disappeared. At this rate, the insect swarm may end in another 2 or 3 hours. The driver will remain at the airport and wait for orders. The rest of you, follow me. After landing, Zhou Yuan waved his hand and led his team up a defensive wall. OMG fuck. Damn bedbugs. As soon as they reached the defensive wall, a lot of angry shouts rang out from the ranks. On the short, 3-meter-wide defensive wall, the road was completely soaked in blood. Although no bodies were seen, the bloodstains revealed what had happened there. The locust swarm stormed through this defensive wall. Kill them. Without Zhou Yuan giving the order, the 7 team members took action on their own, grabbing weapons from the nearest armory table and firing fiercely at the outside of the defensive wall. Let's play with the sniper rifle. Zhou Yuan considered for a couple of seconds before choosing a Morita-S anti-material sniper rifle, a modified version of the old SOP ultra-long-range sniper rifle. It is 2 meters long and looks like a machine gun when held in your hand. Ordinary troops don't need this kind of gun. It's inconvenient to carry. Only mechanized units can use it. It's specifically designed to fight tanks and beetles. Bang! He opened the gun rack and placed it on the firing port, then randomly picked a soldier insect to test the waters. Great, that's awesome. Like a pat on the shoulder was transmitted to Zhou Yuan's shoulder, and Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He can fire a large machine gun now and doesn't feel any recoil even after firing a whole magazine. It's really not easy to find a gun that feels good. The power was also quite good. One shot killed several soldier insects. Their deaths were gruesome, like balloons exploding, leaving only ashes. Let's get started. After getting used to the feel of the controls, Zhou Yuan became serious and began searching for targets. Found it. 3 seconds later, Zhou Yuan smiled and instantly pulled the trigger. Bang! As the explosion rang out, a scorpion in the swarm of insects a kilometer away suddenly exploded, turning into a blue ball of light that spread outwards. Kill a scorpion and gain 100 soul points. Looking at the notification panel, the scorpion was indeed a good insect. Its price was exactly the same as that of the behemoth, the tank beetle. After equipping himself with the title of Powerful Insecticide, Zhou Yuan went all out, focusing his attacks on scorpions and insects. Farming soul points is secondary. The main problem is that the scorpions pose too great a threat to the defensive wall. A single plasma cannon can disable an automatic machine gun turret. Bang! Bang! In the time that followed, Zhou Yuan became the nightmare of the scorpions. Whichever one was targeted would die. Because of the loud gunfire of the Morita-S, Zhou Yuan attracted a lot of attention. When they saw Zhou Yuan carrying a Morita-S anti-material sniper rifle, they were all stunned. Although the Morita-S is called a sniper rifle, it is actually more like a cannon. The recoil is so great that it can only be used for fixed-point attacks while remaining stationary on the ground. They had never seen a tough guy like Zhou Yuan who carried the weapon directly on his shoulder and only swayed slightly after firing a shot. Only Zhou Yuan's teammates were slightly better off and not too surprised. They believe this may be related to Zhou Yuan's telekinesis. Using telekinesis to counteract the recoil of a firearm is not difficult to understand. It's certainly not as exaggerated as controlling a gun in mid-air. Kill a scorpion and gain 120 soul points. Kill a scorpion and gain 120 soul points. Cool. Zhou Yuan could sense that people were watching him, but he didn't care at all, still immersed in the thrill of killing the scorpions. He originally wanted to go up to the watchtower, but there were no spots available at the nearby watchtowers, so he had to use a sniper rifle instead. Time slipped away unnoticed. At 10 p.m., the insect swarm was finally wiped out, with only a few swarms still moving around the battlefield. It starts at 3 p.m. and ends at 10 p.m. This 7-hour swarm of insects turned the temporary camp into a zombie horde, with corpses of all kinds of insects everywhere you looked. Even the temporary camp was littered with insect carcasses, left behind by the locust swarms. Bang! After eliminating the last scorpion in his field of vision, Zhou Yuan put away the Morita-S, let out a long sigh of relief, and then opened his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 16.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Skill 1.9, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills: telepathy, telepathic communication, telekinesis, 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 rapid learning. Items: USS Icarus Destroyer, Leaping Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laserbird, Infernal Grenade. Title: Powerful Insecticide, increases kill gain by 20% and speed by 3. Soul points: 3.321 million. Good. Seeing the latest balance, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. In nearly 4 hours, I earned almost 60,000 soul points, which is equivalent to killing a scorpion every 30 seconds or so. This efficiency seems low, but there aren't as many scorpion worms as soldier worms, so being able to kill 2 per minute is already pretty good. Drop. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan saw the combat device light up. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from the captain of the Colossus, instructing him to bring his team to the bridge conference room on the starship. Task reporting, huh? So troublesome, Zhou Yuan sighed and complained. The bridge conference room of the Colossus is currently the temporary command center of this temporary camp, and the overall commander is a lieutenant general of the mechanized forces. Fortunately, he had the foresight to ask Morgan for a back door. When reporting, he simply handed over the recorder and the identification code Morgan gave him, and he could leave immediately. How dare a mere lieutenant general talk nonsense to Captain Zhou? Dax, gather everyone over here and come with me to give a mission report. Zhou Yuan waved to Dax, who was not far away, and then took the lead in walking down the defensive wall. Chapter 150. Sorry, I have powerful backers. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan led his team onto the starship and into the bridge conference room. There were only 2 middle-aged men in the conference room, Lieutenant General Wei Chuan, the commander of the temporary camp, and Rear Admiral Barbara, the captain of the Giant. The 2 of them will verify the mission completion and authenticity of the massacre squad. Although the word verification sounds unpleasant, it is a rule that everyone must follow to avoid overlooking certain confidential information. Major, please have a seat. Barbara nodded slightly, gesturing for Zhou Yuan to sit opposite her and Wei Chuan. Yes, sir. Major Zhou Yuan. It is now April 3rd, 210 of dawn. Next, Lieutenant General Wei Chuan and I will verify your decapitation operation against the brainworm today. We hope you will cooperate with our work. Understood, sir. Zhou Yuan shouted loudly, then turned around and waved. The team members stepped forward and removed the recorders from the space weapon, placing them in front of Wei Chuan and Barbara. Wei Chuan and Barbara randomly selected a recorder, took out the recording disc inside, and played it with a pre-prepared playback device. The footage begins at the food storage burrows of the insect hive and continues until the evacuation. With the playback sped up, Wei Chuan and Barbara quickly spotted the key point. The brainworm was indeed killed. But when they saw this, both of them were shocked, because they saw Zhou Yuan use his telekinetic power of telekinesis, but this was the first time they had ever seen it with their own eyes. Damn it, kid, you're pretty good. Wei Chuan leaned back in his chair, remained silent for a moment, and then uttered a sentence in his hometown dialect with a strong, old Li accent. Wei Chuan chose Cheng Yun's recorder. From Cheng Yun's perspective, Zhou Yuan is always in one of 2 positions, either a forward or a defender, and there are always bugs in front of him. In the footage, Zhou Yuan's performance was nothing short of perfect. No matter how many enemies he is around, no matter what difficulties his team encounters, Zhou Yuan can always stand up and break the deadlock. He is simply the king of kings among kings. Moreover, Zhou Yuan also possesses telekinesis. Among the nearly 50 billion people in the Federation, the number of people with telekinesis is probably less than 3 digits. Now, Wei Chuan was already plotting how to trick Zhou Yuan into joining his mechanized unit. Major Zhou Yuan, perhaps you need to explain something. Your records do not indicate that you possess telekinesis. But you should know that everything about telepathy needs to be reported. Barbara's tone turned cold, and her eyes were fixed on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan placed his hands on the table and said in a deep voice, Sir, I cannot explain this issue. It is beyond my authority. Pluto M02, I request confidentiality protection. Upon hearing this, Barbara and Wei Chuan exchanged a glance, both becoming serious, and opened their work tablets to begin their search. Supernatural Warfare Bureau. Unable to log in, insufficient permissions. Lines of red text lit up on both of their tablets. Wei Chuan and Barbara were startled, and when they put down the tablet, they both laughed helplessly. Even a lieutenant general's access level is limited to accessing only one department's name, which gives you an idea of how high the level of secrecy is. These young people these days are truly remarkable. Major Zhou Yuan, Thank you for your cooperation. Today's inspection is now complete. If you need, I can destroy these recorders for you. This mission will be documented in written form. Barbara's tone softened considerably, and she stood up and extended her hand to Zhou Yuan. Thanks. Zhou Yuan stood at attention, saluted, shook his hands, and then led his team members out of the meeting room. Damn it, he got away. Damn the strategic department. They've picked all the good soldiers. After the meeting room was empty, Wei Chuan slammed his hand on the table in annoyance. As a lieutenant general, he couldn't possibly steal members of such a confidential department. How did you know it was the strategy department? Seeing Wei Chuan's constipated look, Barbara asked with amusement. Wei Chuan rolled his eyes and complained. All of the Federation's classified plans have to be reviewed by the strategic department, and most of them are even the strategic department's own classified plans. However, this is the first time I've seen something with such a high level of secrecy. It's probably from the intelligence department or the research department. These two departments have the most secrets. Just wait, we just browsed the entrance to that classified department, and the strategic department will be sending people to investigate us soon. Aren't you curious? Barbara pressed. Barbara didn't care about any investigation at all. She would just tell the truth when the time came. At worst, she could go through some trouble and ask Zhou Yuan to be a witness. She's only curious about the Supernatural Warfare Bureau right now. The Supernatural Warfare Bureau sounds like it's related to paranormal phenomena, which must include telepathy and aliens. It's nothing special. I've killed aliens, witnessed telepathy, and even possess a bit of it myself. If I hadn't failed the psychic test in high school, I might be the chief strategist of the fortress's special operations forces now. Wei Chuan crossed his arms and laughed smugly. Bitch. Fuck you. You have telepathy, so you always know when I want to take a shower. You always come to find me when I'm showering. Upon hearing Wei Chuan's words, Barbara grabbed Wei Chuan by the collar and began to curse. You'd better not talk nonsense. I can sue you for defamation. I just wanted to talk to you. Besides, you're always the one who initiates things, so it has nothing to do with me. Wei Chuan blushed, letting Barbara pull him along, and weakly retorted. You'd better believe it. I'm telling the truth. On the other side, Zhou Yuan called Claire and Shara, and then led the 7 team members back to the temporary dormitory, a standard 10-person dormitory for an infantry squad. Captain, you're really hot in tie pants. My God, this is the first time I've ever seen a mission completed without having to submit a mission report. I cannot explain this question. It is beyond my authority. That statement really resonates. Even Captain Barbara didn't dare to ask any further questions. Back in the dormitory, the team members could no longer contain their curiosity and started talking. After the report just now, they all know that Zhou Yuan has a hidden identity, and it is a major identity that even a lieutenant general has no right to investigate. This is something they can be proud of. Who wouldn't want their superior to be a big shot? Recovery cigar with a satisfied look and mysteriously gestured with it. Having connections is really advantageous. If this were an ordinary person, let alone a major, even a major general wouldn't dare refuse to answer questions during a mission report. When we return to Pluto to resupply the military, we'll have to give Morgan a proper thank you. It's a bit of a pity that we didn't get any flesh and blood samples from the brainworm. Otherwise we could have given them to Morgan as a gift. Chapter 151 Back to Pluto. For the next few days, Zhou Yuan stayed in the temporary camp and kept busy. When there are bugs, they kill them. When there are no bugs, the mechanical and engineering units repair the defensive walls. Life is quite fulfilling. After the insect swarm ended, Morgan's previously mentioned task finally arrived. Military equipment transport mission. His squad was to act as a strategic escort, transporting Barbara to the Pluto coastline fortress to retrieve a batch of the latest powerful weaponry. I just don't know how powerful it really is. If there were shockwave grenades and Gauss guns that used C4 electromagnetic bullets, he would definitely get a set for himself and his team. Zhou Yuan set off at 8 in the morning and, after an hour's wait, returned to the familiar coastal fortress. The boarding area was bustling and packed with people. Everywhere were researchers and defense personnel, along with large military equipment boxes that they had prepared in advance, piled up like mountains. Joe, come here. Zhou Yuan led his team behind Barbara, and as soon as they got off the starship, they heard Morgan's shouts. Looking in the direction of the sound, Morgan was sitting in an SUV, protected by Martha and Jerome in the middle of the back seat, while Marcus was driving. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, then looked at Barbara. Go ahead. I know you've been here before. Just don't forget the return date. Barbara smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan saluted, then took off his combat helmet, pulled Claire along, and ran towards Morgan, leaving 8 team members to protect Barbara. Sir, it's been a long time. Sir, how have you been lately? Zhou Yuan greeted Claire, and then gave Morgan a hug. I'm having a terrible time. Lately, this place has practically turned into a military factory. I haven't had time to go into the lab. Morgan waved his hand irritably. As expected, everyone knows that Anderson Morgan's weapons are the most reliable, and that's why I came here. Zhou Yuan shrugged, with an expression that seemed perfectly natural. Huh. Morgan immediately laughed, his face contorted with wrinkles, and said with his chin held high. Kid, save your breath, I'm not falling for that. You've already eaten. Seeing Morgan's proud expression, everyone's lips twitched, and they almost burst out laughing. All right, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the lab and talk about what happened to you a few days ago. After a brief chat, Morgan took Zhou Yuan and Claire back to the research center on the 8th basement level. Sir, where is Kenny? While riding the elevator, Zhou Yuan asked a question out of curiosity. When he was working here, he had 5 deputies, Claire, Kenny, Martha, Jerome, and Marcus. I didn't see Kenny today. He went out to catch bugs. I need a few sand beetles for my experiments, Morgan replied. I could have just gone on this mission, but Kenny wanted to wear the mech and have some fun, so he led the team himself. At this moment, Martha interjected, her expression somewhat helpless. Since Kenny became the captain and a mech pilot, he has become a mission maniac. No matter how big or small the task, Kenny always volunteered for any mission that required him to go out, and then he would go out and have a blast in his mech suit. I can understand. Zhou Yuan smiled and immediately understood what Martha meant. What man doesn't love mecha? Before long, they arrived at the special biological laboratory. Morgan had the others wait outside, and only brought Zhou Yuan inside. These are all prepared for you. Morgan locked the door and pointed to the testing station on the right. This reminds me of high school. Zhou Yuan walked to the testing station and touched it from the left and right. This testing station is very similar to the one in schools, with EEG detectors, neuron detectors, card guessing machines, etc. on it, only it looks more advanced. At present, human technology is not yet able to determine the strength of telepathic abilities. We can only use tests to guess the level of talent. I didn't have such good stuff when I was in high school. Back then, we could only determine whether someone had telepathic abilities by guessing cards face to face, and it would take an hour each time. Morgan nudged Zhou Yuan and then patted the testing station. Zhou Yuan put on the sensory helmet and lay down on it. He wasn't worried about this kind of test. It was no different from an exam. He could decide for himself whether the answer was right or wrong. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't go easy on them, because the stronger one's telepathic abilities, the more resources they can obtain from the strategic department. There's nothing wrong with your brain. Neural electrical activity is at 20 times per second, 25 hertz per second, which is the highest level of beta talent. To be honest, I've seen many people with beta level talents, many of whom have brains that are even more active than yours, but they can't awaken their telekinesis. Shit, this is a bit strange. Your brainwaves are too stable as a transformer. The frequency of your neural activity is unbelievably regular. Morgan sat to the side, observing the data on the testing instrument one by one. That's outrageous. Seeing Morgan's puzzled expression, Zhou Yuan smiled inwardly. This is the comfort and adaptability of a superhuman body. His body is like a biological mech with multiple modes of use. When he is not in combat mode, his body is in a dormant mode, and both his cells and brainwaves are quiet. If he exerts himself now, his nerve currents could be as strong as thousands of times per second, thousands of hertz per second, or even higher. Sir, you've forgotten the most important thing. I was attacked by the mysterious abilities of the brain worm. At that time, I felt like my brain was about to explode, and my telekinesis appeared inexplicably at that time. I think this may be related to external stimuli, or the body's survival instinct, leading to some kind of mental evolution. To prevent Morgan from feeling frustrated because he couldn't find the answer, Zhou Yuan offered a suggestion. Oh right, I almost forgot. Morgan paused for a moment. Then a look of fanaticism appeared on his face. Perhaps I need a living brainworm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly said, Sir, this is not an easy matter. The brainworm's mysterious abilities are so powerful that even I might not be able to withstand them. I suggest you don't try to take it. Live brainworms are not easy creatures to approach. Morgan, that old man, would probably be brainwashed by the brainworm in one meeting. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Morgan said irritably, Kid, you forgot one thing. My IQ is far above yours. If I can catch a brainworm, it will be wrapped up like a dumpling by the intelligent cable. As soon as its brainwaves start to move, I will invite it to eat its own roast meat. Alright, next item. Let's see how your card guessing data is. Chapter 152 Defeat the Rich, Get the Equipment. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan and Morgan walked out of the special biological laboratory. Perhaps your awakening of telekinesis is truly related to the brainworm. It seems you're quite lucky so far. Not only were you unharmed by the brainworm, but your telepathic abilities have also evolved. I'll bring you back next month for a follow-up check on your brain. I need to get back to work now. Morgan marveled as he recalled the test data. He devised several testing plans for Zhou Yuan, but the final test results all indicated that Zhou Yuan was just a healthy young man with a good talent for telepathy. Therefore, he could only temporarily define the changes in Zhou Yuan as good luck. Sir, there's something else. Upon hearing that Morgan was leaving, Zhou Yuan grabbed Morgan's arm and whispered in his ear, Sir, the mine has produced quite a bit of pyrite recently, hasn't it? You want a Gauss gun? Morgan raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Yuan with a half-smile. It's a Gauss gun that uses C4 electromagnetic bullets. Zhou Yuan glanced around and winked at Morgan. Regular Gauss gun? It might leave a hole in a bug at best, and it's not even as good as a pistol. It was phased out by the military long ago. You know, the production of flammable iron ore is too low. Morgan crossed his arms, looking like he was reluctant to comply. What a pity. If I had had the C4 Gauss gun a few days ago, I might have been able to capture that brainworm alive, Zhou Yuan said with a regretful expression. Don't give me that. My intelligence tells me you're just trying to fool me. Morgan waved his hand dismissively, then said, Kid, you're lucky to have met me. I didn't have old Morgan to help me when I was young. Tell me, how much do you want? Not many. 10 Gauss rifles and 500 C4 electromagnetic bullet magazines. Zhou Yuan chuckled and quickly replied. You call 150,000 rounds of ammunition not a lot. Let me make this clear first. After this batch is given to you, don't even think about getting anything from me anytime soon. I'm a scientist, not a warmonger. By the way, if anyone asks, just say it's related to a top-secret research project. Use the identification code, and don't say it was a gift from me. Morgan rolled his eyes, but still agreed. Yes, General. Zhou Yuan gave a perfunctory salute, which prompted Morgan to kick him. 10 a.m. Zhou Yuan and Claire returned to the ground right on time, each dragging 2 large military supply boxes. The C4 electromagnetic bullet is very small, about the size of a soybean. One magazine can hold 300 rounds, and 500 magazines can be handled by 3 military boxes. The extra military box is for storing Gauss rifles. Captain, we're about to depart. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan and Claire enter the boarding area, Tang Lai immediately ran over to inform them. They had a lot of military equipment to transport, but with the help of engineering vehicles, they had completed most of it in an hour and were now finishing up. Where is Major General Barbara? Zhou Yuan handed the 2 large military crates to Tang Lai, and then took the one that Claire was dragging from his hands. The inventory and handover process is being carried out in the warehouse. Tang Lai pointed to the open hatch at the stern of the giant, then looked at the large military supply box in his hand and asked curiously, Captain, what is this? The thing that can turn you into a stud is a secret for now, don't ask. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, pulled the military equipment box towards the warehouse door, and Claire and Tang Lai followed closely behind. The person who handed over the duties to Barbara was Henry, Morgan's #1 assistant. The two appeared to have completed the handover and were now saluting in farewell. Hey, Henry. Zhou Yuan quietly went up to Henry and patted him on the shoulder. Henry had a higher rank and more authority than him, but he was too familiar with Henry, so he was much more casual. Certainly. The main reason is that Barbara is here. He wants Barbara to see his network of connections, which is quite important. Zhou, you've regressed a bit. I heard your footsteps before you even got close. Thank you for the generous gift. What did you do to old Harry from the armaments department? Henry had intended to play a joke on Zhou Yuan, but halfway through the joke, he suddenly noticed the military equipment box in Zhou Yuan's hand, which was plated with a lightning bolt symbol. This was a gift from Mr. Morgan, and Colonel Harry was heartbroken. Claire thought Henry was reluctant to part with it, so she quickly explained. I'm sure Kenny will be jealous when he finds out. Henry chuckled. He had already guessed it. He was just joking. Zhou Yuan shrugged and said, I don't think he will. He only cares about big things, which are much better than these things. Seeing that Zhou Yuan and the other two were chatting enthusiastically, Barbara, who was standing nearby, had a guess in her mind. Weichuan might have guessed correctly. Zhou Yuan and the Coastline Fortress Research Department have such a good relationship that the Supernatural Warfare Bureau must be a secret department established by the Strategic Research Department. It seems so. We can't treat this kid like an ordinary infantryman anymore. Least he get into some trouble. After a short wait of about 10 minutes, the giant took off and sailed into the sky. Come here, everyone. Inside the temporary dormitory, Zhou Yuan placed 4 military equipment boxes in front of him and waved to his team members. Hearing Zhou Yuan's call, everyone gathered around. Captain, what's inside? I've never seen this kind of armory box before. This symbol looks like a lightning bolt. Could it be a pulse grenade? Idiot, energy grenades are obsolete. Actually, they had wanted to ask for a long time, but Tang Lai secretly told them that the box might contain scientific research secrets, so no one dared to ask, or even look at it. The captain said this contains something that can turn me into a muscular man. Could it be some kind of health supplement? Tang Lai stroked his chin and guessed. ? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Tang Lai, their eyes filled with a mixture of mockery, disdain, and pride. Grass. That's not what I meant. I was talking about health supplements that help with exercise. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, Tang Lai immediately realized what was happening and shouted angrily. Dude, don't worry. Nobody's going to laugh at you. Good brother, I know a folk remedy. Seeing Tang Lai's expression, everyone laughed even harder, but after a few moments of joking, they quickly looked away. Unboxing is the real deal. Zhou Yuan opened the 4 military equipment boxes one by one, saying as he did so, the latest Gauss rifle, equipped with the latest C4 electromagnetic bullets, with a magazine capacity of 300 rounds. The cartridge case is made of a special rare metal that can react unstably with the C4 material inside, causing a collision explosion. The explosion requires a high amount of impact kinetic energy, but the rate of fire of the Gauss gun and the insect's hard exoskeleton provide just the right amount of explosive kinetic energy. As for the power, one bullet can blast a fist-sized hole in the soldier insect's head. From today onwards, our team will use this weapon. We will tell everyone that it was provided by me, and we will not allow any loss. Chapter 153 Injecting Serum into Claire. 300 rounds of ammunition. Bullets made with C4 gunpowder. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's introduction, everyone was stunned, their hands frozen in place, fearing they might accidentally blow themselves up. Snap! Zhou Yuan took a Gauss gun out of the armory, loaded it with a magazine, and laughed. I told you, the C4 electromagnetic bullet requires a very high collision kinetic energy to explode. If you throw it by hand, you might not be able to make it explode even if you use all your strength. Each of you has 50 magazines. You can go to the training ground to get familiar with it, but don't fire too hard. C4 electromagnetic bullets cannot be mass-produced yet. Cool. As soon as Zhou Yuan finished speaking, the team members started a frenzy of grabbing. Everyone pulled a briefcase out from under the bed, slung their Gauss rifles over their shoulders, and started loading magazines into them one by one. Who wouldn't want a weapon with that kind of power? If they had obtained this weapon a few days earlier, they wouldn't have been chased so desperately by the insects. They could have simply wiped out an entire insect hive and been done with it. Only Zhou Yuan and Claire remained still. One of them had used it before, and the other had seen it before, so neither of them found it anything new. See you later, newbies. VJ, wait for me. After getting the hang of it, the group didn't even say goodbye to Zhou Yuan and turned to run towards the training ground, with Dax being the fastest runner. Aren't you going? Seeing that Claire had stayed, Zhou Yuan asked softly. Darling, now is a long-awaited time, just the two of us. Claire crossed her arms behind her back, stood in front of Zhou Yuan, and tilted her head slightly. Then we'd better hurry. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, lowered his head and kissed Claire's red lips, then wrapped his arms around her waist, picked her up, and carried her to the bathroom. Hadn't touched Claire for several days since landing in Morosa. An hour later, Zhou Yuan and Claire walked out of the bathroom in bathrobes and changed back into their space gear, but without their combat helmets. Considering that it wouldn't take too long for the starship to travel from Pluto to Morosa, the two only exchanged a brief battle. Honey, I'm going to rest for a bit. Claire was a little tired. She kissed Zhou Yuan on the cheek, and then lay down on Zhou Yuan's bed and fell asleep. This won't do. Zhou Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and tidied Claire's messy hair. Having a strong attack is a good thing, but being too strong can be troublesome. Not only will you not be able to enjoy yourself, but you may also cause trouble for your friends in the arena, etc. I think I still have 1 vial of super soldier serum. As he pondered, Zhou Yuan lay on his side on the bed, and with a gentle flip of his hand, a sky-blue serum tube appeared in his hand. When he awakened his mind hypnosis and mind control abilities, the system gave him 2 level 1 soul gift boxes, and this serum came from one of them. I've had it sitting in my pocket collecting dust ever since I got it, and I never even touched it until today. Okay, let's do it this way. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan decided to give the serum to Claire. Claire had deep feelings for him and was very loyal, so he still trusted her a lot. If he were to emphasize this point and describe the serum as a top-secret scientific research product, Claire would know what to do, and no third person would ever find out. The problem is that this injection is not easy to administer. When he used to get injected with the super soldier serum, he would sleep for 20 hours straight, which is not normal. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan opened the headboard at the foot of the bed and made a video call to Barbara. Wei Chuan was the leader of the temporary camp, but Barbara, the second in command, was in charge of arranging things for the flight unit. He was going to help Claire get a day off. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuan gently woke Claire and led her away from the residential area. Honey, where are we going? Claire was puzzled when she saw Zhou Yuan bring her to the medical area. The giant had returned to the temporary camp, but Zhou Yuan, unusually, did not go up to the defensive wall, but instead stayed on the starship mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Number 13, this is it. Arriving at a private hospital room, Zhou Yuan used his access card to open the door and led Claire inside. Claire, there's something very important I need to tell you. Zhou Yuan pressed Claire down onto a sofa and said seriously. Seeing Zhou Yuan's serious expression, Claire also became nervous. It was the first time she had ever seen Zhou Yuan so serious in private. I think you can also sense that my body is very strong, far stronger than the average person. Do you know why? Zhou Yuan asked. Why? Claire's curiosity was immediately piqued upon hearing this. As Zhou Yuan's girlfriend with whom he spent every day, she naturally knew how amazing Zhou Yuan was in every aspect, but she just hadn't asked him in detail. Because of this, Zhou Yuan reached behind his back, took out the super soldier serum from his ring, and handed it to Claire. This is... When Claire saw the super soldier serum, her throat tightened, and she didn't know how to speak. She could roughly guess what it was. This morning, Zhou Yuan and Morgan spent a long time in the special biological laboratory, and no one knows what they talked about. This serum was probably sent by Morgan. Zhou Yuan's powerful source of strength is this serum. I think you've probably guessed it. I became powerful because of it. It's called the super soldier serum. Seeing Claire's expression change before she looked enlightened, Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and gently pulled her into his arms. Honey, are you going to give it to me? Almost red with emotion. She knew what Zhou Yuan meant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told her about it. Of course, the most precious things should be reserved for my favorite little sweetheart. Zhou Yuan laughed and gave Claire a good puff on the forehead. You are my favorite too. Claire was deeply moved, reached out and wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck, then kissed him deeply. Honey, let's get down to business first. After a passionate kiss, just as things were about to escalate, Zhou Yuan quickly stopped Claire and shook the super soldier serum in his hand. It's not easy for special forces soldiers to get leave, so let's get the injection first and have peace of mind sooner rather than later. It will hurt a lot. Hang in there. Zhou Yuan wanted to bring up the matter of keeping it a secret, but seeing that Claire's eyes were glazed over, he knew that she was drunk, so he decided to wait until she woke up before bringing it up. After removing Claire's space armor, Zhou Yuan lifted Claire onto his lap and injected the super soldier serum into the back of her neck. Honey, I feel sore all over. The super soldier serum works very quickly, but the pain is intense, and Claire soon felt the changes in her body. Don't worry, I'll be with you. Zhou Yuan patted Claire's head, feeling a sudden pang of heartache. This is just the beginning. It will hurt even more later, so much so that even he, who was once strong and healthy, will faint from the pain. Chapter 154. Half a year has passed quickly, and the Federation has expanded its military. Time flies, and years pass by. On this day, a splash of red appeared inside the giant. No matter which area you go to, you can always see red lanterns hanging overhead with the 4 Chinese characters, Happy National Day, written on them. It feels good. Zhou Yuan, dressed casually, strolled along the space corridor accompanied by Claire. Before we knew it, half a year had passed. His squad landed in Morosa in mid-March and has remained there until early October. After the massive insect swarm at the end of March, the Federation changed its regional attack strategy against Morosa, deciding to switch from infiltration to a full-scale offensive. A fleet, accompanied by a mechanical legion of 100,000 men, took over the temporary camp and expanded it into Morosa Fortress 1. Centered on Fortress 1, the mechanical legion spread outwards like a virus, relentlessly eroding the insectoid territory and influence. With the mechanized army of 100,000 men making its move, the Nanchaman Fortress was forced to withdraw from the main battlefield. The original infiltration mission was turned into a support mission. Currently, the Nanchaman Fortress is only responsible for emergency support, such as emergency rescue and small-scale local battles like bombing Zerg nests. This wasn't just the case at Zhou Yuan's temporary camp. It was the same at several other temporary camps in other areas. The same fleet, the same mechanical legion, the same fortress. As of now, the Morosa Fortress is numbered up to number 8. This means that 8 mechanized legions, each with a strength of 100,000, participated in the war. It's just that Morosa's strategic importance was too high. Otherwise, the Nanchaman Fortress would have been evacuated long ago. Why would the elite troops be left behind to do such trivial tasks as support missions? After a 6-month tug-of-war, the insects' decline became increasingly apparent. Sand beetles are very prolific, but their egg-laying rate is far slower than that of mechanical troops killing insects. After all, they are the most heavily armed infantry force. Zhou Yuan concluded that Morosa would soon be captured by the Federation. Unless the starship bugs can break through the fleet blockade in outer space and send other cerebrates or the Queen to Morosa to command the battle. Honey, are you thinking of going out to kill bugs again? Seeing that Zhou Yuan's gaze was fixed on the window, Claire shook the hand that was holding Zhou Yuan in her arms. I'm wondering when we can leave Morosa. Zhou Yuan shook his head. He is indeed a restless person, but he can't be thinking about killing insects all the time. Today is an important festival in his hometown, and he should relax for a day. It won't be long, I'd guess a month. Claire thought about it carefully and guessed 8 mechanical legions. In half a year, the insects on Morosa should have lost their ability to fight back. I hope so. It's been a long time since I've had a proper battle, Zhou Yuan said with a smile. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 5,023,000. Over the course of 6 months, his soul points balance only increased by 1.7 million, of which nearly 300,000 were obtained free from titles. If you do the math, the average daily earnings are less than 10,000. At first, it was pretty fun. I would often receive rescue missions and demolition missions, and I could kill bugs and blow up bug nests every day, and my soul points would increase rapidly. But as the situation improved, Zhou Yuan received fewer and fewer missions. It's been half a month since it last landed on the surface. In the space gallery, Zhou Yuan took Claire to the entertainment area to catch a movie. When I arrived at the entrance of the entertainment area, I saw a lot of people gathered together, not talking about how to relax, but whispering among themselves. Shit, this isn't fair. I spent 4 whole years in college before joining the Starship Force. How could this happen? Has the Führer lost his mind? Haven't you realized the crux of the matter yet? We might be facing a full-scale war with the insects. What's going on? Zhou Yuan paused, then pulled Claire closer. Lowering the age requirement to 15 is terrifying. I don't think it's a big deal. After all, it's not mandatory. People who don't want to enlist can just pretend they didn't see the news. God, the mech has finally been developed. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, which gradually made Zhou Yuan's expression turn serious as he listened from the side. Walk. Zhou Yuan squeezed Claire's hand, strode into the entertainment area, and found a wall screen nearby to turn on. Young people all over the world are gathering together to fight for the future. What about you? Join the Federation Army and save the universe. As soon as the wall screen was turned on, an advertisement popped up, and it was a recruitment advertisement jointly broadcast by the 3 major military units. The recruitment advertisement was very long, lasting a full 5 minutes, and contained a lot of information. It includes all 3 major military units. The strategic forces showcased telepathic capabilities, the starship forces displayed powerful warships and superb piloting skills, and the mobile forces demonstrated passion and force. Zhou Yuan even saw his moment of fame, when he easily killed a tank beetle while on a rescue mission on Pluto. However, neither Zhou Yuan nor Claire laughed. Instead, their expressions grew increasingly serious. Because at the end of the advertisement, the federal government released two pieces of information. The first article is an update to the military service law, which lowers the age requirement for military service from 18 to 15 and applies to all three branches of the armed forces. Of course, only the mobile force can be joined directly. Join the Starship Force directly. You need to take a piloting test at the Starship Academy, which is basically only available to students at the Starship Academy. As for the strategic forces, it remains the same. Those who join must possess telepathic abilities. This new conscription law is terrifying. Allowing 15-year-olds to enlist in the military would cause great panic, leading people to suspect that the Federation is no match for the Zerg, and that's why it needs to conduct a large-scale conscription. Keep reading. The federal government was clever. The second message it released was designed to suppress panic. The Federation has unveiled the mecha. The recruitment advertisement stated that they would select and train outstanding soldiers in advance to prepare for the emergence of the Mech Legion. Outstanding soldiers from all three branches of the armed forces could potentially become mecha pilots. Without this second piece of news, no parent would agree to their child joining the army at the age of 15. But as soon as the news about the mecha came out, 15-year-old boys and girls simply cannot resist this temptation. Their parents would also see it as a viable option, believing that a path with extremely low barriers to entry but with prospects no less promising than joining the strategic forces has emerged. Chapter 155 is coming. In vain. Zhou Yuan cursed inwardly. Did he not know whether mechs could be mass-produced or not? He had recently learned from Morgan that the Federation had increased its research and development funding for the mech program because of the appearance of the Ice Leviathan. However, it will take at least 5 more years to achieve mass production of mechs. Therefore, the recruitment advertisement is false. The Federal High Command's goal is large-scale recruitment, not some nonsense about training mech pilots. Even built a pilot simulator for the mechs yet. How are they supposed to train them? My dear, all-out war may be about to begin. Just half a month ago, my parents' fleet was moved to the edge of the solar system near the GJ-1 star system. This recruitment ad must be the Federation preparing for a long-term, multi-front war. Claire tiptoed slightly and whispered in Zhou Yuan's ear. GJ-1 Galaxy? Reminded by Claire, Zhou Yuan suddenly realized something that he hadn't paid much attention to because it had nothing to do with him. According to the timeline, it's this year. The second leader, who had been in office for less than 2 years, ordered a full-scale war against the Zerg, launching a direct attack on the Zerg's homeworld, Krindasu. In this great battle, the Federation suffered a crushing defeat. In just one direct confrontation, the mobile forces lost over 300,000 men, and the Starship forces also lost several fleets. Finally, the strategic forces intervened, joining forces with the mobile forces and Starship forces to impeach the second leader, allowing the third leader to emerge 8 years earlier. The third leader was much more composed than the second, knowing that the Federation currently lacked the capability to directly attack Krindasu, and thus adopted a conservative radiation tactic. They invaded the GJ-1 system step by step, leaving Krindasu to be the last one. This would minimize casualties among the 3 main forces and provide the public with an explanation, letting them know that the Federation is avenging the hundreds of thousands who died in battle. This is the plot of the first movie. Rico, Zalek, Carmen, Tits, Sim, Old A. Carl, all the people he knew were involved in this war. Carmen was able to participate in this war because of the new conscription law. She passed the pilot test and was able to graduate early and join the Starship Force. Zalek is killed in action. Tits is killed in action. Carmen crashes. Sim captures the brain worm alive. Rico becomes the lieutenant commander of the hardcore unit. All of these things happened on an insect planet called Tango Star. Etc. No. Carl got promoted that fast. Fuck you. Carl. You deserve to die. As he pondered this, Zhou Yuan's face suddenly darkened. He remembered very clearly that in the first part of the story, Carl's rank had already soared to the colonel level. A field-grade officer with less than 2 years of military service. Moreover, Carl had a special position that allowed him to promote Rico, who was still a corporal, directly to the position of lieutenant commander in the tough unit. How did he do that? If Carl, with the rank of colonel, stood in front of him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Carl became a colonel within 2 years of joining the army, and Amy became an Air Force Marshal at 26. There are just too many overpowered characters. I've made a few minor modifications, otherwise people will find it too exaggerated. Claire, come with me to the bridge. Zhou Yuan, with a sullen face, pulled Claire's hand and walked quickly toward the bridge area. What's wrong with Wei Chuan? 6 months ago, he killed a brain worm and saved several temporary camps from the worm swarm. Isn't this extraordinary feat enough to promote him to lieutenant colonel? Could it be that Wei Chuan and Barbara didn't report it to him? The promulgation of the new conscription law alarmed more than just Zhou Yuan. Every planet in the Human Federation with influence was buzzing with the new conscription law, with young people being the most excited. Mechs, a man's dream. Countless teenagers skipped school and left campus to register for military service. Everyone wants to join the Federation Army and become an incredibly cool mech pilot. As for those who had already joined the Federation Army, they all went to their direct superiors to inquire about the mechs. Of course, that's not all. Not everyone likes mechs, such as Carl, who dreams of becoming the AI of a strategic force. Earth, General Affairs Department of the Strategic Intelligence Division of Sao Paulo. Cool. Your Excellency Lieutenant Carl Jenkinson, this is what you deserve. Carl stood in front of the mirror, a smug look on his face, snapping away with a camera, occasionally touching his new epaulets. He came in first place again in last month's telepathy test, and he was ranked first in the joint ranking of the Federal Strategic Department. During the test, he also inexplicably awakened a superpower that allowed him to control insects. After this ability was confirmed, he was promoted directly from sergeant to second lieutenant. And he was awarded the rank by Lieutenant General Harry Philippe, the head of the Sao Paulo Strategic Intelligence Department. He could vaguely sense what Lieutenant General Harry was thinking and knew that he was about to receive strong support from the Strategic Department headquarters, so he was in a good mood. Drop. Just as Carl was envisioning the future, his communicator suddenly lit up. When Carl opened the communicator, his previously smug expression completely vanished. The Supernatural Warfare Bureau is going to a godforsaken place like Pluto where there's no sunlight, and it's just a department with only 3 people, including myself. No. Wait a minute. The third in command of the department? A major with the rank of Major General? Yes. At the same time, inside the St. Paul Starship Academy, Carmen also shouted out the same lines that Carl was saying. Yes. Carmen was in her single room as an outstanding student, watching TV and cheering wildly, kicking and punching the air. Carmen, it's time for you to pursue your dreams. After a moment of ecstasy, Carmen gave herself a pep talk, put on her military uniform, left the dormitory, and ran quickly toward the simulation area. There, the instructors had already prepared the driving test. If she passes the assessment, she can save 2 years, graduate early, enter Starship Academy, and become a transport aircraft pilot. Mars, Mariner's Base, bottom of Mariner's Canyon. Old A, listen to me now. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. I'm the captain of the 3rd squad. Tits, Ron, keep an eye on the wormhole on our right. Everyone, follow me and charge. Rico, wearing the epaulets of a private first class and the brooch of a squad leader, was directing his squad in battle. The insect infestation on Mars was thoroughly cleaned up. Now only a small remnant of the insect swarm remains, hiding in the shadows. In order to prevent the insects from having a chance to multiply, the Mariner base deployed most of its forces deep into the Grand Canyon, determined to wipe out all the insects within the base's jurisdiction. Kill all the insects. Rico was in a bad mood today, charging ahead of the 10-man squad all by himself. Carmen called him last night and talked to him a lot, but he only remembered one sentence. I want to develop my own career. I want to be a captain. I want to own a starship that I manage. We probably won't have much time to spend together anymore. He understood what Carmen meant, and he agreed. Today, he wanted to vent all his anger and disappointment on the insects. Chapter 156 GJ2 Galaxy Rescue Mission. Attention all crew members and departments. Prepare to switch to C drive. 3 minutes countdown. On the way to the bridge area, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Jump mode. Honey, it looks like we're going on a long trip, Claire said to Zhou Yuan. Back to the dorm. Zhou Yuan nodded, then pulled Claire and turned to run towards the dormitory area. The C driver is a cosmic string generator that is only activated when a hyperspace jump is required. The Colossus is still on Morosa, and now it's suddenly leaving to go on a long-distance mission, most likely because it has received some important mission. Before long, Zhou Yuan and Claire returned to their dormitory hand in hand. Get dressed immediately, quickly. The dormitory was bustling with activity as all the team members had returned and were quickly getting dressed at Dax's call. For months ago, Zhou Yuan handed over the position of vice captain to Dax. There is no official position of vice captain in a 10-man squad, but basically each captain will choose a deputy to assist in management, similar to how instructors in recruit camp choose squad leaders. Captain, is there any news? Seeing Zhou Yuan return, Dax asked curiously. I don't know either, but we'd better be prepared. There's a good chance we'll have a mission later. Zhou Yuan shook his head and began to get dressed as well. Although he didn't know why the giant was transferred away from Morosa, he could guess a little. First, the soldiers at Nanshaman Fortress are all elite troops, so any mission that requires Nanshaman Fortress to mobilize personnel must be no simple task. Secondly, the fact that the Colossus had to activate its sea drive before even reaching outer space indicates that the Colossus was in a hurry and that the mission was time-sensitive. Based on the combination of these two factors, it is likely a highly difficult and urgent mission. All crew and departments, prepare for sea drive switch, ready to enter cord jump. All crew members and departments, please prepare. Shortly after the space-age weapon was put on, a broadcast started playing in the dormitory. Drop. At the same time, Zhou Yuan's combat device lit up with a red light. Head to Planet Alpha 71 in the GJ2 system, Sector C3, Mine Area 1, to carry out a rescue mission. Rescue target, Lieutenant General Paul Wood. At 9:03 a.m., Earth received a distress signal from Mine Area 1. A large number of warrior bugs had appeared inside the mine. The defensive walls were malfunctioning, and subsequent distress signals were interrupted. Intelligence suggests that a tank beetle may have dug a wormhole, leading to a direct invasion of the mining area by warrior beetles. GJ2. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and forwarded the mission information to his team members. The ins and outs are not difficult to understand. 10 minutes ago, an unlucky lieutenant general from a strategic force went to inspect the mining area and happened to encounter an insect invasion, and then got trapped in the mining area. If they could disrupt communications in the mining area, the number of insects must be considerable, so a starship was deployed. The giant is just right. It has mechanical, engineering, air, and special operations forces. It can do all sorts of jobs. Something's not right. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to turn off the combat device, he suddenly felt that the intelligence was strange. After the insectoid soldiers appeared inside the mining area, the automatic firepower on the defensive wall immediately malfunctioned, and the communication signal was also interrupted instantly. Even if the tank beetle and the soldier beetle cooperate from the inside and outside, it's impossible to conquer a mining area in just a few words. The target mining area has more than 2,000 people, including nearly 1,500 miners, and the rest are soldiers from the 3 major military units. More than 2,000 people. Let living people alone. Even 2,000 pigs encountering a soldier insect wouldn't be able to withstand a single phone call. Unless the soldier worm has tactics? After infiltrating the mining area, should the communication windows and power supply areas be destroyed immediately? If that's the case, then this rescue mission will be quiet, as it might involve encountering intelligent worms like the challenging brain worm or the queen. Drop. Just as I was thinking about it, the combat device beeped again. Zhou Yuan thought it was the latest intelligence about the mission, so he quickly checked it carefully. Expansion. Upon seeing the contents, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he felt a little excited. What arrived was not mission intelligence, but a notice of expansion. The Nanshaman Fortress decided to expand the size of its special operations forces, raising the maximum number of personnel in a tactical squad to 20. Unfortunately, it's a bit too late. Zhou Yuan shook his head and turned his attention back to preparing for the mission. This expansion may also be related to the new conscription law issued this morning. Perhaps not only special operations forces, but other units will also need to expand. For him, having 10 more soldiers would be a good thing, but he couldn't count on that for now and would have to deal with it after finishing the current tasks. Half an hour later, the giant arrived in outer space of the target planet. The GJ2 galaxy is not far from the GJ3 galaxy. These two galaxies, along with GJ1 and GJ4, enclose the solar system like a large box. Of course, the distance mentioned here is not considered far for the C-drive machine with string, jumping capabilities. If only the faster-than-light engine were used, it would take at least 10 hours to complete the task. By this time, the massacre squad had arrived at the airport. We can set off now. This is not a quarantine zone, and there are no plasma cannons here. Land on Alpha 71 as quickly as possible. After boarding the transport plane and the team members were all seated, Zhou Yuan used his earpiece to notify Shara. As for why it was Shara and not Claire. Since receiving the super soldier serum 6 months ago, Claire has fallen in love with ground combat. She handed over the piloting duties to Shara, while she herself joined the battle from time to time, transforming from a professional pilot into a rookie mobile infantryman. She's considered a newbie because she lacks experience and her combat awareness still needs to be developed. The expansion notice I just received has been a huge help to Zhou Yuan. Of the 10 new recruits, he could choose 1 or 2 more pilots to keep Shara company and also prevent accidents such as being left alone after a plane crash. Before long, more than 20 transport planes detached from the starship. Leading the way was the dedicated aircraft of the Slaughter Squad, while the other transport aircraft belonged to the mechanized forces. Once Zhou Yuan leads his team to land on the Alpha 71 and finds a safe landing area, the mechanized forces will follow with their heavy firepower. This place is so remote, it's practically deserted. Through the protective window, Zhou Yuan could see the surface features of Alpha 71. A mineral planet is just a mineral planet. From a distance, it only appears to have 2 colors, yellow and brown, and looks like a ball of lus. Honey, can I come with you on this mission? Claire gently tugged at Zhou Yuan's finger and asked expectantly. Okay. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and agreed immediately. Claire has now accumulated a lot of combat experience, and with the injection of super soldier serum, she is an invaluable asset. Mining areas overrun by insects are quite dangerous. Claire's involvement will minimize the risks of this operation. Chapter 157 The Queen? 3 minutes later, the transport plane landed on a sandy area. Let's begin. Zhou Yuan was the last to disembark from the transport plane. After scanning the surroundings, he waved his hand and said, "Spread out and use the acoustic detectors to measure the terrain." This is a barren sandy beach, next to the target mining area, separated by a road of less than a kilometer. So far, I haven't seen any insects. The 12 o'clock position is safe. There are no wormholes there. The 6 o'clock position is safe. There are no wormholes there. Zhou Yuan waited in place for a while, and reports from his teammates came one after another. Okay, target. Mine area 1, let's go. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, leading his squad to relocate, and at the same time informed her through her earpiece. Shara, the mechanical troops can follow now. You will follow them from here on out. Yes, sir. Shara responded, and immediately called the transport planes that were still circling high in the sky. There were no insects on the road, so Zhou Yuan and his group of 9 moved forward very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the target mining area. The C3-1 mining area is located on a mountainous terrain with a highly undulating landscape and numerous gullies, resembling waves of stone rising from the earth. Because of the insects on Alpha 71, the safety measures in the mining area are quite good. The outermost layer is an electric fence, and the inner layer is a firewall composed of watchtowers and automatic gun emplacements. Although its firepower is far inferior to that of conventional bases and war fortresses, this level of defensive wall is already considered an overkill for a mining area. Captain, it matches the intelligence. The defensive wall was almost completely undamaged, and there were no insect corpses nearby. The insects must have attacked the mining area from underground. Dax and Eric conducted a small reconnaissance mission, then reported back to Zhou Yuan with serious expressions. This situation means that the mining area has been breached, and very easily at that, without the insects even needing to break through the defensive walls. Let's go in and take a look. Zhou Yuan nodded, called his team members to his side, and slowly approached the mine gate. The mine gate was closed, but the lights on it were still on, and it could be opened directly with his access card. Sizzle. Back off. Just as they were about to cross the electric fence, Zhou Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly pushed Eric and Dax behind him. Snap. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Almost simultaneously, the electric fence lit up. The electric grid wall consists of a row of retractable alloy columns. When activated, it generates a high-volt current chain, creating a strong current grid. The electric fence has now been activated. The electric current network appeared in an instant, almost turning Zhou Yuan and his 2 companions, who had left the circuit open, into charred remains. Click. Not far after Zhou Yuan gang and his team retreated, there was movement again on the defensive wall. A row of automatic turrets came to life, turning their launch ports into the air, and finally unleashed a series of multiple rocket launchers. Oh shit. When Zhou Yuan saw the multiple rocket launcher firing, a thought instantly popped into his mind. In the mining area, there lives a queen. The queen, as the name suggests, is a female insect that lays eggs. At the same time, the queen, like the brain worm, is an intelligent worm with telepathic abilities, but the strength of her abilities is not as high as that of the brainworm. However, the Queen is far more dangerous than the brainworm. Because the Queen is an AI, its unique physical structure and special mental abilities allow it to connect to the network and control undefended network zones. The Queen has taken control of the mining network. Run! Zhou Yuan's team members didn't know why the defensive wall was attacking them, but they knew they had to take cover immediately, so they all ran towards areas with cover. The small multiple rocket launchers were not very powerful, not much more powerful than the high explosive grenades they carried. However, multiple rocket launchers emphasize firepower suppression. A single salvo can fire dozens, or even hundreds of shells. With so many shells, not only space-based weapons, but even heavy tanks couldn't withstand them. A superstar has arrived. Zhou Yuan ran behind his teammates, picked up his Gauss rifle, and turned to fire. Bang! 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 A series of C4 electromagnetic bullets were fired, and a series of explosions occurred in the air. Small rocket launchers are very fast and have strong shells, making them difficult to hit with ordinary firearms. Even if they do hit, they are hard to detonate unless the warhead is concentrated. However, his marksmanship was superb, his dynamic vision was incredibly strong, and the explosive power of his C4 electromagnetic bullets was enough to detonate small rocket launchers. They would explode upon being hit. The combination of both surpasses the speed and shell strength of a small rocket launcher. Each C4 electromagnetic bullet fired can destroy a small rocket launcher. This is what shooting is all about. After firing a burst of bullets, Zhou Yuan was unusually intrigued, and his heart began to race. The superhuman body entered battle mode at this moment, causing Zhou Yuan's physical functions to surge, and everything in his eyes slowed down. Bang! 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 One explosion after another rang out. Under Zhou Yuan's fierce attack, the dozens of rockets fired by the automatic turret were destroyed before they could even reach their maximum speed from their initial velocity. Thank you for the generous gift. OMG, am I dreaming? Awesome. The explosion behind them alerted the team members, who, though still running, all turned to look back. When they looked at it, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zhou Yuan actually used a Gauss gun to shoot down those rocket launchers. Smoke and flames blanketed the sky, indicating that a massive explosion had occurred there. Don't just stand there. Run. The second round is coming. They initially intended to turn back to help, but then received Zhou Yuan's order, so they turned back, accelerated, and headed towards the target bunker. Damn, that's smart. Zhou Yuan kept looking back as he ran, his eyes fixed on the defensive wall. The automated turrets started moving again, their launchers pointing high into the sky, seemingly trying to raise the firing trajectory of the rocket launchers. Sizzle. Zhou Yuan paused, then used his Gauss rifle to destroy all the visible surveillance cameras. The Queen must be watching this place, which is why she adjusted the rocket launcher's trajectory, wanting it to go beyond the high-altitude range of the firearms and fall from the sky. However, this tactic didn't work on him. With superhuman eyes right there, those small rocket launchers that only hurtle around and have no real-time guidance are useless no matter which direction they come from. Even if some escape, we can use our telekinetic powers to catch them. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Zhou Yuan's thoughts raced, the automatic turrets on the mine's defensive wall fired a second round of small rockets. The second round of firing was even more intense than the first, with the number of small rocket launchers possibly exceeding 100. Holy shit. Zhou Yuan wanted to raise his gun to fire, but he found that the second round of small rocket launchers was launched at an absurdly high trajectory and was not aimed at them at all. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately shouted, "Lucy, notify the mechanized units and warn them to be careful of air attacks. Rosen, Austin, launch a tactical nuclear missile. Target the mining area's defensive wall immediately." Chapter 158. Our lives are more valuable. Tactical nuclear weapon? Sir, if there are survivors in the defensive wall area. After Zhou Yuan gave the order, Rosen and Austin immediately removed the explosive box, but hesitated and asked a question. If there are people, then the automatic turrets won't fire at us. Soldiers, obey orders. Zhou Yuan frowned, extended his right index finger, and coldly shouted at the two demolition experts. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Rosen and Austin no longer hesitated and shouldered the launchers. Whoosh, whoosh. After the two tactical nuclear missiles were launched, Zhou Yuan led his team to quickly relocate and hide in the nearest lust ditch. Boom! The next moment, an explosion rang out. Zhou Yuan's heart tightened, because the explosion was not related to tactical nuclear weapons, but rather to the rocket artillery explosions from earlier. But there's no need to worry too much. 6 or 7 minutes have passed since the mechanized troops landed. 6 or 7 minutes is enough time for the mechanized troops to unload the equipment from the transport plane. Dealing with small rocket launchers shouldn't be a problem. Boom! Soon, closer explosions rang out, and 2 tactical nuclear bombs detonated. Get down. Seeing Claire peeking out, wanting to see the mushroom cloud, Zhou Yuan grabbed Claire's head and pulled her into his arms. Because it was so close to the epicenter of the explosion, the chain reaction was very strong. The intense tremors were like a series of earthquakes, turning the pounding earth into a trampoline, causing Zhou Yuan and the others to bounce and collide in the Lust Gully. Wow, that's awesome. Feeling the force of the earthquake's tremors, Zhou Yuan smiled. These 2 tactical nuclear missiles will definitely destroy a section of the defensive wall, making the upcoming operation much easier. In the defensive wall area, the mining area has now become the territory of the queen bug. How could there possibly be any survivors? Most of them have been taken away as drinks. If there are survivors, they would have already modified the defense system to eliminate humans from the defensive wall's attack targets. He had served as a guard and knew very well how the defensive wall operated. At last, the killing squad and mechanized units involved in this operation numbered over 500. The lives of these 500-plus people, plus their equipment, are worth more than the lives of the 2,000-plus people in the mine, plus a section of defensive wall, even if there is a lieutenant general from a strategic force in the mine. This is a battlefield, not a ceremony to award moral exemplars. Here, we must be realistic. So just do it. After a short while, the tremors stopped and the strongest shockwave had passed. Now listen to me. This mission may be very difficult, so you are not allowed to operate independently. All you need to do is follow orders, understand? Seeing the team members get up to clean their goggles, Zhou Yuan said seriously. Understood, sir. Hearing Zhou Yuan's solemn tone, everyone became serious, especially Rosen and Austin, because they had hesitated after receiving the order. Tang Lai, Rosen, and Lucy, the 3 of you come with me. The rest of you follow Dax, advance in a zigzag pattern, keep an eye on your surroundings, and then move. Zhou Yuan quickly divided the team into groups. He didn't bring Claire with him. The squad needs to be careful about the balance of combat power. Claire is the trump card of the second squad and can deal with many unexpected situations. After climbing out of the Lust Gully, the 2 teams went their separate ways. Just as Zhou Yuan had guessed, the defensive wall that had previously blocked the slaughter team had now completely disappeared. All that remained were scattered scrap metal and broken cables, with occasional flashes of electrical sparks, demonstrating just how thoroughly the defensive wall had been destroyed. The 2 teams, one on the left and one on the right, successively crossed the ruins of the defensive wall. Cool. Captain, this place looks a lot like the entrance to hell described in the Bible. Lucy whispered, pointing straight ahead to the core area of the mining district, the underground mine pit. Shut up, or I'll throw you down. Zhou Yuan replied helplessly. Sister, this is a battlefield, not a tourist attraction. However, Lucy's analogy is not an exaggeration. Ahead is a downward-facing mine shaft with a circular entrance, at least 1 kilometer in diameter, creating a very powerful visual impact. A person standing next to it is like an ant standing on the edge of a cliff. Around the mine entrance, there is a row of living quarters, including both living and combat zones, and beyond that is the defensive wall. However, at their location, a large section of the defensive wall was missing. 2 tactical nuclear missiles destroyed at least 2 kilometers of the defensive wall. Captain, why do you think the defensive wall attacked us? Could it be that the defense forces in this mining area have other ideas? On the way forward, Tang Lai quietly asked the question he had wanted to ask earlier, but was too embarrassed to ask. Do you know the queen? Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then asked. Bug. Upon hearing the word queen, Lucy exclaimed in surprise, her voice changing slightly. Seemingly realizing her voice was a bit loud, Lucy quickly shut her mouth and whispered, Captain, is that Queen Bug? Yes, it's Queen Bug. Zhou Yuan nodded. Lucy is from Europe on Earth. The queen's scientific name is Queen Bug, or as she's called in her hometown. When queen is used to refer to common insects, it means the queen bee, queen ant, or other leading insect. Bug stands for insecta, meaning insects of the order Hemiptera. These are just ordinary words, but if you combine these 2 words and put them on the Arachnid bug, then there's a big problem. It means a powerful, unimaginably strong female insect that lays eggs. A bug-level infestation. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's affirmative answer, Lucy, Rosen, and Tang Lai all immediately tensed up. The insect species database at Nanshimen Fortress contains a total of 24 types of insects. It also includes information about the queen. Queen, an arachnid insect species with high intelligence. The queen can command other Zerg species in battle and can breed high-risk Zerg species, such as scorpion bugs and grenade beetles, making her an extremely important strategic Zerg in the Arachnid Zerg system. The queen once hacked into an outpost, paralyzing all of its intelligent mechanical defenses, suggesting she possesses the ability to infiltrate networks. It is speculated that its species status is equivalent to that of a brainworm, and that it possesses telepathic abilities, making it extremely dangerous. Damn intelligence. The database only says that the queen can disable machinery, not that she can control it. Rosen gritted his teeth and cursed. If Alpha 71 were a habitable planet, he would have taken off his combat helmet by now, because he was already sweating profusely. It's not a big problem. Seeing that the three team members seemed a bit nervous, Zhou Yuan realized he might have spoken too soon, so he added, "The only thing that can affect us is the defensive wall. We just need to bypass the defensive wall, enter the main control room, and shut it down." Chapter 159 Going down into the mine. Target, the queen. After Zhou Yuan, along with three team members, searched the nearby residential area. Although the residential area was destroyed by tactical nuclear weapons, there are still many ruins that can provide Zhou Yuan with intelligence. This area is very clean, almost unnaturally so. There was no one, no insects, not even a corpse. Dax, come here. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yuan decided to gather the team and called Dax and the others over. Upon asking, they learned that Dax and his team had also found nothing. They hadn't discovered any information related to life, which was eerily frightening. "Captain, the battlefield might be in the mine." "I agree. The intelligence said the bugs burrowed in, and the defense troops were probably all out supporting the mine, so there was no fighting in the defensive wall area." "This doesn't make sense. The defensive wall must be guarded by soldiers. They can't all be off duty. This is a violation of regulations. I think the mining area has already fallen. The tactical nuclear missile has made a big fuss. If there are survivors nearby, they would not be hiding and not coming out." "Captain, how about we just go down into the mine?" The team members discussed amongst themselves, each offering their own guesses. "Stay put and wait for the mechanized troops. Lucy, ask them how much longer it will take to arrive." Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly and gave the order. He had considered all the team members' guesses. In the current situation, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light, so it was better to play it safe to avoid casualties. 10 minutes later, the mechanized troops finally arrived. The team leader was Lin Fei, an acquaintance of Zhou Yuan. The two had grown quite close in the past 6 months and were considered good friends. "What is the situation?" When they met, the two asked the same question in unison. Zhou Yuan asked about the casualties of the mechanized troops, while Lin Fei asked about the intelligence gathered by the massacre squad. "Oh shit. 33 were lost and 47 were injured. Fortunately, the environment of Alpha 71 is close to that of a habitable planet, otherwise those 47 would not have been saved either. I've decided on this mining area, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to those 33 brothers." Lin Fei spoke first, his fists clenched tightly, his anger blazing. "So much." Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, then patted Lin Fei on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Then let's go push it. I suspect there might be a queen here. I'm leaving the defensive wall to you. I'm taking my men directly into the mining area. What do you say?" "Queen." Lin Fei's tone hardened with hatred as he cursed. "Damn it. No wonder the multiple rocket launchers attacked us. Let's take them down today. Let's get started. The giant has pulse weapons on board. I'll have them sent down. I want to see what it can use to fight us after its equipment malfunctions. Remember to report. The queen might need to be kept," Zhou Yuan reminded him. "Don't worry, it won't violate any rules." Lin Fei nodded, beckoned a communications soldier over, and walked aside to contact the temporary command center. "We can take action now." After waiting for about 3 minutes, Lin Fei came back and said in a low voice, "Old Wei said the queen cannot be killed, and the research department has already sent people over. You will be in charge of the next operation. You will lead the men into the mine to clear out the bugs and lock the queen in the mine. I will seal off the surrounding area to prevent a bug swarm from coming to her rescue. You can wait a little longer. The pulse weapon is on its way. I'll lend you a 10-man high firepower squad when it arrives. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan said with a half-smile, Didn't you say I was in command? How come you've already assigned all the tasks? Why don't you just give me the equipment? Lin Fei looked around, somewhat embarrassed. We've already suffered a defeat before the war even started. We can't afford not to earn some military merit. I don't care about myself, since I'm still alive, but my brothers who are gone. I should at least help them get some strategic compensation, right? Okay, I understand. Forget about the heavy firepower squad. They can't keep up with the speed if they carry too much explosives. Just send a robot squad. Since things had come to this point, Zhou Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. Thanks. Lin Fei nodded and punched Zhou Yuan on the shoulder. Before long, the giant's equipment supplies arrived. Pulse grenades, pulse rocket launchers, and pulse grenades are all designed to counter mechanical equipment and are specifically prepared for the Queen. Zhou Yuan had his team members choose some, and then selected a robot squad from Lin Fei's team. 10 people, 10-man heavy combat robots. This type of robot is called a single-soldier exoskeleton fire support robot, and some people call it a mecha, but Zhou Yuan still prefers to call it a manned robot. After everything was ready, Zhou Yuan shook hands with Lin Fei and said solemnly, I'm leaving the defensive wall to you. No need to get close, just go for it. The Queen's value. I don't need to say more, do I? Lin Fei stretched out his hand and whispered, I know, Lao Wei has already said that he will spare no expense. After I demolish these defensive walls, Lu Ping will bring people down and fence this place off. Good. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, signaling the operation to begin. He nodded to the 2 squads behind him, raised his gun, and moved towards the mine. The number 1 mining area is a circular pit, with layers from top to bottom, like a funnel with stairs built into it. Considering that the Queen could hack into the mining network, Zhou Yuan didn't dare to take the minecart or the elevator, and decided to walk into the mine. Captain, we've found the body. There are both insects and people, but not many. Eric held the lookout scope and would report to Zhou Yuan every now and then. Very good, continue reconnaissance. Zhou Yuan offered a compliment, though he already knew this information in his heart. He could see with his own eyes what his teammates could only see through the sentry scope, and he had already taken in all the clues around him. The further down you go, the more corpses you'll see on the road. The ins and outs of the matter are now very clear. The insects dug their way to the bottom of the mine, invading the mining area from the inside, and drawing the mine's defenses into the pit. Perhaps due to the ferocity of the battle and the overwhelming disadvantage, the defenders on the defensive wall had to provide full support. Of course, this is just his guess, a guess that he can understand. We'll have to go down into the mine to find out the specifics. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 5,023,000. After entering the first level of the mine, Zhou Yuan silently changed his title to Outstanding Intelligence. Although the Queen's telepathic abilities are not as strong as the brainworms, they are not far off, so we still need to be wary of it. Chapter 160, The Strange Survivor. Bang, bang, bang. After walking around the spiraling mine tunnel, Zhou Yuan raised his hand to signal to stop when they passed a mine shaft. Captain, shall I take some men in and check it out? Dax walked up to Zhou Yuan and volunteered, having also heard sounds coming from inside the mine. It sounds like someone is hitting a pipe with a stone, causing an echo to reverberate inside the pipe and travel a long distance. This is a great way to call for help, especially in places like underground mines. However, if there are insects nearby, doing this is just asking for trouble. Be careful. Zhou Yuan nodded. Understood. Dax replied, then turned around and beckoned. Dawn, Austin, Lucy, the 3 of you come with me. And so, Dax and his 3 companions slowly entered the mine. Captain, there are corpses in the mine, both human and insect, but not many. We haven't found any living people or insects yet. There is a small amount of military equipment here. We can take it all out. Perhaps the robot squad can help carry it later. We found the source of the sound. It's coming from the warehouse. Survivors found. 3 people. I'll bring them out right away. On the way forward, Dax kept reporting to Zhou Yuan, telling him everything he saw and heard. Survivor? Zhou Yuan clicked his tongue and frowned, secretly marveling at how lucky these three people were. Despite sending such a loud distress signal, they hadn't been targeted by the insects. Before long, Dax came out with his men. There were 4 people when they went in, and 7 people came out. The 3 extra were the survivors. 2 men and 1 woman, all holding guns, wearing basic protective clothing, and with iron badges plated with hammers on their chests, were undoubtedly miners. Where did these weapons come from? If I remember correctly, only the regional mine manager and regional patrolman can open the military equipment boxes in the mine. Zhou Yuan slung the Gauss gun over his shoulder, took out his revolver, and walked up to the 3 men. Seeing Zhou Yuan lightly pat his leg with his revolver, the 18 team members immediately went on alert, their guns subtly aimed at the 3 survivors. Major, sir. This was opened for us by Dieter. Dieter was an infantryman, and then he left the mine. Sensing the chill in the air, the 3 survivors became somewhat flustered. One of them, a miner who was over 2 meters tall, raised his hand to explain. He looked tall and strong, with the physique of a true giant, but he spoke with a stutter and his movements were somewhat twitchy, making him look quite strange. The other 2 miners looked much more normal, but they were still a little nervous, their bodies swaying slightly, as if they were terrified. Tell me, what happened here? Zhou Yuan frowned, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he changed the subject and asked about the important matter. I have no idea. The alarm suddenly went off, and then Dieter told us to hide in the warehouse, saying he was going to kill bugs. We've been in the warehouse the whole time. Dieter locked the warehouse, so we can only open it from the outside. The burly miner continued in his reply. Zhou Yuan looked at Dax, and seeing Dax nod slightly, he relaxed and said to the 3 miners, "Don't be afraid. You are safe now. However, we only sent 2 small teams this time. You'll have to stay with us for now, and I'll arrange your evacuation once the transport plane arrives. By the way, you know more about this place than we do, so please lead the way for us. We need to get to the bottom of the mine." No problem. The 3 miners nodded repeatedly, clutching their guns tightly and glossing around every now and then, as if afraid that a bug might crawl out from somewhere. All right, let's move on. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, and the group of 22 people started moving, heading deeper into the spiral mine tunnel. As they walked, Zhou Yuan, Claire, Dax, Quill, Rivers, and the others unknowingly fell to the back of the group. Quill and Rivers are the captain and vice-captain of the robot squad. Captain, do you think there's something wrong with them? Tang Lai asked in a deep voice. The others also looked at Zhou Yuan, their minds filled with questions. Zhou Yuan said that they only sent 2 teams this time, leaving 3 miners in the team and having the 3 miners lead the way. This was clearly a deception of the 3 miners, and the fact that they were forced to expose their backs further demonstrated a lack of trust. Their emotional fluctuations are off. Zhou Yuan nodded and explained. As you know, my telepathic abilities are quite strong. Clear. After hearing Zhou Yuan's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that the 3 miners could not be trusted. People with strong telepathic abilities can indeed read people's thoughts when they are serious, and their abilities are almost like mind reading. They might be anti-war people. It could also be the insect god cult. The people in the insect god cult are all madmen. Quill thought for a moment, and then guessed. Maybe, keep a close eye on them. Zhou Yuan shrugged, not saying much more. The anti-war faction and the Zerg god cult that Quill mentioned are legitimate traitorous organizations that spread rumors about the harmlessness of the Zerg every day, while also vigorously smearing the Federation. These kinds of traitors are usually executed as soon as they are caught. Eventually, they all become so skilled that they rarely expose their identities. In the worst instance, a follower of the insect god cult became a driver for a tour company and eventually crashed a spaceship carrying 10,000 people into the insect planet. These incomprehensibly crazy void spies are indeed terrifying. But those 3 miners had nothing to do with traitors. He just sensed that the 3 miners were acting strangely. Their emotions were a jumbled mess like a ball of yarn, but nothing else. Maybe they were just scared and will recover in a while. After all, not everyone is unafraid of insects. 10 minutes later, the 3 miners led the way to a restaurant. Sirs, this is our miners' mess hall. There is a monitoring room inside. You may be able to get some intelligence from there. Edward knocked on the restaurant door, asking for Zhou Yuan's opinion. During those 10 minutes of travel, Zhou Yuan had already figured out the identities of the 3 miners. The tall and strong one was named Edward, the slightly shorter one was named Derek, and the last female miner was named Jenna. Let's go in and take a look. Upon hearing about the monitoring room, Zhou Yuan abandoned his plan to continue and decided to go in to gather some intelligence. Edward had gained the trust of the three miners, and perhaps he had truly recovered. He no longer stuttered or trembled. The most important thing is to be in the right mood, with only the thought of leading the way on your mind. I'll open the door. Edward hung the gun around his neck, opened the door, let everyone into the pressure conditioning room, and then turned into the actual dining room. Chapter 161 Parasite. Sirs, the monitoring room is over there. There is oxygen here. You can take off your helmets and relax for a while. Edward pointed towards the bar, then took off his protective helmet and wiped his face. Upon seeing Edward's face, everyone's expression changed. Edward's mouth was covered in blood, making it look like his mouth was split open. His lower face was covered in blood, making him look extremely gruesome. Not only that, his complexion was also very poor. His white skin was somewhat dull, his face was drooping, and his eyes were bloodshot. Sirs, don't look at me like that. I just accidentally bit myself. I'm sure Derek and Jenna are in worse shape than me, and I'm much braver than they are. Edward touched his head and smiled sheepishly. He hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation, because Zhou Yuan was watching him, a smile appearing beneath his battle helmet. Dude, have the three of you always been together? Zhou Yuan stepped forward, patted Edward on the shoulder, and asked with a smile. Yes, we were hiding in the warehouse until you arrived. Thank you so much. Seemingly sensing that Zhou Yuan's attitude had improved, Edward relaxed completely. His smile became even brighter, and he said happily, No need for thanks, you'll hate me later. Zhou Yuan patted Edward on the shoulder again, then walked up to Edward, put his hands on his hips, and said, All right, that's the end of the role-playing game. Sir, I don't understand. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Edward's face stiffened, and he asked with a forced smile. At the same time, Derek and Jenna took a small step back and slowly touched the trigger of their rifles with their index fingers. The expressions and subtle movements of the three of them. It was impossible to hide from the elite soldiers present. The 18 team members spread out and surrounded the three miners and Zhou Yuan in the middle. Then, Zhou Yuan made a firing gesture behind them. Upon seeing this, Edward's smile vanished instantly. He raised his hands, trying to take the rifle hanging around his neck. Derek and Jenna were faster than Edward. They gripped their guns and raised them, intending to point them at Zhou Yuan. Crack! Snap! Suddenly, a squeezing sound and a piercing tearing sound rang out. Before Edward and his two companions could even fire, they froze like statues, their protective suits inexplicably tore, and their feet lifted off the ground. What's going on? What's going on? Upon seeing this, a chorus of surprised questions arose within the tactical squad. However, the people with questions were all from the robot team. Zhou Yuan's direct subordinates all knew what was going on in front of them. Zhou Yuan is using telekinesis. You said you didn't understand earlier, but now you do, right? Zhou Yuan stretched out his right hand and twisted his index finger in the air. As he spun his index finger, Edward and the other two, who were floating in the air, also started to spin. As Zhou Yuan twisted his finger, he said, You call this kind of power the power of intelligence. That's what the brainworm calls it. To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to spot you if you hadn't taken off your helmets. I have to thank you. You've taught me a lesson, and I will definitely remain highly vigilant when carrying out missions in the future. At this point, Zhou Yuan gently slid his index finger downwards. Bang! With a muffled thud, Edward and the other two fell heavily to the ground. An invisible, immense pressure rendered them unable to move even a finger. Take off their protective suits. Zhou Yuan took 2 steps back and gently shook his head at Dax. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Dax immediately rushed over without hesitation, and the male team members Tang Lai, Rose and Eric, and others also joined in to help. Sir, what's going on? Sir, wouldn't this be inappropriate? Unlike Dax and the others who absolutely trusted Zhou Yuan, the robot team that joined halfway through was quite puzzled. Captain and Vice Captain Quill and Rivers both looked at Zhou Yuan, their voices a mixture of surprise and hesitation. You'll find out soon enough. Furthermore, you are here to carry out orders, not to ask questions. Do as I say, understand? Zhou Yuan spoke calmly. Yes, sir. Quill and Rivers immediately saluted in response. For some reason, when Zhou Yuan spoke, they all felt an invisible force bearing down on them, leaving them with only the thought of following orders in their minds. Soon, Dax and the others stripped Edward and the other two of their protective suits, leaving them only in their original minor uniforms. Make way, everyone. By the way, turn on the recorder and record from multiple angles. Zhou Yuan pushed his hand away, walked to Edward and the other two lying on the ground, and clenched his fists tightly. Sizzle. A sharp tearing sound rang out as the uniforms on Edward and the other two were ripped apart by telekinesis, revealing their backs. Wow. Shit. Fuck you. Everyone retreated, pointing their guns at the backs of Edward and the other two. Claire even hid behind Zhou Yuan. The backs of all three miners were swollen. The swelling was very large and unusual, extending from the back of the head to the tailbone, as if the spine had grown larger. The surrounding skin was dark purple, and the blood vessels bulged out, making it look extremely ferocious. They were all quite worldly wise, but this was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. Don't shoot. Zhou Yuan raised his hand to signal everyone to stay put, then took out the military knife from his leg armor and walked to Edward's side. Whoosh! A flash of silver light appeared, and a red line appeared behind Edward. Puff! The next moment, a long, black object was squeezed out of Edward's flesh by telekinesis. Insect! Everyone gasped in surprise, unable to believe that Edward's body contained a worm, and one they had never seen before. Not only had they never seen it in person, they had never even seen it in the fortress's archives. Clearly, they have discovered a new species of insect. Parasite, it really is you. A look of realization flashed across Zhou Yuan's eyes, and he let out a long breath. Hide in the warehouse for so long, even making noise that could be heard at the mine entrance, without being targeted by the insects. Because they are insects. Of course, insects wouldn't bother insects. The questions we encountered when we first met were answered at this moment. Edward and his two companions exhibited symptoms such as emotional instability, mental turmoil, stuttering, and trembling, but they quickly returned to normal. It's possible that the parasites haven't completely taken over their bodies yet. Chapter 162: The Master of Psychic Power. Parasites. The insect protagonist of the second film in the Star River series, who fought against the male protagonist Dax. The parasite is very small. In its larval stage, it is smaller than the palm of a human hand. It can enter the human body through the mouth, and then parasitize the brain to control the human. Once the parasite has absorbed enough nutrients, it can grow to the size of a human forearm, and its parasitic state extends from the brain to the spine, achieving perfect control. At first, the human host's appearance is not abnormal, but the physical condition will gradually deteriorate, the skin will become dull and loose, and it will emit a foul odor. In the later stages, the human host's eyes will turn blood red as the flesh inside the body is completely devoured and rots into blood. At this point, the parasite will leave the host's body, reproduce larvae, and seek a new host. Putting aside other things, just the fact that it can parasitize and control humans alone is enough to make parasites as dangerous as brainworms. If the parasite gains control over a high-ranking member of the Human Federation, the Human Federation will be in trouble. Not only are various strategic secrets stolen, but they also have to obey the orders of parasites, and a single order could severely damage the Federation. Of course, this is just an example. The Federal High Command is always accompanied by a strategic escort team, so the parasites have virtually no chance to make a move. Swish. Swish. With two more slashes, Zhou Yuan also pulled out the parasites on Derek and Jenner's backs. Zhou Yuan used his telekinesis to hold down the three parasites, then turned around and said, "Rookies, you're in luck. A live sample of the new insect species is a great military achievement. Prepare a demolition box and wrap it up with duct tape." "Sir, leave it to me." Quill excitedly jumped off his seat in the manned heavy robot, took the tools from his teammate, and began to deal with the parasites. "Captain, I have an idea." Dax stared intently at the parasite suspended in midair by telekinesis and said, "We've all seen it. This kind of worm can control humans through parasitism. Could the previous attacks on humans by the defensive walls have been orchestrated by them controlling the humans? What I mean is it possible that there's no queen here, only these new bugs?" "The queen is here." Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, tapped his combat helmet with his finger, and then pointed to the parasites floating in the air. "They told me that. There are queens, royal guard plasma bugs, soldier bugs, tank beetles, and this parasite." This statement wasn't something he made up randomly. It's true. When he fully activated his telepathic abilities, he saw a fleeting black and white image in the parasite's mind. The queen was hidden in a huge room, surrounded by her bodyguards and electronic devices connected by tentacles extending from her body. Judging from the shape and structure of those electronic devices, that room should be the command center of the mining area, located at the bottom of the mine pit. Actually, someone like him who is familiar with the plot is a cheat character. You could guess it just by looking. It takes time for parasites to take control of the human body, just like Edward 10 minutes ago, who couldn't even speak clearly and whose body was convulsing like someone with dementia. They were attacked by the defensive wall 20 minutes ago. Edward was probably still crawling on the ground 20 minutes ago. So, modifying the defensive wall's operating mode is a delicate task that parasites would have a hard time accomplishing. It's highly likely that the Queen did it herself. It was his first time meeting the Queen, and he was very much looking forward to her insightful remarks. Sir, do you think there's any hope for those three? After wrapping the 3 parasites into dumplings and putting them into the explosive box, Quill looked at Edward and the other 2 on the ground. They are dead. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Parasites, brain worms, and queen-like intelligent worms all target the brain. Getting infected means death. All right, focus, search for restaurants. Zhou Yuan clapped his hands, dividing the 19-person team into 2 groups, with Dax leading one group and Quill leading the other, spreading out to the left and right. As for him, Captain Zhou picked out a bottle of good wine from the bar, led Claire to a table, and they sat down to enjoy it. Attention to the monitoring room. Tactical helmets are not permitted to be removed. As they were drinking, Zhou Yuan gave a reminder through his earpiece. I almost forgot. Edward took off his tactical helmet. He could only sense the idea of leading the way from Edward's mind. He asked Edward to lead the way down into the mine, but Edward led the team to the mess hall instead, and even had them take off their tactical helmets to rest for a while and check the monitoring room. Looking back now, Edward's idea of leading them was to lead them into a ditch. There must be bugs lurking nearby, and most likely parasites, otherwise Edward wouldn't have advised them to take off their tactical helmets. Bang, bang, smash. Sure enough, not long after Zhou Yuan finished speaking, the second section of the restaurant behind the bar became lively, with gunshots, crashes, and electrical noises all around. Honey, Claire immediately put on her tactical helmet and quietly asked Zhou Yuan for his opinion. Let's go take a look. Zhou Yuan nodded, carrying a tactical helmet in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other, and moved closer to the direction from which the sound came. The corridor of the restaurant's operating area. The 2 teams met a few dozen meters apart and blocked the corridor from the left and right. After Zhou Yuan's reminder, the team members made thorough preparations before opening the door. The combat helmets were locked tightly, with only one person opening the door at a time, while the rest stayed behind to prevent the parasites from escaping. After a brief search, they found the parasite hiding in the shadows. The storage room and the monitoring room were both teeming with parasites, and there were quite a few of them, at least 20 or 30. Parasites are weak in both fighting and defense, so weak that an old man could easily stomp them to death. However, parasites are highly mobile, moving around like fleas. It runs fast and jumps high. Facing such an opponent, the mobile infantry, used to fight giant insects, were at a loss as to how to catch them, making the process much less effective. After a brief exchange, Dax and his team killed about a dozen parasites. But the remaining 10 or so, taking advantage of their small size, were darting around under their feet, about to escape into the main dining area. Grumble. Just then, a blast of air surged into the corridor of the operating area. The dozen or so parasites that were about to escape capture all floated into the air, unable to move except for chirping. Newbies, you can't even catch a mouse? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Zhou Yuan slowly entering the corridor of the operating area. The next moment, Zhou Yuan put on his tactical helmet, raised his right hand, crossed his thumb and middle finger, and twisted it hard. Smack! Bang! 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 As the snap of the fingers fell, the dozen or so parasites floating in the air instantly exploded, crushed into a pulp of flesh and blood by the power of telekinesis, splattering everywhere. Chapter 163 Sentinel Plasma Bugs. Cool. Seeing Zhou Yuan's performance, everyone was incredibly envious. The members of the slaughter squad were all right. After all, they had witnessed the power of telekinesis 6 months ago. The members of the robot team were particularly excited. After joining the Nanshaman fortress, they had heard some rumors about telekinesis, but they never expected it to be this powerful. He's simply a god. However, considering the high level of secrecy surrounding telekinesis, and the fact that they were currently on a mission, everyone tacitly refrained from asking, and simply pretended not to have seen anything. Is everything settled? Zhou Yuan glanced around and found that all the doors to the rooms were open, so he asked. Nailed it. Dax and Quill nodded in unison. Zhou Yuan calculated the time and ordered, contact the temporary command center and send back the information confirming the Queen's existence and the parasites. In addition, we need support, at least a small legion. 10,000 people. Cheng Yun and Lucy, who were in charge of communications, were surprised that so many people were able to flatten the entire mining area. Their Nanchaman fortress is built with elite troops, and nearly half of their forces are still stationed at Morosha. If they really need support from smaller legions, they can only be transferred out. Yes, contact them immediately. The restaurant surveillance system is working properly, and the Queen should already know we're here. Now it has two options: leave the mining area or stay and fight us. And no matter which one it chooses, it can call on the insect swarm to help it. Therefore, we need support, and the support must be fast, and the support troops must be large in scale. Zhou Yuan waved his hand in a serious tone. Yes, sir. Cheng Yun and Lucy immediately connected to the temporary command center, and even Quill and Rivers got moving, wanting to remind Lin Fei. After relaying the intelligence back, Zhou Yuan led his team away from the restaurant area and continued deeper into the mining area. This time, Zhou Yuan sped up. Judging from the timing, the person sent by the research department will likely arrive soon, and their position will certainly be very high. To avoid a situation where an outsider manages an expert, he needed to catch the Queen as soon as possible and solidify this military achievement. 7 insectoids at the 10 o'clock position. The deeper they went into the mining area, the more insects they encountered. Not long after the team set off, the scouts discovered the enemy. Maintain formation, fire freely. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and waved, and the team started running, heading straight for the target. After the 3 miners were exposed, the squad reverted to its original formation, with the robot squad on the outer perimeter and the slaughter squad in the center. Bang, bang, bang. The 19 men fired randomly, and 7 soldier insects were riddled with holes in 3 seconds. Laugh. As the gunshots echoed through the mine, the insects in the nearby tunnels were all awakened and scurried out from various entrances, heading straight for Zhou Yuan's 19-man squad. Speed up and overtake them. Zhou Yuan calmly gave the order, walking at the front of the group and constantly making hand gestures. He knew that firing the fire would attract insects, but he had to fire it to move forward. Moreover, attracting the insects here now is not a bad thing. Killing them early will put our minds at ease, and it will prevent a large number of insects from gathering together and becoming difficult to deal with. Hey buddy, can I borrow your gun? No, this is for our team's exclusive use. Borrowing it is against the rules. You don't want to be whipped, do you? It's alright. I've been whipped twice. I'm used to that kind of pain. Shit, you're okay, but I'm okay. As the game progressed, Zhou Yuan overheard the teammates behind him chatting and couldn't help but chuckled. His team consisted entirely of tall, rich, and handsome guys. Morgan said he was annoyed with him, but every time he would specifically ask him to represent the fortress to retrieve military equipment from Pluto, and then get him a batch of top-quality equipment. At first, it was just Gauss guns and C4 electromagnetic bullets, but later they even deployed shockwave grenades and the latest B2 proto-grenades. After several missions, the equipment became known throughout the Nanchaman fortress. Everyone knows that the Slaughter Squad is the golden child of the Strategic Research Department, and they use top-notch equipment, which makes everyone extremely envious. That's right. After this job, I can pick 10 more team members. I need to find time to go back to Pluto. Zhou Yuan thought to himself. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the 5th level of the mine from top to bottom. Clean up the surrounding bugs. Zhou Yuan led his team to a stop in front of a closed door and ordered the squad to turn around and attack. Captain, is there a problem here? Dax asked as he moved closer to Zhou Yuan while firing his gun. This leads to the main control room, where the Queen is. Zhou Yuan nodded and said seriously, before you go in, kill all the bugs outside. Don't let them catch up and cause trouble. He had just looked at the structural diagram of the mining area on the combat instrument. Behind this door is a passageway with elevators and stairs leading to the mining area's operations zone, where the most important main control room is also located. Whether it's a mining area or a base, the most important areas are always built in underground rock formations. Clear. Upon hearing the word Queen, Dax instantly became excited. While diligently killing insects, he also searched for nearby insects, hoping to lure them all over. The team consists of 19 people. The Slaughter Squad has 9 Gauss rifles, and the Robot Squad has 20 heavy machine guns. These weapons are incredibly powerful, and when dealing with the soldier insects, they are like a dimensional reduction attack, ending the battle in less than 3 minutes. The kill count was around 1,000. All of them were worm soldiers. We cleared out the worm soldiers from the top few layers of the mine. Guys, get ready. Dax gave a shout and was about to install the explosives on the sealed door. The door was locked, so we had to resort to force, etc. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan called out to Dax and turned to look at the upper left corner of the closed door. Everyone looked at Zhou Yuan's action. The camera hanging on the corner of the door moved slightly, changing from being held horizontally to being angled downwards, with its blueberry-sized round lens pointing directly at their team. Bang! Zhou Yuan blew up the camera with his revolver and said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way, don't face the door." As he spoke, Zhou Yuan took the mixed explosives from Dax's hand, set the detonation time to 10 seconds, and then stuck it to the sealed door. Step back. Seeing this, Dax and Quill both told their teammates to hide behind the door. Boom. Sizzle. Bang. Shortly afterwards, the mixed explosives detonated, creating a loud bang. However, in addition to the sound of the mixed explosives exploding, there was also a sound of electricity and a sonic boom coming from inside the closed door. Plasma worms. The team chat exploded instantly, with several people shouting out at that moment. They were quite familiar with this strange sound. The intense and ear-piercing sound of electricity combined with a sonic boom is equivalent to a plasma cannon. Guardian plasma bug. Zhou Yuan grinned. His mood at that moment was extremely radiant. Chapter 164, Invading the Operational Zone. Guardian plasma bug. This insect looks like a miniature, giant plasma worm, but it's still a size larger than a soldier worm, standing about 4 or 5 meters tall. Like the scorpion, the sentinel plasma bug is a mobile plasma cannon turret capable of firing short-duration, high-energy cluster pulses of plasma, making it the nemesis of all kinds of defensive walls. However, compared to scorpions, the Pallas's plasma is a rarer species. Because only the queen can reproduce. Once they are born, they only need to do one thing. Protect the queen. Bugs are now blocking the sealed gate, which means that if we go this way, we will definitely find the queen. Boom! A powerful blue light shot out from the closed door, roaring and erupting through the mine like a blue fire dragon. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan and the others managed to dodge to the side of the door, thus avoiding the plasma cannon attack. Shockwave grenade. Once the plasma cannon had entered the mine and a safe zone had appeared near the sealed door, Zhou Yuan removed a shockwave grenade from his chest armor. Ready. At the same time, Claire and others made the same preparations. None of them faced the sealed door directly. Instead, they positioned themselves so that they could throw grenades towards it, thus avoiding the direct attack range of the plasma cannon. Now, at Zhou Yuan's command, 9 shockwave grenades were activated and thrown simultaneously toward the sealed door. Wow, that's quite a lot. As Zhou Yuan turned to throw, he saw the scene behind the door, at least 10 guardian plasma bugs. However, these guardian plasma bugs are not very big, less than 2 meters long, and are probably just baby bugs that the queen has recently given birth to. Back off. After the shockwave grenade was thrown, Zhou Yuan gave a hand signal, and they retreated about 10 meters before stopping. Boom! 5 seconds later, the shockwave grenade exploded precisely on time. Shockwave grenades are already powerful, but when 9 of them explode together, combined with the ion energy from the sentinel plasma worm, the explosive force is terrifying. The opening that had originally been sealed off by a gate vanished completely, and countless fragments burst forth from it, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. OMG fuck. This stuff is way better than that damn mixed explosives. Quill was so angry that he forgot to turn off his headphones and started cursing. After seeing the equipment of the slaughter squad, many people actually applied to their superiors to get a set of the same equipment as the slaughter squad. However, the applications were never approved, and the research department never even gave a reason. Then come on, my team still has 10 spots left. Zhou Yuan replied jokingly after hearing Quill's words. Quill shut up immediately, not even knowing how to reply. Special operations forces are the dream of many mobile infantry, but dreams are just dreams. What they need more is reality. Take Zhou Yuan as an example. His authority is that of a major and a major general, respectively. With this authority, even in a regular base or fortress, one could at least become the commander of a force of 500 men. However, in special operations forces, one can only serve as the leader of a 10-man tactical squad. Of the two, more people chose the former, and this was true for all 3 major forces. This is what they mean by better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Prepare to attack. Suppress fire. Robot squad, cover the rear. Wait a few seconds until the shockwave from the shock grenade was about to dissipate. Then Zhou Yuan opened his palm and raised it. Ready. As the chorus of responses rang out, Zhou Yuan waved his hand heavily downwards. Bang, bang, bang. 9 men rushed out from both sides of the closed door, turned around, and fired in one swift motion, firing a large burst of C4 electromagnetic bullets at the entrance. The next moment, all bullets are used up. The previous explosion was too powerful. Not a single sentinel plasma worm was left behind the door, and even the passageway leading to the operational area was partially destroyed. Destroy all the surveillance cameras you can see. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and led the way into the tunnel that had been blown to pieces. Laugh. Just then, the sounds of soldier insects came from deep within the passage. Judging from the chaotic nature of the sounds, there must have been quite a few soldier insects coming. They must be the second wave of gatekeepers, otherwise they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Fire freely. These reckless insects, the soldier worm, in a passage that wasn't very spacious, Zhou Yuan lost all interest and handed the task over to his team. Kill a sentinel plasma bug and gain 300 souls. Kill a sentinel plasma bug, gain 3. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 5,025,000. While slacking off, Zhou Yuan glanced at his personal panel and notification panel. Insects that only the queen can breed are truly exceptional. In terms of soul points, one of them is equivalent to 300 soldier insects. Unfortunately, to guard against the queen's telepathic abilities, he dared not casually switch to the title of Powerful Insecticide. Otherwise, each insect would cost 360 soul points. Captain, a message has arrived from Command Center. The research department personnel have arrived, but they only brought a strategic escort team of 100 people. General Wei left them on the starship for their safety. General Wei also asked me to tell you that the support you requested will arrive within 20 minutes, a small legion from the Jupiter Storm base. I see. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, somewhat disappointed. He was disappointed that the people from the research department did not disappoint him. They were still the same as before. Regardless of the department, all members of the strategic forces travel with only one escort team, and their duties are limited to providing minimal follow-up reports. They offer no assistance whatsoever in combat-related tasks. If they bring even a small army, the queen would be turned into a dumpling by now. However, he didn't really expect the people from the research department to be of any help. He just wanted the leaders to stay out of trouble and not give any random orders. As for actual support, 20 minutes is a bit slow. That's enough time for him to take down the queen. Hopefully, reinforcements will arrive before the swarm besieges the mining area. Captain, something's wrong. Look at this. As Zhou Yuan was thinking, he heard Tang Lai shout again, so he looked at the scanner that Tang Lai was holding in front of him. Grass. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. The scanner showed that a group of about 100 people were approaching from behind the swarm of insectoid soldiers. Humans cannot live with insects. So, these 100 people, they've either been brainwashed and controlled by the queen, or they've been parasitized by parasites. Chapter 165 Parasite Squad. This is troublesome. Zhou Yuan frowned, thinking about how to fight later. The operating area is a crucial part of the mining area, and ordinary miners are not allowed to enter it. Therefore, the people in the operational area are basically from the 3 major military units, including a fully armed guard of 100 people. Therefore, the enemies we encounter later will most likely be armed. 19 people fighting 100 people head-on is no easy task. The only good news is that the probability of encountering a tactical nuclear weapon is not high. Like the living area, the military equipment area is located within the defensive wall zone and has already been captured by Lin Fei's team. Moreover, the Queen wouldn't be foolish enough to detonate a tactical nuclear weapon in the operational area. A regular 100-man team is tough to deal with, but we can still fight them. Attention everyone. A 100-man squad controlled by parasites is approaching. Do not hesitate, allow free fire. Change formation. Robot squad, move forward with me. Everyone else, step back. After some thought, Zhou Yuan shouted the order. That's what I think too. If they weren't parasites, those people would have been torn apart by the insectoid worms long ago. Tang Lai nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words. Zhou Yuan sighed and explained, the environment of Alpha 71 is similar to that of a habitable planet, but only similar. Without protective clothing, no one can last more than half an hour. Therefore, when parasites look for targets, they will go to areas with life support systems, because people in these areas are easier to target. Moreover, this time the insects attacked from underground, so areas like the operational zone may have fallen long ago. Actually, Zhou Yuan was hiding something. Those people may not necessarily be controlled by the parasite. They could also be controlled by the queen, meaning there is still a possibility of survival. But those people were likely armed, and Zhou Yuan didn't want to take the risk. As I said before, their lives are more precious than those of the people in the mines. 1 minute later, the team stormed into the work hall. The elevators and stairwells are located behind the main lobby. Further back lies the true heart of the operations area. Captain, they're going up the stairs. Tang Lai followed Zhou Yuan with the scanner, occasionally reporting his location. Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded and ordered. Attention everyone, the parasite squad is approaching. Find cover. Target, the stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone sped up the process of clearing out the insect soldiers, while simultaneously spreading out to use the workbench as cover. The manned heavy robot is too tall, and the workbench cannot block it. In order to avoid being attacked head-on, the operator has to give up manual operation. After all, the enemy might be carrying weapons. While space-based weapons can provide bulletproof protection, they cannot withstand sustained attacks. Fortunately, manned heavy robots have an intelligent combat mode and can be controlled via combat instruments, so their combat effectiveness will not decrease too much. They're here. In just that short time, the target appeared. Zhou Yuan saw a group of people rush out of the stairwell and fire like madmen at the visible manned heavy robot. They were armed with standard weapons, had some cuts around their mouths, bloodshot eyes, and their movements were somewhat stiff. Seeing these marks, Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. These people are controlled by parasites, so they have no mental burden when they fight. Fire. The next moment, Zhou Yuan shouted an order, stuck his head out of the workbench, and fired the Gauss gun fiercely. Damn bedbugs. Shit, I'm going to have nightmares tonight. The team members opened fire, swearing all the while. Their firepower was fierce. They could turn people into pieces in an instant. It was heartbreaking to see my compatriots exploding one after another. Of course, it was just a little uncomfortable. After all, they all knew that these people were already dead, and those still alive were just parasites that lived inside them, feeding on their flesh and blood. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Zhou Yuan heard a crisp ricochet. Damn it, what I feared most has come to pass. Zhou Yuan cursed under his breath, hung the Gauss gun around his neck, and pointed his hands toward the entrance to the stairwell. Grenade! Dodge the grenades! Just as Zhou Yuan was ready, more than a dozen fragmentation grenades were thrown out of the stairwell, causing a loud shout. The next moment, Zhou Yuan used both hands to push hard into the air. As he moved, more than a dozen fragmentation grenades stopped in midair, then quickly pulled back and fell back into the stairwell. Boom! Soon, a series of muffled explosions rang out. The junction between the work hall and the stairwell a bloody red. Pretty. Upon seeing this, everyone cheered, knowing that it was Zhou Yuan's telekinetic power. Dax, give me the Gatling gun. Unlike his relaxed teammates, Zhou Yuan's expression remained serious. This wave is fragmentation grenades. The next wave could be mixed explosives. As long as the explosives won't collapse the entire operating area, you might encounter them. Therefore, they had to switch from defense to offense. Give. Upon receiving the order, Dax leaped to Zhou Yuan's side and removed the Gatling gun from his hand. In addition to his pistol, he also habitually carried two large guns, a Morita rifle and a Morita Gatling gun, to deal with various battlefield situations. Use this first. After exchanging the pineapple and magazine box for Dax, Zhou Yuan switched to a handheld Gatling gun. Attention everyone, cover me. Zhou Yuan turned on the motor, moved between several workbenches, and quickly approached the stairwell. Insects here have been wiped out, leaving only the parasitic army in the stairwell, which makes movement relatively easy. 3, 2, 1. A short while later, Zhou Yuan arrived at the door of the stairwell and gestured to his teammates. The team members gradually followed, occasionally firing into the stairwells along the way, suppressing the enemies inside with firepower so they dared not rush out directly. Captain, there are more and more people. Besides those in the stairwell, there are many others climbing the stairs. As Zhou Yuan made the hand gesture, Tang Lai reminded him again. Zhou Yuan nodded, and then, as his hand gesture reached the number 1, he picked up the Gatling gun, turned around abruptly, and faced the stairwell. Bang! 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 At the same time, the Gatling gun's firing button was pressed, activating the high-frequency firing mode. At this moment, Zhou Yuan could see the entire scene in the stairwell. Dozens of people were standing in the stairwell, holding different guns, and some were even taking out grenades, with the safety pins pulled. That's it. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan almost burst out laughing. Perhaps the parasites haven't fully read the host's memories yet, because this parasitic team has no formation or tactics whatsoever. I was worried about nothing. Chapter 166, A Real Man. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the Gatling gun was activated, the stairwell burst into vibrant colors. The Gatling gun barrel rattled and spewed fire. The parasitic troop exploded with a clatter, turning the stairwell into a workshop that looked like it was making spicy tofu pudding. TSK. At that moment, Zhou Yuan felt a little nauseous. I've seen plenty of dead people, but today's situation is truly excessive. Fire. Increase firepower. At this moment, the team members followed, stood behind Zhou Yuan, and opened fire into the stairwell with their guns, while some threw grenades inside. From the outside in is fine, but throwing it from the inside out is not. Zhou Yuan returned it all with his telekinetic power. About 10 seconds. The dozens of people who had been blocking the stairwell had all disappeared, leaving only some extremely bloody fragments of body parts on the ground. Most of it was caused by Zhou Yuan. That's how Gatling guns are. Even lightweight handheld Gatling guns are beyond the reach of human flesh and blood. Once the revolver barrel starts spinning, hitting someone is like hitting an egg with a stone. Even a light touch will cause it to explode into pieces. Clean up the battlefield. Zhou Yuan gave a simple order, then ran to the stairwell, pointing his gun downwards in defense. The others scrambled to their feet and finished off the parasites that had just escaped. Captain, look at this. Seeing that Zhou Yuan had some free time, Tang Lai came up with the scanner again. Zhou Yuan glanced at the scanner and calmly said, "It's all right, I'll take care of it." On the wall at the entrance of each staircase, which was obviously a sentinel for the parasites. Clear. Tang Lai shrugged. Since Zhou Yuan said he could handle it, there was nothing to worry about. Captain, it's done. Soon, Dax and Quill came to report that they had eliminated all the parasites. Very good. Zhou Yuan nodded and beckoned. Come here, everyone, and listen to me. The scanner showed that at the entrances to the stairwells of the floors below that could be measured, there were at least 2 and at most 5 humans who were parasitized by parasites. I have an idea. I'll rush down and take care of them, and you guys follow up and clean up the mess. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the dozen or so people stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. What kind of tactic is this? To put it simply, this tactic means they don't have to do anything. They just have to wait for Zhou Yuan to take down all the enemies. However, considering Zhou Yuan's monstrous fighting power, this tactic seems pretty good. Great idea. The space weapon has a very high level of protection, and the captain has telekinesis, so the advantage is on our side. Yes, I think it's possible too. The team members looked at each other, unable to think of a reason to stop them, and finally could only pretend to agree seriously, which almost made Zhou Yuan laugh. Okay, get ready to move out. Zhou Yuan adjusted his breathing, put down the Gatling gun he was holding, and picked up 2 Morita rifles from the ground covered with blood and flesh fragments. After a brief inspection, Zhou Yuan held both rifles and looked at his team members. Stand by. The team members quickly saluted, then faced the stairs and assumed a charging stance. Action. Zhou Yuan gave a cold shout and rushed down the stairs, with his teammates following closely behind. Because of the huge difference in physical strength, even though Zhou Yuan had reduced his speed to a snail's pace, he still managed to leave his teammates behind after just one jump. By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs on the next floor, the team members had only just jumped to the corner of the stairs. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp collision sound rang out as Zhou Yuan's space weapon took 2 bursts of bullets. There were people on both the left and right sides. As soon as Zhou Yuan came down the stairs, the people who were lying in ambush on the side of the stairwell popped out and started firing. Bang, bang. The next moment, Zhou Yuan fired with both weapons. With just 2 bullets, he blew up the 2 heads that were peeking out from the side of the wall, causing 2 red and white flowers of blood to bloom. Without stopping, Zhou Yuan continued to rush down to the next level. In fact, every floor here is an operating area, but the upper floors are all regular areas. The space is not large and its importance is not high, so there is no need to search for it. Even if there are bugs inside, it doesn't matter. After all, no matter how many are hidden, there can't be many. A few people can take care of it when the time comes. Zhou Yuan's goal is to become the lowest level command center in the mining area. Bang, bang, bang. The team members following Zhou Yuan were completely left behind when they descended to the 3rd level, and they couldn't even see Zhou Yuan's shadow anymore. They could only hear gunfire from the lower levels, but the gunfire stopped quickly and grew fainter and fainter. About a minute later, Zhou Yuan's voice came through the earphones. It failed. The team members were all taken aback. None of them had expected Zhou Yuan to be so fast. The operating area of this mine has a total of 10 layers. For them, descending 10 floors in a minute is not fast, and could even be considered slow, but if you include the battles in between, then it can be described as lightning fast. Dax, has your captain always been like this? To be honest, I feel he's stronger than my combat robot. At least the combat robot can't do what he can. Finishing off the corpse, Quill couldn't help but ask a question. To be honest, he also wanted a captain like Zhou Yuan. He felt incredibly safe with him. Before he arrived, his commander, Lin Fei, told him that the mission was very dangerous, so dangerous that his squad had already recorded a video of their wills. But now, that's ridiculous. From the moment he set off until now, he hasn't encountered a single difficult situation. This is a massacre. Those who haven't seen him fight in person have no idea how terrifying he is. He is the Grim Reaper of insects. Let me tell you something even more terrifying. He's not even serious yet. This level of fighting isn't even a warm-up for him. Before Dax could speak, Claire interrupted to answer. Beneath her combat helmet, Claire looked extremely proud. Her man was just that great, no matter what battlefield. He is a real man. Dax said it seriously, his tone full of respect. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions reached everyone's ears. Go. Claire, Dax, and the others reacted immediately, ignoring the unfinished corpses on the ground, and rushed down to the next level. At this time, Zhou Yuan has entered the command center at the lowest level of the operational area. However, Zhou Yuan was in a sorry state, lying on all fours with his space armor mostly ripped off and riddled with dents. Damn it, you have no sportsmanship, huh? Luckily, I'm super tough, otherwise I would have really fallen for your trick. Zhou Yuan grimaced as he got up from the ground, warily looking around and above him, the triggers of both Merida rifles half pulled. Chapter 167. Damn it, Grenade Beetles. Zhou Yuan raised his vigilance to the highest level, keeping his eyes and ears focused on the movement. There are grenade beetles here. When he went down the stairs, he found the stairwell of the command center to be very quiet, with no other living creatures moving except for him. Just as he activated his telepathic abilities to sense the surrounding situation, he detected about a dozen faint mental fluctuations. It comes from the head. He looked up and saw that there were grenade beetles hidden on the equipment pipe. A dozen grenade beetles fell down at once, about to hit him. What is a grenade beetle? Those are self-destructing bioion grenades, with explosive power no less than that of the Federation's high-explosive grenades. The grenade beetle usually rolls into a ball, which looks only slightly larger than a fist. When the grenade beetle stretches its body out to a great extent, the ionic energy inside its body will undergo an unstable reaction, causing an explosion to occur instantly. Instant explosion. Extremely dangerous. Seeing more than a dozen grenade beetles fall from the sky, Zhou Yuan's face turned almost green. He could only use his telekinesis to push them away. His reaction was quick, but the grenade beetle's reaction was just as fast. When the grenade beetle fell from the equipment tube, it had already begun to stretch its body, meaning it was about to self-destruct. Before they could be pushed very far, they started exploding one after another. And then it turned out like this. Zhou Yuan withstood the self-destruction of more than a dozen grenade beetles. However, the cost was not small. His space weapon was completely destroyed, and even the most critical life support system failed. His whole body was numb and burning. It means that the superhuman body is strong enough, otherwise this attack could have sent him straight to the underworld. After scanning the area, Zhou Yuan relaxed a little. There are no grenade beetles in the visible areas, and the areas not visible have been checked using telepathy, so it's safe for now. I was careless. Zhou Yuan put down his gun, took a deep breath, and gently touched his breastplate, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, the grenades he carried were high-end, ultra-low sensitivity grenades that wouldn't explode even when fired from a rifle, preventing any secondary explosions. If that shockwave grenade were to explode, even a superhuman wouldn't be able to withstand it. "Sir, can you receive this?" At that moment, Claire's urgent voice came through the earpiece. "I'm fine. No need to rush down. Just finish up the remaining work," Zhou Yuan replied softly, knowing that the explosion had attracted attention. "Clear." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's reply, the team members all breathed a sigh of relief and immediately slowed down to continue their work of finishing off the missing weapons and cleaning up. "Oh shit, we're already getting bombed, and we don't even get any soul points." After informing his teammates, Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel, intending to check how much the grenade beetle was worth, only to find that he hadn't earned a single penny. Zhou Yuan cursed in annoyance and then began to remove his space armor. The space weapon was so badly damaged that wearing it would be a complete burden. There's no need to worry about oxygen. When Tang Lai blew up the sealed door to enter the operating area, he opened the emergency protective door and blocked the entrance. Moreover, the environment of Alpha 71 is close to that of a habitable planet. An ordinary person can survive for half an hour without protection, let alone him. There's no need to worry about defense, since even an AWM can't break through his skin's defenses. Just be careful around his eyes and mouth. Call. Zhou Yuan lit a recovery cigar and stood there resting. Used too much mental energy on the way here and was feeling a bit tired. He needed to recover his mental strength. Before long, the team members arrived at the last floor. Just as they had suspected, the place was badly damaged by the bombing. The alloy walls were uneven, as if they had been hit by something, and even the ceiling was broken, causing a lot of cables to hang down. "Honey." Zhou Yuan sighed and gently shook his arm. She saw that Zhou Yuan's space armor was wrecked, lying in pieces at his feet, and knew that Zhou Yuan must have been hit by the explosion. "I'm fine." Zhou Yuan shook his head, winked at Claire, and then patted her on the shoulder. "That's good." Claire understood and immediately fell silent, knowing full well just how terrifying Zhou Yuan's physical strength was. "Team leader, what happened here?" Dax stepped forward and asked in a low voice, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. "Grenade beetle." Zhou Yuan looked at his team members and said seriously, "There are grenade beetles here, and there might be a lot of them. Be careful from now on. I want to emphasize that pulse weapons can cause grenade beetles to self-destruct, so be prepared to use them." "Yes, sir." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, silently reminding themselves to be extra careful. "Take a 3-minute break." Zhou Yuan waved his hand and then began to organize his equipment. Without the space weaponry, this whole set of equipment is really hard to carry around, so I'll have to divide it up. Fortunately, this was a rescue mission, so he didn't bring a rifle or sniper rifle. The pineapple was given to Dax, and the grenade to Claire. He only carried a Gauss gun and a revolver, and the magazines could be tucked into his magazine belt, which was just right. 3 minutes later, the 19-person team set off immediately. The appearance of the grenade beetle cast a shadow over everyone's hearts and slowed down the team's progress. Zhou Yuan also sensed the tense atmosphere around him, so he spoke up. "Grenade beetles, give them to me. I can deal with them with my telekinesis. They ambushed me just now, and I have to get my revenge. Of course, you should also be a little careful and try to keep the grenade beetles away." "Clear. Very good. Speed it up." Zhou Yuan made a hand gesture and then took the lead in running. He didn't want to give the queen too much time to prepare. "The soldier insects are here. Prepare for battle." Before they had run a short distance, Zhou Yuan noticed the situation and gestured for the team to stop. They are now in the passageway of the archives area, with the rare mineral sample area in front of them. The mineral sample area was teeming with soldier insects, which came from further back and surged towards the archive area like a tidal wave. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In just a few seconds, the swarm of insect soldiers burst into the passage and appeared before Zhou Yuan and the others. "Fire." Zhou Yuan fired the first shot, and the sound spurred his teammates to engage in combat. Bang, bang, bang. The overwhelming firepower instantly shattered the swarm's charge, blasting the front ranks of the swarm into pieces and abruptly weakening their offensive. The insect soldiers in the back followed, but they couldn't escape the fate of exploding on the spot. But when I saw this scene, Zhou Yuan did not relax. Instead, he became even more serious. A constant stream of mental fluctuations was approaching, so numerous that he couldn't even sense them all, which meant that the number of soldier insects was extremely large. Chapter 168 Mindstorm activated. Could it be an insect swarm? An idea suddenly popped into Zhou Yuan's mind, and his eyelids twitched. The queen entered the command center from underground. Given the queen's size, the wormhole inside the command center must be extremely large enough for swarms of soldier worms to enter. If the queen has indeed summoned the insect swarm, then this operation is doomed to failure. The passage is only so big. Although they are not afraid of swarm tactics, they cannot wipe out a wave of swarms. Advancement will become very difficult, and they will be unable to move an inch. Forget it. Let's just get to work. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yuan still couldn't come up with a way to deal with the insect swarm, so he simply stopped thinking about it. It's good to plan ahead, but we shouldn't always assume the worst. Take 10 minutes to do the test. If he can't kill all the worm soldiers blocking his way in 10 minutes, he will lead his team to retreat to avoid being trapped underground by the worm soldiers. Speed up, push it over. The thought of possibly failing to capture the queen filled Zhou Yuan with distress, and he waved his hand to give the order. Bang, bang, bang. Upon receiving the order, the squad immediately began its advance. The passageways here are about 5 meters wide and high, which cannot accommodate too many soldier insects at the same time. So the squad fought very smoothly, and when advancing, they didn't feel any offensive or defensive pressure from the swarm of insectoids. The situation was one-sided. The road is just a bit difficult to walk on. The heavy machine guns of the heavy robots and the Gauss guns that use C4 bullets can shred the soldier bugs into pieces. But the piles of flesh and blood on the ground kept increasing, and stepping on them felt like stepping into a mud pit, requiring effort even to take a step, etc. As they were fighting, Zhou Yuan suddenly shuddered. After becoming a superhuman, he became less and less dependent on the system, sometimes not even thinking about it for 3 to 5 days, which caused him to often forget about external help. Buzz! With a flick of his wrist, a black sphere about the size of a walnut appeared in Zhou Yuan's hand. This is a swarm of self-destructing mosquitoes. There were originally 100, but 34 were lost when the brain worms were killed last time, leaving 66. The next moment, the black sphere dissolved into a pool of tiny black particles, which slowly flowed down Zhou Yuan's arm to his legs, finally settling on the ground covered with insect corpses. As usual, one goes into the combat system, and the rest go out to do the work. Guys, speed things up. Our goal is the queen. Don't let her get away. As Zhou Yuan's voice rang out, 65 self-destructing mosquitoes rose up in the shadows and flew toward the surrounding ventilation ducts and other locations. No one saw this, because the team advanced another 10 meters or so, and the swarm of exploding mosquitoes had already landed behind them. Captain, the situation is bad. There are too many soldier insects. We might not be able to defeat them all in a short time. I've looked at the floor plan for this floor. There's an emergency evacuation route behind the command center. Should we turn back and go down that route? Tang Lai came again, this time with a scanner, and he seemed a little anxious. No, that's too risky. Zhou Yuan shook his head in denial, explaining, first of all, it will take a lot of time to get back to the ground from here. Secondly, the emergency evacuation routes are interconnected, and now that they're in the Queen's hands, we can't exactly attack them by transport plane, can we? If there are guardian plasma bugs at the airport, we'll be blown up before we even land. Clear. Hearing this, Tang Lai nodded awkwardly, inwardly cursing himself for being too naive. Team leader. Just as Zhou Yuangang finished speaking with Tang Lai, Cheng Yun appeared. Cheng Yun's tone was somewhat grave as he hurriedly said, Captain, the giant has just received a distress signal from Lieutenant General Paul Wood. Lieutenant General Paul Wood is located on the 8th level of the mine, facing behind us. He said he is in a machine room, surrounded by insectoid worms. We didn't have enough people with us this time, so General Wei Chuan and General Barber sent out their guards, a total of 200 people. Go down into the mine. Zhou Yuan frowned and hurriedly ordered. Tell them there are grenade beetles in the mining area, and also tell them to keep an eye on Lieutenant General Paul Wood. Yes, sir. Cheng Yun immediately contacted the temporary command center to report the latest situation and intelligence on the battlefield. He knew what Zhou Yuan meant. The machine room is full of mining equipment, which is not very important. How come those closed doors have been able to withstand the attacks of the soldier insects until now? Even if the soldier insects can't get into the machine room, the parasites and grenade beetles can still sneak in. Their small size gives them the ability to infiltrate various equipment compartments. Lieutenant General Paul Wood is very likely already infected with parasites. His distress signal is most likely a trap. 3 minutes later, the tug-of-war ended with the team's victory. Zhou Yuan led his team to successfully enter the rare mineral sample area and is still advancing, about to enter the core of this mining area, the command center. There were still many insect soldiers blocking the way, but Zhou Yuan's tense nerves relaxed a little. Because in his perception, the mental fluctuations of the soldier insects were rapidly decreasing and fewer were being replenished from the rear. This is good news. Things haven't gotten to the worst yet. The insect swarm had not yet entered the mining area. The only thing blocking their way was the Queen's combat insect guards. Thinking about this, Zhou Yuan decided to unleash a powerful attack, taking down the Queen as quickly as possible to prevent the insect swarm from actually arriving to reinforce her. So he raised his hand and shouted, "Attention all personnel, cease fire." "What? Team leader? Cease fire." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone froze. They understood clearly, but dared not release the trigger. The swarm of insect soldiers was less than 20 meters away from them. Once they stopped firing, the swarm would rush towards them in the blink of an eye. This moment, some in the team even suspected that Zhou Yuan had been infected by a parasite. After all, Zhou Yuan wasn't wearing any space-based armor protection when they met in the stairwell. Execute the command. Conserve ammunition. I'm going to use my telepathic ability. Cease fire when I count to 3. Zhou Yuan knew this order was hard to accept, so he offered a brief explanation. Clear. Hearing Zhou Yuan say this, everyone suddenly understood. However, just in case, they had all secretly made preparations so that if Zhou Yuan couldn't handle it, they would follow up with their firepower. 3-2. Zhou Yuan counted down softly, took a step to the front of the line, and pressed his right index and middle fingers tightly against his temples. 1. When Zhou Yuan counted to 1, the team's firepower vanished instantly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The chirping of the insect worms drowned out the gunfire echoing through the passage. They surged together like a wave, crashing rapidly towards Zhou Yuan and the others. Die all of you. Just then, Zhou Yuan's pupils dilated, and he suddenly took a step forward. Super special move, Mindstorm. Chapter 169, an explosion within an explosion. The next instant, the team members behind Zhou Yuan all gaped, their hearts filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. This is the connection point between the rare mineral sample area and the command center. The interior space is very large, crammed with about 200 or 300 soldier insects. And these 200 or 300 insect soldiers died at the same time. They didn't know what had happened. They only saw the heads of the soldier insects explode all at once, and then fall to the ground one after another like dominoes. When Zhou Yuan mentioned using telepathy, they all assumed he meant telekinesis. But now, what's going on here? Are they seeing things? Before they could recover, they saw Zhou Yuan with 2 fingers on his head, slowly walking forward. As Zhou Yuan advanced, they saw a new scene. All the insect soldiers blocking the way were killed by headshots. Even more insect soldiers rushed out of the command center. These insect soldiers were blocked by the corpses on the road and could only crawl on the corpses to charge forward. But as Zhou Yuan stepped forward, these soldier insects met the same fate as their kind. Their heads exploded as soon as they left the command center, and a large number of them collapsed. Everyone could guess that the worms in the command center must also have had their heads blown off, but they couldn't see what was happening from their frontal view. Boom! At the same time, several explosions, accompanied by crackling sounds like electric sparks, occurred from the pile of corpses of the swarm of insect soldiers. Grenade beetle. Hearing this unusual explosion, everyone snapped out of their shock and became alert to their surroundings, wary of a sneak attack by grenade beetles. Damn, I'm so tired. At this moment, Zhou Yuan, sensing that there were not many soldier insects left in front of him, finally stopped. He was panting heavily, took out 2 recovery cigars from his pocket and lit them together, his face showing deep exhaustion. Tired. I'm so tired. He has been using the Mindstorm ability for half a year now. Over the past 6 months, he has conducted tests with various insects, and the results show that no matter what kind of fighting insect it is, it cannot withstand the impact of the mental storm. It's an instant kill. The only downside is that this skill consumes too much mana. With his current brain function of 25.5, he can only use Mindstorm for 30 seconds at a time. Once it exceeds 30 seconds, his energy and mental state will decline sharply, and within a few seconds he will be so weak that he can't even stand up straight. Full speed ahead. After taking a few deep drags on his cigar, Zhou Yuan seemed to have recovered and turned to wave. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the order, Everyone sprang into action, climbing onto the pile of corpses of the insectoid soldiers and running and jumping towards the entrance of the command center. They had many questions in their minds, but no one dared to speak up. Their authority doesn't even reach the classified level of telekinesis, let alone the powerful and mysterious superpower they just witnessed. Rather than satisfying their curiosity, they preferred to know nothing, so as to avoid being entangled in the strategic department's investigation team afterward. Faster. While urging his teammates on, Zhou Yuan also put in his best effort to keep up. The queen has run away. When he unleashed the mental storm, its attack range covered the entire command center. But the mental storm attack did not touch any mental defenses. All targets died instantly, and their mental fluctuations were all the same. In other words, the command center only contains soldier insects. Clearly, the queen has moved it to a different location. No wonder the self-destructing mosquito swarm hadn't sent back any information at such a close distance. They must have missed their target. However, Zhou Yuan was not worried about this. Given the queen's large size, it doesn't have many options for retreat, so its travel speed will be very slow, and the possibility of it being caught up is not small. Soon, the group of 19 people crossed the pile of insect corpses and arrived at the command center. Thank you for the generous gift. Upon seeing the scene in the command center, the team members all looked at Zhou Yuan with deep admiration in their eyes. This command center is 20,000 square meters, almost the size of 3 football fields, and is filled with many soldier insects. You can see at least 1,000 of them at a glance. All of these insects are dead. Their deaths were the same as the soldier insects outside. They all died from their heads exploding, and it was obvious that Zhou Yuan was responsible. The massacre was horrific. Seeing that all the team members' eyes were on him, Zhou Yuan scolded, "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Notify the temporary command center immediately." After saying this, Zhou Yuan pointed to the deepest part of the command center. The alloy wall at that location had a nearly circular hole, about 15 meters in diameter, which led to a tunnel. That's where the queen ran away from. Pointing out the direction, Zhou Yuan continued, "The reinforcements should be arriving soon. Once they arrive, have them seal off the surface wormholes near the mining area. We'll pursue them from here, attacking from both sides. As long as reinforcements aren't delayed, the queen won't escape. Move out." "Yes, sir." Cheers erupted, and everyone rushed toward the wormhole. After hearing what Zhou Yuan said, they also felt that it was a promising opportunity. Capturing the queen alive is a strategic military achievement, enough to raise their rank by 1 level. Now all they have to do is chase her relentlessly and try to capture the queen before reinforcements arrive, so they can claim this incredible military achievement for themselves. When running, Zhou Yuan, known for falling behind, ended up at the very back of the group. However, this time he didn't do it on purpose. He was genuinely a bit too tired to run anymore. The mental strain of unleashing a mental storm is too great. It can't be replenished with just a few puffs of a recovery cigar. You can only slow down and take a break. Really, after running alongside his teammates for a while, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of energy. There were some sand beetle corpses in the wormhole. You could see one every now and then. The corpses were flat and cracked, and their internal organs had been squeezed out. They were obviously crushed to death. Who ran him over? The queen. Compared to the queen, even a fat guy like the brainworm is a slender worm. If carrying a brainworm in a sand beetle swarm can be understood as one person carrying a wolf, then carrying a queen in a sand beetle swarm is like 2 people carrying a large wild boar. The difficulty is on a completely different level. Holy crap. As he was enjoying himself, Zhou Yuan suddenly became a little annoyed. I was originally going to check how many soul points the queen was worth, but the order I received was to capture her alive, so it was a bit of a loss. Buzz. The combat device that he had strapped to his left arm lit up. The real-time location map provided by the exploding mosquito swarm appeared, showing the familiar scene, a large black, surrounded by dense red dots. Pretty. After getting a clear look at the distance and location, Zhou Yuan clenched his fist and swung it, revealing an excited smile. The queen is about 5 kilometers away from here. 5 kilometers isn't far. If there aren't too many bugs on the road and the team goes at full speed, it can be completed in under 15 minutes. Taking into account the queen's movement speed, he should be able to see her within 20 minutes. Chapter 170 is just around the corner. The sand beetles carry the queen very slowly. It takes them more than half an hour to travel 5 kilometers. Judging by the timeline, the queen was preparing already to flee when I used a tactical nuclear bomb to blow up the defensive wall. The Queen's trip was probably just to gather intelligence, since the Federation has already extended its reach into GJ1, and the mining areas and outposts are the best places to make a move. Zhou Yuan's mind wandered, and he quickly realized the problem. The Queen had no intention of engaging in direct combat with humanity. She simply wanted to know humanity's recent attack strategy against the GJ1 system. It must be said that the Queen's plan was perfect. The Zerg easily brought home a large amount of intelligence from the GJ2 system, which was not valued by the Human Federation, plus unremarkable mining areas, the deployment of queens and parasites, and blitzkrieg tactics. But despite all her calculations, the Queen underestimated her own luck. Lieutenant General Paul Wood, a lieutenant general from the Strategic Department, raised the seriousness of the mining area's fall. Then, the Slaughter Squad arrived. The Slaughter Squad, relying on top-notch individual soldier skills and equipment, accomplished what other squads couldn't, pushing all the way to this point. Oh, thinking about it this way, Zhou Yuan's lips curled up slightly. This Queen is very intelligent, much more so than the Queen he remembered. She is probably a super elite among the Zerg, capable of slaughtering enemies. It's decided, once we catch this Queen, we must have a good talk with her. 5 minutes after entering the wormhole, the exploding mosquito swarm discovered the Queen and reported its location to Zhou Yuan. In the 8th minute, the small army from Jupiter's storm base arrived, sealing off the entire mining area and spreading outwards to block surface wormholes. In the 15th minute, Zhou Yuan sensed a peculiar mental fluctuation, along with the mental fluctuations of many soldier insects and sand beetles nearby. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Shit. Guys, move these rocks. Hurry. Hurry. We're almost there. We've caught the Queen. In the 18th minute, the wormhole collapsed, and large swathes of rubble blocked the path of pursuit. Without Zhou Yuan giving an order, the team members went up to clean up on their own. Since entering the wormhole, including this collapse, they have encountered a total of 3 collapse points, all caused by the grenade beetles. Although the cleanup was troublesome, everyone worked with great enthusiasm. They heard a clear explosion when this section of the wormhole collapsed. They are not far from the Queen. While the team members worked, Zhou Yuan squatted to the side to rest, a recovery cigar dangling from his lips, his eyes fixed on his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Infernal Grenade. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 5,056,000. Since I started eating at the mine restaurant, my balance has increased by another 30,000. At least 25,000 of those 30,000 came from parasites. Each parasite costs 500 soul points, which is more expensive than a sentinel plasma worm. 5 million. That's too much. I'll go back and spend it all. After glancing at his balance a couple more times, Zhou Yuan closed his personal panel. He's planning to build a mecha. Nanomech plus triple stealth plus heavy firepower plus quadrupedal plus rare metals. Once the invisibility mode is activated, neither people nor insects will be able to detect him, which will help him do a lot of things. At least when he encounters intelligent insects again, it won't be as difficult as it is today. He had previously thought that he would consider equipping himself with a mech when he became a sentry post commander or a base commander. Looking back now, it was really unnecessary. Soul points aren't hard to farm, so why bother with a lab? It's such a hassle. Buy early, use early, enjoy early, and quickly accumulate your inner gems. If we invest all 5 million soul points, we might even be able to equip the mech with a faster-than-light engine. He has 2 variable rings. He'll put the smaller one on the mech and give it an armory, essentially creating a low-spec version of infinite power. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Yuan's mental fatigue was greatly relieved. Guys, give it your all. I think you all know that Jupiter's reinforcements have arrived, and they're right above us. I know what they're thinking. They think we can't capture the Queen and want to wait on the ground to steal our credit. We are not cowards or useless cowards. We are legends who can scare the Queen to death. We say no to failure and stealing credit. I have good news for you. My telepathic abilities tell me that the Queen has slowed down and is only 2 kilometers away from us. Now, charge in. seize the queen, and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. Zhou Yuan stood up, threw the two nearly finished cigars on the ground, and raised his arms and shouted, "Take down the queen! Charge!" Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members felt inspired and their movements became even faster. 3 kilometers is very short, so short that they can run it in about 8 minutes. The queen is so close. A wormhole with a diameter of about 15 meters is very difficult to clean up after a collapse. However, there were 10 heavy robots in the team, which acted as transporters and cleared the way in just 2 minutes. Rush! Charge! 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 Brothers, speed things up. Led by Zhou Yuan, the team members screamed and howled like madmen as they embarked on the final leg of their pursuit. Sizzle! 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 At this moment, there was movement in front of the wormhole. The soldier worms, which had not been seen for nearly 20 minutes, finally reappeared. Suppressive firepower. Don't conserve ammunition, fire away. Seeing that the team's advance had slowed down, Zhou Yuan shouted an order and threw B2 proto-grenade forward. Using B2 protoplasmic grenades to stun the bugs and using Gauss guns and heavy machine guns to smash them, the team's advance speed was not affected at all. The team members also liked this tactic. As mobile infantry, the commander's words, "Don't conserve ammunition," allow them to maximize their combat effectiveness. That's all. The squad, relying on its powerful firepower, severely suppressed the swarm of insectoid soldiers. Like them, the swarm of insectoid soldiers did not back down in the slightest. The two sides collided in the wormhole like two waves. One side used heavy firepower, while the other used their bodies to hold the line. The result was as expected. The swarm of insect soldiers lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Zhou Yuan and his team, at the cost of a large amount of ammunition, stepped unscathed over the carnage of the swarm of insectoids. Chapter 171 Mindstorm Clash, taking down the queen. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan stopped, took a Morita sniper rifle from Chongyun, and aimed it into the depths of the wormhole. Found you. Upon reaching this point, the wormhole's path began to slope steeply forward, becoming a straight road, so Zhou Yuan could immediately see the scene ahead. About 1 kilometer away, the Queen's battlebug guards blocked the cave, shutting out the slaughter squad's pursuit. There are guard plasma worms, grenade beetles, soldier worms, and sand beetles. The rock walls are even covered with parasites, making for a very impressive lineup. Looking past the fighting insects, Zhou Yuan saw the Queen. The Queen was 2 kilometers away, with no fighting insects around her, only a group of sand beetles carrying her beneath her. Bang! Without further ado, let's get to work. Zhou Yuan aimed at a sentinel plasma worm and pulled the trigger. Boom! The plasma bug exploded in the next instant, and the explosion generated by the ion energy was so powerful that it engulfed all the bugs around it. The grenade beetle and the guard plasma beetle were detonated, and the soldier beetle and sand beetle parasite were annihilated. With just one bullet, most of the fighting insect guards blocking the way were wiped out. Human technology has a stronger reconnaissance capability than insects' thermal sensing, allowing humans to launch a fatal attack on insects before they even detect them. Charge! After finishing, Zhou Yuan tossed the sniper rifle back to Chongyun, then raised his Gauss rifle and led the team on a mad dash. Charge! 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 Yes! I saw the Queen. The team members ran and cheered, and surprise blossomed in everyone's hearts. When Zhou Yuan used the sniper rifle just now, they all looked through the scope and saw the Queen, who was only 2 kilometers away from them. A resounding victory. Zhou Yuan relies on his superhuman physique, Claire on her enhanced human physique, and the others on space weaponry and pressure generators. The 2-kilometer distance was covered in just 3 minutes. Buzz! When they were about 100 meters away from the Queen, a telepathic wave appeared. The group of 19 people simultaneously felt their brains being attacked, an invisible pressure rushing into their minds and raging. That's it. Feeling a slight tingling sensation in his brain, Zhou Yuan's lips curled up. This level of mental storm, which would be a powerful move on others, is like acupressure on him. Completely ineffective. Come on, let's have a match. As the team members staggered and began to fall to the ground, Zhou Yuan's pupils dilated, and he unleashed a mental storm upon the Queen. Laugh! The Queen's massive body trembled, and her head, which had been held high, fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Too weak. Sensing that the Queen's condition had deteriorated sharply, Zhou Yuan immediately stopped his mental attack, fearing that he might crush the Queen's head. He sensed that the Queen's telepathic abilities were weak, which might be related to her previous laying of eggs, which had weakened her. But that's not important. Regardless of why this queen is so weak, as long as she is a queen, that's enough. Battle record broken, military merit earned. Starship bug, brain bug, queen. The 3 super-intelligent Zerg species of the Arachnids have all been defeated. Shit. Fuck you, what just happened? After the queen's mental storm subsided, everyone except Zhou Yuan came to their senses, stood up, and began to discuss amongst themselves. Several quick-thinking individuals had already made their guesses. Zhou Yuan should also be capable of this kind of psychological attack. Those insect soldiers whose heads exploded earlier must have been killed by Zhou Yuan using this kind of mental attack. Is this the queen? Claire walked to Zhou Yuan's side, took his hand, and her beautiful eyes fell on the queen. There's a difference between her and the queen in the database. The queen in the database looks like a magnified, enormous-bellied queen ant. The queen in front of us, however, did not have a large belly. She was severely emaciated. Its condition was extremely weak. It lay motionless on the ground, only occasionally twitching its 8 claws near its abdomen, as if it were about to die. It recently laid eggs, so it's not in very good condition. Rare wormholes such as parasites, guard plasma worms, and grenade beetles can only be reproduced by the queen. Zhou Yuan rubbed Claire's hand and explained softly. Contact the temporary command center and ask them to send someone to take over. Zhou Yuan nodded to Cheng Yun, then walked to a position 10 meters in front of the queen's head and stopped, placing 2 fingers on his temples. Can you hear me? Zhou Yuan used telepathy and telepathic communication to try to talk to the queen. Humans. The queen opened her large eyes and stared directly at Zhou Yuan. Her large claws beside her mouth twitched gently, and then a mental fluctuation entered Zhou Yuan's mind. Dawn was born on April 1st, 191, officially enlisted on July 10th, 209, and joined the Mars Tharsus fortress on August 10th, 209. Sensing the mental fluctuations transmitted by the queen, Zhou Yuan's expression gradually became serious. Sure enough, the queen copied all the information from the mining network. The queen knew all about his non-classified files. The queen mentioned him, not just because she knew him, but because he was the one standing before her now. To put it simply, the queen has become a bug-like computer, and it knows all of the Federation's non-classified intelligence. Your intelligence is very strong. It's a pity we've become rivals, but I look forward to seeing you again next time. After recounting Zhou Yuan's basic information, the queen gave him a deep look, then closed her eyes and remained motionless. We'll have to meet in the lab next time. Seeing that the queen had severed the telepathic connection and communication, Zhou Yuan didn't bother her anymore. He left a sarcastic remark and then fell silent. So what if it's a super AI? What good is having a lot of intelligence? They still have to obediently go into the lab and have their research department slice them up. However, for some reason, Zhou Yuan felt that the queen's condition was not quite right, that she was unusually weak, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Sir, it's all done. At this moment, Cheng Yun came over to report, excitedly saying, We've won a great victory this time. Lieutenant General Paul Wood has been found. He was not infected by the parasite and is now on board the Colossus. The small legion hasn't encountered the swarm of insects. They're clearing out the mining area, and the insects in the mine are almost all gone. Finally, the research department is on its way here. They have brought engineering machinery and can receive the queen within 20 minutes. No. Zhou Yuan's thoughts were interrupted, so he simply stopped thinking about the queen's unusual state. Paranoia is unacceptable. A great victory is a great victory. There's no need to create trouble for ourselves. Capturing the queen is a strategic-level military achievement that even a promotion cooldown period can't stop. You should at least get promoted to lieutenant colonel, right? Chapter 172, Selecting New Team Members. An hour later, the massacre squad returned to the giant by transport plane. When Zhou Yuan led the team to evacuate, the research department had already taken over the queen and was now hoisting her up to the ground. Because they were moving too slowly, Zhou Yuan was too lazy to wait for them and simply left ahead of time. Once the research team has taken the queen away, the giant will return to Morosa. Although there were casualties in this operation, it can still be considered a great victory overall. The target was successfully rescued, and the queen was successfully captured. Each unit has made meritorious contributions. The internal and external coordination is excellent. The combat results are impressive. The military merits are well earned, and everyone is very happy. After celebrating with his teammates for a while, Zhou Yuan left the dormitory and headed to the bridge area. eventually finding Wei Chuan and Barbara in the cockpit. Lieutenant General Bull was also present. This guy is lucky, and he must be pretty good too. It's a matter of luck not to be targeted by parasites, but to survive in a warehouse surrounded by soldier insects until rescue arrives requires real strength. Sir, I'm here to report on the mission. Greeting the three generals in turn, Zhou Yuan stopped in front of Wei Chuan. Upon hearing the mission report, Wei Chuan said speechlessly, "Kid, are you playing dumb? Don't give me that. Write the mission report yourself, and make sure it's detailed. Give it to me when you're done." "Boss, what you're saying is wrong. I'm not that kind of person." Zhou Yuan touched his nose sheepishly. "Damn it, it's much more convenient to write a report by hand than to just speak and have someone else write it for you. Weak. Come and take a look." At this moment, Barbara waved to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan went over and saw that Barbara was watching live video on a tablet. This was forwarded to Barbara by someone from the research department. The image depicts the transport queen. "What are you looking at?" Zhou Yuan looked at it carefully for a moment, but felt there was nothing new about it, so he asked in confusion. Barbara pointed at the queen and asked, "The people in the research department said that something is wrong with the queen. Although she still shows signs of life, she is not making any movements." "Oh, that might be because it laid too many eggs before. At least my teammates and I didn't attack it. This is what it looked like when we saw it. It didn't have any wounds on it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan was not surprised. This queen was indeed a bit too quiet. Perhaps she didn't take proper care of herself during her postpartum period, which damaged her vitality. Hearing Zhou Yuan and Barbara's conversation, Wei Chuan chimed in with a serious expression. Zhou Yuan and Barbara both froze, only giving Wei Chuan a polite smile, which made Wei Chuan feel a hint of invisible contempt. While Zhou Yuan and the other two were watching the live video together, Lieutenant General Paul silently left the cockpit and went to a space corridor. He looked down at the mining area below the giant. His pupils suddenly turned purple, and a strange smile appeared on his lips before instantly returning to normal. At the same time, in the wormhole through which the massacre squad had captured the queen, a small area of the ground began to crack. "A perfect body. You weak and ugly insect, continue your foolishness. I am the future of the universe, the ruler of the endless stars. My prey, we'll have to meet in the lab next time." With a hoarse sound, 8 strange, long claws, as sharp as blades, burst forth from the ground, forming a bone wing resembling a spider's leg. Then, a bewitching and alluring figure rose from the ground and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a purple light in its place. At 3 p.m. on Earth, the Colossus departed Alpha 71 and returned to Morosa. The Battle of Morosa is nearing its end, but it is not completely over yet. There are still many support missions to be carried out, so the Nanshaman fortress cannot be withdrawn. As the key contributors to the previous mission, the Slaughter Squad was given a 3-day leave. After receiving the notification, the team members rushed to the restaurant, shouting that they wanted to get drunk. Only Zhou Yuan and Claire remained in the dormitory. Claire just wanted to stick close to Zhou Yuan, but Zhou Yuan had important business to attend to. Zhou Yuan opened his tablet and brought up the list of candidates. Before heading to Alpha 71, the fortress issued a notice to expand its special operations forces. The killing squad's personnel structure has been expanded from a 10-person squad to a 20-person squad, so he needs to carefully select 10 new members. Holy crap. As soon as Zhou Yuan opened the list of candidates, he was quite surprised by one name. Carmen Ibanez, 19 years old, 2nd lieutenant, passed graduation assessment with a perfect score and additionally completed 10 ACE tests, breaking the Starship Academy assessment record. Darling, take her. Before Zhou Yuan could recover from his surprise, Claire made a suggestion from the side. Give me a reason, Zhou Yuan asked curiously. He prefers experienced veterans to undeveloped super geniuses, as this is better for the team. Even though Carmen is very talented at driving, he doesn't really want the inexperienced Carmen, just as he wouldn't bring the young Rico into the team. He was simply surprised that Carmen had passed the early graduation exam so early, especially since the new military service law had only just been released. The Starship Academy's ACE assessment consists of 10 items. The more you complete, the higher your rank will be once you join the Starship Force. I graduated at 22 and completed 4 ACE assessments. She graduated at 19, 3 years less than me, but she was able to complete 10 ACE assessments. Claire explained softly, becoming somewhat embarrassed as she spoke. No woman wants her man to see her shortcomings, especially when the person she's comparing herself to is a woman who is just as beautiful and capable. That's amazing. Zhou Yuan clicked his tongue in admiration, not expecting Carmen to realize her talent so quickly. No wonder he made it onto the short list of candidates for the Nanshaman Fortress. Okay, I'll take it. We need to be more careful in the future. Carmen's piloting style is a bit reckless. We can't let Carmen fly recklessly, lest she drive the transport plane into a ditch. Zhou Yuan continued reading and spent half an hour selecting 10 new members. They are Captain Adelaide, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. Lieutenant Stark, Machine Gunner, Scout. Lieutenant Seth, Assault Trooper, Engineer. Second Lieutenant Jonah, Assault Rifleman Guide. Second Lieutenant Logan, Medic, Signalman. Second Lieutenant Danny, Sniper, Communications Officer. Second Lieutenant Carmen, Driver, Medic. Sergeant Lewis, Driver, Sniper. Sergeant Zhang Yekoan, Assault Soldier, Demolitionist. Sergeant Liu Xingfei, Machine Gunner, Demolitionist. To the original 10 members, these 10 new members have stronger firepower in their positions, and most of them are fierce men who are good at charging into battle. This is the combination Zhou Yuan wanted. Soldiers with stronger individual combat capabilities, better equipment, and ultimately, a stronger performance. Drop. Check the box, submit, send out the recruitment notice, a system prompt pops up, and you're done and ready to leave work. Chapter 173 Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Midnight. Zhou Yuan gently moved the sleeping Claire from his arms, sat on the sofa, and lit a recovery cigar. Team members in the afternoon, Claire rented a single dormitory room, collected his daily allowance, and had just finished eating and fell asleep. Now, he has another important matter to attend to. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Skill 2.3, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telecommunication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, USS Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Infernal Grenade. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 5,057,000. The online store is now open. After glancing at his wallet, Zhou Yuan opened the shop and went straight to the mecha sales page. There are many mechs in the store. Dozens were added today, with prices ranging from 500,000 to 1,500,000 soul points. Of course, this doesn't mean that the 1.5 million mech is the best. All mechs priced over 1 million have themed options, and you can choose to purchase additional configurations for the mechs. In other words, the price displayed is only the price of the main body of the mecha. When it comes to fighting bugs, the original mechs are actually sufficient. However, when you have enough soul points, you can max out the configuration all at once, saving you the trouble of upgrading later. I spent 2 minutes choosing. Zhou Yuan found a mech called the Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. The Hulkbuster mech from sci-fi movies, only with some differences in details and color. It is priced at 1.25 million soul points. Open the purchase page and select Add Extra Features. Optical Stealth Generator, Infrared Stealth Generator, Electromagnetic Stealth Generator. We need all 3 types of stealth. A barrier energy attenuation shield that can autonomously absorb energy flow and channel it into the energy device. A great thing. Shoulder-mounted Gatling gun and tactical nuclear launcher. These are standard insect killing equipment. Take them. Get a few miniature energy cannons to blast holes or something. It's cheap. It needs to be amphibious, covering land, sea, air, and even a vacuum, plus the best life support system, 300,000. Okay. The intelligence system, needless to say, must be top of the line. Zhou Yuan spent about 10 minutes picking and choosing before finally selecting an extra configuration. Byte. Purchase successful. 3.7 million soul points deducted. Obtain Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the spend money like water achievement. Damn, that's expensive. Pressing the purchase button immediately cost Zhou Yuan 3.7 million soul points. He laughed and cursed, feeling both heartache and excitement, experiencing a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure. That's right, the total price is 3.7 million. The original mech costs 1.25 million, and the additional configuration costs 2.45 million. This mech is a heavy firepower mech, with firepower equivalent to a 10-person robot squad. It is equipped with Gatling guns and tactical nuclear missiles on both shoulders, 100 small missiles inside the limb armor, and 2 sets of 30 small proto-missiles inside the chest armor. Miniature ion energy cannons in total, 2 inside the palms, 2 below the knees, and 4 on the back. A high-explosive grenade launcher, a heavy machine gun, and a laser gun. These 3 guns, in their unactivated form, are metal bracelets on the mech's wrist. A pulsed ion cannon, fired directly from an energy device on its chest. In addition to these firepowers, the mech's main body systems are also very powerful. Intelligence systems, stealth systems, life support systems, hydraulic systems, injection systems, etc. These passive and active systems are all high-end products. It's no exaggeration to say that, if he were willing to burn his soul points for supplies, this mech could easily wipe out a fleet. In other words, he didn't want the mecha to get any bigger, otherwise he could have installed a faster-than-light engine. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Major, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 1,357,000. If you look at your soul points now, the balance has dropped to the beginning of 1. Let's take them out for some practice another day. Zhou Yuan closed his personal panel and tiptoed into the bathroom. Those 3.7 million soul points were well spent. This mech can crush bugs with its fists alone, and there will be plenty of opportunities to recoup the cost in the future. Snap! Zhou Yuan took the mecha out of the store's warehouse and put it on. The Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech is a communication watch, only slightly larger than a regular communication watch. Drop. Zhou Yuan pressed a button on the watch face, and the communication watch lit up. The next moment, the communication watch disintegrated into silver-gray metallic particles, which then swam towards Zhou Yuan's arm, continuously enlarging as they moved. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the Nano Heavy Firepower Reactive Armor was fully donned. Zhou Yuan experienced it firsthand. The mecha's neural sensing system was excellent. There was no resistance at all after putting on the mecha. It felt like an extension of his body. My gaze was raised a little, but I just felt uncomfortable. Not at all. Because the mech has multiple miniature mechanical eyes, its vision is all-encompassing, covering all directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back, with no gaps in its field of vision. This is what a mecha should be like. Experiencing it for several minutes, and getting familiar with the basics of the mecha, Zhou Yuan put the mecha away with satisfaction and left the restroom. If the Federation S-Mech prototype was a puppy, then this 3.7 million soul points mech is a battle-hardened tiger, completely incomparable. It was Claire who called him, otherwise, he would have wanted to experience it a little longer. Claire spoiled his fun, and she has to pay the price. Darling, I'm hearing some strange noises, what are you doing? Seeing Zhou Yuan return to the bedroom, Claire, sitting on the bed, opened her arms, revealing an adorable expression that seemed to be asking for a hug. Watch the video. Mr. Morgan sent me a video, saying that he had developed a new mecha weapon. Zhou Yuan stepped forward and hugged Claire, lifting her up like a kitten. Mecha. Claire nodded slightly and said with emotion, if we had mechs, so many people wouldn't have died in yesterday's operation. The mechanized unit suffered significant casualties yesterday, with a total of 48 people killed and 77 wounded. Keep in mind that Lin Fei only has 500 men under his command. And these 100-plus people are only those she knows about. The number of casualties is unknown. There will be some in the future. Upon hearing Claire's words, Zhou Yuan touched her cheek. Morgan said it would take about 5 years, and that the mechs could be deployed to Special Operations Forces within 5 years. Claire wanted to say something, but only let out a soft hum. Zhou Yuan's hand had somehow already swum behind her. Honey, you don't look well. Do you need a shot? Zhou Yuan chuckled and sat down on the edge of the bed, placing Claire on his lap and biting her with his gaping maw. Chapter 174 Carmen joins. The leisurely holiday passed quickly. That morning, Zhou Yuan, fully armed, left his single dormitory and headed to the training area. During this 3-day holiday, the 10 new team members he selected have arrived and reported for duty one after another. However, he and Claire stayed in their single dorm room, so they didn't bother with the new team members and instead left Dax to handle the registration. Today is the first day the squad has returned to combat readiness, and as the squad leader, he can't be absent from work without a valid reason. Soon, Zhou Yuan arrived at his private training ground. It has to be said that having a deputy is a good thing. Dax is already leading the team in training, and they are currently doing basic training, endurance running. Zhou Yuan did not disturb the team members' training, but stood quietly by the track, scrutinizing the 10 new team members. His judgment remains as good as ever. The newcomers were all in high spirits, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Although they were sweating profusely, they looked extremely excited. Just be excited. Not just anyone is qualified to join the slaughter squad. While Zhou Yuan was scrutinizing the newcomers, they were also secretly observing him, glancing at him every now and then. However, Zhou Yuan wasn't wearing training clothes. Instead, he was equipped with space weaponry, so they couldn't see his face. Even so, the newlyweds were not disappointed, because they have already seen what they wanted to see. The black and red skull space armor, with massacres plated on the chest plate, is the superstar of the Federation recruitment ads, Carnage. When the 10 new team members first received the call-up notice, they were all puzzled. They only gave me a departure time and a brief description of the transfer process, but nothing else, making it all very mysterious. When they arrived at Morosa and boarded the Colossus, they learned from their veteran teammates what kind of unit they had joined. Surprise! A top-secret strategic space fortress, a top-secret special operations force, and a squad of super infantry slaughterers. A new and glorious chapter in my life has begun. Attention! All hands stand at attention. After half an hour of endurance training, Dax brought the team to Zhou Yuan. Listen up, newcomers, there's only one rule here. Execute orders, complete orders, or you're fired. Do you understand? Zhou Yuan put his hands behind his back, faced the line, and asked softly, his main gaze fixed on the 10 newcomers. Understood, sir. A chorus of responses rang out, and Dax led the way in saluting. Very good. Continue training, but don't overdo it. We've already entered a state of combat readiness. After greeting the newlyweds, Zhou Yuansheng nodded slightly to Dax, walked to a nearby lounge chair, sat down, and happily lit a recovery cigar. Thank you for the generous gift. Weak. Slaughtering so young. Newbies. Shut up. Start running. When Zhou Yuan took off his combat helmet, there were many shouts from the new recruits, and then several of them were hit with a stick by Dax. Carmen was one of those who got scolded. The other newcomers were simply surprised that the massacre was actually a handsome young man, not the muscular, middle-aged monster they had imagined. As Zhou Yuan's old friend and classmate, Carmen was more shocked than the others. See you again after 15 months. Her old classmate suddenly became her boss. Judging from the plated insignia on his shoulder armor, Zhou Yuan is now a major. How did you do that? Isn't it said that the mobile force is the least promising force? She, Carmen Ibanez, was the top student at the Starship Academy in Sao Paulo, South America. Her graduation assessment broke all previous records, making her the best trainee pilot in the entire Federation. Despite achieving this, she was only promoted to second lieutenant. But by the time she became a second lieutenant, Zhou Yuan had already climbed to the rank of major. The gap is too large. Hey! Zhou Yuan's senses were incredibly sharp. He immediately noticed Carmen's gaze and smiled as he gave her a two-finger salute. He didn't have the ability to sense happiness, but he could still guess what Carmen was thinking. Carmen's thoughts about him now are like her thoughts about Carl's future. Damn it! How can he be so strong? This is not fair. 2 hours later, the 3-hour morning training session came to an end. Weak. Carmen cheered as she left the team and rushed over to Zhou Yuan, who had been slacking off on the sidelines, giving him a warm hug. Long time no see, future aerospace commander. Zhou Yuan chuckled as he caught Carmen. He really missed his old classmate after so long, and he missed his old college life. Joe, what are you doing here? By the way, did you bring me here? My God, you're a major? That's unbelievable. To be honest, I was terrified when I was drafted, thinking I would become cannon fodder. Carmen was so excited that she was almost incoherent. This was the first time she had spoken directly with an old friend since entering the Starship Academy. However, in her excitement, she forgot that she was still clinging to Zhou Yuan. Claire stared intently at Carmen, her initial fondness and optimism now replaced by wariness. The new recruits were secretly groaning. They hated the nepotism that had brought them in, and they knew they couldn't afford to mess with this young pilot in the future. Dax and the others stood aside watching the show, eager to see Claire and Carmen fight it out. You have a lot of questions. However, all these questions can be answered in one sentence. Zhou Yuan put Carmen down from his arms, touched her forehead with his index finger, and said with a look of great experience, "Survive. You survived the battlefield, you kept surviving, and then you became a major. Now I need the best pilot, and I think you are that one." Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Carmen's smile gradually faded. Ignoring his praise, she hugged him tightly again and said softly, "I hope my joining will make your life easier." "Thanks." Zhou Yuan patted Carmen on the shoulder and couldn't help but reminisce about the past. He doesn't seem to have had a very hard life. His excellent luck and superior strength make him the best performing one wherever he goes. "Honey, won't you introduce me to him?" At that moment, Claire suddenly squeezed between Zhou Yuan and Carmen. She gave Zhou Yuan a light kiss on the cheek, then leaned on his shoulder and gave Carmen a provocative look. Seeing this, Carmen suddenly became somewhat displeased. Claire had been very warm towards her before, almost treating her like a younger sister. But now, "I'm the best trainee pilot in the entire Federation. I became a second lieutenant at the age of 19. What are you, an old woman, arguing with me about?" In just one glance, Carmen's competitive spirit was ignited by Claire. And also, she had only ever considered Zhou Yuan a good friend, but now, after Claire's provocation, she suddenly realized that Zhou Yuan was more than just a good friend. Handsome and dashing, with a bright future ahead. This high-quality man who has already begun to realize his talents. She and Rico broke up a long time ago. Putting everything else aside, it's just to teach that old woman Claire a lesson. Chapter 175. I love directness the most. Evening. A group of 20 people returned to their dormitory from the restaurant. After the squad expanded, 5 bunk beds were added to the dormitory, making it 5 on each side, which reduced the aisle space and made it feel a bit crowded. In this situation, the original plan was to move to larger dormitories, but the giant was crammed with too many people, and the living area was not enough, so they had to squeeze in for the time being. "Try it." Zhou Yuan used the rummaging of his briefcase as cover to pull out a handful of recovery cigars from his ring and distributed one to each of the team members. Experienced smokers know the power of a reconstituted cigar, so they put it away to smoke later. "Thank you, sir." New players who are willing to draw cards immediately are in a good mood, since the commander seems approachable and the future won't be difficult. "Relax, just call me Captain normally." Zhou Yuan waved his hand without saying much, kicked off his shoes, and fell onto the bed. This action made the newlyweds feel much less reserved. The current list of members of the Slaughter Squad is as follows: Zhou Yuan, Claire, Shara, Tang Lai, Rosen, Lucy, Chung Yun, Austin, Eric, Dax, Atale, Stark, Seth, Jonah, Logan, Danny, Carmen, Lewis, Zhang Yekoan, Lu Xingfei. Very nice. The number of people who could be ordered around increased from 9 to 19. "Honey, it's my mom on the phone." Claire rested her head on Zhou Yuan's stomach and scrolled through her phone for a while. After receiving a call, she showed Zhou Yuan the screen and then skipped happily out of the dormitory. There are too many people in the dormitory, so it's not convenient to talk about personal matters. "Zhou, I'll sleep here." As soon as Claire left, Carmen's eyes lit up. She sat down next to Zhou Yuan's bed and pointed to the bunk opposite her. "Okay, sure." Zhou Yuan nodded, still looking lazy. After a day, he realized that Carmen was up to something and that she had feelings for him. Carmen was too obvious. She would always linger around him and would hug him every now and then, as if she wanted to take their friendship to a whole new level. He was actually quite pleased with himself. Carmen's body was very strong, just like Claire's, the kind of guy he could take advantage of. Of course, the most important thing wasn't whether they matched each other's aesthetics. The most important thing was that Carmen told him in the afternoon that she had broken up with Rico. Otherwise, he would still have avoided Carmen. He still had the basic moral bottom line that one should not covet one's brother's wife. Now, observe for 2 more days. If Carmen continues to flirt with him, then find a time to make love to her. "Zhou, if you don't have any tasks tomorrow, would you like to go to the movies with me? I have a lot of interesting experiences to share with you." Seeing that Zhou Yuan wasn't in high spirits and had no intention of chatting, Carmen decided to take a roundabout approach. As she extended the invitation, she also looked around. Nobody's paying attention here. The teammates were all gathered around the card table by the door, playing cards, and their voices were as loud as if they were cursing in the street. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's lips curled up slightly, and he agreed. "Then it's settled." Carmen laughed, patted Zhou Yuan on the stomach, and went back to her own bed. "Wow, I'm really in high demand." Zhou Yuan glanced at Carmen, who was sitting on the bed, secretly excited, and subconsciously wiped his handsome face. He wasn't very enthusiastic just now, mainly because he wanted to ensure his own invincibility. He takes initiative, nor refuses, nor takes responsibility. He resolutely adheres to the three neither knows principle of a scumbag. There's a saying that goes like this. If there's a winner and loser in love, then the one who falls in love first is definitely the loser. Of course, he wouldn't be so awful as to turn the girl who loves him into a loser. Take Claire, for example. She's the kind of woman who's braved dangers with him and said she'd stay with him for life. He'll definitely support her for life. The next day was approaching noon. After the morning training session, the team of 20 members split up and went about their own business. Claire approached Shara, Carmen, and Lewis, wanting to form a group to conduct simulated flight training in the bridge area. Shara and Louise both agreed, but Carmen refused, citing illness as the reason. The entertainment area is waiting for you. After returning to her dorm and changing her clothes, Carmen sent a message to Zhou Yuan, who was still practicing shooting at the training ground, and then happily headed to the entertainment area. Okay. On the other side, Zhou Yuan received the message, gave a brief reply, took a shower, and went to keep the appointment. Upon arriving at the entertainment area, Zhou Yuan found the private cinema box that Carmen had opened. Is it a private room for couples? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, already prepared for a feast, and gently pushed the door open to enter. Weak, Carmen was sitting on the sofa, but when she saw Zhou Yuan come in, she immediately stood up. Carmen, you look very special today. Zhou Yuan looked Carmen up and down, and finally touched the bridge of his nose and said, You are dressed very specially today. Red high heels paired with a camouflage trench coat create a unique and stylish look, but it's not really suitable for a romantic movie theater for couples. And now, Carmen lifted her trench coat, revealing a slip dress underneath, the hem of which was surprisingly lace. It's special now too. Exceptionally sexy and beautiful. Zhou Yuan was in a great mood. His blood seemed to flow faster, and he gave a gentlemanly bow. As a seasoned veteran, how could he not know what Carmen meant? This lace dress is a direct attack. Okay, he's the kind of person who likes to be direct. Thanks. Zhou, please sit down. The movie has already started. Carmen patted the sofa next to her and pointed to the projector in front of her. Zhou Yuan nodded and sat down next to Carmen without hesitation. He sat very close. He could touch Carmen with the slightest movement of his arm. Zhou, you've changed a lot. You never dated in school. How come you found a girlfriend so soon after joining the army? Carmen started making conversation as soon as the movie began. Upon hearing this question, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, but he smiled and said, It's probably because the pressure is too great. I don't want my private life to be as repressive as my missions. Oh, that was just passion driven by pressure. Many young people have this experience. I thought you really liked her. Carmen was secretly pleased and spoke in a calm voice, taking things out of context. Perhaps that's life. Zhou Yuan sighed, feigning helplessness, and slapped his right hand on his thigh. Life is not static. Perhaps you can try a different way of living, Carmen said softly, shaking Zhou Yuan's right hand with a consoling expression. I will consider it. Thank you for reminding me. By the way, you should also think about yourself. I really can't understand why Rico would break up with such an outstanding girl like you. If I were him, I would do everything in my power to keep you by my side. Okay, I won't talk about anything that makes me unhappy. Let's watch a movie. Zhou Yuan looked indignant, shook his head to end the topic, and then took Carmen's left hand in his own, patting it gently. I figured it out. Feeling the warmth in her left hand, Carmen secretly cheered. Claire, show me what you're capable of doing. She's a little girl, very young and inexperienced. Seeing the excitement and smugness on Carmen's face, Zhou Yuan chuckled inwardly, but his face remained calm. Chapter 176 Eat It All, Morgan Calls. 2:00 in the afternoon. Carmen staggered into the training field and gritted her teeth to join in the training. Ibanez, what's your problem? Seeing that Carmen was limping and completely unable to keep up with the team's training pace, Dax signaled the team to stop and then walked up to Carmen. When Claire saw Carmen's furrowed brows, as if she were in great distress, she suddenly felt a pang of sympathy and spoke up. VJ, she said she wasn't feeling well at noon. The situation seems a bit serious. I'll take her to the medical area. Hearing this, Dax nodded. Then it's up to you. Go now. There are 4 drivers in the team. He is very lenient in training the drivers and does not apply the training standards for infantrymen to the drivers. That's all. Claire helped Carmen leave the training field and head towards the medical area. Lieutenant Colonel Claire, I'm fine. I'm just not feeling well these past few days. We're both women, you understand. When passing through the residential area, Carmen made an excuse. She is indeed feeling unwell, but her discomfort is unrelated to illness, so she cannot enter the medical area. Oh, Claire nodded knowingly and reminded her. Then you should go back to your dorm and rest. If the pain becomes unbearable, you should go to the medical area to get some medicine. I understand, thank you. Carmen thanked her and then entered the medical area alone. As Carmen walked, she suddenly felt a pang of shame. Claire is a wonderful person, and if it weren't for the incident of stealing her boyfriend, she's sure she could have become good friends with Claire. While Carmen was resting in her dorm, Zhou Yuan was showing off his drinking in the restaurant. Slaughter, you seem to be in a good mood. Seeing Zhou Yuan chug 3 large glasses of beer in a row, the bartender asked curiously as he refilled Zhou Yuan's glass. It's very good. Zhou Yuan shrugged, a carefree and satisfied smile on his face. 2 hours ago, he ate Carmen. It wasn't until the attack began that they realized they were bleeding. Only then did he remember that although Carmen had been dating Rico for 2 years, she had never given herself to him, saying that she had some kind of faith that required her to be under 18. Rico was practically a simp back then, afraid that Carmen would be unhappy, so he kept waiting for her, but all he got in return was a breakup. Unexpectedly, he received good fortune today. However, the fact that she bled made Carmen's importance in his heart considerably increased. He needs to find a time and an explanation to persuade Claire. 3 people can be together, why fight and kill each other? He has experience and is confident in this matter. If you come up with the right approach, this matter can be resolved in just a few words. Claire's heart was completely devoted to her. She always listened to everything he said and wanted him as a person. She was easy to please. Carmen has a strong admiration for the strong and a strong ambition for success. Once Carmen learns about his and Claire's backgrounds, she will probably agree. Let's do it this way. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Yuan felt much better. Although it's despicable and heartless, he'll be happy once it's done. After having a few drinks, Zhou Yuan left the restaurant, intending to go check out the training ground. Buzz. The communicator rang, and Zhou Yuan saw that it was a video call from Morgan, so he immediately answered it. Hey, Mr. Morgan. Zhou Yuan walked to the space corridor and stopped, using the starry sky as a backdrop. Kid, fuck. I gave you so many good things, and you actually used them to help another research group capture the Queen. OMG. Don't you know that's the Queen? Even I've never seen the Queen bug before. Morgan started yelling as soon as the call connected. Even across an entire galaxy, Zhou Yuan could sense Morgan's displeasure in his tone. That's not something I can decide. My authority is insufficient. The person who came to receive the Queen is a lieutenant general from the Strategic Research Department. I can't very well go up and punch him, can I? Besides, compared to the flesh and blood samples of Leviathan, is the Queen even a good thing? Zhou Yuan explained helplessly. Although he is now a major with the authority of a major general, he is still a lowly soldier who has to do things for his superiors. Insufficient authority? Fuck. You damn lazybones. Don't you even know what your job entails? Last time, in order to help you erase the examination of awakened psychic power, I specially created a highly classified department, the Supernatural Warfare Bureau. You're that damn deputy director of that damn department, the one with the authority to mobilize fleets and legions. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's perfunctory explanation, Morgan launched into a tirade of curses. Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded, greatly shocked by what Morgan had said. He remembered that incident. He had exposed his telekinetic abilities when he killed the brainworm, and then asked Morgan to help him get through the strict scrutiny he was supposed to face. Only to create a top-secret department for this kind of thing, and even give him the title of deputy director. Okay, you're awesome. So, even though you only need to enter an identity code to access the Supernatural Warfare Bureau's network, you still haven't been able to get in? Seeing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Morgan was so angry he laughed. He could tell that Zhou Yuan hadn't taken the matter to heart at all. If he hadn't brought it up today, Zhou Yuan might have forgotten about it altogether. Of course not. Actually, I know all these things, I just want to keep a low profile. The main reason is for your sake. You don't want to be seen as a bad scientist who only gives preferential treatment to juniors, do you? Zhou Yuan snapped out of his daze and said with a serious expression, You're doing this for my own good. Fuck you, you're shameless. Morgan was both amused and exasperated, her index finger trembling as she stared at the screen, but her mood improved because of those few words. That's it. Only Zhou Yuan dared to speak to him like that, and that's why he admired Zhou Yuan. For someone in his position of power, finding a friend is really not easy. By the way, I have a question. After Morgan calmed down, Zhou Yuan asked, eliminating mission reports and capability reviews should be very easy for you. So why create a highly classified department? He suddenly remembered something. The Supernatural Warfare Bureau is the department Carl will work for in the future, and Carl will be the director. Kid, that's classified. Morgan's expression tightened, and he said in a deep voice that he did not intend to tell Zhou Yuan. This is quite an awkward situation. The Supernatural Warfare Bureau was a departmental plan he had conceived of several years ago, but it had never been launched because he found it too troublesome. When Zhou Yuan asked for help, he was too lazy to call the strategic department, so he activated this plan and gave Zhou Yuan a classified identity, solving the problem once and for all. After the plan was launched, he originally intended to cancel it after a while. Before they could even cancel it, the intelligence department took notice, saying that the plan needed to be prioritized. He postponed it for 6 months, but couldn't keep going any further, so he had no choice but to start developing the Supernatural Warfare Bureau. Because I have too many research projects on hand. He wasn't very interested in the Supernatural Warfare Bureau. Fooled young idiots from the strategy department and assigned them tasks haphazardly. Chapter 177 Return to the Fortress, Prelude. These are turbulent times. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan ended the communication, turned to look at the starry sky, and put the cigar back in his mouth. After Morgan finished complaining about the Queen, he told him some confidential information. First, there's the matter of the Queen. The Queen he captured died in the lab this morning. The researchers said it died from exhaustion after giving birth. Secondly, there's the matter of Krendisu. The Federation has already cleared a path in the GJ-1 system and is preparing to attack Krendisu in the near future. Finally, there's the matter of the mechs. With advancements in the manufacturing technology of miniature tokamak devices, the deployment of mechs may be shortened from the next 5 years to the next 3 years. These 3 things were all major events, but Zhou Yuan wasn't very concerned about them. The Queen is dead, so be it. The military merits have already been earned. Not to fight on Krendisu is up to them. It's not their place to form a 20-man tactical squad like the Slaughter Squad. Whether the mechs can be mass-produced or not is irrelevant, since he already has a top-of-the-line one. The result of his call was, he got a scolding from Morgan, learned that he was a hidden big shot, and got a batch of top-quality equipment from Morgan. The outcome of Morgan's call was, he scolded Zhou Yuan, felt great, and then gave him a batch of junk equipment that he considered mass-producible. This is a win-win situation. The waves in the sky are easy to fade away, but the heat is hard to stay. November arrived quickly, bringing with it the late autumn of Zhou Yuan's memories. That day, Zhou Yuan and his teammates got up very early, had a simple breakfast, and then went to the space corridor. Outside the window is a brilliant yet lonely starry sky. All the stars are smiling at everyone who looks at them. This is the outer space of the planet Morosa. Today marks the end of the long-term mission to Morosa at the Nanshiman Fortress. All troops dispatched on missions will return to Nanshiman Fortress today. Cool. After waiting for a few minutes, more than a dozen starships appeared near the giant, forming a fleet in neat rows. Carmen shouted excitedly because she was the only rookie in the team, while her teammates were all seasoned veterans. For a newbie like her, let alone seeing a fleet, even an ordinary starship would be incredibly cool in her eyes. That year, we gazed at the starry sky, filled with so many brilliant dreams. That year we walked side by side, with so many passionate hearts. A long time later, memories will gradually fade away. I wonder if this moment can be preserved until then. A long time from now, when we look up at the starry sky, the brilliant starry sky is still there, and I hope that our dreams are still there, and our passionate hearts are still there. Zhou Yuan looked at his companions, who were all arm in arm with him, and spoke with feeling. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone was somewhat moved. I suddenly felt sad for no reason. The female team members, led by Claire and Carmen, all stared at Zhou Yuan with adoration, their hearts filled with either love or admiration. The male team members were slightly better off, feeling that their captain was an all-rounder. Not only was he good at killing insects, but he was also amazing at reciting poetry. Just look at how the girls were looking at him. I will. At that moment, Zhou Yuan felt his left hand being grasped by Claire, and at the same time, he heard a firm voice. Certainly. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and rubbed Claire's little hand. Suddenly, his right hand was also pulled, and he saw that Carmen had also grabbed it. The 2 beautiful female pilots occupied Zhou Yuan's left and right hands, one on each side. Hey! Zhou Yuan pretended nothing had happened, and simply played with the 2 slender hands that were handed to him. He hadn't sorted out the matter between Claire and Carmen yet. It wasn't that a month wasn't enough time for him to handle it, but rather that he simply couldn't find an opportunity to get started. From the day he won over Carmen, he noticed that Carmen and Claire's relationship had improved, and within a month they were like sisters. So he suppressed the matter and is currently waiting for the right opportunity. Enjoy it while you can. Why go out of your way to cause trouble? Buzz. At exactly 7 o'clock in the morning, a small black dot appeared in the distant starry sky. The small black dot grew larger and larger, and a strange refracted light appeared around it, as if the appearance of the black dot was distorting the entire starry sky. Even though there was no sound around them, everyone felt a strange noise, like tinnitus, entering their ears. The next moment, the increasingly large black dot in the starry sky exploded into distorted rays of light. Where the black dot was originally, a colossal space fortress suddenly appeared, its surface shimmering with light. This is the Nanxiamen Fortress. Zhou Yuan lit a cigar and said something casually. Cool. Yes. Awesome. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, a cheer erupted from the group, all coming from the newlyweds. They had been part of the killing squad for over a month. During this time, they asked their veteran teammates what exactly the Nanxiamen Fortress was and which planet it was built on. But whenever they asked, the veterans would remain mysterious and wouldn't say anything, only saying that the Nanxiamen Fortress would not disappoint them. Today, I finally met him. There was not a trace of disappointment, only boundless awe. The South Heavenly Gate Fortress was actually a space fortress that they had only ever heard about in rumors. Marvelous. This space fortress is the real fortress. The Federation has many highly classified fortresses, and Nanxiamen Fortress is one of them. Even the President was unaware of its existence. The fortress commander is General Tang Yu, the aerospace commander of the Starship Force. It has been conducting cruises around the solar system, carrying out the most difficult and urgent missions in the entire Federation. Only the elite of the elite are qualified to join it and do tasks that ordinary people cannot do. Back in Morosa, I only had one requirement for you. Execute the orders and complete them. After we return to the fortress, I have a second request for you. Keep your mouth shut unless you want to go to the gallows, understand? Seeing the newlyweds gazing out the window with blissful expressions, Zhou Yuan said coldly. Understood, sir. The newlyweds exclaimed that they knew this rule. Dax had told them about it on the day of registration. Before long, the fleet approached Morosa, and more than a dozen starships dispersed to find their own anchorages. Pack your things and get out of here. I've had enough of this crumbling starship. Zhou Yuan waved and led the way back to the dormitory. The veterans followed Zhou Yuan slowly, while the newcomers ran at full speed, eager to enter the Nanxiamen Fortress as soon as possible, just like children rushing to get into an amusement park. Charge! 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 Jonah, wait for me. I want to be the first one to get to the fortress. Chapter 178 The Battle of Krendisu. Jumping onto the soft bed he hadn't touched in over half a year, Zhou Yuan let out a comfortable groan. It feels amazing to be back. At the Nanxiamen Fortress, his captain's quarters were 45 square meters, while on the Giant, his squad's quarters were only 50 square meters in total. The difference is significant. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant Colonel, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 20.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Title, Financial Expert, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 1.641 million. After lying down with his eyes closed for 2 minutes, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. The panel remains unchanged. First, there's the matter of soul points. Due to the limited number of tasks, my total soul point income last month was less than 300,000. Secondly, his military rank was promoted from major to lieutenant colonel. Once you reach the rank of colonel, it becomes increasingly difficult to advance further, because the next rank above colonel is general. Wei Chuan told him that if it weren't for the fact that the military merits of killing the brainworm and the queen were too great, his promotion cooldown period would have lasted for at least another 6 months. Because of his outstanding military achievements in killing the queen and the brainworm, he was promoted to lieutenant colonel and received 4 medals. A Federal Special Class Combat Hero Medal. A Federal First Class Medal of Merit. A federal black gold cross medal. A silver star medal for mobile forces. After receiving the 4 medals, he was taken away by the propaganda department of the mobile unit to film a new recruitment advertisement. Future warriors of the mobile force, the epitome of passion and glory. Do you want to be the next him? He's waiting for you in the mobile unit. If he was a popular superstar before, he is now an undisputed king of popularity. Because the 4 medals he wore represented the Federation's best soldier of the year, the greatest military achievement of the year, the greatest combat contribution of the year, and the strongest mobile infantry of the year. To not return home in wealth and honor is like wearing brocade at night. Wearing space gear every day makes it hard to even get a medal. I need to come up with a reason to show off to an old friend. Zhou Yuan touched the 4 medals in his pocket, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. I am but a nobody, merely the number 1 in the Federation. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash was heard. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes instantly and saw the half-closed door being smashed open, and his team members rushed in like mad bulls. Sir! Captain, big news. Everyone rushed to Zhou Yuan's bedside, each holding a work tablet, the screen almost touching Zhou Yuan's face. Newbies, calm down. You are the elite of Nanshaman Fortress, not children scrambling for discounted candy at convenience stores. Zhou Yuan said irritably, pulled his right hand out from under his head, and took a tablet from the nearest one. With the outbreak of war, all 3 major armed forces have entered a state of first-level combat readiness. After seeing the news headlines on the military website, Zhou Yuan was startled and quickly sat up in bed, reading aloud as he went. Chief Nukes has ordered that at 4 a.m. on November 10th, 10 large fleets and 10 large legions be deployed to attack the planet Krendisu. Captain, what do you think? After Zhou Yuan finished reading the news, everyone asked him questions. You see, I'm watching it lying down. Zhou Yuan tossed the tablet back to Tang Lai and lay down again. Shouldn't we go to such a major battle? Yes, the war between humans and insects may be coming to an end, and all those who participated will become heroes. Boss, that's Krendisu, the bug's home planet. This is the ultimate battle, we can't afford to miss it. The team members were talking all at once, but they were all saying the same thing. I want to go to Krendisu. Are you all out of your minds? Why don't you just say you want to be the head of state? We are a special operations force, not an infantry corps. Although the fortress's organization has been expanded, the total number of personnel is still less than 50,000, which is not even half a large legion. How can we fight against Krendisu? Unless General Tang Yu is your father, you'd better stay here obediently. Zhou Yuan offered a few explanations, though he seemed annoyed. After speaking, Zhou Yuan's expression returned to calm. He glanced at the team members and asked in a deep voice, what do you think Krendisu Star is? That's the insect's home planet, a supergiant life-bearing planet that can hold 1,200 Morosas inside. It took us 7 months to capture Morosa, and we deployed the Nanshaman Fortress, 8 large legions, and a large fleet for this purpose. Then I'd like to ask you, can 10 legions and 10 fleets really handle Krendisu, whose belly can hold 1,200 Morosas? At this point, Zhou Yuan sat up again. Picking up the access card from the bedside table, Zhou Yuan tossed it to Dax and whispered, although it's not very nice of me to say it like this, but go to the work hall and see if your relatives and friends have participated in this war. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, the room fell silent. Although the room was heated, the atmosphere was as cold and lifeless as outer space. The next moment, 19 people ran out of Zhou Yuan's dormitory at the same time, leaving none behind. After hearing Zhou Yuan's words, they suddenly felt that the leader's strategic plan against Krendisu was utter nonsense. They all had relatives or friends serving in the military, so they all wanted to get to the work hall as soon as possible to check the latest situation of the Battle of Krendisu. For example, the list of the dead. Team leader, I have something to ask you. If the fortress really sends us to Krendisu, would you dare to go? At this moment, Tang Lai returned and poked his head into the room to ask. Dare? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes, pulled out 4 medals from his pocket, held them between his fingers, raised his hand, and cursed. Rookie, who do you think I am? Get lost if you have nothing to do. Captain is awesome. Tang Lai grinned and gave a thumbs up, then closed the door for Zhou Yuan and ran off. Oh, the god of insects. After all the team members left, Zhou Yuan lay down on the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. The insect god went too far with this scheme, sacrificing all the insect planets around Krendisu to create an opening and use Krendisu as bait to lure the enemy in. If the benefits were not so great, The Führer's offensive strategy against Krendisu would not have been able to convince the commanders of the three major forces. All I can say is, the insect god's intelligence surpasses that of the Federation's high-ranking officials, and the insect's reproductive ability far exceeds that of humans. Otherwise, the insect god wouldn't be able to employ this tactic of killing 800 enemies while losing 10,000 of your own. Chapter 179 Supernatural Warfare Bureau, heading to Pluto. Noon. When Zhou Yuan returned to the dormitory after lunch, he found that the team members were all squatting on the space corridor. No need to ask. Just by looking at their expressions, you could tell that the Battle of Krendisu had been a crushing defeat, and that some of their acquaintances were on the list of the dead. Baby, are you alright? Taking 2 steps forward, Zhou Yuan squatted down next to Claire and asked softly. My uncle died in battle. The number of insects on Krendisu was not as small as the intelligence department claimed. When the fleet deployed its legions, plasma cannons covered the entire outer space. The intelligence department must be held responsible for this. Those damned intelligence agents should all be hanged. Claire, with red eyes, threw herself into Zhou Yuan's arms, her emotions very unstable. 3 hours ago, the death toll surpassed 300,000. Dax walked over from the side, returned the access card to Zhou Yuan, and explained the situation in a deep voice. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. And now? I don't know. The intelligence department withdrew 3 hours ago, and the death toll is still close to 310,000, Dax said, shaking his head. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan already had a general idea of what was going on. The intelligence department is the battlefield radar of large-scale battles. If even the intelligence department is withdrawn, it means that the Federation has given up on this battle. 10 large legions, with at least 1 million men. 10 large fleets, with at least 80,000 men. Of the nearly 1.1 million people who were put in, no more than half will be able to get out in the end. That is to say, at least 550,000 people remain on Krendisu today. Rico is dead. At this moment, Carmen, sitting next to Claire, wiped her red eyes and spoke. Although she had broken up with Rico a while ago, they were still old friends of almost 6 years, and she was very upset. Uncertain. After the intelligence department withdrew, the death list was compiled according to the number of people who were withdrawn. All those who did not register in time would be on the death list. Don't forget, this is just a preliminary death list within the Federal Army, not the final death notice to be sent to military families. Zhou Yuan patted Carmen on the shoulder and offered words of comfort. If nothing unexpected happens, Rico should be lying in the medical pod right now. You know, there's basically no hope. Carmen shook her head somberly. The death list is rarely wrong. On a bug planet, surrounded by bugs, those who could evacuate had already done so. What could those who didn't manage to evacuate do besides face death? Drop. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to try to persuade him again, the communicator in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Kid, come to Pluto. Zhou Yuan walked to the side, and as soon as the call was connected, Morgan's voice came through, sounding very excited. What's going on? The Battle of Krendisu was a disastrous defeat, and the fortress has been placed on high alert. If it's something like transporting military equipment, I probably can't leave. Zhou Yuan disagreed and asked for details. Morgan said in a deep voice, You owe me a queen, and now it's time for you to make it up to me. When the Starship Force attacked Krendisu, plasma bugs on the surrounding insect planets simultaneously blocked the Starship Force's retreat with plasma cannons. You know what this means, right? Come here quickly. This is the first job for the Supernatural Warfare Bureau. Understood. We'll arrive within an hour. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist, ended the call, turned around and shouted, Everyone, please. Sir. The team members stood at attention and saluted. Although they were heartbroken, they still had to obey orders. We have work to do. Fully armed. Assemble at the shipyard in 5 minutes. Proceed. Zhou Yuan didn't waste any words and gave the order directly. Yes, sir. The team members responded loudly, then scattered and ran back to their respective dormitories. Zhou Yuan also returned to the dormitory and dressed as quickly as possible. Morgan's statement meant that there are brain worms on the insect planets near Krendisu, and these brain worms are coordinating with the plasma worms to block the Starship Force's routes. That brain worm might be the same one in the movie that was deliberately captured alive, with the aim of brainwashing the federal leadership. But it doesn't matter which one it is. The important thing is that capturing the brain worm alive is a great military achievement, and he is confident that he can capture the brain worm alive. He wants this military achievement. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant Colonel, Superhuman. Attributes: Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills: Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items: Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Title: Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul Points: 1.641 million. A brilliant and insightful arrangement. A master of telepathy makes his appearance. Before long, a group of 20 people arrived at the boarding area. Zhou Yuan used his privileges to summon a starship and headed to the Pluto coastline fortress. The Nanchaman fortress has already returned to the solar system, so this trip isn't far. It only takes a little over half an hour. The transport plane detached from the starship and went directly through the emergency evacuation route, arriving at the underground research center as quickly as possible. Captain, what are we doing here? Has Mr. Morgan developed an even better weapon? I absolutely love the weapons here. The team members were very excited because every time they came here, they could take away a batch of top-quality equipment that would last them a month. We have a mission. Zhou Yuan said something simple and led the team members to the conference room in the research area. Boss. As soon as he opened the door, Zhou Yuan heard cheers, and then several figures surrounded him. Kenny, Martha, Jerome, Marcus, and Ana. When he and Claire were working at the coastline fortress, the first 4 were his deputies, and the last was Claire's deputy. Hey guys, long time no see. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily and hugged and greeted the veteran team members one by one. Besides the veteran team members, there were 5 other people in the meeting room. Morgan, Henry, and Harper, the 3 giants of the coastline fortress research department. After Kenny took over as captain from Ju-1, Austin took over as team leader from Kenny. The last one. When Zhou Yuan saw the last one, a smirk appeared on his lips. The man was wearing the uniform of the strategic research department and had a face he recognized. He had a name tag on his chest with 2 lines of text written on it. Director of the Executive Department of the Supernatural Warfare Bureau. Major Carl Jenkinson. Damn it. Zhou Yuan was both angry and happy, and a strange feeling arose in his heart, which is much more satisfying than being a mobile infantryman like him who fights to the death on the battlefield. I'm happy that my good buddy is doing well and living a good life, but not to the same extent as me. We must suppress his arrogance. Seeing Carl sitting next to Morgan, looking spirited and full of fighting spirit, Zhou Yuan had several ideas for how to make an entrance. Chapter 180. Carl's heart is bitter. Hey kid, come here. After Zhou Yuan finished catching up with the old teammates, Morgan waved to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan nodded and walked over. It was good that Morgan didn't call his name, so he could tease Carl a little. Kenny, arrange dormitories for them first. Morgan waved his hand and gave Kenny a wink. Kenny understood and led his team leader and Zhou Yuan's team members out of the meeting room. Henry and Harper followed. Now, only 3 people remain in the meeting room. Young man, this is Major Jenkinson. Major Jenkinson is the head of the executive department of our Supernatural Warfare Bureau. When we are busy, we rely on Major Jenkinson to manage the Supernatural Warfare Bureau for U.S. Morgan patted Carl on the shoulder and introduced him to Zhou Yuan. Understood. Zhou Yuan chuckled. What kind of executive director is he? To put it bluntly, he's just a laborer brought in to do odd jobs. Jenkinson, this one. Morgan wanted to continue, but before he could finish speaking, Carl suddenly stood up. Massacre. Recipient of the Federal Special Class Combat Hero Medal, Special Class Combat Merit Medal, Black Gold Cross Medal, and Mobile Force Silver Star Medal. My colleagues all say you're a legend, and I think so too. Carl stood at attention and saluted, immediately showering Zhou Yuan with compliments. Then he extended his hand to Zhou Yuan and said solemnly, Good morning, Deputy Director. I am Carl Jenkinson. Kid, you're not bad. I admire you. Zhou Yuan coughed and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, shaking hands with Carl. That kid has something. Honed Carl into an outstanding talent with all the qualities to become a senior strategic officer. Angus, the chief strategist of Tharsus Fortress, would probably like someone like Carl. Thank you, sir. Carl responded excitedly and tried to salute again, but found that his right hand was being held by Zhou Yuan, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Sir. Carl felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that this leader didn't like him very much, or perhaps he wanted to give him a hard time. Kid, do you know what you just did? You interrupted Mr. Morgan. Do you even know who Mr. Morgan is? Mr. Morgan is a federal first-class scientist, a recipient of the Federal Hero Medal, a federal general with the authority to command, and one of the greatest thinkers of our time. I'm very disappointed. It seems I should seriously reconsider your new position, Zhou Yuan said coldly, still coughing, making himself sound like a middle-aged man. Weak, sir. Zhou Yuan's sudden change of attitude caught Morgan and Carl off guard. Morgan found it a bit strange. Zhou Yuan wasn't like that. Why would he deliberately find fault with a subordinate? Carl realized he'd messed up. He'd been so focused on flattering the deputy director that he'd completely forgotten the director was sitting right next to him. He was careless. The recent delegation of power by the bureau chief made him a little complacent, and he actually forgot the most basic rules of the power arena. But now that I've calmed down and thought about it carefully, I realized that the deputy director's voice sounded a bit off. When he first entered, the deputy director was catching up with an old friend. He overheard some of their conversation. They were young people, and the voices sounded somewhat familiar. I didn't hear it very clearly because of the distance. But now, the deputy director's voice has changed again, from a young man's voice to a middle-aged man's voice. Is he doing this on purpose? Finally, and most importantly, the director just called on the deputy director, Zhou. A young voice? Weak? Carl shuddered, an absurd thought popping into his head. He shrank back and tentatively asked, Zhou? Shut up, kid. Who gave you the audacity to address your superior by their first name? Zhou Yuan resumed his original voice and punched Carl in the stomach. Fuck you. Weak? Zhou, you damn bastard. You scared me to death. Carl clutched his stomach and backed away, grinning broadly. He pointed a finger at Zhou Yuan, pointing his index finger and cursing loudly. You two know each other? Seeing this, Morgan, who had intended to go up and persuade Zhou Yuan, paused and asked. Yeah, this kid is my high school classmate. We're pretty close. Wait, you brought him into the Supernatural Warfare Bureau, but you didn't even look at his basic information. Zhou Yuan explained, then became curious again. I am a rigorous scientist. I only care about his abilities, not who his classmates are or where he went to high school, Morgan said with a serious expression. Looking at the materials? Are you kidding me? Looking for an easy target to fool. What's the point of looking at any information? Open this year's Federal Telepathy Assessment Ranking list. Select the first place, and you're done. All right. Zhou Yuan shrugged, and then took off his combat helmet. Shit. Seeing Zhou Yuan show his face, Carl was completely relieved and felt a sense of ease. Judging from the conversation between Zhou Yuan and Morgan just now, the two are very familiar with each other, so much so that a subordinate can directly address a superior as you. His two immediate supervisors were on good terms, and one of them was his best friend. His life got much better from then on. Carl, you're doing a bit terribly. It's been almost 2 years. How come you've only reached the rank of major? Well, it's better to be mediocre. Unlike me, I'm either killing brainworms or capturing queens every day, and occasionally I have to kill starship worms. I'm exhausted. People really shouldn't be too outstanding. They're just too annoying. Zhou Yuan sat down with a smile, took out a recovery cigar from his medical shoulder bag, and lit it. Neither Carl nor Morgan smoked, so he didn't get a share. How did you do that? Carl's face darkened, and he felt extremely distressed. If Morgan hadn't transferred him here recently, he would still be a lieutenant on Earth. But Zhou Yuan is already a lieutenant colonel. Thinking back to the grand words he made when they parted, he was now so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in the ground. How did you do that? Kid, you just said it yourself. I'm a legend, but that's nothing to a legend. A legend can push an ordinary person like you to their limit with just a slight move. Zhou Yuan took a deep drag on his cigar, blew a smoke ring into Carl's face, his expression calm, but inwardly extremely smug. A local talent freak? Sorry, I am a despicable outsider. Carl fell silent, feeling a mixture of envy and sourness. All right, stop showing off. We can catch up later. Morgan watched the show for a while, and seeing that it was almost time for the afternoon experiments, he slapped the table. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan and Carl immediately sat up straight. Let's get down to business. Chapter 181 Intelligence Analysis, Mind Communication. Drop. Morgan tapped on the small table screen in front of him to turn on the holographic projection. Countless lights shone from the ceiling, creating a somewhat dim video above the conference table. Zhou Yuan and Carl leaned forward slightly to observe carefully. This is a video recording of the Federation's attack on Krendisu. At the beginning of the video, 10 fleets consisting of 100 starships are stationed in outer space of the planet Krendisu. Then, Countless transport planes detached from the starship and rained down on the surface of Krendisu. The scene then shifts to the skies above the surface of the planet Krendisu. At an altitude of about 100 meters, the view below is quite clear, and you can see transport planes landing in formation before finally releasing troops. There were no insects around, only the occasional sight of a few plasma cannons taking off in the distance. This screen lasted for 2 minutes, showing the deployment of troops, and finally a successful login message appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. It was at this moment that the situation changed drastically. At the same time, the ground around the landing site cracked. Countless tank beetles emerged from the ground, followed by even more soldier beetles, scorpions, and other combat beetles. Because there were so many insects, the scene looked somewhat like a volcanic eruption, an Arachnid insect version of a volcanic eruption. After emerging from the ground, these insects went berserk, charging headlong into the faces of the mobile troops. Battle is imminent. At first, the mobile forces were able to hold their own and even managed to defeat the swarm of insects. There are many insects, but there are also quite a few people among them. 10 legions, totaling 1 million men, carried a large amount of weapons and ammunition, including tanks, missile vehicles, heavy robots, and everything else one could need. However, the advantage of the mobile forces did not last long. Krendisu is the Zerg's homeworld. How could it not have locusts? Swarms of locusts appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire land like a dark night. Locusts are inherently the bane of infantry, and with their countless numbers and the element of surprise, the 10 legions quickly found themselves in a state of disarray. As soon as the locusts arrived, the starship force couldn't sit still and immediately deployed its air force. Manned and unmanned aircraft in dual aircraft formations, including bombers, fighters, and fighter jets. All types of aircraft capable of fighting are present. But before the Air Force could even assemble and launch its attack, an even bigger problem arose. At this point, the screen splits. There are 3 channels in total. The first channel shows the original battlefield, the second channel shows the outer space of Krendisu, and the third channel shows the surrounding star system. When the Air Force appeared, the second and third screens both lit up. Plasma cannon. Countless plasma cannons rose from the surface of Krendisu and blasted into outer space. In the surrounding star system, where every insect planet was illuminated by plasma cannons, and countless plasma cannons were fired into space, forming a blockade network of dozens or even hundreds of plasma cannons. Judging from the recorded video, Krendisu looks like a yellow marble, tightly locked in a blue laser cage. 3 seconds later, all 3 images simultaneously stopped. The plasma cannon zoomed in bigger and bigger in the field of vision, crashing into the recorder. Any thoughts? After playing the recorded video, Morgan asked in a deep voice. Drop. Zhou Yuan didn't speak immediately. Instead, he reopened the recorded video and zoomed in to the point where the 3 split screens were playing simultaneously. After completing this step, Zhou Yuan stood up and pointed to the star region where the solar system and the GJ-1 star system meet. Look here. These plasma cannons appear to fire at the same time, but there is actually a brief interval between them. Starting from this star field, plasma cannons appear one after another, forming a plasma cannon blockade zone from the outside in. Clearly, the cerebrate that gave the orders to the plasma worms is located in this star system, which is why the plasma worms in this star system act faster and earlier. Morgan nodded. I agree with you, but why does it have to be the brain worm? You should know more about the intelligent worms than anyone else, and the queen's telepathic abilities are also very strong, so why can't she be the queen? Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, touched his temples with 2 fingers, and looked at Morgan and Carl. It is precisely because I understand the intelligence bug better than anyone else that I know the queen's telepathic abilities are far inferior to those of the brain bug. I have dealt with both of these intelligent insects and know how capable they are. The queen is still far from achieving interstellar communication. Although the brain worm has strong telepathic abilities, it cannot communicate across half of the GJ-1 galaxy, which means that there is more than one brain worm in the GJ-1 galaxy. There might be one in every other star system. They work together to spread the command system across the star system, which is why these plasma cannons have firing intervals. We don't have the capability to search half a galaxy, so we can only focus our efforts on this region of the star system. The answer is clear. This star system was the first to have plasma cannons, and the brain worm is located here. Shit. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Morgan and Carl both stood up. Only then did they realize that Zhou Yuan had not spoken. His voice had appeared in their minds out of thin air. I call it mind communication. The brainworm uses this ability to achieve interstellar communication. However, my mental strength is not strong enough for long-distance telepathic communication. Zhou Yuan shrugged, concealing some of his true strength. This isn't fair. Back in school, my telepathic abilities were clearly superior to yours. Damn, Zhou. Carl was momentarily lost in thought, slumped back in his chair, and wore an expression of utter despair. Kid, who do you think I am? I am Carnage, a legend in the eyes of Major Carl Jenkinson. However, you don't need to feel inferior. Telepathic communication is not a powerful ability. Anyone with a slightly stronger mental strength can awaken it. Kid, keep it up. I believe in you. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy, and a happy smile began to appear on his lips as he read aloud. Brainworms, that's fine too. If the brainworm is as powerful as you say, then there's nothing left for the Queen to study. I just want the smartest worm. We need to act quickly to prevent the brainworm from being snatched up by others. Morgan stroked his chin and nodded slowly. This is not difficult. Just get all the video recordings you can, have the technicians analyze them, and find the earliest Zerg planet where plasma cannons appeared. Then, leave it to me. Zhou Yuan elegantly exhaled a smoke ring and nodded slightly to Morgan. Okay, leave this to me. Morgan nodded repeatedly and got up to leave the conference room, but before opening the door, he turned back and called out to Carl. Jenkinson, mark down the star system that Zhou selected earlier. Notify all departments. The Supernatural Warfare Bureau has a top-secret operation in that star system. Remember to emphasize this. No one is allowed to enter that star system before our top-secret operation is over. Old man, you're abusing your power for personal gain. Upon hearing Morgan's words, Zhou Yuan shook his head and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Morgan glared at Zhou Yuan and gave him the middle finger. You don't know anything. I just want to improve. Chapter 182 P-Star. Carl, you're doing pretty well. The Major is a big shot. With a little more effort, he can catch up with me. After Morgan left, Zhou Yuan teased Carl again, saying in a sarcastic tone. Carl stood up with a dark expression and said seriously, I have to go to work. This is the first official task the director has given me, and I must give him a satisfactory result. Okay, go ahead and do it, kid. The deputy director thinks highly of you. Zhou Yuan, with a cigar in his mouth and a satisfied expression, waved casually from his chair. By the way, how did Carmen end up with you? Carl wanted to leave the suffocating conference room immediately, but he stopped after taking a step and turned back to ask. He just saw Carmen, and Carmen saw him too. However, due to the special occasion, neither he nor Carmen dared to speak casually, and only nodded symbolically in greeting. She participated in the early graduation assessment and broke the trainee pilot assessment record. My squad is the best tactical squad in the entire Federation, you know that. After all, the captain is a legend, so the team members can't be too bad either. Zhou Yuan gave a brief explanation and winked at Carl. Then let me see what this tactical squad is capable of. I only need 3 days to find the location of the brainworm. Hopefully, the legendary Carnage and his squad won't waste my intelligence. Carl felt both ashamed and angry, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Mama fuck. Carl was now filled with regret. He shouldn't have flattered her so eloquently. Now, he's certain that Zhou Yuan will remember the legendary massacre for the rest of his life. 3 days? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, putting on a disdainful expression. 3 days is too long, but with your abilities, 3 days is indeed your limit. Kid, go do it. Once you find that fat guy's location, I can take care of him in just 1 day. You'd better be able to do it. Carl gave a disgruntled reply, quickened his pace, and practically fled the conference room. At his first class reunion, after leaving school, he suffered a crushing defeat. A mere major is no match for me. Zhou Yuan chuckled, feeling incredibly pleased. Making all his old friends jealous was one of the reasons he was determined to work hard. As for catching up with old friends, that's not urgent. Catching the brainworm is no easy task, and this operation may take quite a while, so there will be plenty of time to catch up. Brainworm. After finishing a cigar in the conference room, Zhou Yuan sighed and headed to the armaments department. He has already killed 2 brainworms. Kill 3 more brainworms, and the mind-blowing achievement will be upgraded, unlocking the next level of the outstanding wisdom title, Exceptional Intelligence. As an upgraded version of the title, Outstanding Intelligence, Exceptional Intelligence definitely adds to brain function, and most likely by 10 points, which is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, intelligent worms like brainworms are hard to find. It's one thing if they're hard to find, but even if you do find them, you might not be able to kill them. Like today, Morgan demanded to be captured alive. For the next 2 days, Zhou Yuan and his team prepared for the battle, ready to face the brainworm again. A lot has happened in the federal government these past 2 days. First, there are the post-war statistics of the Battle of Krindasu. A total of 76 starships were lost, and nearly 730,000 people died in battle. No strategic damage was inflicted on the Arachnid Zerg, resulting in a negative return. The federal government couldn't suppress the news, because nearly 1.1 million people went, and almost 300,000 returned alive. With nearly 300,000 mouths to feed, you can't stop them no matter what you do. Therefore, the Federation had no choice but to disclose the war situation to the public. Because the losses were too great, public resentment was boiling over, causing a great commotion, and even many relatives of martyrs rushed to the conscription point to smash and destroy things. As public discontent grew to the point of spiraling out of control, the federal government offered an explanation. The second head of state stepped down after serving less than 2 years. Marshal Kiran Khan of the Mobile Forces has resigned. The aerospace commander of the Starship Force has resigned. Evan Gabriel, the chief strategist of the Strategic Forces, has resigned. Of the 4 people with the highest federal authority, 1 was impeached and removed from office, while 3 voluntarily resigned. Many high-ranking officials were also dismissed and investigated, with lighter punishments including caning and imprisonment, and more severe punishments including execution by firing squad and hanging. Most of them were from the Strategic Intelligence Department. Of course, whether it's being impeached and forced to resign or resigning voluntarily, the 4 big shots at the beginning are all fine. Zhou Yuan learned from Morgan that the second head of state would lay low for a while before transferring to the Strategic Intelligence Department. The 3 commanders-in-chief don't even need to avoid the limelight. They each have their own highly classified space fortresses, allowing them to focus on being fortress commanders. In addition to providing an explanation, the federal government also released 2 other pieces of information. The first measure is to increase funding and improve the various benefits for soldiers, in order to counter the slogan that "Don't join the army. Joining the army will lead to misfortune," has already spread among the public. The second is the strategic offensive plan of the third leader, which follows the conservative tactics of the first leader and gradually invades the GJ-1 star system. The public felt that both of these news items were perfectly reasonable. Soldiers do dangerous work, so their treatment must be improved. We also have to fight the Arachnid Zerg, but we can't rush the fight. Following a series of federal responses, public discontent has somewhat subsided. Although the public is still vehemently criticizing the incidents, serious incidents such as vandalizing recruitment sites have ceased. It's the 5th day since we arrived at the Pluto coastline fortress. Shortly before 4 o'clock that morning, Zhou Yuan was bombarded with phone calls from Carl and went to the conference room. Nailed it. Seeing that Carl had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, but looked somewhat excited, Zhou Yuan became interested and immediately asked. On the very first night after receiving the video recordings, the technicians used video analysis to locate the first insectoid planet to launch a large number of plasma cannons during the Krindasu campaign. Tango Star, designated P. Planet P is a habitable planet and the outermost planet in the GJ-1 system, very close to the solar system. The Federation still has several abandoned outposts on Planet P. He originally wanted to rush in and take down the brainworm, but Morgan and Carl disagreed. Both of them said that his life was too precious to just land on an unknown insect planet based on a mere piece of intelligence. Finally, Carl said he would verify the accuracy of the intelligence. Using the departmental authority of the Supernatural Warfare Bureau, an intelligence team from the Strategic Intelligence Department was dispatched to Planet P to assess the insect situation. Of course, assessing the insect infestation is just a pretext. Carl's real purpose was to use this intelligence team as bait to probe whether there were brain worms on Planet P. The brain worm is about to eat the meat that's already in its mouth, will it? Compared to capturing a brain worm alive, an intelligence team is nothing. Carl, having worked in the Strategic Intelligence Department for so long, knows the priorities well. Chapter 183 The Tough Guys. Nailed it. Carl nodded emphatically and handed Zhou Yuan a work tablet. Zhou Yuan took the tablet, glanced at it, and then frowned, asking, "What does this mean?" The tablet contained no information about Planet P, only data on a special operations unit. A tough, masculine force. A 100-person special operations force at the Cassini base on Io. He knew the hard men unit. That was Zalek's unit. Those guys from Ricketts old day, they were in this unit now. Sorry, I took the wrong one. Carl peeked over and then waved his hand apologetically. We have news from the intelligence team that was sent to Planet P 3 days ago. They were attacked yesterday afternoon after arriving at Outpost number 3 on Planet P. Before the communication signal was lost, Major General William, who was leading the team, sent back intelligence that the insects had dug directly from underground to attack the outpost, including both soldier insects and sand beetles. You know, sand beetles aren't combat beetles. They appear alongside soldier beetles. Brainworm. Zhou Yuan's lips curled up as he looked at Carl and said, "Leave the rest to me." Carl shook his head. "That's what I think too, but the director disagrees." The director said this is still not a completely certain intelligence speculation, and those sand beetles may just be going to deal with the spoils of war. "I know the director doesn't want you to take any risks." Carl turned on the screen of his work tablet, pushed it in front of Zhou Yuan again, and said seriously, "So, I plan to send another group of people. They outnumber the intelligence team and are stronger in combat. If the brainworm hasn't had its fill yet, then this group should be able to see the brainworm. By the way, there's a funny coincidence. Rico and Tiz are both in this unit. It's a pity. For the sake of the brainworm, I have to send them to their deaths. I hope you won't be too sad when the time comes." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan finally understood what Carl meant and said irritably, "So after all that, you just want me to keep an eye on Rico and Ty's lives?" "Uh-huh." Carl shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "You wouldn't want your best friend to be eaten to pieces by bugs, would you?" Although I set the bait, it was Henry who selected it. He is the director's research assistant, so I cannot deny his involvement. So I hope you can find a reason to persuade the director to go there in person. While helping my good friend, I also personally confirmed the information about the brainworm. Time. Zhou Yuan remained silent for a moment, then stood up and asked calmly, "The tough guys are scheduled to land on Planet P at 6 a.m. It's 3:52 a.m. now. It only takes 8 minutes to get to Planet P from here. You have 120 minutes to prepare." Carl stood up and threw a punch at Zhou Yuan. "That's enough." Zhou Yuan and Carl exchanged fist bumps, then quickly left the meeting room and returned to their temporary dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Yuan grabbed the revolver from the bedside table and fired a few shots at the chess and card table, waking everyone from their dreams. Stay attentive. Upon seeing that it was Zhou Yuan who fired the shot, the team members immediately jumped off their beds and stood in their respective positions. The captain woke the team with a gun. They all knew what that meant. "Guys, we've got work to do. At 6 o'clock sharp, we're going to land on Tango Star in the GJ-1 system to catch a tyrannical brainworm. Now let's get moving." Zhou Yuan threw the revolver onto the bed, put his hands on his hips, and shouted, "Yes. I've never seen a brainworm before. Cool. I love this mission." After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, the team members became excited and immediately got dressed. Capturing intelligent insects is arguably the most difficult and important mission that Special Operations Forces can undertake. Not all Special Operations Forces can take on this task. "I need to go to the military equipment department later." Zhou Yuan thought to himself as he dressed, recalling the plot. The recent events are a key plot point in the first film in the Galaxy series. In summary, the story is about Krindisu's crushing defeat, the P-planet swarm surrounding the outpost where the Hardman forces were located, and Sim capturing the brain worms who volunteered to be captured. The difficulty of these three major storylines. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. He didn't go to the most difficult Krindisu battle, and the simplest one, the brain worm, hadn't had time to volunteer for capture yet. Today he faces a swarm of P-planet insects surrounding the outpost. Facing an insect swarm, firepower is the most important thing. Considering the weight, there's no need to bring regular firearms. Just bring a Gauss gun and enough C4 electromagnetic bullets. We also have heavy weapons like B-2 proto-grenades, shockwave grenades, and tactical nuclear bombs. We'll bring as many as we can. Zhou Yuan couldn't afford to suffer the same losses that the tough guy troops in the original storyline had. At the same time, on the other side, at Cassini base were also quite lively. 100 team members formed a square formation, listening attentively to Zalek's speech. You've all received the mission notification. An intelligence team has lost contact at Tango Star Outpost number 3. Our mission is to find them. This mission is very important because there is a major general from the Strategic Intelligence Department in the intelligence team, so I need you to be at your best. Give it your all, no backing down. If anyone fails to perform, I'll shoot them dead. Did you all understand? Zalek had a serious expression and exuded a cold aura. His sharp gaze swept across the faces of all the team members. Understood, sir. The crowd responded with enthusiastic shouts, and a wave of fervor had already begun to rise. Rescuing a general from the insect's territory, this mission is undoubtedly a big deal. Yes. Rico, standing between Tits and Old A in the queue, subconsciously clenched his fist. He is already a private first class and has accumulated a lot of minor military merits. If he does well in this mission, he will definitely be promoted to private first class. Goodness, this is what it feels like to be a special forces soldier. I never dreamed that we, who were being chased and beaten by bugs just a few days ago, would have the opportunity to join the special forces. After Zalak left the dormitory and the ranks dispersed, Old A closed his eyes, opened his arms, and said with a look of rapture, "Because we survived to the end." Rico responded in a low voice, looking somewhat dejected. When he joined the tough guys unit, he asked Zalak why they, as rookies, were allowed to join. Zalak said that those who fight to the very end and survive are true tough guys and deserve to join the tough guy unit. Hey, cheer up. Seeing the change in Rico's expression, Old A patted him on the shoulder. "We've done our best. You even almost lost your life while going back to help. What we need to do now is kill more bugs and avenge our dead comrades." "I will." Rico took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Chapter 184, Landing on Planet P. Around 6 o'clock, 2 starships arrived at Planet P. Because the lessons learned from the disastrous defeat at the Battle of Krendasu were too painful, the 2 starships did not even dare to enter the outer space of Planet P. They stopped far away at the edge of P planet's gravitational field, with the C drive still running, and were ready to accelerate and jump away as soon as they arrived. Not long after, the 2 transport planes detached from the starship and entered outer space on Planet P. Both transport planes are Raptor transport planes used by Special Operations Forces, but the Slaughter Squad uses a smaller one, while the Hardcore Squad uses a larger one. Check the equipment. Just before the transport plane was about to land, Zhou Yuan left his seat and went to the cabin door, then turned back and called out, "Stand by." Everyone stood up to check their equipment, and then raised their hands one after another. "Very good. I want to emphasize again, although we brought a lot of ammunition, this is an insect planet, and we may encounter insect swarms. At that time, no amount of ammunition will be enough. So, before you encounter a swarm of insects, don't fight too fiercely, understand?" Zhou Yuan reminded him. "Clear. Don't worry, boss. My gun is itching for a fight." The team members chattered excitedly, all ready to give it their all. "Okay." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and began to adjust his own state. He made thorough preparations for this trip. Apart from the 3 pilots who remained on the transport plane, Carmen, Shara, and Lewis, the 17 team members each carried at least 20 magazines, meaning each person had at least 6,000 rounds of C4 electromagnetic bullets. Suffering from a severe fear of insufficient firepower, he carried an ammunition box containing 100 magazines and a total of 30,000 C4 electromagnetic bullets. Besides, the team also brought 170 grenades, half B2 and half shockwave, which meant each person received 10 grenades. 40 tactical nuclear warheads were placed on the bodies of 5 demolition experts. With this firepower, he was confident he could defeat the small to medium-sized insect swarm that attacked the outpost in the original storyline. The transport plane landed quickly. By the way, as I mentioned before, this operation is a joint operation, and our allied team is the Tough Guys unit. My old classmate is right there, and I don't want him to recognize me too soon, so I'll speak in a strained voice first, understand? After the cabin door opened, Zhou Yuan did not immediately disembark, but turned his head and whispered something. "Clear." The team members all laughed. They could understand why Zhou Yuan did this. He simply wanted to give his old classmate a surprise. Thinking of Zhou Yuan's old classmates, they suddenly became curious. He had been in the military for less than 2 years. Zhou Yuan is a lieutenant colonel, a high-ranking officer in a secret department, and is known as the Federation's strongest infantryman. Carl is a major and a high-ranking officer in Zhou Yuan's classified department. He is the top scorer in this year's Federal Telepathic Talent Assessment. Carmen is a lieutenant, a genius who broke the Starship Academy's assessment record, and the best recruit in the history of the Starship Force. These 3 people are monsters. So, just how powerful are these 3 people's old classmates? On the other side, the Tough Guys had already disembarked. Zalak led his team to the transport plane carrying the Massacre Squad and lined up to greet them. Half an hour ago, Zalak received a notification from his superiors. This mission will be carried out by the Slaughter Squad and the Hardcore unit, who will be under the command of the Slaughter Squad leader. Zalak had no complaints about this. He knew how ruthless the massacre was. The massacre wasn't some spineless coward who only gave orders with words. There was nothing unacceptable about being the deputy of such a tough guy. Zalek's teammates were the same. They showed no dissatisfaction, only excitement. The Slaughter Squad is a unit led by the legendary infantryman Slaughter. If they could, they would all want to join the legends, don that iconic Red Skull armor, and become one of the legends. The weaponry of Special Operations Forces can be customized. However, later, in order to set an example for infantry, the Red Skull armored unit became an exclusive template that only the Slaughter Squad could use. Amidst their expectant gazes, the superstar Zhou made a dazzling entrance. Zhou Yuan, fully armed, slowly stepped out of the cabin. His team members followed closely behind, and after disembarking, they quickly dispersed to guard the surroundings, even though there was nothing around. "Sir." Zalek immediately stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. "Tough guy, I've heard of you." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, and extended his hand to Zalek. "I heard you like to stay until the very end on the battlefield." Zalek extended his hand and shook it, replying in a deep voice, "Give it your all, there's no turning back." "Your code name is correct." Zhou Yuan praised him, then said, "My purpose in coming here is to gather intelligence, which conflicts with the rescue mission you accepted. So, don't worry about me and my team. Just do your job, and let's go." "Yes, sir." Zalek was also decisive and efficient, and he immediately turned to his team and shouted, "Let's get started, go." With a command from Zalek, the 100-strong Hardman squad turned and advanced toward outpost number 3. "Keep up." Zhou Yuan gestured to the team members on guard around him and followed behind the tough guys. This place is 60 kilometers away from outpost number 3. 60 kilometers is not a long distance. It can be covered in less than half a day during a forced march. But this is an insect planet, a place of constant vigilance and combat. It would take at least a day to travel 60 kilometers, and we might not even reach outpost number 3 by noon tomorrow. This route was arranged by Carl. A journey of 60 kilometers takes at least a day, enough time for the bait to release its aroma and attract its target. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant Colonel, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul Points, 1.65 million. As always, when the opponent is an intelligent insect, the intelligent one makes the best arrangements. I will strike as a master of telepathy. After advancing for half an hour, we arrived at the bombing zone. Before us lies a mountainous region with an undulating terrain, resembling a surface composed of countless lush slopes. This area was bombed by a small fleet mobilized by Carl at 5 a.m., leaving it devastated and littered with insect corpses. The area further ahead was the same, entirely a bombing zone, extending all the way to outpost number 3. Chapter 185 Arrival at the Outpost. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Not long after we went forward, insects appeared. They were all soldier insects, and they rushed out of the wormhole without any concealment, attacking anyone they saw. They didn't care whether doing so would expose the insect hive, how many of their own kind were around them, or how many enemies were in front of them. My acting skills are so bad. Zhou Yuan shook his head and complained, then raised his hand and waved. Guys, fire away. There aren't enough insects here to fight. Nonsense. How many bugs could there be in an area that was just bombed? I'm not interested. You can have these appetizers. I'm not interested either. Let the newbies practice. The team members spread out to fight the enemy, firing their guns while chatting in the squad channel, none of them showing much enthusiasm. There were too few worm soldiers coming to cause trouble, probably less than 100 in total. A few C4 electromagnetic bullets would take them all down. How boring. Zhou Yuan put his hands on his hips and began to stroll across the battlefield. This is the capture plan devised by the brainworm. Release humans into Outpost 3, let them discover the bizarre corpses inside, and send back news that there are brainworms there. At last, the swarm of insects overwhelms the outpost, and the brainworms suck up another wave of human brains, preparing to welcome the insect-catching army and wait to be captured. Boom! After wiping out all the nearby insectoid soldiers, the tough guys started deploying tactical nuclear weapons. There are many wormholes here, which means there is at least one worm nest underground. Night fell quickly. The tough troops stopped and set up camp on a plateau. This plateau was a rocky plateau, surrounded by rocky cliffs, with rocky ground in the middle. This terrain is excellent for defense. It can prevent locust and tank beetle attacks. Just keep an eye on the soldier beetles that might attack from the head or tail. Fighting their way through the night, the morale of the tough guys was soaring, and every member's face was beaming with smiles. The insect soldiers they encountered on the road were all small swarms, posing no threat whatsoever. In fact, they destroyed many of their nests. This battle was so exhilarating. The tough guys had a blast, while the slaughter squad had a blast slacking off. You don't need to do anything. Just pay attention to what's behind you. I see. Only Zhou Yuan strolled along, looking left and right, playing a puzzle game. He now finally understood why. In the original storyline, when the tough guys were trapped in the outpost by the insect swarm, they didn't use tactical nuclear weapons. It's not that we don't want to use the tough guy troops. It's that we've already used them all. Lasted all day long, using not only tactical nuclear weapons, but also a large quantity of mixed explosives and conventional grenades and bullets. With the fighting so fierce, by the time we reach outpost number 3, we'll be lucky to have 30 to 40% of our ammunition left. Captain, where are we going to spend the night? The tough guy just found me and invited us to spend the night at their temporary camp. He had a transport plane deliver a batch of supplies, including alcohol. Zalek excitedly went to Zhou Yuan to report. What? Can they drink alcohol? Everyone stared wide-eyed. This was a battlefield. What kind of operation was this tough guy unit making? I was genuinely surprised, and I was also genuinely envious. Go ahead, I'll keep watch tonight. Don't get drunk, keep your mouth shut, and conserve your fighting spirit. Zhou Yuan smiled and waved his hand. This is Zalek's style of leadership. The best soldiers deserve the best treatment. He strongly agreed with this view, believing that mobile infantry should enjoy life to the fullest and treat every moment of enjoyment as if it were their last, as long as they know how to do it in moderation. Yes. Thanks, boss. Guys, charge. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members cheered and then ran towards the temporary camp of the tough guys, with only Claire remaining by Zhou Yuan's side. Honey, aren't you going to visit your old classmates? Claire took off her combat helmet, took Zhou Yuan's arm, and asked. It's too early now. Zhou Yuan shook his head. It's not just old classmates, but also old friends I've known since my recruit days. Even the tough guy himself was my history professor in high school. So much. Claire looked at the temporary camp in surprise, not expecting Zhou Yuan to be so familiar with the tough guys. So I can't meet with them too early. They're in great shape right now, and my current position might affect their condition. On the battlefield, a commander can only have one identity, commander. Zhou Yuan explained that this was a battlefield, so it was best to be serious to avoid causing any trouble. Oh, I understand. Honey, wait for me a moment. I'm going to get something to eat. Claire responded, took off Zhou Yuan's combat helmet, kissed Zhou Yuan hard on the cheek, and then quickly ran into the temporary camp. Start. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and walked behind a giant rock. Go, the target is the brainworm. You don't need to kill it, just report its location. With a flick of his wrist, 2 laser birds and a swarm of exploding mosquitoes, now only 40 remaining, appeared, then spread their wings and disappeared into the night. The next morning, the 2 teams set off one after the other. After a 5-hour march, they successfully located outpost number 3 near noon. Outpost number 3 is built in a cliff-like terrain, with steep, wind-eroded cliffs behind and to the left and right, and a rugged hilly area directly in front. This terrain is excellent for defense. When insects come to your door, you only need to guard the area directly in front of you. Tang Lai, Jonah, go take a look. While Zalak was arranging for his team to scout the outpost, Zhou Yuan also sent out 2 of the team's guides. Captain, there are no enemies. Less than 30 seconds later, Tang Lai and Jonah relayed the information back. The outpost wasn't very big, about the size of a football field, surrounded by a simple alloy plate defensive wall, with some living quarters inside, and that was it. At first glance, all that could be seen were corpses. It was utterly silent. Walk. Zhou Yuan gave the order through his earpiece, leading his team to enter the outpost before the tough guys. Shit. The bugs have swarmed this outpost. The Federation really should strengthen the defense level of the outposts. I'm sure they encountered a swarm of insects. Upon seeing the scene at the outpost, everyone's brows furrowed. There weren't many insect corpses outside the outpost, but inside the outpost, there were so many that they could be piled up into a small mountain. This shows that the insects attacked very quickly. By the time the people at the outpost reacted, the insects had already invaded the outpost. Check it out. Zhou Yuan gave a soft order, signaling his team members to spread out and check, while he himself looked around. The outpost looks to be in good condition overall, except that the defensive wall at the entrance was knocked down by the soldier bugs. It can be manually replaced to deal with the upcoming bug swarm. Good terrain plus good equipment plus ample ammunition. This wave should be secured. Chapter 186 Major General William has been found. There's also underground. I almost forgot. Carl said the bugs entered the outpost from underground. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and began to stroll around the defensive wall. Sir. Before they had gone far, Zalek, who had already led his team into the outpost, caught up with Zhou Yuan and asked, Sir, I need your orders. Zhou Yuan shook his head. I already said, our mission's conflict. You only need to execute the orders you receive. Yes, sir. Having received the desired command, Zalek perked up and turned around to shout. Squads 1 through 5, led by Watkins, repair the defensive wall and hold this outpost. Squad 6 to Squad 9, Eileen in charge, clean up the battlefield. Team 10, follow me for a full inspection. With a series of orders issued, the 100-strong Special Operations Force of the Hardman unit immediately sprang into action. Fine, I'll continue to slack off. Zhou Yuan found a place to sit down. After Zalak took over all the miscellaneous tasks, he could rest and wait for the team members' reports. Bang! 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 In the following minutes, Zhou Yuan heard several muffled explosions, which must have been the discovery and destruction of the underground wormhole. Shortly after the explosion, the team members gathered around Zhou Yuan and reported back in turn. The outpost communication window is damaged. It can be repaired in 5 minutes, but we have brought a smaller communication window, so there's no need to waste time repairing it. There are 3 kinds of insect corpses here: soldier insects, locusts, and sand beetles. There were 6 wormholes underground, leading to the hilly area directly in front of the outpost. They were all blown up. The tough guys have taken over the search, and so far no survivors have been found. The brain worm has indeed been here. Many of the corpses have wounds on their heads left by the brain worm feeding on their brains. The team members spoke excitedly. It is now confirmed that there are brain worms on this insect planet, and they are not far from them. Honey, something's not right here. After everyone had finished reporting, Claire whispered something. Is something wrong? Zhou Yuan asked with a smile. The corpses? All these people's corpses are still here. Under normal circumstances, sand beetles will clean up the battlefield and take away everything they can eat. Claire asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and shook his head, saying, perhaps the sand beetle has something more important to do, such as transporting the brainworm. Claire hit the nail on the head. Sand beetles do indeed have a habit of cleaning up the battlefield. That's what they do. However, the battlefield at Outpost Number 3 is different. If the sand beetle removes all the empty beverage bottles left by the brainworm, how would humans know that there is a brainworm there? This is the clue that the cerebrate left for the Federation. The words "come and catch me" are clearly etched on the brainworm's forehead. Hearing Zhou Yuan said this, everyone stopped paying attention to that point, since his explanation made sense. Yeah. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from the communications cabin. What a coward. Zhou Yuan recognized the voice of Major General William, stood up and waved. Claire and Dax, come with me. The rest of you, go up to the defensive wall. Lucy, call for evacuation. I sense a lot of bugs approaching the outpost. Have Snow bring a large transport plane. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members became serious and split up to take action. Zhou Yuan led Claire and Dax into the communications bay, where a familiar scene came into view. Major General William, who was hiding in the closet, has been discovered by the search team led by Zalek. Rakatazier and his 2 teammates were in this search team, and they were now standing at attention, saluting Major General William, who was lying paralyzed on the ground. We need to get out of here right now. Thank you. You are all heroes, every single one of you. Where's our rescue plane? I need to get out of here now. William seemed terrified. After lying on the ground for a while, he quickly stood up and shoved Zalek and the others like a madman. Turning around, William saw Zhou Yuan and his 2 companions who had just entered. A slaughter squad. Thank God. Slaughter, are you here to save me? Take me away from here right now. William was overjoyed and ran quickly to Zhou Yuan, rattling off a string of words like a machine gun. He had heard of the slaughter squad before. Major General William, calm down. I'll take you away from here in a bit. Please be quiet for a while, okay? Zhou Yuan wiped the spittle William had sprayed onto his helmet visor with his hand and said calmly. Later. No. I have to leave here now. The attack was carried out by a brainworm. My brain contains a lot of military intelligence, and the brainworm won't let me go. Lieutenant Colonel, I order you to take me away now. Upon hearing that they could not evacuate now, William immediately became anxious, his face turned grim, and he almost shouted out loud. Bang! With a muffled thud, Zhou Yuan knocked William to the ground with a punch, though he didn't use much force. Then, Zhou Yuan tapped twice on the combat device, opening the interface for the Supernatural Warfare Bureau to classify the target of this mission as classified, and showed it to William. Major General, I am currently carrying out a highly classified scientific research mission. Now, please calm down and stay here quietly while we wait for the evacuation. Don't interfere with my mission, okay? This scene greatly surprised everyone. Claire and Dax were proud and subconsciously straightened their backs. This was the Massacre and the Massacre Squad. They did big things. What was a Major General compared to them? Rakatazir and his two colleagues were delighted. They also disliked this spineless Major General. If they weren't lacking in authority, they would have liked to punch William. At the same time, at that moment, they all became fanatical fans of the Massacre. This is the kind of stance a super infantryman should have. It's absolutely awesome. Zalek remained calm, his attention already elsewhere. He had gleaned two major pieces of information from William and Zhou Yuan's conversation. Planet P has a brainworm. The Slaughter Squad is here to capture brainworms. If that weren't the case, how could a routine rescue mission possibly involve a team of the level of a Massacre Squad? The Slaughter Squad remained silent the entire way, barely firing their guns, because it wasn't their turn to carry out their mission yet. Waiting to evacuate. No, it's too late, we can't go back. The brainworm will find us, and we'll all die here. William slumped to the ground, covering his face and yelling at Zhou Yuan, his expression so anxious he looked like he was about to cry. Zhou Yuan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. No wonder the people in the mobile forces called the people in the strategic forces cowards. The reputation of the strategic forces was ruined by people like William. Chapter 187 The Insect Swarm Arrives. Prepare for battle. I have telepathic abilities and I sense that a swarm of insects is approaching us, and it's quite large. But there's nothing to worry about. I've already called for an evacuation, and the transport plane will arrive in 7 minutes. Ignoring William, Zhou Yuan looked at Zalek and said, Clear. Zalek nodded slightly and led his men out of the communications cabin. Then Zhou Yuan heard Zalek shout, Prepare for battle. We are about to be attacked. I repeat, prepare for battle. We are about to be attacked. I like him. Dax said with a smile that he admired Zalek, saying that this was what mobile infantry should be like. He's a regular at the Martian farm, just like you. Zhou Yuan glanced at Dax and smiled. If that weren't the case, he would be a major now. Zalek has also attacked leaders, and like Dax, it wasn't just once or twice. Take William, that spineless Major General, for example. In the original storyline, Zalek beat William up and even tried to kill him, but Rico stopped him. That's how tough guys are. They'd rather commit a serious crime than tolerate a superior who only makes things worse on the battlefield. I like him even more now. Dax was surprised when he heard this, then laughed even harder. I'll introduce you when we get back. Zhou Yuan shrugged and led Claire and Dax out of the communications pod and to the defensive wall. I saw a bug. Bring up the ammunition we just collected. Thank you for the generous gift. It's an insect swarm. It was noisy on the defensive wall, with more than 100 people standing in a row, pointing their guns at the hilly area directly in front of the outpost. The hilly area was noisier than the defensive wall because the insect swarm had already entered the hilly area and was approaching the outpost. Brilliant. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist, instantly entering battle mode. He had fought many defensive battles before, and each one had been easy, but this time was different. The defense level of this outpost is very low. Apart from a ring of alloy plates, there are only 3 watchtowers and no automatic firepower. This kind of defensive wall cannot stop the insect swarm. The only question is how long it can last. This gave him a long-lost sense of crisis, and at the same time, it heightened his emotions, making his fighting spirit surge like a tidal wave. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Zhou Yuan opened the area of effect channel and gave the order. Listen up, everyone. I am Carnage, and I will be in command of the upcoming battle. Fire now, fire freely. Don't let the bugs get close to the defensive wall. Create a slowdown zone of bug corpses outside the defensive wall to slow down the bug swarm's attack. Yes, sir. A shout rang out in response, followed by rapid gunfire. The combined firepower of the 3 watchtowers and over 100 men was quite strong, halting the advance of the insect swarm's front line as soon as they opened fire. However, due to the sheer size of the insect swarm, the rear ranks quickly surged forward, getting closer and closer to the outpost. Demolitionist, prepare the tactical nuclear weapon. 5 missiles per round, 1 round per minute. No need for permission, launch directly. Everyone else, prepare B2 protozoan grenades. Throw them 10 at a time after the shockwave passes. Once the B2 protoplasmic toxin begins to spread, throw shockwave grenades outside the toxin zone, 10 at a time. Seeing that the insect swarm had completely covered the hilly area, Zhou Yuan immediately gave an order. They don't need to conserve ammunition. The transport plane will arrive in 7 minutes, so just shoot them down. In other words, starships dare not approach Planet P, otherwise transport ships would arrive even faster. What is that? The tough guys were a little confused when they heard Zhou Yuan's order. They'd never even heard of B2 protoplasm grenades or shockwave grenades. This order probably wasn't given to them. That's not to blame on their lack of information. The weapons were mainly developed by Morgan and only recently began to be deployed. The first batch of troops to be equipped consisted of the Federal High Command Strategic Escort Team and the most famous Special Operations Forces. The tough guys were given a slightly lower priority. However, they soon learned what B2 protoplasmic grenades and shockwave grenades were. Boom! With 5 booming sounds and 5 small mushroom clouds appearing, the shockwave of the tactical nuclear bomb swept across the land and quickly reached the defensive wall. Because of the long detonation distance, the shockwave was not very strong. At most, it would blow a person back a step. The next moment, they saw members of the massacre squad throw a volley of grenades they had never seen before over the defensive wall. The grenade spun rapidly after landing, spewing out a thick, dark green mist that quickly formed a smokescreen on the spot. The swarm of insects rushed into the smokescreen, but shortly after passing through it, they collapsed to the ground as if they had suddenly died. Seeing this, the tough guys in the unit were incredibly envious. Even a fool could tell that this thing is the B2 protoplasmic grenade, a biological weapon designed to target insects, with terrifyingly strong effects. However, before they could even feel envious, their envy doubled. The massacre squad started loading shockwave grenades. 10 shockwave grenades were thrown behind the smoke screen, and the explosions cleared a large area, blasting a large number of insects into pieces. The power was so exaggerated that the ground trembled, and soil and rocks flew up and swirled into sand waves. Even high-explosive landmines weren't this powerful. Fuck you. Zalek stared wide-eyed, then secretly glanced at Zhou Yuan. That's a bit exaggerated. It's one thing to have explosive Gauss guns and biological weapons that can instantly kill insect soldiers, but how come even the grenades are as powerful as mixed explosives? Look at the equipment Zhou Yuan is using, and then look at the equipment on my own body. I can't live like this anymore. That's it. No need to conserve ammunition, fire hard. I don't want to see any whole bugs. Zhou Yuan is now in the zone, shouting in the area channel while relentlessly attacking the insect swarm. Cool. It's really satisfying to shoot down swarms of insects with a Gauss gun equipped with C4 electromagnetic bullets. One bullet and an explosion occurs. A burst of bullets obliterates a swarm of insect soldiers. The effect of this attack was visible to the naked eye. It was just like shooting at a swarm of balloons with an air gun, bang bang bang, a chaotic explosion. Locust swarms are attacking. Shortly after the exchange of fire, a warning sound came from the watchtower. This swarm of insects consists of 2 types of fighting insects, soldier insects and locust insects. The 5 tactical nuclear missiles launched just now have cut off the soldier insects' troop resupply, but the locusts coming from the high altitude around the outpost are unaffected. There are many of them. A preliminary visual estimate is around 100. Don't underestimate the number 100. It can be terrifying when applied to locusts, who are flying assassins. Avoid the locusts. Crouch down. In an instant, shouts arose on the defensive wall. As mobile infantry, they all knew how powerful the locusts were. Chapter 188, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Good timing. Upon seeing the locusts arrive, Zhou Yuan was not alarmed, but rather delighted. Soldier insects plus locusts. That's the standard combination for an insect swarm. It's so exciting to fight. Zhou Yuan pulled Zalek over, shoved the Gauss rifle into his arms, and unloaded the ammunition box onto the ground, shouting, "Keep fighting. Leave the locusts to me." "Yes, sir." Although Zalek didn't know what Zhou Yuan was planning, he knew that Slaughter couldn't be a madman, and immediately issued the order. "You cowards, get the hell up. Keep firing. That's an order." Zalek's roar caused the people who had been crouching down to avoid the locusts to pop their heads out again and start firing, but they didn't dare to stand up straight, for fear that the locusts would cut off their heads. "Come." Just as the locust swarm was about to crash into the defensive wall, Zhou Yuan let out a cold shout and unleashed a mental storm. Buzz! A powerful mental force surged from Zhou Yuan's mind, spreading outwards to the foreground and quickly enveloping the locust swarm in the air, as well as the nearby swarm of insect soldiers. Bang! 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 Mindstorm is Zhou Yuan's strongest attack method, and its effects are immediate once activated. The 100 or so locusts in the air had almost reached the defensive wall, but failed at the last step. Their heads exploded all at once, and their remains, propelled by the momentum of their high-speed flight, crashed to the ground one after another like falling meteors, with many even landing in the outpost. Not only locust swarms, but many soldier insects also perished. That were closer to the defensive wall also met their fate of being headshot. Hundreds upon hundreds of soldier insects, like wheat, were easily swept away by the mental storm and fell to the ground, becoming stumbling blocks on their path to attack. Cool. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy, but the mental turmoil didn't stop. He instantly adjusted his state, mobilizing his energy and spirit into one, and aimed at the swarm of insect soldiers on the ground, unleashing a full-force mental storm. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the battlefield situation changed again. The second wave of psychological storms was far stronger than the first and covered a larger area of the battlefield. 300 meters outward from the defensive wall, all the insectoid soldiers within this line were impacted by the psychic storm. A headshot extravaganza. As the 100 or so people stared in disbelief, the front row of the insect swarm came to a complete halt. Thousands upon thousands of soldier insects fell backward like dominoes, their heads exploding in the air and forming a red and green blood mist. In just a few seconds, the pressure on the defensive wall disappeared. The insect swarm that had already reached the base of the defensive wall turned into a carpet of insect corpses over 300 meters long. Subsequent insect swarms would have to spend more time crawling over the corpses of their own kind to get up, giving the defensive wall more time to react. Oh my god. Boss is awesome. What happened? Only then did some people realize what was happening, clutching their heads and exclaiming in disbelief. What is a legend? This is it. Zhou Yuan asked himself the question and answered it in his mind, and a sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. This was why he didn't want to be a guard. As for the reactions of the crowd, they were all within his expectations. The tough guys in the unit had never seen a mental storm before, so they were naturally stunned. Although his team members had seen it once, the number of insects there was far less than this swarm, and the visual impact was vastly different. The next moment, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and shouted in the area channel, "Newbies, don't just stand there. Beat them to a pulp. I don't want to see any bugs get close to the defensive wall." "Yes, sir." Cheers echoed through the defensive wall, the morale of both forces soaring as they refocused their attention on the insect swarm. "How are you feeling?" At this moment, Zhou Yuan took off his combat helmet, lit 2 recovery cigars, leaned against the defensive wall, and smiled as he looked at Zalek next to him. "Fantastic. To be honest, I've never used anything like this before. Shit." Zalek answered while firing his gun, and was about to praise the Gauss rifle when he saw a very familiar face appear, and his words came to an abrupt halt. "Weak. Are you Zhou?" Zalek's expression froze for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his lips, and a shout of surprise and joy emerged amidst the rapid gunfire. "Lieutenant, you lack respect for your superiors. Now, kill your bugs properly, or I'll send you to a Martian farm." Zhou Yuan laughed heartily and patted Zalek's arm. "Kid, you're something else. I admit, your bones are harder than your mouth." Zalek felt a mix of emotions. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh, smiled with relief, patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, and turned back to focus on killing the insects. He really didn't expect it. In less than 2 years, his young students have grown into role models for countless mobile infantrymen. He once said to Zhou Yuan, "Newbie, I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth. Fight with all your might to survive. Only those who survive to the end can be called tough guys." At that time, he thought highly of Zhou Yuan. Because Zhou Yuan already possessed the most precious asset of mobile infantry, fearless courage. He had even planned that if Zhou Yuan could survive 3 consecutive battles on the front lines, he would recruit him into the elite troops. But before he could summon Zhou Yuan disappeared. At the time, he thought Zhou Yuan had died on the battlefield, and the file had been sealed away. Now looking back, this kid's off on something big. Seeing that Zalek had begun to seriously kill the insects, Zhou Yuan did not disturb him. He leaned against the defensive wall, quietly smoking a recovery cigar and watching the insects swarm in the distance. 5 minutes passed quickly. Because of the large attack he had used earlier, Zhou Yuan's condition had deteriorated significantly, so he had been resting for the past 5 minutes and hadn't fired a single shot. Since the start of the war, the battlefield situation has gradually stabilized. Because the outposts were heavily armed, the insect swarms couldn't breach them. They couldn't even reach the defensive walls. However, the outposts couldn't withstand the swarm's onslaught, because there were simply too many swarms of insects to kill them all. Both sides have turned their respective defensive and offensive battles into a war of attrition and a protracted war. The transport plane should be arriving soon. Zhou Yuan glanced at the time on the combat device, then opened his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant Colonel, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Technique 2.3, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 1.666 million. My soul points haven't increased much. I've only earned 16,000 in the last 2 days. However, Zhou Yuan didn't care about this. He now held a high position and had plenty of opportunities to farm soul points. He could farm them whenever he needed. Large sums are hard to come by, but a few million is no problem. Just bombard them with tactical nuclear weapons. What he cares about is the title. The damage caused by that mental storm just now led him to make a decision. This is the last capture mission. If we encounter the brain worm again, we will kill it without hesitation. Moreover, he cannot wait passively. He must take the initiative, use his authority to gather intelligence on the brain worms, and carry out a mass extermination of the worm species. He wants the title of Exceptionally Intelligent. Chapter 189. Instantly kill the tank beetle. Retreat. Sir, I've arrived. Just after finishing browsing his personal panel, Zhou Yuan heard Carmen's voice coming through his headphones. I looked up and glanced around. A black dot appeared on the distant horizon and was getting bigger and bigger. Zhou Yuan frowned and replied, "Be careful. Next time, come over me. Don't let speed make you forget about safety. It's very dangerous for Carmen to fly like that. While frontal flight does save a lot of time compared to descent landing, it increases the risk of transport aircraft being hit by plasma cannons." Just as described in the documents, Carmen was a very crazy pilot. Understood, sir. Carmen responded, slowed down slightly, and increased altitude, piloting the transport plane toward the outpost. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan gave the following order in the area of effect channel. Listen up, everyone. The transport plane has arrived. Prepare to evacuate. Dax, go to the communications bay and bring Major General William out. Others, provide suppressive fire. Throw out all explosives, including tactical nuclear weapons. Execute immediately. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the defensive wall immediately erupted in excitement. Tactical nuclear bombs, high explosive grenades, shockwave grenades, B2 protoplasm grenades, and mixed explosives, etc. Any hard objects capable of exploding were pulled out by the 100 or so men and either launched or thrown, all of them breaking through the defensive wall. Boom! A series of explosions brought the insect swarm's offensive to a standstill. In the central part of the insect swarm were directly vaporized by 10 tactical nuclear missiles, and the subsequent forces were blocked in the hilly area by the tactical nuclear missiles. Only a small number of the insect soldiers that were closer to the defensive wall managed to escape the attack of conventional explosives. Conventional explosives cannot achieve large area coverage and kill, and after 6 minutes of defensive fighting, they didn't have much conventional explosives left. But that's enough, since their only goal is to evacuate. Bang! In just a short while, the transport plane has landed. The transport plane landed in the central area of the outpost, which was a parade ground, wedged between the defensive wall and a row of makeshift work pods. Machine gunners and assault soldiers stay behind. Everyone else retreat. After Dax put William on the transport plane, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and waved to direct the evacuation. Go, go, go. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Except for those in fire positions, everyone else quickly ran down the stairs from the defensive wall and lined up to board the plane. Bang! Just as Zhou Yuan was preparing to arrange the second batch of evacuations, the ground of the playground suddenly shook. Damn it! You're just causing me trouble. Wait till I get my hands on you. Zhou Yuan cursed in annoyance, took a shockwave grenade from his chest armor, and jumped onto the playground. He fired for the first minute, then rested for the next few minutes, keeping the grenades on his person ready to deal with any unexpected situations. Bang! A tank beetle burst out of the ground, its large head emerging from underground. This is the consequence of the outpost's low defense level. There were no landmines or electric fences underground, and the floor was less than an inch thick, so tanks and beetles could easily squeeze through. Giant beetles are attacking. Exclamations rang out one after another. This tank beetle was having a significant impact on the evacuation. Shut up, all of you, and get on with your jobs. I'll handle this guy. Zhou Yuan cursed into his earpiece, then sped up and approached the tank beetle, facing its massive head. Bang! Just as the tank beetle was about to spray super high temperature corrosive liquid, it received a telekinetic punch to its chin. Although it wasn't enough to kill it, it was enough to make it turn its head away. Laugh! The ultra-high temperature corrosive liquid, the color of magma, sprayed out and instantly corroded the steel plates paving the playground until they bubbled and white smoke rose into the air. Go eat some explosives. When the tank beetle turned its head and aimed at Zhou Yuan again, Zhou Yuan used all his telekinetic power to fix the tank beetle's head in place as it opened its mouth, and then threw out a shockwave grenade. After completing this step, Zhou Yuan took off running and returned to the defensive wall. As he was throwing the grenade, he suddenly remembered something. In the original storyline, Zalek and Tits died here, and the culprit was a tank beetle. I don't know if it's the same one, but it can be considered a form of revenge in the void. Zalek and Ties both owe him a life. Uff, uff. The tank beetle seemed to realize it had eaten something it shouldn't have, and it shook its head, trying to shake the contents out of its mouth. However, when Zhou Yuan threw it, he used telekinesis to help embed the shockwave grenade into the tender flesh of the tank beetle's mouth. No matter how hard it shakes, it can't possibly throw out the shockwave grenade. Bang! Seconds later, the shockwave grenade exploded inside the tank beetle's mouth. As expected, the tank beetle's head disappeared completely, exploding in the air like a disgusting firework, just like a cow that had eaten firecracker dung. Damn it! We were too hasty. Zhou Yuan showed an expression of extreme disgust, closed his eyes, held his breath, wiped the insects and blood off his face, and then looked outside the defensive wall. This tank beetle existed for no more than 20 seconds from its appearance to its death. But in those 20 seconds, the swarm of insects in the hilly area broke through the nuclear blast zone of the tactical nuclear bomb and rushed straight to the outpost. This is a swarm of insects. When they surge, they're reckless and can kill you. Neither tactical nor strategic nuclear weapons can stop their advance. They will even fill the deepest abyss. The entire tough guy unit, evacuate now. You rookies on the watchtower, are you deaf? Get down here right now. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yuan issued a second evacuation order. We can't fight head-on anymore. If we keep dragging this out, we'll really be overwhelmed by the swarm of insects. Soon, the entire Hardman unit withdrew from the defensive wall, leaving only the 17-member slaughter squad to cover the rear. The massacre squad has strong firepower. 17 of them can match the strength of 100 men in a hard-hitting unit. This number of people will not be too crowded during the evacuation. Guys, let's get out of here. 5 seconds after the second wave of evacuation had passed, Zhou Yuan began to call out to his team members. Okay, the bugs are coming. Run. Go, go, go. A dozen or so people turned around at the same time, and instead of running down the stairs, they jumped directly onto the playground. Zhou Yuan ran at the back, pulling out grenades as he ran, completely forgetting about the 5B2 proto-grenades he had on him. Bang! Bang! When Zhou Yuan boarded the transport plane, he heard many dull thuds behind him. Clearly, the insect swarm has begun to breach the defensive wall. It's late, goodbye? Zhou Yuan chuckled, pressed the button to close the hatch, and shouted towards the cockpit. Take off. Evacuate as quickly as possible. Chapter 190 Old Friends Reminiscing. Oh shit. Weak? That's impossible. At this moment, Rico, Old A, and Tiz, who had already taken their seats, finally saw the true face of the massacre. Although Zhou Yuan had taken off his combat helmet a few minutes earlier, everyone was busy killing insects and hadn't had time to look at him. Only after the team was loaded onto the transport plane did they turn their attention to the direction of the cabin door and monitor the evacuation of the troops. Now, Zhou Yuan, who boarded the plane at the rear, attracted the attention of most of the passengers. The 100 or so men in the tough guy unit all wanted to see what a massacre really looked like. Zhou Yuan, noticing everyone's gaze, asked jokingly, "What? Have I disappointed you? What do you think I should look like? A 2-meter-tall muscular man? Or perhaps a scarred face and a one-eyed man?" He was used to it. Whenever someone discovered that the massacre was a handsome young man, they would always show an extremely surprised expression. No. Everyone shook their heads. Although Zhou Yuan seemed easy to talk to, they thought it best to keep some distance. After all, a superior is a superior. "Weak. Is that you?" Old A sat in his seat and gently waved, speaking in a very soft voice, his eyes wide open, as if afraid of mistaking someone. "Who is Zhou?" Zhou Yuan frowned in confusion, then walked up to Tits and said with a faint smile, "Miss Flores, you are becoming more and more beautiful. Unfortunately, your companions are a hindrance to your beauty. You know, they look a bit like donkeys." "Weak," Tis shouted excitedly and stood up to give Zhou Yuan a big hug. Rico and Old A also exclaimed in surprise. They had thought they were seeing things, but it really was Zhou Yuan. "Zhou, what's going on? Why are you here? Are you the one who commits massacre?" After a simple hug to celebrate, the trio started asking questions one after another. "It's just like what you see. Slaughter is my code name, and also my team name. This time I received a joint mission, and I didn't expect you guys to be in the tough guys unit." Zhou Yuan gave a brief explanation to the trio. "God, is that all? How did you do that? I mean, the lieutenant colonel and the massacre, it's unbelievable. You know we're from the same cohort. We just came out of recruit camp last year, but now you've become the strongest infantryman. To be honest, you haven't replied to our text messages, and I thought you had died on the Tharsus plateau." Old A shrugged. Such a simple explanation wouldn't satisfy him. "Let's talk about it once we're on the starship." Zhou Yuan looked troubled and said in a low voice, "You know, there are some things I can't say. There are too many people here. Learn." Hearing this, Rico and the other two nodded in understanding and stopped asking questions. After a brief chat, Zhou Yuan entered the cockpit. After excluding Claire, the team has 3 pilots left: Carmen, Shara, and Lewis. Lewis wasn't there this time. Carmen was in the driver's seat and Shara was in the passenger seat. Team leader. Shara greeted Zhou Yuan, then made way for him and left the cockpit. "The unit that is carrying out this mission with us is the Tough Guys unit, and the unit commander is Zalek, our history professor. Rico was in this unit. He survived the Battle of Krindasu and was saved by Zalek." Zhou Yuan closed the hatch and looked toward Carmen. Carmen paused for a moment, then smiled calmly after a brief silence. "This is a good thing. Our old friend is still alive, and we all have new lives now. Now, I belong only to you." After saying that, Carmen activated the autopilot and climbed into the passenger seat, sitting on Zhou Yuan's lap. "I believe you. I don't mean anything by it. I just feel I should tell you that, like you said, our old friend is still alive, which is a good thing." Zhou Yuan pinched Carmen's pretty face. "We can invite Carl over later and have a meal together. As for now, I think you need to relax a bit. After all, you've just come back from the battlefield." Carmen wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck, a seductive smile playing on her lips. 4 minutes isn't enough. It's barely enough time to eat a dessert. Zhou Yuan checked the time and the transport plane's current altitude, then lowered his head and kissed Carmen. Shortly afterwards, the transport plane returned to the starship. Zhou Yuan immediately contacted Carl and Morgan to hold a 3-person online meeting to finalize the subsequent plan for capturing the brainworm. The plan is simple. Morgan will arrive in the evening with a large fleet and a large army. The fleet is responsible for sealing off outer space on planet P, while the Legion is responsible for ground search. The operation will last for a long time until the brainworm is captured. As for the tough guys, they'll be operating alongside the slaughter squad tomorrow. Although Morgan advised Zhou Yuan to rest, Zhou Yuan was not about to let this opportunity pass. For him, not killing the brainworm was already a huge loss. So how could he not even accept the military merit? That would be an even greater loss. He's determined to capture the brainworm on planet P. Might receive good news about laser birds and exploding mosquito swarms as soon as he lands on planet P tomorrow. Discussing the brainworm, Zhou Yuan called Carl and Carmen and headed to the restaurant. They didn't come. Zhou Yuan only saw Rico and Tiz and asked a question. That kid went to ask your teammates. He wants to join your team, Tiz said with a laugh. I'm sorry, my team is already full. Zhou Yuan shrugged. Old A is a guy with high emotional intelligence. He probably just didn't want to disturb their class reunion. Carl, Carmen, how are you doing? After taking his seat, Rico asked with a smile, his expression natural, as if he had already let go of the matter of breaking up with Carmen. Great, I passed the early graduation assessment 2 months ago, and then joined Zhou's team. Seeing this, Carmen breathed a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. She saw Rico when she got off the plane earlier, but she didn't know how to greet him, so she just nodded and ran away. I was lucky, how about you guys? Carl shrugged and laughed. Don't even mention it. After we came out of the recruit camp, we were assigned to a lousy base. The only big scene we ever saw was Krendisu. If Zalek hadn't brought us into his army, Rico and I would still be on guard duty in Mariner Canyon. Tiz waved his hand helplessly. Actually, she and Rico are doing quite well. Rico was promoted to corporate by Zalek the day before yesterday, and she was also promoted from private first class to private first class. Based on their enlistment time, both she and Rico were excellent rookies. But look at these 3 old classmates in front of me, a lieutenant colonel, a major, and a second lieutenant. Chapter 191, the insect catching operation begins. How are the others? Upon hearing Tiz mention Krendisu, Zhou Yuan's expression changed slightly. He said, Ron, Jamie, Wilson, I remember they also went to the Mariner base. Jamie and Wilson are both dead. Rico said with a complicated expression, their position was that of guides. They rushed too far ahead and died not long after the battle began. Ron has gone missing, and we haven't been able to contact him yet, but he's not on the death list. He might have been rescued like me. To be honest, that battle terrified me. The insects surrounded us like air, and that's when I realized what real war was. Zhou Yuan nodded and remained silent. He had seen some of the recorded videos of the Battle of Krendisu, so he knew how terrifying that battle was. There were so many insects on Krendisu that even he had to flee in a sorry state, relying solely on the mech's mobility and stealth to hide. However, there was some good news. At least his closest friends were still alive, and even his little brother Ron wasn't on the death list. Don't worry, the Federation won't make that mistake again. As you know, the second Führer was a complete idiot, and he was the one who caused the disastrous defeat in the Battle of Krendisu. Carl glanced around quietly, then whispered, Yes, that's it. Zhou Yuan outwardly agreed, but inwardly he was thinking that Carl was still too inexperienced. While the head of state does indeed hold the highest authority in the Federation, he alone cannot devise an offensive strategy as ambitious as invading the GJ-1 system and directly attacking Krendisu. It can only be said that the negative impact of this defeat was too great, and only a high-ranking figure like a head of state could bear the blame. Hey, can we change the subject? The so-called leader is too far removed from us. Let's talk about ourselves. How about we start with our great hero's massacre? Tiz broke the somewhat somber atmosphere by clapping his hands with a playful laugh. Good. I also want to know how he did it. Great idea. Rico, Carmen, and the other two's eyes lit up, and they all looked at Zhou Yuan with expectant expressions. Okay, then I'll tell you about my situation. I can tell you the parts that aren't confidential. Zhou Yuan shrugged. After my recruit training ended, I went to Tharsus Fortress. There's a super volcano there, 100 times larger than the largest volcano on Earth. When I first arrived, I was a guard. You might not know this, but every month, the insect swarms would attack Tharsus Fortress. Over the next few minutes, Zhou Yuan briefly recounted his experiences after joining the army. Of course, he omitted a lot of details. He couldn't say anything that involved classified information, nor could he say anything that involved vanity or comparison. He only described himself as a lucky and excellent infantryman. After all, it's better to keep class reunions simple when there are many participants. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Carl and the others continued with their own stories, sharing their experiences over the past year and a half. A classmate reunion with only food and no alcohol lasted from noon until evening. All 5 of them had a great time. They were very good friends, and even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they could quickly return to their old ways when they met again. If it weren't for the operation the next morning, they could have continued talking. Tiz and Rico were the first to leave. They had only taken an afternoon off. Next came Carl. Morgan had already arrived with his fleet and legion. He was the commander of this insect-catching operation and had many arrangements to make. Zhou Yuan doesn't need to worry about so much. He has a high position now, can make his own decisions, and lives a very carefree life. He took Carmen to the entertainment area to watch a 2-hour movie, did a simple endurance training session, and then leisurely returned to his dormitory to rest. The insect catching operation began promptly at 6 o'clock the next morning. The 10 starships have dispersed, releasing their flight forces to blockade outer space around Planet P. Finally, they will deploy transport planes to allow the Legion to land on Planet P. Planet has become a smoke bomb today. Yesterday's bombing was carried out by 2 starships, and today's bombing is being carried out by 10 starships, with even greater intensity. From 5 to 6 o'clock, after an hour of full-scale bombardment, Planet P was already in tears. Not a single living insect could be seen on the ground. All that could be seen were broken, charred corpses and smoke, devoid of any sign of life. Captain, where are we going? After the large transport plane entered the atmosphere of P-Star, Carmen asked a question through her headset. Western Hemisphere, 5th District. Zhou Yuan glanced at the combat device and gave the order. He received intelligence about 2 laser birds and a swarm of exploding mosquitoes. The cerebrate is currently hiding in its underground hive, surrounded by at least 10,000 combat worms. The intelligence arrived last night, but he didn't receive it because of the distance. He only received the signal a minute ago. Zhou Yuan opened the protective window and looked outside. Dense plasma cannons appeared in the air, like giant blue multi-barrel rocket launchers, relentlessly blasting through the air. Insects that live underground are a real nuisance. They don't come out during bombings, but as soon as the bombings are over, they come out and cause trouble. It has to be said, the brainworm is truly intelligent. It wants humans to capture it alive, that's true, but it doesn't want humans to catch it too easily. Before encountering humans, it will try its best to command the insect swarm and cause as much damage as possible to humans. Shortly after, the transport plane landed. There is a group of wind-eroded hills here, which are arranged in a row. When viewed from above, they look like P, planet with its hair combed. Everyone, follow me. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and led more than 100 people to run. He recruited the tough guys, so today's operation is still a joint operation. It wasn't that he wanted to share his military achievements with the tough guy troops. The main reason is to seek stability. The cerebrates only hide in underground hives. To catch them, you have to storm the hives, but hives are not easy places to enter. So he brought in a tough guy unit, which ensured both high efficiency and safety. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan led his team into the wind-eroded mountain area. Upon arriving here, one sees many more wormholes all around, densely packed like a honeycomb, from which countless soldier worms emerge. Honey, do you know where the brainworm is? Claire asked in a low voice, feeling that Zhou Yuan seemed to have come to this area with a purpose, without taking any detours in the process. Right. I sense the brainworm's mental fluctuations. It must be the brainworm giving orders to the combat worm. Zhou Yuan nodded immediately. Telepathy is not only a great superpower, but also a universal excuse. How did we know a swarm of insects was coming? How do we know where the mission objective is? Don't ask, it's all thanks to telepathy. Chapter 192, Invading the Underground Insect Nest. This is it. Leading his team through the wind-eroded mountain range for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Yuan finally found his target. A large wormhole with a diameter of about 10 meters. My telepathic abilities tell me that the brain worm is likely hiding in this hive. Is anyone interested in this military achievement? Zhou Yuan stopped at the cave entrance, turned around, and called out. Sir, give the order. At this moment, everyone's fighting spirit reached its peak, and they all raised their arms and shouted. Very good. Zhou Yuan nodded and ordered. Full speed ahead. Open fire at will. We are about to do something no one has ever done before. Yes. Brothers, charge. I'm the machine gunner. Let me go first. Passion was ignited at this moment, and 120 people entered the wormhole one after another, clearing the way with the strongest firepower and advancing at the fastest speed. Damn, they've been hiding it really well. On the way forward, Zhou Yuan glanced at the real-time location map provided by the self-destructing mosquito. The brain worm is located in the deepest part of the underground nest, and even following the best route, it still takes about 10 kilometers. With 10 kilometers of bumpy road and insects blocking the way, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to get to the brain worm. Fortunately, this brain worm can't run away, and the effort we put in now will surely pay off later. Bang! After the team entered the wormhole, Zhou Yuan immediately blew up the entrance. There are many insects behind them, So blowing up the entrance is the best way to prevent the team from being attacked from both sides. Just find another way out. The insect hive has plenty of routes. Rookies, make way, let me lead the way. Zhou Yuan called to his team members to make way and walk to the front of the group to clear the path. The path he led straight to the brainworm. As a result, they encountered soldier insects not long after setting off, and there were quite a few of them, which could be counted in groups. The first honeycomb cave is about 300 square meters, about half the size of a football field. As if they had planned it all, the insects inside blocked the entrances to each wormhole, their large claws swinging rapidly, making it seem like this path was blocked. Open fire freely and wipe them out. Without saying a word, Zhou Yuan fired a burst of bullets upon encountering the nearest insect soldier. The team members moved quickly, forming ranks and firing from side to side, reaching the center of the honeycomb cave as fast as possible, and then focusing all their efforts on killing the insects. Bang, bang, bang. As gunfire echoed through the hive, the swarm of insect soldiers met its doom. 120 soldiers launched a barrage of fire on about 20 wormholes. Each wormhole was targeted by several guns, preventing the worm soldiers from even entering the hive. When most of the wormholes were blocked by the corpses of the worm soldiers, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and shouted, "The target is the wormhole directly behind me. Keep moving. Charge, charge, charge. We're going to catch the smart bugs." Strange noises rang out from the ranks, mostly coming from the tough guys unit. Attack the Zerg hive, unlike the slaughter squad, who were used to big scenes. However, it's not their place to clear the way. Dax will lead the team to handle that. The hardcore troops are equipped with conventional weapons, while the Gauss guns of the slaughter squad can blast the worms into pieces, preventing their complete corpses from blocking the road. Soon, 2 hours had passed. The team, which had been charging ahead at high speed thanks to its firepower, slowed down in a large wormhole and could not even run 100 meters per minute. Zhou Yuan saw from the real-time location map that this place was already deep inside the insect hive. The brainworm was just to their right front, hiding in a huge cave, only 2 kilometers away from them. But those 2 kilometers were very difficult to walk. Because it's so close to the cerebrate, there are a lot of soldier worms nearby, and they are very ferocious. They are fearless of death, like emotionless fighting machines, with only one thought in their minds, to charge forward. As soon as the bug-catching team enters a wormhole, a large number of soldier bugs will emerge from the hole, and the follow-up forces will follow very quickly, making it impossible to kill them all. Although the bug-catching team had enough ammunition, they couldn't withstand such a drain. It took them several minutes just to get through one wormhole, and their ammunition was dwindling at an alarming rate. If this continues, their ammunition might not last more than 3 minutes. Conserve ammunition. Seeing that the wormhole was difficult to traverse, Zhou Yuan raised his hand, gave an order, and then took off his combat helmet. The next moment, Zhou Yuan placed his right index and middle fingers on his temples. His pupils dilated simultaneously and unleashed a mental storm on the swarm of insect soldiers blocking his path. The brainworm doesn't want to be caught so soon, but he wants to catch the brainworm as soon as possible. Bang, bang, bang. The mental storm transformed into an invisible shockwave that spread outwards, instantly engulfing the swarm of soldier insects. As expected, the swarm of soldier insects was instantly wiped out by the psychic storm. The heads of all the soldier insects exploded, and they all fell to the ground. Cool. Is this the ultimate manifestation of telepathy? This ability is terrifying. The gunfire stopped at that moment, and a burst of discussion and cheers erupted from the ranks. The 100-strong unit members, through their conversations with the members of the slaughter squad, roughly understood what was happening before their eyes. Although they didn't find out anything too specific, they knew it was related to Zhou Yuan's telepathic abilities. That's outrageous. They can imagine such things, but they cannot understand them. This ability can be described as a miracle. Who can kill insects with just a thought? How is this any different from a god? Perhaps this is why a 20-year-old rookie could be called the strongest infantryman by the official mobile force. Working alongside the massacre team gives me a great sense of security. 5 seconds later, Zhou Yuan stopped his mental storm, took a deep breath, and ordered, "Get to work, clear the road as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir." Everyone shouted and started cleaning up the corpses of the insect soldiers. The corpses of the soldier insects were heavy, but they didn't need to carry too much. They only needed to clear a path for people to walk through. It'll be soon. Zhou Yuan lit a cigar and sat down to rest. He kept an eye on the location of the brainworm, which never moved. even though the bug-catching team was right next to it. Obviously, the brainworm has made its decision. I'm not running away, just come and catch me. That's why he played so aggressively, using Mindstorm halfway through the fight, instead of facing the brain bug at his best. It's a pleasure doing business with you. My goal is strategic military merit. Your goal is to brainwash the Federal High Command. Brother Brainworm, we all have a bright future. Looking at the wormhole filled with insect corpses, Zhou Yuan subconsciously revealed a smile. Not be brainwashed by the brainworm for several years. With Morgan's support, he should be able to climb to at least the rank of Lieutenant General by the time the third leader is brainwashed by the brainworm. At that time, legendary infantry slaughter, uncovering the Cerebrate conspiracy, shattering the Zerg strategy. He will be the youngest general, the youngest field marshal of the mobile forces, and the youngest head of state in federal history. Sorry, brainworm. I am a despicable outsider. Chapter 193 Caught the Brainworm. 3 minutes later, a path was cleared from the pile of insect corpses, a crooked gap less than a meter wide, but enough for one person to pass through. Rush! Zhou Yuan raised his arm and shouted, leading the way into the pile of insect corpses. There are no more living soldier worms in this wormhole. Soldier worms are a low-intelligence species and simply cannot withstand the mental storm. The nearby soldier worms should all be around the brainworm. To be honest, his brain function is not strong enough, and the coverage of his mental storm is not large enough. Otherwise, he could have wiped out the brainworm's guards from 2 kilometers away. After this job, we absolutely must carry out a brainworm eradication operation. Not only can it upgrade your title, it can also earn you a large number of soul points. As he pondered, Zhou Yuan transformed what was just a preliminary idea from yesterday into a plan. Drop! Suddenly, the combat device vibrated slightly, interrupting Zhou Yuan's daydreams about the future. It moved. Zhou Yuan looked and saw that the real-time location map of the exploding mosquito swarm had been updated, showing that the brainworm's position was changing and it was moving in the opposite direction from him. Zhou Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking to himself, with acting skills like yours, you won't even be able to afford a boxed lunch. The bug-catching team is now less than 2 kilometers away from the brainworm. There are no insect soldiers blocking their way right now. Once they get out of the pile of insect corpses, they can run as fast as they can and cover the 2 kilometers in just a few minutes. In just a few minutes, the brainworm carried by the sand beetle probably wouldn't have been able to travel even 300 to 500 meters. So, this is the brainworm putting on a show. The brainworm doesn't want to be too obvious. It wants to be caught when it's out of options rather than waiting to be caught. Of course, there is another possibility. The brainworm doesn't want to be caught so early. It wants humans to pay a higher price, such as by setting traps along the way when it moves to a new location. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan increased his speed, inadvertently widening the distance between himself and the team. This wormhole was very long. It took about 1 kilometer to see the end. Actually, you could say this wormhole has 2 segments. He's just reached the second segment now. The wormhole, viewed as a whole, resembles a funnel. We just entered through the small opening at the bottom of the funnel, and now we're entering the middle of the funnel. Further ahead is the large opening of the funnel, and the space gets bigger and bigger. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After walking only a few steps, the swarm of insect soldiers appeared. They rushed out of the huge cave in front of them and pressed aggressively towards Zhou Yuan. Goodbye. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly and forcefully threw 3 shockwave grenades towards the swarm of insects. Considering that the brainworm might not want to be captured so early, he did not use his telepathic abilities, intending to save his mental energy to deal with the brainworm. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the swarm of insectoid soldiers approached within 100 meters of Zhou Yuan, 3 shockwave grenades exploded. 3 shockwaves mixed with blood and flesh exploded out, and of the original 100 or so soldier insects, no more than 20 were still standing. Tough stuff is just different. It always amazes me. I wonder how powerful that Hellfire grenade I have is. It has a 10-second detonation countdown and a kill radius of 1 kilometer. Now it can be used without damage. Zhou Yuan sighed, used the Gauss gun to smash the surviving insectoids one by one, and then continued forward, entering the huge cave where the brainworm had originally hidden. This cave looks like a natural cave, except that many wormholes have been carved out of the rock walls. Zhou Yuan stopped and cautiously observed his surroundings. When he was catching insects a while ago, the grenade beetle trap taught him a lesson, making him more cautious when entering unknown spaces. Sir, it is safe here. The brainworm is moving toward the wormhole to your left front. and the stupid owl and mosquito are tracking it. Suddenly, the sound of the laser bird rang out above Zhou Yuan's head. Didn't you follow them? When Zhou Yuan looked up, he saw a laser bird in the shape of an eagle clinging to the rock wall. Its body was the same color as the rock wall, and even he could hardly see anything unusual. Sir, I am conducting a trap detection operation. Your target today doesn't seem as clever as the first two. Its clumsy tactics seem like a child's prank to you. Please allow me to lead the way, so that I may witness your power once again. Laserbird said in its cold voice. Although its sound was similar to a mechanical sound, it gave Zhou Yuan a fawning feeling. Stop flattering me. I need a handgun. Zhou Yuan laughed and cursed, then waved to the laserbird. This laserbird is C, and the laserbird it calls the silly owl is M. These two laserbirds don't get along and often quarrel. To be honest, he did prefer C, because C's abilities were the same as M's, but C's way of speaking was much more pleasant than M's. This is Laserbeak, possessing all the qualities to become an excellent transformer. As you wish, my esteemed sir. The laserbird fell from the rock wall, changing shape in midair, and finally turned into an oversized S-500 revolver, which fell into Zhou Yuan's hands. There are no traps, and the laserbird says it's stupid. It seems the brain bug has decided to be captured now. It moved its location simply to make its capture look more natural. Okay, it'll be easier for you and me. Zhou Yuan grabbed the S-500 and spun it around, thinking to himself, Team leader. Sir. At this moment, the team members also walked out of the pile of insect corpses and came to Zhou Yuan's side. Captain, is he there? Nax glanced around, his gaze finally settling on the outside of a wormhole where several dead sand beetles lay. The sand beetles all died in the same way. They were all crushed to death. This was clearly related to the brainworm. It was the fat brainworm that crushed them. Yes, we're not far from it. Full speed ahead. Zhou Yuan glanced at the combat device, confirmed the location of the brainworm, and then raised his hand and waved it towards the wormhole. Full speed ahead. With a cheer, everyone loaded their bullets and dashed towards the wormhole, ready to capture the brainworm. Learning that the brainworm hadn't set any traps, Zhou Yuan relaxed a lot and leisurely followed at the back. The sand beetle, which carries the brainworm, moves very slowly, and since it didn't move early in the morning, it wasn't far from the insect-catching team. The bug-catching team caught up with the brainworm less than 2 minutes after entering the wormhole. The cerebrate has now moved to a honeycomb cave, where it is guarded by only a few dozen soldier worms, in addition to the sand beetles beneath it. It really is a brainworm. Damn bug, why aren't you running away? Yes. Guys, surround them. Don't let them get away. The team members shouted and cursed as they slowly dispersed to surround the brainworm and its guards, not daring to fire their guns indiscriminately for fear of accidentally injuring the brainworm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dozens of soldier worms hissed repeatedly, but they seemed to have received orders from the brainworm and dared not attack. Instead, they slowly retreated, protecting the brainworm in the middle. Chapter 194: A Chance Encounter with Sim. Sir. Surrounding the brainworm and its guards, the crowd made way for Zhou Yuan, looking at him and awaiting orders. He's a big guy. Zhou Yuan slowly stepped forward and took a closer look. This brainworm was bigger than any he had killed before, at least 4 meters tall and at least 5 meters long, like a large truck. It has the familiar big head, big eyes, and big mouth, but it's ugly in a unique way. All I need is the brainworm. After glancing at it briefly, Zhou Yuan murmured something and then slowly retreated. Snap! The team members retreated, raising their guns again. When Zhou Yuan returned to the group, they all pulled the triggers at the same time. Bang! 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 As the rapid gunfire rang out, the soldier worms around the brainworm fell down quickly, and even several sand beetles beneath it were killed. More than 100 elite infantrymen could easily defeat dozens of insectoid soldiers. However, to avoid accidentally injuring the brainworm, no one fought too fiercely. They only used short bursts of fire to slowly attack the worms, luring them to attack them first and move away from the cerebrates, before unleashing their full firepower. The brainworm knew that humans would capture it alive, so it was not flustered and was not frightened by the gunshots. It just waited quietly. 1 minute later, the cerebrate's army of soldiers was completely wiped out. Besides the brainworm, there are only about 10 sand beetles among the live insects in the honeycomb cave. These sand beetles carried brainworms on their backs, and they were all under the brainworms' bellies. Attacking them would easily injure the brainworms, so we didn't attack them. Since sand beetles have no fighting ability, It doesn't matter whether they are killed or not. We did it. Yes. 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 My God, we actually caught a smart bug. Bedbug, you're about to go into the lab. After all the soldier worms were wiped out, cheers erupted in the ranks. Most people shouted excitedly, and some even rode on the heads of the brainworms. Zhou Yuan was startled, but he didn't go up to stop him. This brainworm was captured voluntarily. Otherwise, let riding alone on its head, it would have been subjected to its mental storm the moment it met. Taking 2 recovery cigars from his medical bag, Zhou Yuan walked over to the equally composed Zalek and lit one for him. Weak. I heard you killed brainworms before. Why didn't you capture them alive back then? Zalek relaxed at this moment, took a deep drag on his recovery cigar, and revealed a rare smile. Cannot be captured alive. That was in the GJ-3 system. The Expeditionary Forces temporary camp was hit by a massive swarm of insects. In order to deprive the swarm of its commander, I had no choice but to kill it. Zhou Yuan explained in a low voice, then added, This is not difficult for me. I have killed not only cerebrates, but also starship worms. I even captured the queen a while ago. Upon hearing this, Zalek rolled his eyes in annoyance. I didn't ask you that. I thought you wanted to know. Zhou Yuan shrugged, a contented smile on his face. Of the 3 intelligent worms, he has captured the queen and the brainworm, and the only one missing is the starship worm. I've killed the brainworm and the starship worm. All that's left is the queen. Once he captures another starship bug and kills another queen, he will have collected all the kill and capture records for the 3 major intelligent bugs. Bang bang bang. Zhou Yuan gave the team 3 minutes to celebrate, then fired a few shots into the air to draw everyone's attention to himself, and gave the order. Listen up, you lazybones. Get the net out and bring this big fat worm back to the ground. If you want to be big stars, you'd better get moving now. Signalman, relay the intelligence back, share our location, and have the starship come down to pick up the brainworm. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone quieted down and began to get down to business. However, their excitement is even greater now than before, because they all know that there will be many spectators, and they will all become heroes, enjoying the spotlight. Before long, the brainworm was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Before setting off, all the teams participating in the insect catching operation were given a large rope net. The cable net is made of standard safety ropes and is also equipped with an electroencephalogram, EEG, sensor, and an automatic electric shock device. By simply placing a net over the brainworm, it can be dragged by manpower. If the brainworm tries to activate its telepathic abilities, it will be electrocuted. This was Zhou Yuan's suggestion to Morgan to do. This principle should be followed not only during capture, but also during future research to prevent brainwashing or attacks by brainworms. Set off. Once everything was ready, Zhou Yuan led the way back. He used the excuse of relieving himself to walk back a short distance and retrieved both the laser bird M and the swarm of self-destructing mosquitoes. The exploding mosquito swarm provided him with a route back to the ground. All he had to do was follow the map. The return speed is very slow. The brainworm is slowing down the team. This brainworm is very large and may weigh no less than 10 tons. Although 100 or so people could easily pull it without feeling too tired, it was impossible to speed up the process, and an hour later they still hadn't returned to the ground. Alert! When they were halfway there, Zhou Yuan heard some noise coming from in front of the wormhole and quickly told the group to stop. A Zerg hive is a Zerg hive after all. They've already encountered quite a few troublesome Zerglings, and now they're likely to run into more Zerglings. Snap! Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, all of the 100 or so people put down the towing ropes and raised their guns, pointing them toward the front of the wormhole. The location is right here. We'll be there soon. I can't wait to see General Insect. After listening for a while, Zhou Yuan realized that what had come was not the soldier insects, but reinforcements that had come based on the location of the insect-catching team. Put down your gun, you're one of us. Zhou Yuan gestured to indicate that it was safe, and then put on his combat helmet. The Strategic Propaganda Department wanted him to remain mysterious, and if not necessary, he needed to stay fully armed and maintain the Red Skull image. This helps with recruitment for mobile units, and also motivates ordinary infantrymen. He had no objection to this, as it would allow him to better build his popularity. When he becomes a high-ranking official in the Federation, this popularity will become his motivation to climb higher, since even running for president requires the votes of the motor infantry. Sim. After a short while, a 10-person team emerged from around the corner of the wormhole. Among this 10-man squad, there was someone Zhou Yuan knew very well, Instructor Sim from his recruit camp days. Sim, I'm sorry. Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly. In the original storyline, this brain worm would bump into Rico, be scared away by Rico's tactical nuclear bomb, and then be captured by Sim. It now seems that Sim's team was searching in the vicinity, which is why they were able to arrive so early. Sim, hey Sim. Rico, Old A, and Tiz were also taken aback, then waved their hands and shouted loudly. They suffered a lot in boot camp. How could they forget Sim, that devilish drill instructor? Chapter 195 on the most sensible one. Rico, Tits, Levy, you two are actually in the same unit? Looks like you're in luck. Sim was very surprised to see the soldiers he had trained here. What a coincidence. Oh shit. Attention. Sir. Before Sim could react further, his squad leader shouted and ordered everyone to line up. OMG. It's a massacre. I knew it. The person who could catch the brainworm must be no ordinary person. Damn it. If we had come sooner, we might have been able to fight alongside the massacre. Only then did Sim and his teammates realize that the brainworm had been captured by two different units. One they didn't recognize, and the other was the infamous Slaughter Squad. Their eyes were all fixed on Zhou Yuan, filled with longing and admiration. They yearned to don the Red Skull armor and worship Slaughter. You've come at the right time. This big fat worm is very heavy. Come and help. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, gave a brief greeting to the reinforcement team, and then waved for orders. Yes, sir. 10 soldiers, including Sim, quickly dispersed and each found a spot to pull the ropes to help transport the brainworm. Rico, what's going on with you guys? I remember you were in Mariner Canyon, but this legion is from Neptune. Sim chose to share a rope with 3 students, and after the group set off, he asked curiously. This matter is rather complicated. We participated in the Battle of Krindasu, were rescued by the Hardman unit when we were about to die, and then joined this unit. Because he had lost many friends, Rico didn't really want to talk about the Battle of Krindasu, and only briefly mentioned the reasons. After saying that, Rico paused for a moment, then asked in return. Wait, if the Legion on the ground came from Neptune, then what about you? Aren't you an instructor on Mars anymore? I'm not going to do it anymore. Sim chuckled and shifted his shoulder, which bore the epaulets of a private first class. I wanted to join the war, but Corey disagreed, so I punched him and was transferred to Neptune as a private again. Now I have to salute you. Rico and his 2 companions were astonished and filled with respect. Corey is the chief administrator of the Malsky base, and all personnel changes are under his jurisdiction. Unexpectedly, Sim was willing to commit the serious crime of attacking his superior in order to go to the battlefield. It has to be said that this was a very manly thing to do. Don't worry, Corey is a good man. He just doesn't want me to die on the battlefield. He submitted an application that helped me avoid many administrative penalties. I only received 3 strokes of the cane, which was not an unacceptable price to pay. Seeing the complicated expressions on Rico's and the other 2's faces, Sim chuckled. He wasn't stupid. He and Corey had an understanding about this. Sergeant instructors couldn't go to the battlefield, but privates could. Kid, if you want to go to the battlefield, the Legion isn't a good choice. At that moment, Zalek suddenly blurted out a sentence. He overheard Sim and Rico's conversation and immediately took a liking to Sim, thinking that this kind of tough guy should be in a tough unit. It is my honor, sir. Sim understood Zalek's implied meaning and replied with a serious expression. The Hardcore Unit, a unit with a code name, is a special operations force. Joining it will provide plenty of opportunities to kill insects. Sim, there are actually more than just the 3 of us here. We have 4 students in our class 3 here, but his identity must be kept secret. You may find out later, and it will definitely surprise you. Olde lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Kid, you've already leaked the secret. Zalek's face darkened, and he punched Olde hard in the stomach. For trainees. Sim nodded thoughtfully, his first thought being of the Slaughter Squad and Zhou Yuan. First, the men in the tough unit all wore standard combat helmets, so their faces were visible. Apart from Rico, Old A, and Tits, he didn't recognize any of them. This means that his 4th trainee was a member of the Slaughter Squad. Secondly, the Slaughter Squad is known as the strongest infantry squad, so the entry requirements must be incredibly high. Of the 3 classes he taught last year, Zhou Yuan was undoubtedly the strongest student. So, Zhou Yuan joined the Slaughter Squad. What a monster! Sim thought to himself, knowing that Zhou Yuan was very talented. But he never expected that Zhou Yuan's talent would be realized so quickly, and that he would actually be able to join a special operations unit of the level of the Slaughter Squad. Half an hour later, the insect-catching team returned to the ground. Outside the wormhole, There was a huge crowd of people, at least 40 or 50,000, filling the entire surface of the mountains surrounding the wormhole. These people all came after learning that the brainworm had been captured, following the real-time location provided by the slaughter team. Brainworm, you still have more face. Zhou Yuan glanced at the brainworm. If he hadn't explicitly refused to provide support on his way back, these tens of thousands of people could have stormed into the underground and swarmed the worm nest. Call out. At that moment, a transport plane arrived overhead at an extremely high speed. The officer is here. Zhou Yuan stepped forward and waved to signal the onlookers to step back. This transport plane was a special transport plane for the research department, so Morgan must have arrived. Once a landing site was identified, the transport plane landed immediately. Really, Morgan was the first to step out of the cabin, followed closely by Carl. Behind these two were two smaller teams, one of which was Morgan's bodyguard team, led by Kinney, who was wearing a mech suit. The Federation has fully disclosed information about the mechs, so they are no longer classified and no longer need to be used secretly. The second team resembled a war correspondent team because they were all carrying cameras. Use the resounding victory of capturing the brain worm alive to cover up Krindisu's crushing defeat. Zhou Yuan could roughly guess what these reporters were there for. Publicity was a good thing for him, since he was the one who made the greatest contribution to catching the brainworm. Sir. Morgan approached the brainworm. Zhou Yuan stepped forward and saluted. Sir. Led by Zhou Yuan, everyone nearby started shouting, their voices deafening. Well done, Lieutenant Colonel. I know you're the one who caught the brainworm. Tell me, how did you catch it? Morgan nodded slightly, returned the greeting briefly, and asked in a serious tone, while giving Zhou Yuan a wink as he spoke. Seeing the war correspondent getting closer and closer, the camera on his shoulder flashing green, Zhou Yuan understood and saluted in return. This is not my achievement alone, sir. The Federation gave me excellent team members, strong support, and the right strategic plan, which is why I was able to capture it. For the Federation, Zhou Yuan stood ramrod straight in front of the camera, emphasizing his strategic qualities to become a high-ranking official in the Federation. Chapter 196 Big News in the Federation. The smart bug has been caught. What is the brainworm thinking? It wanted to borrow a diaper from me, but unfortunately, I haven't used those since I was 3 years old. Yes, I have telepathy. I can sense that it is very scared. It is terrified by us. Yes, I've killed the brainworm before. Although it's a worm general, it's no different from a caterpillar in my eyes. My mood hasn't changed. This is just a very ordinary task. My assessment of the Arachnid bug is, it's a rather large bug, not very powerful, and can be killed with gunpowder weapons. How do I join my squad? Only the strongest warriors are qualified to become Red Skull, but there are many outstanding young people joining the army this year, and I'm looking forward to it. Newbies, I am Slaughter, and I'm watching you. After that, Zhou Yuan continued to cooperate with Morgan. Morgan sparked the conversation, and Zhou Yuan responded, turning what should have been a simple handover procedure for the brainworm into a public press conference. Morgan's questions and expression clearly indicated that he had come with a mission, so Zhou Yuan's answers were also very eloquent. Half an hour later, the war correspondents left, satisfied. Jenkinson, load the cerebrates onto the starship and arrange for the Legion to evacuate. With the cameras gone, Morgan changed his attitude, put his hands on his hips and shouted, then pulled Zhou Yuan aside. Kid, you're right. The publicity and public relations departments will thank you. If you had informed me earlier, I could have explained it even better, Zhou Yuan said helplessly, arms crossed. It was too rushed. If he had known Morgan would bring a war correspondent, he should have brought his recent medals with him. That would have been more impressive. I forgot. But I believe you can handle it. If you want to become a high-ranking official, you must have the social skills to deal with this kind of situation. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about the brainworm. How did it go this time? Morgan shrugged, his expression gradually becoming serious. When I arrived, it was using telepathy. I detected its mental fluctuations and then captured it. It went smoothly, but it went smoothly in a strange way because it didn't put up much resistance, didn't call for insect swarm support, and didn't use psychic storms. Mindstorm is the brainworm's mental attack. That's what I called this ability. Zhou Yuan looked around and then said in a low voice, "What are your thoughts?" Morgan immediately realized that Zhou Yuan had something to suspect when he heard Zhou Yuan say that things went smoothly. It seems like it was deliberately captured. Telepathy has many branches of ability, including hypnosis and control, and once captured, it can access its. Their positions of authority are not low. Zhou Yuan gave Morgan a brief reminder, and Morgan was immediately shocked. After a moment of silence, Morgan said thoughtfully, "Don't tell anyone about this. I'll handle it. Just pretend you know nothing. This matter is of great importance and must be handled with caution. Of course, it should be handled discreetly, not publicly. The Federation needs this victory. The brainworm must be captured alive by humans, not voluntarily." Perhaps he could use this conjecture as an excuse to persuade other departments to leave the brainworm on Pluto for long-term research. As for the risks, once it fell into his hands, this brainworm wouldn't have it so easy. So what if it has powerful telepathic abilities? He could just prevent it from using them. Okay. Zhou Yuan didn't say much. As long as Morgan wasn't the one who got infected, the brainworm could brainwash the others however it wanted. Soon, the brainworm was transported by forklift onto the starship and returned to Pluto. Zhou Yuan and his team followed, replenishing their ammunition at the coastal fortress before returning to the Enlistment fortress by starship. He wasn't interested in studying brainworms, so he didn't stay long. I originally wanted to stay on planet P a little longer and catch up with Sim, but Sim was recruited by Zalek, and Zalek seemed to have received a mission and left with his team as soon as he left the hive, coming and going in a hurry. After returning to the captain's dormitory at Enlistment fortress, Zhou Yuan collapsed onto the sofa. This trip was actually quite boring, at least for him. There was no pressure at all, and it wasn't as enjoyable as a regular mission. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Lieutenant Colonel, Superhuman. Attributes, Strength 14, Speed 13.5, Jump 13.5, Agility 13.5, Stamina 14, Defense 14, Healing 14, Skill 2.4, Mental Ability 25.5. Skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Telekinesis, 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 Rapid Learning. Items, Icarus Destroyer, Leapfrog, Nano Heavy Firepower Reaction Mech. Title, Exceptional Intelligence, increases 5 brain functions. Soul points, 1,693,000. I haven't gained many soul points. The total for the past 2 days hasn't even reached 50,000. However, my skill points have increased by 0.1, which is not bad. Team Leader. At that moment, a soft exclamation rang out. Zhou Yuan turned his head and saw Tang Lai, Rosen, Austin, and the others peeking in from the side of the door like thieves. He asked with amusement, "What's the matter? Captain, we did something big today, right? So what should we do next?" Tang Lai chuckled and made a gesture of raising a wine glass with his right hand. Like a lazy donkey on a millstone, it produces a lot of excrement and urine. Zhou Yuan said irritably, then picked up the work tablet on the table and, in the name of the Supernatural Warfare Bureau, assigned a reconnaissance mission to the slaughter squad. It's a 3-day holiday, including today, so don't get drunk. Yes. Guys, target restaurant, full firepower charge. With a cheer, Tang Lai and his companions called out to their teammates who were hiding nearby, and they ran towards the restaurant with strange shouts. "Honey, why don't we go relax a bit?" Claire didn't go. Instead, she came over, sat on Zhou Yuan's lap, and gently kissed him on the cheek. "Let's go later." Zhou Yuan gently rubbed Claire's pretty face and pulled her down to lie down. He planned to devise a plan to exterminate the brainworms and implement it immediately after the 3-day holiday. What secrets will this intelligent insect reveal? The Federation scientists will work day and night to explore its secrets. Once we understand the Zerg, we will completely defeat them. We have starships, we have mechs, we need soldiers like slaughterers. We need all of you to join us. Join the Union Army, become Union citizens, and become the next massacre. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan heard his code name on the television. He's in another recruitment ad, and this time he's not the only one featured. Morgan and Carl are also on it, drawing blood from it with a syringe as thick as an arm, which sent chills down Zhou Yuan's spine. That's disgusting. Claire muttered something and changed the TV channel. Brother Brainworm, good luck. Zhou Yuan silently prayed for Brainworm in his heart. Chapter 197, temporarily leaving Claire. Drop. Zhou Yuan and Claire snuggled together and watched TV all afternoon. Just as they were about to go to the restaurant for dinner, their communicator rang. Zhou Yuan glanced at the table and released Claire from his arms. "It's my mother." Claire picked up the communicator, excitedly said something, and then answered the call. "Mom, it's me. I'm doing fine. Yes, I was just arrested this morning. You and Dad know about it too. Of course, you don't need to worry about my safety. Zhou will protect me. Starship forces are also being expanded. A new type of starship? Really? I have a chance to become a fleet commander? But I'm only a lieutenant colonel right now. Dad said I'll be promoted to colonel soon. Although Claire didn't try to avoid Zhou Yuan still quietly moved to the side. He saw Claire's emotional shift, from excitement and pride to agitation and hesitation. Based on what Claire said, he could roughly guess the entire content of the call. The Starship Force has begun. The original threshold was an excellent lieutenant commander position, but now the threshold may be lowered to an excellent captain. The original threshold for the position of fleet commander was an outstanding vice admiral, but now the threshold may be lowered to an outstanding rear admiral. Claire is very capable, and her recent military achievements are enough to promote her to colonel. With an excellent colonel and parents who are both fleet commanders, Claire's future looks bright. Clearly, Claire's parents wanted her to leave the Special Operations Force and work under their two fleet commanders. This will allow Claire to become a fleet commander more quickly. 3 minutes later, Claire ended the call, looking somewhat lost, and sat on the sofa without saying a word. What's wrong? Should we hesitate about something like this? Zhou Yuan gently hugged Claire, rested his chin on her shoulder, and laughed. That's the fleet commander, the highest level of power in the Starship Force. But all I want is you. Claire leaned back and nestled into Zhou Yuan's arms, murmuring softly. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and joked. Hey, what you're saying makes me feel like we'll never see each other again. Are you going to break up with me? Of course not. Clayton panicked and turned to kiss Zhou Yuan's face several times. Go. Flight trainee, pilot, captain, fleet commander, aerospace commander. You're almost at the top. I want to become the head of state. The head of state's wife can't just be a lowly pilot, can she? Zhou Yuan tried his best to persuade him. To be honest, he had gotten used to having Claire around. His feelings for Claire were special. It was an indispensable part of his life, somewhat like a close, inseparable kinship. He was reluctant to part ways with Claire. However, he couldn't let personal feelings make Claire abandon a path that was sure to succeed. Honey, you're not thinking of tricking me into leaving so you can be with Ibanez openly, are you? Claire pinched Zhou Yuan's hand and uttered a sentence in a low voice. You found out. Zhou Yuan was startled and immediately activated his telepathic ability. Only after sensing that Claire's emotions were stable did he feel slightly relieved. Ibanez often asked for leave during simulation training. Once she said she wasn't feeling well and wanted to go back to her dorm to rest, so I brought her some painkillers, but I couldn't find her in the dorm. I checked her travel history and found that she was in the entertainment area, and just 10 minutes before that, you told me you wanted to go to the entertainment area to play cards. If I don't ask, are you planning to keep this a secret forever? Claire's tone was calm, so calm that Zhou Yuan felt a little uneasy, but the feedback from his telepathic ability put him at ease. Before Zhou Yuan could speak, Claire added, I've decided, I'm going to my mother's. To become the leader, you can't do it without the support of the Starship Force. After saying that, Claire herself relaxed a lot, as if she had come to terms with it. The main reason she didn't bring up Carmen was because Zhou Yuan's words had moved her. The head of state's wife cannot just be a lowly pilot. This sentence means that Zhou Yuan has feelings for her and even wants to marry her. That's enough for her. Carmen Ibanez? In this world, you need influence. How can a mere junior pilot with no background or talent compete with her in the end? You've grown up. Upon hearing Claire's words, Zhou Yuan blurted out the name. Claire has changed a lot. She has transformed from a major who slaughtered brainwashed fans into a mature starship lieutenant colonel. I'm already very old. Claire mumbled something, then shifted her head in Zhou Yuan's arms to find a comfortable position. It's really big, I like it. Zhou Yuan reached out his hand to Claire and chuckled. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Claire smiled and was in a very good mood, but she still kept a straight face and said angrily, I think you prefer Ibanez. Nonsense, you are my true love. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. You'll soon find out just how much I like you. Zhou Yuan picked Claire up, closed the door with his foot, and then walked towards the bed. TCH. Claire whimpered and wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Whispering sound. Zhou Yuan felt insulted and instantly went into battle mode, vowing to completely crush Claire. No amount of begging for mercy could help. An endurance training session lasted from evening until late at night. Darling, I was wrong. Claire lay weakly in Zhou Yuan's arms, kissing his face pitifully. Even though she had been injected with the super soldier serum, she was completely unable to withstand Zhou Yuan's attacks. This is the difference between enhanced humans and superhumans. I still prefer your previous, unruly self. Zhou Yuan smiled smugly and gently kissed Claire's forehead. That's it. He's not serious yet. Humph. Claire snuggled into Zhou Yuan's arms, closed her eyes, and stopped talking. Zhou Yuan pulled the blanket over Claire, then hugged her tightly and asked softly, "When are you planning to go to your mother's?" "The sooner the better. My mother said that her fleet is short of captains and needs to be selected within 3 days. I can't let her break the rules and delay because of me. Nanshaman Fortress is a highly classified fortress, and it would be very difficult to get a transfer application approved here. Use your authority to transfer me away. You must visit me often, at least once a month. Don't say you can't get away. I know how high your position is." Claire opened her eyes, grabbed Zhou Yuan's face with both hands, and said fiercely, "A month is too long. How about half a month?" Zhou Yuan shook his head, and under Claire's murderous gaze, a single sentence moved Claire deeply. Claire smiled and nestled peacefully into Zhou Yuan's arms, falling asleep. Chapter 198 Reconnaissance Mission? The Queen again? Returning to the fortress from Planet P, Zhou Yuan had a lot of free time. He was living a very comfortable life. He spent the first few days with Claire, and after sending Claire to her mother's fleet, he began to spend time with Carmen. Of course, he wasn't obsessed with matters between men and women. He was mainly busy with the brainworm extermination plan. In the past 2 weeks, he has gathered a lot of information about the brainworm. With a little more careful screening, his brainworm extermination plan can be launched, with the goal of killing at least 3 brainworms. As for my job duties, in the past 2 weeks, he hasn't received a single assignment. A single brainworm has driven the Federal Research Department to madness, and other departments are also fully cooperating with the Research Department in studying the brainworm, temporarily suppressing the attack strategy against the GJ-1 system. The Zerg have become much more subdued, and the Zerg situation throughout the solar system has quieted down. In a short time, the Terrans and Zerg have entered into a tacit truce. Returning from Planet P, Zhou Yuan stretched happily and sat up in bed. The brainworm extermination plan begins at 12 noon today. The first target is Charon, a moon of Pluto, which is only half the size of Pluto itself. Darling. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to get out of bed and get dressed, his neck was wrapped around his arm, and a warm, soft touch came from his back, radiating just the right amount of temperature. "Would you like to treat me for breakfast?" Zhou Yuan smiled and lay back, resting his head on Carmen's milky white snow. "No." Carmen was startled and quickly wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck, pleading, "I really can't take it anymore. I just want to hold you and rest for a while. Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Zhou Yuan was completely satisfied. He turned around, pulled Carmen onto his lap, and gently kissed her lips. Hold me." Carmen nodded groggily, then leaned against Zhou Yuan and dozed off again. So clingy. Zhou Yuan shook his head and smiled, then sat down on the sofa with Carmen in his arms, pulling a blanket over himself. After Claire left the team, Carmen became much more relaxed. She's already living in his dorm, and they seem to be falling deeply in love. She's clinging to him from morning till night, wishing she could live on him. Buzz. Just as Zhou Yuan turned on the TV and started flipping through channels, the communicator on the table rang. "Ivan." Zhou Yuan glanced at the screen, picked up the communicator, and connected the call directly. "Ivan Popov, this guy is a lieutenant general in the Strategic Intelligence Department, the chief strategist of the Nanshaman Fortress, and I have a fairly good relationship with him. Slaughter, you've got work to do." As soon as the call was connected, Ivan's deep voice rang out. "Task. Lieutenant General Ivan, you may not know this, but the Supernatural Warfare Bureau has assigned me a long-term scientific research mission, and we're going to be deployed today." Zhou Yuan refused without hesitation. The fact that he had time to call and assign tasks instead of sending a direct notification suggests that the task Ivan was giving him was neither important nor urgent. What a joke. He's off to kill brainworms today. He doesn't have time for small tasks. Is it urgent? This mission is quite unusual, but I think you might find it interesting. Perhaps you could listen to it first. How strange is that? Zhou Yuan's curiosity was piqued by Ivan, so he turned off the TV sound and pressed for an answer. Very strange. Ivan's tone became somewhat serious as he slowly said, "You know the GJ-4 system, right? That system is our territory. The incident occurred on Cowboy Planet in the GJ-4 galaxy. Cowboy is a mineral planet, and also a planet with life, just a bit small. Cowboys are too far from Earth to be colonized, so the Federation built mines and arms factories there to exploit the value of cowboys. The day before yesterday, Cowboy's #1 armory lost contact, and the adjacent #1 mine also lost contact, with no communication feedback whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan asked, Didn't they send anyone to inspect the other arsenals and mining areas? Nothing else. The Cowboys' development plan was only finalized 6 months ago, and it only has one arsenal and one mining area. GJ4 has always been our territory. It's hard to even see bugs there, so we didn't even build an outpost on Cowboys. Ivan explained patiently. Hearing Ivan's words, Zhou Yuan didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. The GJ4 galaxy is the Federation's backyard. Fleets are always patrolling the edge of the galaxy. Who would dare to pull out guns, cannons, or traps in their own backyard? Ivan continued. The moment the Cowboy went missing, Saturn dispatched a special operations force of 100 men. But they lost contact less than half an hour after entering Factory Number 1. All reports during the journey were normal, and they did not encounter any enemies. You know what I mean, right? They disappeared into thin air and died instantly, without sending back a single piece of information. The next day, Saturn sent people again, this time 5 special operations teams of 100 men each, but the situation was similar to the first day. The same routine reporting and sudden loss of contact. The only intelligence transmitted back was, "We can't see the enemy." At this point, Ivan's tone turned serious, and he said solemnly, "Clearly, they've encountered an enemy skilled in attack and concealment. The intelligence department suspects they encountered a new insect species, and based on the signal interruption fluctuations that day, they analyzed that the cause of the loss of contact came from inside Factory Number 1. That's why I found you. You're an expert in this field." Queen. Zhou Yuan uttered 2 words calmly. He was indeed very familiar with this situation. The network of Factory Number 1 was most likely controlled by the Queen. That's right, it's the Queen. The intelligence department's final decision is also the Queen. I'm sure you're interested now. Capturing the brainworm alive is indeed a great achievement, but you've only been promoted to lieutenant colonel for a short time. One brainworm can erase the promotion cooldown period. Ivan changed his tone and said jokingly, "For the Federation. Sir, for the benefit of the Federation, I will take down this Queen. Please give the order." Zhou Yuan said in a very serious tone. "Okay, well done. Nanchaman Fortress cannot accept a failure that other fortresses can accept. When do we set off?" Ivan laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief. Because this mission involved the Queen, the intelligence department attached great importance to it, and even held a small strategic meeting. Those attending this meeting were all chief strategists from various fortresses and bases. Many people were eyeing this mission, but he still managed to snatch it away by using the excuse that, "I will deploy a killing squad." Trying to steal my thunder? Who do you think you are? Oh, you're the chief strategy officer too? Sorry, I'm going to be deploying a killing squad. How will you respond? Chapter 199. Entering Cowboy Town. Noon. The Colossus arrived in outer space of Cowboy Planet in the GJ4 system and deployed a transport plane used by the Slaughter Squad, as well as a flight force. The giant was Barbara's starship. Zhou Yuan was quite familiar with Barbara, so he had her handle the transportation on this trip, which would also allow her to earn some military merits. "Kid, watch out. Call Wayne if you need help." As the transport plane entered the atmosphere of Cowboy Planet, Barbara reminded Zhou Yuan through her earpiece. Wayne is the captain of the Air Force. When the Slaughter Squad enters the target area, Wayne will lead the Air Force to block the area around the target area. "Okay." Zhou Yuan responded and looked at his team members, saying, "Check your equipment and prepare for action." He personally speculated that this operation should not be too difficult and might be much simpler than the Alpha 71 mission a while ago. First, the intelligence department conducted a routine insect infestation check on Cowboy Planet 12 days ago. The inspection results showed that there were no bugs on Cowboy Star, even though the starship bugs transported the Queen and sand beetles to Cowboy Planet during those 12 days. However, in just 12 days, the Queen and the sand beetle cannot produce many insects, nor is it enough for the larvae to grow to maturity. Secondly, because the GJ4 system has never experienced an insect plague, Cowboy Star, a planet recently developed by the Federation, does not have much defense. There are no defensive walls, no army. Only miners, miners' families, ordnance officers' families, and an engineering unit responsible for the operation of the arsenal and mining area. Therefore, Zhou Yuan believed that this mission was not difficult. While still facing the Queen, here you won't be bombarded by defensive walls, encounter an army controlled by parasites, or face a swarm of insects. Of course, we can't be too careless either. After all, it's a place that swallowed up 7 special operations units of 100 people each, so it must have its strengths, but it's unlikely to be as strong as the Alpha 71. For minutes later, the transport plane arrived over factory number 1. Captain, should we land? Carmen slowed down and maintained altitude, then asked Zhou Yuan in the team chat. Zhou Yuan walked to the protective window, opened it, and replied, lower the altitude, avoid directly above the arsenal, and fly around the edge once. On his way to Cowboy Planet, he had already looked at the topographic map and architectural drawings of the place. Arsenal number 1 and mining area number 1 are connected. A plain with a large mine in the middle, surrounded by arsenals. Outside the arsenal, there is a residential area called Cowboy Town, where all the people of Cowboy Planet live. Plasma cannon? As the transport plane flew over Cowboy Town, Zhou Yuan noticed signs of a battle in the town. The corpses of insect soldiers, sand beetles, and human bodies were scattered throughout the buildings, which also bore the marks of plasma cannon bombardment. The traces are quite small, and were likely left by a near-satellite plasma worm or scorpion. These signs of battle were both good and bad news for the slaughter squad. The good news is that the Sentinel plasma swarm is the Queen's personal bodyguard, so if there are Sentinel plasma swarms here, then there must also be the Queen. The bad news is that the arsenal is not strictly managed, and the weapons have all flowed into the town. If there are parasites here, then we'll have to fight the most time-consuming urban warfare. Stop at the border between Cowboy Town and Plains. After inspecting the area from high altitude, Zhou Yuan ordered a landing. The buildings here are like mosquito coils, spiraling inwards towards the central mine pit. Flying directly into the mine might result in being hit by plasma cannons, so the only way is to slowly infiltrate from the outside in. Pilot, move to a safe place and stay away from this airspace. Everyone else, follow me and get the scanner and acoustic detector ready. After landing, Zhou Yuan watched the transport plane leave safely, and then led the remaining team members toward Cowboy Town. There are no signs of life. There are no wormholes. The energy supply to the residential area has been cut off. As they approached Cowboy Town, Zhou Yuan ordered the team to slow down, and the team members began to use various instruments to scout ahead. They were carrying small-sized instruments, which, although limiting their detection range, did not affect the accuracy of their reconnaissance. Target bar onward. Snipers and scouts go up to the roof. The rest of you follow me. Zhou Yuan looked around and found a house with a beer bottle sign on the roof. He led the team over there. This house is a single-story building, but it occupies a large area, at least 300 square meters, and there are many empty wine jars on the roof. Captain, everything's fine here. There were no signs of life, nor any unusual sound waves. Boss, the wounds on the corpse are all penetrating wounds, inflicted by the soldier insects using their pincers and legs. The corpses had weapons on them, but there were no insect corpses here. There must have been many insects attacking this place, preventing these people from putting up an effective counterattack. After entering the bar, the team members split into groups of 3, scouted the area, and then reported the intelligence to Zhou Yuan. Not too bad. Zhou Yuan organized the known intelligence, found a chair to sit down, called all the team members to his side, and pondered. There are 11,000 people on Cowboy Planet. Among them, there were 500 engineers, 800 ordnance officers, 3,000 miners, and the remaining 6,700 were their family members. That means even if the insects attack here during working hours on a weekday, there will still be at least 6,700 people here. We previously conducted aerial reconnaissance, and there weren't many bodies to be seen on the streets, at most no more than 300. But Cowboy Star lost contact during the day. It's impossible for all 6,400 remaining people to be at home. The percentage of them going out is too low. Captain, do you think there might be survivors here? Dax pondered for a moment and guessed. Now that you mention it, I also feel there are too few people here. If the sand beetles had cleaned up the battlefield, then there would be no corpses left here. So the sand beetles did not clean up the battlefield. We've all seen it. There are a lot of weapons here, even machine guns. The people living here are actually capable of fighting the bugs. Is it possible that they actually organized an effective counterattack and retreated to a safe area? Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, and then said, because their power supply was cut off, they were unable to call for help, and may even be trapped in certain areas because they were unable to break through the closed doors. Of course, these are all just speculations. Those people may have been infected by parasites, or they may have encountered a gluttonous queen. Search this street, Daxes with the veterans, the newbies with. Before Zhou Yuan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Danny's report. Danny was a rookie sniper who was currently conducting reconnaissance on the rooftop. Boss, something's up. Okay, everyone get down. Zhou Yuan pressed the button on his earpiece and replied, then gestured for his teammates to go out and greet the person downstairs. Chapter 200, The Hospital Morgue. Speak, what's going on? Not long after, the team members on the roof came down to the ground floor, and Zhou Yuan looked at Danny and asked, Boss, there's a 3-story hospital about 400 meters away in the direction of the bar, around the 9 o'clock position. There's something inside. Danny replied in a deep voice. Things? What things? Zhou Yuan frowned, not very satisfied with the answer. It was a bit far away. I couldn't see it clearly. Danny lowered his head slightly, and his voice became a little soft. Didn't you see it clearly? Zhou Yuan nodded calmly and tapped his fingers lightly on the table, each tap sending shivers down Danny's spine. So, you saw what was happening inside the building 400 meters away with your naked eye? Or perhaps, the high-precision scope that Mr. Morgan built couldn't even clearly see what was happening inside a 400-meter-tall building. Bang! After saying those 2 sentences, Zhou Yuan flipped his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. At the same time, Danny felt an invisible force pressing down on him, the oppressive feeling hitting his soul and almost knocking him unconscious. The others weren't much better off than Danny. They all felt a strange heaviness, as if they were being crushed by the frozen air. Boss, this was my mistake. I promise this will be the last time. Danny suppressed his mental discomfort and stood at attention to apologize. He had indeed been too relaxed, thinking that with Zhou Yuan around, the operation couldn't possibly go wrong, so he was a bit careless during the reconnaissance. After you go back, I'll give you 3 days. 3 days to break all your training records, understand? Zhou Yuan took off his tactical helmet, used his telekinesis to retrieve a bottle of red wine from the bar, and spoke as he drank. Clear. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Danny breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to leave. Breaking his own training record is difficult, but a training record is only a record of what happens during training, and he is confident that he can achieve it. Listen carefully, everyone. Whether you're a veteran or a newbie, I need you to give it your all when you're carrying out a mission. This should not be my requirement, but a basic quality that every soldier should have. I think you are well aware that there are countless people who want to take your place. Reprimanding Danny, Zhou Yuan deactivated his telepathic abilities, scanned each team member with his gaze, and issued a stern warning. Understood, sir. Everyone saluted, their vigilance heightened considerably at that moment. At this moment, Zhou Yuan looked at Danny again. What exactly did you see? A dark shadow was running down the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. It was very fast. I just wanted to get a closer look at it when it disappeared. I don't know what kind of creature it was. Danny described in detail what he had seen. Lead the way, let's go take a look. Zhou Yuan immediately stood up and decided to go check the situation. Having a target was much better than searching aimlessly. Soon, a group of 16 people arrived outside the hospital. Captain, something strange, there's nothing here. Tang Lai said in surprise, handing the screens of the scanner and acoustic detector to Zhou Yuan. Search it. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly and waved to signal the team to move forward. This place has been attacked by insects. The living things you see are either insects or survivors. There's nothing to guess, just search. Moreover, they can search without any scruples. The power to Cowboy Town was cut off, meaning the Queen could no longer track their movements through the surveillance network. Just kill all the insects you see to prevent them from spreading the word. Is it a person? It might be parasites. Such a primitive trap. Could it be a parasite? When they reached the hospital gate, the group was forced to stop because a trap had appeared ahead. It was a very old-fashioned tripwire grenade trap, with 1 grenade attached to each side of the gate with tape, and a small steel wire tied between the 2 pull rings. A clumsy trick can only fool low IQ bugs. They are most likely survivors, and unlikely to be controlled by parasites, otherwise they would have just thrown grenades at our heads. Dax untied the trap and then offered his opinion. Then he may have already left, since I didn't scan anything. Although we came by transport plane, the transport plane did not land on the street, but instead circled around to land outside the town. This might lead him to believe that the rescue didn't come, but rather that the movement of the transport planes would attract the insects here, so he moved his location. Captain, should we go in? Tang Lai checked it again with the instrument, and then asked Zhou Yuan for his opinion. Why not? The buildings in Cowboy Town aren't tall. A 3-story hospital is already considered tall. It would be best if we could find survivors. If not, we should go to the rooftop and carefully survey the surroundings. Zhou Yuan took a sip of wine and swaggered into the hospital. He had just activated his telepathic ability, but apart from a dozen or so mental fluctuations from his teammates, He hadn't sensed anything else. It's obvious. Danny had seen earlier had slipped away on their way here. Dax, lead the team. Let's get it done. After entering the hospital, Zhou Yuan sent his team members to work while he wandered around the triage area, too lazy to do anything that wasn't challenging. As Zhou Yuan passed the stairwell, he raised an eyebrow and took 2 steps back. Just 2 seconds ago, a fleeting red dot flashed across the wall at the corner of the stairs in the corner of his eye. There's something in the underground level. Keep in mind that Cowboy Town's energy supply has been cut off, and the emergency lights in the hospital are all white. So where did the red dot come from? That red dot looked like an auxiliary laser being fired from a site. Parasite. Survivor? Zhou Yuan smiled, finished his red wine, put on his combat helmet, picked up his Gauss rifle, and slowly walked down the stairs. Hopefully, it's a parasite, because only the queen can give birth to parasites. If he can see the parasite here, then he's sure to encounter the queen on this trip. He's never killed the queen before, and he doesn't even know how many soul points she's worth. The morgue. Arriving at the first basement level, the smile on his face instantly froze. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, feeling a chill run through him. He swallowed hard and put his index finger on the trigger of the Gauss rifle. Damn it, I'm a superhuman. Why would a superhuman be afraid of these things? Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, activated his telepathic ability, and forcibly suppressed the urge to turn around and look up. Whoosh! The next moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly turned around and looked up in an instant, spinning a full 360 degrees at an extremely fast speed. Brother Zhou, what a coward! Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling both ashamed and annoyed, and then walked straight ahead.